My name is Jiang, once a beast-taming prodigy at number 7 high school, but 2 months ago, my spirit domain shattered due to a failed contract, leading to my expulsion from school. Now, I had no choice but to fall back on the old path since I couldn't break through my mental power limits. I'd focus on strengthening my physical body instead. At the very least, I refused to remain a weakling who couldn't defend myself. In Jiangxia's 13th district, passers-by pointed and whispered at my cute beast shop, gossiping about how I'd become trash. But they didn't know in my previous life I was a special forces king, my physical strength far surpassing ordinary people. Even though I can't contract spirit beasts now, I'm definitely not weak. I just like working out. Yet people spread rumors that I'm some demonic muscle freak. After transmigrating to this world, I couldn't form contracts due to circumstances with my original body. Fortunately, I have a pay-to-win system. Host, Jiang, age, 17, stats, spirit 11, strength 23, agility 17, vitality 18, pets, none, talents, none. Available traits, super reproduction, purple, super healing, purple, infinite devour, gold. I can assign the extracted traits to spirit beasts, and even the lowest level spirit beasts can be stacked into incredibly powerful beings. My plan is to sell these adorable pets at high prices, then use the earnings to draw more attributes, ultimately becoming the world's top spirit pet shop owner and finding a path to grow stronger. But the reality was, not a single customer had come my way for an entire month, and in my fury, I smashed the tempered glass countertop in front of me with one punch. At that moment, a tall, elegant, and aloof girl walked in. She was my schoolmate, Leng Xi. She was another talented individual who lived up to expectations by successfully forming a contract, coming from a prestigious family background with substantial influence. Seeing me fall into such a state, disgust and disdain flashed in her eyes. Frowning, she glanced at the shattered glass and said, "I want to buy a spiritual beast." I was surprised, but too lazy to think much about it. Who turns down good business when it comes around? I recommended to her an F-level flame squirrel, palm-sized and flickering with fire. Leng Xi originally wanted to buy a low-level spirit beast to avoid attracting attention, which perfectly aligned with her intentions. "How much? Just tell me," Leng Xi asked impatiently. I made a 6 with my fingers. 6,000 yuan? At least you still have a conscience. Leng Xi scoffed disdainfully. I shook my head with a slight smile and said, "This fire squirrel is only 6.88 million. Will you be paying by card or check, madam?" "What did you say?" Leng Xi exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes reddening with anger. 7 million could almost buy a top-grade C-level spirit beast. Buying an F-level fire squirrel at that price is practically daylight robbery. Don't get too excited just yet. This isn't your ordinary fire squirrel. Once you sign a contract with it, I guarantee you won't regret it. I vowed solemnly. Leng Xi ultimately gritted her teeth in anger. "I'll buy it. I'll buy it, alright?" Ding! Payment successful. Hearing the notification sound of the money transfer, I grinned from ear to ear and warmly called her VIP number 2. She gritted her silver teeth in anger before asking, "Do you have a contract room in your store? I want to use it for free." With that, she walked straight into the contract room. Just as I was immersed in joy, the update on the system panel stunned me. Host, Jiang, age, 17 attributes, spirit 31, strength 27, agility 25, vitality 19, pet beasts, none talent, fireball. Available traits, super reproduction, purple, hyper recovery, purple, infinite devour, gold. I suddenly realized the true function of the system. Any pet beast I assign traits to can sync its attributes and talents to me as long as it forms a contract with someone else. Doesn't this mean the stronger other spirit beasts are, the stronger I become? The more spirit beasts I sell, the more attributes and talents I can accumulate? In the future, I won't rely on any pets at all, tearing apart dragons with my bare hands and kicking down titans with my feet. The wild joy in my heart was almost impossible to contain, but a slightly mocking voice ruined the mood. "Hey, isn't this our genius Jiang from number 7 high school? Did you suffer a mental shock and start grinning like a fool here?" Several young men pushed the door open, led by Jiang Xiaochuan, the school bully from number 7 high school. A trash who can't even contract with low-level spirit beasts. If I were him, I'd rather die early than live on and disgrace myself. His lackeys sneered. I took a deep breath and spoke coldly. "If you're not here to buy spirit beasts, get out now." Jiang Xiaochuan walked up to me with a grin. "Who said we weren't gonna buy? This water slime looks pretty good to me." As he spoke, he casually slammed the container holding the juvenile slime onto the ground, smashing it to pieces with a loud clatter. "Oops, look how clumsy I am, so sorry about that." He smirked at me mockingly. Jiang Xiaochuan, my face darkened completely. "Come on, hit me, I'm standing right here for you to strike. Do you dare, Jiang? After hitting me, how many years in prison do you think you'll need to serve?" Jiang Xiaochuan sneered coldly. "It's not much money, just 6 million. An angry voice rang out as Leng Xi walked out carrying the startled little slime and handed it to me. Jiang Xiaochuan instantly changed his expression upon seeing Leng Xi, wary of her family background. Hearing the quote of 6.88 million, he was completely stunned, his face turning red as he exclaimed, "It's just a pathetic slime, and it's selling for nearly 7 million? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Even a fool wouldn't buy a spirit beast from a shady shop like yours." What? Do you have a problem with that? Leng Xi's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. With a faint smile, I spoke up. I'm sorry, miss, but I just bought a spirit beast from our store. Chapter 3, 7 million yuan? Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present froze as if struck by lightning. Impossible. Jiang Xiaochuan shouted on the spot. But the very next second, he saw it with his own eyes. Perched on Leng Xi's shoulder, the tiny creature spewing flames was none other than the fire squirrel she had just contracted. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaochuan and the others were instantly dumbfounded. But Jiang Xiaochuan, snapping out of his shock, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. No way. Did I see that right? The genius of 7th High, Leng Xi, actually contracted an F-rank fire squirrel? Ignoring Leng Xi's increasingly grim expression, the group burst into mocking laughter. Ha! Leng Xi, everyone says you're not the brightest, but I never imagined you were this dumb. 6 million for a fire squirrel? Ha! That's hilarious. Su Jiang, you're a real piece of work. Being useless yourself is one thing, but dragging Leng Xi down with you? No wonder Leng Xi was hanging around here, a loser paired with a fool. What a perfect match. Ha! Leng Xi stomped her foot in fury. You're the fool. Your whole family are fools. Su Jiang, however, spoke with a faint smile on his face. You know what? That fool you're talking about could beat the crap out of you guys. The words fell. The small spirit pet shop instantly fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Jiang, their expression saying they were looking at a fool. After the silence, a huge roar of laughter erupted. Jiang Xiaochuan laughed so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. What? Did I hear that right? You're saying a mere F-rank fire squirrel could beat me? The others couldn't stop laughing either. Ha! This idiot, does he even know what Brother Chuan's contract beast is? Kid, let me tell you straight, Brother Chuan's awakened blade lizard is a C-rank spirit beast. Exactly. Brother Chuan's family spent over 12 million just to find him this high-grade spirit beast. And now you're saying a mere fire squirrel could win? You must be dreaming. Facing their mockery, Su Jiang's expression didn't flicker. In fact, the curve of his lips grew even more pronounced. What's the matter? If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? The moment the words left his mouth. Beside him, Leng Xi suddenly looked visibly flustered. Hey! Senior, do you even know what you're saying? I'm just a rookie beast tamer, and I just bought a rookie spirit beast from you. With this setup, I wouldn't dare brag like that. Jiang Xiaochuan's blade lizard is a bona fide C-rank spirit beast. No matter how powerful the fire squirrel is, it absolutely couldn't defeat it. This is practically giving it away for free. What? You want to bet? Jiang Xiaochuan burst out laughing in exasperation. Fine. What do you want to bet on? Su Jiang pointed at the slime he'd already calmed down. 7 million. You in? Hearing this, Leng Xi was nearly in tears. No. I really can't beat it. To her, Su Jiang's bet was practically like handing over money. He could be the money-giving fairy all he wanted, but she didn't want to get beaten up. Why drag me into this? Leng Xi felt like crying but had no tears left. Jiang Xiaochuan froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Fine. You asked for it. Who knew there were still such fools around these days? I accept the bet. 7 million yuan was a huge sum even for Jiang Xiaochuan. And it was practically free money, why pass it up? As for losing? What a joke. If his C-rank blade lizard lost to an F-rank fire squirrel, that would be the biggest joke of all. Senior, maybe we should just call it off. Finally, Leng Xi gathered her courage and whispered her protest. Could you at least ask me? I haven't even agreed yet, hey. But Su Jiang didn't seem to care at all. He even winked and chuckled. What? You've got that little confidence in yourself? I think you've got what it takes. Hearing this, Leng Xi's defenses crumbled instantly. Is this even about confidence? This is more about whether your brain is fried. You sold me the fire squirrel, and now you're telling me I lack confidence? Didn't I tell you this wasn't just any ordinary fire squirrel? Su Jiang smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Leng Xi froze for a moment. In truth, the moment the contract was successful, she had already accessed this fire squirrel's system panel. Its 4 core attributes were identical to those of a standard fire squirrel. But under the talent section, besides the common fireball spell, there was an additional talent, Weakling's Resolve. This talent left Leng Xi utterly perplexed. She had never heard of such a talent before, so naturally, she had no idea what its specific function was. Could it be that this was what the creature meant by special? But this confusion lasted only a moment. Even the most powerful talent was useless if the fire squirrel was only F rank. Under these circumstances, defeating a C-rank blade lizard was nothing short of a pipe dream. I'll give it a shot. With things having come to this, Leng Xi had no choice but to grit her teeth and face the challenge. Meanwhile, at the shop entrance, Jiang Xiaochuan was practically bursting with anticipation. With a thunderous roar, the summoning ritual concluded. Instantly, a colossal black lizard materialized outside the shop. Nearly 2 meters in length, its back was studded with blade-like spines, and its entire body radiated a bone-chilling aura. Blade-toothed lizard. The moment they saw this dangerous beast, the few people behind Jiang Xiaochuan perked up. Come on! What are we waiting for? Jiang Xiaochuan's face was aglow with excitement, as if the 7 million had already landed in his pocket. Witnessing this, Leng Xi shuddered in fright, her instincts nearly driving her to turn and flee. But the next second, she caught sight of Su Jiang's towering figure behind her. Woo woo woo! Not even an inch of room to retreat? Clearly, in her eyes, Su Jiang was far more terrifying than the razor lizard. Go! Fire squirrel! Desperate times call for desperate measures. Leng Xi sent the fire squirrel charging forward, ready to surrender at any moment. Compared to the massive bulk of the blade lizard, the little creature's body, barely larger than a palm, and those two tiny, dark eyes made it seem all the more helpless. Jiang Xiaochuan burst out laughing at the sight. Haha! Su Jiang, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just kneel down and kowtow to me twice right now, and this bet is off. It wasn't that Jiang Xiaochuan had suddenly developed a conscience and no longer wanted the 7 million. It was mainly that the fire squirrel before him looked far too fragile. He feared his blade-edged giant lizard might accidentally swallow it whole, risking the wrath of the young Miss Leng Xi. But just then, the fire squirrel, already quite intelligent, seemed to sense the contempt. The trembling little creature instantly turned aggressive. Its two tiny black dots widened into fierce eyes as a fireball spell shot straight toward the blade lizard. Looking for death. Jiang Xiaochuan sneered coldly at the sight. A fireball spell of this caliber wasn't even worth commanding the blade lizard to dodge. But the next second, the fireball spell seemed to gain momentum, swelling against the wind until it abruptly transformed into a blazing inferno over 2 meters in diameter. In an instant, it engulfed the blade lizard. When the flames finally dissipated, nothing remained on the ground but a pile of blackened ash. In that instant, a deathly silence descended upon the surroundings. Chapter 4. What? Are you trying to renege on the deal? Put. Jiang Xiaochuan, deprived of his pet beast, was instantly gravely wounded, spewing a large mouthful of blood. His face drained of color as he stared fixedly at the scene before him, his eyes nearly bulging from fury as he roared, "Impossible! Where's my blade lizard? This can't be happening!" The others were utterly dumbfounded. Bystanders who happened to witness the scene stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Were their eyes deceiving them? A fire squirrel had just instantly killed a C-rank blade lizard? This wasn't a fireball spell, it was clearly dragon flame. Sorry, you lose. At that moment, Su Jiang's voice, tinged with a faint chuckle, suddenly rang out. Jiang Xiaochuan snapped his head up, his gaze locked on Su Jiang as he shouted, "What did you do? You must have rigged this. My blade lizard couldn't possibly lose to a trash fire squirrel." What? Are you planning to renege on the bet? Su Jiang pointed at the ashes on the ground with a sneer, his meaning unmistakable. Fine, if you want to back out, go ahead. Just kneel down and kowtow to me twice, and this bet is off. Su Jiang had just returned his own words, word for word. Jiang Xiaochuan, already seething with rage, nearly spat out another mouthful of blood on the spot. Kneel before Su Jiang in front of all these people? He'd rather die. Jiang Xiaochuan turned away and began collecting money from the others, his voice thick with rage. Damn it. I told you to transfer it to me first and I'd pay you back later. What, you think I'm going to renege on the deal? After scraping together 7 million, he handed it over to Su Jiang with a grim expression. You wait. This isn't over. We'll see about that. But Su Jiang, with another 7 million in his account, couldn't care less about that now. Without even looking up, he waved dismissively. No need to see us out. Boss, feel free to drop by anytime. Then, beaming with satisfaction, he turned to Leng Xi, who was still in a daze, and grinned, They're gone. What are you still standing there for? You don't expect me to share the money with you, do you? At that moment, Leng Xi had completely turned into a little fool. What was going on? Who was I? Where am I? What just happened? It was no wonder Leng Xi was so shocked. Even her master had no idea what had transpired. The fireball spell of the fire squirrel simply couldn't inflict damage of this magnitude. Yet in that very instant, Leng Xi sensed power from it comparable to an S rank. Could it be? Leng Xi's pretty face froze, as if she had just realized something. What? Looks like you've already figured it out. Exactly. This fire squirrel's uniqueness stems from its extra talent resolve of the week. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, the fire squirrel couldn't possibly possess the talent resolve of the week, because that talent was precisely the attribute he had bestowed upon it. The effect of this trait was to unleash greater combat power when facing higher-tier spirit beasts. The greater the rank disparity, the more pronounced the effect. Therefore, when Su Jiang saw this talent, he didn't hesitate to bestow it upon a mere F-rank fire squirrel. And the outcome proved exactly as he'd anticipated. Facing an A-grade blade lizard, this mere F-grade fire squirrel unleashed combat power rivaling that of an S-grade beast. What if the opponent were S-rank? Or even RS rank? So, do you still think selling it to you for over 6 million was a bad deal? After hearing Su Jiang's cheerful explanation, Leng Xi immediately shook her head. No. You're pulling my leg. You're definitely trying to trick me again. I'm not falling for it. She felt supremely clever in that moment. If that were truly the case, the price would be astronomical beyond even her means. Would Su Jiang just hand it over to her? Su Jiang. He'd love to ask for 100 million, but would anyone actually believe it? Sure enough. Oomph. I'll get to the bottom of this. Once I uncover the truth, I'll expose your hypocrisy and make sure no one sets foot in your shady shop. Just you wait. Cold, she declared before storming out of the spirit beast shop. Su Jiang didn't stop her. After all, now that he was carrying a fortune, he couldn't wait to start the lottery. After all, that weakling's resolve was merely a blue tier trait. Besides the pets in his shop that already had traits, he also possessed 2 purple traits and 1 golden trait. These were all items he intended to save for future, crucial uses. Wonder what kind of trait I'll get this time. Su Jiang's face was filled with anticipation. But just then. Damn it! Who the hell thinks they can cause trouble at my boss's place? A young man in a jacket, sporting a buzz cut and radiating aggression, stormed in, kicking open the door with a dozen thugs trailing behind him. Crash! The glass shop door shattered into pieces on the floor. Upon entering, the youth saw only Su Jiang standing there, the latter staring back at him with a blank expression. A brief awkward silence hung in the air. The young man took a deep breath and suddenly slapped the man on the forehead. Who told you to kick the door? Don't you know any manners? The other man looked utterly aggrieved. Bro, you kicked it first. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. And remember to get someone to fix the door later. With that, the young man turned and led his group toward the exit. Wu-hao! At that moment, Su Jiang's emotionless voice suddenly rang out from behind. The youth named Wu-hao shrugged his shoulders at the call. The others, looking as if they dared not breathe, hastened their steps. As they left Wu-hao alone in the shop. Wu-hao turned, his face a mask of misery. Boss, I really didn't mean it. I just heard someone was causing trouble, so I brought a few brothers over to help you hold down the fort. Who knew you'd already taken care of it? Enough. Get your ass over here. Stop whining. Su Jiang chuckled irritably, for the man before him was his best buddy. And his very first customer. What's up, boss? Wu-hao immediately grinned and leaned in. If I remember correctly, it's been half a month since I sold you that necromancer skeleton, right? Su Jiang asked with a stern expression. Yeah, boss. What's up? You know what? That skeleton you gave me seems a bit different. Enough, shut up. Su Jiang frowned and instructed. I recall your school is organizing a void leveling session tomorrow, right? I'll tag along with you then. Ha! Wu-hao froze in utter shock upon hearing this. Chapter 5, New Entry. Wu-hao scratched his buzz cut in a dazed manner. Boss, did that troublemaker just use some kind of psychic attack or something? You've gone crazy from the shock, haven't you? Su Jiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're the one who's lost it. Earlier, Leng Xi had successfully contracted a fire squirrel, boosting his attributes and granting him a new talent. Remember, the necromantic skeleton he'd gifted Wu-hao earlier had been imbued with a top-tier golden attribute, Spirit Siphon. But now, half a month later, Su Jiang had only experienced a minuscule shift in his 4 core attributes. Beyond that, he felt absolutely nothing. This shows that after Wu-hao returned home, he never bothered to train that undead skeleton at all. It was completely left to fend for itself. Now he's standing here looking dumb as a rock, claiming he senses something different about that skeleton. It's like guarding a gold mine while treating it like trash. Remember, Leng Xi's fire squirrel defeated a C-rank blade lizard just by having a single blue tier trait. Spirit Siphon's the highest tier golden attribute. If Wu-hao had properly cultivated it, Su Jiang would have noticed the system's changes long ago and discovered its true purpose. Wu-hao cautiously glanced at Su Jiang, who was deep in thought, wondering what he was up to. Still, he'd always been obedient. Though unsure of Su Jiang's exact plans, Wu-hao still offered a hearty assurance while speculating wildly. Boss, are you planning to venture into the void to broaden your horizons? Or did you set your sights on some spirit beasts in the void, planning to capture a few for breeding? Whatever the boss has in mind, I'll risk my life to support you. He grinned and nudged his way closer to Su Jiang. Besides, the school only said to form teams of 4. They never said we couldn't bring outsiders. I'll have my dad arrange 2 bodyguards for us. Guaranteed to make this void trip totally worth your while, boss. Su Jiang watched Wu-hao bragging endlessly about his dad's awesomeness and couldn't resist smacking him on the back of the head. Those are your words. I'll be satisfied when you get your necromancer skeleton past level 5. Wu-hao's face instantly scrunched up. Boss. You're my own boss. You can't be so hard on me. The necromancer skeleton is the weakest F-rank spirit beast in the necromancer class. Getting it to level 5? That'll take forever. I'm not like you, blessed with such incredible talent. His mouth ran faster than his brain as he blurted out the words, only then realizing that Su Jiang's spirit domain had shattered and his once promising talent had vanished entirely. Guilt washed over him as he looked at Su Jiang. Boss, I didn't mean it like that. Su Jiang shrugged it off with surprising grace. Alright, I know you meant no harm. If you can get that death spirit skeleton past level 10 in the void this time, I'll forgive you. Wu Hao's guilty expression instantly twisted into a mask of agony. Boss, you know I only got into 7th middle school because my dad's the underground boss of District 13. I got in through special admission. I really don't have the talent for this. Besides, I don't even need to try hard. My dad's already paved the way for me. Even if I'm a complete failure, my dad can still get me admitted on recommendation all the way through. Su Jiang was nearly laughing in anger. At a time like this, he was actually proud of his connections. He shot Wu Hao a look of exasperation. No discussion. I'll be supervising you every step of the way. If you can't cultivate those undead skeletons, don't even think about escaping the void. No one was more reliable than himself. Even the strongest, most solid backing could be lost one day. He genuinely hoped Wu Hao could stand on his own 2 feet and grow stronger. After all, since Su Jiang's fall from grace, Wu Hao was the only one among his former cronies who remained steadfastly by his side. Now Su Jiang had discovered the true value of his system. On one hand, he wanted to mentor Wu Hao, on the other, he needed Wu Hao to diligently cultivate his spirit beast so that he too could grow stronger. Su Jiang suppressed a smile as he patted Wu Hao on the shoulder. Work hard, young man. The weight on your shoulders isn't just your own future. Wu Hao clearly misread the tone, his face brimming with sincere gratitude and earnestness. Boss, rest assured. I'll work hard to grow stronger. When the time comes, I'll be the one protecting you. Su Jiang cleared his throat lightly. Even though the death spirit skeleton had gained a golden attribute, given Wu Hao's talent, it would still take considerable time for him to grow strong enough to protect others. By then, Su Jiang figured he might have already ascended to godhood. Still, he didn't want to dampen the kid's enthusiasm. With a complex look on his face, he patted Wu Hao's shoulder again and told him to go prepare for tomorrow's leveling session. After Wu Hao left, Su Jiang looked at the slime, which had been startled earlier and was now burrowing into his embrace. He decided to close the shop early, scooped up the slime, and headed back to his room on the 3rd floor. He planned to spend the 20 million he'd saved up. Before rolling for stats, Su Jiang even took a special bath, hoping to make himself look a bit fairer and rub off some luck. Su Jiang sat by the window under the moonlight, striking a pose that seemed to shorten his lifespan. Later, he realized it felt a bit unlucky. He couldn't sacrifice his life just for a good item, so he changed his posture. After opening the system panel, Su Jiang rubbed his palms together and clicked All Draw. Fate. No, wait. The attribute wheel spun wildly, flinging out streaks of colorless light. These were the thank you for your patronage items Su Jiang despised most. Su Jiang prayed for a few high-level entries. But things didn't go as planned. A few scattered colorless light orbs slowly transformed into white and green ones. Then it stopped at these 2 low-tier entries. Only the final orb gradually deepened in color, slowly shifting to blue. It then shifted to orange, tinged with a hint of red. Just as it was about to turn purple, it abruptly halted, seemingly destined to remain at the red tier. Fortunately, with one last tremble, the orb fully transformed into purple. This pull clearly didn't match the luck of his first solo miracle draw. He should have stuck with his original stance. Next time he prayed, he'd just sacrifice the lifespan of his C-rank blade lizard. Come to think of it, he'd already sent the sacrifice over. Why hadn't it yielded anything worthwhile? That golden attribute Su Jiang had given Wu Hao was the one he'd snagged on his very first blind pull back when he was still clueless. But thinking back now, maybe he'd been under some kind of beginner's protection with extra luck back then. He skimmed the white and green traits without reading their descriptions, his gaze immediately settling on the purple trait he was covering with his fingers. He prayed to the heavens for a useful slot with minimal restrictions. If it was useful, he vowed to eat both meat and vegetables for 3 months to repay his debt to the gods. His fingers slowly withdrew, the purple glow fading to reveal the inscription, Magic Blessing. Just as Su Jiang prepared to examine the entry's description closely, the slime, which had been quiet until now, suddenly went wild and leaped forward, burying its head deep into the purple light sphere in his hand. Chapter 6, Challenge Entry Qualification. Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath and reached out to grab it. But it was too late. The slime had already fused completely with the purple light. It whimpered softly in Su Jiang's arms. Seemingly aware it had done something extraordinary, it now whined and begged for Su Jiang's understanding. But the power contained within the purple entry was simply too overwhelming. After a few whimpers, the slime drifted off into a deep, drowsy sleep. Su Jiang gazed at the slime in his arms, his expression complex. Currently in the fusion phase, he couldn't discern the specific abilities of the Magic Blessing entry. But since he'd managed to attach the golden entry to an F-rank necromantic skeleton before, giving the slime a purple entry shouldn't be too much of a challenge. With that thought, Su Jiang carried the fusing slime back to the petri dish on the 2nd floor, deciding to check the final result in a couple of days. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, clanging noises echoed from downstairs. Wu Hao dared not go upstairs, instead bellowing from below. Boss, boss. I replaced the door for you. Su Jiang pressed his throbbing temples and followed him to the entrance of the void instance with a sigh. By now, a crowd had gathered at the instance entrance. School teachers were instructing the students about to enter the instance, emphasizing the importance of safety inside. If danger arose, they should press the call button immediately, and patrolling instructors would rush to their rescue. From a distance, Su Jiang spotted Jiang Xiaochuan, the troublemaker from yesterday's incident at the monster house. Gone was yesterday's frail appearance, now he stood arrogantly giving orders to his henchmen. Once we're inside the instance, all you need to do is have your spirit beasts lure the void monsters over. Once they gather, I'll handle them myself. The henchmen around him exchanged nervous glances. They had all witnessed yesterday how Jiang Xiaochuan's blade mantis had been instantly killed by a fire squirrel. At this point, he had the group gather monsters in the dungeon, and they were naturally reluctant. Setting aside the issue of who would claim the final blow's experience points, if they failed to clear an overcrowded mob, calling for a mentor's help would result in credit deductions. Seeing the hesitation in their expressions, Jiang Xiaochuan snorted contemptuously. Relax, my injuries have long since healed under my family physician's care. Plus, my father specially prepared a B-grade void mantis for me. I won't let anything happen to you. The sycophants surrounding him instantly plastered on obsequious grins. The Jiang family truly lives up to its reputation, so wealthy they can contract a B-grade spirit beast on a whim. And it's void attributed, which means it'll thrive in the void instance, achieving even higher growth rates. Jiang Xiaochuan basked in the flattery, his face beaming with pride. Then his gaze fell upon Su Jiang, the very man who had soured his mood yesterday. His expression darkened abruptly, then he seemed to remember something. Well, isn't this Su Jiang, the genius from 7th High? You're nothing but a useless piece of trash now. What are you doing here? Before Su Jiang could respond, Wu Hao shot back with a furious glare. To grind levels in the void dungeon, of course. What else would I be doing here? Screwing you? Jiang Xiaochuan's face flushed alternately red and white, but he dared not directly provoke Wu Hao. Instead, he continued to target Su Jiang. You're no longer a student at number 7 high. A loser like you has no business entering the dungeon. Su Jiang's expression darkened slightly, and he let out a cold laugh. The void dungeon may be jointly developed by the 8 schools, but it's also a public instance. Everyone has the right to enter. Jiang Xiaochuan, desperate to save face, snarled with a vicious expression, my dad is a school board member. If I say you can't enter, you can't enter. The heated exchange drew the attention of several onlookers, whose eyes darted between the group. After Jiang Xiaochuan finished speaking, many eyes turned to him with a hint of sycophancy. His expression grew even more smug. Ha! Su Jiang, if you really want in, fine. Just return the money you swindled from me yesterday, then kneel on the ground, kowtow twice, and shout I was wrong 3 times. I'll get my dad to make a special exception for you. The murmurs around them grew louder, and the looks directed at Su Jiang thickened with contempt. He's already a useless piece of trash. What's he going to do in the instance? Just cause trouble for us? He's swindling people? The once promising prodigy, how did he end up like this? Wu Hao was furious and started to speak up, but Su Jiang pressed his hand down. I said it before, the void dungeon is open to all. Anyone who meets the requirements can enter to level up. As soon as he finished, someone nearby snorted derisively. True enough, but outsiders must defeat a school mentor to gain entry. They have to last at least a minute against that mentor to earn entry. You're not even a beast master, yet you want to enter the void dungeon? That's nothing short of wishful thinking. Jiang Xiaochuan looked at him with contempt. You'd just be throwing your life away if you went in anyway. Why not start by returning the money you swindled from me? I might even take pity on you and pick a more comfortable way for you to die. Su Jiang's lips curved slightly. They say you win some, you lose some. I never thought the Jiang family would be so fickle. What? When Leng Xi was here yesterday, you didn't dare back out then? Jiang Xiaochuan's expression darkened further, convinced Su Jiang was courting death. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Aren't you about to enter the void dungeon? Outsiders must personally lead their spirit beasts to challenge the mentor. No one else is allowed to intervene. I'll be watching to see how you manage to pass this stage without that woman Leng Xi here today. By now, a crowd had gathered around. Word had spread that Su Jiang, the notorious failure, was challenging the mentor. They no longer hurried to enter the dungeon for leveling, instead crowding around to watch the spectacle. Seeing that Su Jiang didn't even possess the faintest aura of a beast master, the crowd's gazes grew more contemptuous. So this is the former genius of 7th middle school? Nothing special, huh? He's probably just talking big. How could someone without even a spirit beast possibly challenge a mentor? Su Jiang wasted no words. He simply took his ID and walked straight to the qualification verification station. Compared to the dense crowd surrounding him, this area felt much more spacious. A middle-aged man sat leisurely in a chair sipping tea. As the verification instructor, it had been ages since anyone from another school dared come to him for entry qualifications. Seeing Su Jiang approach, he paused in surprise. Su Jiang spoke calmly, hello, I'm here to challenge for entry qualifications. The words had barely left his mouth when shock rippled through the surrounding crowd. They could only think Su Jiang had lost his mind. He actually dared to do this. Su Jiang ignored the reactions, turning his head toward Jiang Xiaochuan with a faint, ambiguous smile. Want to make another bet? This time, it's on whether I can secure the entry qualification. The stakes are still 7 million. Chapter 7, defeated with a single punch. Jiang Xiaochuan's face shifted like a palette of colors. Su Jiang didn't even have a spirit beast now. He probably couldn't even withstand a single move from the verification instructor. He was tempted to accept the wager, yet an inexplicable feeling warned him against rash action. Su Jiang was a peculiar sort. Most people would have crumbled long ago after failing a contract and shattering their spirit domain. Yet this former prodigy acted as if nothing had happened, and now he dared to come to the void to level up. Jiang Xiaochuan began to suspect this kid was playing dumb to catch the tiger, and for a moment, he hesitated to agree. A chorus of boos erupted around them. Why the hell is Jiang Xiaochuan chickening out now? He was the one jumping around the most just moments ago, yet now he couldn't even bring himself to speak. Wu Hao's eyes darted around before he sneered, "No way. Didn't your Jiang family produce a school board member? Can't even come up with 7 million? The provocation made Jiang Xiaochuan forget all about Su Jiang's twisted nature. He stiffened his neck and retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? I accept this bet. I just worry that if that bastard Su Jiang gets beaten to death, I won't even know where to go to collect the money." Wu Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Damn it, if you die, my boss won't even break a sweat. I'll take your bet. I'm betting my boss can secure entry qualifications." Jiang Xiaochuan wasn't keen on crossing paths with the Wu family, the underground bosses of District 13. But the words were out, and he couldn't take them back. He could only glare maliciously at Su Jiang, hoping the verification mentor's shadow wolf would kill him outright. The verification mentor scrutinized Su Jiang from head to toe, hands behind his back. "Kid, summon your spirit beast." Su Jiang grinned. "I don't have a contracted spirit beast." The examiner's expression darkened. "No spirit beast? Then are you here to mock me? Get out! Get out! Get out! What kind of troublemaker are you?" Just as the mentor turned to sit back down, Su Jiang darted forward. Using his 25 agility points, he swiftly blocked the mentor's path. "Mentor, I submitted my challenge according to procedure. There's no rule saying someone without a spirit beast can't challenge you." The verification mentor sneered coldly, "I've never seen anyone so eager to court death. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." As the words fell, a dark ray summoning array began to form beneath his feet. A shadowy mist began to swirl above the array, and a deep guttural roar echoed from within the darkness. Many students nearby heard the roar and felt their legs grow weak. This was the overwhelming pressure emanating from a high-level spirit beast. Merely its presence on the field had already affected those around it. Though their faces paled slightly, they felt no shame. Instead, they shot malicious glances toward Su Jiang. "I thought Instructor Lu would go easy on this kid since he doesn't have a spirit beast. Judging by that aura, the instructor must have ordered full force. This kid's done for. Even if he dies, it's his own fault." He was overstepping his bounds to challenge the instructor without a spirit beast. It's laughable. But amidst the mockery and scorn, the challenge began. The shadow wolf's deep blue eyes flashed with icy light as its sharp claws lightly scraped the ground, producing a bone-chilling sound. Mentor Lu lifted his chin slightly, a trace of contempt in his eyes, seemingly waiting for Su Jiang to concede defeat. "I'll give you one last chance. If you admit defeat now, I might spare your life. But if you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame me for letting Shadow Wolf have a taste of blood." Su Jiang drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. He stared intently at the Shadow Wolf, leaning forward slightly, ready to strike at any moment. Master Lu sneered coldly, "What an arrogant youngster, truly unaware of his own limitations. Shadow Wolf, devour him." At the instructor's command, the Shadow Wolf charged toward Su Jiang like a black bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Su Jiang, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth. Su Jiang remained unflustered, his mind racing. He had noticed earlier that the Shadow Wolf slightly leaned forward when charging. This meant its center of gravity shifted forward during the attack, exposing a tiny opening in its belly for just an instant. This was his chance. Having grasped this insight, Su Jiang's mind was made up. He swiftly adjusted his stance, bending his knees slightly like a coiled spring, gathering power. The instant the Shadow Wolf lunged toward him, Su Jiang unleashed a fierce right punch. All his enhanced power was channeled into this single punch. Generating force from his legs, he twisted his waist to transfer the momentum through his arms, then slammed it into the Shadow Wolf's exposed weak spot. The immense impact instantly knocked the Shadow Wolf off balance, sending it flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. The entire crowd gasped in shock. Even Instructor Lu across the ring seemed momentarily blank, as if unable to comprehend what had just happened. A dark gleam flashed in Su Jiang's jet-black eyes. The contemptuous words from Instructor Lu and that order to eat his own words still echoed in his ears. He had intended to finish off Shadow Wolf with a single punch, but his strength of 27 points proved insufficient. Even though he had struck a vulnerable spot, it only left Shadow Wolf gravely injured, failing to finish him off. With so many eyes fixed on them now, he couldn't press his advantage. He could only silently commit loose features to memory, waiting for another chance. A minute passed swiftly, yet the Shadow Wolf remained sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Su Jiang flashed a gentle smile and inquired, "Instructor Lu, I suppose my challenge counts as successful?" Mentor Lu was panting heavily with rage, crouched beside Shadow Wolf examining its wounds. Hearing Su Jiang's words, his face darkened, but he didn't press the matter further. Passed. Passed. Once I administer first aid to Shadow Wolf, I'll stamp your entry qualification. Before he could finish, a cold, deep voice echoed from afar. Impossible. Mentor Lu and the others turned their gaze in unison to see a mentor approaching who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Xiaochuan. Instructor Lu spoke impatiently, "What's not allowed?" "Jiang Xiaobai, I'm the verifying instructor. I lost, period. Why are you butting in?" Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Xiaochuan's older brother, came to a halt. His gaze swept over his younger brother before he replied with a cold smile. "Instructor Lu, you've been sitting idle here far too long. Your abilities have deteriorated. You can't even defeat a worthless without a spirit beast. You have no right to verify." His icy gaze lingered on Su Jiang as he continued, "As it happens, my brother made a wager with him. I intend to personally verify whether this worthless Su Jiang has any business entering the Void Dungeon." As the words fell, a massive death lizard suddenly materialized behind Su Jiang, lunging in a sneak attack and biting directly at his waist. Chapter 8, Entering the Dungeon. Su Jiang tried to turn around, but it was already too late. However, he wasn't alone. The two bodyguards behind Wu Hao, Lu Wen and Lu Wu, had been watching Jiang Xiaobai closely since his arrival. Seeing him make his move, they wasted no time, instantly summoning two C-rank giant strength monkeys. Though not as formidable as the death lizard, these apes were significantly higher in rank. Before the lizard could bite anyone, the two apes clamped down on its massive jaws, one on each side. With all four arms straining, the lizard seemed poised to be torn in two. Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened as he spoke in a low, stern voice, "You unruly individuals, attacking a school instructor? Don't you fear disciplinary action?" Lu Wen glanced at Wu Hao. Seeing his young master had no intention of speaking, he turned his attention to Jiang Xiaobai. "Isn't the void a public instance? We too are here to challenge for entry qualifications. You said you wanted to verify it personally and even summoned a spirit beast. What? Now you're backing out and refusing to stamp our cards?" As his words fell, the two giant apes intensified their assault, and the death lizard let out a wretched, mournful cry. Jiang Xiaobai now found himself in a difficult position. His earlier words had been aimed at Su Jiang. Now Lu Wen and Lu Wu had seized the opening, threatening to finish off the death lizard at the slightest provocation. Setting aside his reluctance to antagonize the Wu family, he had raised the death lizard for years and couldn't bear to see it die so easily. He shot Su Jiang a dark, icy glare and gritted out, "I'll remember you, kid. You'd better pray you always have such good luck and never give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll make sure you see what I'm capable of." Su Jiang scoffed, dismissing it as empty threats. This sort of person hits the small fry, then brings in the big shots. Hit the big shots, and you might even get the old farts and stinkers involved. Jiang Xiaobai turned and walked away, his face dark with anger, only to be stopped once more by the Lu brothers, Lu Wen and Lu Wu. "Present your entry credentials." Jiang Xiaobai paused, then walked over to the verification counter where Instructor Lu had been standing. He stamped 3 seals on the documents and handed them over. The surrounding students watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning to stunned murmurs. They weren't surprised that Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the bodyguards, obtained entry qualifications. After all, the Void Dungeon was merely a public student dungeon where only spirit beasts below level 5 could gain experience inside. For individuals like Lu Wen and Lu Wu, revealing their spirit beast levels immediately identified them as bodyguards for major factions, ensuring they were granted access without question. But Su Jiang's performance was utterly unexpected. No one knew who started it, but the surrounding area instantly erupted into a clamor. "Did you see that? What Su Jiang just pulled off, that's not something a human could do. Su Jiang must have injected himself with gene serum. Genetic serum? That's suicide. He's insane. Then what else could it be? How else could he suddenly become so powerful? Maybe he summoned some kind of spirit beast. Impossible. Didn't Su Jiang's spirit domain shatter? How could he possibly summon a spirit beast? Whatever the reason, it's utterly unbelievable. Defeating a spirit beast with human strength alone is pure fantasy." As the crowd debated, Su Jiang turned to glance at Jiang Xiaochuan, whose face had gone pale. "With so many witnesses here, 4th young Master Jiang shouldn't renege on that 7 million, right?" Jiang Xiaochuan felt like he could spit blood from rage, but he couldn't bring himself to back out in front of so many people. Reluctantly, he transferred the funds, then stared at his dwindling balance with a sinking feeling. Spending 14 million in 2 days stung even for a young master of the Jiang family. Su Jiang paid no heed to his mood, turning to lead Wu Hao and the other two into the void instance. The moment they stepped inside, it felt like entering a mysterious realm shrouded in mist. Endless darkness surrounded them, like the profound void of the cosmos, stirring an inexplicable sense of awe and unease within their hearts. Light itself seemed distorted and feeble here, barely illuminating the small patch beneath their feet, unable to pierce the thick, dark veil. Strange energy fluctuations seemed to ripple faintly through the void, like invisible ripples slowly spreading. Occasionally, ghostly, shadowy creatures emerged from the ripples. They darted through the void like invisible specters. They would suddenly flash into existence, catching the students off guard. Their movements were incredibly swift, almost too fast to follow, leaving only a faint, blurred shadow visible. The moment Wu Hao entered, a void creature locked onto him. It appeared out of nowhere and bit Wu Hao's arm from behind. Though its low level meant it didn't cause much damage, the pain still made him yelp in agony. Ouch! I hate these monsters the most. You can't track their movements at all. Su Jiang glanced at the crimson mark left on Wu Hao's arm by the void creature and spoke calmly. Summon your skeleton. Wu Hao hesitated slightly but obeyed the order. Threads of grayish-white energy swiftly traced a summoning array on the ground. An F-rank death skeleton staggered out of the array, standing dumbly beside Wu Hao. Su Jiang instantly recognized that the skeleton had only leveled up once in the past half-month, showing almost no growth. Just as Wu Hao opened his mouth to explain, a void monster suddenly lunged at the death skeleton. Wu Hao was startled and frantically tried to control the skeleton, but Su Jiang had already beaten him to it, charging to the skeleton's side. His palm opened slightly, then clenched with brutal force. The formless void monster was actually killed outright by this violent blow. Not just Wu Hao, but even Lu Wen and Lu Wu were momentarily stunned. They had never witnessed such a method of leveling up. Su Jiang glanced at his palm, sensing the subtle boost to his abilities from slaying the monster. He abandoned all restraint, unleashing uninhibited attacks on the surrounding creatures. Wu Hao, trailing behind, opened his mouth, his expression hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but held back. He couldn't tell anymore whether he or the boss was the one who came to the void instance to level up. Unnoticed by the others, the faint energy orbs left behind by the monster slain by Su Jiang all flowed into the death skeleton's body. Its eyes, flickering with ghostly flames, grew increasingly bright. It took Wu Hao a long while to vaguely sense something was off. Ha! My skeleton feels way more agile than before. Did it level up? Let me check the system panel. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lifted the monitoring band on his wrist and pressed it against the skeleton's skull. Upon seeing the skeleton's current stats, a profanity slipped out. Holy! Chapter 9, The Cheating Skeleton. Wu Hao's eyes widened, his expression looking slightly dazed. Seeing his expression, Su Jiang had a hunch. This death skeleton had a golden attribute, something that hadn't been apparent before it was cultivated. Now that it had been upgraded, the difference was obvious. He leaned in to glance at the death skeleton's stats, his own face twisting into a look of astonishment. Wu Hao was already beside himself with excitement. Whoa! Boss, what kind of god-tier skeleton did you give me? It's clearly just an F-grade skeleton, but its growth rate is already approaching C-grade, and it even shows signs of further potential. The experience required for leveling is calculated based on F rank, but the growth rate of its 4 attributes is calculated as if it were a C-rank spirit beast. He proudly showed off the skeleton to Su Jiang, now gazing at it with adoration almost as intense as he would for his own father. Wu Hao's talent was mediocre. His spirit domain could only contract F-rank spirit beasts. So he'd long since given up on striving, planning to coast through life relying on his father's influence. But now, with this skeleton, he could finally contemplate things he'd once dared not dream of. Su Jiang's system panel flickered, and the skeleton's detailed attributes swiftly appeared before his eyes. Pet Beast, Death Skeleton. Grade, F grade C+. Level, 3. 4 attributes, Spirit 21, Strength 9, Agility 13, Health 17. Talents, Bone Shield Defense, Spirit Siphon. Bone Shield Defense is one of the Death Skeleton's initial skills, relatively quite useful. Spirit Siphon is a golden attribute bestowed by Su Jiang, allowing it to absorb energy from other monsters to enhance its own 4 attributes. As the death skeleton leveled up, Su Jiang's own 4 core attributes also saw a significant boost. He nodded with satisfaction and remarked, Level 5 should unlock a new skill. Keep pushing forward. Wu Hao nodded repeatedly, already holding Su Jiang in high regard. Now witnessing Su Jiang's formidable prowess moving through the void dungeon as if unopposed even without a spirit beast, he was utterly thrilled. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, on the other hand, found themselves redundant, trailing behind the pair with obedient expressions. They occasionally glanced at the death skeleton beside them with astonished eyes, already scheming how to report this to Wu Hao's father upon their return. As time ticked by, the skeleton's movements grew increasingly agile. Thanks to its astonishing, spirit siphoning talent, its growth rate was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Wu Hao felt like he was cheating at the game, grinning so widely his teeth were practically the only thing visible. At first, it was mostly Su Jiang doing the fighting. On one hand, it was to hone his own reflexes, on the other, it was for leveling up. Lu Wen and Lu Wu simply summoned the giant strength ape to guard behind them, ensuring no unexpected dangers arose. Later, as the death skeleton devoured more and more energy orbs, its level rose faster and faster, its 4 core attributes becoming increasingly monstrous. What shocked Wu Hao most was that after the death skeleton reached level 5, the experience points obtainable in this dungeon normally hit their cap. Yet the death skeleton remained completely unfettered by this rule, continuing to grow at an astonishing pace. Eventually, Su Jiang stopped intervening altogether, letting the death skeleton freely unleash its newly acquired Shadow Assault skill to relentlessly harvest the lives of surrounding void monsters. It wasn't until the following morning, when the death skeleton broke through to level 10, that its growth finally halted. Though these low-level void creatures still provided a tiny bit of energy, it was now a drop in the bucket for its growth. Su Jiang stretched lazily, glancing with satisfaction at his 4-dimensional attributes. This leveling quest is about done. Time to move on. Wu Hao stared at his death skeleton, then pinched his thigh hard. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Ouch, that hurt. This is real. I'm not dreaming. His voice trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe he'd obtained such a formidable spirit beast. On the way out of the dungeon, he couldn't bear to recall the death skeleton into his spirit domain space, terrified that if he blinked, such a powerful skeleton would vanish. Su Jiang was somewhat speechless, yet he understood his actions. If Su Jiang could restore his spirit domain right now, he'd probably be even more over the top than Wu Hao. Occasionally, they passed small groups of familiar students who would snicker under their breath upon seeing the skeleton beside Wu Hao. Is that the Wu family's only heir? And he's contracted an F-rank death skeleton? With their family's wealth, they shouldn't have trouble finding a higher-grade spirit beast. Rumor has it the young master of the Wu family has poor talent, so he could only contract an F-rank spirit beast. Doesn't that mean the Wu family faces a generational gap? Without an heir, won't the next generation fade into obscurity? Who knows? Maybe his father lives long enough to see the 3rd generation? Normally, Wu Hao would fly into a rage and confront anyone spreading such rumors. But today, he couldn't care less about the chatter. He felt every critic was just jealous of his adorable little skull. If the skull didn't look so terrifying, he'd even want to hug it and plant a couple of kisses on its skull cap. But he didn't kiss the skull. Instead, he turned to try kissing Su Jiang twice, only to be kicked 2 or 3 meters away by Su Jiang, thwarting his attempt. Wu Hao didn't get angry. After exiting the dungeon, he dismissed his 2 bodyguards and trotted happily behind Su Jiang back to the cute beast house. From a distance, they saw the door to the cute beast house shattered into pieces on the ground. Wu Hao's expression darkened, and he immediately cursed under his breath. Damn it! I just replaced the boss's door yesterday. Who the hell kicked it to pieces again? Jiang Xiaochuan emerged from the courtyard with a cold sneer. Seeing no bodyguards trailing behind them, he relaxed slightly before shooting Su Jiang a contemptuous glare. Su Jiang, if you know what's good for you, hand back that 14 million. You should know some money is too hot to handle, it's not meant for you. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, his expression growing more understanding. With the Jiang family's wealth, they'd first spent 12 million on a C-grade spirit beast only for Leng Xi to kill it, then lost another 14 million in quick succession. Such a massive loss was unbearable even for the Jiang family, which was why they were now shamelessly resorting to bullying tactics. Su Jiang sneered. I told you, winners take all. You're already my defeated opponent. How dare you come here alone? Don't you fear I'll finish you off right now? Jiang Xiaochuan's expression darkened further as he summoned a B-grade void mantis to lunge at Su Jiang. Enough talk. After all this time leveling up, my spirit beast is already level 5. Today, I'll watch closely as you 2 losers meet your end at my hands. Chapter 10, Taking Down Jiang Xiaochuan. The void mantis's speed seemed laughably slow to Su Jiang's eyes. With a slight sidestep, he dodged the attack entirely. Su Jiang shot Jiang Xiaochuan a mocking glance. Fancy another wager? Another 7 million? This time, I'll bet you'll lose miserably today. Hearing Su Jiang dare mention the 7 million again, Jiang Xiaochuan was furious enough to spit fire. Fierce anger burned in his eyes. Yesterday's humiliation felt like a thorn lodged deep in his heart, refusing to let go. Su Jiang. Instead of thinking about all that nonsense, you'd better figure out how to get out of here alive today. He sneered coldly, his gaze equally hostile toward Wu Hao. I hadn't planned to target you, but your attitude yesterday made me thoroughly disgusted. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing from the Wu family. Even as the only son, you have no right to inherit the Wu name. The renowned Wu family of District 13 is to be cut off with you? How laughable. The void mantis swung its massive forearms, thick void energy gathering around it as if it sought to reshape the environment into a battlefield suited to its comfort. Jiang Xiaochuan sneered contemptuously, fear. Tremble. The void mantis shall grant you the most terrifying death. Wu Hao's expression held a hint of worry. Though his death skeleton had reached level 10, capable of overwhelming the void mantis, he knew his innate talent couldn't match Jiang Xiaochuan's and feared he might hold the death skeleton back. Su Jiang patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Then he stood calmly by, watching the 2 spirit beasts attack each other. As if sensing its master's intent, the death skeleton initiated its shadow assault first. A shimmering mass of shadow energy shot from its body like a black lightning bolt, streaking toward the void mantis. The void mantis deftly sidestepped, evading the sudden assault. However, the death skeleton gave it no chance to catch its breath. A barrage of relentless attacks left the void mantis struggling to respond. Jiang Xiaochuan's face darkened as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Your death skeleton is merely an F-grade spirit beast. Even if cultivated to level 5, it couldn't possibly unleash so many consecutive attacks. What the hell did you do?" Wu Hao felt a surge of smug satisfaction as he shot him a glance. "You're so out of touch. There's so much you don't know." His eyes darted around. "If you bow your head and admit your mistake now, I'll have my death skeleton show mercy and spare you. You don't want to antagonize the Wu family, do you?" Jiang Xiaochuan's eyes turned red. "You must be forcing it. You must be draining the spirit beast's vitality and potential. This power can't last forever. As long as my spirit beast holds out, you will die. If you die here, no one will know I was behind it. No one will come after the Jiang family. Blame Su Jiang. If not for him, you wouldn't have been dragged into this mess." His expression bordered on madness as he commanded the void mantis to launch its attack. The void energy surged around the void mantis and it launched its assault. Its razor-sharp forelimbs, like deadly blades, slashed viciously at the death skeleton. But the death skeleton was no longer the dim-witted little skeleton freshly summoned. Possessing its own combat awareness, it unleashed Bone Shield Defense before Wu Hao could issue the command. A sturdy shield formed instantly before it, composed entirely of bone. The void mantis's attack struck the bone shield directly, producing a dull thud. Then, it deliberately exposed a weakness. As the void mantis lunged at it again with unyielding fury, the death skeleton seized the moment. The ghostly flames within its skull flickered wildly, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy. This force slammed into the void mantis. Its body trembled violently, and its soul was instantly torn apart by the death skeleton. It collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its vital essence extinguished. Losing 2 pets in quick succession dealt Jiang Xiaochuan a blow so heavy it felt unbearable. In that instant, his face turned as pale as paper, as if struck by frost, and a mouthful of blood gushed forth. The spark of life vanished from his eyes, replaced by endless agony and despair. 2 streams of blood tears trickled down his cheeks. The piercing agony churned relentlessly within his mind, causing blood to spill from his mouth, nose, and eyes as his consciousness began to blur. As the corpse of the void mantis on the ground slowly vanished, his spirit domain began to undergo a terrifying transformation. The once mysteriously potent spiritual domain now resembled a beautiful yet fragile bubble, shattering in an instant. The shattering of his spirit domain brought not only the loss of power but also a profound collapse of his spirit. Jiang Xiaochuan's eyes rolled back. He felt as though he'd plummeted from the clouds into an endless abyss of darkness, slipping completely unconscious. The death skeleton stood obediently beside the 2 men, making no further attack. Su Jiang's eyes flickered. He considered eliminating this trouble once and for all, sparing himself future complications from the Jiang family. But then he thought better of it. Before Jiang Xiaochuan had even left, someone might have known his true intentions. Besides, he had already offended Jiang Xiaobai. Even without Jiang Xiaochuan, the Jiang family would likely never coexist peacefully with him. Better to let Jiang Xiaochuan live, savoring the bitter taste of a genius's downfall just like his own. A faint smile touched Su Jiang's lips as he turned and walked toward the pet house. Wu Hao scratched his buzzcut, puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to take care of him?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Kill him? Then who'll compensate me for my gait? His spirit domain is shattered. He'll be a useless shell from now on. Living might be harder for him to bear than death." His expression held a hint of depth. Wu Hao thought he might have accidentally touched on a sore spot again, and his words grew more cautious. Su Jiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Enough with the act. I need your help with something. Come inside." Wu Hao gave a silly chuckle, stowed away the death skull, and trotted after Su Jiang into the house. "Just tell me what you need, boss. We're brothers through thick and thin, no need for all this help talk. Remember, what's mine is yours, and what's yours, well, it's still yours." Su Jiang cut off his antics and spoke with serious intent. "Only your family can handle this matter for me." Chapter 11, Magical Blessing. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Wu Hao's expression also turned serious. He pounded his chest in assurance. "Boss, you pulled me back from the brink. Just name it, and I'll make it happen." Su Jiang nodded, then dropped a bombshell. "I'm planning to take the college entrance exam, so I need an admission ticket. I'll need you to pull some strings on my behalf." Wu Hao's mouth fell open in shock. "Huh? Boss, the college entrance exam? Since you don't have school enrollment status now, you can only take it as a self-taught candidate." Su Jiang nodded again, confirming his suspicion. "Exactly. That's why I came to you. In my situation, no university will give me a recommendation letter. And besides a university recommendation letter, the only way to get a college entrance exam admission ticket is to buy it on the black market. Wu Hao's father handled underground operations across District 13, so Su Jiang saw no point in gambling his luck and decided to take the shortcut. Wu Hao's expression grew slightly complicated. Having leveled up with Su Jiang in the Void Dungeon these past 2 days, he was well aware of Su Jiang's formidable strength. But this was the college entrance exam. Never before had a student with a shattered spirit domain taken it. After all, how could one take the Gaokao without a spirit beast? Su Jiang said nothing more. In the end, Wu Hao returned to seek his father's help, his face full of confusion. To put it simply, the debt skeleton alone that Su Jiang had given Wu Hao was enough for the Wu family to owe him an immense debt of gratitude. Not to mention the life or death bond between Wu Hao and Su Jiang. A mere exam admission ticket was nothing. If his father refused, he'd roll on the floor crying until he agreed. Wu Hao walked out, his mind racing with thoughts. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted Jiang Xiaochuan lying half dead at the entrance of the pet shop. He muttered, "Bad luck." Then, with a hint of impatience, he dialed the Jiang household. The call took a while to connect, and when it finally did, an irritating tone burst through. "This is the Jiang residence in District 13. Who's calling? What do you want?" Wu Hao clicked his tongue. "Jiang Xiaochuan made a bet with me. He lost. Now I've disabled his spirit realm, and he owes me 7 million. He's currently near the Qishan area on 7th Street, close to death. Make sure to transfer the 7 million he owes me to the Wu family account." Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. Jiang Xiaochuan was already on the verge of unconsciousness. Wu Hao kicked him aside to a spot where he wouldn't obstruct pedestrians before continuing home. But after taking only a few steps, he turned back, kicking the man awake with irritation. Jiang Xiaochuan felt someone grinding relentlessly on his face. With great effort, he opened his eyes to see the useless soul heir of the Wu family standing on his face. Fury surged through him. Wu Hao sneered, "Once you're back, remember to get someone to fix my boss's front door. Make it quick. Otherwise, I won't mind finding more trouble for your Jiang family." Already weakened, Jiang Xiaochuan coughed up another mouthful of blood upon hearing this and collapsed unconscious. Wu Hao shot a disgusted glance at the blood splattered on his pants, kicked him again, and then headed home. Regardless of the commotion between the Jiang and Wu families, Su Jiang remained quite relaxed and carefree. His Mo Beast house wasn't exactly in a prime location, but it wasn't in a bustling area either. With no front gate at the moment, he didn't bother securing it. After all, the first floor housed mostly useless spirit beasts the kind thieves wouldn't even glance at. He headed straight upstairs to check on the slime that had fused with the magic blessing trait a couple days ago. The moment he reached the second floor, the slime bounced energetically around its petri dish. He opened the container, and the slime immediately stuck to Su Jiang, refusing to leave. Su Jiang didn't mind it at all. He tapped open the slime's interface. A dense wall of data instantly flooded the screen, overwhelming Su Jiang with a torrent of information. Since the slime hadn't been contracted yet, it remained at its initial level and grade. Besides its innate, minor healing skill, the talent, magic blessing, was clearly displayed right behind it. Su Jiang glanced over it briefly and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Though the entry was purple, its potential for evolution was immense. Not only could it enhance its own attributes and amplify skill effects, but it could also assist its teammate spirit beasts by sharing magic power and applying status buffs. The most subtle aspect was that while the slime was a full elemental spirit beast, it was also considered an elementless spirit beast. While it possessed all elemental attributes and could imbue its attacks with all elemental damage. But its inherent elemental bias was extremely weak, and no one would actively cultivate its elemental abilities. Yet, with the enhancement of Magic Blessing, its inherent elemental capabilities are amplified across the board, enabling it to unleash attacks of various elemental types. Combined with its innate, minor healing, this blessing even elevates its healing capacity beyond some C-rank spirit beasts. Su Jiang lifted the slime up for a closer look, pondering who might be the best buyer for this spirit beast. The slime whimpered and fussed in his arms, unaware that Su Jiang was scheming to sell it for a hefty price. Early the next morning, Wu Hao appeared again on the first floor of the spirit beast house. Su Jiang came downstairs from upstairs, still holding the slime in his arms, looking annoyed. "Do you never sleep? Where do you get all this energy every day?" Wu Hao scratched his buzz cut and grinned foolishly. "Boss, I talked to my dad about what you mentioned yesterday." Su Jiang's expression turned serious as he waited for Wu Hao to continue with the outcome. Wu Hao didn't beat around the bush. "My dad said it can be done. But he wants me to bring you back to our place for a while so he can see what you're capable of." He lowered his voice and added, "Honestly, my dad doesn't have any ulterior motives. He just wants to thank you for getting me such a powerful spirit beast. Also, you know what my family does, right? While most beast tamers focus on cultivating spirit beasts these days, some still train themselves using ancient martial arts methods. Certain cultivation elixirs, genetic potions, and ancient martial arts techniques suitable for human use circulate on the underground black market. My 2 bodyguards mentioned your performance in the Void Dungeon to my father. His suggestion is that you may select a few items from our family treasury as a token of our gratitude." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. The Wu family's treasure vault, now that was a place worth seeing. Chapter 12, Heading to the Wu family. Though Su Jiang possessed a system, he couldn't contract spirit beasts, so the system's utility remained somewhat limited. If the Wu family possessed cultivation methods to enhance a master's physical prowess, it might explain the origins of his own abilities. With that thought, Su Jiang didn't beat around the bush. Let's go. Right now. Su Jiang considered placing the slime on the second floor. But the slime stubbornly clung to him, refusing to budge. Wu Hao suppressed a smile as he watched for a moment. Ahem, boss, if it really won't budge, just carry it alone. Slimes are F-rank tamed beasts with gentle temperaments. Lots of girls keep them as pets. By pet, Wu Hao meant it wasn't a contracted spirit beast, but rather something you kept at home to play with occasionally, much like a kitten or puppy. Su Jiang considered explaining, but decided against it. He flicked the slime's forehead, then hoisted it onto his shoulder and headed out. The Wu family's ancestral estate spanned 3 hills in the suburbs, not too far from the pet house. It took them just over 10 minutes to walk there. Several guards stood at the estate gate. Upon seeing Wu Hao return, they bowed in greeting. Young master, you and young master Su have returned. The leader awaits you in the reception hall. Wu Hao gave a perfunctory nod and led Su Jiang toward the reception hall. Along the way, numerous younger members greeted Wu Hao, their gazes tinged with subtle disdain and envy. Wu Hao seemed accustomed to such attitudes from his subordinates, his expression unchanged. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Don't these people know about your situation? Wu Hao paused, then broke into a grin. Haha, boss, didn't you teach me to play dumb to catch the wise? Lu Wen and Lu Wu were assigned to me as bodyguards by my father years ago. They only take orders from me or my father. You always gotta keep a few cards up your sleeve. These guys still think I'm that useless good-for-nothing who couldn't inherit the Wu family. His gaze toward some subordinates darkened momentarily, but he quickly resumed his usual carefree demeanor. Su Jiang didn't press further, merely patting his shoulder. Between us, I won't beat around the bush. If you need anything, just ask. Whatever I can do, I'll do. A flicker of warmth flickered in Wu Hao's dark eyes as he grinned and gave Su Jiang's shoulder a friendly punch. The skull you gave me, boss, is already a tremendous help. Seeing the reception hall ahead, Su Jiang said no more and followed Wu Hao inside. Seated in the main chair was a commanding middle-aged man, with a delicate-looking young girl standing beside him. Wu Hao's expression froze momentarily upon seeing the girl. Little sister, what are you doing here? Wu Ro's beautiful, affectionate eyes glanced at Wu Hao before casually sweeping over Su Jiang beside him. She then spoke in a soft, delicate voice. Father sent me here. Wu Zhengqing cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He then turned to Su Jiang with a warm smile. Young Su, it's been ages since you last visited our home. Before their passing, Su's parents had been formidable figures in District 13, maintaining close ties with the Wu family. But after their passing, the original host rarely visited the Wu family. After inheriting this body, although Su Jiang got along well with Wu Hao, he still felt reluctant to deepen his ties with the Wu family. This time, it was the college entrance exam admission ticket that had caused trouble for Wu Zhengqing. Otherwise, Su Jiang wouldn't have wanted to enter the Wu family's circle. But now wasn't the time for such talk. Su Jiang wore a perfectly measured expression of vulnerability. I've had my hands full with recent events, uncle, and haven't had the chance to visit. Wu Zhengqing nodded understandingly. Yes, you certainly had your hands full lately. I heard you're starting some kind of spirit beast shop. Need any help with that? Su Jiang smiled shyly. It's just a small endeavor of mine, nothing worthy of your attention, uncle. Wu Zhengqing narrowed his eyes at him, dropping the pretense. You want a college entrance exam admission ticket? Su Jiang nodded. Wu Zhengqing's expression held a hint of consideration. I heard from Xiao Wan and Xiao Wu about your exploits in the dungeon. If you want to take the college entrance exam, brute strength alone won't cut it. A calculating glint flickered in his eyes. My family possesses an ancient martial arts manual passed down for generations. It allows ordinary people to cultivate their bodies and even elevate their spiritual realm. But this manual is a family treasure of the Wus, passed only among our own. I've got high hopes for you, kid. Now, I've got an idea. Before he could finish, Wu Hao beside him cut him off impatiently. Dad, are you talking about that useless Hunyuan Gong? That thing claims that when mastered, one can directly withstand attacks from low-level spirit beasts. But doesn't that manual require the practitioner's 4 core attributes to be above 100 just to begin cultivation? No one in our family has ever met that requirement all these years. What good is that useless manual? He scratched his buzz cut, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. You wouldn't be suggesting the boss practice that, would you? That's way too difficult. If it were useful, I'd have brought it to the boss ages ago. Why would I need your input, old man? Su Jiang could see Wu Zhengqing visibly suck in a breath of cold air, his face turning slightly pale with anger at the kid. Suppressing a chuckle, he cleared his throat. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. I'm willing to give it a shot. What are your thoughts on this? Su Jiang offered him a way out, and Wu Zhengqing managed to squeeze a faint smile back onto his face. As I just said, this knowledge is passed only within the Wu family. So I was thinking. My daughter Roar is about your age. If you're willing to marry into our family, I'll cover all your future cultivation resources. Before Su Jiang could refuse, Wu Hao suddenly leaped to his feet. Dad, what kind of polite talk is that? When you asked me to bring the eldest son back, that's not what you said to me. Besides, if the eldest brother truly needed cultivation resources, why would he need to marry into the family? I'd have sent them over long ago. Wu Zhengqing clutched his chest, feeling as though having this troublesome son was nothing but a curse upon himself. He'd heard from Lu Wen and Lu Wu that Su Jiang possessed some talent, and since Wu Hao was so fond of this brother, he thought to cultivate an alliance. On one hand, he wanted to cultivate a new powerhouse for the Wu family. On the other hand, he harbored suspicions about the origins of that death skull and hoped to uncover some secrets through Su Jiang. But that brat Wu Hao had sold him out completely. Fuming, Wu Zhengqing pointed his finger at Wu Hao's nose and began berating him. How could I have sired such a good-for-nothing brat? Su hasn't even said a word yet, and you're already jumping the gun. If you're so eager to hand over resources, you might as well go marry into the Su family as a son-in-law. Wu Hao's eyes lit up as he chimed in, well, if it's a good fit, why not? Chapter 13, A New Bet. Wu Zhengqing nearly choked on his own anger. Wu Rou hurriedly massaged his chest gently to help him catch his breath. She shot Wu Hao a disapproving look, signaling her brother to hold his tongue. Unfortunately, if Wu Hao could read the room, he wouldn't be Wu Hao. His old man was already fuming, yet he stood there with his hands on his hips, spouting nonsense. Dad, you can scheme against anyone else, but don't you dare scheme against me, the eldest son. He and I share a bond forged in life and death situations. Scheming like this would only wound our friendship. Su Jiang's expression grew. He sensed that if Wu Hao kept talking like this, it might just end up damaging the father-son bond between him and his dad. Wu Zhengqing had no desire to continue the conversation. He opened a drawer, pulled out an admission ticket, and placed it on the table. Enough. I'm getting old, and you kids never listen to a word I say. I mean no harm, just want to strengthen our family ties. The admission ticket is ready. Xiao Hao, take him to the treasure vault to pick something out. With that, he promptly ushered all three of them out and returned to his official duties. Wu Hao's expression still held a trace of resentment, while Wu Rou gave a helpless smile. Father didn't mean any harm. He actually has a lot of important business to attend to today. He made time specifically to chat with us. Wu Hao pursed his lips. He only cares about his own business. He swallowed the rest of his words, suddenly turning to Su Jiang with excitement. Boss, do you still have that skeleton? My sister just awakened her spirit domain not long ago and hasn't had time to contract a spirit beast yet. His fingers fidgeted nervously as he grinned sheepishly. Boss, we don't want to let good things go to strangers, right? If you've got any well-trained spirit beasts left, save one for my sister. Su Jiang looked curious. I thought you were an only child. Wu Rou pursed her lips and explained softly, I'm a child from a secondary wife. I'm only registered under my father's name, but I have no real inheritance rights. Su Jiang didn't understand the inheritance dynamics of such a large family, so he didn't press further. Just as he was about to speak, a haughty voice cut in from the side. Well, if it isn't the young master. What brings you home today? Little sister Rou, you've just awakened. You should avoid hanging around those useless people. You don't want to become one of them. Another sycophantic voice chimed in obsequiously. Exactly, Miss Rower. You should be spending time with young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou's talent is so exceptional. He'll surely rise above the rest someday and marry you to inherit the Wu family. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, ignoring the fawning crowd. Instead, he glanced curiously at Wu Rou, whose face was deathly pale. Your father. Uncle Wu, is he using your marriage as a bargaining chip? Wu Rou shook her head. No, father never meant that. These are all just their speculations. While they spoke, Wu Hao was seething with rage. Without a word, he punched Zhou Jiahong. Hey, Zhou. This is the Wu family's place. You've got no right to boss us around here. Zhou Jiahong's face turned ashen, but he dared not retaliate here. He could only grit his teeth and glare at Wu Rou with a grim expression. Miss Rou, you'd be wise to consider what I've said. With the young master's hot-headed temper, the Wu family won't fare well if he ever takes charge. Wu Rou felt a surge of anger, yet her voice remained soft and gentle. I won't have you speak that way about my brother. Even if my brother fails to grow into his role, the Wu family still has me. I will never let you succeed. I'll just contract a powerful spirit beast myself to uphold the Wu family. Across from her, Zhou Jiahong looked as if he'd heard the most laughable joke. You? With just you? You awakened a healing-type spirit domain, a mere support type. And you expect to uphold the Wu family? Ha ha ha. That's truly laughable. Wu Rou trembled with rage, yet found no words to defend herself. Zhou Jiahong sneered coldly, then turned his gaze to Su Jiang, continuing his indiscriminate attacks. So you're the famous genius Su Jiang, here to mooch off others? A sycophant beside him sneered, he's no genius now. His spirit domain shattered, he's just a useless. Zhou Jiang let out a theatrical "oh." No wonder a genius carrying around the lowest tier slime. So his spirit domain shattered, leaving him only fit to raise a pet for show. Makes sense. A useless piece of trash like you deserves nothing better than to hang around with the lowest tier spirit beast of slime. Su Zhang's expression darkened. But he quickly seemed to think of something. He glanced down at the slime, then looked back at Zhou Jiang across from him, a subtle curve lifting the corners of his lips. "Oh? You look down on slimes, do you? Care to make a bet with me?" Wu Hao, who had been seething like a pufferfish beside them, recognized Su Zhang's familiar expression and the wager proposal. He knew someone was about to get their ass kicked. He chuckled darkly, his eyes darting around as he stirred the pot. "Young Master Zhou isn't scared, is he? You wouldn't dare take a bet against my boss, would you?" Zhou Jiang's face darkened. "Bet? Why wouldn't I dare? What's it gonna be?" Su Zhang's lips curved slightly. "I'll bet your spirit beast can't beat a slime. As for the stakes, let's round it up to 10 million. Zhou Jiang's expression darkened further. Though he was called Young Master Zhou, his grandfather was merely a follower of the Wu family and simply didn't have that kind of money saved up. Now that Su Jiang had proposed such a large wager, Zhou Jiang found himself in a difficult position. But he quickly spotted a flaw in Su Jiang's words. "Your slime has no contract. It can't fight my beast." His tone was slightly urgent, as if he wanted to escape this wager as quickly as possible. "My cyclone lizard is a C-rank spirit beast. A lowly slime like that? It could take it down in one hit." Su Jiang's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Wu Rou. "Want a spirit beast? I'll give you a discount 10 million for it." Wu Rou froze for a moment, but it was Wu Hao beside her who spoke excitedly. Boss, this one too?" Su Jiang gave a slight nod, and Wu Hao, understanding the hint, shut his mouth. He urged Wu Rou impatiently, "Sis, this is a great deal. I'll cover the 10 million for you, just grab it." Across from them, Zhou Jiang seized the moment to sneer. "Ha! Even if you're trying to save face, you don't have to be so obvious about it. If Miss Roar dares to contract even the most basic slime, what harm is there in me accepting this wager?" He seemed convinced Wu Rou wouldn't contract a slime, so his taunts came pouring out one after another. Wu Rou's expression flickered with hesitation as she glanced at Su Jiang, then at Wu Hao, who looked anxious. She bit her pearly teeth lightly and murmured, "I believe in you, brother. I bound this slime." Chapter 14, Victory. The moment Wu Rou's words fell, the surrounding area plunged into silence. Zhou Jiang's eyes widened before he blurted out. "Miss Roar, even if you're acting out of spite, you should consider the circumstances. This concerns your future. Even if you want to give up on yourself, don't be so impulsive as to trust a good-for-nothing like that." Wu Rou's delicate features hardened into a cold expression. "This is my business. You needn't concern yourself." With that, she reached out and took the slime from Su Jiang's arms. As their bodies touched, a soft, fragrant breeze wafted over him. Zhou Jiang across from them tried to offer more words of advice, but Wu Hao immediately shoved him back. "Enough. My sister's contract will take some time. Zhou Jiang, you can go prepare. 1 o'clock this afternoon, the Colosseum. You won't back out at the last minute, right?" Zhou Jiang's fleeting sympathy for Wu Rou vanished instantly. "Are you kidding? With that slime of yours, you think I'd back out? Just wait and see. By this afternoon, I'll clear out Miss Roar's spirit domain. To express my apology, I'll naturally select the most suitable spirit beast for Miss Roar with the 10 million I win." He regarded Wu Rou as his exclusive possession and naturally wouldn't want her to casually contract some worthless creature. Yet Wu Rou's expression remained coldly indifferent. Without another word to him, the group simply walked away. Zhou Jiang stomped his feet in fury. What does she think she's doing? This young master is only looking out for her. Why isn't she grateful? His sycophantic lackey grinned obsequiously beside him. "Once young Master Zhou wins, Miss Roar will surely recognize your kindness. Among the younger generation, who else but you could possibly be worthy of Miss Roar?" Time flew by, and by 1 p.m., when the three arrived at the arena, Zhou Jiang had already been waiting for a while. Spotting Wu Rou, he sneered, "I thought you cowards had chickened out at the last minute. Miss Roar, I mean you no harm. If you choose to concede now, I will spare you." Wu Rou's fingers gently stroked the slime, her expression cool and detached. She had seen the slime's newly acquired talent on her interface, though its exact function remained unclear. But Wu Hao had explained that his skeleton had also gained an extra talent, which was why it had become so powerful. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. "Who wins and who loses, how can we know without trying?" Zhou Jiang's expression darkened. Dropping the pleasantries, he summoned his whirlwind lizard. He was quite formidable himself, roughly the same age as Wu Hao, and had also cultivated this spirit beast to level 7. The moment this sea-great spirit beast appeared, it radiated a powerful aura, drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding peers who had gathered to watch. Young Master Zhou is quite impressive. Raising a spirit beast to level 7 at this age, he'll definitely get into a top-tier university. True. The only dungeon students can access is the nearby void dungeon, and its experience cap is level 5. To advance beyond that requires massive resources. Zhou Jiang listened to the surrounding chatter, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. He lifted his chin. Ladies first. Miss Rower, you go first. Wu Rou's expression held a hint of fragility as she stroked her equally delicate and fragile slime. Softly, she murmured, "Go." The arena instantly grew tense and heavy with anticipation. Though Zhou Jiang had declared Miss Rou would strike first, his whirlwind lizard suddenly lunged forward as if possessed. Wu Rou furrowed her delicate brows, directing the slime to dodge the whirlwind lizard's attacks. Just as the crowd began to jeer, they watched in astonishment as the slime dodged the attack with astonishing speed. How was that possible? Jaws dropped in astonishment. Given the slime's 4-dimensional attributes and its immobile form, it should have been impossible to evade that strike. Zhou Jiang's expression grew more serious as he tried to control the whirlwind lizard. But the cyclone lizard, its strike having missed, seemed to grow frenzied. It opened its massive jaws and spat out a sharp wind blade. The slime's body tensed slightly, and the wind blade sliced past it, leaving only a shallow mark on its surface. Then, the slime launched its counterattack. A faint blue glow flickered across its body as the talent magic blessing activated. Instantly, the slime's aura grew powerful. After a brief pause to gather power, it opened its mouth and spat out a small fireball, sending it hurtling straight toward the whirlwind lizard. The whirlwind lizard glanced at the fireball with disdain, neither dodging nor flinching, allowing it to strike its body. Yet, the moment the fireball exploded, the whirlwind lizard let out a pained roar. It turned out that under the enhancement of the magic blessing, the fireball's power far exceeded expectations. Enraged, the whirlwind lizard charged at the slime with even greater speed than before. The slime, however, calmly spat out a series of small ice balls. The whirlwind lizard tried to dodge, only to find these ice pellets seemed to possess tracking capabilities, striking it one after another. Its speed gradually slowed, and frostbite began to appear on its body. Then, the slime unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the whirlwind lizard directly. The whirlwind lizard trembled violently and collapsed to the ground. But it soon struggled back to its feet, preparing for a final counterattack. The slime gave it no chance, unleashing another magic blessing, pushing its own healing abilities to the absolute limit. A soft glow emanated from its body, enveloping the whirlwind lizard. The whirlwind lizard tried to struggle, but this light was healing for the slime and deadly for the whirlwind lizard. Enveloped in the glow, the whirlwind lizard's movements gradually slowed until it finally lost all ability to resist. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wasn't the slime the lowest tier spirit beast? When had it evolved to this extent? Chapter 15, Courting. A whirlwind lizard was a C-rank spirit beast. Yet it had been defeated by a newly contracted 0-rank F-grade slime. Could this be a dream? Zhou Jiang's face drained of color as he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He stared blankly at the whirlwind lizard lying on the ground, seemingly unable to accept this outcome. Su Jiang smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward Zhou Jiang. "Young Master Zhou, it seems you've lost 10 million. Thank you for your patronage." Wu Hao jumped up excitedly, cheering loudly. "Ha, the boss is amazing. That slime is simply unbeatable." Wu Rou also broke into a delighted smile. Gazing at the slime beside her, her heart brimmed with joy and affection. Just as everyone was caught up in their own emotions, a sudden, aged shout rang out. "Who are you, you brat? Playing around with these shady tricks? Do you think the Zhou family has no one left?" As the words fell, a heavy aura of pressure descended upon Su Jiang and his two companions. Su Jiang's face paled slightly, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. The newcomer let out a startled gasp. What had begun as a disciplinary action now prompted a heightened wariness toward Su Jiang. The newcomer was Zhou Fuhong's grandfather, Zhou Fu, who had long ago served as a subordinate under Wu Zhengqi. Now a veteran of the Wu family, his status was solidly established. His earlier outburst had targeted all three, but the bulk of his pressure had been directed at Su Jiang. After all, Wu Hao and Wu Rou were direct descendants of the Wu family. Even in his fury, he dared not strike them hard, venting his anger solely on Su Jiang instead. Yet despite using a mere 50% of his strength enough to crush the boy even more pitifully than Zhou Jiang, he ended up only making blood trickle from Su Jiang's lips. This outcome clearly caught him off guard. Wu Hao and Wu Rou's faces paled slightly as they shouted angrily at Zhou Fu. "What do you mean by this, Uncle Zhou?" Zhou Fu's expression flickered slightly, but before he could utter a word, a powerful gust of wind swept him off his feet. He rolled awkwardly twice on the ground. As he struggled to his feet, he tried to hold it back, but couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Fu glared, his face darkening, intending to see who dared attack him. But when he turned his head, he saw Wu Zhengqi. Wu Zhengqing's expression was equally grim. After waving away the younger onlookers, he fixed a stern gaze on Zhou Fu lying on the ground. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Zhou Fu's face drained of color as he belatedly realized he'd laid hands on the Wu family's young master and young miss. Years of pampered privilege had long since made him forget that he was once merely a subordinate under Wu Zhengqing. He hurriedly explained, "Boss, I acted in the heat of the moment. When I saw the young master lying on the ground, Before he could finish, Wu Jingqing's overwhelming aura crushed down upon him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wu Jingqing spoke coldly, "Pack your things. Leave the Wu family." He turned to signal Su Jiang and the others to leave, pausing only to add over his shoulder, "And don't forget to take your good-for-nothing grandson with you. To dare covet my son, how utterly ignorant of his place." With that, he led the three men back to his study. This meeting revealed Wu Jingqing's attitude was markedly more serious than earlier that morning. Ignoring Wu Hao's incessant chatter as he tried to lodge a complaint, he reached out and took Wu Ro's slime, examining it closely. He had already learned of the events at the arena. Initially annoyed that Wu Ro had risked contracting a seemingly useless slime, he now reconsidered his stance. After studying it for a long while without discerning anything unusual, he turned his attention to Su Jiang. One death skeleton might be coincidence, but another unique slime? That hardly seems coincidental, does it? I also heard that Leng Xi from the Long family contracted a spirit beast from that same place. I imagine it's no ordinary creature either, right? Su Jiang hadn't expected Wu Jingqing to have such detailed knowledge of his recent experiences. He smiled and asked, "What exactly are you getting at, Uncle Wu?" Wu Jingqing paused, his mind racing through various thoughts. Finally, he offered a kind smile. "Nothing specific. You and Xiaohao are friends, and now you and Rower seem to get along well too. In Uncle's eyes, you're like family. Due to my oversight, you suffered some injustice. To make amends, I've decided to give you that book of the Han Yuan Gong technique I mentioned earlier." Su Jiang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wu Jingqing to think so quickly and decisively choose to befriend him. The memory of Wu Jingqing's earlier contempt, when he tried to make him marry into the family, flashed through his mind. Su Jiang quickly composed himself, offering a modest, shy smile. "Uncle, you're too kind. It was just childish play, I'm not that precious." However, this method of cultivating spirit beasts is, after all, a family secret passed down through the Su clan. It involves the commercial secrets of the Mo Beast House. Before he could finish, Wu Jingqing waved his hand dismissively. "I mean, no pressure. Since it's your family secret, I won't pry further. I'm merely curious about the success rate of this cultivation method." Su Jiang's eyes darted about as a bitter expression crossed his face. "The success rate is rather low, less than 10%. Ultimately, it's a gamble, and the resources consumed are substantial." Chapter 16, Four Treasures. Wu Jingqing visibly relaxed, his smile growing warmer. A 10% success rate is already quite impressive. The spirit beasts cultivated this way are truly formidable. "Oh, and about your spirit beast shop, doesn't it have membership programs? I'll transfer you 20 million. Partly as membership fees for me and Rower. On the other hand, it's also payment for that slime." He hesitated before adding, "I know that slime's price is definitely far beyond 20 million. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can discuss it further." Su Jiang had no complaints. This figure already exceeded his expectations. 20 million yuan, plus the 10 million Zhou Fu had lost to him earlier, plus the 14 million Jiang Xiaochuan had sent over. Su Jiang could scrape together enough for a 50-pull streak. He was actually looking forward to seeing what good items he might pull this time. Seeing Su Jiang's expression soften much more relaxed than when he'd left the reception room that morning, Wu Jingqing breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Did you go to the treasure vault to pick something out? Don't stand on ceremony with your uncle. Take whatever you like." Wu Hao bounced along, tugging Su Jiang back outside. As they stepped out, they heard Wu Jingqing add with a laugh from behind, "My suggestion from this morning still stands. If you're interested, consider it a way to form an alliance through marriage." He made no mention of the arrangement to marry into the family, but his words clearly conveyed his approval of marrying Wu Ro off to them. Come to think of it, Su Jiang was now orphaned, with no ties left to the main branch of the Su family. If Wu Ro married into the Su family, Su Jiang would naturally grow closer to the Wu clan. Su Jiang glanced back at Wu Ro, her cheeks flushed crimson. He smiled but didn't commit to the matter, dismissing Wu Jingqing's words as a joke. Yet as he turned away, his expression grew wary. Given the talent he displayed and the limited abilities he revealed, Wu Jingqing shouldn't be courting him so warmly. Was there something unfolding behind the scenes that he was unaware of? Before Su Jiang could fully process his thoughts, Wu Hao had already dragged him to the Wu family's treasure vault. As soon as the multiple seals were broken, Wu Hao casually pushed open the doors. A room filled with dazzling jewels and treasures instantly blinded Su Jiang. Staring at the contents of the room, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Did you bring me to the wrong place? This is your family's core treasure vault, right? If you let me pick anything I want from here, won't your dad beat you to death?" Wu Hao grinned, running his fingers through his buzz cut. "Boss, I'm no fool. If it were this morning, I'd have taken you to the small vault. But after you just finished talking with my dad, I could tell exactly what he meant. Pick away. This is the treasure vault." Su Jiang inwardly gasped, his eyes darting across the meticulously categorized piles of treasures, feeling momentarily overwhelmed. An entire half wall was stacked with ancient martial arts manuals alone, while weapons of every kind lined the adjacent shelves. Standing there, Su Jiang could feel the energy radiating from them. Not to mention the pile of spirit beast eggs filling half the storeroom. The swirling elemental energies surrounding them drew Su Jiang's gaze for a long while. Wu Hao was rummaging through a pile of special treasures nearby. Spotting Su Jiang standing still, he called out to him twice. "Boss, what are you doing? Come over here. There's a bunch of cool stuff I don't recognize. If you like any of them, I'll pack them all up for you to take home." Su Jiang wore that same expression that defied description. "Your dad must be pretty, well." He sighed, then walked over to browse through the items with him. After sorting through everything for a while, Wu Hao wanted to stuff everything he saw into Su Jiang's hands. Su Jiang refused repeatedly to avoid carrying away the entire treasure trove, finally accepting only 4 items. Though only 4 items, they were essentially the most precious treasures in the entire vault. A 2 cubic meter storage bag, a one-time life-saving talisman, an invisibility cloak, and a beast-taming manual. The first 3 items were practically forced upon him by Wu Hao, while the beast-taming manual was actually what he himself desired. This book contained detailed information about spirit beasts. While the school taught some basics, it couldn't compare to the comprehensive knowledge preserved in the Great Clan's own texts. As the trio departed, Wu Hao still felt a pang of regret. "Boss, there were so many good things left inside. Why did you only take a little bit?" Su Jiang was too drained to complain, but the thought of needing 6 million more for his 50 consecutive draws made his eyes widen. "I don't need those things right now. But I need your help with something. Any of your guys need a contract spirit beast?" At this, Wu Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Yeah. Definitely. Plenty of them. "Boss, are we talking about the same kind of spirit beasts as the little skeleton and slime?" Su Jiang gave a light chuckle. "They won't be as strong as those two, but compared to ordinary spirit beasts, their growth potential is decent. You'd better find a trustworthy guy." Wu Hao fell deep in thought, understanding Su Jiang's implied meaning. After hesitating for a long while, he finally called a subordinate over. The kid had a decent-looking face, though he sported shoulder-length hair and spoke with a slightly effeminate tone. "Hey, isn't this the boss, along with the boss's boss? And Sister Rower too? What's the deal with calling me here?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately realized the young man must be Wu Hao's confidant. Knowing about Su Jiang's situation, yet still calling Wu Ro little sister. Wu Hao might look a bit dim, but he wasn't actually stupid. He knew how to prioritize things. Wu Hao cleared his throat and pulled Sun Rong aside. "Kid, I'm offering you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Take it or leave it." Chapter 17, 50 consecutive draws. Sun Rong's expression turned peculiar. "Boss, tell me what this opportunity is first." Wu Hao's expression was subtle. "First, release the contract with your spirit beast. Then I'll tell you." Sun Rong's face instantly filled with question marks. Su Jiang and Wu Ro exchanged a speechless glance, thinking Wu Hao might genuinely have some issues. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, Sun Rong began carving the symbol array to break the contract without another word. Su Jiang instantly began to look at Sun Rong with newfound respect. After all, dissolving the contract between a master and their spirit beast, while not as damaging as the beast's death, still carried significant consequences. Sun Rong didn't even ask what had happened, she just started drawing the array after hearing Wu Hao's words. He genuinely held Wu Hao in high regard. Su Jiang had originally intended to casually sell this kid a white or green tier item, but now that seemed rather inappropriate. Yet the 3 high-grade items Su Jiang had left were all unsuitable for this kid. As he pondered, he turned to see Sun Rong's contract termination array nearly complete. Su Jiang seemed to have an epiphany and called out, "Hold on." Sun Rong paused her work and turned to look at him with Wu Hao, both puzzled. "What's your contracted spirit beast? Can I see its stats?" Sun Rong glanced at Wu Hao. Seeing him nod, she dispersed the talisman array beneath her hands and transformed it into a summoning formation. An ice-blue giant serpent emerged from the summoning array, coiling itself around Sun Rong's shoulders. The moment the frost serpent appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Wu Ro, startled, took a few steps back. Pet beast, frost serpent. Rank, C class. Level, 5. For attributes, Spirit 16, Strength 27, Agility 21, Health 24. Talents, Frost Breath, Coil. Sun Rong's talent was quite impressive, she could contract a C-rank spirit beast right from the start. However, this giant python was clearly raised as a control-type spirit beast. Su Jiang only had the golden trait Infinite Devour that matched it somewhat. But Su Jiang had no intention of giving him that skill. Instead, he gave him a thoughtful look. "Give me your spirit beast for the night. I'll try to cultivate it for you." He suspected Wu Zhengqin might still be monitoring their situation, so he didn't make any firm promises. But success isn't guaranteed. There's a 50% chance nothing will happen to your spirit beast. There's a 30% chance it might undergo a slight enhancement or mutation. But there's also a 20% chance your spirit beast will die. Sun Rong's voice carried a hint of effeminacy, yet his nature was refreshingly straightforward. Even with normal cultivation, there's a chance of death. This is forced mutation, it's even riskier. If you have an idea, go ahead and try it. If the spirit beast really dies, then it's just my own bad luck. Su Jiang found himself growing rather fond of this kid. A faint smile touched his lips as he extended his hand towards Sun Rong. Since you're so straightforward, I'll give you a discount. 6,880,000. Thank you for your business. Sun Rong's expression froze instantly. Where on earth would a low-level guy like him get 6,880,000 yuan? Wu Hao beside him chuckled and immediately transferred another 10 million yuan to Su Jiang via his phone. Boss, if you needed it, why didn't you ask my dad for more back then? He's far wealthier than us. Su Jiang shot Wu Hao a disapproving glare. Your dad's probably spending every waking moment figuring out how to send you back for a do-over, huh? He casually hoisted the frost giant python onto his shoulder, causing Sun Rong's expression to suddenly twist with horror. Sun Rong froze for half a moment before snapping back to reality. Wait, bro, you just picked it up like that? Just like that? So easily? As its master, he knew its weight all too well. Even when the serpent coiled around him, restraining its strength, he felt its weight. Yet now it had been lifted so effortlessly. The frost serpent instinctively struggled, its force strong enough to knock over two grown men. Yet Su Jiang seemed completely unaffected. Sun Rong stammered out, "Boss of bosses, how high is your strength stat?" At first, Su Jiang hadn't given his own action a second thought. Only upon seeing Sun Rong's expression did he belatedly realize his move had been a bit too powerful. He cleared his throat and silently glanced at his interface. Host, Su Jiang. Age, 17. For attributes, Spirit 73, Strength 52, Agility 42, Health 39. Pet Beast, none. Talents, Fireball, Bone Shield Defense, Shadow Assault, Minor Healing? Available attributes, Infinite Devour Gold, Super Procreation Purple, Hyper Healing Purple, Elemental Burst Green, Critical Strike Green, Evasion Boost White. Several of the available traits were obtained from the last 20 consecutive pulls, and I haven't had time to select suitable spirit beasts to assign them to yet. As for the talents, they were both expected and unexpected. Fireball appeared after Leng Xi contracted the fire squirrel. Bone Shield Defense and Shadow Assault belonged to the necromancer skeleton. Minor Healing belonged to the slime, and the question mark that followed was likely also one of its abilities. Su Jiang could sense that faint magical energy flowing within him, enabling him to unleash elemental attacks like the slime. However, lacking the magic blessing attribute, the attacks he could unleash were relatively weak. Su Jiang skimmed past these details, glancing at his stats with satisfaction. These stats were already comparable to a level 5S rank divine beast. A flicker of excitement crossed Su Jiang's face, but he quickly remembered something. Wu Hao, what were the cultivation requirements for your family's Hunyuan Gong again? Wu Hao froze, then instinctively replied, the manual requires the practitioner's 4 core attributes to all be above 100 before even beginning cultivation. Su Jiang, all 4 attributes above 100? Not just a combined total above 100? After Wu Hao confirmed again, Su Jiang continued his questioning with a peculiar look. Has anyone in your family ever cultivated this ancient martial arts manual before? Wu Hao answered matter-of-factly, of course not. If all 4 attributes were over 100, would that even be human? The manual says that when mastered, this technique supposedly allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and then somehow spontaneously sense the treasure sites passed down by the Wu family thousands of years ago. But I treat those accounts like fantasy novels. I don't believe a word of those rumors. Su Jiang gave him a light smack on the back of the head. His 4 attributes would break 100 sooner or later. Wu Hao was right, who wouldn't be human then? But he didn't have much interest in that treasure site. For one thing, it belonged to the Wu family. For another, he doubted any treasure could survive thousands of years. It was probably long gone, turned to dust. But none of that dampened Su Jiang's growing curiosity about the book, The Great Unity Technique. Although his system already provided ample rewards during his spirit beast cultivation process, he wouldn't turn down another path to becoming stronger. Su Jiang shouldered the giant python and chatted with Wu Hao a bit more about the Hunyuan Gong. As he prepared to leave for the pet house, Wu Hao hurried back to the main house and returned with a thin booklet, which he pressed into Su Jiang's arms. Wu Hao said nothing more, and Su Jiang didn't ask any questions either. Though he was intellectually shocked that Wu Hao would so casually give away their family heirloom without fearing Su Jiang might spread rumors. Emotionally, however, he was deeply touched by Wu Hao's profound trust in him. By the time they returned to the pet house, dusk had already fallen. The main gate had been repaired by the Jiang family, likely out of respect for the Wu family, sparing Su Jiang further trouble. A thought flashed through Su Jiang's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, finding a suitable mimetic environment to place the frost serpent within. The serpent, which had been restless after leaving its master, gradually calmed down as it sensed the simulated iceplane environment. Wu Hao and Wu Rou chattered incessantly on the first floor of the monster house for a long time. Only when darkness had fully settled did he reluctantly leave with his sister. Even after leaving, he said little about the booklet, treating it as if it were nothing more than a few ordinary sheets of paper. Had Su Jiang not secretly flipped it open to see the three characters Han Yuan Gong glaring from the very first page, he might have truly believed it was nothing more than ordinary paper. Once everyone was gone, Su Jiang took a deep breath, closed the shop door, and headed straight for the third floor. After his familiar ritual of bathing and prayer, he wasted no words and immediately poured all 50 million into the transaction. As he spent it, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. Across the entire 13th district, few families could casually produce 50 million yuan. Su Jiang, overcome with trepidation, closed his eyes and waited for the system's response. After completing 50 consecutive pulls, he gritted his teeth and clicked all draw. The wheel of fate spun wildly, flinging out one thank you for your patronage after another. Occasionally, a white orb would appear, followed by the even rarer green orbs. Only one blue orb had appeared so far, heightening Su Jiang's tension. For the first time, he pulled the golden trait spirit siphon in a single pull. His first 10 pull yielded 1 gold and 2 purple items. Then, immediately after that, a 20 pull only yielded 1 purple item. Surely this 50 pull wouldn't be worse than the previous ones? As Su Jiang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat from sheer tension, a golden light and a purple light shot out one after the other. Then 2 orange and 1 red light orbs were also flung out. Su Jiang exhaled deeply, as if a huge weight had been lifted. Judging by the item tiers white, green, blue, orange, red, purple, gold, this pull wasn't a loss. The drop rate was significantly better than last time. The thank you for your patronage orbs kept flying out, but Su Jiang no longer cared much. Just as he thought these high-tier items were all he'd get from this draw, another golden and purple orb shot out right after. A flicker of excitement instantly lit up Su Jiang's face. He hurriedly gathered the orbs together to examine their details. Chapter 18, Elemental Assimilation. Su Jiang hesitated, deciding to save the suspense for last. This time, he had obtained 23 items, 10 white, 6 green, and 4 blue. 2 orange entries, 1 red. Additionally, there were 2 purple and 2 gold items. Most of the white and green entries were basic skills, somewhat useful, but not particularly powerful. The blue entries resembled those associated with Leng Xi, potentially powerful but heavily restricted. Used skillfully, they rivaled god-tier entries. Mishandled, they became useless junk. The 2 orange entries were Healing Light and Phantom Speed, their names hinted at their functions. The red trait is Elemental Assimilation, allowing the spirit beast to assimilate its surroundings to enhance elemental attribute attacks. The purple entries are Transformation and Elemental Mastery. This mastery is more potent than assimilation, even allowing the spirit beast to shift its own elemental attributes. After skimming through these, Su Jiang's gaze locked onto the final 2 golden entries. As his fingers slowly lifted, the dazzling golden glow intensified. Mind Link and Rebirth. Su Jiang pursed his lips, stowed away these 2 entries, and pondered which spirit beasts they would suit best. But this matter wasn't urgent. The situation with that frost giant serpent downstairs was far more pressing. Sun Rong originally specialized in control-type beast-taming. Frost Breath could slow the opponent's movement speed, while Entangle could both strangle and immobilize the enemy. If developing in this direction, aside from the most fitting golden skill Infinite Devour, the next best options were the purple Shapeshift and the orange Phantom Speed. If pressed, Elemental Assimilation would also prove quite useful. Su Jiang's fingers drummed incessantly on the tabletop as he weighed the pros and cons of which skill to equip. If Sun Rong were as close to him as Wu Hao, he wouldn't hesitate to give him Infinite Devour. But now, Sun Rong was merely Wu Hao's subordinate. While he might be of some use in the future, ultimately, their relationship wasn't that close. Forget a golden skill, he was even reluctant to give away a purple one. After much hesitation, Su Jiang finally settled his finger on the red skill slot. After all, each spirit beast could hold more than 1 trait slot. Granting him a red trait neither too high nor too low was perfectly reasonable. If this man grew closer to him in the future, he wouldn't mind adding another new trait later. If this man turned on him, a single red skill wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. With that thought, Su Jiang swept his still damp hair back and headed straight downstairs to find the frost serpent. The colossal serpent coiled comfortably within the mimetic ice plane. Many of the spirit beasts in this world surpassed Su Jiang's understanding, like this colossal serpent. If he remembered correctly, snakes required hibernation in low-temperature conditions. Yet this colossal serpent was clearly more active on the ice plane than in ordinary illusory realms. A faint red glow emanated from his fingertips as he extended his hand toward the serpent. The serpent seemed to sense this was something beneficial, swiftly gliding over until its forehead touched his fingertips, directly absorbing the glowing energy. A potent frosty aura instantly spread out, and the fusion between them began. After watching for just a moment, Su Jiang lost interest and turned his gaze away, heading back upstairs to rest. Such fusion entries posed little danger. Unless under extremely unusual circumstances, failure was unlikely, and the serpent's death was unthinkable. But only he knew the Sun Rong remained unaware. Thus, the next morning, as dawn barely broke, the sound of knocking echoed once more from the first floor of the pet house. Su Jiang sat up in bed with a sigh. Lately, he'd been woken up early every morning, never getting to sleep in. Such a beautiful morning wasted on anything but sleep, it felt like a complete waste of time. Fuming with irritation, Su Jiang shuffled downstairs, opened the door for Sun Rong, and shot him a disapproving look. What's the rush? Your spirit beast isn't dead yet. If it dies, won't you feel it? By the time Su Jiang finished speaking, his morning irritation had subsided somewhat. He closed his eyes briefly, realizing he'd taken his frustration out on the other person, and immediately apologized. Sorry, my tone was a bit harsh. This time, it was Sun Rong who felt uneasy. He hurriedly protested, No, it's my fault. I came too early and disturbed you. It's understandable you'd have a bit of a gripe. He added in a low murmur, You're my boss's boss. You're apologizing to me? Whoa. He flashed a mischievous grin, lightening the mood between them. Su Jiang pursed his lips and shot him a disapproving glare. Fine. Your frost serpent is upstairs. Go see it if you want. I'm going to freshen up. He figured Sun Rong had arrived, and Wu Hao would likely show up soon too, maybe even bring Wu Rou along. Sun Rong glanced up once, then hurried upstairs with a worried look to find her frost serpent. The moment he stepped upstairs, a chill swept over him. He knew this was the simulated environment common in spirit beast shops, so he followed the direction of the ice field to search for his giant serpent. His spirit beast contract indicated the frost giant python was right beneath his feet, yet after searching for ages, he still couldn't find his spirit beast. Sun Rong's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Could Brother Su have failed to break through my spirit beast? Oh no, has my spirit beast become part of this ice field? Wah, my poor little darling, you've suffered so terribly. Su Jiang came downstairs, and just as Wu Hao was heading upstairs, he spotted Sun Rong performing this little act of artistic expression. Su Jiang couldn't help but twitch his face. What on earth are you doing? Don't trust my skills? Waiting to mourn your giant python early? Sun Rong was sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face as she knelt on the floor, sobbing. He sobbed, hiccuping, Brother Su, you don't have to worry that I can't handle it. Wah, I could feel my spirit beast contract, but now it's gone. What else could it be but dead? Su Jiang's expression grew even stranger. Isn't your frost serpent right there under your knee? Can't you feel it yourself? Now, not only Sun Rong, but even Wu Hao, who had been about to speak up, stared at the empty floor with a puzzled look. Chapter 19, University or Spirit Beast Shop? Su Jiang said nothing, merely turning and walking away without looking back. After walking a considerable distance away, he slowly addressed the patch of ice beneath his feet. Alright, come out. Your master is looking for you. This display left the two of them even more bewildered. But, how do we get out? What do you mean? As the two stood there puzzled, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to violently tremble. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. Terrified, they realized the ice field beneath their feet was shifting. The next moment, a massive serpent's head emerged. Roar! Seeing the familiar face of his spirit beast, Sun Rong froze in shock. Who is this? He turned to Su Jiang, his eyes pleading for help, while Wu Hao beside him gaped in disbelief. Truth be told, even Su Jiang himself was somewhat shocked. He had indeed granted elemental assimilation to this frost giant serpent, but he never imagined this particular outcome before doing so. Later research revealed that the frost giant serpent's elemental assimilation could also harness the power of other elements. However, other elements could be mobilized far less swiftly than water and ice elements. Similarly, it could transform into a pool of magma or a massive rock formation. But both transformations proved extremely cumbersome to execute. Still, its current power far surpassed its previous capabilities. Sun Rong looked at Su Jiang, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thanks a million, big bro. Thanks a million, big bro. Man. Big brother. Su Jiang was utterly speechless. Wu Hao, standing nearby, saw Su Jiang's expression and quickly stepped forward to explain in a fawning manner. Boss, aren't you my boss? I'm his boss, so doesn't that make you the big boss? Su Jiang thought about it. Now that he put it that way, it actually made sense. After bringing the two back into the shop, Su Jiang didn't waste any more words. He turned his gaze directly to Wu Hao, his expression turning stern. Spill it. How's your strength been lately, kid? My strength? Big bro, it's just, Wu Hao's expression shifted slightly, betraying a hint of unease. If his father had asked him about his strength, he could have proudly declared he'd long surpassed the average. But he knew Su Jiang's ambition and drive far surpassed anyone else's. More importantly, as someone deeply trusted and nurtured by Su Jiang, admitting he was merely above average would be utterly embarrassing. Never mind that for now. I'm asking about your own personal strength, how is it? Su Jiang frowned at Wu Hao, his tone growing harsher. Su Jiang had no doubts about this young man's loyalty or his ability to get things done. But his own level of skill was a source of considerable worry for Su Jiang. What was even more critical was that his skeleton bore Su Jiang's golden skill, Soul Siphon. If something truly went wrong, it would be a complete waste of such a precious golden talent. Su Jiang had previously told Wu Hao that as a beastmaster, the most crucial factor wasn't just the power of the beasts he commanded, but also his own abilities. After all, no matter how powerful your spirit beast is, if your summoning speed is slow, your coordination with the beast is weak, or your control over it is poor, then even the strongest spirit beast would be useless. Likewise, the potential ceiling of a spirit beast is profoundly tied to its summoner. Because every time a spirit beast breaks through a barrier or undergoes a major level breakthrough, it tests the summoner's own willpower. At every 20 level milestone 20, 30, 40. These spirit beasts seek to break through, and the summoner must join them in the struggle. If the summoner's will is weak or their spiritual power insufficient, these spirit beasts risk failing their breakthrough attempts. Therefore, beyond demanding exceptionally high-level spirit beasts from Wu Hao, he also placed extremely high standards on Wu Hao's personal conditioning. Recently, he started with a daily regimen, a 5 km run, 50 sit-ups, 50 squats, and 50 push-ups. He needed to build this kid's foundational physique, lest his physical limitations hold back that golden talent later on. Wu Hao's expression grew even more awkward. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiang's face began to darken subtly. Snap! Su Jiang began cracking his knuckles, preparing to give the kid a proper beating. But just then, Wu Hao seemed to think of something and suddenly shouted. Boss! That's it. I came today to ask, boss, which Beastmaster University are you planning to apply to? Which Beastmaster University? After pondering for a moment, Su Jiang recalled the original host's memories. Though the original host had become a well-known failure after his spiritual sea collapsed. But before his spirit sea shattered, he had been a locally renowned prodigy. According to the original host's memories, it seemed the universities varied greatly in prestige. The top-tier institutions included the Martial God Beastmaster University and the Black Tortoise Beastmaster University in District 1, the Demon Capital Beastmaster University and the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University in District 2, along with several other elite Beastmaster universities. These institutions boasted the strongest combat prowess and finest faculty among all universities, making them highly coveted destinations. More importantly, graduating from any of these institutions guaranteed a future as a formidable powerhouse renowned across the land. Honestly, I haven't decided yet. Probably one of those top-tier Beastmaster universities. Why, you want to join me? At your level, you're probably not quite up to it, huh? Su Jiang gave a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on Wu Hao, who hastily shook his head. Boss, my skills might genuinely be lacking. But I came to see you today for a reason unrelated to skill. My dad suggested I choose a university close to yours. That way, you can mentor me later. Su Jiang nodded. Compared to the dim-witted Wu Hao, Wu Qingtian's thinking was indeed thorough. Yet upon hearing the latter part of Wu Hao's words, Su Jiang's expression abruptly changed. Oh no! Closer! I forgot my own foundation. Su Jiang's growth hadn't come from university, it stemmed entirely from this spirit beast shop. Whether it was his own strength growing or resource exchanges, everything was inextricably linked to the spirit beast shop. If he hadn't sold spirit beasts here, his strength would have stagnated completely. But attending those top-tier schools would undoubtedly offer greater possibilities and opportunities. Su Jiang didn't expect university to significantly boost his strength, but the connections and opportunities there were unmatched by other institutions. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jiang lifted his head to look at Wu Hao before him. A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Wu Hao, do you think there's something in this world that can instantly transport someone from one place to another? It was just a casual complaint from Su Jiang, but to his surprise, Wu Hao nodded seriously. Boss, he actually has something like that. Chapter 20, Exploiting the Bug. What? There really is one? Su Jiang stared at Wu Hao in shock. He had only intended to make a sarcastic remark, convinced that the world simply couldn't have it both ways. He had just decided to pick a top university within the 13th district and attend it casually. After all, those beast-taming universities, whether in teaching quality or spirit beast cultivation, however high their standards might be, what the hell did that have to do with Su Jiang? Su Jiang's spirit sea was shattered, he had no spirit beast. What good would more training do? Could they possibly fix my shattered spirit sea? So then, could it be that I can have both? Su Jiang stared at Wu Hao before him, his voice urgent. What? Could it be that your Wu family actually possesses this treasure? Tell Uncle Wu to lend me this thing. I'll repay him handsomely in the future. Seeing Su Jiang's eagerness, Wu Hao could only shake his head helplessly. Boss, it's not that I won't help you. But if this thing really belongs to my Wu family, whether my father agrees or not doesn't matter at all, I'd steal it for you if I had to. This statement left Su Jiang speechless. Good heavens, what a devoted son. Filial piety to the extreme. He'd die for it. What turned the tide for him, however, was Wu Hao's next sentence. But boss, this thing is way too expensive. My Wu family can't possibly afford to build it. Only the government can build teleportation stations, and the farther the range, the higher the cost. But if you really want a teleportation array, boss, let me think. As Wu Hao lowered his head in deep thought, Su Jiang's heart was already bursting with joy. He had thought he'd have to sacrifice other opportunities and connections to secure the spirit beast shop as his foundation and strengthen his own power. Now, unexpectedly, he truly had a chance to have his cake and eat it too. Yet, a new headache began to form in Su Jiang's mind. According to Wu Hao, the farther the teleportation distance, the higher the cost. The Beastmaster universities he intended to attend were among the most prestigious in the Human Federation. They were all established in prime locations like Zone 1 and Zone 2. Those two districts were worlds apart from the mediocre 13th district. How much would a single teleportation cost? Even if I could afford to build it, I doubt I'd be able to afford the transfers. Boss, I've got an idea. Wu Hao's exclamation interrupted Su Jiang's thoughts. Boss, we might not be able to afford it, but the government can. I heard the government recently launched an urgent competition, a healing spirit beast tournament. The winner gets to make a request to the government or receive a corresponding reward. I feel like if you, boss, were to make the request to the government, it'd have a really good chance of going through. Su Jiang lifted his gaze to meet Wu Hao's eyes, a hint of admiration flickering in his expression. Good son, you haven't been raised in vain. Gazing at Sun Rong and Wu Hao before him, he instantly straightened up, brimming with boundless enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, isn't this a golden opportunity bestowed by heaven? As the saying goes, if heaven offers a gift and you refuse it, you invite misfortune upon yourself. Today we're going to participate in that official healing spirit beast tournament. Su Jiang finished speaking, grabbed his coat, and rushed toward the door. At that moment, Wu Hao hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. As Wu Hao's subordinate, Su Jiang's subordinate Xiao Sun also grabbed his other arm. Boss. Hold on. Boss, don't rush. Wait a moment. Su Jiang looked at the two men in confusion. What's going on? Didn't you say there was that competition? Could it be cancelled already? Cancelled? Not exactly. Wu Hao shook his head first, then a mask of pain spread across his face as he looked at Su Jiang, on the verge of breaking down. Boss, it hasn't been cancelled. But they want a healing-type spirit beast. A spirit beast? Boss, do you have a spirit beast? Just enter it. Su Jiang. Oh man, I forgot. Su Jiang awkwardly scratched his head. He realized he'd gotten overly excited the moment he heard about the teleportation array. He hadn't even checked the entry requirements before rushing over. Come to think of it, this was a competition for healing-type spirit beasts. His awkward killing spirit wouldn't be of any use here. Returning to his seat, Su Jiang crossed his legs. His brow furrowed deeply as he stroked the top of his head, muttering to himself. No way. I absolutely have to enter this competition. Wu Hao and Sun Rong exchanged glances, both seeing a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. But how can he possibly compete? This isn't just any ordinary contest. Wu Hao looked at Su Jiang, who seemed torn, feeling helpless himself. Boss, if it were any other competition, then I'll risk my life today. Even if my spirit beast and the opponent both perish, I'll bring back that teleportation array for you. But my spirit beast isn't a healing type either. None of us three can compete. Su Jiang shot Wu Hao a glance, knowing the fault wasn't his. Yet instinctively, he couldn't help but flash a look of disdain. Put. Can't count on you. Guess I'll have to rely on myself. Su Jiang shook his head and began searching his phone for the Healing Spirit Beast tournament held in District 13. The moment he opened the interface, Su Jiang immediately began reading the rules. Why read the rules? Well, earlier. He couldn't very well show up at the competition venue without even knowing the rules. That would be downright embarrassing. Let me see these rules. Rule 1, all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited within the examination hall. Harming fellow human participants is forbidden. Rule 2, this assessment is a written test on healing-type spirit beasts. Contestants must bring healing-type spirit beasts. Rule 3. Final clause, the official organizers reserve the right to interpret all aspects of this assessment. Should any emergency or unforeseen incident occur, the organizers will immediately halt the competition. Su Jiang finished reading. His hand, which had been frowning in distress, suddenly began snapping its fingers repeatedly. Snap. Su Jiang's face grew increasingly animated with delight and excitement. His already large eyes widened even further. After carefully rereading the rules once more, Su Jiang exclaimed excitedly. Ha! I've got it! I've got it! Wu Hao, standing nearby, looked at his boss with a hint of concern. Could it be that the boss had become obsessed with obtaining this teleportation array? Had he become so obsessed with it that he developed an illness from longing? Sun Rong, standing nearby, remained impassive as she quietly took a step back from Su Jiang. Given Su Jiang's combat prowess, if he went berserk later, Sun Rong wasn't even sure if he'd survive intact. At that moment, Su Jiang turned to Wu Hao, his voice tinged with excitement. I just carefully studied the rules. They only state that the spirit beast a participant possesses must be a healing-type spirit beast. But it doesn't specify that the participant must be a summoner, nor does it say the spirit beast must be contracted to the participant themselves. So there. I can still compete. Chapter 21, My Own Plans. Li Yang and Wu Hao exchanged glances, both looking utterly dumbfounded. Could it really be that simple? They never imagined Su Jiang could come up with such a scheme. Damn it, this was basically exploiting an official bug. In disbelief, they both pulled out their phones and searched the rules. Su Jiang watched this unfold without intervening. After all, he knew his words had just delivered a massive shock to both of them. In this world dominated by beast masters, their status was unimaginably high. The gap between ordinary people and beast masters was like an unbridgeable chasm. Of course, this referred to true beast masters, those with genuine power and, relatively speaking, a certain standing. In this realm, ordinary beast tamers and those of average strength were indistinguishable from common folk. After all, very few people possess the innate talent for beast taming. Su Jiang was one such person without this natural gift. But now, as an ordinary person, or rather, an ordinary person in a certain sense, Su Jiang had devised a method that would allow ordinary people to participate in the competition. How could Wu Hao and Li Yong not be astonished? Watching the two of them flip through the rules, their fingers flipping faster and faster, their faces growing increasingly troubled, Su Jiang found it harder than AK to suppress the smirk on his lips. Damn genius, I'm absolutely a genius. Su Jiang believed that in the entire history of the Human Federation, there couldn't possibly be anyone more brilliant or more insane than himself. Indeed, the official rules made no explicit prohibition against ordinary people competing. But what would ordinary people even do in the competition? They couldn't do anything. Why would they compete? And just like that, Su Jiang experienced the thrill of exploiting a loophole for the first time, discovering a flaw in the official tournament rules. Meanwhile, Wu Hao and Li Yong, having both reviewed the rules on their phones, exchanged a glance. What? Did you find something that says ordinary people can't enter? Nope, I didn't find one either. Looks like ordinary people can enter after all. After confirming ordinary people could enter, the two lifted their eyes to look at Su Jiang. Wu Hao's expression grew even more pained. Competing was indeed possible, but where on earth would he find a spirit beast? After a moment's thought, he hesitantly asked. Boss, the official rules don't explicitly state that ordinary people can't compete, nor do they say that spirit sea cultivators can't participate. But you must understand, boss, that most spirit beasts, except for exceptionally powerful ones capable of straying far from their summoners, or under special circumstances. Otherwise, spirit beasts cannot stray too far from their summoners. Doing so risks severe issues with the summoning contract, or even causing the summoner to suffer serious backlash. As an ordinary person, where would you find a summoner trustworthy enough to entrust their healing-type spirit beast to you? Besides, I don't know any summoners with healing-type spirit beasts either. Wu Hao's expression grew even more pained. If they hadn't come up with a solution in the first place, that would have been one thing. But now, having come up with a solution, the three of them found themselves unable to resolve it, making their helplessness all the more apparent. To his surprise, when he raised the question again, Su Jiang didn't seem overwhelmed or distressed. Instead, he looked at Wu Hao with intense focus. I understand everything you're saying, but you need to know this. My only difficulty lies in participating in the competition itself, not in how to obtain a summoning-type spirit beast. After all, acquiring a spirit beast is simple enough. After speaking, Su Jiang glanced around. Instantly, Li Yong and Wu Hao both caught on. Right. Su Jiang was the owner of the spirit beast shop. What spirit beast couldn't he get? At this realization, Wu Hao's expression twisted even more. If he remembered correctly, the spirit beasts here at Su Jiang's shop, having never been contracted by anyone else, were all level 0 barring any unexpected circumstances. Damn it, that's level 0. The realization sent another wave of frustration washing over Wu Hao. He'd come to realize that while his boss was immensely powerful and practically a jack of all trades, offering an unparalleled sense of security. But the thought that flashed through his mind at that moment still felt utterly crushing. After all, anyone else would have given up long ago. Yet the boss was going to such lengths to enter the competition. Watching Wu Hao's shifting expressions, Su Jiang patted him on the shoulder. Alright, you don't need to worry about the rest. Just come tomorrow, and we'll go register for the competition together. Seeing the resolve in Su Jiang's expression, Wu Hao knew the decision had been made. He nodded in agreement, bid Su Jiang farewell, and turned to leave. Li Yong, standing nearby, stared at Wu Hao in utter bewilderment. Wait, bro, we're just leaving like this? Wu Hao wore an expression that said it was perfectly natural. Yeah, boss said it's fine. Are we just gonna hang around here waiting for him to treat us to a meal? But, bro, even though he told us to go, how is he supposed to compete? He can't contract a spirit beast. Li Yong was now utterly flustered, completely baffled by his boss and his boss's actions. Wu Hao then mimicked Su Jiang's posture, deliberately adopting a solemn air as he approached Li Yong and patted his shoulder. Relax. Everything will work out tomorrow. I've already made up my mind. If Su Jiang had been there, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back and would have burst out laughing. You have to admit, Wu Hao had captured the essence of Su Jiang's mannerisms quite well. The two men's movements did bear a certain resemblance. After they left, Wu Hao earned Li Yong's admiration. Su Jiang, meanwhile, received some good news. Li Yong, meanwhile, gained the fully enhanced Frost Serpent. It was a win-win-win for all three parties. After the two departed, Su Jiang selected a spirit beast egg from his shop. He then glanced at his system interface. With so many healing type attributes listed, which one should I choose? Su Jiang scratched his head, utterly at a loss for how to decide. After all, these traits were all exceptionally high tier. Among them were purple tier entries and even precious orange tier entries. After pondering for a moment, he realized that since the ability he had obtained this time was a teleportation array, and since even the Wu family couldn't afford to build one, he had to go all out. Su Jiang decided to stop procrastinating and bestowed the precious orange tier skill called Healing Light upon the Moonlight Rabbit. This way, even if the rabbit was level 0, with the enhancement of this skill, its healing ability would undoubtedly rank among the top tier for its level. Boss, we're here. Knock boss, open up. Chapter 22, Chance Encounter with Jiang Xiana. Hearing the knocking below, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Suppressing his morning irritability, he opened the door. He then went to the spot where he had placed the Moonlight Rabbit Spirit Beast Egg the night before. Sure enough, he saw a tiny Moonlight Rabbit. Only then did he realize that Wu Hao wasn't alone today. His sidekick, Li Yon, and even his sister, Wu Rou, had both made their way here. Oh my, what's this? You just show up with a whole crew? Su Jiang teased. Wu Rou, gazing at Su Jiang's handsome features, recalled how he had helped her defeat that spoiled second-generation heir from the Zhou family. Unconsciously, her heart began to stir. A faint blush spread across her adorable little face. Brother Su, the thing is, I asked my brother to come because I want to participate in the competition and see if I can establish any connections with the organizers. After all, there must be officials overseeing this competition. If I could catch their attention or even connect with them, that would be ideal. Listening to Wu Rou's words and the gentle tone in her voice, Su Jiang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wu Hao, who stood beside him, grinning like an idiot. Look at that. They're both from the Wu family, both your father's children. And Wu Rou was even adopted into the family. How come everyone else knows to ease the Wu family's burdens, but you idiot, are still grinning like an idiot over here? Honestly, regarding Wu Rou's perspective, Su Jiang believed she was absolutely right. The Wu family might seem like a major player in Southwest City, but among the many family clans, they could only be considered a second-rate, lower middle tier. Yes, they couldn't even be considered mid-tier second-rate. No matter how vast their estate or how extensive their business, their origins lay in underground operations. No matter how far their reach extended, their operations remained shrouded in darkness. Otherwise, they'd be like vampires exposed to sunlight, they'd vanish. While much of their wealth has been laundered and legitimized, they still lack overall trust and reputation with official channels. This meant that despite their formidable appearance, the Wu family faced constant constraints at every turn. The Wu family cannot hold a candle to the top families in Southwest City. Wu Rou's actions were undoubtedly helping the entire Wu family by alleviating some of their burdens. Su Jiang glanced at the man before joining them on their way to the competition registration venue. Damn, isn't it always said that healing-type spirit beast people are rare? Where are they scarce? I see plenty of them here. Su Jiang couldn't help but blurt out a catchphrase from his past life, and Wu Hao beside him quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, boss. Everyone says healing-type spirit beasts are rare, but look, they're everywhere. Wu Rou looked at her brother and the Su Jiang she admired, her expression one of utter speechlessness. Finally, she said, Su Jiang, this is the venue for the healing-type spirit beast competition. Hearing this, Su Jiang snapped out of it and awkwardly scratched his head. He knew his earlier remark carried about as much weight as asking people on a Spring Festival travel rush train if they'd managed to snag tickets. Anyone who came here to register was obviously a healing-type summoner. Wasn't that obvious? When the group of 4 approached the registration desk, they unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance whose presence felt rather awkward. Well, look who we have here. Isn't this the rising stars of District 13? And that muscle-bound fool, Su Jiang. With all that useless bulk, I wonder if he can even withstand a single attack from a spirit beast? And Wu Hao, the one bound to that useless skeleton? What brings you two here? Hearing the mockery, Su Jiang turned his head to see a woman slightly older than himself. She had long, wavy hair, and though not exceptionally beautiful, her features were undeniably attractive. However, one glance at her expression made it clear she was no saint. Su Jiang looked at her with some confusion. As far as he could recall, he hadn't offended this woman before. Why was she being so rude right off the bat? Who are you? Why are you speaking to me like this? Hearing Su Jiang's words, the woman before him instantly flashed an expression of intense anger. Me? You don't even know who I am? Su Jiang shrugged. What? Are you famous? Do I really need to know who you are? Fine, absolutely fine. You crippled my 4th brother, yet you don't even know who I am? How dare you? By the end, the woman roared at the top of her lungs. My name is Jiang Xiana. Now do you know who I am? Crippled your 4th brother, and your name is Jiang Xiana. Su Jiang paused briefly, then found a figure in his memory that matched the description. It must be said, their father was truly a remarkable man. Rumor had it that the 4 siblings of the Jiang family were named to embody the idea of embracing all rivers into the sea. She must be the second child among them. Well, I never imagined your Jiang family would uphold such a fine tradition. Beat the younger ones, then move on to the older ones. If I beat you up, would the eldest come for me? Su Jiang wasn't one to be pushed around, and he shot back with a sharp retort. This woman's brother, Jiang Xiaochuan, was the kind who'd openly mock him and even deliberately try to kill him. If he didn't cripple him now, was he supposed to keep him around for future banquets? Hearing Su Jiang show not a shred of remorse for hurting her brother, and instead deliver a taunt right to her face, Jiang Xiaona couldn't hold back any longer. Let me tell you, you worthless piece of trash. You only got lucky by latching onto the Wu family. Otherwise, I'd kill you myself. Su Jiang couldn't care less, not even glancing his way. Oh my, how terrifying. If you're so brave, go ahead and kill me. I wonder how your useless little brother is doing now. Su Jiang's taunt instantly ignited Jiang Xiaona's fury. Forgetting all else, she pulled out a pistol-like object right there in the open, in front of everyone at the registration site. Then, she pulled the trigger with all her might. A bullet, crackling with electric sparks, flew toward Su Jiang. At that moment, Su Jiang narrowed his eyes and shifted his entire body sideways, dodging the bullet. Wu Hao and the others, witnessing Jiang Xiaona's attack on Su Jiang, immediately activated their summoning arrays, calling forth their spirit beasts. Jiang Xiaona wore a look of utter contempt. Damn it! You got lucky dodging that. Otherwise, I'd have taken your life. Her words had barely left her lips when suddenly, her body was sent flying by a dark shadow that flashed past. As she scrambled to her feet in disarray, she heard the shadow speak in a clear, melodious voice. Attacking without warning violates the exam rules. What do you think you're doing? Chapter 23, Lin Yao. Impressive skills. After a quiet sigh of admiration, Su Jiang lifted his gaze to look. He saw a woman dressed in official attire, her features strikingly bold and striking. Between her brows, there was even a hint of the heroic spirit typically associated with men. Judging by the agility and aura emanating from her movements, she was clearly a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Only someone who had continuously fought on the front lines against creatures of the void could develop such prowess. Most summoners would think that as long as their spirit beasts were powerful, what use was their own skill? Of course, this observation wasn't directed at Wu Hao specifically, but rather at the summoner community as a whole. Only those who constantly battle spirit beasts on the front lines could possess such a distinctive fighting style. At that moment, Jiang Xiaona, knocked to the ground by a kick, turned her head. Her eyes, which had been filled with fierce malice, instantly shifted expression upon seeing the official attire worn by this woman. Her voice trembled with fear as she stammered. Sir, I didn't mean to. It's just that those people were provoking me with their words, they were so despicable, Enough! Shut up! Before Jiang Xiaona could finish, the woman cut her off, her voice carrying an authority that silenced her instantly. I am Lin Yao, the chief examiner for this assessment. I am responsible for all matters concerning this examination. I don't care what your status is, nor do I care about any grudges between you. But to dare inflict such harm upon your fellow humankind here. Let me tell you this, the bullets you fired were merely pain-inducing electric bullets, not real ones. Otherwise, you'd be locked up in an official prison right now. As Lin Yao finished speaking, all eyes in the vicinity were instantly drawn to her imposing, commanding presence. They turned their heads, their eyes filled with profound admiration. Officer, Enough. Return now and register properly. You may still participate in this assessment. Should you dare to repeat such an offense, you will be expelled immediately, and we will pursue all applicable legal consequences. After speaking, Lin Yao fixed Su Jiang with a piercing stare before turning away. Su Jiang watched the lingering, meaningful look in her eyes before she departed, unsure what she had truly uncovered. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaona, who had been so arrogant moments ago, scrambled to her feet from the ground and approached Su Jiang and the others from behind. Wu Hao looked at her with a peculiar expression and remarked, "Oh, I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a barking dog. Yeah, she doesn't even dare bark in front of the boss. What a coward. I look down on you, you wimp." It must be said, Wu Hao's mockery hit the nail on the head. It landed squarely on Jiang Xiaona's face. You bastard. You piece of trash. Jiang Na gritted her teeth as she spat out the words. But she found that no matter how much she said, it had no effect whatsoever on Wu Hao. Moreover, the look she received from those around her grew increasingly strange. She could only snort coldly and fall silent. Yet as she gazed at the lark nestled in her arms, a silent vow formed within her heart. Since you dared to humiliate yourselves by participating in this assessment, I won't disappoint your expectations. I'll make sure you take a big dump in front of everyone. After all, this lark had been meticulously nurtured by the entire Jiang family, boasting formidable strength and healing abilities that ranked among the best in District 13. Jiang Xiaona was determined to claim the official reward this time. Not only would she wipe away the shame of the past, humiliating Su Jiang and his kind before everyone, but she would also avenge her younger brother's great wrong. At this thought, Jiang Xiaona shot Su Jiang a venomous glare look that spoke volumes. Following the team, they advanced in an orderly fashion. Su Jiang turned to Wu Hao beside him and spoke. Did you see that officer just now, boss? Of course I did. Wu Hao replied with unusual excitement, then leaned close to Su Jiang and whispered. Boss, you thought that officer was pretty too, didn't you? Honestly, she's not just pretty, she's got this commanding presence, like a true officer. That kind of thing really gets me going. Look at those long legs, she kicked someone flying that far. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to touch those legs. Shut up and get lost. Su Jiang shot him a look of exasperation. Haven't you noticed? Beyond being an exceptionally powerful beast tamer, her physical prowess and stamina far surpass ordinary people. Even official personnel train like this. Mark my words, once we get back, you'd better train properly too, or else you'll regret it. Su Jiang watched as Wu Hao issued his warning, and the excitement that had filled Wu Hao's face moments ago vanished completely. He never imagined that a single offhand remark would land him in such deep trouble. With a sour expression plastered on his face, Wu Hao returned to the group. Little did they know that the very person they were discussing, Lin Yao, was also staring in shock at the man cloaked in darkness before her. Her voice held disbelief as she asked. Mr. Sun, are you absolutely certain you saw correctly? Did Su Jiang truly dodge Jiang Xuna's bullet in time, rather than just avoiding it by coincidence? Truth be told, as the chief examiner overseeing this assessment, Lin Yao had noticed that scene the moment the argument erupted. Yet she was equally curious about the subsequent developments and how the matter would be handled. She also knew Su Jiang's status was unique. Some within the three factions were targeting him, while others were protecting him. The man who had been following him all along was this very Mr. Sun standing before her. Yet, based on what Mr. Sun had just said, even if she hadn't intervened to stop Jiang Xiaona's actions, Su Jiang and his group would have had a chance to defeat Jiang Xiaona. Although Jiang Xiaona was a healing-type beast tamer, the various weapons and equipment in her hands were indeed formidable. Yet, as Mr. Sun had indicated, Su Jiang's reaction speed, along with his composure and responses during critical moments, were far from ordinary. Recalling Su Jiang's assessment that his spirit sea was completely shattered, Lin Yao felt even more astonished. At that moment, the figure beneath the black cloak spoke hesitantly. Moreover, at that moment I don't know if it was my imagination, I vaguely sensed that. Not only did that kid dodge the bullet's attack, but he even detected my presence. Lin Yao was now utterly stunned. She knew Mr. Sun would never make such an unfounded claim. Her curiosity about Su Jiang had now reached its peak. Instantly, she gazed at Su Jiang in the crowd and murmured to herself. Come on, Su Jiang, let me see what other secrets you're hiding. Chapter 24, I devoured it right there. The line moved forward in orderly fashion. No one dared cause trouble now, for Lin Yao had just made her appearance. While it appeared she was issuing a warning to Jiang Xiaona alone, in reality, she was making an example of her to intimidate the rest. In an instant, everyone became docile and silent. As the crowd moved forward slowly, it finally reached Su Jiang and Wu Rou. The staff member glanced at the roster in their hands without looking up. First, register for the preliminary round. Tell me your names, the species and level of the spirit beasts you're bringing. Su Jiang glanced at the staff member who had transformed into an exam hall PC and silently felt a pang of pity for them for a second. Somehow, this guy's mental state reminded him of his past life working on an assembly line in an electronics factory, nothing but numbness. So, he decided to give this guy a little shock. Su Jiang. Spirit Beast, Moonlight Rabbit. Level, 0. Hearing Su Jiang answer, Wu Rou beside him hurriedly chimed in. Wu Rou, Spirit Beast, Slime. Spirit Beast level, 5. Got it, next. Wait, what did you say? The staff member looked up, eyes wide, staring at the man and woman before them. It must be said, the man was handsome and well-built, standing tall and straight. His muscles were enviable to the staff member. If only he had those muscles, maybe he wouldn't have to work as a registration clerk here. Some rich woman. Pushing aside that absurd thought, the staff member asked in surprise. Are you sure you want to enter the competition with your spirit beast in current level? You should know the subsequent rounds are extremely rigorous. You'll also need to pass preliminary tests. If you can't even get through the preliminaries, it's better not to participate at all, it'll just be a waste of time. Despite the well-meaning warning, Su Jiang nodded in agreement. The staff proceeded to register them. Behind them, Jiang Xiaona witnessed the scene, her mouth practically splitting from the grin. Watching the retreating figures, she couldn't resist loudly mocking them as if to make sure everyone else heard. Su Jiang, ha, you crack me up. With your unranked Moonlight Rabbit and F-rank Spirit Beast, you actually dare enter this competition? And the girl, this woman beside him, she's got a decent face, but her brain's got issues. Bringing a level 5 slime to the competition? Ridiculous. Jiang Xiaona's words sparked whispers and murmurs throughout the crowd. Are these two really brain dead? Though that mocking woman looks pretty annoying, she does have a point. Who can argue with that? A level 0 Moonlight Rabbit and a level 5 slime? Isn't this just courting humiliation? Whatever. To each their own. Wait till they get eliminated. Su Jiang ignored her mockery and simply led Wu Rou to the nearby testing ground. Following him, Jiang Xiaona naturally passed the test as well. However, when she revealed her nightingale and her level 15 status, envious glances immediately turned her way. What Jiang Xiaona didn't know was that behind those glances came a whispered remark. A dim-witted woman, yet her level is surprisingly high. Watching the staff guide contestants through the preliminary healing level tests, he noticed the crystal flickering on and off, on and off. For some reason, Su Jiang couldn't help but recall a famous scene from his past life. Specifically, the innate soul power test from the soul continent and the fighting energy test from the battle continent. At that moment, he felt as if he were the legendary underdog protagonist from those tales. He could already envision the moment he would astonish the world. Before them, 2 contestants had completed their tests, achieving healing grade 6 and healing grade 5 respectively. Here, any healing grade below level 5 meant immediate elimination. This was the preliminary round. Though seemingly simple, it was undeniably highly effective at screening out participants. It weeded out countless pretenders trying to slip through the cracks. Ha! Now it's your turn, you 2 useless losers. Get up there already! When it was Su Jiang and Wu Ro's turn, Nana seemed even more excited than they were, immediately urging them forward. Su Jiang shot her a glance, then looked at the tester in front of him and asked, "What's the maximum healing intensity this crystal can handle?" The staff member looked at Su Jiang, equally puzzled. Why on earth would he ask that? Still, he nodded obediently and replied, "It can handle up to level 10 healing intensity." After seeing the guy earlier test out a level 7 healing intensity, Su Jiang kindly offered a reminder. Why don't you try upgrading to a higher grade test crystal? After all, breaking this thing must cost a pretty penny. Expensive? Yeah, it sure is expensive. The staff member nodded first, then shot Su Jiang a surprised look. But if you can smash it to pieces, that'll be something. After saying that, he impatiently asked, "Are you going to test it or not? If not, you forfeit automatically head to the back." Jiang Xiaona witnessed this scene and burst into laughter. Don't let this guy fool you. The reason he's asking like this isn't because he's so skilled. It's because he's a complete and utter waste of space. His spirit beast is only level 0, a moonlight rabbit. He's probably just afraid of embarrassing himself during the test later. He's trying to bluff his way through now so he can bow out afterward. He's clearly too scared to take the test. What? That's the legendary figure with a level 0 moonlight rabbit? Let me see it. And he's asking if he can switch to a larger capacity one? What? Does he think that'll make him look less pathetic? The snide remarks from the surrounding crowd reached Su Jiang's ears. Su Jiang merely responded with a faint, dismissive smile. He saw no need to engage with such people. After all, how could a firefly's light rival the brilliance of the stars? The staff member before him shifted his gaze slightly, then sighed deeply before speaking. Hello, if you'd rather not take the test, you can opt out. But if you do want to test, you'd better hurry up. There's a long line behind you. Su Jiang nodded in response. Moonlight Rabbit placed its paw on the testing crystal. Just as Su Jiang was about to activate its ability, Jiang Xiaona, standing behind him, spoke in an unusually sarcastic tone. Su Jiang, if you manage to break this test crystal today, I'll eat it right here on the spot. Chapter 25, the leader, Jiang Xiaobai, dies. Oh, you said it, no backing out now. Su Jiang had already prepared to activate the Moonlight Rabbit's power, but suddenly heard Jiang Xiaona's words. His interest piqued, he turned his head and nodded at Jiang Xiaona. Another freeloader trying to scam free food and crystals from the authorities. How utterly shameless. The surrounding crowd slowly raised their eyebrows in confusion. After all, Su Jiang was still putting up a front at this point, something they hadn't anticipated. All eyes immediately focused on Su Jiang. They were curious to see how Su Jiang, having made such bold claims, would salvage his dignity in the coming moments. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a faint starlight began to emanate from behind the Moonlight Rabbit. This was the rabbit's skill, Moonlight Healing. Yet as it channeled the healing, the Moonlight Rabbit secretly activated the orange tier trait Su Jiang had bestowed upon it, Light of Healing. Instantly, the test crystal, which had previously only glowed faintly, burst into brilliant radiance. The entire crystal was filled with dazzling light, so bright that those nearby couldn't keep their eyes open. What? How is this possible? The crystal is so bright it's already reached level 10. No, look, it's still glowing. Snap. Crack. At that moment, the crowd heard faint cracking sounds. Horrified, they all stared at the crystal before them. In the next instant, they saw countless cracks spreading across the surface of the test crystal. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the dazzling test crystal shattered completely, scattering into a pile of shards on the ground. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone stared at Su Jiang in utter shock, unable to utter a word. What on earth just happened? Could it be that it really exceeded the limit, causing the crystal to burst? That can't be possible. This is terrifying. But it really did explode. Whispers spread among the crowd, while Su Jiang turned to the staff member before him and apologized. I'm so sorry, I really did overfill the crystal. I feel terrible about it. I'm afraid you'll have to get a replacement. Earlier, when everyone had been mocking him, this staff member hadn't laughed at him. Instead, he'd been extremely kind, telling Su Jiang he could give up at any time. So naturally, Su Jiang wouldn't try to act cool in front of him. Seeing the staff members' stunned eyes and the look of admiration as they walked away, Su Jiang picked up a shard and held it up in front of Jiang Na. Here, hurry up and eat this crystal. Aren't you the one who scams people out of food and drinks? Why aren't you eating it now? Su Jiang's sudden move instantly diverted the crowd's attention from his test results. They were now too busy watching the spectacle unfold. Eat it! Eat it! Make good on your promise! Make good on your promise! All the testers shouted in unison. Jiang Xiana, caught in the crowd, was utterly stuck, unable to advance or retreat. The situation was unbearably awkward. She knew that if she actually ate that test crystal today, she'd meet her end right then and there. So, enduring the jeers of the entire crowd, she chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Su Jiang tossed the crystal onto the ground in boredom. But even before that, he knew someone like Jiang Xiana was absolutely incapable of handling it. In the monitoring room, the man cloaked in black robes and Lin Yao watched the test personnel come to report and witnessed the scene unfolding on the surveillance feed. Both were stunned into silence for a long moment. Finally, Lin Yao shook her head. It seems we still know far too little about the secrets surrounding Su Jiang. The man cloaked in black robes nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I'll be shadowing him from now on. We'll get to the bottom of this eventually. Lin Yao added. I wonder what kind of results he'll achieve in this test. A moment later, the test administrators retrieved the test crystal. Next up was Wu Rou. To everyone's astonished gaze, Wu Rou's slime also registered an astonishing level 9 healing ability. By comparison, even Jiang Xiana, the level 15 nightingale, only achieved a level 7 intelligence score, which seemed somewhat awkward. After all, she had the highest level, yet her intelligence score was the lowest. After the first preliminary round concluded, Su Jiang and the others returned to their respective homes to prepare for the second competition. For the second round, participants had to select teammates to form groups and enter the dungeon together. Su Jiang chose Wu Hao, while Wu Rou selected Li Yong. Su Jiang was now walking home when he suddenly sensed an immense threat emanating from his right side. Though he couldn't pinpoint the source of this feeling, Su Jiang chose to trust his sixth sense. After all, humans are animals too, and instincts are always the most reliable. Sure enough, just as Su Jiang raised his hand to block, Jiang Xiana's older brother, Jiang Xiaobai, emerged from the shadows. Following behind him was a massive lizard, clearly his spirit beast. Upon seeing Su Jiang, Jiang Xiaobai's face twisted with anger and scorn. I never imagined that you, a good-for-nothing, would actually outperform my third sister's results and even take down my fourth brother. However, your spirit beast seems rather peculiar. If you surrender it to me today, I'll let you off the hook. Oh? So now you've set your sights on my spirit beast? Su Jiang glanced at Jiang Xiaobai before him and the enormous death lizard looming behind him. Jiang Xiaobai, aren't you worried about being discovered for summoning a spirit beast to attack someone within this safety zone? Oh, you're overthinking it. This spot was specifically chosen by me. No one will ever know what happened here. When the time comes, it won't matter if I beat you up or even if I kill you. What can they do about it? Hearing his words, Su Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up. What? There are no surveillance cameras here? Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Of course. Not only are there no cameras, but even the Human Federation's surveillance is temporarily blind here. I heard it's due to equipment failure. Well, that makes things much easier. The next moment, under Jiang Xiaobai's horrified gaze, Su Jiang approached his death lizard. A fireball incinerated the giant lizard into charcoal. Jiang Xiaobai's mouth gaped open, about to beg for mercy. Su Jiang stepped before him, seized his head with one hand, and hoisted him into the air. Jiang Xiaobai was instantly terrified out of his wits. I beg for mercy, brother. I was wrong. Brother, please spare me. I made a mistake. Su Jiang ignored his pleas, tightening his grip ever so slightly. Snap. And just like that, Jiang Xiaobai became a headless corpse. After using a few more skills to thoroughly destroy the scene, Su Jiang casually left the area. Though the location wasn't far from his spirit beast shop, the Jiang family held no evidence against him. 3 days later, at the retest venue. The moment Su Jiang arrived, he saw Jiang Xiana storming toward him, eyes blazing with fury. Su Jiang, you murderer! You'll pay for this. Su Jiang shrugged. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Just then, Lin Yao approached them. Seeing Jiang Xiana about to speak again, she abruptly cut in. Enough! Chapter 26, The Rules of the Semifinals. Lin Yao's sharp rebuke instantly silenced the room. Her expression turned stern as she fixed her gaze on the two arguing at the center of the commotion. This is a competition venue, not a place for settling personal grudges. Any issues should be addressed after the competition concludes. Though she addressed both individuals, her tone clearly targeted Jiang Xiana more intensely. Jiang Xiana's face darkened. She shot Su Jiang a fierce glare but said nothing more. Wu Hao and Wu Rou both breathed a silent sigh of relief. It wasn't that they feared Jiang Xiana, they simply didn't want a clash with the officials. As Lin Yao began explaining the rules for the quarterfinals, Wu Hao leaned over to Su Jiang. Boss, the Jiang family really crossed the line. They're pinning this baseless accusation on you. Good thing you reacted fast. If the authorities had targeted you, today would have been trouble. Su Jiang gave a slight nod. As for the baseless accusations Wu Hao mentioned, he merely chuckled softly without comment. This playoff round opened up a dungeon that was still under development. Monsters ranged from levels 5 to 20, and the terrain was incredibly complex and varied. Each healing-type participant was paired with a companion to explore the dungeon together, with a level cap of 25 for spirit beasts. Lin Yao gave a brief overview of the dungeon's layout, her gaze sweeping coldly over the group. During this playoff round, locating specific items, rescuing trapped spirit beasts, and defeating dungeon monsters will all earn corresponding points. Perimeter areas are safer but yield fewer points. Venturing deeper into unexplored areas of the dungeon yields higher points, but the danger escalates accordingly. In cases of injury or a spirit beast losing combat capability, immediately request assistance from the organizers. Requesting assistance will disqualify you from the competition, but it's better than losing your life in there. After delivering these instructions, she fixed Jiang Xiana with a warning stare. Maliciously attacking other teams will result in immediate disqualification if discovered by patrols. That final warning was blatantly directed at Jiang Xiana, infuriating her to the point of wanting to explode on the spot. The organizers had already taken notice of Su Jiang. If Jiang Xiana attempted any underhanded tactics within the dungeon, she would likely be caught. Jiang Xiana touched the item hidden in her sleeve. Her hesitant expression instantly hardened into something vicious. Her gaze, thick with palpable resentment, fixed on Su Jiang, prompting the three members beside him to glare back at Jiang Xiana. Su Jiang restrained Wu Hao, who was about to act, whispering, "Ignore them. We just need to focus on the competition." He shot Jiang Xiana a subtle glance and gave a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. While official oversight was strict, anything could happen within the dungeon. Once they entered that complex environment, who would be the hunter and who the prey wouldn't be up to Jiang Xiana to decide. Unaware of Su Jiang's thoughts, Lin Yao glanced at him with admiration at his composure. With the rules explained, Lin Yao's commands signaled the official start of the playoffs. Su Jiang and Wu Hao frowned slightly as soon as they entered the instance, feeling somewhat unsettled. The entry points into the dungeon were randomized. Aside from their own teammates, all other contestants had been scattered to different locations. This meant neither had any teammates nearby, and locating Wu Rou and Sun Ron would take time. Compounding their discomfort, the surroundings were dark and damp, permeated by a pungent, sulfur-like odor. Before he could steady himself, several auras surged toward him and Wu Hao. While Wu Hao frantically summoned his death skeleton, Su Jiang had already swiftly dispatched the beasts. His gaze held a hint of restraint. "Wu Hao, did you hear a single word of what I told you earlier?" Back when they emerged from the void dungeon, he had specifically told Wu Hao to practice mastering the summoning array once they returned. Wu Hao had agreed wholeheartedly at the time, but the moment he returned home, he completely forgot about it. Now, under attack, Su Jiang saw right through him. Su Jiang glanced at him once before withdrawing his gaze, his tone stern. "Wu Hao, I can't be by your side every single moment, and you won't always have bodyguards protecting you. In fact, I'd even considered that if I actually took the college entrance exam and got into one of the top 3 universities. With your abilities and your family's backing, maybe we could still be classmates." Wu Hao's lips twitched, a hint of guilt flickering across his face. Yet he remained silent, his gaze only growing more resolute. Seeing this, Su Jiang said no more, merely motioning for him to continue searching for the target. Wu Hao silently commanded the death skeletons to clear the surrounding beasts. Suddenly, a faint, weak whimpering sound drifted from a cave on the edge of the forest. Both men's expressions tensed. Leading the death skeletons, they crept toward the source of the sound. They approached the cave cautiously. The faint whimpering had been somewhat clear at first, but as they drew nearer, it gradually grew fainter. Su Jiang couldn't tell if this was a trap or if the spirit beast inside was on the verge of collapse. He slowed his pace slightly, signaling the death skeleton to enter first and scout the situation. The cave was dimly lit, and the pungent stench of decay grew stronger the deeper they ventured. Su Jiang frowned slightly, assessed the source of the odor, and changed direction to continue exploring. "Wu Hao, be careful. We still don't know if it's danger or a spirit beast in there." Wu Hao nodded and followed closely behind him. The intermittent whimpering sounds echoed again. The moonlight rabbit perched on Su Jiang's shoulder suddenly rubbed against his cheek. Su Jiang's expression hardened as his pace abruptly quickened. He practically broke into a jog toward the source of the cries. Soon, a wounded little spirit beast came into view. Resembling a cat in appearance, the creature was covered in wounds and afflicted with negative status effects. Upon seeing Su Jiang, the creature struggled and let out another whimper. He immediately crouched down to check its condition. Bleeding, poisoned, weakened, blinded. 4 debuffs struck simultaneously, and the wounds on its body wouldn't stop bleeding due to the bleeding debuff. Its hind legs appeared torn by something, exposing the stark white bone beneath. Its hindquarters sagged limply, suggesting possible spinal damage. Since taking over the cute beast house, Jiang had been constantly interacting with spirit beasts, always caring for these adorable creatures. This was the first time he'd seen such a small spirit beast suffer such severe injuries. The moonlight rabbit on his shoulder had leaped down long ago, continuously casting moonlight healing. A soft glow enveloped the little spirit beast, its tiny wounds slowly beginning to heal. Yet the negative effects on its hind legs, lower back, and body remained stubbornly unresolved for a long while. Jiang sighed softly, murmuring, "Little bunny, use healing light." Chapter 27, First Healing. Jiang couldn't contract the moonlight rabbit, so its level remained stuck at 0, preventing it from gaining experience. Although Jiang had deliberately boosted its spirit attribute during its cultivation, directly using healing light still proved somewhat taxing. Yet the moonlight rabbit showed no hesitation. Almost the instant Jiang finished speaking, a moonlight-like radiance emanated from the moonlight rabbit, bathing the entire cave. Sparkles of white light began converging toward the little spirit beast's body, coalescing into a beam that enveloped it. The little spirit beast seemed to sense this warm, healing power as well, its pained expression gradually easing. Bathed in the light, the negative conditions afflicting the little spirit beast were lifted one by one. Blood ceased flowing from its wounds, damaged skin slowly mended, and fractured bones gradually realigned. The moonlight rabbit focused intently on sustaining the skill's release, its body trembling slightly as if expending immense energy. Jiang's eyes filled with concern. This was practically draining the moonlight rabbit's own energy reserves. Unfortunately, he couldn't form a contract with the spirit beast, leaving him unable to provide magical support in this situation. Jiang pressed his lips together, suppressing the heavy weight in his heart as he watched the small spirit beast gradually regain its health. The glow on the moonlight rabbit's body gradually faded. The little spirit beast staggered to its feet, slowly adjusting to its newly restored body. Once fully recovered, the moonlight rabbit hopped weakly to Jiang's feet, nudging his calf with its head. Jiang scooped it up and placed it back on his shoulder, stroking its head tenderly. The little spirit beast seemed to recognize that the person and spirit beast before it had saved its life, chirping softly in gratitude. It tugged at Jiang's pant leg before gazing toward the depths of the cave. Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you trying to lead us inside to find something?" The little spirit beast chirped again, then vanished in a flash of light. A crimson emblem materialized at Jiang's feet. This was the point marker Lin Yao had mentioned before entering the instance. Black represented 50 points, red 20 points, orange 10 points, yellow 5 points, and green 1 point. The little spirit beast's injuries were simply too severe, only exceptionally potent healing skills could restore it. Thus, the 20 points earned from this healing were considered a decent reward. Jiang stowed the token into the storage pouch he'd obtained from the Wu family treasury, then shifted his gaze toward the depths of the cave. He had sensed a vague danger emanating from there earlier, which was why he hesitated and approached the little spirit beast from a different direction. But now, the little spirit beast's attitude clearly indicated something was inside. Trusting that the creature he'd just saved wouldn't betray him, he turned to glance at Wu Hao, seeking his opinion. Wu Hao patted his chest with a carefree gesture. "Boss, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Before I came out, my old man practically decked me out with half the treasure vault. If anything really happens, I'll at least, not die." He'd been about to boast about how he could slaughter enemies left and right. But remembering how pathetic he looked when summoning the death skeleton earlier, he cleared his throat and swallowed the boast. Jiang picked up the little spirit beast from the ground and placed it on his other shoulder, preparing to venture deeper into the cave to investigate the situation. As they ventured deeper, the cave's terrain grew increasingly complex. Even Jiang's sharp memory began to blur the path they'd taken, causing a hint of hesitation to flicker across his face. Just as he debated retreating, a low, furious growl erupted from the cavern's depths ahead, accompanied by a foul stench rapidly closing in on them. They halted, their expressions tense as they stared ahead. The death skeleton seemed to sense something too, its aura suddenly surging as if locked in an invisible standoff with whatever lurked in the cavern's depths. The little spirit beast trembled on Jiang's shoulder, occasionally letting out a soft whimper, clearly terrified of whatever lurked within. Suddenly, a massive creature burst from the darkness. Its form resembled a lion, but its size was several times larger than that of an ordinary lion. With its gaping maw, it lunged toward the two. Jiang reacted swiftly, leaping aside to dodge the creature's attack. Wu Hao's reaction, however, was noticeably slower than Jiang's. Fortunately, the death skeleton's protective instinct remained intact. Without waiting for Wu Hao's command, it instantly formed a bone shield defense and positioned itself in front of him. The monster's attack slammed into the bone shield, shattering it instantly. However, this brief buffer allowed Wu Hao to react. He swiftly dodged to the opposite side of the cave. While fleeing, he commanded the death skeleton to intercept the monster. But this monster was at least level 18. Though Wu Hao's death skeleton possessed formidable attributes, its level was stuck at 10 and hadn't advanced further. In the short term, they could only delay it, unable to defeat it completely. Jiang frowned and gave Wu Hao a meaningful glance. After all these years, the two shared a certain tacit understanding. Wu Hao instantly grasped the meaning behind Jiang's gesture. He immediately commanded the death skeletons to continuously fire bursts of energy, drawing the monster's attention. Jiang seized the opportunity to circle around to the monster's rear. He had just noticed a faint mark on the monster's lower back. It carefully guarded that spot every time it attacked. Jiang used the dim lighting of the cave to sneak closer. But before he could get close, the monster abruptly abandoned its engagement with the death skeleton. It whipped its head around, fixing its gaze on Jiang, the source of the danger it sensed. The massive lion head suddenly loomed closer, causing even Jiang to flinch in fright. Wu Hao, following behind, shouted in terror, "Boss, watch out!" Jiang instinctively swung a punch, smashing it squarely into the monster's skull. The blow stunned the creature, causing it to stumble back a couple of steps, its vision seemingly darkening. Jiang didn't pursue the advantage, quickly retreating to create distance from the creature. Once he reached a relatively safe position, Jiang glanced at Wu Hao and, without hesitation, unleashed the fireball spell directly at the monster. The instant the fireball erupted, Wu Hao felt his brain short-circuit. His less than sophisticated CPU seemed to catch fire from the blast. Stammering, he managed, "Boss, what is this?" Chapter 28, The Battle. Jiang replied in a low voice, "Didn't you even learn fireball spell back in school?" Wu Hao's expression froze for a moment. "Of course I know this is fireball. What I mean is... But, there aren't any fire attribute spirit beasts here? Could other contestants be lurking nearby?" The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. His face grew wary as he scanned the surroundings, as if determined to flush out any competitors lurking in the darkness. Jiang watched his foolish expression, his own face hardening with growing impatience. "Stop being an idiot. If you didn't misread it, that spell was cast from me. There are no other contestants nearby," he explained to Wu Hao while keeping his hands moving without pause. Fireball spells flew from Jiang's hands in rapid succession, occasionally interspersed with a shadow strike or two. Wu Hao grew increasingly dumbfounded. Staring blankly, he blurted out, "Boss, is there anything you can't do? Whoa, you're not actually a spirit beast, are you? Hiding among humans all this time, searching for that chosen one who could sign an equal contract with you? Could that be the real reason your contract failed? Could it be that you never possessed a spirit domain to begin with?" The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his theory, his gaze toward Jiang growing increasingly peculiar. "Boss, could it be I'm the chosen one you're looking for? Are you some kind of purple crystal behemoth?" Jiang's patience finally snapped. He shot Wu Hao a sharp glare. "If your brain hasn't been completely warped by those fantasy novels, then right now, command your death skeleton to assist me." Wu Hao flinched. Years of obeying Jiang's commands had ingrained the reflex to control the death skeleton into assisting him. Yet the dark, sidelong glances he kept shooting at Jiang betrayed the turmoil within. In the end, the monster was practically worn down to death by Jiang and the death skeleton. Its level was still somewhat high for the two of them. While its attributes weren't exceptionally strong, its defensive capabilities were downright nauseating. Even with Jiang's 52 strength points, breaking through its defenses proved difficult. Ultimately, it was the accumulated death aura hidden within the shadow assault that finally finished it off. The monster's corpse was already charred beyond recognition by the fireball spell. Upon death, a massive surge of energy erupted from its remains, settling onto the death skeleton. Simultaneously, Jiang sensed an increase in his 4 core attributes, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Now that the battle was over, he recalled Wu Hao's earlier nonsense and kicked him in the butt in annoyance. "What nonsense were you spouting back there?" Wu Hao scratched his buzz cut and grinned. "Boss, I figured it out. Aren't you some super powerful, one-of-a-kind divine beast? Are you looking for a suitable contract partner? You've got your eye on my head, huh?" Jiang kicked him in the butt again. "I'm after your head. You already have a spirit beast. Focus on nurturing it every day and work hard to level it up. You're not the only one leveling up here, you jerk. Pay attention." He bent down to pick up the red token dropped by the slain monster, stowing it away in his storage pouch before glancing around the cave in confusion. "Damn. After fighting for so long, I can't seem to find the path we came in on? Do you even remember the way out?" Wu Hao's expression froze. Forgetting to banter with Jiang, he frantically scanned the nearly identical cave surroundings. Just as their worries deepened, the little spirit beast tugged at Jiang's hair and pointed toward a dimly lit passageway. Jiang hesitated, unsure what lay beyond the path the little spirit beast had indicated. It might be an exit, but it could also lead to another monster. Jiang had expended some energy during the recent monster encounter. If another monster of the same level or even higher appeared, Jiang would struggle. Unaware of his hesitation, the little spirit beast tugged at his hair again with its claws, chirping impatiently. Jiang shot it a helpless glance. "What are you trying to say? Are there stronger monsters in this direction?" The little spirit beast impatiently patted his face with its soft padded paws. "Then is this direction the exit?" The little spirit beast grew even more anxious, patting him more urgently. Seeing its frantic state, Jiang stopped asking questions. The only certainty now was that there were no stronger monsters ahead on this path. Everything else seemed less important now. He turned and beckoned to Wu Hao, then followed the direction the little spirit beast was pointing. The deeper they ventured, the more excited the little spirit beast became, and the surrounding magical energy grew increasingly dense. Su Jiang's spirit stirred within this potent magic, while the death skeleton continuously absorbed it through its spirit siphon. The surrounding magic slowly coalesced into a shimmering ribbon of light, converging toward the death skeleton. A vague suspicion began to form in Su Jiang's mind, and he quickened his pace considerably. Wu Hao stared at the night pearl appearing on the wall and couldn't help but let out a pair of tisk sounds. What kind of place is this? So extravagant? This night pearl is quite the piece. They just hang it on the wall like that? Su Jiang chuckled softly. Enough with the grumbling. The little skeleton helped us out just now. You'll get half the rewards later. Wu Hao's expression, however, betrayed surprise. So you're saying this place is a treasure trove? He was usually adept at joking around, but this situation left him feeling uneasy. Boss, I didn't mean to imply anything. I didn't do much just now. You can take the stuff yourself. You know my family doesn't need this stuff. I was just joking. Before Su Jiang could respond, a green toxic gas began drifting out from the depths of the cave. The little spirit beast whimpered anxiously. It had been caught off guard and immediately overwhelmed by the gas. By the time the monster burst forth, it had no strength left to resist. If not for a sudden burst of strength as it neared death, it might never have escaped. Thinking of this, the little spirit beast frantically tugged at Su Jiang's hair, as if trying to warn him of something. But before Su Jiang could notice anything amiss, a faint moonlight glow began emanating from the moonlight rabbit. This light enveloped both Su Jiang and Wu Hao, rendering the toxic gas opposite them completely ineffective. Wu Hao stared at the moonlight rabbit in astonishment. Whoa, boss, you really aren't some big shot who commands a pack of beasts? Chapter 29, The Treasure Site. I thought the moonlight rabbit's moonlight healing ability was pretty average. Who knew that after the boss trained it, it would become so powerful? Healing abilities aside, its status removal is this potent too. Is there anything this little moonlight rabbit can't do? Wu Hao tentatively reached out to pet the moonlight rabbit, only to get bitten. The pain made him suck in a sharp breath. Su Jiang shot him a disapproving glare before walking over to the corner and attempting to push the wall there. Wu Hao blew on his finger, puzzled. Boss, there's nothing over there. Could there be something valuable behind this wall? Su Jiang's action stemmed from sensing that the magical energy concentration in this direction was significantly denser than elsewhere. He shoved Wu Hao aside, channeling all his strength into his fist before slamming it hard into the wall. The earthen wall began trembling and crumbling. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and swung another punch. Instantly, a passageway large enough for one person to squeeze through appeared in the earthen wall. The little spirit beast leapt excitedly from his shoulder and dashed straight into the passageway. Su Jiang waited a moment, hearing no sound from the little spirit beast before slowly crawling through himself. His eyes fell upon a small pile of shattered spirit crystals, the source of the intense magical energy that had permeated the air. The moment Wu Hao entered and saw the crystals, his eyes widened in shock. Holy! Who the hell is this? What a waste of precious resources, just dumping broken spirit crystals on the floor like this. This stuff is one of the best foods for spirit beasts. This much could fetch a fortune, right? The little spirit beast was buried in the pile of shards, its eyes glazed over from absorbing excessive magic energy. Yet it retained enough sense to stagger over, clawing a few shards into its embrace before shoving the rest toward Su Jiang's feet. Su Jiang shot the little spirit beast a half smile, half sneer before scooping all the shards into his storage pouch. Wu Hao, standing nearby, paid little attention to the scene. He only saw death element or soul element spirit crystals. These crystals on the ground were clearly elemental type, which he didn't need. However, he noticed Su Jiang pinching a shard between his fingers and asked curiously, Boss, what are you planning to do with that? Humans can't absorb this stuff. Only spirit beasts can. Su Jiang felt the magic power continuously gathering in his palm and flowing into his body. He said nothing, only tucking the shard of spirit crystal away as well. He himself was now uncertain whether this peculiar ability stemmed from the original host's inherent anomalies or the mutations brought about by the system he had acquired. The little spirit beast beside him chirped cheerfully, seemingly delighted for him. Su Jiang bent down and picked it up. Little one, do you want to come with me? The little spirit beast tilted its head in confusion, seemingly unsure what Su Jiang was asking. Yet sensing the faint warmth radiating from Su Jiang, it nuzzled against him again with a soft chirp. Su Jiang took this as the little creature's consent and placed it directly onto his other shoulder. The little spirit beast seemed to grasp something vaguely, yet it offered no resistance. Instead, it tugged at Su Jiang's hair, guiding him along. Following the direction indicated by the little spirit beast, the two finally emerged from the intricate labyrinth of caves. They chose a direction and prepared to continue their search for points. Shortly after they departed, Jiang Xiaona arrived in the area with her dozen or so team members. These were the people she had contacted earlier, intending to eliminate Su Jiang first. Jiang Xiaona occasionally glanced at them with a hint of contempt in her eyes, seemingly contemplating how to eliminate them all after disposing of Su Jiang. Little did she know, the looks the others gave her carried a similar, albeit subtle, meaning. She noticed faint traces emerging near the cave entrance, a slight hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Jiang Xiaona didn't make a decision on her own, instead turning to a man in the group dressed entirely in black. Someone seems to have entered this cave. There might be something valuable inside. Zhou Jia, what are your thoughts? The man called Zhou Jia wore a stern expression as he turned to another member of the group and spoke in a cold tone. Go check out the situation inside. The man's face paled. Though reluctant, he had no power to resist and could only crawl into the cave. After waiting for quite some time, the man still hadn't emerged. Jiang Xiaona stood at the entrance and called out several times, but heard no response. Zhou Jia's expression grew more intrigued. Looks like there's something in there. This was an unexplored instance. Some areas might even be unknown to the developers themselves. They were essentially pioneering territory, and any valuable finds belonged solely to their team. And the more dangerous and quiet a place was, the more likely it was to hold treasures. His gaze fell on Jiang Xiaona, sending a chill down her spine. This man was from the Zhou family, the very same Zhou family that had been expelled by the Wu family. The Wu family dared not hold a grudge against the Su family, so they directed their hatred toward Su Jiang, who had been present that day. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaona spread word that she wanted someone to take care of Su Jiang, he proactively sought out people to form a team. Zhou Jia was significantly more formidable than the late Jiang Xiaobai, which fueled his constant arrogance. Even within Jiang Xiaona's team now, he subtly hinted at challenging her authority. Jiang Xiaona's expression darkened slightly, but she didn't challenge Zhou Jia's suggestion. She beckoned to the others in the group, then grabbed a spirit energy lamp and darted into the cave. Whether by coincidence or not, they didn't find the area where the little spirit beast had been injured. Instead, they immediately located the spot where the monster had died. Zhou Jia crouched down and touched the monster's corpse, his expression growing more surprised. This monster was powerful. The remaining corpses are still slightly warm, and this area contains a significant amount of energy. The enemy didn't take these corpses. They must have been injured and forced to flee. The rest of you, have your spirit beasts devoured these corpses? Rest up. We'll keep searching deeper in. We might just land a big catch. His expression held a hint of excitement. He surmised that a monster of this caliber would likely require a team of at least 6 to take down. He speculated it would drop at least 1 red point token. If they tracked down and eliminated this team, they could reap a substantial haul of points. His makeshift teammates behind him summoned their spirit beasts one after another, which then began devouring the fallen monster on the ground. Little did they know, the monster had already been thoroughly pickled by Su Jiang and the Death Skeleton's shadow assault. Threads of deathly aura seeped through the monster's corpse and were swallowed into the spirit beasts' bodies. Chapter 30, Spirit Beast Affinity. Subtle changes began to manifest on the spirit beasts' bodies. But the beastmasters dismissed it as mere mutations caused by absorbing the residual energy from the monster's corpse. After devouring the corpse, they followed the trail deeper into the cavern, hoping to find the team ahead. Shadowy wisps of mist and poison elements drifted across the ground, affecting the mood of the group. Unbeknownst to them, they had already lost their way back. Meanwhile, the green toxic elements silently eroded their bodies beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Su Jiang and Wu Hao continued exploring the dungeon with their spirit beasts. Along the way, they encountered several other contestants. One of them even kindly pointed out the approximate direction of Wu Rou and Sun Rong. It was completely opposite to the direction they were currently heading. Even if they rushed full speed ahead, it would take considerable time to meet up. With a hint of resignation, the two thanked the participant and proceeded in the direction he had indicated. Little did they know, shortly after setting off, the contestant who had given them directions flashed a smug smile before moving off in the opposite direction. Only after his figure vanished completely did Su Jiang and Wu Hao turn back the way they came. Su Jiang had only stayed behind out of caution, never expecting such an unexpected outcome. Wu Hao was puzzled. Boss, why do you think that guy tricked us? Su Jiang was also puzzled. He couldn't recall ever crossing this man. But beyond personal grudges, there was another motive that could drive someone to such underhanded tactics. That was profit. Su Jiang offered no further explanation, nor did he attempt to track down Wu Rou. He knew the strength of the slime he'd cultivated himself. As long as Wu Rou didn't self-sabotage, advancing through the playoffs should be a breeze for her. The real concern was how points would be divided. If the two teams merged, it would inevitably be a disadvantage. Su Jiang and Wu Hao continued exploring in the direction the guide had left. The two planned to first seek out more points and opportunities to complete tasks. When the time was right, they would find Wu Rou and the others to reunite. As they walked, the terrain ahead suddenly shifted. The forest gave way to a mysterious swamp. Su Jiang gazed at the swamp shrouded in eerie mist before him, then glanced back at the forest behind them, his thoughts deepening. Such transitions between terrains were usually smooth and gradual. Where did this abrupt, sharply delineated change come from? Su Jiang halted cautiously, scanning his surroundings. Boss, something feels off about this place. Wu Hao looked tense, nervously shifting closer to the death skeleton beside him. Su Jiang nodded in agreement. Be careful. This place might be dangerous. He ordered the Moonlight Rabbit and Death Skeleton to stay alert, ready to respond to any situation that might arise. The two slowly advanced into the swamp, the ground beneath their feet gradually turning muddy. Suddenly, a massive swamp monster burst from the murky depths, launching an attack without warning. Wu Hao was always a split second slower to react in such moments, freezing in shock for an instant. In that split second, Su Jiang reacted swiftly, commanding the little skeleton to charge forward. As the breeder who had cultivated the Death Skeleton, his control over it was second only to its master, Wu Hao. Previously, Su Jiang had been reluctant to display this ability in front of others, fearing it might cause misunderstandings with Wu Hao. But now, there was no time for such concerns. If Wu Hao remained frozen any longer, the swamp monster would likely devour its prey. The Death Skeleton unleashed its Shadow Assault skill as it charged toward the swamp creature. Yet the swamp monster proved remarkably agile, effortlessly evading the Death Skeleton's assault. Seeing this, Su Jiang decided to take matters into his own hands. Originally, the terrain had severely limited his movements, so he'd settled for controlling the Death Skeleton in battle. But the Death Skeleton's level proved insufficient against the monsters in this undeveloped dungeon, struggling to hold its own. He utilized his agile movements, constantly shifting through the swamp. As long as he didn't stay in one spot for more than 5 seconds, the swamp couldn't hinder his movement. After careful observation, Su Jiang locked onto the swamp monster's eyes. He darted left and right, constantly disrupting the swamp monster's concentration. Beside him, Wu Hao snapped out of his daze, moving while commanding the Death Skeleton to unleash Shadow Assault at the swamp creature. Finally, Su Jiang seized his moment, charging toward the swamp creature and punching it squarely in the eye. The swamp monster roared in agony, its body convulsing violently. Wu Hao seized the chance to command the Death Skeleton to attack again. After several struggles, they finally succeeded in defeating the swamp monster. He glanced at Su Jiang, his expression hinting at words left unsaid. Su Jiang pressed his lips together, deciding to share part of the truth. You must have noticed something's off, right? Wu Hao's eyes flickered for a moment, but he quickly broke into a grin. You're the boss for a reason, boss. You can pull off anything. Su Jiang frowned at his attempt to change the subject and cut straight to the point. I'm not a beastmaster, but I am a beast breeder. The spirit beasts I cultivate are stronger than ordinary ones, you should know that by now. It involves my unique methods, so the bond between me and the spirit beasts I cultivate is exceptionally close. As he spoke, his gaze didn't linger on Wu Hao's Death Skeleton but instead rested on the Moonlight Rabbit perched on his shoulder. Wu Hao nodded slightly. He had suspected as much when Su Jiang visited the Wu family earlier. In fact, he felt Su Jiang's description was somewhat conservative. The affinity radiating from him seemed to affect all spirit beasts. Slimes were inherently friendly creatures that would let anyone cuddle them, so that wasn't surprising. But Sun Rong's frost serpent hadn't resisted when Su Jiang left either. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been swallowed whole by the serpent. Then there was the Moonlight Rabbit. Though it hadn't formed a contract with Su Jiang, it obeyed his commands with remarkable docility. Even the wild spirit beast he rescued along the way showed great affection toward Su Jiang, willingly tagging along with him through the dungeon. Seeing that Wu Hao understood, Su Jiang explained his situation directly. So, your Death Skeleton's primary allegiance is to you, its master. But when you're absent or unconscious, it will also obey my commands. Would you mind? Chapter 31, Heavy Losses. Su Jiang didn't look directly at Wu Hao, but his eyes kept glancing at Wu Hao's expression. Wu Hao was his only true friend. If possible, he didn't want things to get too tense between them. Wu Hao scratched his buzz cut with a sheepish grin. Man, boss, you're being so serious, I thought you were gonna say something. Honestly, I'm actually glad you managed to pull something like this off. Even if I'm not unconscious or unable to react, I still want my spirit beast to protect you, boss. His expression held a hint of earnestness. Boss, ever since you lost your spirit domain, I've been genuinely worried about your condition. Now that you say you have this ability, honestly, I'm overjoyed. You saved my life back then. This life is yours. That my spirit beast can protect your life to some extent makes me incredibly, exceptionally, unprecedentedly happy. A fleeting look of emotion crossed Su Jiang's face. He sniffed back a sob and smacked Wu Hao on the back of the head. What's with all this sentimental nonsense when you've got nothing better to do? Anyway, if it weren't for today's special circumstances, I wouldn't have revealed this. He hesitated for a moment. If you plan to tell Wu Rou about this, make sure to remind her not to spread it around. But what about Sun Rong? His expression twisted with conflict, not because he suspected Sun Rong of anything. It was more that, putting himself in her shoes, he found it awkward that his spirit beast obeyed not only him but others as well. Wu Hao cut him off before he could finish. Don't worry, boss. I'm not ungrateful. What happened today stays between us, no third party will ever know. He pounded his chest emphatically, prompting Su Jiang to roll his eyes in exasperation. After this exchange, the two men's relationship visibly grew closer than before. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, Jiang Xiana and the others ventured further and further in, gradually finding themselves in dire straits. The fog and poison elements grew increasingly dense, causing various discomforts to manifest in their bodies. Jia, what the hell is going on? My spirit beast doesn't seem quite right. Jiang Xiana's face turned slightly green. She commanded her spirit beast to cast Purify on her, but after 2 attempts with no effect, panic flashed across her features. Jia's expression was equally grim. He realized they might have stumbled into some kind of trap. Everyone, be careful. This place might be dangerous. He tried to keep everyone calm, but chaos was already spreading through the group. The spirit beasts of other challengers, having consumed the corpses of monsters corrupted by death energy, grew restless and agitated. Some had even slipped beyond control. We must find a way out quickly, or we'll all die here. Jiang Xiana said anxiously. Jia frowned. Aren't you healing-type spirit beast tamers? Clear the negative status effects off everyone first. The group scrambled to command their spirit beasts to remove the debuffs. But these debuffs had been active for far too long. Removing them required repeated uses of purifying skills. The frenzied spirit beasts at the rear had begun attacking the others around them, plunging the entire scene into chaos. Jia's face had turned almost ashen. This damn cave seemed to contain something that affected one's mind. He clearly remembered choosing a path he hadn't taken before, yet after circling around, they had ended up back where they started. Gritting his teeth, Jia pulled a disposable directional tool from his robe. Following its guidance, the group circled several times before finally glimpsing a sliver of light. At this point, they had no time to search for treasures. Crawling and scrambling, they rushed out along this path. Outside, a dimly lit swamp came into view, its surroundings eerie and terrifying. Their losses were heavy. Not only were some team members injured, but most of their spirit beasts had also sustained varying degrees of damage. Even now, the spirit beasts that had devoured the monster corpses remained under the control of the death aura, relentlessly attacking their fellow beasts. Several members could no longer bear the toll, crushing the emergency orders in their hands. Jiang Xiana's face twisted into a grimace. With their numbers depleted, she felt a flicker of trepidation facing Su Jiang alone. You're just leaving like this? Don't you care about your ranking in the healing tournament? Crushing the emergency order means withdrawal from the competition. The expressions on the team members' faces darkened. Their spirit realm levels weren't particularly high. If their spirit beasts continued to deplete their energy, there was a significant risk of their spirit realms shattering if they died. Several members now regretted agreeing to Jiang Xiana's request. One of them spoke up coldly, I don't want to either, but your healing abilities for these spirit beasts are just too weak. If you were any stronger, we wouldn't have to forfeit our entry. As the words fell, the official rescue team swiftly approached and halted before the group. Seeing the pitiful state of the spirit beasts, the official emergency team frowned. Withdraw from the competition. We'll escort you out to find professional healers. Hearing the promise of treatment, the group hurriedly followed the officials away. The team's numbers suddenly dwindled to 6. As they departed, those who left shot several resentful glances at Jiang Xiana. Jiang Xiana, irritated by their glances, blamed Su Jiang for the entire situation. Su Jiang, it's all your fault I'm in this mess. Damn it! I'll make you pay for this. Jia's expression was equally grim. He had expected to earn substantial points and treasures in this dungeon run, only to encounter such a setback instead. His hatred for Su Jiang deepened, while his distaste for Jiang Xiana grew as well. Exchanging glances, the group decided to regroup and recover their strength before seeking revenge on Su Jiang. Meanwhile, Su Jiang, the very target of their schemes, had already led Wu Hao deep into the swamp. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the miasma became. Finally, within the heart of the toxic fog, they discovered a peculiar sight. It resembled an altar, its central offering space empty, revealing a sizable hole. Su Jiang and Wu Hao exchanged glances, both wearing eager expressions. This was clearly an ancient ruin. Inside, they should find plenty of points, and perhaps even some treasures. Several rows of muddy footprints were already imprinted on the ground, indicating that someone had crossed the swamp and entered the site before them. Wu Hao suspected the contestant who had guided them earlier must have entered this very place. Su Jiang stroked his chin. Let's go. See what kind of den of dragons and tigers lies within. The pair retrieved 2 night pearls they had dug from the cave earlier. Each clutching one, they leaped through the altar's entrance. Sliding down the slope, eerie sounds drifted in from all directions. Chapter 32, Contestant Lu Bai. Wu Hao let out a startled shriek, his cry shattering the eerie silence around them. Su Jiang, who had been tense, shot Wu Hao another familiar look of exasperated patience. He clung desperately to the death skeleton, babbling incoherently in a language no one could understand. Within seconds, both landed. Wu Hao pinned the death skeleton beneath him, its sharp edges making him wince and grimace. Su Jiang had been slightly worried at first, but upon seeing Wu Hao was unharmed, his expression instantly shifted to utter speechlessness. Your spirit beast is pitiful. Even as a skeleton, it still has to carry you around like a princess. Wu Hao hugged the night pearl and scanned the surroundings. Satisfied there was no immediate danger, he resumed his cocky demeanor. Boss, you don't understand. This is called a gentleman doesn't stand by a crumbling wall. He delivered this line with such righteous indignation that Su Jiang momentarily lost his words. Fine, fine, fine. You don't stand by a crumbling wall, you stand by a wall of bones. He dismissed Wu Hao's boast while lifting the night pearl to scrutinize the dimly lit underground chamber. Faint light flickered on the surrounding walls, seemingly emanating from some mysterious runes. The air felt damp, carrying a musty, decaying scent. He gestured to Wu Hao and walked toward the source of the sound. Strange murals gradually appeared on the walls flanking the passage. They depicted bizarre spirit beasts and enigmatic rituals, their meanings impossible to decipher. Su Jiang's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the murals, causing him to unconsciously halt his steps. Just as he was deep in contemplation, faint footsteps echoed from the distance. Wu Hao jumped in fright and instantly cried out. Boss, boss. Someone's here. What should we do? But Su Jiang remained unresponsive for a long time. Wu Hao glanced back and saw Su Jiang standing before the mural as if his soul had been stolen. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly commanded the death skeletons to drag Su Jiang away. With no way of knowing how many enemies were lurking, Wu Hao had no confidence in confronting them while Su Jiang remained in such a dazed state. Just as he took a few steps back, the footsteps grew louder instead, even accompanied by several monster roars from behind. A frantic voice kept screaming, "Help! Help me! Save me!" In the gloomy surroundings, a disheveled figure stumbled toward them. Whether intentionally or not, the figure stumbled directly toward Su Jiang. But the moment he drew near, Su Jiang sprang into action. His body snapped like a coiled spring, whipping around at lightning speed before his senses had fully registered the threat. His right foot swiftly retreated a small step backward, hiding half his body behind the death skull. Then, his right hand shot out like lightning, fingers clamping down on the other man's wrist before twisting it backward. A crisp crack of dislocated bone echoed, followed by a wail of agony. The pursuing monster, hearing this sound, hesitated to advance further. Su Jiang, as if startled by something, abruptly snapped out of his dazed state. He didn't even glance at the contestant he was controlling, instead turning his head toward the mural they had passed earlier. His eyes were filled with terror and lingering fear, his breathing becoming ragged. Wu Hao beside him hadn't processed what was happening yet. He glanced at the captured contestant, then at his boss. Why did Su Jiang look even more pale than the captured contestant? Wu Hao's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Boss, did he use a mental attack? Damn it, that kid looked like such a harmless guy. The death skeleton, receiving the command, slammed directly into the contestant, causing him to cry out in pain. Enough! Everyone stop fighting! Su Jiang felt a dull ache in his head. His mental attribute on the interface had plummeted to just 4 points. Although it would gradually recover over time, it still made him feel uncomfortable. The contestant who had charged forward shrank back in fear. I swear I meant no harm. Do you believe me? He forced a smile onto his face, but it looked utterly fake no matter how you looked at it. Su Jiang stared at him coldly, making his legs go weak. He couldn't fathom how this ambush, meticulously planned, had been so easily thwarted by this man. He had clearly seen the moonlight rabbit on Su Jiang's shoulder, a healing-type beastmaster. Had beastmasters really sunk this low? Did they dare not compete without some combat skills? Su Jiang felt no obligation to answer his questions, merely frowning as he demanded. What's your name? What's going on here? The contestant's eyes darted nervously for a moment. My name is Lu Bai. I'm not entirely sure about the situation here either. I've been exploring since I entered, but haven't found anything unusual yet. It's just, I keep feeling something strange about this place. Wu Hao was straightforward and didn't mince words. Then what were you doing just now? Trying to stage an accident? Lu Bai's expression hardened as he watched the monster vanish into the distance behind them, his own look growing complex. I really didn't mean to. I must have accidentally triggered a mechanism, and those monsters. Su Jiang waved his hand dismissively and released him. Whether it was on purpose or not, you ended up helping me out by accident. Let's go. I won't punish you this time. Lu Bai twisted his dislocated arm, easily popping it back into place with a couple of sharp shakes. His eyes darted around as if he wanted to say something, but Su Jiang suddenly snorted in warning beside him. Keep your little schemes to yourself. If I catch you again, I won't be so easygoing. Su Jiang's recent mental energy depletion had indeed been rather peculiar. Had Lu Bai not accidentally roused him, Su Jiang might have been drained of his mental energy, reduced to a fool. So, for such a minor incident, Su Jiang waved him off. After all, this man looked like trouble. They'd surely cross paths again. Lu Bai's face betrayed a hint of anxiety, mixed with a touch of feigned fear. No, wait. You two must be incredibly powerful to find this place, right? Why not take me along? I promise I'll be useful and won't slow you down. Even Wu Hao, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, now found this a bit odd. He eyed Lu Bai suspiciously, scanning him up and down several times. His gaze was barely distinguishable from that of someone eyeing trash. Is there even a Lu family in District 13? Didn't you hear about the Wu family's situation? This is my boss. You want to compete with me for the position of underling? Get lost. You're not worthy. Chapter 33, A New Crisis. Su Jiang's heart finally settled. He'd feared Wu Hao might notice the other's unusual behavior. Turns out he was just afraid Wu Hao would try to steal his spot as the top dog. Su Jiang waved his hand wearily. Fine. Get lost before I make you. Lu Bai hesitated to speak further, but Su Jiang's gaze suddenly sharpened. We all came in as a team. Where's your healing type partner? The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from you somehow feel strangely familiar. His words carried a hint of meaning, causing Lu Bai's expression to shift abruptly. His eyes darted around frantically, but under Su Jiang's icy stare, Lu Bai backed down without uttering a word. Wu Hao watched, utterly baffled. Boss, you saved him, yet he just walked off without even thanking you? Su Jiang took a deep breath, offered no explanation, and simply changed the subject, leading them further into the underground space. Lu Bai walked in another direction for a while, seemingly very familiar with the entire underground passage. After winding through several turns, his figure emerged in a sealed passageway. To their surprise, Lu Bai's other companion was none other than the contestant who had previously misdirected Su Jiang and his group. Seeing Lu Bai's displeased expression, Yu Yang couldn't resist mocking him. I told you those two are trouble. If you can't handle them, don't go looking for a fight. You just had to go courting trouble. How's that working out for you now? Lu Bai shot him a disapproving look. Didn't I do all this for you? Who knows who leaked the news? Look at all these people showing up. The Wu and Jiang families are both here. I wonder if there's still a chance to get your spirit beast onto the altar. Yu Yang shared his concern. If both of us got wind of this, those major clans surely have their own channels too. Since we can't get anything out of the Wu family, maybe we should try to sweet-talk the Jiang family instead. That woman contacted me before the semi-finals, asking about my thoughts. I brushed her off at the time. Lu Bai hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. Alright, that woman's easier to fool. Once we use her to eliminate the young master of the Wu family, those few nobodies by her side will be easy pickings for us. A summoning array suddenly materialized on Yu Yang's chest, and a shifty-eyed little white rat scurried out. After being summoned, it wrinkled its tiny nose and began squeaking frantically toward a certain direction in the passageway. The two exchanged a glance and began exploring in that direction. Meanwhile, Su Jiang remained unaware that the underground space was filling with more and more people. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding passages grew increasingly intricate, with more and more branching paths, a veritable maze. Fortunately, the little spirit beast had always been gifted at finding its way. It would occasionally tug at Su Jiang's hair, then chirp urgently to guide the pair forward. Su Jiang had gained some insight into nurturing spirit beasts. He could clearly discern that the little spirit beast was trying to convey that something valuable lay ahead. The pair walked at a steady pace, following the direction indicated by the little spirit beast. Suddenly, a death skeleton nearby opened its mouth, bones clattering together with a creaking sound that caught Wu Hao's attention. He smacked the little skeleton on the back of the head. Damn it, why'd you make a noise? That's freaking scary. The little skeleton rubbed its sore spot with a pouty expression, then pointed at the strange marks on the ground. The murals that had lined both sides of the passage had vanished, replaced by what looked like claw marks left by some beast. Su Jiang crouched down, scrutinizing the paw prints as a sudden wave of unease washed over him. Then, a low, rumbling roar echoed through the narrow passageway, sending a chill down their spines. Damn it, did we attract a monster? Wu Hao deftly ducked between Su Jiang and the death skull, peering cautiously around the corner. Where'd it come from? Boss, take it down. Su Jiang, unable to hold back any longer, smacked Wu Hao on the back of the head. I'm not your spirit beast. Control your own spirit beast and get it used to combat. As the words fell, a massive swamp monster plummeted from the sky. Both men's eyes filled with identical confusion. This passage was clearly sealed off. Where the hell did this thing come from? Wu Hao's days lasted far too long, prompting Su Jiang to kick him hard in the rear. Wu Hao had the little skeleton attack from the left to draw its attention. Wu Hao scrambled to respond before directing the death skeleton to continuously unleash shadow assault. Su Jiang seized the chance to circle around to the monster's right flank, unleashing two powerful fireball spells directly at its midsection. Just as they were locked in fierce combat with the monster, several small swamp creatures rained down from above the passageway. Though small in size, their sheer numbers overwhelmed Wu Hao, preventing him from properly controlling the death skeleton. They bit his legs and buttocks, causing him to yelp in pain. Damn it, why are there so many monsters? If you keep attacking me like this without any sense of martial ethics, I'm going to use my items. I really am going to use my items. A faint white glow suddenly emanated from Wu Hao's body, forming an eggshell-like protective barrier that enveloped him entirely. The small swamp monsters harassing him couldn't break through the shield, raging impotently nearby. Su Jiang now directly commanded the death skeleton. Multitasking with perfect synergy, he coordinated flawlessly with his spirit beast. The death skeleton's level was still a bit low. While it could handle the small swamp monsters, facing the large one meant it was just taking a beating. Su Jiang attempted to flip onto the giant swamp monster's back to attack its eyes, only to be swiftly clawed by the creature. His flesh was instantly torn open, blood gushing out in a torrent. He sucked in a sharp breath of pain, but there was no time to tend to the wound. His sole focus was on eliminating this threat. The moonlight rabbit emitted a steady stream of moon-white light, temporarily stemming the flow of blood. The little spirit beast let out an angry whimper. A transparent halo radiated from its body. The swamp monster, which had been roaring incessantly, froze rigid as if struck by some mental assault. Immediately, the little spirit beast swiped at the swamp monster's eye, clawing fiercely at its eyelid. However, the attack proved too weak, failing even to break the skin. Worse, it snapped the swamp monster out of its rigid state. It roared furiously, its rage causing the entire underground chamber to tremble. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Elder. In another section of the underground chamber, Yu Yang and Lu Bai exchanged grim glances. The disturbance emanating from the opposite direction must be coming from the Wu family's young master. Such a massive disturbance, what on earth were they fighting? Originally, they were determined to seize this altar, thinking only of clearing the obstacles in their path. But these intense battle fluctuations sent shivers down both their spines. Yu Yang's expression grew grave. That's at least a level 20 B rank monster. If you were facing it, would you stand a chance? Lu Bai shot him a speechless look. Dude, I'm human, not a god. My spirit beast is a control type. Its level and tier are nowhere near this thing's. Confidence? The confidence it has to crush me under its foot? I recall the Wu family's only heir is a useless little brat, right? A battle this massive probably isn't his doing. The one beside him is a healing type beast tamer, it's definitely not his doing either. I bet he used a bunch of items. Fine by me, it'll save us some effort when we take him down. As they spoke, the two approached Jiang Xiaona's group. By now, both sides could faintly hear each other's voices. Zhou Jia eyed the sudden intruders warily, but his gaze instantly turned feverish upon hearing their mention of the altar's purpose. It wasn't just him, the excitement flickered in the eyes of everyone present. Yu Yang, in particular, had even told a lie to conceal the altar's true purpose. He claimed the altar could be used multiple times, granting each of them a chance to elevate their spirit beast's level. This sent everyone into a frenzy, ready to rush inside. Yet amidst his excitement, Zhou Jia remained wary. Why would you two be so kind as to share this information with us? And what was all that commotion inside just now? Lu Bai immediately wore a look of hurt and anger. It's all because of that young master from the Wu family. Yu Yang gave him a playful tug, his expression turning slightly disapproving. Lu Bai held back, but still muttered a complaint with lingering emotion. Someone's clearing the field. We can't compete with them, that's why we came to you guys for backup. Jiang Xiaona paid no attention to the rest of his words. Her eyes blazed with fury, as if they might shoot fire. Su Jiang is in there. Su Jiang is actually here. What a stroke of luck. I'll make him pay today. With that, she charged heedlessly toward the source of the commotion. Yu Yang and Lu Bai exchanged bewildered glances before turning to Zhou Jia, whose face was equally twisted with rage. Though Zhou Jia still harbored doubts about their identities, having someone familiar with the area wasn't a bad idea at this moment. He barked coldly, "Hurry up and follow." With that, he broke into a jog himself, catching up to Jiang Xiaona's pace. Meanwhile, Su Jiang, the one everyone was worried about, was still locked in a life and death struggle with the massive swamp monster. When the little spirit beast's attack failed to land, both of them felt a tightening in their hearts. Fortunately, in such a battle, a few seconds of distraction was enough for him to seize his chance. Taking advantage of the moment when the swamp monster, distracted by the spirit beast, hadn't fully recovered, Su Jiang charged forward again with renewed force. His hand swept past his storage pouch, and a dagger sprang into his grasp. He thrust it viciously toward the monster's eye. The creature let out a pained wail. Just as it opened its mouth, Su Jiang forced a fireball directly into its jaws. With a loud boom, the monster's roar grew hoarse. Finally, the massive swamp monster gradually lost its strength and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding smaller swamp monsters had already been dealt with by the death skeletons. Su Jiang, drained of energy, nearly collapsed onto the ground. Only Wu Hao's quick run over to support him prevented him from looking utterly disheveled. The light shield around Wu Hao had dimmed and was about to vanish. Su Jiang still found room for a joke. "I thought it was some kind of super powerful gadget. Turns out it's just a turtle shell." As he spoke, the laceration on his arm reopened. Moonlight Rabbit was so anxious it nearly cried out, but it had exhausted too much spiritual energy healing the little spirit beast earlier and couldn't use healing light again just yet. Su Jiang leaned wearily against the wall, his clothes stained crimson with blood. With effort, he stroked the Moonlight Rabbit's head. "It's okay, don't feel so wronged. It's not your fault. My foundation is still too weak. I need to find ways to strengthen it." He offered a few words of reassurance to the listless figures beside him while alternating between using minor healing and Moonlight Cure on himself. The wound on his arm gradually stopped bleeding and began to form a scab. Wu Hao's eyes brimmed with admiration he could barely contain. "Boss, is there anything you can't do? Combat, healing, control, support. What kind of godly boss have I ended up with? Su Jiang's face was slightly pale from blood loss. You forgot to mention my primary role. I'm a spirit cultivator. What I excel at most is cultivating spirits. Just as he finished speaking, an aged voice echoed beside his ear. Spirit cultivation? Your specialty? You've got some nerve, kid. The ground began to tremble and shift, as if the passageway itself were being rearranged. Before their eyes, the trembling earth instantly transformed into a broad, open road. The voice carried a hint of contempt. Boy, you defeated my little darling. You do have the qualifications to see me now. Follow the path. I'm curious to see what kind of person dares claim to be the best at nurturing spirits. Su Jiang and Wu Hao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and wariness. The sudden voice and the changes before them made them realize there seemed to be other sentient beings present. The entity didn't seem human, its tone betrayed a casual disdain for mankind. Wu Hao's expression tightened with tension. He swallowed hard and stammered, Boss, what should we do? Should we go or not? Could this be some kind of trap? Su Jiang took a deep breath and pushed himself to his feet. When you're here, you might as well make the best of it. We've come this far. We can't just give up because of a little scare. The two cautiously advanced along the broad avenue. The mysterious murals from before reappeared on both sides of the walls, subtly affecting Su Jiang's mind. Suddenly, he realized something, growing even more wary of the elder deep within the passageway. Chapter 35, The Altar Awakens. Su Jiang had sensed it before. Individuals whose spiritual attributes exceeded a certain threshold reacted to the murals. Standing before the murals, he distinctly sensed a bizarre ritual targeting spirit beasts. At the very center of the ritual stood a massive altar. However, before he could discern its specific effects, Lu Bai had startled him out of his consciousness space. Now, with this strange mural reappearing, Su Jiang found it hard not to be suspicious. The mural he had seen when he fell earlier might have been deliberately placed before him by that mysterious old man. What kind of being was this entity, and what did it seek to accomplish? The deeper he ventured, the more the enigmatic patterns on the surrounding murals seemed to come alive, pulsing with an eerie, breathing light. Su Jiang, relying on his formidable willpower, remained unaffected. He glanced at Wu Hao with some concern, only to find that the latter, seemingly due to his low spiritual attributes, was completely oblivious to the mural's peculiarity. Su Jiang felt a bit speechless, but thinking that sometimes ignorance is bliss, he decided not to alarm Wu Hao further. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they finally reached a spacious hall. At the hall's center stood an ancient, mysterious altar, radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The altar was covered in intricate runes, but Su Jiang had no time to decipher their meaning. He was stunned to realize this was the very altar he had sensed in the mural. A faint blue figure appeared beside the altar. It resembled an old man, yet Su Jiang sensed it was not human, seemingly a spirit beast in another form. Upon appearing, it scrutinized Su Jiang with piercing eyes. So you're the young upstart who boasts about being the most skilled in nurturing spirits? Humph, what an arrogant brat. Su Jiang felt uneasy under that gaze, yet he was acutely aware that he currently lacked the ability to stand against this being. He adopted a humble demeanor, bowing slightly. Elder, I merely have some research and passion for spirit cultivation. It is not arrogance. If my earlier words caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The old man snorted coldly. Humph, confidence is good in a young man, but excessive arrogance is not. Since you claim expertise in nurturing spirits, I shall test you. With a casual wave of its hand, 4 or 5 somewhat weakened spirit beasts materialized beside it. Examine these spirit beasts. Analyze where their problems lie and how they should be cultivated to grow stronger. Su Jiang's usual cultivation relied solely on entries pulled from the system. This face-to-face assessment made him feel a bit uneasy. But as soon as he approached, before he could do anything, the frail spirit beasts gathered affectionately around him. The cat-like spirit beast perched on his shoulder instantly grew jealous. Its fur bristled as it growled at the others, occasionally whimpering to express its grievance. Su Jiang sighed and rubbed the little beast's head before crouching down to examine the others closely. The expression on the old man's face across from him had already changed several times as the spirit beasts gathered affectionately around Su Jiang. Now, his scrutinizing gaze was completely unguarded. With the system's assistance, Su Jiang presented his insights and cultivation plan. The old man across from him seemed to be looking for trouble, constantly throwing out new questions. Su Jiang hesitated slightly but managed to answer each one. As the questions grew more profound, the old man's gaze gradually shifted from initial disdain to a hint of admiration. Not bad. You do possess some understanding of spirit cultivation. But the path of spirit cultivation is profound and vast. Merely knowing these theories isn't enough. His gaze fell upon the small spirit beast perched on Su Jiang's shoulder. However, considering your demonstrable insight, I shall permit your spirit beast to ascend the altar. As the words fell, the runes across the entire altar suddenly glowed with intense light. Su Jiang looked over with some confusion. Elder, what is this altar for? The old man clicked his tongue. Didn't you see it in the inheritance? That was the work of my entire life. With that inherited knowledge, you might one day build your own altar. Ha! You youngster doesn't have a contract? The little spirit beast was already bouncing and hopping in the center of the altar. The old man seemed to sense something, his expression instantly turning somewhat shocked. He seemed about to offer some advice, but then reconsidered, deciding it wasn't really necessary. The runes on the altar glowed steadily, just as Su Jiang had seen in the mural, their light enveloping the little spirit beast. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts echoed through the air. Jiang Xiaona and the others burst in. Upon seeing the little spirit beast on the altar, jealousy and fury filled everyone's eyes. Especially Lu Bai and Yu Yang, their expressions looked as if the sky had fallen. Others might not know, but they certainly did. This altar offered only one inheritance opportunity. Su Jiang's spirit beast had claimed that spot, shattering their original plan completely. Jiang Xiaona glared at Su Jiang, utterly reckless. I finally found you. Su Jiang, you'll pay for everything you've done. Perhaps the prolonged pursuit had finally worn her patience thin. This time, she didn't even bother with a few more harsh words before flinging the item from her sleeve. It was a sphere radiating black like the sole artifact even the Jiang family possessed. The moment it hit the ground, it released a powerful energy fluctuation. Su Jiang's expression abruptly changed. Outside, with his physical prowess, he wouldn't have feared this sphere. But here, in the underground chamber, even the slightest tremor could trigger an accident. The black orb missed Su Jiang, crashing directly onto the altar and instantly triggering a violent explosion. The altar began to collapse, stones raining down, yet the small spirit beast standing at its center remained utterly still, continuing its awakening process. By the time the old man reacted, the altar was on the verge of shattering. The faint blue glow on its body instantly turned crimson, and its voice grew furious. You ignorant humans, how dare you destroy my altar? With a wave of its sleeve, a powerful force hurled Jiang Xiaona and the others backward. But the altar's collapse was unstoppable, and the entire underground chamber shook violently. Amidst the chaos, Su Jiang clutched the little spirit beast in Moonlight Rabbit tightly, searching for an exit alongside Wu Hao. Jiang Xiaona and the others were also scrambling to escape. They never imagined their actions would trigger such dire consequences. A massive boulder crashed down suddenly. Jiang Xiaona let out a shriek and violently pulled Zhou Jie in front of her. The boulder slammed into Zhou Jie with brutal force, the sharp crack of broken bones echoing instantly. The others in her group stared at her in horror, their feet stumbling backwards several steps. Chapter 36, Desperate Situation, Fighting for Survival. Ha! Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath. He admitted he was wrong. He thought this woman was targeting him personally, but now he realized she was simply insane. What kind of person wouldn't even spare their own teammates? Lu Bai was rendered speechless. He had previously teamed up with this woman against Su Jiang, but now it seemed like he'd been playing with fire. He instinctively took a silent step back, terrified Zhou Jie's blood might splatter him. Seeing everyone pull away and their expressions change, Jiang Xiaona panicked completely. No, it's not like that. Listen to me explain. Jiang Xiaona trembled all over, her eyes filled with panic and regret. She wasn't regretting her actions, she was only regretting being discovered. Why? Why weren't these people crushed to death? She was finished. The Jiang family was finished. Despair flooded Jiang Xiaona's heart. If these people reported this to the authorities now. The next moment, a flicker of a smile appeared in Jiang Xiaona's eyes. Big brother, why is that woman smiling? Wu Hao watched the change on Jiang Xiaona's face and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. She's completely insane. How had he never noticed before how utterly deranged this woman was? Su Jiang, hearing the laughter, turned to look at Jiang Xiaona. He noticed Jiang Xiaona showed no sign of panic, her eyes even holding a hint of madness. Glancing down, Su Jiang's expression turned grim. He immediately leaned over and whispered urgently to Wu Hao beside him. Hurry and check if there are any other exits here. Otherwise, we're in big trouble. At that moment, Jiang Xiaona laughed at the crowd staring at her with disgust and fear. Ha 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 ha. Since you've all seen it, I won't pretend anymore. That's right, I broke the rules. I made Zhou Jie take the bullet for me. I did it on purpose. What are you going to do about it? What can you possibly do? Jiang Xiaona, you murdered your teammate. You're finished. Her former teammates said this while activating their distress beacons. The next moment, the former teammate froze in shock. This can't be. There's no signal here. Instantly, the entire underground space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone lowered their heads to stare at their own distress beacons. There really is no signal here. Well, have you accepted your fate? Jiang Xiaona stepped forward, directly trampling Zhou Jie underfoot. Zhou Jie clearly wasn't dead yet. His wretched screams echoed throughout the underground chamber, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Just moments ago, Zhou Jie had been her closest ally. How could she be so ruthless? Su Jiang, this is all your fault. You're the reason for everything that's happened. If you just let me kill you back then, none of this would have happened. Not only did you kill my brother, you tried to destroy me too. I'll make you pay with your life. Su Jiang finally realized that hardly anyone in the Jiang family was normal. The most sane one was actually Jiang Xiaochuan? An inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. Staring at the deranged Jiang Xiana before him, Su Jiang couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. You threw the bomb yourself. You killed your own teammates. You vicious, mad woman. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Jiang Xiana's teammates all sided with him. Even as adversaries, Su Jiang wouldn't use them as human shields. You're right. Since that's the case, then all of you can die. Lu Bai stepped forward, no longer content to watch from the sidelines, his tone tinged with contempt. What? You expect a healing-type beast master to heal us all? His words trailed off mid-sentence, his voice muffled like a duck being choked. Jiang Xiana produced another crimson orb. An intensely dangerous aura emanated from it. The madness in her eyes grew more pronounced, clearly convinced of her impending victory. Ha 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 ha. Why the sudden silence? Come on. I've got one more. Let's all go to the west together. In an instant, everyone panicked. Su Jiang bit his lip, his breathing growing noticeably ragged. The underground cavern couldn't withstand another explosion. Even if they somehow survived this blast, the collapsing boulders alone would be enough to crush them to death. No. We're teammates. Don't worry, I won't say a word once I'm out. Everyone begged for mercy, terrified. They knew that Jiang Xiana, that madwoman, was truly capable of doing such a thing. Wu Hao approached Su Jiang, his tone tinged with gravity. The boss checked there are no other exits here. What should we do now? Hearing this, Su Jiang's expression darkened. Even he couldn't think of a solution in this predicament. This is all your fault. You're the one who killed them all. Su Jiang. Jiang Xiana's voice grew increasingly frenzied, her hand clutching the crimson orb trembling uncontrollably. She cared nothing for the pleas of the others. Everyone here must die. Su Jiang's mind raced as he frantically searched through his own entries. Growth, speed, strength enhancement. Damn it, why are they all useless white entries? For the first time since his transmigration, he felt such an overwhelming threat of death. His gaze fell upon his 5-dimensional panel, and darkness once again clouded his vision. He didn't believe his current 5-dimensional stats could survive this cataclysmic explosion. Jiang Xiana's entire body trembled, but this time it wasn't from panic or fear instead, it was excitement and exhilaration. Everyone who knew the secret including Su Jiang would die. Once I, Jiang Xiana, stepped outside, I would still be the beloved daughter of the Jiang family. Su Jiang, who had been on the verge of despair, suddenly noticed the little spirit beast steadily making its way toward the altar. Suddenly, a confident smile slowly spread across his lips. He lifted his head and shouted loudly. Blow up! Go ahead and blow up if you dare. Everyone else? Wait, dude. No one except Wu Hao understood Su Jiang's actions. Only Wu Hao and his skeleton stood firm before Fengyun, bone shields raised in defense. Wu Hao didn't know what Su Jiang was up to, but he chose to trust his big brother. Ha 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 ha. Fine. Then you'll pay with your lives for my brother. Jiang Xiana's eyes blazed with madness. As she hurled the crimson orb, everyone scattered in flight. She herself raised a blue shield clearly prepared for this moment. As the red orb approached, Su Jiang remained unflustered and spoke up. Senior, if you don't act now, we'll all die together. Jiang Xiana, others? As everyone stood there dumbfounded, a massive crimson shadow suddenly materialized out of the void. How the hell did you spot it? At that moment, Jiang Xiana's red bomb was just 0.5 seconds away from detonating. Chapter 37, Moral Exemplar, Fist of Iron Unleashed. Scorching flames surged upward, and everyone sensed the imminent threat of death. We're done for. We're dead. Jiang Bana, that madwoman. At that moment, the giant red hand seized the bomb. Boom! Though the explosion echoed across the heavens, its destructive force proved disappointingly weak. Everyone present was stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. What on earth was going on? What had Su Jiang just done? A confident smile now graced Su Jiang's face, radiating power and mystery. Where there was joy, there was also despair. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this happen? Jiang Bina, hiding behind the protective shield, had just moments ago been glaring at everyone with a look of malice and triumph. Now she discovered her bomb had failed? Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her temples, her eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. How could this happen? Why won't my bomb kill you? Why aren't you dead? Jiang Bina's maniacal grin froze on her face, replaced by utter bewilderment. It's over. They're still alive. Everything was ruined. The Jiang family was finished. Coming to her senses, Jiang Bina now glared at Su Jiang with a look of pure venom. It was he who had used his methods to prevent this explosion. Su Jiang. You've ruined my plans again. Glancing at the furious Jiang Bina, Su Jiang spoke. I know you're impatient, but hold your horses. After speaking, he stepped forward, looked at the red phantom that had reformed, and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Kid, you're lucky. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the crimson phantom materialized. The overwhelming aura emanating from it was nearly suffocating. Ignoring Su Jiang, the red apparition fixed its gaze on Jiang Bina, its eyes burning with unmasked, intense murderous intent. "You damned human! How dare you destroy my altar in ruins?" Jiang Bina was utterly dumbfounded. Not only had she failed to kill Su Jiang, but she had also provoked a formidable enemy. That aura. She was going to die, right? Thud. Jiang Bina's legs buckled, and she collapsed to her knees. Gazing at the colossal monster before her, despair consumed her heart. Even if she somehow survived this monster's attack, she'd face certain doom once she got outside. Damned humans! Boom! The Crimson Phantom's fist slammed down, its heavy blow striking the protective barrier before Jiang Bina. But to everyone's surprise, the shield remained completely undisturbed. Jiang Bina, sheltered behind the shield, now wore a look of delight. "Ha ha, so that's all you've got. You damned human!" The Red Phantom's fury only fueled Jiang Bina's excitement behind the shield. "Ha ha ha ha! What can you possibly do to me? This is absolutely hilarious." The old man was now filled with intense fury, but Su Jiang stepped forward of his own accord. "Rather than wasting your energy like this, senior, why not complete the inheritance first?" Yu Yang and Lu Bai exchanged a glance. This guy's so bold? He's thinking about the inheritance in this situation? The Crimson Phantom of the old man turned his head in surprise at the words. "Energy? How did you figure that out?" A confident smile graced his handsome face as Su Jiang spoke slowly. "Just as I said, I have considerable expertise in beast cultivation. Yet I sense no aura of a spirit beast emanating from you, old gentleman. But similarly, I also don't sense any human aura. Therefore, old gentleman, you must be a projection or perhaps residual energy left behind." As Su Jiang spoke, the admiration in the old man's eyes transformed into sheer astonishment. In less than 10 minutes, Su Jiang had analyzed so much. His combat intelligence was nothing short of monstrous. The others present were all utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Since you've already discerned this, it proves this inheritance truly has a connection with you. However, with the altar collapsed, achieving advancement and inheriting the legacy won't be so straightforward. Seeing that the other party hadn't outright refused, Su Jiang knew there was hope. "Please tell me, senior. What can I do to assist?" Hearing this, the Crimson Spectre turned to Jiang Bina, shrouded within the protective barrier, his voice thick with gritted teeth. "This woman has utterly destroyed my legacy in ruins, wiping out my life's work in an instant. If I force my way through this defense to kill her, I'll lose the power to pass on my legacy. So you should understand my meaning, right? Oomph." The Crimson Spectre snorted coldly, causing violent tremors to ripple through the entire subterranean chamber. "Attack Jiang Bina?" Faced with this demand, Su Jiang desperately wanted to nod in agreement immediately. But to avoid giving others ammunition to accuse him of harming his comrades, he hesitated, his face clouded with reluctance. "Senior, I'm afraid that won't be possible. We are fellow members of the human race. Even if she was at fault first, I cannot bring myself to harm her." As expected, the others witnessed this scene and all wore expressions of profound admiration. Su Jiang truly is a model for our human race. Repaying hatred with virtue, a moral pioneer. The Crimson Apparition flashed a moment of anger upon witnessing this, but after glancing at Su Jiang twice, a smile touched its lips. "You could have chosen differently, but then you'd all be trapped underground to die together. I was considering opening a passage for you if you had acted. But now, it seems you'll all stay here together." The others present immediately grew anxious, rushing to Su Jiang's side to plead with him. "Brother Su, that woman deserves her punishment. It's not worth you doing this." "Exactly." Seeing everyone around him pleading, Su Jiang finally managed a pained expression. "In that case, fine." This scene fell into Jiang Bina's eyes, and her smile grew even more unrestrained. "Ah, Su Jiang, you worthless piece of trash. You seriously think you can do anything to me? This is our family's strongest defense. Even that red-haired beast couldn't break through it just now." Su Jiang gazed at Jiang Xiana's protective barrier, slowly closing his eyes as he sensed a powerful wind elemental aura emanating from it. What appeared to be an energy shield was actually a flowing wall of wind. The wind constantly dissipated its force. No wonder the Red Phantom's furious strike had been utterly ineffective. Su Jiang remained motionless, leading Jiang Xiana to assume he was afraid. "Ha ha ha, come on then. Break it if you've got the guts. You worthless piece of trash." Facing the taunts, Su Jiang remained silent, nearly stepping forward to examine the shield. Seeing Jiang Xiana's arrogant, triumphant expression, he wore a meaningful look. The original host was indeed an unquestionable academic genius. Su Jiang found a way to deal with Jiang Xiana within his memories. Earth overcomes wind. His eyes flashed with intense murderous intent as he stared at the gleaming elemental assimilation skill in his inventory. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, Su Jiang approached Jiang Bina's protective shield and raised his right hand. If one were observant, they would notice that his right hand was now enveloped in a layer of yellow light. Boom! He delivered a heavy punch, unleashing destructive force even greater than that of the Crimson Phantom moments before. Instantly, everyone's gaze toward Su Jiang turned to sheer horror. Is this even human? Chapter 38, Is this even human? Boom! The heavy punch landed, and Jiang Bina's arrogant expression vanished instantly. Su Jiang, what are you doing? Get back here this instant. But all she got in return was Su Jiang's lips curling into a sneer as his fists kept swinging relentlessly. Boom! Boom! Everyone watched as the once seemingly impenetrable blue protective barrier began to dim under Su Jiang's relentless fists. The gazes fixed on Su Jiang had turned to horror and disbelief. Is this guy even human anymore? Could he be some kind of spirit beast incarnate? As he surveyed the stunned crowd, Su Jiang suddenly realized someone had entered the underground chamber. Swish! A massive serpent head appeared beside them, looking eerily familiar. Sun Rong, is that you? Wu Hao instantly recognized it as his subordinate's frost giant serpent. Behind the serpent, Wu Rou's voice echoed. We heard movement over here and came to investigate. Never imagined it would be you and brother Su. Their sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone present. There were no passages left here. How had they appeared? Su Jiang's lips curved into a faint smile as he observed the frost giant serpent, now transformed into an earthen yellow hue. Clearly, it was the work of elemental assimilation. It had transformed the frost giant serpent into an earth-attributed creature, allowing it to traverse this subterranean space freely. The others, unaware of the frost serpent's true nature, showed no signs of surprise. The red-shadowed elder, however, frowned deeply, staring at the frost serpent and muttering to himself. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Jiang paid no heed to this, observing the frost serpent as he addressed Sun Rong. Have it join me in attacking this protective barrier? Ha! You think a measly snake can affect my shield? Jiang Xiaona observed the shield's faintly dimming glow, yet she remained unconvinced it could be breached. After all, even the formidable red phantom manifested elder had been powerless against it. Seeing his opponent's arrogant demeanor, Sun Rong promptly commanded the frost giant serpent to launch its assault. Boom! The massive yellow serpent head collided with the shield, causing it to tremble violently. But that wasn't all. In the next instant, a crack appeared on its surface. Crack! Impossible! This can't be happening. What's impossible about it? Su Jiang stood nearby, looking perfectly unsurprised. Earth overcomes wind. You didn't know that? This giant serpent happens to be Earth attributed. How could it be? Earth attribute? We're done for. Jiang Xiaona recalled her father's warning after receiving this protective shield. Be extremely cautious around Earth elemental spirit beasts. Panic. She was utterly panicked. Su Jiang. I was wrong. Stop fighting me. Please spare me. Once I get out, I'll never bother you again. The Jiang family was wrong. Jiang Bana knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears and snot mingling in a pitiful sight. Faced with this woman's pleas for mercy, Su Jiang showed no compassion. Instead, he sneered coldly. Wrong? You don't know you're wrong. You know you're about to die. Su Jiang and the frost serpent unleashed earth elemental power to assault the protective barrier. A deafening crash echoed. Boom! Crackle crackle. The once impregnable shield shattered into dust under their combined assault. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene, but Jiang Bina wore a look of pure defiance. Su Jiang! You lucky piece of trash! You just happened to run into an earth attribute spirit beast. Su Jiang shot a cold glance at the hysterical Jiang Bina before turning and walking away. Oomph! Su Jiang stared at his blood-soaked hands, then cradled the moonlight rabbit in his arms. As it activated moonlight healing, Su Jiang's hands slowly began to mend. Only then did people recall that Su Jiang had entered the competition as a healing-type beast tamer. You call this healing type? Su Jiang now stood with blood dripping from his hands, his entire being radiating the aura of a blood-soaked demon god. Everyone's gaze toward him was filled with awe. A pure-bred god of war. All they wanted now was to find those who had called Su Jiang useless, grab them by the scruff, and ask them a few pointed questions. You call this a useless piece of trash? Then what does that make us? Worse than useless? Sun Rong and Wu Rou stood right behind Su Jiang and Wu Hao like two loyal bodyguards. Glancing at the stunned elder, Su Jiang inquired. The senior's protective shield is activated for you too. When will this condition be fulfilled? Yu Yang, who had originally come for the inheritance, nudged Lu Bai beside him. What? You still want this inheritance? Lu Bai shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. I think saving my life is more important. The two exchanged glances, each seeing deep fear in the other's eyes. The old man approached the little spirit beast and placed his hand over its body. Perhaps, all of this truly was destined. As the old man spoke, the little spirit beast began to glow, as if bathed in sunlight. At the same time, the crimson apparition looked at Su Jiang and spoke with a complex tone. Its memories hold many secrets. You'll understand when the day comes for you to form a contract with it. Su Jiang. Damn it, looks like I'll never know this lifetime. He didn't mention this to the old man, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Taking the sleeping little spirit beast from the other's embrace, Su Jiang surveyed the sealed underground chamber. Might the elder show us a clear path out? The old man's ethereal form had nearly vanished. He looked at Su Jiang and sighed. You really intend to squeeze every last drop of value out of this old man, don't you? With a wave of his hand, he shifted two massive boulders, revealing an underground passage leading outside. Wonderful. We can get out. Wah, Mom. I thought I was going to die here. Everyone was visibly overcome with emotion. Especially after what had just happened with Jiang Bina, many were ready to abandon the assessment. After all, it was just a test not worth risking one's life over. At the same time, they had made up their minds, once they escaped this hellhole, they would report Jiang Bina's monstrous actions to the authorities. What Jiang Bina had done was not merely a violation, it was a heinous crime. At that moment, the elder who had opened the passageway turned his head to look at Jiang Bina. His body had become nearly transparent. Yet facing Jiang Bina, he still delivered a direct slap across her face. Thud. In an instant, Jiang Bina's body slammed into a massive boulder before slowly sliding down its surface. Su Jiang's expression darkened as he glanced at the other examiners nearby and stepped forward. Elder, though this woman is wicked and guilty of heinous crimes, she is still our fellow countrywoman. Please, stop. As admiring glances turned his way, an old man's voice reached his ears. Kid, you're quite the actor, aren't you? Chapter 39, The Elder's Identity and the Future. Instantly, Su Jiang's face twisted with horror as he stared at the old man. He noticed the old man's expression remained perfectly calm, as if nothing had happened. Exchanging a glance with the old man, Su Jiang understood his intentions. Su Jiang secretly wished Jiang Bina would die right here. But with so many witnesses, the fallout would damage his reputation. Fortunately, Su Jiang now understood that this person would never let Jiang Bina off the hook, and his heart eased slightly. Sure enough, the crimson apparition glanced at Su Jiang and said meaningfully, Rest assured, I no longer have the strength to take his life. But this woman, you won't be taking her away. If you wish to leave, go. But if you stay, then you stay. With that, it raised the two stones, preparing to block the doorway. The others rushed to Su Jiang's side at the sight. Let's go. Leave her behind. Why bother with this? If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. Wu Hao chimed in, Brother, let's get out of here first. Seeing everyone actually leave, Jiang Bina was instantly overcome with fear. Forgetting her earlier intent to kill them, she cried out desperately. Don't leave. Take me with you. Seeing the despair in Jiang Bina's eyes, Su Jiang felt a surge of satisfaction, but he feigned deep sorrow as he said, Jiang Bina, rest assured. Once we're out, we'll find someone to rescue you. With that, the group turned and departed in a large, imposing procession. Boom. The next moment, Su Jiang heard the sound of two massive boulders crashing to the ground behind them. Clearly, the passage had been sealed off once more. On the way up, Wu Hao glanced at Su Jiang, his tone tinged with resignation. Bro, if you ask me, you're just too kind-hearted. This woman tried to kill you, and you still saved her? The others around him shared Su Jiang's outrage. Exactly. That didn't even care about her own partner's life. Once we get out, we're reporting her to the authorities. I must have been blind to ever work with her. Lu Bai and Yu Yang no longer cared what benefits the altar might hold. After narrowly escaping death, they had grown indifferent to everything else. Thank you for saving my life. Seeing himself still cast as the moral exemplar of the dungeon run, Su Jiang couldn't hide the grin spreading across his lips. See that? He even has to thank us. Su Jiang felt incredibly light-hearted at that moment. He'd taken care of Jiang Bina, secured the enhancement inheritance he deserved, and earned himself a stellar reputation. It was a triple win. He'd won 3 times over. Good heavens, we're finally out. I never want to go through that again. The group watched the sunlight streaming in, breathing in the fresh air deeply. Everyone looked visibly shaken. Then one of them turned and said, Everyone, I've decided to withdraw from this trial. This was Jiang Bina's former teammate. Another man stepped forward and said, Me too. Me too. After seeing 3 people withdraw, Su Jiang and Wu Hao exchanged a glance. Looks like Jiang Bina really has caused a lot of trouble. Her 3 teammates have all withdrawn because of her. The 3 used their distress beacons to call for help, and 3 powerful spirit masters quickly arrived on the scene. Seeing the trio uninjured yet insisting on leaving, the officials were puzzled. Their response was, We've just realized we can't handle this brutal competitive environment and have decided to withdraw. Beyond that, they said nothing more. Seeing their frightened expressions, the officials nodded and escorted them away. It seemed as though they had all forgotten Jiang Bina's existence. Standing nearby, Su Jiang remained silent. Following behind Su Jiang, Wu Hao watched their retreating figures with curiosity. Boss, why didn't they tell the officials that Jiang Bina was down there? Su Jiang. He shot Wu Hao a slightly exasperated look. This kid is genuinely clueless. If you were them, facing someone who nearly killed you and then tried to blow you up with a bomb, what do you think your reaction would be? So that's it. Does that mean Jiang Bina is as good as dead? No. Su Jiang shook his head firmly, a faint smile curling his lips. They absolutely won't let Jiang Bina die. It's just that the rescue might come a little late. Jiang Bina and Jiang Jia are finished. No need to worry about them. Since we're all gathered here now, let's give it our all and secure a top ranking in this assessment. Though they didn't know why, they trusted their leader as always. After emerging from the altar, Su Jiang and his 3 companions walked for a long time without encountering any powerful spirit beasts. Just as they were about to continue walking, a black point suddenly appeared before Su Jiang. Black. The highest score. 50 points. Wu Hao and the other 2 were stunned, staring at Su Jiang with utter confusion. Boss, what the hell is this? Su Jiang, however, wore an expression that suggested he hadn't been surprised at all. He had already confirmed it that old man's identity was undoubtedly a powerful boss within the dungeon. The appearance of this item signaled that the old man's energy had been completely depleted. After collecting the old man's reward, Su Jiang didn't answer Wu Hao's question. He simply continued moving forward. Everyone, keep up. Time is tight, and the mission is critical. Su Jiang was growing impatient now he had to secure first place this time. Most crucially, time was truly running out. As they entered the forest, Su Jiang suddenly spotted a treasure chest tightly encircled by iron chains. Inside was clearly a red point card. This must be the treasure they'd heard about. But as they stared at the chest, Wu Hao and the others felt utterly helpless. The chest was far too sturdy. Even the frost serpent couldn't break it. Witnessing this, Su Jiang stepped forward. I'll handle it. Chapter 40, The Incident. Snap. Moments later, a crimson point card lay beside the shattered treasure chest. At that moment, Sun Rong was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, boss's boss, what the hell is going on? Sun Rong was numb. He knew better than anyone how tough that treasure chest was. How could he feel that Su Jiang's power surpassed even his own frost serpent? Wu Rou opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Wu Hao patted both of them on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. Because time was truly running out. The 3 who left at that time might not report Jiang Bina's situation immediately, but they wouldn't dare wait too long either. Otherwise, if Jiang Bina were to die as a result, it would be because of their deliberate delay. For now, just stay close to me and focus on finding powerful monsters. Of course, if there's anything else that can boost our points, that'd be even better. Wu Hao looked at Su Jiang with a blank expression, utterly confused by the situation. Boss, you're not pretending anymore? Su Jiang nodded. He'd finally realized that relying on this skeleton, Wu Hao, for protection was less effective than his own fists. But then, his gaze drifted to the sleeping little spirit beast nestled in his arms. He realized its level seemed to have risen by 1. Su Jiang surmised that the legacy and altar bestowed upon this little creature by the old man materialized from the Crimson Phantom held immense promise for his future. And so, a peculiar quartet emerged within this forest. 3 spirit beasts serving as scouts, and 1 human with fists of unmatched power. In what felt like an instant, Su Jiang's team's points began to surge at an astonishing rate. After all, within this dungeon, there were few monsters that could stand against Su Jiang. If anyone got injured, Su Jiang and the Moonlight Rabbit would take turns healing each other, creating a true perpetual motion machine. Sun Rong, trailing behind Su Jiang, was utterly stunned. Shadow assaults, fireballs, it was like watching a superhero in action. While the group was grinding monsters, a massive upheaval occurred on the official side. What? You're saying Jiang Bina actually attacked you guys and pinned Zhou Jia under a boulder? Lin Yao turned to one of the recent dropouts, her beautiful face twisted with horror and fury. How dare she? If that's the case, where is she now? Just as Lin Yao prepared to pursue Jiang Bina, the contestant suddenly looked as if a light bulb had gone off. Oh. I remember now. At the end, her attack destroyed the altar of that powerful monster. They wouldn't let her leave, so she's still trapped inside that altar. Lin Yao? What? She's still underground? Hearing this, Lin Yao felt as if the sky were falling. How could organizing a routine healing-type spirit beast assessment have spiraled into this? Everyone, follow me to rescue her. Even if Jiang Bina's offense were committed under normal circumstances, it would undoubtedly be a capital crime. But this was an assessment absolutely no mishaps could be tolerated. Swish swish swish. Su Jiang, still clearing monsters, felt the powerful beast tamers around him rushing past him toward the rear. A faint smile touched his lips. Looks like the competition's nearly over. We'd better step up our game. Wu Hao, now fully aware of the situation, was busy searching for new targets alongside his skeleton. Though they'd only collected 1 black point, they already had a solid 10 red points. The others weren't far behind either. It was safe to say they were firmly in first place for this assessment. This is the spot, sir. A student who had just withdrawn from the competition was led to the exit they had escaped through and pointed down below. Lin Yao, her face grim, immediately summoned her spirit beast. Boom! A massive grizzly bear materialized, smashing through the seemingly impenetrable boulder in just 2 blows. Oh no, call for help. After entering, Lin Yao looked at Zhou Jia lying on the ground and Jiang Bina beside him, both motionless. By now, the official personnel had all flooded into the underground chamber. They discovered that both individuals appeared to have vital signs. Zhou Jia was unconscious from severe blood loss, while Jiang Bina sat frozen in place, seemingly in a dazed stupor. Su Jiang, who was clearing monsters, suddenly heard Lin Yao's voice echo through the dungeon. All contestants, this competition is immediately suspended due to unforeseen circumstances. Cease combat immediately. All participants, this assessment is being immediately suspended due to an unexpected incident. Cease combat immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately intensified his efforts to fully heal the small spirit beast before him. He collected the red points dropped by the enemy, then turned to look at Wu Hao. Looks like first place is ours for sure this time. Wu Hao's face lit up with excitement. This is great. I'm first place. When I get home, my dad will be so proud of me. Wu Rou and Sun Rong were also thrilled for him. On the other side, two bystanders were still fiercely battling a monster. Both of them were curious what on earth had happened. Why had the assessment been suspended? Their thoughts mirrored those of all the other candidates. After all, the assessment had only just begun a day ago. How could it end so quickly? Some hadn't even earned a single red point before the exam ended. Buzz. A flash of light swept through the room, and all the candidates were transported back to their starting points. Lin Yao stood before the crowd, her expression grim, and spoke. This assessment has ended unexpectedly, but all rewards will be distributed as usual. Someone will tally your points shortly. Now, an important announcement. Contestant Jiang Bina violated competition rules during this event by attacking other participants. Furthermore, she disregarded the life of her own teammate and maliciously harmed them. She even attempted to kill everyone to silence witnesses. Her crimes are heinous and warrant the harshest punishment. An official investigation and trial will be conducted shortly. As soon as Lin Yao finished speaking, the crowd of contestants erupted into an uproar. Attacked other teams? Maliciously harmed her own teammates? Good heavens! How could she be like this? She seemed perfectly normal before. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Looks like the Jiang family is finished. Who would dare team up with someone like that? Lin Yao's gaze settled on Su Jiang. After a moment's deliberation, she spoke up. The organizers will invite contestants Su Jiang and Wu Hao to assist with the investigation. Additionally, contestant Su Jiang will receive special commendation. Despite being injured by Jiang Bina and facing dire circumstances, he refused to abandon his teammates. The organizing committee will present him with an appropriate reward shortly. The competition concluded in this hasty manner. Yet everyone knew there was a paragon of virtue named Su Jiang, while the Jiang family had produced a madwoman, Jiang Bina, whom everyone sought to condemn. Yet at this moment, our paragon of virtue gazed at Lin Yao before him, a bitter smile curling his lips. Chapter 41, Interrogation, Champion. Officer Lin Yao, why don't you handle things outside first? While everyone awaited the distribution of assessment rewards, Su Jiang was summoned indoors under the pretext of assisting with an investigation. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Jiang hesitated before speaking. Shut up. Got anything to confess? A sharp command, Lin Yao glared at Su Jiang. Her eyes brimmed with intense suspicion, the same treatment meted out to Wu Hao and the others. He had thought he was coming in to receive praise, but instead, he was met with such scrutiny. I know what you've done. You'd better come clean now. Su Jiang's eyes locked onto Lin Yao's expression. His first thought was that the Crimson Phantom had told her something like that he harbored intense murderous intent toward Jiang Shana, but he hadn't acted on it. Everything he'd done was for the greater good. Su Jiang shook his head firmly inside. I didn't do anything. I really don't know what to say. Isn't it just that Jiang Shana, that lunatic, tried to kill me but ended up harming her own teammates instead? Everyone else there saw it happen. Lin Yao's brows were furrowed. Could it really be that there was no problem? The others had been questioned the same way earlier, and they too had been cleared. Even knowing what Su Jiang had done inside, Lin Yao couldn't help but think he'd handled it brilliantly. If he hadn't acted that way, the others might have died too. Zhou Jia has been rushed to the hospital. His spine is completely fractured, and it's uncertain whether he'll ever walk again. She had just issued orders to apprehend the Jiang family. After all, everything Jiang Xiana used in the dungeon was supplied by her father, Deputy Director Jiang. This included not only 2 ultra-powerful compressed bombs, but also the so-called absolute defense known as the wind barrier. Despite all these incredible details, Su Jiang's demeanor convinced Lin Yao to believe his account. After all, Lin Yao was skilled at reading micro-expressions, and Su Jiang's demeanor showed no signs of deception. Then there's one final question, the most crucial one. After your spirit sea shattered, you couldn't contract any spirit beasts. Yet now, in the underground space, based on the others' accounts, the power unleashed by your physical body seems stronger than the spirit beast's attacks. What's going on here? At this point, Su Jiang shifted his gaze to Wu Hao beside him. The two exchanged a glance and nodded. While still in the dungeon, Su Jiang had already prepared an excuse for his actions. The Wu clan's Han Yuan Gong. After all, no one had ever successfully cultivated it, not even their own Wu family ancestors. If questions arose, he could simply blame it all on the Han Yuan Gong. If anyone dared to question it, let them master the Han Yuan Gong first before raising objections. Sir, I feel I need to explain this. Wu Hao stepped forward, casting a hesitant glance at Su Jiang before finally seeming to steel his resolve. This piqued Lin Yao's interest. Could Wu Hao be planning to betray his comrades? This is the effect of the Han Yuan Gong, an ancestral technique passed down in my Wu family. My eldest brother's condition stems from practicing this very technique. But this is a secret of my Wu family. Could you keep it confidential, sir? Lin Yao said nothing, simply turning and walking away. Her current questioning was merely icing on the cake. The true test of his credibility lay in the presence of a powerful beast master. In the adjacent room, there was a powerful beast tamer whose spirit beast served one purpose: to detect lies. As Lin Yao entered, the man looked up. Captain, no issues whatsoever. Hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Yao's cold face. These people are clean. The answer she had just received matched perfectly with what her infiltrators had uncovered. Now, it further proved these kids weren't lying. With that, Lin Yao felt reassured. She had summoned them for questioning partly to clarify the ambiguities surrounding the entire incident. The other reason was tied to the current major official operation. The secrets behind Su Jiang were simply too vast. More importantly, the spirit beast Su Jiang had cultivated could resolve the authorities' most pressing crisis. In that case, this matter is now clear. Jiang Xiana's reckless retaliation against you violates both Human Federation regulations and instance rules. She will face severe punishment. Lin Yao swiftly settled the matter with just a few words, and Su Jiang finally let out a sigh of relief. The Jiang family's reign had finally come to an end. Though the four brothers weren't exceptionally powerful, they were as bothersome as flies. Sticking to her like glue day in and day out, no one could stand that. Alright, your questioning is over. You may leave now. Watching Lin Yao act like she'd forgotten everything the moment she pulled up her pants, Su Jiang felt speechless. But circumstances dictated his actions. He dared not speak, turning to leave immediately. To their surprise, as soon as they stepped outside, they were met with a huge cheer from the crowd. Welcome our heroic helper, Su Jiang. Clearly, Su Jiang's act of repaying kindness with kindness had resonated with the crowd. Looking down at the people below, he couldn't help but force a smile. Soon, a crowd gathered around them, curiously asking, "What's the reward for your good deed?" "Yeah, Officer Lin Yao called you in alone just now. There must be something special about you." Su Jiang's lips twitched. "Reward? Ha! How about I swap places with you and see how it goes?" But he couldn't say anything now. He could only swallow his pride, smile, and shake his head. Lin Yao emerged right behind them. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Her appearance signaled the announcement of the competition results, the moment that would determine the winners of these grand prizes. The competition points have been tallied. We will now announce the results and rankings for each group. Great! I'm determined to win this championship. Oomph, there wasn't nearly enough time. Good thing I worked so hard early on. Just as everyone was feeling confident and triumphant, Lin Yao fixed a suspicious gaze on Su Jiang. The entire venue fell silent as Lin Yao declared. The team that secured first place in this competition. Team Su Jiang and Wu Hao, with 375 points. Chapter 42, The Healing Spirit Beast. The room fell silent instantly, everyone looking utterly bewildered. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did Commander Lin Yao make a mistake? How could Su Jiang possibly be first place? I've heard his name before. He's just a useless loser. 375 points? Impossible. Wasn't he teamed up with that good-for-nothing from the Wu family? And his contract was just a useless skeleton. Lin Yao's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, all eyes turning to Su Jiang. But the looks now bore no resemblance to the earlier admiration. They were filled with astonishment and confusion. After all, a locally notorious good-for-nothing paired with a hopeless second-generation heir actually clinching the championship? No one could comprehend it. Yet Su Jiang remained utterly unfazed by the stares. After all, who among them could possibly know his true capabilities? Amidst the surrounding chatter and commotion, Lin Yao noticed Su Jiang's unruffled composure, which only deepened her curiosity. She noticed he seemed like a completely different person since that incident a while back. Was it the shock of losing both parents? Is there some kind of fix? How could these two losers possibly win the championship? Ignoring the murmurs, Lin Yao studied the score sheet in her hand and continued. Second place, Sun Rong and Wu Rou. The moment she spoke, the crowd erupted in chaos. How could these two completely unknown names be in second place? I heard this Wu Rou is Wu Hao's sister. Who would have thought even the officials are in on the shady dealings? Listening to the murmurs around him, Su Jiang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He hadn't expected these people to be so weak-minded. Even if Su Jiang could ignore these remarks. But Wu Hao, standing beside him, was young and hot-blooded. Hearing the crowd's doubts, he felt genuinely indignant for Su Jiang. How could they slander our boss when he's clearly this strong? He immediately summoned his skeleton and bellowed. Anyone who thinks otherwise, fight me. If you beat me, you can have the first place prize. The entire crowd erupted in commotion. They noticed Leng Yao standing on the stage, not only failing to intervene but watching with keen interest. Instantly, everyone's excitement surged. This was a teleportation array. A chance to obtain a teleportation array. I'll take it. After summoning a giant wolf, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. His giant wolf was driven back step by step under Wu Hao's skeleton, quickly sustaining heavy injuries. Wu Hao, did you win? The entire crowd erupted in shock. The challenger wasn't weak, in fact, he was among the strongest in this group. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jiang's lips curved into a faint smile. He really didn't want to get too entangled with these people. He strode forward and approached the giant wave, placing the Moonlight Rabbit upon it. As the Moonlight Rabbit's healing energy flowed through him, Giant Wave's injuries rapidly healed, leaving those around him even more astonished. That healing speed, how is it possible? Nothing is impossible. He shattered the crystal during his previous test. Shattered the crystal? As doubts began to surface, someone who had witnessed the scene immediately interjected. It's not just the rabbit Wu Rose slime and that skeleton are no ordinary creatures either. They were all bought from Su Jiang's spirit beast shop. Something's off about that place. Suddenly, all eyes were fixed on Su Jiang and his 3 companion spirit beasts. Lin Yao's lips curved into a smile. Yes, this was precisely the effect she wanted. You wanted to keep a low profile, didn't you? Well, I'll make you the center of attention. Su Jiang's team and Wu Rose's team stay behind. The rest of you return on your own. As they walked away, the others kept glancing back at Su Jiang and his companions. Clearly, thoughts were forming in their minds. They now understood that Su Jiang's spirit beast shop was filled with valuable goods. So the purpose of this assessment is to select powerful healing type spirit beasts for breeding. Su Jiang, we might need to borrow your Moonlight Rabbit for a while. A sharp gleam flashed in Wu Rose's eyes. Seeing Su Jiang's reaction, she guessed his intentions. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Wu Rose stepped forward. Commander Lin Yao, my slime possesses exceptionally potent healing abilities. Might it meet the criteria? As she spoke, Lin Rose's heart trembled. This was her very first spirit beast and such a unique one at that. Parting with it felt unbearably painful. But she knew everything she had was given by Brother Su. Wherever she could help him, she would. This slime? Shifting her gaze over, Lin Yao recalled this slime's behavior. It was nothing like a typical slime at all. But coincidentally, its healing abilities were exceptionally potent. If Lin Yao remembered correctly, this slime also came from Su Jiang's spirit beast shop. A cold smile curved the edges of Lin Yao's stunning face, the fiery intensity in her eyes nearly melting Su Jiang. How could she possibly be satisfied with just a slime? With District 13's authorities now facing crisis, the more exceptional healing-type spirit beasts they could gather, the better. But that little girl from the Wu family's slime could indeed prove extremely useful. I won't keep it from you any longer. Lin Yao cleared her throat, shifting her gaze to the 4 people before her. Our official organization is facing a problem right now. I can't go into specifics, but we need exceptional healing-type spirit beasts to help us resolve it. Rest assured, your spirit beasts will come to us unharmed and be returned to you intact in no time. Su Jiang, the Moonlight Rabbit in your arms would be perfect. Ah, well. Su Jiang gave the Moonlight Rabbit a wry smile. Wow, it's clear the authorities are desperate. This is practically robbery. So, does that mean I can squeeze some money out of the authorities? Thinking about the massive resources he needed to draw entries, Su Jiang's mind started racing. Who in this world is richer than the developers? Commander Lin Yao is quite right. This Moonlight Rabbit in my arms does indeed possess remarkable self-healing abilities. It also possesses remarkable innate talents. I'm sure its offspring will inherit many of these traits. But this rabbit is my dearest friend, my brother. Seeing Su Jiang's heartbroken expression, Lin Yao's face darkened. A teleportation array. We've been together day and night for over a decade. Lin Yao, excuse me? Is this even human speech? She's only been hatched for a few days. Stop beating around the bush. Just state your terms. Likewise, if you possess other healing-type spirit beasts, we can collaborate. They will be returned to you exactly as they were. Additionally, the authorities owe you a favor. Whoa. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. This was a favor from the authorities. This was entirely different from ordinary favors. It was essentially a ticket to overnight success. For ordinary people, obtaining such an opportunity was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yet, this very opportunity now lay before Su Jiang. Amidst the stunned stares of those around him, Su Jiang held up 2 fingers, his expression unusually serious. 200 million. Give me 200 million. What? You dare ask 200 million for this Moonlight Rabbit? Even Lin Yao, with her composed nature, nearly jumped out of her skin upon hearing the price. This kid really dared to name his price. Had he never seen 200 million before? Earlier, when she learned his shop sold spirit beasts for 8.88 million, she'd found it reasonable enough. But now, this 200 million figure had truly knocked her off her feet. Sir, since we're laying our cards on the table, I won't beat around the bush either. Su Jiang's expression turned serious and earnest. He knew the secrets of his shop couldn't be hidden from the authorities for long. In the days ahead, he planned to expand his shop's scale to sell more spirit beasts and grow stronger. Under these circumstances, proactively cooperating with the authorities was nothing short of a golden opportunity. It also served as partial repayment for the Wu family's kindness, helping them establish connections with the authorities. Give me 200 million and I'll give you a discount. How about 10 spirit beasts with powerful healing talents? What do you think? Chapter 43, Partnership Forged. 10. Lin Yao was momentarily stunned. She knew Su Jiang currently only had a handful of spirit beasts for sale. She had assumed he could cultivate such uniquely gifted spirit beasts, but not in large quantities. Yet here he was, offering 10 at once. Lin Yao realized she had underestimated Su Jiang's significance. Her expression turned stern as she fixed him with a piercing stare. This time, her tone was icy cold. Are you sure? 10. Su Jiang nodded. However, I hope that in the future, I can establish a cooperative relationship with the authorities. Should any troubles or difficulties arise, I hope the authorities will step in to protect me. Likewise, Wu Hao is my good brother, the young master of the Wu family and its future leader. These 10 spirit beasts are a joint contribution from Wu Hao and me. Boss. You. Wu Hao had been eagerly watching Su Jiang commanding the scene, but his eyes instantly reddened upon hearing those words. Good heavens. This wasn't just sharing blessings. This was official friendship and protection. In this situation, the boss still thought of him? Seeing Wu Hao's teary eyes, Su Jiang turned his head and snapped harshly. What's with all this crying? You're a grown man. Pull yourself together. It's no big deal. Wu Rong and Sun Rong were both stunned. They never imagined the boss's boss could be so loyal. After all, their reason for entering the competition was to make an impression in front of the authorities. Now, thanks to Su Jiang, they'd been handed a complete defeat. As she listened to Feng Yu's conditions, Lin Yao's brows furrowed deeply. She saw no deception in Su Jiang's eyes, meaning this matter was genuine. Turning immediately, she replied. In that case, I'll need to consult my superiors. This is too significant for me to decide on my own. As she stood up, Lin Yao's legs trembled and her breathing grew unusually rapid. Perfect. 10 of them. Lin Yao's heart swelled with secret delight. Outsiders had no idea what kind of difficulties the authorities were facing this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to holding a competition to find exceptional healing-type spirit beasts. But now, just one person, Su Jiang, can provide them with 10 units, which is nothing short of a lifesaver. In the face of such immense assistance, 200 million in assets was nothing. After Lin Yao left, Wu Hao turned to Su Jiang, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Boss, you've done far too much for me. I feel unworthy of all this. Watching the tough guy shed tears, Su Jiang patted Wu Hao on the back. He said nothing. That was just how he was. The more you did for him, the more he'd return the favor. Wu Hao had helped him undermine his father time and again, even stealing his family's ancestral Hun Yuan Gong technique for him to learn. This was true brotherhood. What did it matter if he did things for him in return? His actions weren't for the Wu family, but solely for Wu Hao himself. The Su couple's son? I never imagined their child would turn out so accomplished. In that case, go ahead and tell him. The authorities will always stand behind him. If he has any spirit beasts he wishes to collaborate with the government on in the future, bring them forward, we'll accept them all without exception. Understood, sir. There won't be a single hitch with these 10 healing-type spirit beasts. After hanging up, Lin Yao returned to Su Jiang. This matter carries immense weight. If you can't produce that healing spirit beast, it will cause serious trouble. You must be completely honest with me now. Can you truly deliver? Su Jiang nodded confidently. As if. I've got 200 million in funding. If I can't pull off a few healing-type talents with this 200 million, I might as well bang my head against a wall. Seeing Su Jiang's nod, Lin Yao exhaled deeply. This is settled. At Su Jiang's insistence, she made an advance payment and arranged to collect the goods from his spirit beast shop in 5 days. As for the teleportation array installation, Su Jiang insisted there was no need to rush and that it could be discussed later. When Su Jiang and the others emerged from the assessment, they found the crowd of examinees had already dispersed. Among the 4 of them, Wu Rose Slime and the Moonlight Rabbit in Su Jiang's arms were both missing. It was clear the authorities were exceptionally anxious about this incident. They'd already taken them away for breeding. If you're not in a hurry, boss, come home with me first. My dad will be incredibly grateful when he finds out. Thinking of Su Jiang's sacrifices for him, Wu Hao was moved to tears. But Su Jiang waved him off, declining the offer. Good heavens, that's 200 million. He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. This must surely yield a wealth of valuable talents. As for the official's 10 healing-type spirit beasts, having already taken the Moonlight Rabbit and the Slime, Su Jiang only needed to provide 8 more. No need. I'll head back to the spirit beast shop first. Once I settle this official collaboration matter, I'll come find you at your place. Amidst the 3 men's reverent gazes, Su Jiang turned and departed. What Su Jiang didn't know was that Jiang Fu, the head of the Jiang family, had already followed him. His gaze burned with venomous hatred and overwhelming fury. Kid. Finally caught you. Jiang Fu looked utterly disheveled now, a stark contrast to his earlier polished appearance. Not only was he covered in dust, but he bore wounds all over his body, clear signs of a fierce battle he had just endured. While Su Jiang and the others were questioning him, the authorities had already dispatched agents to the Jiang residence to apprehend someone. Though Jiang Xiana remained silent, they immediately had the Beastmaster conduct a memory probe. Through this process, they uncovered significant issues within the entire Jiang family and immediately launched an arrest operation. Jiang Fu, the head of the Jiang family, somehow got wind of the operation and prepared in advance, managing to escape from the authorities' grasp. As for Jiang Shaohai, he had been operating outside District 13 for years, making it difficult for the authorities to take action. Upon learning that all this turmoil stemmed from Jiang Xiana's capture, Jiang Fu's hatred for Su Jiang boiled over. Had Su Jiang not existed, his sons wouldn't have been killed and crippled, and the Jiang family wouldn't have been destroyed. Now that the Jiang family was finished, he had resolved to take desperate measures and eliminate Su Jiang. He followed Su Jiang as they headed toward the spirit beast shop. What he didn't know was that someone else was following him as well. Chapter 44, Danger. Someone else following me? Su Jiang pondered silently, sensing once again that someone was watching him from the shadows. Still, he gave nothing away, continuing toward his spirit beast shop as usual. After all, the person had been following him for so long without ever making a move. Su Jiang had already formed a rough guess about the person's identity. They were likely connected to the authorities. Clatter. As Su Jiang reached the door of his spirit beast shop and pulled out his keys to unlock it, he instantly felt every hair on his body stand on end as a powerful death threat surged toward him. Even without knowing what was happening, Su Jiang trusted his instincts and dodged. Clang! The key fell to the ground as Su Jiang instantly teleported away from his original position. Boom! In the next instant, a jade-green claw emerged from the spot where Su Jiang had been standing, leaving 4 deep gashes in the solid concrete. Pant. Su Jiang, hiding nearby, gasped for breath. This intense threat of death was something he hadn't even felt when facing Jiang Xiana with a bomb in her hands. What on earth was this thing? He shifted his gaze and saw a green claw now protruding from the previously empty wall. Following the green claw with his eyes, he could make out the faint outline of something enormous. Above the outline, 2 eyes as bright and enormous as lanterns suddenly appeared. A chameleon. A chameleon. Upon seeing its form, Su Jiang's expression instantly changed. This was no ordinary skirmish he'd encountered before. This chameleon was an A-class spirit beast, possessing extraordinary destructive power and combat prowess. It also possessed the stealth ability uncommon among ordinary spirit beasts. Anyone capable of commanding such a creature was definitely no ordinary person. This is bad. Su Jiang inwardly sighed. Could his assumptions be wrong? Was the person following him not an official agent? Ha. Where do you think you're going, kid? Just as Su Jiang turned to leave, a rather disheveled figure emerged from behind him. Recognizing the unfamiliar yet strikingly similar features to the Jiang brothers, Su Jiang instantly grasped the man's identity. You must be Jiang Xiaochuan's father, right? Well. First the kids, then the big shots, now the old man. Your family is quite something. He said this, but beads of sweat as big as beans were already rolling down Su Jiang's temples. He struggled to steady his ragged breathing. Jiang, the deputy of the Jiang family, was a formidable figure in District 13. Having clawed his way up through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood in his youth to reach his current position, he was absolutely not someone Su Jiang could handle right now. You little bastard. I never imagined that a worthless piece of trash like you would cause the Jiang family to fall. Deputy Jiang's murderous intent surged. The empire he'd painstakingly built over half his life vanished because of this kid standing before him. How could he possibly accept this? Worst of all, this worthless good-for-nothing unable to contract a spirit beast without a Lin Hai contract had actually defeated his own son and daughter? This felt like an utter disgrace. You old fool, have you lost your mind? This is the heart of the city. The authorities will be here any minute. You won't get away. Me? Can't run? Ha. Deputy Jiang burst into loud laughter. He had no intention of running, otherwise he never would have come looking for trouble with Su Jiang. Facing the man who had killed his son and ruined the Jiang family, Jiang Fu now desired nothing more than mutual destruction with Su Jiang. I'm not even thinking about running. I just want you to pay for my son's life. Hearing these words, Su Jiang grew even more tense. Damn it, this old bastard came here with the intention of taking us all down with him. Su Jiang felt a pang of regret. Back then in Lin Yao's office, she'd offered to send someone to protect him. But he'd refused her offer. Now he wanted to slap himself silly. What did you expect for being so stubborn? What did you expect for refusing? Now look at this mess. But the most pressing issue was resolving the matter at hand. Hearing Vice Director Jiang's words, Su Jiang shook his head in denial without a moment's hesitation. Don't you dare spread lies. Your son's disappearance has absolutely nothing to do with me. Su Jiang wasn't about to go down like those talkative villains who met their end through loose lips. No matter who asked, he maintained he had zero connection to Jiang Xiaochuan's affairs. What neither of them knew was that their entire conversation and actions had been observed by the stalker. Good lad. What guts. Truly the son of brother Su. Su Jiang had declined close protection, but the stalker, distrustful of the Jiang family. After some thought, he followed alone and sure enough, he spotted Jiang Fu. He had intended to intervene immediately. But he never imagined that brother Su's son would prove so extraordinary. This made him want to watch the situation unfold. Seeing Su Jiang insist he hadn't killed Jiang Xiaochuan under these circumstances, the stalker finally relaxed. It seems brother Su's son truly didn't commit murder. Otherwise, he would have confessed long ago under these circumstances. In truth, he had summoned his griffin moments ago, waiting for the right opportunity to intervene. Su Jiang absolutely could not afford even the slightest slip-up. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. Su Jiang's face darkened as he eyed the enormous chameleon lurking behind him. Before he could make a move, Deputy Jiang erupted into a maniacal laugh. In that case, take your secrets with you to hell. Whoosh! The chameleon's tongue shot out like a razor-sharp blade, aiming to wrap around Su Jiang's ankle. Seeing this, Su Jiang scrambled to dodge with a quick roll. He looked up at the chameleon, his eyes filled with terror. Its speed was simply too fast. The situation grew even more perilous, leaving him no time to panic. The chameleon's form began to slowly turn transparent, vanishing from its spot in an instant. Su Jiang watched the chameleon's vanishing form and felt panic rising. But when his gaze shifted to Deputy Jiang standing in place, an idea instantly formed. Shadow assault. Su Jiang abandoned all pretense. If he could kill his son, then Deputy Jiang could certainly eliminate him too. Stepping before Jiang Fu, Zhang Yun prepared to seize him before the horrified man could react. Suddenly, he sensed a palpable threat behind him. Instinctively, he whipped his head around and raised his hand. Bone shield defense. Simultaneously, he unleashed a fireball spell toward the source of the threat. Boom! Amidst the massive fiery explosion, the chameleon's form was revealed. Yet it remained completely unscathed, clearly demonstrating the vast disparity in their power levels. His defenses were utterly ineffective. Su Jiang's face was now etched with grave concern. But beside him, Deputy Jiang and the stealth agent were utterly consumed by self-doubt. What had they just witnessed? Could this really be real? But the chameleon wasn't dwelling on such thoughts. In an instant, it lunged toward Su Jiang. Feeling the speed of the attack, Su Jiang closed his eyes. It's over. But then, a piercing cry of a falcon pierced the air beside him. Ki-ah. Chapter 45, The Stealth Walker, The Secret. Ki-ki. As the deafening cry echoed, Su Jiang saw the chameleon's shadow lunging toward his face vanish abruptly. Boom! Hearing the massive crash, Su Jiang turned his head to the side and saw a colossal griffin pinning the chameleon beneath it. Its sharp talons dug deep into the chameleon's flesh. The creature that had seemed so arrogant moments ago now appeared as fragile as a child before the griffin. What the hell is going on? Su Jiang was now in a state of shock, seeing danger lurking everywhere. One chameleon was terrifying enough. Now a giant griffin? They must be trying to kill me. Su Jiang thought bitterly to himself. Trapped beneath the griffin, the chameleon grew desperate. Pain-stricken, it let out a fierce roar. Roar! A glob of purple liquid spewed from its mouth, clearly brimming with deadly venom. But before the liquid could reach the griffin, it was easily dodged. The griffin twisted its head and sank its jaws into the chameleon's throat. The battle ended in an instant. What the hell is that griffin? Deputy Jiang shouted in horror upon witnessing the scene, for his strength was among the top-ranked in all of District 13. Yet now it had been subdued so effortlessly. Suspicion filled his gaze as he looked at Su Jiang. This kid was clearly just a human moments ago, yet he wielded skills only a spirit beast should possess. And now an unknown griffin had come to save him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang had already prepared to flee. But just as he turned to run, a slightly hoarse voice rang out from the side. After committing violence in broad daylight, you think you can abandon your own spirit beast and run away? What a pitiful fate to serve a master like you. Jiang Fu, already trembling with fear, turned to see a figure completely cloaked in darkness emerge. Who are you? I'm here to arrest you. Hearing this, Su Jiang's heart settled. It seemed to be an official agent. Deputy Jiang's expression darkened instantly, preparing to fight to the death. You bastard. Before his chameleon could react, the griffin's claw pierced it clean through. Ugh. The next moment, Deputy Jiang, who had been preparing to fight back, instantly turned pale and lay motionless on the ground. Clearly, his contracted chameleon had been killed. As its beast master, Jiang Fu had fainted on the spot. Kid, we finally meet. Holy, this guy knows me? Su Jiang instinctively took a step back. The other guy could crush him like an ant with ease. He studied the figure before him, suspicion thick in his eyes. He couldn't be sure when the man had arrived. If he'd been here earlier, then. Kid, before I stepped in to save you, what the hell was going on with your stuff? Did I see correctly? You used a skill only a spirit beast could possess, right? The icy voice sent a chill through Su Jiang, freezing him in place. He saw it. He saw everything. Instinctively, Su Jiang prepared to move forward and silence the witness. But glancing at the other's agile movements and the griffin beside him glaring menacingly, Su Jiang relaxed his clenched fist. He knew he stood no chance against this man. As if sensing Su Jiang's tension, the cloaked figure stepped forward and demanded. Where did you get these things? Tell me the truth, or else. The cloaked figure and his griffin advanced slowly. Su Jiang, his face grim, took a step back. This was truly like escaping one danger only to fall into another utterly perilous. His mind raced, searching for a plausible excuse. The oppressive aura emanating from the black-robed figure before him grew ever more intense. The sheer force of it alone made it hard for Su Jiang to breathe. The gap in their abilities was simply too vast. This is it. Could the greatest secret be about to be exposed? Su Jiang felt utterly defeated inside. He couldn't find a suitable excuse, couldn't escape from the other's grasp, and a desperate fight was impossible. His sole thought now was, if the other party was from the authorities, perhaps his future might be slightly more bearable. Heh, you've got a lot of secrets, kid. A low chuckle echoed from beneath the dark cloak, sending chills down Su Jiang's spine. He had no idea how to respond. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, Su Jiang's nerves stretched to breaking point. He felt he'd played his hand today and was doomed to face this fate. Suddenly, the figure in black robes moved. Su Jiang's heart sank. But unexpectedly, the cloaked figure turned to look at the unconscious deputy Jiang, clearly deep in thought. As if a thought struck him, he closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and lifted his head to face the griffin. Snap, snap. Its jaws snapped clean through Jiang's neck. This scene struck Su Jiang, who instantly wore an expression of utter disbelief. What? What are you? The hooded figure removed his cap, revealing a rather amused expression. Su and I are good friends. You're lucky this time, kid. He said this, but the assassin's heart was torn in two. In the end, out of gratitude for Brother Su's kindness, he resolved to turn a blind eye and pretend he hadn't noticed. To make Su Jiang realize the gravity of his secret, he spoke sternly. Listen up, kid. Your father and I were close friends. I know you wouldn't betray humanity either. I'll keep this secret for you. Don't tell a soul about this secret, not a single soul. His stern expression made Su Jiang nod. He had actually prepared himself for the secret to be exposed, but never expected the uncle to conceal it for him. Looking at Su Jiang's familiar face, the stalker nodded. You're doing well now. I'm sure Brother Su and the others would be proud of you if they saw you. We'll meet again someday, kid. After speaking, the stalker pulled a walkie-talkie from his chest in front of Su Jiang. I've located Deputy Jiang's whereabouts. During the arrest, he resisted violently and was executed on the spot. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Jiang saw the figure vanish. At that moment, Su Jiang recalled the feeling of being watched just days prior, and a contented smile spread across his lips. Is this what it feels like to have security and a powerful ally? But when he turned his head and saw the door to his spirit beast shop broken again, he felt like crying. My door. Chapter 46, Ultimate Hybridization. Returning to his battered pet shop, Su Jiang felt an unusual surge of excitement. Gazing at his staggering 200 million yuan in reserves, he felt a wave of euphoria wash over him. 200 million. 200 million. Enough to last a lifetime. Mid-song, Su Jiang's mouth snapped shut. He wouldn't need a lifetime at all, just one draw would wipe it all out. His smug expression vanished instantly. Bathing, changing clothes, burning incense. Su Jiang was unusually devout this time. He even considered going out to slay a spirit beast to accumulate some fortune. But after much deliberation, he decided against it. Feeling the breeze caress his skin, Su Jiang took a deep breath. Drawl. In an instant, his 200 million balance vanished at the speed of light. This time, however, marked Su Jiang's largest draw since his transmigration, a 200-pull streak. The moment the draw was confirmed, 5 golden beams shot out from the light sphere. Amidst the sea of white and green lights, blue rays were also interspersed. What thrilled Su Jiang even more was that 5 red tier items and 6 orange tier items were directly pulled out. By the end of the draw, 8 purple tier items were flung out. Faced with so many items, Su Jiang was at a loss for where to begin. After all, he'd never experienced such a bountiful haul before. Alright, let me see what exactly I've pulled here. The first to catch his eye were the 4 golden entries. Both Super Absorption and Time Lord were exceptionally powerful combat-focused talents. Another golden entry was a group of talent reserved for ace support roles, Battle Cry. After reviewing these effects, Su Jiang could only curse his friends for being so unreliable. If only he had more ironclad buddies like Wu Hao, wouldn't he be able to unleash all of these? Wouldn't he become ridiculously powerful? Su Jiang now realized he had to hurry and upgrade Wu Hao's skeleton. Otherwise, relying on just one spirit beast would be utterly insufficient. Despite the pile of thank you for your patronage items, Su Jiang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction after organizing the talents he'd drawn this time. After all, among these talents, there were already 11 healing-type talents, exactly what he needed most. This meant that if the developers needed more, he could potentially negotiate a substantial deal with them. Gentle Wind Revival, Stellar Healing, Vitality Infusion of Wood Elemental Power, and Gentle Tide Caress. Scanning these entries, Jiang began contemplating which spirit beasts to infuse with these abilities. After all, the spirit beast eggs in his shop weren't of particularly high grade. Only the slime and moonlight rabbit were suitable candidates. Why not go buy some spirit beasts? The thought flashed through Jiang's mind, and he was already preparing to act. But halfway there, another wild notion interrupted him. He recalled a truly legendary figure, Mendel. The guy who made him study peace for 3 whole years in his past life. All these healing-type talents could be applied to the moonlight rabbit. If this one moonlight rabbit carries powerful healing abilities, and the other embodies the power of wood, then wouldn't their offspring possess both talents simultaneously? Once this wild notion took root in Jiang's mind, it refused to be suppressed. Even if these talent traits were artificially imprinted later, they still fell under the category of innate talents, and indeed, they could potentially be inherited. If he replaced all his healing spirit beasts with moonlight rabbits, and they engaged in various crossbreeding in the future, could it eventually produce a terrifying being bearing every single attribute and talent? Pant pant. Jiang sat motionless, his breathing now unnaturally rapid. He knew this idea was wildly insane and impractical, yet a voice deep within him insisted it was feasible. And so, he acted. Jiang retrieved 8 eggs containing moonlight rabbits. After infusing all the entries into them, he carefully returned them to their original place and began the incubation process. He felt a surge of anticipation for the outcome of this mating. If successful, Jiang might just create an even more terrifying monster in the future. Compared to the moonlight rabbit, whose entire body was enveloped by various healing traits, a combat-type spirit beast equipped with all manner of battle-oriented traits would be truly terrifying. Having settled the official's request for a beast tamer, Jiang prepared to go out for a meal. Creak. The moment he opened the shop door, Jiang was startled by the sea of people outside. The area outside the shop was packed with people, seemingly spanning every age group imaginable. They all shouted loudly, "Shopkeeper, I want to buy a spirit beast." "Yes, I want to buy one of your unique spirit beasts, just like your moonlight rabbit." "Open up, boss." Seeing the crowd lining up, Jiang feared his small shop might be crushed flat. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Was it that he didn't want to sell? No, it was because the attributes he could bestow were simply too powerful. If those who received these enchantments used his spirit beasts to kill him, wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot? Thus, while many wanted to buy spirit beasts, Jiang prepared to politely decline. Everyone. His call drew the attention of everyone present, their eyes fixed on Jiang with fervent intensity. After undergoing the assessment, many had come to realize that the spirit beasts sold in this small shop were somewhat different from others. Compared to ordinary spirit beasts, these were far more powerful and extraordinary, though the price was just a tad higher. Due to insufficient stock in the store, purchases will be temporarily unavailable today. Starting tomorrow, purchases will be by appointment only. We kindly ask for your understanding. What? Reservations? I was the first one here. I just want to buy a moonlight rabbit like yours. But no matter how much these people protested, Jiang showed no intention of selling. They could only shake their heads and leave in frustration, and word of this incident spread far and wide. Jiang had already become a hot topic in District 13 due to his shattered chi preventing him from contracting spirit beasts. Now, his championship victory in this competition and his ability to nurture powerful spirit beasts thrust him back into the District 13 spotlight. Yet many dismissed the rumors with a scoff. It's just a healing-type beastmaster, he's still a useless. So what if the spirit beast he bred is strong? He can't even contract it himself, just making someone else's bed. For a time, Jiang's reputation shifted, no longer branding him as a complete failure. It did little to alter the fact that in others' eyes, he remained a failure. Chapter 47, Opportunity, Dilemma, Soul Link. Jiang returned to the pet shop. Tying on his apron, he prepared to roll up his sleeves and give the shop a thorough cleaning. He was certain he'd need to expand operations in just a few days. Woof woof. Just as he was moving things, he heard a faint, childlike cry. Turning his head, he saw that the little spirit beast he had encountered in the dungeon had awakened. The little spirit beast staggered toward Jiang, who quickly scooped it into his arms. Upon checking its level, Jiang discovered it had reached level 5. Level 5? How is that possible? Rubbing his eyes, Jiang confirmed he hadn't misread it was indeed level 5. But how could its level have increased without a contracted beastmaster? That doesn't make sense. Drawing on the original host's scholarly memories, Jiang knew that all beasts were weak in their early stages. Its strength was intrinsically linked to the growth of its beastmaster. No matter how great this little spirit beast's potential might be, without a contracted beastmaster, it would remain stuck at the weakest level 1 for its entire life. Yet now it had reached level 5, it was nothing short of a miracle. Woof! Woof! After waking up, the little spirit beast affectionately rubbed against Su Jiang's pant leg. Su Jiang lifted it up to examine it closely. Su Jiang noticed its body had grown significantly larger and heavier, clear signs of genuine growth. This doesn't make sense. Did I misremember? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Jiang remembered something, and a faint tremor appeared in his pupils. The light in the little spirit beast's eyes also shone brightly. Could this be the effect of that altar? Su Jiang's pupils dilated in shock as he recalled the words spoken by the old man depicted in that crimson phantom. It seemed Lu Bai and Yu Yang had a reason for insisting on reaching that altar. So this altar really is a treasure. But as the thought formed, Su Jiang's mind halted. He recalled the red phantom telling him that he could construct an altar himself. In that moment, he envisioned his own glorious future. After all, the only thing limiting his potential was the level of his spirit beast. Unlike other beast tamers who could elevate their spirit beast's ranks, his spirit beast would remain at the level it had when they first bonded. That was its final limit. But with this altar, everything would change. After a moment of excitement, Su Jiang pressed his hand to his forehead with a headache. His eyes went blank as he stared ahead, overcome by a deep sense of anxiety. According to that crimson phantom, all he needed to do was contract this little spirit beast to learn the method of constructing the altar. But he had no chi. Sigh. With a sigh, Su Jiang sat there from afternoon until nightfall. Gazing at the pitch-black sky outside and the neon lights slowly flickering to life, Su Jiang finally rose from his chair. He decided to seek power from outside sources, in other words, research. Rustle. Su Jiang began flipping through books again, but this time he found no answers within their pages. Filled with frustration and resentment, he returned to his bed. Boss. Get lost. I'm busy. The next day, Wu Hao came to the shop looking for Su Jiang, only to be sent away as well. The most crucial thing now was that he'd found a way to level up his spirit beast yet couldn't use it. It was like having a mountain of gold right before your eyes, yet being unable to mine it. Forget it. Let's see how those moonlight rabbits are doing first. Su Jiang shook his head, forced to shift his focus elsewhere. When he glanced at the traits bestowed upon these moonlight rabbits, a smug smile spread across his lips. Ha! Bestowing different traits on spirit beasts of the same species, then having them mate and inherit those traits. I bet I'm the only one who thought of this. Wait. Attributes. In an instant, Su Jiang seemed to recall something, a bolt of lightning flashing through his mind. He strained to grasp it. This was his key. When Su Jiang opened his attribute library, he saw a purple entry. 4 characters were inscribed upon it: Soul Link. Soul Link. Once bound to a connected spirit beast, one could access its thoughts and memories. Both parties achieve a state of complete union between beast and human, enabling seamless communication and unbreakable intimacy. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Jiang couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Truly, heaven never abandons those who strive. He had assumed that with his shattered chi, he would never be able to build an altar on his own in this lifetime. Su Jiang had even considered letting Wu Hao contract this little spirit beast instead. That would have been acceptable. But at the very last moment, he discovered this marvelous soul connection. As he carefully merged the soul connection orb into the little spirit beast, Su Jiang noticed it had fallen asleep again. The little spirit beast, which had been awake for less than 24 hours, promptly fell asleep again. With no other choice, Su Jiang gently placed it back where it belonged. After locking the door, Su Jiang resolved to seek out Wu Hao. The other had come looking for him once this morning, but at that moment, he simply hadn't been in the mood to celebrate winning the championship. Su Jiang, I must admit I underestimated you before. You're truly remarkable. The moment he saw Su Jiang, Wu Hao's father, Wu Zhengqing, stepped forward and began chatting. The feeling now was unlike anything before, for at this moment he had even placed Su Jiang on equal footing with himself. Though he had always liked the boy, he had previously regarded Su Jiang as merely a peer to his own son. Now, however, he realized Su Jiang absolutely deserved to speak directly with him. The secrets he holds would absolutely astonish the entire world. Glancing at his own son, Wu Zhengqing's lips nearly twisted into a crooked smile. It seemed the saying fools have their own kind of luck was indeed true. His foolish son had unwittingly taken on such a formidable figure as his elder brother. In the past, he had thought his son was impulsive and immature. But now it seemed the most far-sighted member of the entire Wu family was none other than Wu Hao. From now on, when Su Jiang feasts, the Wu family would surely get a share of the spoils. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, Wu Zhengqing seized the moment and spoke up. Su Jiang, I've mentioned before our family's legendary martial arts technique passed down through generations. This time, you've truly done us an immense favor. If you can cultivate this technique, Su Jiang, feel free to study it. But as his words fell, he noticed the reactions around him were nothing like he'd imagined. Wu Rou and Wu Hao both looked at him with guilty expressions, while Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Dad, it's just that. I already showed it to my older brother beforehand. The moment Wu Hao spoke, Wu Zhengqing nearly fainted from anger. What a model son. He'd practically killed him with filial piety. Chapter 48, Borrowing a Hen to Lay Eggs. Even if the Wu family couldn't cultivate the Han Yuan Gong, it was still a technique passed down from their ancestors. Most crucially, it had always been passed down only within the family, never shared with outsiders. Only the most core members of each generation were ever exposed to the Han Yuan Gong. But now this brat goes and steals the technique outright, handing it over to others to study. Simply, brilliant work. Just as Wu Zhengqing was about to curse his foolish son, he suddenly recalled Su Jiang's latent potential. He had just realized that his son was the true investment genius. Compared to his son, Wu Zhengqing's own supposedly clever maneuvers from the past seemed utterly ordinary. "Dad, aren't you going to scold me?" Wu Hao had already steeled himself to confront his father over Su Jiang. But then he saw his father pull off a complete about-face, leaving him bewildered as he stared at his dad. Su Jiang beside him wore an expression that said, "I told you so." Wu Hao might be a simple-minded fool, but Wu Zhengqing absolutely was not. Quite the opposite, he was a first-rate genius. A man like him knew exactly how much potential he possessed, and he understood just how lucrative Wu Hao's deal truly was. "So, father, what were you about to say?" "I was saying you two are simply, well done." As Wu Zhengqing spoke, he noticed Wu Rou's gaze drifting involuntarily toward Su Jiang, her expression tinged with coy shyness. Instantly, Wu Zhengqing felt like he'd hit the jackpot. It seemed Wu Rou harbored quite a bit of affection for Su Jiang. He felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't forced Su Jiang onto the Wu family's ship through an arranged marriage earlier. Otherwise, such a forced alliance might have backfired. Now, if Wu Rou could naturally win Su Jiang's affection, it would truly be a double blessing. This was the first time Wu Hao had disobeyed his father without being scolded, strengthening his resolve to follow his elder brother's lead. Wu Zhengqing, in front of everyone, solemnly addressed Su Jiang. "The doors and treasury of the Wu family shall always stand open to you. Should you ever need anything, come find your uncle." "Thank you, Uncle Wu." Su Jiang nodded. Such an offer was too generous to refuse. After all, the college entrance exams were approaching. Though confident in his abilities, Su Jiang still wanted to increase his chances of success. After a hearty meal, by the edge of the Wu family garden. "I know you're no ordinary student, but you must still approach this college entrance exam with caution." Su Jiang was admiring the garden scenery when Wu Zhengqing's voice sounded beside him. Su Jiang tapped his fingers lightly on the railing as he replied slowly. "Don't worry, Uncle Wu. I know what I'm doing." Su Jiang had always been confident about taking the college entrance exam, and now that he had connections with the authorities, perhaps he wouldn't even need to pass the exam to gain admission to a prestigious university. But whether it was for the sake of the original host's legacy or to make a name for himself, he was determined to take it. In this globally watched exam, he would astonish the world. "I hear the Jiang family fell at your hands, but Vice Chairman Jiang escaped. For the next few days, you and Wu Hao should be extra careful when going out. I'll assign some capable men to protect you. I'm worried the Jiang family might retaliate." Wu Zhengqing's words carried a hint of regret. Though the Jiang family couldn't compare to his Wu clan, they were still considered one of the major families in Southwest City. For them to fall at the hands of an ordinary student was nothing short of astonishing. Especially given Deputy Jiang's capabilities, even Wu Zhengqing had to acknowledge his formidable strength. Su Jiang nodded in agreement without revealing the news of Jiang Fu's death to anyone. He and Wu Hao then returned to their spirit beast shop. The Wu household was actually quite bustling these days, with visitors coming and going non-stop. Thanks to this exam, not only Su Jiang's spirit beast shop but the entire Wu family had become the talk of Southwest City. After all, this officially organized event was considered a grand-scale affair within Southwest City. To wrap up such a massive event so abruptly, only to have two utterly unbelievable champions emerge? Did you hear? That dropout loser Su Jiang from our school actually won the championship. Of course I heard. Was there some kind of official corruption involved? Don't go spreading rumors like that. The organizers wouldn't rig anything. More importantly, I know the secret behind their victory. That dropout loser Fong Yun from our school? Seems like the spirit beast he sold was no ordinary creature. These whispers reached Leng Xi's ears, and her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She never imagined this secret would be discovered by others. Thinking of her fire squirrel, whose innate talent wasn't much weaker than her own fire phoenix, a surge of warmth filled Leng Xi's heart. If given the chance, she would definitely pay another visit. Ding ding. Clang clang. Boss, I've taken care of those two shops next to yours. You'll be able to expand your place a bit. Don't worry, boss. This time I used titanium alloy armored doors. Covered in dust, Wu Hao held a hammer in his hand, his voice brimming with excitement. Back at the Wu residence, the moment Su Jiang mentioned his plans to expand the spirit beast shop, the Wu family sprang into action. They almost even had Wu Zhengqing, the head of the Wu family, personally step in. Surveying his expanded shop, Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction. After all, with the spirit beast shop's growing reputation, not only would the number of spirit beasts increase, but so would the customers. One point Su Jiang had previously considered required special attention. If he ever wanted to boost his strength by selling spirit beasts, he'd have to be extremely cautious. As for those more crucial skills, they were strictly for his own people. Others? Forget it. If others contract these spirit beasts, I could gain related skills too. But who could I possibly trust to let them contract these spirit beasts? A thought surged through Su Jiang's mind. There truly seemed to be a reliable group of people. If I provide these spirit beasts to the authorities and they contract them, that would be a full 10 healing skills. Then I could call myself a super healer. At this thought, Su Jiang genuinely felt like a genius. After all, he couldn't trust others to contract these unique spirit beasts. He feared that the spirit beasts he sold might one day turn into daggers aimed at his own throat. But when it came to those trusted by the authorities, Su Jiang still had full confidence in them. After all, they bore the fate and heavy responsibility of the entire human federation on their shoulders. Each one was a warrior worthy of respect and trust. He looked at his brand new incubation cabinet, where 8 moonlight rabbit spirit beast eggs lay neatly arranged inside. After much deliberation, Su Jiang decided to call Lin Yao. Chapter 49, The Awakening of the Little Spirit Beasts. You mean these spirit beasts we've been given aren't just for breeding and reproduction? We can also choose trustworthy individuals to form contracts with? Lin Yao's voice, filled with confusion, came through the phone. Su Jiang hurriedly explained. Yes, Commander Lin Yao. Consider it my contribution to the authorities. After all, if these spirit beasts were sold to others, no one would buy so many at once. I did make a decent profit. Besides, I've provided these spirit beasts to the authorities. There's no way I could get them back. This little rascal. Though Lin Yao couldn't fathom Su Jiang's scheme, something about it felt off. You wouldn't be asking for more money, would you? More money? Not impossible. The moment the thought surfaced, Su Jiang dismissed it. The most crucial thing now was to get the official authorities to contract the spirit beasts he was selling. Spirits nurtured by the authorities would undoubtedly level up, allowing him to grow stronger at lightning speed. It was essentially the authorities using resources to nurture him. Wasn't that better than just some money? No extra payment needed. Stick to the price we agreed on earlier. Su Jiang, that kid truly a purebred native of District 13. Hearing Su Jiang's words, a faint sense of joy welled up in Lin Yao's heart. Yesterday, the infiltrator returned and informed Lin Yao about the danger Su Jiang had recently encountered. Lin Yao couldn't help but worry about him. After all, Su Jiang's parents held extraordinary positions, having sacrificed themselves for the stability of the entire inner federation. No matter what, she had to ensure Su Jiang's safety. After confirming Su Jiang possessed a special talent for cultivating spirit beasts, Lin Yao had originally intended to discuss it with the stealth agent. She could find an opportunity to place Su Jiang in an official position, at least guaranteeing his safety for the rest of his life and allowing him to live happily. This plan had originally been driven by the stalker himself, given his closest ties to Su Jiang's parents. Yet yesterday's unexpected turn of events. Lin Yao's thoughts drifted back to yesterday. How is he? Is Su Jiang okay? After receiving the stalker's message, Lin Yao asked while staring at the enormous chameleon carcass in his hands. The stalker paused at the question before shaking his head hastily. He's fine. Luckily, I got there in time. The kid's got a strong constitution. He survived. Hearing this, Lin Yao felt relieved, but a wave of resentment also surged within her. Oomph. The Jiang family has truly caused no end of harm, a family of pests and parasites. Don't let Jiang Shaohai off either. If he manages to return to District 13, arrest him immediately. As she spoke, she noticed the stealth agent's expression drifting off. What's wrong? Did something occur to you? The stealth agent shook his head, signaling it was nothing. Lin Yao then suggested. Su Jiang may not have inherited the combat talents of his parents, but he possesses extraordinary strengths of his own. Why don't we do as you suggested? I'll submit a request to higher-ups to find an opportunity to transfer him into our official ranks? Well, I had some contact with the kid today. He seems accustomed to his freedom. He probably won't be open to this idea anytime soon. Maybe we should wait a while? These were the stealth agent's exact words at the time. Lin Yao had sensed something slightly off, though she hadn't suspected anything. Looking back now, she realized there were subtle inconsistencies. There was definitely more to the story. Her thoughts returned to the present. Lin Yao had agreed to Su Jiang's request. She pledged her assurance on behalf of the official organization. The authorities would select 10 absolutely trustworthy human Federation beast tamers to contract with these 10 powerful healing-type spirit beasts. With Lin Yao's promise secured, Su Jiang hung up the phone with a sense of relief. Glancing at the calendar before him, the college entrance exams were fast approaching. His sole thought now was, if only the authorities could move faster. Ideally, before the exams, binding these 10 spirit beasts would be like adding wings to a tiger. Probably too late. Sighing deeply, Su Jiang gazed at the 10 spirit beast eggs before him, feeling a sense of reluctance. Even so, Su Jiang remained confident about this college entrance exam. Whether it's the mental power test, the physical fitness test, or the combat assessment, he absolutely wouldn't be weaker than anyone else. Boss. This little one seems to be waking up. Want to come take a look? Wu Hao's excited voice echoed from the next room. Su Jiang rose to rush over. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his mind. Ah! The agony forced Su Jiang to crouch on the floor, his agonized scream instantly drawing the attention of everyone else. Boss, what happened? Are you hurt? Crouching on the ground, Su Jiang tuned out all the voices. His head felt heavy and foggy. When he forced his eyes open again, he found himself lying in a small, gray nest. Su Jiang glanced around in confusion, realizing the place seemed increasingly familiar the longer he looked. Wait a minute? Isn't this my own spirit beast shop? But, why does the perspective feel so strange? Su Jiang looked down and saw that his hands had transformed into claws, and the place he was in had become a spirit beast's den. Su Jiang! Brother, don't scare me! At the same time, he seemed to hear the chaotic voices of others, all shouting his name. What's happening to me? The next instant, Su Jiang felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, Wu Hao's face was right in front of him. Holy crap! He jumped up in fright, nearly losing his first kiss. Boss, you scared the hell out of me. I was ready to give you mouth to mouth. Boss's boss, are you really okay? Listening to their words, Su Jiang felt like he'd seen this exact scene play out somewhere else before. Wait. I just passed out, right? Ignoring their questions, Su Jiang looked at Wu Hao with eager anticipation. When Wu Hao nodded, Su Jiang, overcome with excitement, shoved them aside and dashed toward where he kept his spirit beast. Woof! The little spirit beast looked at Su Jiang. The moment their eyes met, Su Jiang's vision shifted again. He saw his own reflection. It was a third-person perspective. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in his mind. This person smells so good. I'm so hungry. His consciousness returned to his own body, and Su Jiang picked up the little spirit beast. Feeling a bit nervous, he tried to ask through telepathy. Are you hungry? The next moment, a childish voice echoed in his mind. Yes. How did you know? Wait a minute, how come you understand my words? Holy crap. That's awesome. Su Jiang couldn't contain his excitement and jumped up from where he stood. He never imagined telepathy could be such a powerful skill. Ha? What's gotten into the boss? No idea, not sure. The people around him exchanged glances, seeing only bewilderment in each other's eyes. Su Jiang's behavior was so bizarre it made people wonder if he was mentally unstable. Yet at this very moment, he felt better than ever before. The soul link not only allowed him to access the little spirit beast's thoughts, but also enabled him to see the world through its eyes and actions. It was nothing short of a god-tier skill. Chapter 50, Teaming Up Again. Boss, are you okay? Su Jiang bounced around holding the little spirit beast, while Wu Hao beside him leaned in with concern. Seeing the concerned expressions around him, Su Jiang waved his hand dismissively. I'm perfectly fine now. Absolutely fantastic. Then boss, what happened just now? It's nothing. Go back to work. I'll call you later. After dismissing the others, Wu Hao still couldn't help but glance back with lingering concern. Su Jiang's behavior had startled him once again. He was now standing completely still, frozen in place like he'd gone dumb. Looks like I'll have to take the boss to the hospital for a proper checkup sometime. How did his mind just go haywire like that? Su Jiang had actually re-entered the little spirit beast's body. Through the little spirit beast's vision and movements, he observed the entire world while conversing with it. This is the spirit beast shop I run, it'll be your home from now on. Shall we be friends? Friends? What does friend mean? Friends help each other out. It means you're the best of buds. Su Jiang shamelessly sweet-talked the little creature, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed by his actions. After getting acquainted with the little spirit beast, Su Jiang immediately asked, Didn't you gain some knowledge back in that ruins? Yeah, tons of stuff flooded into my head, it hurt like hell. That's fantastic. A hint of grievance tinged the little spirit beast's voice. Su Jiang couldn't hold back any longer. He clutched the little spirit beast tightly to his chest and dashed straight toward his room. Right, there was an altar. But I forgot the conditions for setting it up. I might need to think about it. No problem. Take your time thinking about it. No rush. No rush. Hearing the little spirit beast's words, Su Jiang felt as though he'd been reborn. He'd thought yesterday he'd missed out on a gold mine, yet today he unexpectedly still had a chance to salvage it. These past 2 days had been an absolute roller coaster ride for him. At this moment, he couldn't afford to let anything happen to this little spirit beast. The creature's mind held the key to his future. Su Jiang resolved to keep this precious little one close at all times. He would protect it with his life. Even if Wu Hao and the spirit beast fell into the water, he would save the spirit beast first. Wu Hao! Knock knock knock. Come in. The person who entered was Wu Rou, her eyes filled with deep concern. Upon seeing Su Jiang, Wu Rou's expression faltered. Brother Su, are you okay? Su Jiang was puzzled by the question. Of course I'm fine. What's wrong? It's just that. Brother Su, if you ever have any health issues, you must tell us right away. If we catch it early, it can definitely be cured. Don't feel embarrassed about it. Ha? Su Jiang was a bit dazed. Wu Rou thought for a moment and explained. Brother Su, you were fainting, then not moving, then crying and laughing all at once. I was really worried. Hearing Wu Rou's earnest words, Su Jiang finally realized where the problem lay. The soul link skill meant that when entering the spirit beast's consciousness, he had no control over his own body. The realization sent a chill through Su Jiang's heart. It seemed this skill must only be used in absolutely safe conditions from now on. Otherwise, he'd be a sitting duck. For the rest of the day, Su Jiang stayed at the shop, keeping watch over his little spirit beast and the spirit beast eggs he hadn't hatched yet. Through conversations with the little spirit beast, Su Jiang learned many things. For instance, this little spirit beast had no name, and it hadn't been born within that particular dungeon. It seemed to have been drawn to that area because of the ruins left behind by that crimson phantom. As for its own origins and background, the little spirit beast was clueless when asked. When Su Jiang checked the little spirit beast's attributes again later, he was genuinely shocked. Though the spirit beast was only level 5, its stats were now on par with Wu Hao's skeleton. It was important to note that while Wu Hao's skeleton was an F-grade spirit beast, it benefited from Su Jiang's golden talent. Its true growth rate and attributes seemed to rival those of a C-tier spirit beast. Yet, in front of the level 5 spirit beast, the skeleton's attributes held no advantage whatsoever. Another thing that surprised Su Jiang was that the little spirit beast seemed to have absolutely no skills whatsoever. The little spirit beast only possessed absurdly high base stats, yet it lacked any skills whatsoever. This couldn't help but remind Su Jiang of JoJo's bizarre adventure from his previous life. The Platinum Star was just like this, a blank stat sheet, yet boasting AA tier strength and speed. These are the damn 8 new healing spirit beasts you provided? When Lin Yao arrived with the officials to collect the spirit beasts, she was utterly stunned by the sight of 8 perfectly aligned young moonlight rabbits. They never imagined Su Jiang could actually produce 8 moonlight rabbits. Lin Yao, who had been furious moments ago, now had her mind racing at lightning speed. A terrifying possibility dawned on her. Su Jiang seemed to possess the ability to deliberately cultivate unique attributes and exceptional qualities in spirit beasts. It wasn't random. He had undoubtedly mastered this method. Otherwise, there's no way all 8 spirit beasts here would be moonlight rabbits. The moment this realization dawned on her, Su Jiang standing in Lin Yao's eyes shot up several notches. Randomly appearing superior breeds versus consistently producing superior breeds. Even the targeted appearance of superior breeds, these 3 concepts were entirely different in both meaning and implication. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Su Jiang flashed a smile and nodded slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. Well, the shop only had moonlight rabbit eggs left, so you know how it is? By the end, Su Jiang shut his own mouth. The excuse was far too flimsy. Seeing Lin Yao about to speak, Su Jiang decided to preempt her. Smack! He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, feigning anger. You guys admit it's because of those 8 healing-type spirit beasts, right? Let me tell you, their talents are one better than the next. Don't take this blessing for granted. Lin Yao, interrupted mid-spell by Su Jiang, was momentarily speechless. She shot a fierce glance at the 8 moonlight rabbits before gritting her teeth. You just wait, you little brat. She waved her hand again. Let's go. Watching Lin Yao prepare to leave with the others, Su Jiang hurriedly called out to her. Commander Lin Yao, if this involves mating, might I participate in the experiment as well? You? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Lin Yao shook her head, refusing outright. After all, this experiment was of extraordinary importance to District 13, and even professionals were ineligible to participate. Had the question come from anyone other than Su Jiang, Lin Yao would have suspected ulterior motives. But sir, I'm also quite interested in the offspring produced by these moonlight rabbits. After all, breeding spirit beasts is how I make my living. I've achieved some success in this field. Could you make an exception? Seeing Lin Yao's hesitation, Su Jiang immediately held up 3 fingers. Just put in a good word for me, and I'll find a way to get you 3 even more powerful healing-type spirit beasts. What? 3 more? Lin Yao felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Chapter 51 Special Advisor. Understood, sir. I'll go speak with him then. Someone will escort her to the lab later. Hearing Lin Yao's voice outside the room, Su Jiang knew the matter was settled. Otherwise, Lin Yao would have hung up after just a few words, let alone engage in such a lengthy conversation. 5 minutes later, Lin Yao walked back in. Her gaze toward Su Jiang was filled with both admiration and resignation. Who would have thought she'd be outmaneuvered by this kid? Recalling her superior's orders and words, Lin Yao decisively extended her hand toward Su Jiang. All right then. The authorities have agreed. Hand over those 3 healing spirit beasts to me. Su Jiang. Now it was Su Jiang's turn to feel awkward. He had no idea if this would work. If it failed, his entries wouldn't go to waste, so he hadn't fused them in yet. Ha. In this awkward situation, he could only offer an embarrassed chuckle before turning to Lin Yao and saying, Commander Lin Yao, we might need to wait another couple of days. Right now, it's probably not feasible. My spirit beasts haven't been cultivated yet. Lin Yao wasn't in a hurry. She had anticipated this outcome. In that case, officials will come for you in 2 days. They'll escort you to the experimental base. Understood, Commander Lin Yao. Su Jiang nodded obediently, unusually compliant at that moment. It wasn't that he was being obedient. Participating in this experiment was crucial for him. I wonder what that experiment is. Hold on a moment, I need to take this call. Su Jiang wanted to discuss further with Lin Yao, but before he could, she hung up and walked out. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get something for you. Lin Yao drove off decisively, while Su Jiang returned to the room to begin injecting the remaining 3 healing type entries. This time, he again chose the Moonlight Rabbit Spirit Beast Egg. Nothing else, he just wanted to see if he could eventually raise a super-powered healer. Knock knock knock. Come out and get your stuff. Hearing the urgent knocking, Su Jiang knew instantly it was Lin Yao. Among all the people he knew, only Lin Yao was this decisive, or perhaps just plain impatient. She pulled out a red-covered ID card and handed it to Su Jiang. Su Jiang opened it and found his personal information and a photo of himself printed on it. The name on the ID read, Special Advisor Credential for District 13. This is your identity for participating in the experiment. Bring this card with you in a couple of days, and you'll be able to enter the experimental zone and participate in this project. You haven't signed any confidentiality agreements, but you should know what you can and cannot discuss. Lin Yao's tone carried a hint of wistfulness as she spoke. Just days ago, she and the stalker had been discussing how to secure an official identity for Su Jiang. Little did they know he would acquire one so swiftly. And after recalling what the stealth agent had just told her, the look in Lin Yao's eyes as she regarded Su Jiang shifted unconsciously. What secrets do you carry? Su Jiang nodded. He understood his place. The fact that the authorities had allowed him to participate in this experiment and granted him the title of special advisor was already a tremendous concession. He couldn't be so ungrateful as to demand anything more. After Lin Yao left, Su Jiang carefully stored the eggs of the 3 moonlight rabbits he had successfully cultivated. He closed the shop door and got to work. Su Jiang was actually extremely busy today. Fresh from his official errand, he immediately set to work on his shop. After all, the scale had expanded significantly. The new machinery needed to be installed, and he also had to adjust the internal layout of the shop. Man, I'm exhausted. Just as Su Jiang was working feverishly, he heard a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Without even looking up, Su Jiang shouted back. We're closed today. Come back in a few days if you need anything. Ever since his shop blew up, this had become the norm. But this time, the figure outside the glass didn't leave. Instead, they asked with a hint of interest in their voice. Is that so? What about after-sales service? We don't handle after-sales either. Huh? After-sales? Su Jiang looked up, taking in the figure's curvaceous silhouette and the face cool yet strikingly beautiful. Leng Xi. Spotting the familiar face, Su Jiang set aside his work and slid open the glass door for her. Isn't this our school's top beauty, Leng Xi? What brings you to my humble little shop? Could it be that fiery squirrel really is having some trouble? My humble little shop? A faint smile touched Leng Xi's lips, and in that instant, her allure left Su Jiang utterly dumbfounded. If you call this a shabby little shop, then I'd say the entire 13th district. No. The entire Human Federation doesn't have a single respectable store. Leng Xi gave Su Jiang's shop and its merchandise the highest praise. After returning, she immediately tested the fire squirrel she'd purchased from Su Jiang. The results left Leng Xi utterly stunned. Everything unfolded exactly as she had anticipated. This mirror image talent perfectly replicated the fire phoenix's attributes and skills. When the fire squirrel was used, its power was indistinguishable from that of the fire phoenix. She had once tried releasing both her fire phoenix and fire squirrel simultaneously, discovering they were utterly indistinguishable in strength. For Leng Xi, this mirror image mapping was absolutely more insane than even an S-rank talent. Chapter 52, Leng Xi, Elbow. Follow me in. At first, she thought it was mere coincidence, but after extensive testing, she confirmed it was a true, perfect replication. Only then did she grasp the immense debt she owed Su Jiang. After all, such a powerful spirit beast had been sold to her by Su Jiang for a mere 6.88 million. For a fleeting moment, Leng Xi even suspected Su Jiang harbored secret feelings for her. While she was still pondering how to repay Su Jiang, rumors began circulating outside. Only then did she realize that every spirit beast sold in Su Jiang's shop was so extraordinary, beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Leng Xi's purpose in coming this time was to gauge Su Jiang's capabilities and build a solid relationship with him. About that fire squirrel last time, thank you. A faint blush flashed across Leng Xi's fair face as she spoke. At school, she was the silent, aloof ice queen. This was one of the rare times she'd actively sought out a boy. Now, being alone with him and even taking the initiative to thank him, how embarrassing. Seeing Leng Xi blushing like a kettle on the stove, Su Jiang couldn't help but feel curious. What's gotten into this girl? Why's she suddenly showing up to say all this random stuff? Could it be she has a crush on this guy? Glancing at his own handsome face, Su Jiang thought it was entirely possible. So what exactly are you here for? If you've got nothing to do, get out of here. I've got a shop to renovate. Huh? You want me to leave? Leng Xi was stunned. Was this person actually talking to her? At school, everyone was always clamoring to be near her no matter how hard she tried to shoo them away, they wouldn't budge. The boys who wanted to hang out with her could form a line stretching from District 13 all the way to District 12. And now someone actually dared to walk away? Fine. I'll see just what kind of person you really are. Leng Xi had come to express gratitude, but now she was getting angry. Clatter. She pulled over a nearby stool, plopped down with a thud, crossed her legs, and looked at Su Jiang. Her pair of full, white legs swayed freely before Su Jiang's eyes. Gulp. Su Jiang couldn't help but swallow hard. This 18-year-old girl was truly a treasure of the world. No wonder everyone loves 18. Miss, you're rich, you're a genius, please don't bother me, okay? My family's situation is pitiful, both my parents are dead. This spirit beast shop is the only thing keeping me alive. Business is already slow enough as it is. I can't even sell 10 spirit beasts a month. It's hard enough just to put food on the table. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Leng Xi slowly rose to her feet, a hint of guilt flickering across her face. Is it really that bad? Have I been too harsh? Not even 10 sales in a month. Wait, 10? The guilt on Leng Xi's face suddenly gave way to realization. She might be inexperienced, naive, and simple-minded, but she wasn't stupid. Su Jiang dared to ask 6.88 million for a single one, a price that equaled the annual income of other spirit beast shops. And he expected to sell 10 in a month? Hey, Su Jiang, are you trying to take me for a fool? Seeing her catch on, Su Jiang gave an awkward smile and said earnestly. But I really do have things to attend to. I'm sure you can see that. If you have nothing else, you should go ahead. Normally, having such a stunning beauty chat with him would have delighted Su Jiang immensely. But lately, Su Jiang simply didn't have the time or energy for this. He was too busy. Seriously, I'm actually here to thank you. That fire squirrel you gave me, I checked its price, and there's no way it could possibly be 6.88 million. Both of them suddenly grew serious. Just moments ago, they'd been bickering playfully. Why did this feel like an old man and an old? Leng Xi quickly shook her head to dismiss that absurd thought and spoke again. So I wanted to ask, is there anything you want? Whatever I can do, I'll make it happen. Leng Xi's tone was unusually earnest. Her upbringing and training forbade her from taking advantage of others without reason. She always repaid every kindness. Seeing Leng Xi so earnest before him, Su Jiang couldn't help but let a smile touch his lips. This feeling was strangely good. Thinking of his own peculiar little spirit beast and Wu Hao's mere level 10 skeleton, Su Jiang got an idea and tentatively suggested. How about taking me to the void once? Leng Xi. She'd assumed he wanted money or resources, things she could easily arrange for Su Jiang. After all, the Leng family's reputation wasn't built on empty promises. But this kid actually wanted her to take him to the void? Was he out of his mind? Su Jiang, have you lost your mind? Leng Xi's voice cracked as she stood up, abandoning all pretense of maintaining her elegant image. She shouted at the top of her lungs. You? The void? Do you even hear yourself? If it were the old you going, that would be understandable. But now your spirit sea is shattered, do you even understand that? My spirit sea is shattered. Leng Xi grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, inexplicably consumed by an intense worry for Su Jiang's safety. She told herself it was because Su Jiang could provide these unique spirit beasts that she felt so tense. Su Jiang was genuinely startled. He hadn't expected his simple suggestion to provoke such a strong reaction from this girl. Whoa. Calm down. Listen to me. Leng Xi stared at Su Jiang, waiting leisurely for him to explain himself. My spirit sea is shattered, isn't it? But I still yearn for the void. And I still have a healing-type spirit beast. Even though I can't form a contract with it, it can still follow my commands and use its skills. Why don't you just take me there? Seeing Leng Xi about to refuse, Su Jiang quickly cut her off. Besides, you'll be there, right? You can fight the monsters while I just tag along and observe. Leng Xi remained silent, weighing in her mind whether this was truly feasible. After much deliberation, she looked at Su Jiang. Are you sure you don't have any other demands? I heard you're short on cash. I can give you money. Money? Su Jiang felt his heart stir. But after giving it some thought, he decided to take the little spirit beast out to level up and see the world first. As for money, its only real use was for extracting entries. He had already accumulated a large number of unused entries, so he wasn't short on money in the short term. More importantly, he needed to figure out how to construct the altar described in the little spirit beast's memories. Perhaps letting the little spirit beast enter the void for combat might awaken its memories. No need. I just want to go to the void myself. The way you say that, you're not giving up, are you? Su Jiang turned away dejectedly after speaking. Me? Not capable? A resolute expression instantly flashed across Leng Xi's face. A pair of hands, smooth as jade, grabbed Su Jiang's arm. Elbow. Come with me to the void. Chapter 53, Returning to the Void. We're here. Go inside. Standing before the entrance to the void instance, Su Jiang glanced at Leng Xi in bewilderment. He truly hadn't expected that a single sentence from him could provoke such a strong reaction in Leng Xi. Dragged out of the shop moments ago, Su Jiang hadn't even had time to lock the door before being brought here. This void is one of the publicly accessible voids in our 13th district. This particular void is one where my long family possesses detailed records, making it arguably the safest void. This time, I can only bring you here. If you want to go elsewhere, forget it. Leng Xi didn't even glance at Su Jiang, her icy tone cold enough to freeze a person to death. Su Jiang nodded with a bitter smile. He never imagined his single remark would provoke such a fierce reaction from Leng Xi. Hold on to your healing spirit beast properly. At her command, Su Jiang clutched the little spirit beast tightly to his chest. Su Jiang didn't dare utter a single word now, terrified Leng Xi might devour him at any moment. Miss. The Leng family's bodyguard stood at the entrance to this void, looking at Leng Xi with confusion. Leng Xi pointed at Su Jiang, her tone growing even colder. This is my good friend. I'm bringing him into the instance. Hearing this, the bodyguard made no attempt to stop him, merely bowing slightly toward Su Jiang. After all, as their young mistress's friend, he was naturally a valued guest in their household. A good friend, huh? For some reason, Su Jiang felt a strange sensation in his heart. He never imagined he'd become Leng Xi's close friend. What he didn't know was that Leng Xi maintained an icy demeanor year-round, making friends extremely rare. On one hand, whether it was her background or her talent, she far surpassed others in every way. On the other hand, she felt that others were simply too immature to get along with, so she gave up on them altogether. Over the years, among the few people who could spark her interest was Su Jiang. Hold on to me tight, we're about to enter the instance. Leng Xi stared expressionlessly at Su Jiang, who hesitated upon hearing this and glanced at her arm. Leng Xi, there's a rule about not touching members of the opposite sex. Smack. Leng Xi grabbed Su Jiang's arm, feeling the soft, smooth skin against his own. Before Su Jiang could process it, the world spun violently. He stepped back into that dark, terrifying void. This void is a dungeon I've visited many times before. I know every monster here like the back of my hand. With my protection, you'll be fine. Leng Xi's concern for Su Jiang was genuine. She saw him as utterly helpless, in desperate need of her protection. Watching Leng Xi skillfully summon the magic array and display her exceptionally rich combat experience, Su Jiang couldn't help but think of Wu Hao. Wu Hao, we're both rich kids. How come there's such a huge gap between you and Leng Xi? Swish! Two flashes of light erupted from the summoning arrays, revealing a fiery phoenix engulfed in crimson flames. Its intense heat made the surrounding air scorching hot as the phoenix materialized before Su Jiang. From the summoning array behind Su Jiang emerged a fiery squirrel. With these two in my protection, you won't get hurt this time. Su Jiang's knowledge was beyond belief. His reliability far surpassed Wu Hao's by more than a little. Chirp chirp. The moment the fire squirrel appeared, it looked at Su Jiang and immediately jumped up enthusiastically, clearly recognizing him. Leng Xi, who had been conversing with Su Jiang moments before, felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing her contracted spirit beast so fond of him. Oomph. With a snort, Leng Xi turned and walked deeper into the void. Visibility within the void was extremely low, akin to thick fog, forcing the two to move slowly. Buzz. Suddenly, a massive void monster darted past them. Just as Su Jiang prepared to react. Boom. Leng Xi's fire phoenix unleashed a burst of flames, incinerating it completely. After the battle ended, Leng Xi turned to Su Jiang, who was preparing to use Shadow Strike. Mistaking his reaction for fear, she hurriedly reassured him. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep you safe. Su Jiang. It's just that, Su Jiang, besides cultivating spirit beasts, I might also know a thing or two about martial arts. Would you believe me? Martial arts? She eyed Su Jiang skeptically. First off, Leng Xi didn't believe Su Jiang knew martial arts. Second, no matter how skilled human martial arts might be, could they possibly surpass void monsters? That was impossible. It's fine, you don't have to force yourself. You have a healing type spirit beast, right? If you get injured later, you can heal my spirit beast. After reassuring Su Jiang, Leng Xi continued walking forward. Su Jiang set his little spirit beast down on the ground, and the two of them walked forward together. Where are we? This place feels strangely familiar. This is where you originally came from, though I can't say if it's your home. No kidding. 9 out of 10 voids look exactly the same. Su Jiang had no idea where this little spirit beast came from. Then why did you bring me here? Listening to the childish voice in his mind, Su Jiang paused before answering. To fight, of course. Only through battle can you grow stronger and more powerful, and eventually find your way home. The little spirit beast gave a soft nod and stood beside Su Jiang. Watching Su Jiang set the spirit beast down, Leng Xi remained silent. She too wanted to see just how powerful this healing-type spirit beast could be. She'd heard that in the last official tournament Su Jiang and his team had actually won the championship. Moonlight Rabbit, meow meow meow? Little did Leng Xi know that the healing-type spirit beast she believed it to be had long since been swapped out for the little spirit beast, a classic case of swapping the cat for the prince. This one was nothing short of a true berserker. Swish! A void monster suddenly burst forth from the empty space beside Su Jiang. It looked quite different from before, resembling a mantis in form, and its size was exceptionally massive. The moment it appeared, it lunged directly at Su Jiang, its murderous intent blatant. Use blazing flame. Witnessing this, Leng Xi instinctively considered commanding her fire phoenix to unleash scorching flames. But the thought that the massive flames would engulf Su Jiang too made her halt the spell. Her heart was now in her throat. Su Jiang! Watch out! Seeing Leng Xi's horrified gaze, before Su Jiang could react, the little spirit beast beside him leaped forward. Bam! The little spirit beast's claw slammed directly onto the void monster's head, knocking it back 2 steps. Leng Xi? Her charging footsteps abruptly halted as she stared blankly at Su Jiang and the little spirit beast. But that wasn't the end of it. The little spirit beast charged forward again, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the mantis-like void creature. Crackle! Snap! The creature's hard shell crumbled like paper under the spirit beast's claws, and the fight was swiftly over. Cold Xi, still bewildered, approached Su Jiang. First, she looked at the docile, adorable little spirit beast in Su Jiang's arms with utter bewilderment. Then, she glanced at the corpse of the void monster beside them, her expression one of utter disbelief. After confirming she wasn't dreaming, Leng Xi turned to Su Jiang, her tone turning icy. Come on. Su Jiang, you better explain this to me. Is this your family's healing type? Chapter 54, Leng Xi's injury. This healing type, you know what that means, right? Healing type creatures aren't incapable of combat, it's just that. Su Jiang opened his mouth, but after a moment's thought, he couldn't come up with a plausible excuse. After all, he'd noticed that healing type spirit beasts in this world seemed unusually monotonous. They offered nothing but ordinary healing effects, nothing beyond that. That's why they're treated as mere healing tools. He thought, if this operation were like the anime he'd seen in his past life, like Tsunade from Naruto, who could both heal and fight, then wouldn't that little spirit beast make perfect sense? In the end, he could only tell Leng Xi with a guilty expression. This healing device. I actually made it up. Last time I won the official healing competition, there was some underhanded stuff going on. Poof. After 2 scoffs, Leng Xi stared at Su Jiang before her, saying nothing. She knew he wasn't telling her the truth, she simply didn't believe it. Would the officials be that foolish? Could they not tell if there was something wrong with the spirit beast Su Jiang was carrying? Moreover, she was well aware of the previous competition Su Jiang had participated in. She shot him a dismissive glance and declared confidently. I'm sure the reason you won last time wasn't healing, it was killing spirit beasts and points from treasure hunts, right? Su Jiang let out an ah. He thought for a moment, then nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain. Right. That's it, that's exactly it. You're so sharp, Leng Xi. Su Jiang hadn't expected that before he could even think of an excuse. Leng Xi had already handed him the perfect excuse on a silver platter. She was truly the best teammate in the national server. Seeing Su Jiang nodding, Leng Xi didn't press the issue. Instead, she stepped ahead of him and said, next time, just tell me the truth. There's no need to lie to me. For some reason, Leng Xi felt an inexplicable unease about Su Jiang not being honest with her. Su Jiang silently nodded in response. But as they walked on, Leng Xi did sense something was off. She abruptly whipped her head around, her expression turning alarmed as she looked at Su Jiang. Wait a minute, doesn't this little spirit beast have an owner? Su Jiang nodded without hesitation upon hearing this. Of course not. If it had an owner, how could I have brought it into the void? Earlier, when Su Jiang and Wu Hao participated in the official healing spirit beast competition, Su Jiang had considered bringing someone else's spirit beast to compete. But aside from supremely powerful spirit beast masters, very few spirit beasts could withstand being separated from their masters for such a long distance. Entering the void was unthinkable, it would cause catastrophic consequences and repercussions. Therefore, this little spirit beast was destined to have no contract holder. So why did Leng Xi have this question? While Su Jiang stood bewildered, Leng Xi suddenly materialized before the little spirit beast. Her speed startled Su Jiang. Lon, what on earth are you doing? Leng Xi didn't look up or answer Su Jiang's question. Instead, her eyes fixed intently on the spirit beast before her as she spoke slowly. So it really is still level 0? Su Jiang nodded blankly, then shook his head. No, it's level 5. Level 5? But it doesn't have a human contract. How could it be level 5? Leng Xi was stunned. In this world, it was perfectly normal for wild, fully grown spirit beasts to possess inherent levels. However, spirit beasts hatched from eggs sold by spirit beast shops or young spirit beasts did not possess a level. And unlike wild spirit beasts, if such a spirit beast wasn't contracted to a human, it couldn't level up throughout its entire life. It would only remaining at level 0. Su Jiang's spirit beast wasn't just level 5, it had even knocked out an 8th level void mantis with a single swipe. At that moment, Leng Xi felt her entire worldview crumbling. Su Jiang, however, wore an even more awkward expression. Oh crap, I'm screwed. He'd mistaken Leng Xi for someone like Wu Hao, a simpleton who wouldn't notice anything amiss. Moreover, when interacting with Leng Xi, Su Jiang had let his guard down, trusting and relaxing a bit too much, causing him to speak without thinking. Su Jiang suddenly found himself speechless. Leng Xi glared at him twice but ultimately said nothing. Forget it. I won't ask you. I know you won't tell me the truth anyway. But that fire squirrel of mine? That's all thanks to you. I won to make things difficult for you this time. Watching Leng Xi's retreating figure, Su Jiang forced a smile while silently warning himself. Next time this happens, it absolutely must not occur again. This time, Leng Xi was in a good mood and chose not to hold it against him. But if he ever let this secret slip in front of others again, it wouldn't end so easily. He'd be facing a massive storm. The two walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Leng Xi thought to herself. Just you wait, I'll expose every last one of your secrets. In all my life, I've never met someone I couldn't see through. At this moment, Leng Xi had already grown curious about Su Jiang. If anyone else had been there, they might have remarked. Haha, you're curious about a man? You're done for. But at this moment, Leng Xi still didn't grasp this truth. She was still striding forward with great confidence, preparing to uncover Su Jiang's true nature. Swish! At that very moment, another ripple rippled through the void beside Leng Xi and the others. As an elite of the Great Clan, Leng Xi was worlds apart from that good-for-nothing Wu Hao. Wu Hao, meow meow meow. Leng Xi immediately activated her combat readiness. Never losing her vigilance, she instantly commanded her a great spirit beast, the Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix, unleash scorching flames. With a thunderous roar, the Fire Phoenix unleashed a torrential sea of flames that surged forward. In an instant, it engulfed the newly appeared Void Mantis. However, just as Leng Xi let out a sigh of relief, two more ripples of void energy surged from the surrounding area. Panic clearly flashed across Leng Xi's face. The next moment, she commanded the fire squirrel to unleash the same scorching flames. Enveloped by two surging seas of fire, all the void creatures were utterly engulfed. Su Jiang couldn't help but silently marvel. I have to admit, she truly lives up to her reputation as the genius goddess, Leng Xi. That combat prowess is absolutely no joke. Yet the next instant, before either could react, a void mantis, its body charred black, defied the flame's damage and closed in on Leng Xi. A heavy claw struck down. Chapter 55, The Zhou family's target. Just as it seemed Leng Xi was about to be decapitated, she demonstrated her exceptional combat instincts. Her toes dug into the ground, propelling her backward in an instant. Clearly, beyond her rigorous spirit beast training, she had also honed her combat awareness and physical prowess. Yet humans remained inherently vulnerable before spirit beasts. Otherwise, such a multitude of spirit beasts and beast tamers would never have existed. Despite her desperate evasion, the void mantis's claws still tore a gash across her thigh. Ah! Following Leng Xi's piercing scream, her body collapsed to the ground, blood trickling down her thigh. The very next moment, the void mantis was incinerated into ashes by a burst of flame from the fire phoenix. Yet Su Jiang's brow furrowed. He never expected such an unexpected turn of events. After all, with Leng Xi's strength, bringing him into the instance should have been a breeze. Earlier, he had witnessed the overwhelming dominance of Fire Phoenix and Fire Squirrel's blazing inferno against the Void Mantis. Yet somehow, a survivor remained. It was nothing short of unbelievable. While marveling at Leng Xi's misfortune, Su Jiang momentarily forgot his own role here, that of a healing spirit beast. Are you okay? Su Jiang approached Leng Xi, his gaze fixed on the wound on her leg, a hint of anxiety visible. Leng Xi's beautiful eyes met Su Jiang's, and she finally shook her head. I'm afraid not. We'll likely have to cut this void journey short. I need immediate treatment. Su Jiang's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing this. He had told Leng Xi that he was a healing-type beast master, or rather, that his spirit beast was a healing-type spirit beast. If he hadn't lied, then Leng Xi could be healed now, spared from her suffering. Su Jiang still had no intention of revealing his greatest secret to heal Leng Xi. Leng Xi, however, showed remarkable resilience. Together, they bandaged the wound on her leg before setting off toward the void beyond. Compared to her earlier composure and leisurely stride, she now appeared slightly disheveled, making this heavenly beauty seem a bit more down to earth. However, both soon realized the gravity of the situation. If Leng Xi continued walking forward now, she might not be connecting with the earth, but with the underworld instead. Glancing down, Leng Xi saw her once pristine bandages now drenched in crimson blood. The blood was dripping down her pants, and the volume was undeniably substantial. Damn it, the void mantis slashed in exactly the wrong spot. Su Jiang cursed under his breath. While the void mantis hadn't severed any major arteries in Leng Xi's thigh, the sheer expanse of the laceration was alarming. The result was an extremely narrow yet long gash that severed numerous blood vessels. The rate of blood loss was only slightly slower than if an artery had been severed. Seeing Su Jiang's concern, Leng Xi's expression grew slightly uneasy. Then she gave a cold snort, no longer paying attention to her leg. Instead, she lifted her head and continued walking forward. Miss Leng, your leg. Hurry up and go. Don't worry about it. We can tend to it once we're out of here. Leng Xi could feel the waves of weakness washing over her body with each drop of blood lost, even causing her vision to blur and her head to spin. Watching Leng Xi sway unsteadily, Jiang hesitated briefly before stepping forward and offering his assistance. Leng, let me treat you. Seeing the urgency in Jiang's eyes, Leng Xi felt a warmth in her heart, but she shook her head firmly. No need, Jiang. Let's get out of here fast. This place can't help me. Maybe this is just my fate. You run out now and call for a healing-type beast tamer. I'll wait here for you. I trust you. Seeing Leng Xi's pale face, Jiang finally made up his mind. He resolved to reveal his deepest secret and heal Leng Xi. Instantly, he placed his hand directly on Leng Xi's leg. Feeling Jiang's hand make contact with her leg, Leng Xi's expression shifted. Then she said, it's useless. Give up. This requires a healing-type beast master. I am a healing-type beast tamer. The moment Jiang finished speaking, a faint green glow appeared on his hand. Leng Xi suddenly realized that the wound on her leg, which had been throbbing with pain and even numbness, was now healing rapidly, and the color returned to her cheeks. Her eyes widened in utter shock as she stared at Jiang before her, speechless for a long moment. At the void entrance. After emerging, both remained silent throughout the journey. They nodded to each other, exchanged farewells, and departed, each lost in their own thoughts. As for Leng Xi, she found herself drawn to the peculiarities surrounding Jiang, a deep curiosity stirring within her heart. Unbeknownst to Jiang, a vast, silent threat targeting him was quietly approaching from the shadows. A good-for-nothing who can't even take the college entrance exam. When I take mine, I'll definitely make a splash and catch the goddess's attention. Little did Jiang realize he had just achieved the feat of sitting at home, yet trouble falls from the sky. The Zhou residence. Master of the household. My son is now ruined for life. You must avenge me. Zhou Kaixian, father of Zhou Jiahe and head of the Zhou family, sat grim-faced in his chair. He sat in his chair, his face grim, as one of the family elders wailed at him. Hearing this, Zhou Kaixian clutched his head in anguish, utterly helpless. His son, Zhou Jia, had been crushed beneath a boulder during the official event, victimized by Jiang Xiana. Even though Zhou Jia had been rescued by the people from District 13, he was now a cripple for life. His qi wasn't shattered, his spine was completely fractured. His entire body was paralyzed, leaving only his head able to move freely. Zhou Jia's father had once hoped his son would become the next family head, never imagining such a tragic outcome. Master, this was done to help young Master Zhou Jiaheng. You can't just ignore it. The old man glanced around at the others still wailing and playing the victim. His words made Zhou Kaishuan's expression darken. Indeed, Zhou Jia's involvement in Jiang Xiana's operation had been at Zhou Jiaheng's behest. Both publicly and privately, as the family head, he ought to handle this matter. Very well. You may withdraw for now. I need time to consider this matter. After dismissing the elder, Zhou Kaixian looked at Zhou Jiaheng below the stage, his tone tinged with resignation. I've told you before, lust is a double-edged sword. Keep a low profile in your daily affairs. Your plan to use Wu Rou to seize control of the Wu family, it's a clever idea, but keep it under wraps. Last time you were so arrogant, you not only lost Wu Rou but dragged our entire Zhou family into trouble. Now he's come looking for trouble with me again. What do you suggest we do? Father. It's all that bastard Jiang's fault. Neither of their factions are decent people. Zhou Jiaheng nearly gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He had believed Wu Hao to be a useless fool. Once he married Wu Rou, he could leap to become the core of the Wu family, completely usurping power. But Jiang's meddling ruined everything. For Zhou Jiaheng, who had long considered the vast Wu family his personal possession, this was worse than death. That was why he hinted to Zhou Jia that he could take action against Jiang. It was all about revenge. But what can you do now? You wouldn't dare retaliate against the entire Wu family, would you? Zhou Jiaheng spoke up at this. We can't take down the entire Wu family, but surely we can handle one Jiang? Chapter 56, the Zhou family pays a visit. You can't take on the Wu family, but you can take on a single Jiang? You really can't take on Jiang. As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Kaixian had long been subservient to the Wu family. He knew full well the Wu family's vast underground influence. Looking at his son, who seemed to be losing his mind, a chill ran down his spine. You must understand that offending Jiang at this stage means offending the Wu family. If you dare touch him, the Wu family will come for you in the next second. Wu Zhengqing had made it clear to every underground faction in District 13, Jiang was a valued guest of the Wu family. The Zhou family was well aware of this fact. After all, the Wu family's recent surge in popularity stemmed from Jiang leading two of their men to claim the championship and runner-up titles in this tournament. Is a mere good-for-nothing worth all this trouble? The thought made Zhou Jiaheng roar with fury. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing. He just happened to have one or two powerful spirit beasts by sheer luck, and this time he got lucky again with the withdrawal. Father, you're not going to abandon me, are you? Zhou Kaixian swallowed hard as he watched his enraged son. Though he'd always feared the Wu family's influence, his son's words had swayed him. What nonsense! Others might abandon you, but would your father ever do that? We're always on the same side. I think you're right. No matter how useful this Su Jiang is, a dead man can never compare to a living one. In that case, after finalizing the plan with his father, Zhou Jiahang's face twisted into a savage grin. Wu Rou was his. Even the entire Wu family would be his. Wu Hao. Su Jiang? They must die. The Wu family. Sitting on a lounge chair outside, Wu Rou felt warm and fuzzy inside, thinking about her unique slime. Just then, she heard Wu Jingqing's deep voice echo from the house behind her. The Wu family and your Zhou family have no ties left. You should leave. Curious, Wu Rou was about to investigate when Zhou Jiahang emerged. Little sister Wu Rou, why are you here all alone? Hearing this, Wu Rou's brows furrowed, her tone tinged with irritation. What are you doing here? Your Zhou family has nothing to do with ours anymore. Please leave. Now, as she looked at Zhou Jiahang, Wu Rou's eyes were filled with disgust. Zhou Jiahang himself was notoriously greedy, lustful, and scheming, with a thoroughly disreputable reputation. Comparing Su Jiang to Zhou Jiahang made the latter seem utterly worthless. Could it be that you've actually been bought off by that good-for-nothing slime? How laughable. Don't you dare speak that way about brother Su Jiang. Zhou Jiahang bothering her didn't bother Wu Rou, but him speaking ill of Su Jiang was crossing a line she wouldn't tolerate. Fine, you fickle, now you're even calling him brother? Mark my words. From now on, you belong only to me, Zhou Jiahang. Your beloved brother? He'll probably be dead brother soon enough. After uttering those words, Zhou Jiahang turned and walked away. He had just been kicked out of Wu Jingqing's place. His main purpose this time was to confirm the whereabouts of the Wu family members. He had already confirmed that Wu Hao and his bodyguard were not with Su Jiang, which instantly made him feel a surge of murderous intent. After Zhou Jiahang left, Wu Rou paid no mind to his words. After all, this spoiled heir acted like this all the time. Yet Wu Rou felt an inexplicable sense of unease. What did his words mean? Recalling the flash of madness in Zhou Jiahang's eyes, a vague sense of unease stirred deep within her. Oh no! Could he be planning to harm brother Su Jiang? I must find father. Perfect. This must be the place. Zhou Jiahang stared at the spirit beast shop before him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. After leaving the Wu family, Zhou Jiahang had brought his father's earthbear here. He had gone to great lengths to obtain this earthbear from his father, and now he intended to use it to take Su Jiang's life. Just you wait, Su Jiang. I'll kill you later. Just as he was seething with rage, he suddenly saw an absolutely stunning young woman walking toward the entrance of Su Jiang's spirit beast shop. Her curvaceous figure and flawless face left Zhou Jiahang utterly mesmerized. He'd certainly played with his fair share of women, but compared to her, they were utterly worthless. A woman like this was beyond his wildest dreams. If he could just get a taste of her. Zhou Jiahang was already getting carried away. This woman was even more beautiful than Wu Rou. He realized he was about to teach Su Jiang a lesson. What if he could use this chance to win the beauty's heart? How perfect would that be? He promptly smoothed his clothes and strode confidently toward the stunning woman. This must be the place. That bastard Lin Yao gave me completely inaccurate directions. The woman's name was Zhao Xueyao. She and Lin Yao were both officials. Her spirit beast had perished during a previous mission, and she herself had suffered severe injuries. It took her a long time to recover after extensive recuperation. Now she sought to contract a new spirit beast suited to her. Just yesterday, as she prepared to attempt the bond, Lin Yao informed her of a place housing a unique group of spirit beasts. But whether she could actually acquire one depended entirely on her own skills. In the end, Lin Yao gave her the address of Su Jiang's spirit beast shop. After winding through 7 twists and turns, she finally found Su Jiang's spirit beast shop tucked away in a secluded corner. Is this really the place? It's so small. Compared to the large chain spirit beast stores in District 13, this shop's facade and scale were utterly unimpressive. But given Lin Yao's strong recommendation yesterday, Zhao Xueyao thought it over and decided to go take a look. Ahem. Hey, beautiful, you're here to shop too? The abrupt greeting from behind made Zhao Xueyao frown. Seeing Zhou Jiahang's frivolous demeanor, she instantly guessed what kind of person he was. She shot him a dismissive glance and replied coldly. I just want to look around. Hearing someone intended to buy Su Jiang's spirit beast, Zhou Jiahang grew anxious. Hey, beautiful, don't buy from here. These spirit beasts are totally unreliable. If you trust me, I'll take you somewhere better. Zhou Jiahang secretly hoped to use a spirit beast to keep such a beauty by his side, to be at his command. No thanks. Seeing the woman before him give him a cold shoulder, Zhou Jiahang, who had intended to strike up a conversation, could only trail behind her. Creak. The spirit beast shop officially opened for business today. Just as Su Jiang opened the door, he spotted Zhao Xueyao and Zhou Jiahang standing outside. Su Jiang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the pair to gauge their intentions. Looking for trouble? Chapter 57, so tempting. Hello, boss. I'm here to buy a spirit beast. Zhao Shuao stepped forward and initiated conversation with Su Jiang. Seeing the beautiful woman who had been cold toward him suddenly so warm with Su Jiang, Zhou Jiahong felt like his teeth were grinding to dust. He swore to himself that he would make Su Jiang pay for this later. Su Jiang glanced at the woman and couldn't help but admire her beauty. Shifting his gaze to Zhou Jiahong, who stood nearby with an arrogant posture, Su Jiang frowned. "Is he with you?" Hearing Su Jiang's question, Zhao Shuao shot Zhou Jiahong a glance and shook her head decisively. "No." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised his hand to close the door. Seeing this, Zhou Jiahong immediately grew anxious. "Su Jiang, what do you mean by that? I'm here to buy a spirit beast too. Sorry, you're not welcome here." After saying this, Su Jiang shut the door on Zhou Jiahong, ushering Zhao Shuao inside. "Su Jiang, mark my words. If you have the guts, don't come out today. Otherwise, I'll make you pay dearly." Su Jiang shot Zhou Jiahong a dismissive glance and ignored his ranting. His immediate priority now was to find reliable buyers for the spirit beasts. He just didn't know what to make of the woman standing before him. Stepping inside the shop, Su Jiang began to size her up. "I don't know what kind of spirit beast you need, but I can make some recommendations for you." "I don't know. Lin Yao just told me you have many unique spirit beasts here. My name is Zhao Shuao. I'm also an official." "An official?" Su Jiang gave her a once-over. From her demeanor, he sensed her status was no mere pretense. Besides, not just anyone could impersonate someone from the official organization. In that case, Su Jiang studied her appearance. Her face was delicate yet radiant. Beneath the pencil skirt exuding professional poise lay a pair of shapely, long legs, complemented by a pair of breasts that seemed ready to burst forth. A vision of unearthly beauty. She must be an administrative staff member within the official ranks, requiring a spirit beast type leaning more toward support. "Miss Xiao, I'm afraid you'll have to wait another 2 days for the support type spirit beast I have available." Hearing Su Jiang's words and recalling the young man's earlier gaze, Zhao Shuao couldn't help but bite her silver teeth. Fine, another guy judging by looks. But since Su Jiang had merely appraised her without any strange undertones, Zhao Shuao could only glare at him. "I don't want a support type spirit beast, I want a combat type one." "Combat type?" This perked Su Jiang right up. Yesterday, he had just fused several entries into the bodies of spirit beasts, including some excellent combat options. "Combat types? I do have some available, though I'm not sure what your budget is." Su Jiang grinned broadly as he stared at Zhao Shuao before him. "Who cares if she's a beauty? Get the money out first. First, get the money. As for the rest, we'll talk about that later." Seeing his attitude, Zhao Shuao's face darkened further. She'd heard from Lin Yao that this guy's prices for spirit beasts were outrageously expensive. To avoid looking cheap in front of him, she gritted her teeth and pulled out a bank card. "Rest assured. As long as your goods are worth it, money is no problem." "Wow. A big rich lady." Su Jiang couldn't help but glance at her chest, inwardly sighing. If this rich lady wasn't just an official figure but also Lin Yao's close friend. Su Jiang had already decided to give her yesterday's cat back. "But I'll tell you this first." Zhao Shuao's voice turned slightly gritted. "If you don't have a spirit beast that satisfies me, you'd better tell me in advance. After all, this little place of yours probably doesn't have anything worthwhile." Ever since entering, Zhao Shuao had been scrutinizing Su Jiang's spirit beast shop. The more she looked, the less professional it seemed, just a small workshop. She couldn't fathom why Lin Yao had recommended this place for her to buy a spirit beast. A smirk curved up at the corner of Su Jiang's mouth. This woman had worn that haughty expression since the moment she walked in. "So arrogant? Then let me teach you a lesson. In that case, let's make a bet." "What kind of bet?" Zhao Shuao stared at Su Jiang with a hint of disdain, her tone suddenly brimming with interest. "If you're not satisfied with the spirit beast I brought out, then this shop is yours. But if that spirit beast truly is extraordinary, then I'll be your big brother from now on. How about it?" "What? Big brother? Impossible." Seeing her reaction, Su Jiang's expression shifted, taking on a teasing tone. "Oh my, you wouldn't be backing out of the bet, would you?" His words instantly provoked Zhao Shuao. Who in the organization didn't know that Zhao Shuao, the deputy leader of Combat Team 13, was famously known as a fiery beauty? Beyond her stunning figure, what truly ignited tempers was her fiery temper. Most people wouldn't dare provoke her, let alone try to rile her up like this. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Seeing her take the bait, Su Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, wait here. I'll be out shortly." Su Jiang walked away with a spring in his step, whistling as he went. His demeanor only made Zhao Shuao grind her teeth in frustration. With nothing else to do, she scrutinized the shop's surroundings. The more she looked, the deeper her frown grew. It's just an ordinary spirit beast shop. Could it really have anything worthwhile? Just then, Su Jiang emerged, cradling a black spirit beast in his arms. "This one then. Give it a try." Stroking the swift-winged catweasel in his arms, Su Jiang felt he was getting the better end of the deal with this woman. It looked like an ordinary spirit beast, but inside it was fused with a swift-winged mongoose? A mere B-grade spirit beast? Is this how you plan to brush me off? Su Jiang didn't notice the veins pulsing on Zhao Xueyao's forehead. A swift-winged mongoose? A mere B-rank spirit beast? Is this how you plan to brush me off? Seeing the woman on the verge of losing her temper, Su Jiang hurriedly tried to calm her down. Otherwise, his little shop would be the one to suffer. It's no ordinary swift-winged mongoose. Just bind it to your contract and you'll see. I'm telling you, you're going to leave me without a spirit beast and get beaten to death. Go die outside. Jump off this building. I'm not binding it. Boom. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Woo. The next moment, the swift-winged cat weasel stood before her, looking at her with confusion. What just happened? In that instant, she had seen a purple lightning bolt erupt from the swift catweasel's body, moving at a terrifying speed. Don't ask so many questions right now. Do you want this swift-winged mongoose or not? Oh my, this is amazing. Chapter 58, Lightning Power. Hey, that's enough already. Pay first, then make the contract. Cash on delivery. Watching Zhao Xueyao cling to the swift-winged mongoose like it was her life, Su Jiang rolled his eyes. Who was it just now saying that even if you jumped off this building, you still couldn't form a contract? 6.88 million, right? I'll swipe my card. No, not 6.88 million. Seeing Zhao Xueyao's attitude, Su Jiang suddenly felt playful. 6.88 million? That'd be too cheap for you. After all, I saw how you looked down on my spirit beast shop earlier. Huh? You saw all that? Zhao Xueyao flushed with embarrassment. After all, being caught openly criticizing someone's spirit beast shop was rather humiliating. Then name your price. I'll pay it. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Xueyao simply adored this swift-winged cat. Not only was it highly intelligent, but it also contained powerful lightning elemental energy within its body. It was simply an extraordinary spirit beast. Alright, I'll name my price. I won't overcharge you, 10 million. What? 10 million? Su Jian looked at Zhao Xueyao, whose voice cracked, with an expression of utter certainty. This one's far superior to the others, and your disdain for my shop has deeply wounded me. After saying that, Su Jiang adopted a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. He had now completely pinpointed Zhao Xueyao's weakness. He could tell this woman was deeply in love with his swift-winged mongoose. This, you crooked merchant. Zhao Xueyao wanted to explode with anger but felt utterly helpless. In the past, she would have beaten Su Jiang senseless and stormed off. But looking at the swift cat weasel in her arms, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Fine, 10 million it is. Princess, please swipe your card. Su Jiang placed the POS machine in front of Zhao Xueyao, looking like a greedy little miser. Zhao Xueyao felt a bit awkward, her tone softening. Can I pay in installments? I only have 9 million in my account. Su Jiang. Damn it, she looks so good, but she's broke? Here's the deal, call me big brother, and I'll waive this million-plus debt for you. Only then did Zhao Xueyao remember she had a bet with this guy. The problem was, she'd lost the bet. Snap. She felt like the sky was falling. Zhao Xueyao had always lived life with such flair, even daring to confront her superiors. And now she was supposed to call a high schooler big brother? This was simply too embarrassing to bear. If those guys back at the station found out, they'd probably laugh themselves silly. The thought made Zhao Xueyao flush, and she felt a pang of guilt, wanting to back out. Can I not call you that? Fine, don't call me that. But then everyone will know you're a sore loser. Hearing this, Zhao Xueyao lifted her head and glared fiercely at Su Jiang, her teeth clenched as she spat out. You'll pay for this, you little jerk. Squeak. Su Jiang flopped back onto his lounge chair, looking utterly carefree. Cut the nonsense. Just call him. One big brother call is worth 1 million. Do you have any idea how many people would pay for that? Zhao Xueyao was nearly boiling with rage. This kid was just too arrogant. Unfortunately, he had her right where it hurt, and she couldn't do a thing about it. I'm not angry, I'm not angry, I'm not angry. Even as her words denied it, Su Jiang noticed the 2 balloons in her chest straining against her clothes, threatening to burst through. It was clear just how much her emotions were raging. After several moments of deliberation, Zhao Xueyao finally ground out 2 words through clenched teeth. Big brother. Ah, good girl. This spirit beast is your big brother's welcome gift. Go ahead and bind it to you. Even though Zhao Xueyao desperately wanted to refuse it with dignity, the swift-winged mongoose was simply too tempting. After a moment's thought, she mustered her fiercest tone to utter the most cowardly words. Fine, I'll contract it. I'll see just how great it is. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? What the heck is this lightning power? After Zhao Xueyao completed the contract, she approached Su Jiang and stared at him in disbelief. Beyond the sandcat's innate ride-the-wind skill, this spirit beast now possessed the power of lightning. Lightning power harnesses the power of thunder to enhance oneself, while also unleashing lightning attacks. Reclining in his chair, Su Jiang examined the increased attributes on his interface panel and the newly acquired lightning power. A smirk of disdain curled the corners of his mouth. You're such a novice. I told you calling me big brother wouldn't hurt you. Now you believe me, right? Zhao Xueyao, who usually looked down on everyone, nodded obediently this time. I believe it. I believe it. After all, Zhao Xueyao had never seen such an outrageous wind catweasel in her entire life. Only now did she realize how foolish her earlier arrogance had been. This Su Jiang was truly extraordinary. Even the largest spirit beast shop in District 13 couldn't produce a swift-wind mongoose like this one. Most crucially, the swift-wind mongoose was already renowned for its speed. Now, amplified by the lightning power. She dared not imagine just how formidable this swift-wind mongoose would become in the future. Even at level 1, its speed had already surpassed that of a typical level 10 spirit beast. It was born for battle. Big bro, I wonder if you've got any more good stuff like this. Keep me in mind for future deals. Zhao Xueyao clung to Su Jiang's back with flattery, offering to knead his shoulders and massage his back. Her ample bosom pressed against his back, making Su Jiang exclaim, I dare not move. Had anyone else witnessed this scene, their jaws would have dropped in shock. This was Zhao Xueyao of the combat squad. The woman who wouldn't give the devil himself the time of day. And now she was voluntarily massaging a man's back and legs? It was nothing short of a fairy tale. The faint fragrance tickling his nostrils and the full curves pressing against his back sent Su Jiang's mind wandering. It all depends on how you perform from now on. Got it, boss. I'll do my best to serve you well and make sure you're comfortable. Just as Zhao Xueyao and Su Jiang were chatting and laughing, a series of violent knocks suddenly echoed from outside the door. Thump thump thump. Hey! Open up! You bastard! Open the door! If you've got the guts, open it! The sound of the commotion caused Zhao Xueyao's radiant, beautiful face to darken instantly. Daring to interrupt my business with Big Brother? You're asking for it. Fury surging through her veins, Zhao Xueyao paid no heed to her slightly disheveled attire. She took 3 steps and 2 strides to the door and flung it open. Chapter 59 Defenses Shattered. The little spirit beast shows its might. Creak! You little! Zhou Jiahong, seeing the door flung open, was about to unleash a torrent of curses. He never expected to see the peerless beauty he'd glimpsed before entering the shop, now glaring at him with displeasure. Beautiful lady, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Su Jiang. Hearing this, Zhao Xueyao's already darkened expression grew even more grim. Oh, so you dare insult my big brother, huh? Zhou Jiahong? Huh? He'd only been inside for half an hour. How did he suddenly become big brother? Su Jiang emerged next, looking utterly bewildered. Earlier on the lounge chair, while Zhao Xueyao massaged his shoulders, his clothes had gotten wrinkled in several places, and he hadn't had time to smooth them out yet. Zhou Jiahong now saw Zhao Xueyao's hair slightly disheveled, while Su Jiang was even more disheveled, breathing heavily. His pupils dilated instantly. Clearly, he had figured out what the two had been doing inside. You too, actually. Glancing at the stunning beauty beside him, Zhou Jiahong felt as if his heart were bleeding. A woman he dared not even dream of had been doing that with Su Jiang in the room. Unforgivable. Damn you, Su Jiang. Not only did you steal Wu Rou from me, you ruined my plans, and now you dare compete with me for this beauty? I'll make you pay with your life. He hadn't expected that upon opening the door, he'd witness such a scene. He never imagined opening the door to witness such a scene. Zhou Jiahong felt as if a bright green hat had been placed firmly atop his head. What the hell is wrong with you? Glancing at the enraged Zhou Jiahong, Su Jiang couldn't make heads or tails of what he was ranting about. Both Zhao Xueyao and Su Jiang were utterly bewildered. You two adulterers still trying to play innocent? Today, I'll make sure both of you die. Earth Bear. Kill them. After his frantic roar, he gave up pretending altogether and summoned his father's Earth Bear. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the heavens as the colossal form of the Earth Bear materialized before Su Jiang and his companion. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from it, Su Jiang's expression remained largely unchanged. Had this been the old Su Jiang, he might have panicked. But after witnessing Zhang Fu's chameleon and the black-robed man's griffin battle, the Earth Bear seemed rather unimpressive. Oomph. A mere Earth Bear dares threaten me? Kid, you're dead meat. Zhao Xueyao's expression also turned serious, no longer as casual as before. Let me make this clear, what you just said amounts to nothing more than a personal grudge. But summoning a spirit beast to fight another player within this safe zone violates the laws of District 13. Prepare to face legal consequences. Su Jiang. Holy, that's exactly it. That's the spirit. 100% official. Watching Zhao Xueyao beside him, brimming with confidence, Su Jiang was ready to see her take down the Earth Bear. But suddenly, a question struck Su Jiang. Hadn't this girl just contracted a spirit beast with him moments ago? Could she possibly be a dual spirit C? She skillfully activated the summoning array. Zhao Xueyao watched the juvenile swift-wind catweasel emerge from the beam of light and froze completely. She turned her head and shot Su Jiang an innocent look, her expression awkward. Smack! Su Jiang slapped his own face. The scene was simply too painful to watch. Zhou Jiahong, who had been on high alert moments ago, couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing this mongoose. Ha ha ha. A measly little cat? You think this thing can stop me? That's hilarious. Don't worry, I'll kill that bastard Su Jiang. But I'm not ready to kill you yet. I'll keep you around for fun until I'm done playing with you, then I'll finish you off. Those words instantly ignited a raging fire of fury within Zhao Shuiyao's heart. Damn it! The bastard who dares to taunt this lady probably hasn't even been born yet. Without a second thought, she ignored the fact that her fennec fox had only just been contracted and tried to command it into battle. Hey! Stop! Stop it! This scene terrified Su Jiang. This girl had a temper like a wildfire. Leave the fighting to me, big brother. Su Jiang shielded Zhao Shuiyao behind him and addressed Zhou Jiahong. I'm giving you a chance. Get out of here now. Go back to whatever you were doing. Su Jiang gave Zhou Jiahong a chance. He felt it was utterly pointless to waste his breath on a broken Bo Yang Yang. Give me a chance? Let me tell you. Today is the day you die. If it weren't for you, once I marry Wu Rou and eliminate Wu Hao, the Wu family would be mine. Marry Wu Rou? Kill Wu Hao? Fine by me. Seems I underestimated you. Your ambitions are truly vast. Su Jiang's face darkened. I was willing to give you a chance, but you chose not to take it. Ha ha ha. Give me a chance? You're nothing but a broken spirit sea, a worthless piece of trash who can't even contract a spirit beast. What kind of big talk is this? Zhou Jiahong nearly laughed himself silly. Had Su Jiang lost his mind? How dare he say such things? Standing beside Su Jiang, Zhao Shuiya was equally bewildered. After all, she knew Su Jiang had only broken through the spirit sea. She couldn't fathom how he could possibly fight Zhou Jiahong. Amidst their skeptical stares, Su Jiang pulled the small spirit beast from his robe and placed it before the earth bear. Compared to the towering earth bear before it, the tiny spirit beast looked like it could be crushed under a single stomp at any moment. Ha! You're going to fight me with this thing? That's laughable. Su Jiang, did you get your head stuck in a door or something? Zhao Shuiya grabbed Su Jiang's arm, her tone unusually serious. Brother, you go ahead. I've already called for backup. I can hold them off for a bit. Su Jiang. He felt utterly helpless as he realized no one trusted him. I really do have combat skills, why won't any of you believe me? If that's the case, then you two can die together. Tear them apart, Earth Bear. Accompanied by a massive tremor, the Earth Bear charged toward Su Jiang like a speeding truck. Swish! A massive bear paw swiped toward Su Jiang. Zhao Shuiya couldn't help but scream in panic. Brother, run! Faced with such an attack, Su Jiang stood frozen in place, looking utterly petrified. Haha, Su Jiang, die! Zhou Jiahong hadn't expected things to go so smoothly this time. After all, the Earth Bear's paw could deliver a force approaching 1 ton. If it struck an ordinary person, death would be certain. Thud! Just as everyone thought Su Jiang was about to die, a small black figure collided with the Earth Bear's paw. The next instant. Boom! The Earth Bear's massive body suddenly flew backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 60, The Earth Bear Dies. This can't be possible? Watching the Earth Bear get knocked back, Zhou Jiahong stared in disbelief at the figure before Su Jiang. There, standing before Su Jiang, was none other than the tiny spirit beast barely larger than a palm that had just blocked the Earth Bear's massive paw with a single swipe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Earth Bear. Charge. The moment the words left his mouth, Bong Yun saw a flash of golden light envelop the Earth Bear, its power surging once more. Clearly, the Earth Bear had activated its skill, Earth Amplification. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the Earth Bear charged toward Su Jiang at breakneck speed. Unexpectedly, when its claws clashed with the spirit beast's once more, the spirit beast's claws appeared as small as sesame seeds before it. The outcome left everyone's jaws dropping. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as the Earth Bear was sent flying once more. Bro, this spirit beast, for sale? Zhao Shuiya was utterly dumbfounded, her gaze toward Su Jiang now filled with nothing but admiration. No wonder he dared to call himself big brother, he clearly had the real deal. Now, looking at the little spirit beast, she felt her own swift-wind mongoose wasn't so impressive anymore. Gust Weasel? What exactly is this thing? How could it possibly defeat the Earth Bear? Su Jiang nearly smiled without responding, though his heart swelled with delight. Yesterday, he'd seen this little spirit beast's incredibly high 5-stat panel. A sudden thought struck him, since it lacked skills, why not go all in on brute strength? He fused a golden attribute he'd previously drawn giant strength into the spirit beast's body. This trait had no other effects, it was remarkably similar to the spirit beast itself. It didn't grant any skills or attribute boosts. Its sole purpose was to make the 5-stat enhancements absurdly extreme, pushing strength and speed to ridiculous levels. When Su Jiang checked the little spirit beast's stats this morning, he was genuinely startled. After all, the spirit beast's current stats were on par with those of a rank spirit beasts over level 20. Roar! Roar! After being knocked back twice, the Earth Bear stood its ground, its gaze fixed warily on the spirit beast. Its tiny bear eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. It couldn't fathom how it had been knocked back by such a tiny little thing. Meanwhile, Wu Qingtian and Wu Hao had already arrived at the Zhou residence. After Wu Rou had informed them of Zhou Jiahong's situation, they had rushed here without delay. But Zhou Jiahong was nowhere to be seen. Only Zhou Kaixuan sat there. Seeing Wu Qingtian's face ashen, Zhou Kaixuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He had even lent his earth hero to his son this time. Su Jiang was as good as dead. Brother Wu, I truly have no idea where my son went, and besides, he doesn't even have a spirit beast yet. Besides, it was just childish trash talk. Don't take it seriously. But before Zhou Kaixuan could finish his sentence, his face instantly drained of color. The next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling everyone in the reception hall. Wu Hao approached Wu Qingtian and whispered, "Father, this old fool isn't trying to scam us, is he?" Wu Qingtian shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. Having traveled far and wide his entire life, he couldn't quite figure out Zhou Kaixuan's tactics. Zhou Kaixuan, lying on the floor, stared toward the spirit beast shop in utter disbelief, his voice trembling as he stammered. This can't be possible? He sensed that his earth bear had been killed? He had just suffered such severe injuries precisely because his contracted spirit beast had died. That worthless with a shattered spirit, see how could he possibly defeat my earth bear? Outside Su Jiang's spirit beast shop, a group of officials stood gathered. The team leader stared blankly at the scene before him. Zhou Jiahong lay on the ground, his face deathly pale, while beside him lay the earth bear, already beaten to a bloody pulp. He glanced at Zhao Shuiao and Su Jiang, who stood nearby looking utterly unfazed. Unable to contain himself, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Shuiao. "Deputy Captain, what the hell just happened? Didn't you just say someone was trying to manipulate spirit beasts to attack us?" He desperately wanted to curse her out right then and there. Zhao Shuiao had lied about the situation. He'd been eating when Zhao Shuiao's message popped up. Without even wiping his mouth, he'd rushed over with his brothers. And this was it? Hearing this, Zhao Shuiao turned her head and shot Su Jiang a glance, her eyes brimming with resentment. Truthfully, she still couldn't believe this world was real. Earlier, she'd seen this little spirit beast plop itself right on top of the earth bear, followed by a chorus of "Ula! Muda!" By the time the "Ula" ended, the earth bear had been beaten into this sorry state. Su Jiang had instantly crippled Zhou Jiahong's Qi with a single kick, though Zhao Shuiao had conveniently chosen to look away at that moment. Then her team arrived. Zhao Shuiao stared at Su Jiang, her eyes filled with astonishment. That big brother had only been a compromise for her before, but now she genuinely felt a bit of admiration for Su Jiang. She could see it now, every one of Su Jiang's spirit beasts possessed extraordinary skills. Glancing at Su Jiang, who was pretending it had nothing to do with him, Zhao Shuiao felt her teeth grind with frustration. But another matter demanded her immediate attention, so she wasted no time. "Come on, take this guy with us. We're going to the Zhou family to retrieve someone." The two had already confirmed the details earlier. This earth bear wasn't Zhou Jiahe's, it had been lent to him by his father, Zhou Kaixuan. Its sole purpose was to assassinate Su Jiang. Within the safety zone of District 13, this constituted an extremely grave incident. As officials, they had to handle it. The Zhou residence. Zhou Kaixuan, severely shaken by the death of his spirit beast, remained collapsed on the floor. Just as everyone present was at a loss for what to do, Zhao Shuiao's commanding voice echoed from outside the room. "Who is Zhou Kaixuan? Come out here." Everyone looked up to see a group of officials carrying Zhou Jiahong. The moment she entered, Zhao Shuiao spotted Zhou Kaixuan, barely clinging to life. "So it's you. Come with us. You and your son attempted to murder District 13 resident Su Jiang using his spirit beast. We are now placing you under official arrest for interrogation." "What? He really went to kill Big Brother?" Wu Hao froze in shock. At that moment, Zhou Jiahong lifted his head to look at them. The greed in his eyes vanished, replaced by nothing but endless terror. "Is that how it is? Su Jiang is truly formidable," Wu Qingtian exclaimed in genuine astonishment. He finally understood Zhou Kaixuan's earlier reaction. His spirit beast had been killed by Su Jiang. Even though Zhou Kaixuan's own strength wasn't much to speak of, his spirit beast was at least level 20. And now it had fallen directly to Su Jiang's hands? Wu Qingtu realized that no matter how highly he had regarded Su Jiang, he had still underestimated him. Chapter 61, Wang Qi. "Xiao Su, you've truly surprised your uncle. Perhaps even now, your uncle isn't your match." Wu Qingtian looked at Su Jiang, his eyes brimming with emotion. Su Jiang returned a smile to Wu Qing, neither confirming nor denying. This scene, however, only deepened the shock in Wu Qingtian's eyes. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. But that fool Wu Hao hadn't grasped this yet. But as he watched Zhao Shuiao walk away, her stunning figure and breathtaking beauty left him in awe. "Holy crap! Boss! Another stunning beauty, she's practically on par with Leng Xi from our school." Su Jiang, seeing his drooling expression, spoke slowly. "I think you should give it a shot." "Really? Boss?" Su Jiang nodded earnestly and told him. "Of course it's true, because she's also under my wing. Oh, and she's Zhao Shuiao from the official combat squad." "What? She's Zhao Shuiao?" At that moment, Wu Hao's voice cracked. Who in District 13 hadn't heard of Zhao Shuya, the mother Tyrannosaurus? But now, she's become a subordinate to their own boss? Boss, that's actually Zhao Shuya? How did you manage to take down the damn Zhou Jiaheng in front of her? Wu Hao's question trailed off as another critical thought struck him. His expression darkened instantly as he stepped before Su Jiang, his voice filled with anguish. Boss. How did she become your subordinate? Didn't you promise I'd be your only brother for life? Boss, say something. Boss. Boss. Su Jiang watched the scene of wailing and lamentation, utterly speechless. At that moment, Wu Hao seemed to have an epiphany. Bro, you didn't get blinded by Zhao Shuya's beauty and forget your loyalty, did you? I may not be a woman myself, but I can introduce you to my sister. Just look at Wu Ro's face and figure who wouldn't like her. Su Jiang shoved the raving Wu Hao aside and began explaining. Alright, stop acting crazy. Help me watch the shop later. If anyone comes to buy something, check their background first. I need to step out for a bit. Yes, boss. Wu Hao snapped to attention on the spot, but still looked at Su Jiang with lingering confusion. Boss, what business are you running? Why are you leaving the shop unattended? Top secret. Come on, boss. Keeping secrets from your own brother? That's really breaking my heart. Su Jiang. Seeing this, he had no choice but to pull out the special advisor ID for District 13 Lin Yao had given him in front of the three of them. It really is classified. I can't say anything. Ha? Wu Qingtian's mouth gaped wide open. Su Jiang had just mentioned that Zhao Shuya was his subordinate and Wu Qingtian was already stunned. Especially since the Zhao family's original goal had been to simply establish connections within official circles that alone would have been considered a major achievement. But now Su Jiang had actually become part of the government itself? Where could they even go to make sense of this? It's fine, Xiao Su, you go ahead. We'll handle the shop here. We won't let anything go wrong. Wu Qingtian patted Su Jiang on the back with a broad smile, then pulled Wu Hao, who was still trying to speak, back into the shop. Dad, that's my older brother. Watching Su Jiang's retreating figure, a hint of awe flickered in Wu Qingtian's eyes. If he keeps pulling stunts like this, he might as well be my big brother. Just as Su Jiang retrieved the 3 moonlight rabbits from the incubator, a message from Lin Yao popped up on his communicator. Go to your shop in trance now. Someone's waiting to pick you up. Upon receiving Lin Yao's message, he opened the shop door to find a military jeep waiting outside. The moment he climbed in, darkness enveloped him, likely District 13's security protocol. His lips twitched involuntarily, his tone tinged with resignation. Commander Lin Yao, this is. But then a deep male voice cut in. Kid, is it Lin Yao or Zhao Shuya? You want to get your hands on both of District 13's official roses? Though the voice wasn't Lin Yao's, Su Jiang felt an unexpected sense of relief. Because he recognized it as the voice of the man in black. Who would have thought we'd become colleagues so soon? Remember, once you're over there, speak only what needs to be said and keep everything else to yourself. Hearing these words, Su Jiang felt a warmth in his heart. Clearly, the other was reminding him not to reveal his secret. When you go to the lab, I'll be your direct contact. My name is Wang Qi. You can also call me Uncle Wang. This fawn you now knew the infiltrator's name, Wang Qi. Squeak. With a screech as the vehicle came to a halt, Su Jiang opened his eyes to find they had arrived at. Now, they stood amidst a futuristic, sci-fi-inspired metal barrier. After passing through layer upon layer of security checks, Wang Qi finally led him into the experimental zone. On the way to the lab, Wang Qi started chatting with Su Jiang in a half-hearted manner. I never would have guessed you didn't inherit old Su's combat talent or beast-taming skills. Instead, you've got this remarkable talent for cultivating spirit beasts that's nothing like old Su at all. Let me tell you, back in the day, that kid was. Listening to Wang Qi's words, Su Jiang couldn't help but let a smile slip onto his face. He could tell Wang Qi's affection and closeness toward him were impossible to hide. Wang Qi led him to a massive, tightly sealed gate and reiterated once more. Normally, you wouldn't qualify to participate. But considering your clean record and your status as a descendant of a martyr, I'm giving you this chance. Though I'm still unsure about the nature of your talent for cultivating spirit beasts, I hope this experience will prove beneficial for your future. In that way, I can at least feel I've done right by Brother Su and the others. Creak. As the heavy iron door swung open, a sea of pristine white walls and floor came into view. The next moment, Su Jiang's expression changed. He heard numerous agonized moans of unbearable pain. Ouch, this hurts like hell. My leg. My leg. Someone help me. Taking a step inside, Su Jiang saw numerous hospital beds arranged throughout the room. On each bed lay a person wrapped in bandages, looking utterly miserable. Their injuries were so painful that they were screaming loudly. What's going on here? Su Jiang was taken aback. At that moment, Wang Qi stepped forward and spoke in a subdued tone. This is precisely why cultivating healing-type spirit beasts is our most crucial mission. Pointing at the agonized warriors on the beds, Wang Qi's voice brimmed with anger and helplessness. They are all soldiers from my Sector 13, and members of the entire Human Federation military. But now they've been reduced to this state. It all traces back to the void-based uprising near our Sector 13. Chapter 62 All Masters. A void, a rebellion. Su Jiang's brow instantly furrowed. He finally understood why the authorities were taking such drastic measures. Any disturbance in the void could easily escalate into a catastrophe threatening an entire region. The fact that District 13 remained unscathed this time was clearly the result of these warriors holding back the turmoil. Uncle Son, what's going on? Wang Qi led him deeper into the laboratory, clenching his fists tightly along the way, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. A monstrous insect emerged from the void, coated in deadly poison. It was the source of the internal uprising within the void itself. Upon discovering the void disturbance, our 13th District forces immediately launched a suppression operation, which escalated into combat. Unexpectedly, nearly all our combat personnel were wiped out. Every survivor returning was contaminated with its venom. Moreover, it's extremely difficult to cure. Compared to ordinary venom, treating this is far more challenging. Deadly poison? Su Jiang looked around in shock at the surrounding warriors. How could this happen? Could there have been some major incident inside? Wang Qi glanced at Su Jiang twice before finally nodding firmly. Yes. That caterpillar suddenly pupated into a butterfly and now reigns supreme throughout the void. No one can stop it. Most critically, not only is its venom extremely difficult to purge, but if it lingers too long within the warriors' bodies, it will leave lifelong, incurable damage. And what's worse? Hearing the room filled with agonized screams, Wang Qi felt even more guilt-ridden and heartbroken. What's more, the substances in that venom inflict unbearable agony. That's why our warriors, who normally wouldn't flinch even with an arm torn off, are now screaming so horribly. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this? Su Jiang instinctively took a step back, clearly shaken by the scene Wang Qi had described. Killing someone is one thing, but where did such a vicious monster come from? Doesn't even painkillers work? No use. We've tried. They can only endure it through sheer willpower. But they're already severely weakened from the spirit beast's deaths. If they keep pushing through like this, every day that passes increases the risk for the warriors. Their only hope for healing lies in the hands of healing-type spirit beasts. Su Jiang fell silent. He realized this world wasn't as peaceful as he had imagined. After all, this was a high martial arts world brimming with danger. Ordinary people could live peacefully within the safe zones only because of these warriors' life-risking sacrifices. After confirming that various painkillers and even hallucinogens proved ineffective for these warriors, the authorities had no choice but to abandon conventional treatments. Simultaneously, they expanded the scale of cultivating healing-type spirit beasts. This led to the healing spirit beast competition Su Jiang had participated in last time. With that thought, Su Jiang nodded. Led by Wang Qi, he entered a massive laboratory. Creak! As the heavy iron door creaked open, Wang Qi and Su Jiang, already clad in sterile suits, stepped inside the laboratory. The moment Su Jiang stepped inside, he saw a large group of spirit beasts in various pairing states. Among them were grade A healing spirit beasts like the 9-colored deer, grade B healing spirit beasts like the healing starfish, and others of various grades and types. It seemed the authorities had truly been pushed to the brink this time. Su Jiang sighed. After all, he had witnessed the tragic state of the warriors outside with his own eyes, and it pained him deeply. No matter what, that damned spirit beast would pay the price. Su Jiang noticed that beside each spirit beast stood lab technicians in white coats, conducting experiments. Wang Qi observed Su Jiang's scrutinizing gaze, particularly as it lingered on the experimenters. He leaned closer and whispered cautiously. "Kid, let me tell you. This isn't just an opportunity for you to participate in this operation. It's also a chance to rise to great heights in the future, even changing the course of your life. Most people would beg on their knees and still never get something like this." Hearing Wang Qi's words, Su Jiang furrowed his brow. What was going on here? Wang Qi gave him a discreet nod. "See those experimenters over there? Each one holds a higher position than I do. Some are so high-ranking that I wouldn't even dare speak loudly in their presence." "What? Uncle Wang, you're actually outranked by them?" Su Jiang was stunned. After all, Wang Qi held an extremely high position within the military. Yet here he was, unable to speak loudly in front of this group of ordinary lab technicians. Meeting Su Jiang's stunned gaze, Wang Qi nodded at him before speaking with utmost seriousness. These individuals may appear to be lab technicians, but in reality, they are researchers specially recruited by our government from top-tier beast-taming universities to address the current void-based uprising. Not only are they owners of top-tier healing-type spirit beasts and pillars of strength within our human race, but they are also professors at various universities. Both their strength and status are of paramount importance. Their presence here is crucial for the stability of our entire safe zone and the peaceful lives of ordinary citizens. Su Jiang listened intently, his gaze shifting toward them with a hint of admiration. Wang Qi quietly chimed in from the side. "So, if you happen to catch the eye of one of these big shots here, then even if your sea of consciousness is shattered, if you truly possess talent and cultivation, getting into university would be as easy as saying a word." Su Jiang suddenly understood. No wonder Wang Qi had called this his opportunity. The group of experimenters merely lifted their eyes to glance at Wang Qi upon his arrival, saying nothing as they continued their respective tasks. Under normal circumstances, Su Jiang might have been surprised, but now, knowing their identities, he felt nothing but boundless admiration for them. After briefly explaining to the researchers, still engrossed in their work, that Su Jiang was a special advisor, Wang Qi turned and left. Su Jiang, meanwhile, wandered aimlessly through the lab. After all, he knew nothing about this field. The only thing he could do was stay out of the way and not cause trouble. Beyond that, he didn't need to do anything else. Then, among the many lab technicians, Su Jiang noticed an old man who looked exceptionally unkempt and scruffy. After a moment's thought, he slowly approached the old man and asked, his tone slightly uncertain. "Old man, could I ask you something? I'd like to know about this deadly poison. What exactly is it? And what about this spirit beast? Why is it so complicated?" Chapter 63, The Peculiar Old Man, Master of Both Medicine and Poison. This deadly poison? This deadly poison is extremely peculiar. Perhaps that caterpillar was extraordinary in itself. What a pity I didn't manage to catch it, otherwise this old man would have thoroughly studied it. What? You didn't catch it? Su Jiang was stunned. Sun Peng hadn't mentioned the outcome of that incident back then. Now he realized that even after suffering such heavy losses among his warriors, they still hadn't managed to capture that caterpillar. It truly was formidable. Yes. After completing the genetic sampling of both creatures, the white-haired old man tossed them back and removed his gloves. The real problem is its venom. It's highly unusual. Seems like a toxin we've never encountered before. Any healing skill seems to work equally well for detoxification, it just requires multiple applications. The only difference is that healing skills above B rank require 3 treatments to counteract its venom. For skills below B rank, it takes 10 treatments. It's truly an exceptionally strange and potent venom. That's why we need so many healing-type spirit beasts. Otherwise, those warriors would be in grave danger. As the old man spoke, his gaze shifted toward Su Jiang. "Tell me, what's the story with those 9 moonlight rabbits?" It was just that after raising them. "Enough, stop right there. I'm no fool, old man. I may be getting on in years, but my eyes aren't dimmed yet. You're no ordinary lad. To possess the special talent of selectively breeding a specific spirit beast, you're absolutely one in a million." As he spoke, the old man grew more animated, his hands gesturing wildly, his voice brimming with excitement. Seeing his reaction, Su Jiang didn't deny the old man's assessment. This only fueled the old man's excitement further. He slapped Su Jiang on the shoulder and declared, "You're a genius, kid. Why don't you come work with me? I'll write you a recommendation letter. Come find me at our school when the time comes." "Alright, old man, cut it out. I still have to take the college entrance exams." "Ah, what a pity." The old man sighed regretfully at the scene. In his eyes, Su Jiang was undoubtedly the rising star, or rather, the sole hope of the entire human presale industry. For such talent to go and become some brute fighting in wars? It was nothing short of squandering a precious gift, a disgrace to humanity. "Old man, about that. I have something to ask." "Go ahead." Seeing Su Jiang showed no interest in joining his ranks, the old man lowered his head and continued his work on breeding and extracting related genes. "Well, just if. After repeatedly hedging his bets, Su Jiang finally spoke up. "If these moonlight rabbits each possess distinct unique talents, then after they undergo hybrid breeding, would their offspring directly inherit and combine all those talents together?" Su Jiang grew increasingly hesitant as he spoke, noticing the old man had turned to stare intently at him. The intensity in that gaze threatened to melt Su Jiang right on the spot. "Young man, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing, just thinking out loud." "Don't take it seriously, old man." Su Jiang gave an awkward smile, but the old man's pupils dilated as he stared at him. "Those 9 moonlight rabbits, you mean?" "Shoo. Keep it down, old man. This stays between us. When the results come out, we'll tell them then. It'll be a nice surprise for them, right?" Su Jiang had no idea that a storm was brewing inside the old man's heart at that very moment. He studied Su Jiang before silently reaching a conclusion, though outwardly he merely nodded. When Su Jiang was escorted out, he was already holding a special advisor credential for District 13. This meant Su Jiang was now effectively part of the official establishment. Whether it would be revoked after this healing program was another matter entirely. Yes, it worked. His heart was filled with excitement. He had just reached a secret agreement with the old man. They would closely observe the talents and traits of the offspring born from the union of several moonlight rabbits, then analyze them together. Despite the old man's persistent attempts to recruit him, Su Jiang refused. What a joke! That old man clearly wasn't someone you could trust. How else could he be so unkempt? Acting like a lunatic during experiments. At the same time, upon hearing the word deadly poison, he suddenly recalled the purple talent he had drawn last time, mastery of both medicine and poison. Dual mastery of medicine and poison. It could convert lethal poison into healing power, transforming equal amounts of healing into proportional lethal poison, or vice versa, converting proportional lethal poison coefficients into healing effects. This talent also possessed an amplification effect. Stronger healing could enhance the potency of the poison, while stronger poison could amplify the healing effect, stacking until it reached its maximum limit. At the time, Jiang was still puzzling over how to utilize this trait. The little spirit beast Chun Chun had nothing to do with poison. Its specialty was the brute force path of smashing bricks with sheer strength. Skeletons, slimes, little fire dragons. None of these creatures possessed poison attributes. Yet assigning this dual healing poison skill to the Moonlight Rabbit felt like a waste. Who would have thought that just when he needed it most, someone would hand him the perfect solution? He had a vague feeling that this spirit beast seemed destined for him, Jiang. Just then, Wang Qi returned from his meeting with upper management. Jiang immediately approached Wang Qi, his tone tinged with flattery. "Uncle Wang, how do we plan to handle that spirit beast that escaped during the operation? How did you find out about this?" Wang Qi glanced at Jiang, surprise tinged in his voice. But as he scanned the researchers conducting experiments in the hall, he finally let out a long, drawn-out sigh. After all, the researchers here were all top professors from renowned universities and spirit beast institutions. They had been specially invited by the authorities to handle this matter. Wang Qi couldn't afford to cross any of them. "As for who leaked the information, it wasn't me, so what the hell did it have to do with me? Since you already know, I won't keep it from you. That spirit beast escaped this time, but the chaos in the void continues. Especially after it transformed into a butterfly that would briefly calm down, the subsequent chaos has only intensified. Our authorities have decided to launch another suppression operation against this chaos. This time, we must ensure absolute success." At this, Jiang's eyes lit up instantly as he turned to Wang Qi. "Uncle Wang, how about taking me along this time?" Chapter 64, Finalizing Entry, Leveling Up. "Take you along? What are you thinking? No way. You're not going. Just stay put here. Let me tell you." Wang Qi grabbed Jiang's ear and began lecturing him non-stop. Jiang's face was now more sour than a bitter melon. He'd only mentioned wanting to go once, and Wang Qi had been nagging him about it for nearly an hour. Seemingly parched from all the talking, Wang Qi finally reached for the cup beside him and took a sip. "Bottom line, you're not even allowed to think about joining this mission." Wang Qi sighed deeply. Seeing Jiang silent, he worried the kid might be feeling down and offered further explanation. "Jiang, it's not that I'm stopping you. It's just that your condition makes it impossible for you to go. If Brother Su and the others were still alive, I'm sure they wouldn't want you risking yourself either. Especially now that your spirit sea is shattered, facing such dangerous spirit beasts. If anything happened to you, how could I ever face Brother Su and the others? Here we go again." Jiang was utterly overwhelmed. Facing Wang Qi in this manner, he had no idea how to respond. It felt like facing his mother from his past life. She was trying to stop him from doing everything, yet every angle and reason she gave was for his own good. He couldn't even muster a hint of anger. "Wait. Mom." Seeing Wang Qi's reaction, Jiang instantly understood how he should participate in this operation. "Uncle Wang, to be honest, ever since my spirit sea shattered, I've wanted a butterfly-type spirit beast. Even though my shattered spirit sea prevents me from binding a spirit beast, I've adored butterflies since childhood, you know that. So when I heard it was a butterfly, I really wanted to see it." This single sentence instantly silenced Wang Qi, who had been talking non-stop just moments ago. He looked at Jiang, wanting to speak, but found himself utterly speechless. Seeing this, Jiang seized the moment to press his advantage. "Uncle Wang, I know I'm putting you in a tough spot, but whenever I think of that butterfly, I think of my mom. Mom even promised to take me see all kinds of butterfly spirit beasts after I graduate high school. But it's okay if I don't get to see them. I can just watch documentaries at my spirit beast shop." By the end, Jiang covered his face with his hands, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Wang Qi fell silent, a profound sense of guilt welling up inside him. "Damn it! I deserve to die." He looked at Jiang's face, so strikingly similar to his older brother's, and took 2 deep breaths. "Truthfully, I wanted you to go too. But with your spirit sea shattered, going in would be useless, it'd only make things more dangerous. It's fine. I can handle logistics, I have a healing spirit beast." "Wang Qi?" Seeing Jiang instantly answer his question, Wang Qi, who had just been drowning in sorrow, was suddenly dumbfounded. Could it be that this kid was tricking me? But recalling Jiang's earlier words, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. "Listen, this is the last time. Don't pull stunts like that again. This time, I'll put you on the next batch of logistics personnel. When the time comes, you must prioritize safety and avoid any combat situations." "Yes, sir. I'll complete the mission." Jiang appeared obedient on the surface, but in reality, he had already mapped out his plan for the upcoming mission. He had already figured out how he would venture into the void to hunt down that venomous spirit beast. This operation begins in 5 days. For those 5 days, you're to stay put. Don't cause any trouble, or I won't take you alone. Wang Qi could tell the kid had been testing him earlier, but he couldn't help but fall for it. As he prepared to see Su Jiang off, Wang Qi glanced at the photo frame upside down on his desk. He flipped it over to reveal a family of 3, along with a young man standing beside the man in the photo. That young man bore a striking resemblance to Wang Qi, perhaps 5 or 6 parts alike. Brother Su, this kid Su Jiang is more capable and smarter than any of us. His ambitions this time are truly immense. Rest assured, I'll do everything in my power to protect him. Outside the spirit beast shop, Su Jiang was escorted back by Wang Qi from the official authorities. Wu Qingtian watched Su Jiang and Wang Qi chatting and laughing together, a look of utter shock in his eyes. Today, Su Jiang had completely baffled him. Not only had Su Jiang managed to infiltrate the official circles, but this man with the rank of Brigadier General was also chatting and laughing with Su Jiang, appearing quite familiar. He realized he had underestimated Su Jiang in every way. The man was truly limitless in potential. Goodbye, Uncle Wang. After parting ways with Wang Qi, Su Jiang turned and immediately spotted the bewildered Wu family trio. Bro, what's going on? How do you know that Brigadier General so well? Yeah, Xiao Su, your connections are a bit too extensive, aren't they? If you just mentioned you knew someone like that, why would my uncle have gone through all that trouble trying to connect with officials? Wu Qingtian now eyed Wu Hao with a hint of envy. Even though Wu Hao was his son, his luck was something even Wu Qingtian envied. He'd spent his entire life clawing his way up to his current position, yet just based on Su Jiang's potential and the resources he commanded. As his close protege, Wu Hao might reach heights in his lifetime that Wu Qingtian could only dream of. A single word from Su Jiang could send Wu Hao and the entire Wu family soaring to new heights. He felt immense relief now, grateful he hadn't stopped Wu Hao from befriending Su Jiang when he was down on his luck. Otherwise, what a tremendous opportunity he would have squandered. Honestly, I had no idea he held such a high position. Regardless of who I know, Wu Hao and I are brothers. That will never change. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Su Qingtian cast a rather emotional glance at the two of them. It seemed his own silly boy still had no idea just how immense the opportunities awaiting him in the future truly were. At that moment, Su Jiang pulled a massive slime from behind him and presented it to Wu Rou. Wu Rou, this slime is yours. Ha? Brother Su, didn't the officials take it away? They did take it, but I got it back because we're about to do something very important. What is it? Su Jiang knew that participating in the capture of that spirit beast would require formidable strength. He requested the slime back, intending to use it himself before breeding and multiplying it. Now Su Jiang was heading into the void to level up. Chapter 65, The Humanoid Spirit Beast. Su Jiang's strength grew alongside the attributes of the spirit beasts he sold. When a spirit beast's 4 attributes improved, Su Jiang's 4 attributes would also strengthen. When a spirit beast acquired new skills, Su Jiang likewise gained new abilities. The fire squirrel he sold earlier had grown remarkably under Leng Xi's care, granting Su Jiang corresponding enhancements. The skeleton in Wu Hao's possession and the slime in Wu Rou's hands remained untapped potential. Once they level up, Su Jiang's strength will skyrocket accordingly. Therefore, Su Jiang's current objective is to venture into the void for leveling. Opening his long unseen attribute panel, Su Jiang wore a rather subtle expression. Host, Su Jiang. Age, 17. 4 attributes, Spirit 134, Strength 248, Agility 142, Health 239. Pet Beast, none. Talents, Fireball, Bone Shield Defense, Shadow Assault, Minor Healing, Super Strength, Elemental Assimilation. Available skills, Infinite Devour Gold, Dual Mastery of Medicine and Poison Purple, Super Procreation Purple, Super Healing Purple, Elemental Burst Green, Critical Strike Green, Enhanced Evasion White. Su Jiang's current 4-dimensional attributes seem to be nearing the cultivation threshold of the Wu family's Hun Yuan Gong technique. If both Wu Hao's skeleton and Wu Rou's slime gain level and attribute increases this time, then Su Jiang, receiving their returns, might actually be able to cultivate the Hun Yuan Gong. He found himself somewhat curious about this martial art passed down through generations of the Wu family. Could it truly be cultivated? What mysteries did it hold? Brother, isn't the void here a bit too powerful? Wu Hao grimaced in frustration as he stared at the void before him. Su Jiang had brought them to none other than the same void where Leng Xi had come last time. The lowest tier spirit beasts here were all level 8. For Wu Hao, this level was simply too high, he couldn't possibly handle it. It'll be fine. We should trust Brother Su. Hearing Wu Rou's words, Su Jiang shot Wu Hao a disapproving glance. Look. Even Wu Rou has more courage than you. Let me tell you, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. You're just too cowardly. Brother. I don't want to go in. Amidst Wu Hao's wails, Su Jiang and the other two stepped directly into the void. The member of the Leng family guarding this void immediately pulled out his communicator and relayed the situation to Leng Xi. Leng Xi, who was training the fire squirrel, saw Su Jiang heading into another instance without calling her. She felt her motivation for training vanish. She couldn't help but pout, her tone brimming with indignation. Oomph. Going on a dungeon run without calling me? I should have never brought you along. For some reason, upon hearing Su Jiang was running a dungeon with other girls, she felt inexplicably displeased. But soon, she immersed herself in training again. Only this time, compared to before, Leng Xi seemed a bit too distracted. Bro! Save me! After entering the dungeon, Su Jiang had Wu Hao summon his skeleton for combat. After all, even though his skeleton was only level F, its 4 core attributes were quite solid. Coupled with the shadow assault skill, it wasn't exactly weak. However, it was clear that Wu Hao was no match for Leng Xi. Before long, he was pinned down and beaten by a swarm of spirit beasts from the void. Xiao Wu Rou wanted to help, but her slime was far too low level. Watching the two perform so poorly, Su Jiang put on a pained expression. Ever since that incident with Leng Xi, Su Jiang couldn't help but look down on Wu Hao more and more. Wu Hao, meow meow meow? So love fades, right? Move aside. I'll handle this. With no one else in this void, Su Jiang decided to drop the act altogether. First, through the soul link, Su Jiang sent the little spirit beast to help Wu Rou deal with the monsters surrounding her. Su Jiang himself moved to stand before Wu Hao. Hiding behind the skeleton's bone shield, Wu Hao darted around frantically. Seeing Su Jiang approach, he looked as if he'd found a savior. Big brother! Save me! Sighing, Su Jiang's body flashed with golden light as he teleported right in front of the monsters surrounding Wu Hao. He had just unleashed his shadow assault. But the power of his strike was worlds apart from that of Wu Hao's skeleton. A void mantis was crushed effortlessly in Su Jiang's hand. Gazing at the gleaming giant strength talent in his talent panel, Su Jiang's lips curled into a savage grin. He now experienced an unprecedented sense of power, a force surging through his body beyond anything he'd ever dared imagine. Fixing his gaze on the swarm of void mantis, Su Jiang charged toward them at full speed. Crash! He slammed a heavy punch into the last remaining void mantis. After confirming its death, Su Jiang turned his head. What met his eyes were the stunned faces of Wu Hao and Wu Rou. Big brother, are you really human? You're not some legendary behemoth or dragon that's taken human form, are you? Wu Rou nodded her little head excitedly beside him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Su Jiang. Big brother Su is so cool. He. Just moments ago, Su Jiang's spirit beast had flown to Wu Rou's side and swiftly resolved her battle. Wu Rou thought the spirit beast was already impressive enough, but when she turned her head, she witnessed Su Jiang grappling with the void monster. That void mantis armor, which had proven nearly unshakable even against her own slime, was shattered with a single punch from Su Jiang. This was a group of over a dozen void monsters. Even a level 20 spirit beast would take some time to defeat, yet before Su Jiang, they didn't last a minute. He paid no heed to their stunned expressions, because Su Jiang was too busy being stunned himself. He genuinely hadn't expected that after the giant strength buff, his combat power could become this absurdly overpowered. Alright, cut the chatter. Let's clear the dungeon. Today, I'm getting both your spirit beasts to at least level 15. Otherwise, you're just too weak. The two nodded uncontrollably, looking utterly obedient. Weak? More like pitifully weak. Facing Su Jiang, who could tear spirit beasts apart with his bare hands, Wu Hao even worried his little skeleton might get gobbled up raw by his big bro. What followed was pure, unadulterated joy as they steamrolled through everything. Thanks to Su Jiang's monstrous stats, amplified by his golden talent giant strength, the leveling grind turned into a complete and utter slaughter. Wu Hao and Wu Rou, the siblings, only needed to follow behind him to reap the experience. After thoroughly sweeping through this void, both of their spirit beasts finally reached level 15. Su Jiang's stats received corresponding upgrades, and he finally unlocked new skills granted by these two spirit beasts. Chapter 66, Greatly Enhanced Power. Host, Su Jiang. Age, 17. 4 attributes, Spirit 134, Strength 248, Agility 142, Health 239. Spirit beasts, none. Talents, Fireball, Bone Shield Defense, Shadow Assault, Minor Healing, Super Strength, Elemental Assimilation. Available skills, Infinite Devour Gold, Dual Mastery of Medicine and Poison Purple, Super Procreation Purple, Hyper Healing Purple, Elemental Burst Green, Critical Strike Green, Enhanced Evasion White. Yes, Su Jiang's attributes have risen once more. On one hand, his gold tier trait Spirit Siphon is aiding his attribute growth. On the other hand, the spirit beasts he sold had undergone attribute enhancements, allowing him to synchronize numerous beneficial effects. At this moment, he had also awakened the slime skill, Soft Body. Su Jiang felt a bit puzzled upon seeing this skill. Soft Body. The body becomes exceptionally soft, drastically reducing physical damage taken. This is a passive skill. While Su Jiang was still pondering how to utilize this skill, he discovered that his adult body neglected from years of inactivity now possessed the pliability of noodles. Moves like the splits and the straddle pose were now effortless, clearly the effect of the supple body skill. After maxing out all his available upgrades, Su Jiang waved to Wu Hao and the others. Alright, we can start heading back. Wu Hao's grim expression had vanished, his spirit beast had reached level 15. Among his peers, he was no longer a loser, he was now far ahead of the pack. With this level of strength, getting into college through the national entrance exam would be a breeze. Yes. I never imagined I'd have a chance to go to college in this lifetime. Su Jiang stood beside him, speechless. He never imagined his little brother would be this thrilled about going to college. It was downright decadent. Shortly after returning to the Wu residence, Su Jiang slipped away alone. But this time, unlike when he arrived, he carried a mysterious book. It was the Wu family's mixed energy manual. Upon confirming his four-dimensional attributes had reached the minimum threshold for cultivation in the Hunyuan Palace, Su Jiang borrowed the mixed cultivation manual from Wu Qingtian. Unlike last time, when Su Jiang had to marry into the family to obtain it, Wu Qingtian handed it over with surprising ease this time. He even went to the treasure vault specifically to retrieve several sets of medicinal herbs and rare treasures that complemented the Hunyuan manual for Su Jiang to consume. Though this was an era dominated by beast masters, these celestial treasures and medicinal herbs still held intrinsic value. The Wu family had truly splurged this time. In the past, Wu Qingtian might have given them, but he would have felt cheated. But now? Not only did Wu Qingtian feel no pang of regret, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Especially after learning that both Wu Rou and Wu Hao's spirit beasts had reached level 15, he couldn't stop grinning. This was excellent news. The Wu family's rise to prominence was imminent. He genuinely felt the urge to form a sworn brotherhood with Su Jiang. If all else failed, he'd swallow his pride and become Wu Hao's junior brother. He'd gladly take the third position. We'll settle our accounts later. Today is a blessed day. Attaining physical enlightenment is no longer a dream. Humming to himself, Su Jiang returned to his shop. Little did he expect to spot two strikingly slender figures in front of his shop, both vaguely familiar. Approaching closer, Su Jiang recognized one as Zhao Xueyao and the other as Leng Xi. The two women glared at each other coldly at his shop entrance. Judging by the tension, it seemed they were about to come to blows any moment. Spotting Su Jiang's arrival, they exchanged a glance and both snorted coldly. Oomph. What's going on here? He never imagined his little corner shop would suddenly draw such a crowd lately. Leng Xi looked at him and spoke up. Why didn't you call me when you went to the void today? Huh? What? Su Jiang was a bit dazed, thinking he must have misheard. I said, why didn't you call me when you went to the void today? Seeing the other person ask this with a blank expression, Su Jiang felt a twinge of unease. He desperately wanted to retort, why should I have called you? But he sensed that if he dared to speak up, he'd likely be hounded relentlessly. I was taking Wu Hao and the others on a dungeon run. It would have been too easy for you, and I didn't want to waste your time. Hearing Su Jiang's explanation, Leng Xi's heart calmed slightly, though a trace of dissatisfaction lingered. Her aloof nature, however, prevented her from showing it. She simply replied, expressionless. Call me next time. Ha? I said next time, call me. I'll go with you. Oh, okay. Though Su Jiang didn't understand what Leng Xi meant, he knew better than to go against her wishes. So he turned his head back to look at Zhao Xueyao. What's up? Why come looking for your big bro? Zhao Xueyao shot him a suspicious look, then darted a strange glance at Leng Xi. A chill ran down her spine. Oh no! I just exchanged several hostile glances with her. If this woman becomes my sister-in-law in the future, she won't give me a hard time, will she? Nothing, big bro. Just came to check out your shop and see if anything new came in. Ah, you too. Never mind, never mind. Come on in. Once the two women entered, Su Jiang's previously spacious little shop suddenly felt cramped. So what exactly brought you here today? I don't buy that you're just bored. He had sensed the new skills and attributes granted by the swift-winged catweasel he'd sold to Zhao Xueyao. Clearly, Zhao Xueyao placed extraordinary importance on her swift-winged cat, intensifying its training while rapidly leveling it up. Coming to see him under these circumstances definitely wasn't just for a chat. Hee, you're spot on, bro. You see right through me. I came to ask if our shop has any spirit beasts that are really good at detoxification? Could I buy one? Spirit beasts that specialize in detoxification? He looked at Zhao Xueyao with surprise, his gaze seeming to recall something. His expression grew meaningful as he fixed his gaze directly on Zhao Xueyao. What do you need that poison-detecting spirit beast for? You're not planning to venture into the void, are you? Zhao Xueyao nodded, and Su Jiang grew even more excited. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. That the void Zhao Xueyao intended to enter was the very same one he himself sought. If that were true, then there was room for maneuver. Chapter 67, Zhao Xueyao's intentions. In the tea room of the spirit beast shop, Leng Xi's expression grew even colder. If she could, she might as well call herself Cold Xi. Before her stood a layer of soundproof glass, beyond which were Su Jiang and Zhao Xueyao. The two were chatting animatedly, Zhao Xueyao's face radiating admiration. Just moments ago, after exchanging a few words, Su Jiang suddenly addressed Leng Xi. Ms. Leng, you might need to wait in the next room for a moment. It seems you shouldn't hear what comes next. Hearing this, Leng Xi felt a pang of anxiety. She glanced at Zhao Xueyao's figure, which was even more enviable than her own. For some reason, Leng Xi always felt uneasy seeing Su Jiang alone with her. Why can't I listen? Aren't we good friends? Well, good friends. Recalling how Zhao Shueyo had once called him her good friend, Su Jiang nodded. But what I'm discussing with her is official business. You really shouldn't listen. Official business? Are you saying you're actually an official? Smack. Mid-sentence, Leng Xi saw the special advisor ID card Su Jiang slammed on the table. Her face turned icy as she walked over to the glass partition to wait. Watching Zhao Shueyo and Su Jiang chatting and laughing together now, she felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness welling up inside. She resolved firmly that she too would make her way into official circles. So how did you get involved in this operation, big brother? Zhao Shueyo was completely baffled. She knew Su Jiang's spirit sea had shattered. This mission was critical. How could Su Jiang possibly be participating? It was utterly absurd. As a medic, of course. What, do you think the wounded don't need saving? Hearing Su Jiang's matter-of-fact tone, Zhao Shueyo calmed down. Oh, he's the medic? That makes sense. My ass. A person whose spirit sea had shattered. Without a contracted spirit beast, and yet he was still allowed to participate? At that moment, Zhao Shueyo looked at Su Jiang as if she were gazing upon a true deity. Su Jiang then addressed her. You needn't worry about healing-type spirit beasts either. The official organizers will have everything prepared by then. I'd guess they've already cultivated a whole bunch by now. Huh? How come I didn't know about this? Seeing Zhao Shueyo's utterly bewildered expression, Su Jiang put on a pained expression. Oh no. I let it slip. He never imagined the authorities would even guard against their own people. Come to think of it, telling this to someone from our own organization shouldn't count as a leak, right? So what exactly is your position, big brother? Zhao Shueyo realized that whether she knew or not, Su Jiang already knew the answer, and she was suddenly at a loss. Moments later, Zhao Shueyo stood excitedly at the shop entrance and called out to Su Jiang and Leng Xi behind her. Big brother and sister-in-law, goodbye. Su Jiang. What the hell? While Su Jiang was still reeling in shock and confusion, Leng Xi stood beside him, her usually expressionless, bare face now flushed crimson like a ripe apple. For some reason, instead of feeling disgusted by this address, she actually felt a flutter of shyness. Now, as Leng Xi watched Zhao Shueyo's retreating figure, not a trace of hostility remained in her eyes. Instead, there was even a hint of admiration. She had made up her mind. Once she returned home, she would donate another large batch of supplies to the official combat squad of Southwest City in the name of the Leng family. Miss Leng. She was just joking earlier, don't get upset. Su Jiang's expression also grew tense. Leng Xi was famously distant with boys in the Needle Garden. Hearing such remarks now, she was bound to be upset. Yet to his surprise, Leng Xi's expression remained unusually calm, though for some reason, her ears seemed slightly flushed. After Zhao Shueyo spoke, Su Jiang felt a bit awkward. He watched her pouting expression, but before he could speak, she spoke up first. I'll head out for now. Next time you run a dungeon, remember to call me. Also, thanks for the fire squirrel. I really like it. Su Jiang? Fire squirrel. He never expected the little girl to show no reaction. But the moment he thought of the fire squirrel, Su Jiang suddenly called out to Leng Xi, who was about to leave. Miss Leng, hold on a moment. What is it? Seeing Su Jiang stop her, Leng Xi felt a surge of nervousness. She had no idea what Su Jiang wanted. But remembering her last encounter with Su Jiang in the dungeon, a wave of embarrassment washed over Leng Xi. Well, I suddenly realized your fire squirrel still has untapped potential. How about I help develop it further? Su Jiang used the substantial funds provided by the authorities to draw numerous talents. Among them was fire attribute enhancement, which proved exceptionally compatible with the fire squirrel. Though merely a green tier talent, it was only slightly inferior to his top tier talents. Yet in the outside world, it would be a rare treasure in its own right. My fire squirrel? Leng Xi tilted her head, looking rather adorable. Su Jiang, however, worried that Leng Xi might not hand over the fire squirrel to him. After all, they'd only met a few times. Though they'd run dungeons together, their relationship wasn't particularly deep. Entrusting one's spirit beast to a stranger, especially for overnight care, demanded immense trust. If anything happened to the spirit beast, the consequences for its owner would be severe. In the worst case, it could even threaten their life. If you're unwilling, Leng Xi, then. Here. After summoning her fire squirrel, Leng Xi petted it twice before handing it to Su Jiang, leaving him utterly bewildered. You're just giving it to me like that? Yeah, didn't you ask for it? I asked for it, and you just give it to me? Yes. If you want it, anything I have, I'll give it to you. Even though she trusted him, Su Jiang nearly blacked out on the spot upon hearing her words. How could she be so naive? Trusting anyone? He wanted to correct her, but felt powerless to change it. What he didn't know was that Leng Xi wasn't like this with others at all. She was actually extremely guarded. Leng Xi knew Su Jiang was hiding a huge secret from her, yet she chose not to expose it. Though the fire squirrel was sold to her by Su Jiang, it was ultimately her own spirit beast. Could Leng Xi possibly be unaware of its untapped potential? Yet seeing Su Jiang like that, Leng Xi genuinely felt a deep affection and enjoyment. In that case, please come back tomorrow to collect your fire squirrel. I promise you'll be pleasantly surprised. Leng Xi nodded and was about to leave when she turned back to Su Jiang and said, "How about I give you my fire phoenix too?" Su Jiang? Good heavens! This silly woman! He waved his hands dismissively while observing the somewhat scatterbrained Leng Xi before him. Both her looks and figure were top-notch, and her icy demeanor was utterly captivating. And yet she turned out to be such a clueless beauty? Chapter 68. The Great Unity Technique is complete. Late at night, Su Jiang stared at the Wu family's treasured heirloom before him. It was said to be a cultivation technique passed down before the beast-taming era, the Han Yuan decision. He was now studying it carefully. Though he had read it once before, he hadn't grasped it fully because he hadn't met the prerequisites for the Han Yuan decision. He hadn't been fully focused, merely skimming the surface. Now, the time had finally come. Glancing at his own extraordinary four-dimensional abilities, Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Feel the power of the five elements, grasp their inherent essence. The five elements give birth to one another, the five elements restrain one another, an endless cycle of creation. Su Jiang couldn't make head nor tail of any of this. Even though his previous incarnation had been an academic prodigy, his studies had been confined to textbook knowledge. He had never delved into such esoteric concepts as cultivation techniques. However, upon seeing the five elements' attributes, Su Jiang suddenly had an idea. He made his way to the bathroom in his home. Don't ask why the bathroom, because only the bathroom had water. He drew upon the surrounding water elemental energy, utilizing his innate talent, elemental conversion. Splash! As a wave of coolness and softness washed over his entire body, Su Jiang felt a vague sense of enlightenment. He faintly sensed a vital energy within it. This wasn't a characteristic of water elements, it belonged to wood elements. Yes! It worked! Thus, Su Jiang labored through the entire night. The next morning, Su Jiang, who hadn't slept a wink all night, now radiated extraordinary excitement. His cultivation of the Han Yuan decision had reached a rudimentary level, or at least, he could now circulate this technique. He sensed an inexplicable energy forming within his body, an energy capable of enhancing his physical capabilities. Su Jiang dubbed this energy Qi. As his body strengthened with Qi, Su Jiang's four-dimensional attributes underwent another surge of enhancement. His four-dimensional attributes now rivaled those of top-tier A-grade spirit beasts in their 20s. Boom! Su Jiang slammed his fist heavily onto the ground, instantly shattering the solid surface into countless fragments. This power is a bit terrifying. Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath, realizing he just contributed his share to global warming. He couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to a person if that punch landed on them. The ground before him was reinforced flooring installed after the beast-taming era to prevent spirit beasts from rioting. Its durability was comparable to the steel used before the beast-taming era. And now it had ended up like this. Instantly, Su Jiang's confidence in his upcoming journey into the void soared. After all, with a physique like this, if he still couldn't catch that butterfly, he might as well just run himself to death. Su Jiang's conviction stemmed fundamentally from the memories of his original host. In this world, the stronger a person or spirit beast's four-dimensional attributes, the greater their immunity to various negative effects. With his own four attributes all exceeding 100, the butterfly's venom likely wouldn't have much effect. Moreover, with all the healing techniques at his disposal, neutralizing its venom would be a breeze. What might be a deadly peril for others in this void was, for him, an exceptionally simple matter. At this moment, Su Jiang felt as though the path to physical enlightenment was beckoning him. Truth be told, he had initially regretted being transported to a world centered on beast-taming without the ability to control spirit beasts. But now, upon reflection, all that seemed utterly trivial. After all, he possessed the potential for physical ascension. Why would he want to be someone who commands spirit beasts in battle when he could personally step forward and fight? Arriving at the Wu family's gate. Seeing Wu Hao come to greet him, Su Jiang leapt 20 meters in a single bound, landing right before Wu Hao. Wu Hao shuddered violently at the sight. Holy crap, boss, what the hell was that? Seeing Su Jiang's outrageous display, Wu Hao initially thought he'd used a skill, but it didn't seem like shadow assault. His eyes widened as he stared at the Han Yuan gong in Su Jiang's hands. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could it be you've mastered the Han Yuan gong? How is that even possible? Su Jiang nodded. I have. What? Boss, all your four-dimensional attributes are over 100. Are you even human anymore? It wasn't just about mastering the Han Yuan gong, the fact that he could cultivate it at all was utterly absurd. Breaking 100 in all four attributes was already an incredibly exaggerated feat. Most people's four-dimensional attributes barely reach 10 at best. Breaking 100 would make someone a minor superhero. Is having four attributes over 100 really that impressive? Staring at Su Jiang's smug expression, Wu Hao fell silent. When he brought Su Jiang before Wu Qingtian. Having just recounted Su Jiang's mastery of the Han Yuan gong technique, Wu Qingtian was utterly dumbfounded. Truth be told, even as the head of the Wu family, he treasured this Han Yuan gong like a precious artifact. But all of that was merely for appearances, or perhaps a sense of ritual. He never believed anyone could cultivate the Han Yuan Gong, let alone master it. Xiao Su, you've really done it? Su Jiang nodded, then clenched his fist before Wu Hao. An intense aura erupted from his arm in an instant, pressing down so hard that Wu Hao and Wu Qingtian beside him could barely breathe. Uncle, this is the Han Yuan Gong. It seems the Chinese martial arts we've seen before, and those legendary masters, truly possess extraordinary abilities. Who would have thought that something from our Wu family lineage could actually be mastered? It seems this art is truly destined for you. Perhaps our Wu family has guarded the Han Yuan Gong for generations precisely to pass it on to you. After all, though our family has passed it down for generations, none of us were worthy to cultivate it. You may well be its destined master. Wu Qingtian's tone was filled with emotion, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. He decided to bestow the Han Yuan Gong upon Su Jiang. Not merely because of Su Jiang's assistance to the Wu family. It was also because, since childhood, he had heard of his father's obsession with the Han Yuan Gong. Even on his deathbed, his father had wondered what mastery of the Han Yuan Gong would truly look like. Alas, no one had ever succeeded in mastering it. Now, it was being perfected and passed on through Su Jiang's hands. Perhaps the Han Yuan Gong was destined for Su Jiang alone. No other person in the world could possibly cultivate it. Su, you don't need to return this Han Yuan Gong to me. Uncle, what do you mean by that? This is the Wu family's ancestral technique, the Han Yuan Gong. As the head of the Wu family, I bestow it upon you. Chapter 69, Securing the Han Yuan Gong. What? Uncle Wu, this is far too precious, I can't accept it. Su Jiang would have accepted ordinary gifts without hesitation. Even rare treasures from the Wu family treasury wouldn't faze him. But not the Han Yuan Gong. Not only was it extraordinarily significant, but it was also the Wu family's heirloom. No, the Han Yuan Gong isn't something belonging to my Wu family, it's merely something my family has been entrusted to safeguard for you. Wu Qingtian's tone turned stern as his eyes locked onto Su Jiang. Su, this Han Yuan Gong will be yours from now on. After all, you've only just begun your cultivation journey. You'll need to practice and study it further. Besides, memories and the technique itself are different. Having it in your possession will naturally bring you greater peace of mind. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Su Jiang knew Wu Qingtian was not deceiving him and felt deeply moved. I understand, Uncle Wu. You can rest assured. Standing nearby, Wu Rou and Wu Hao had long since been dumbfounded by the tug-of-war between Wu Qingtian and Su Jiang. What? Our family's treasured heirloom is just being given away like this? Once Su Jiang accepted it, Wu Qingtian finally let down all his guard. Xiao Su, since that's settled, might I ask you a favor? This isn't because of the Han Yuan Gong, you know. If you can't agree, Uncle won't hold it against you. Observing his expression, Su Jiang had already formed his own suspicions. Uncle Wu, go ahead. Wu Hao has always been an honest and kind-hearted boy. Thankfully, he has you as his elder brother to guide him. Our Wu family had feared the line would end with Wu Hao. But now it seems our legacy may flourish, and it's all because of you. If Wu Hao avoids committing any grave offenses in the future, please let this foolish boy live out a happy and fulfilling life. Is that all right? Hearing this, Wu Hao quickly turned to look at Wu Qingtian, only to find his father's gaze unusually stern. A happy and fulfilling life? He realized it was true, no one is without feelings. Even Wu Qingtian, the notorious head of a crime family in Southwest City, cared so deeply for his offspring. After nodding, Su Jiang's expression also turned profoundly earnest. Uncle Wu, you jest. Wu Hao is my brother. As long as I, Su Jiang, have a bite to eat, he'll never go without his share. On the way back to the spirit beast shop, Su Jiang stared at the Han Yuan Gong manual and the slime in his hands, utterly surprised. He had gone to return the cultivation technique, yet somehow it ended up being his own? But how was he supposed to store this thing now? Su Jiang felt a slight headache coming on. Though this thing probably couldn't be cultivated by anyone else besides himself. Wu Qingtian had been right, having a physical copy was incredibly important for someone cultivating a technique like this. Likewise, it was an irreplaceable treasure. If others found it, the consequences could be dire. Hey! I've got an idea. Su Jiang's mind raced, and suddenly he thought of his father's good friend, Wang Qi. Where else in the world could be safer than the government offices? This thought stemmed from the fact that Wang Qi was someone Su Jiang trusted implicitly. Besides the Wu family, Wang Qi seemed to be the only person Su Jiang truly trusted now. As this thought crossed his mind, for some reason, a cold, distant face appeared in Su Jiang's mind. How strange, why would I think of that girl, Leng Xi? But we are good friends, aren't we? A faint smile touched his lips as Su Jiang promptly reached out to Wang Qi. What's in there, kid? Why all the secrecy? Haha, Uncle Wang, you don't need to know the details. Just make sure you keep it safe for me. Alright, you're such a little devil. I'll keep it safe for you. Sitting in Wang Qi's car, Su Jiang's view wasn't obstructed this time. He was chatting casually with Wang Qi. But he didn't notice that Wang Qi, driving ahead, had studied him several times with a deep, penetrating gaze. After several moments of hesitation, Leng Xi finally shook his head. How could someone who'd risen to brigadier general in the military be a fool? When Jiang had previously demonstrated his ability to command spirit beasts, Leng Xi had been stunned. Without leaving a trace, he had combed through all the official records. Not only in District 13, but nowhere in the entire world had there ever been such a case. The item Jiang had just handed him was definitely no ordinary thing either. But since the kid didn't want to talk about it, so be it. Brother Su, I never imagined your son would turn out to be even more exceptional than we ever were. Seated in the car, Jiang had no time to ponder Leng Xi's thoughts. His heart was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Originally, he'd only intended to store something with Leng Xi, but the latter's arrival had brought him astonishingly good news. His moonlight rabbit breeding experiment had commenced. Several moonlight rabbit spirit beasts had paired off, producing spirit beast eggs that were about to hatch. That's why Jiang specifically asked Leng Xi to take him to the experimental base. He wanted to see if the trait he'd drawn could actually be passed down among these spirit beasts. If it didn't, Jiang felt beads of sweat form on his forehead at the thought. That would mean he'd just pulled off a massive scam against the authorities. After all, the authorities weren't seeking ordinary moonlight rabbits, those were a dime a dozen. What the authorities wanted was his special moonlight rabbit with the system trait and its offspring. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Jiang silently prayed. Please don't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, he'd be in a real pickle. Old Zhao, what are you doing here? Why haven't you gone to check on the breeding progress of that great rainbow fairy deer? Inside the lab, a lab technician in a white coat looked at the old man who had been chatting with Jiang earlier, his eyes filled with extraordinary reverence. The man addressed as Old Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much. I'm just checking on the moonlight rabbit's breeding progress. You go ahead with your work. Old Zhao, I'll be off then. The departing man was a professor from the top Eastmaster University in District 13, a figure renowned throughout the entire district. Yet now, in front of Old Zhao, he behaved with the reverence of a student. Finally gone. Old Zhao exhaled deeply as the man departed. After all, his plan with Jiang was being carried out in secret. It wouldn't do for others to find out. He murmured to himself. Jiang, let me see what kind of impact this special spirit beast you've bred will have on the world. Before him lay 4 moonlight rabbit eggs. 2 of them had already begun to tremble faintly, clearly on the verge of hatching. Chapter 70, Moonlight Rabbit Breeding. Interesting, truly fascinating. While watching the eggs on the verge of hatching, Old Zhao studied the unique abilities of the male and female moonlight rabbit parents. As the pages turned, a twisted grin spread across his lips. All unique skills never seen before. 9 moonlight rabbits, 9 distinct abilities, not a single one repeated. Jiang, what secrets do you harbor? Who exactly are you? His mind was already made up. If these moonlight rabbits truly possessed the extraordinary abilities of their parents, then he would tie Jiang to his side by force if necessary. Such talent wasted on fieldwork, consigned to being mere brutes who only knew how to fight, it was utterly squandering his potential. After all, he was Uncle Wang. Isn't this a bit too formal? Watching Leng Xi place his Han Yuan gong into the safe in his office after passing the inspection, then deliberately adding an extra lock, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Who else in this world could possibly lay hands on such an item? Jiang, this is what you asked Uncle Wang to safeguard. Uncle Wang will protect it no matter what. When you want it back, just send me a message and I'll deliver it to you. Jiang was filled with confusion. He felt Uncle Wang was being far too kind to him. What exactly was his relationship with his parents? Deeply touched, Jiang hadn't even had time to ask before Leng Xi abruptly pulled him into the lab. Just like last time, Leng Xi hurriedly gave Jiang a quick explanation before leaving. Clearly, he had other matters to attend to. Hey kid, you finally showed up. Jiang turned to find the same unkempt, scruffy old man from before standing behind him, grinning broadly. Compared to last time, however, he appeared even more unkempt and scruffy, giving off a distinct vibe reminiscent of the beggar-style fashion trending outside. Sir, have you seriously considered taking a bath and tidying up? Looking at the old man's appearance, Jiang couldn't bring himself to compliment him. The old man waved dismissively. Why bother with all those stares? They're just a bunch of mundane people. Jiang's mouth twitched, but he held back the unspoken question. If they're common folk, then what are you? Old man, what's the status on that thing we discussed last time? Jiang quietly approached the old man and whispered the question. The old man glanced at Jiang and smiled faintly. Oomph. Kid. I thought you didn't care? Ever since Jiang brought those moonlight rabbits here, he hadn't lifted a finger to care for them, leaving them entirely to fend for themselves. Such indifference would be unthinkable for any other researcher. These past days, the old man not only had to manage his own research projects and content, but also had to find time to keep a special eye on Jiang's moonlight rabbits. It was like doing 2 people's jobs at once, and he was pretty fed up with it. Oh, so you remembered you left something here? Seeing the old man's annoyed expression, Jiang promptly brought out Wu Rose slime. Yes, Wuro's slime had been borrowed back by Su Jiang after reaching level 15. Calm down, old man, calm down. I've been busy, you know? Spent the last few days leveling up with friends in the void. You? Leveling? The old man shot Su Jiang a suspicious glance, his composure visibly wavering. With his connections, obtaining Su Jiang's records was a simple matter. He knew all too well. Su Jiang was a prodigy whose spirit sea had shattered. Even a genius like him, with his spirit sea shattered, had no chance of binding a contract spirit beast. And this man was telling him he was going to level up? Su Jiang remained unaware that his words had already sparked a storm of thoughts within the old man's mind. He only noticed the old man giving him a meaningful look before accepting the slime and speaking. This slime is quite the specimen. We'll see if its traits can be passed down to the next generation. Alright, lad, come with me. Setting aside his task, the old man led Su Jiang to the 4 spirit beast eggs. These are the 4 spirit beast eggs laid during the first mating of that group of moonlight rabbits. They're about to hatch any moment now. I wonder if our hopes will come true. I'm not sure either. Su Jiang sighed deeply, his tone tinged with worry. If it didn't work out, he'd have indirectly screwed over the authorities that wouldn't be right. He might even have to pay back the debt. The thought of his already tight finances made Su Jiang feel a pang of sadness. Young man, what's troubling you? The old man, who had been watching Su Jiang all along, naturally sensed his change and asked curiously. Su Jiang thought for a moment and then told him. What? Only 200 million? What kind of deal is that? He'd expected the old man to share his anxiety. After all, that was 200 million Federation credits more than he could ever repay even if he sold himself into slavery. Yet to his surprise, the old man seemed utterly unfazed. In that case, why don't you come work for me? I'll cover the debt. You? Glancing at the other man, Su Jiang knew this old guy was a decent soul and had some real skills. But this image and vibe? No thanks. Seeing himself rejected again, a flicker of reluctance passed through the old man's eyes. In his entire life, those who wanted to be his disciples could be lined up from District 1 all the way to District 13. When had he ever been rejected like this? Young man, let me tell you, you probably don't know who I am, do you? I am. Snap. Snap. Just as the old man was about to reveal his identity to Su Jiang. Suddenly, the 4 spirit beast eggs before him began to tremble faintly, their shells cracking open. Don't say a word. Su Jiang tugged at his beard, signaling him to keep quiet. Ouch, hey, kid, easy there. Rubbing his tugged beard, the old man's gaze toward Su Jiang grew even more astonished. Who in this world dared to tug at this old man's beard? What a bold youngster. But when he saw the spirit beast egg stirring, he dared not speak. This matter also concerned his own plans. Crack! The eggshell shattered completely, and a tiny moonlight rabbit emerged from within. The moment its form appeared, both Su Jiang and the old man's expressions changed simultaneously. Chapter 71, Preparing to Enter the Void. Ordinary moonlight rabbits should be pure white. The most common variety bore a moon-shaped mark on its hindquarters, the universally recognized image of a moonlight rabbit. Yet the little creature emerging from the egg now radiated a faint golden glow across its entire body. Its overall appearance also differed slightly from that of a typical moonlight rabbit, seeming somewhat smaller than the standard variety. Kid, tell me what is this thing? The old man looked at Su Jiang with a puzzled expression, eager to understand. But alas, this was not a spirit beast he had cultivated himself, leaving him without even a rough guess. Hearing the old man's confusion, Su Jiang stared at the golden glowing rabbit before him, equally bewildered. I don't know. He had assumed that descendants would merely inherit the traits and characteristics he had passed down to them. Other traits and appearances wouldn't change, but he never imagined such a situation would arise. You? The old man shot Su Jiang a speechless glance, his tone tinged with irritation. Wasn't this your own breed? Didn't you even consider what the next generation might look like? Could it be that I assumed none of them would have offspring? Listen. As Su Jiang spoke, the old man's vision darkened, and he fainted. Su Jiang, however, had no time to argue. He immediately used his system to examine the attributes of this brand new spirit beast. Pet beast, star rabbit. Rank, D class. Level, 1. For attributes, spirit 17, strength 8, agility 9, health 9. Talents, moonlight healing, starlight healing? Moonlight healing goes without saying, it's one of the moonlight rabbit's innate abilities. What Su Jiang hadn't anticipated was this newly added starlight healing. This made Su Jiang frown. This can't be possible. He stared at the moonlight rabbit's skill list, muttering to himself. The current turn of events seemed to have surpassed Su Jiang's expectations. After all, he himself didn't possess the starlight healing skill or its corresponding entry. How could this moonlight rabbit have acquired this new ability? Yes, the entire situation was utterly bizarre. If the moonlight rabbit had inherited any special trait from either of its parents that Su Jiang had given them, he wouldn't have been surprised. But it had transformed into an entirely new skill. How could Su Jiang not be astonished? At the same time, Su Jiang noticed that the Starlight Rabbit's 4 core attributes were significantly stronger than those of an ordinary Moonlight Rabbit. This was completely contrary to his expectations. None of the traits he had bestowed could possibly enhance all 4 attributes. Seeing Su Jiang's reaction, the old man beside him immediately stepped forward, his voice tinged with urgency. "What's going on? What's happening here?" Su Jiang merely shook his head, his tone oddly peculiar. "This doesn't look like a Moonlight Rabbit at all." He couldn't very well tell the other man that he possessed a system, allowing him to instantly discern the spiritual beast's 4-dimensional attributes and skills with just a glance. If he did, then the subject of research in this lab wouldn't be these spirit beasts anymore, it would be him. Nonsense. The old man rolled his eyes. Even a blind man could see that. Why bother emphasizing it to me? Kid, looks like your hunch was right after all. Running his fingers over the petite Moonlight Rabbit, the old man turned to Su Jiang, his voice tinged with profound emotion. Throughout his life, he had encountered all manner of prodigies, yet never had he witnessed anyone as unconventional as Su Jiang. Yet that didn't stop him from acknowledging Su Jiang's talent and future potential. This Moonlight Rabbit will remain here for now. We'll conduct various tests to pinpoint exactly what makes it so special. Su Jiang nodded. Even though he already knew everything, there was no way he could tell these people. Yet curiosity nodded him what circumstances could possibly have led to this situation. An unprecedented new skill, and not one he'd assigned himself? How is that even possible? Snap. Snap. Several more cracking sounds drew their attention, but this time, the Moonlight Rabbits that emerged left both Su Jiang and the old man feeling somewhat disappointed. Not only did they look exactly like regular Moonlight Rabbits, but their attributes and skills were also identical. Yet the old man was abnormally excited, roaring with excitement. This Moonlight Rabbit has a special variant. What? A special variant? How is that possible? The odds of a variant appearing are less than 1 in 10 million. Good heavens! It really is silver, such a beautiful color. All the scholars in the lab crowded around, staring at the Moonlight Rabbit with astonishment and fervor in their eyes. The old man, however, was being downright uncool. He shoved Su Jiang forward. "This is the Moonlight Rabbit researched by our special advisor, Su Jiang." As the words fell, Su Jiang felt the intense stares of those around him. Many couldn't contain themselves and began extending invitations to Su Jiang. "Su Jiang, young man, interested in joining our District 13 University? I can personally recommend you. Don't listen to him. I'm the Vice Dean of the Beastmaster Academy in District 7. I can give you." Suddenly in high demand, Su Jiang awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to choose. The old man, however, left him standing there alone, hugging the silver Moonlight Rabbit as he turned and walked away. "So you don't even know what'll happen with this Moonlight Rabbit?" Standing before Wang Qi's scrutinizing gaze, Su Jiang could only offer a wry smile and speak from the heart. "Yes, I knew it would mutate, but this outcome is worlds apart from what I imagined. How exactly was this Moonlight Rabbit bred?" "Ah, never mind. Forget I asked." Wang Qi raised his hand to ask more questions but waved them away instead, turning to Su Jiang with a bitter smile. "Kid, there's just too much peculiarity about you. For now, it's best to keep a low profile. Once you've built up enough strength in the future, it won't be too late to make your mark." His words carried genuine concern, and Su Jiang nodded in agreement. Truthfully, this world wasn't safe. The very existence of spirit beasts meant enemies lurked everywhere. Among humans themselves, there were traitors who had defected to the dangerous spirit beast clans beyond the safety zones, plotting to annihilate all humanity and feast on human flesh. Human geniuses like Su Jiang were thorns in their sides, targets for assassination. That was why Wang Qi had given him this advice. "Once we have results from studying that Moonlight Rabbit, I'll inform you immediately. For now, just keep a low profile. Tomorrow we're heading back to Void 7. Per official orders, we're initiating immediate capture of that venomous butterfly. Don't screw this up, kid." Chapter 72, Two Families Come to Deliver. In his spirit beast shop, Su Jiang was preparing the necessary items. When Wang Qi notified him about entering the void to capture that venomous butterfly, he felt an unusual surge of excitement. He always felt there was a reason the system granted him these traits, each one corresponded to a spirit beast that could complement it. Perfect. This time I'll definitely take down that venomous caterpillar. Su Jiang murmured excitedly to himself as he packed various capture tools and antidotes into a bag. After gathering everything, he glanced at his current skill entries. Su Jiang hesitated, wondering if he should use some of these traits now to boost his capture success rate. But am I overthinking this? After a moment of muttering to himself, Su Jiang glanced at his stats. Strength, speed, spirit, each was terrifyingly high. After pondering, he made his decision: these attributes would be saved for later. After all, the spirit beasts he sold were closely tied to his own growth. Once he established a stable user base, they would prove invaluable. No point wasting them now. Su Jiang handled this incident with extreme caution, telling absolutely no one. Even to Wu Hao, Su Jiang referred to it only as a classified operation. After all, this operation was not only of immense importance but also involved official confidentiality regulations. Su Jiang knew he absolutely couldn't hold anyone back. Would he see Zhao Xueyao tomorrow? If so, at least he'd have a familiar face around to facilitate the operation. Pen in hand, he began mapping out tomorrow's plan and strategizing how to capture that peculiar butterfly. To others, this butterfly might be nothing more than a venomous spirit beast. But to Su Jiang, it was nothing less than the perfect choice for his next spirit beast. At this thought, he turned his attention to the little spirit beast following beside him. Regarding that altar in your mind from last time, have you gained any new memories? The little spirit beast listened to Su Jiang's words and shook its head adorably. A little, but not much. I do know that altar seems to be able to enhance our own levels. It makes us stronger and awakens new skills, but each time it's built, it's incredibly difficult. I feel like after some time, I'll remember the materials and construction method. Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded excitedly. He could see the potential within the little spirit beast. Despite being only level 5 matching its small stature, it was already a formidable force capable of standing on its own. Many spirit beasts nearing level 20 couldn't hold a candle to this little one. If he could raise its level in the future, it would likely become even more formidable. Moreover, even if not used to level up the little spirit beast, it could still be used to enhance the levels of his other spirit beasts. Though he wasn't a beastmaster, he would still gain enhancements based on the level increases of the spirit beasts he sold. By then, his strength would only continue to grow. He made up his mind, after dealing with the butterfly spirit beast this time, his next task would be to figure out how to use this altar. If he could uncover the identity of that crimson-shadowed elder, that would be even better. Knock 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 knock. Big brother, are you there? Su Jiang heard the knocking at his door and went down to open it. Upon reaching the doorway, he found Wu Hao standing there, holding several antidotes in his hand. Su Jiang wore a look of puzzlement. What's this about? Wu Hao looked at Su Jiang and spoke up loudly. Boss, you're really being unreasonable. I know the official policy requires secrecy and we can't disclose details lightly. But we're brothers. Even if you can't spill the official plan, you could at least give me a rough idea of what's needed. I could have prepared properly for you. If my old man hadn't gotten word through his connections, our family would still be in the dark about this. You didn't prepare anything at all for those deadly toxins lurking in the void? Seeing Wu Hao's astonished expression, Su Jiang's own look grew slightly uneasy. After all, he believed his own strength was more than sufficient to avoid any mishaps in that void. Besides, it was merely a potent poison. He was confident he could handle it. Likewise, he saw no need to trouble Wu Hao and the others. Yet here they were, having learned of the situation and coming specifically to deliver an antidote. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Jiang paused to reflect, then felt a warmth in his heart. Finally, he nodded at Wu Hao and accepted the antidote from his hand. Don't worry, I'll be absolutely fine. No need to come help me. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Wu Hao nodded back, then looked at Su Jiang and said loudly. Boss, remember to come back safely. But I believe, with your skills, you'll be just fine. Su Jiang nodded and watched Wu Hao walk away. But before he could return to the shop, a series of knocks echoed from downstairs. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. There was no response. Su Jiang went downstairs, his tone tinged with resignation. Kid, how many times have I told you? Pay attention to what you're doing. Don't keep losing things. Su Jiang assumed Wu Hao had left something behind in his shop and had come back specifically to look for it. But to his surprise, he saw an unexpectedly stunning figure. That icy cold face and tall, slender figure were all too familiar to Su Jiang. His curiosity piqued, he asked. Hey, classmate, are you here to pick up your fire squirrel? Hearing Su Jiang's question, Leng Xi nodded naturally. However, if one had paid close attention, they might have noticed a hint of awkwardness flicker across her icy mountain-like face. Yes, Leng Xi seemed to have forgotten that her fire squirrel was still with Su Jiang. Her real purpose for coming was to deliver the antidote to Su Jiang. Here you go, Leng. Your fire squirrel. Su Jiang handed her the newly upgraded fire squirrel from inside the shop. After taking it, Leng Xi retrieved a small leather case from the sedan parked nearby. Su Jiang, this is for you. Oh, Ms. Leng, there's no need to be so formal. No need for any compensation or anything like that. Su Jiang waved his hand, about to refuse. But Leng Xi looked him straight in the eye and said earnestly. It's not payment. It's the antidote. What? You know about it too? Leng Xi didn't answer Su Jiang's question. She simply left him with a warning to stay safe before turning and walking away. Chapter 73, Li Jijia. Seeing the crowd concerned for him, Su Jiang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had always felt like he was playing a game with life. As if he were the protagonist of this world, while everyone else was merely an NPC. But now, all that had changed. Gazing at the 2 boxes of antidote in his hands, Su Jiang sighed inwardly. He hoped that in the end, the poison wouldn't kill him, only for him to be forcibly injected with the antidote and end up being poisoned to death instead. The next day, as Wang Qi helped Su Jiang carry the boxes, he looked puzzled. What the hell are you doing, kid? We're just going into the void for a mission. Why bring so much stuff? For this operation, Jiang had brought a full 2 boxes. Most soldiers could manage with just a backpack. I didn't want to either. Jiang's face twisted in bitterness. Truth be told, he felt he could manage with just 1 bag too. But the others didn't see it that way. They'd even made a special trip to deliver him an antidote. If he didn't take them, wouldn't that hurt their feelings? Ha ha ha, Uncle Wang, let's just keep moving. No need to talk about anything else. Oomph, you little rascal. Wang Qi shot Jiang a glance, secured the trunk after loading everything, and drove off. Room. Watching the car veer further and further off the beaten path until they reached an unfamiliar area, Jiang couldn't help but ask. Uncle Wang, is this place really this remote? Wang Qi frowned at the question before nodding. Yes, it's good this void is sufficiently remote. Otherwise, things would get messy. As he drove, Wang Qi slowly recounted the previous incident to Jiang. After the void riots, numerous spirit beasts escaped from the void. Once out, they attacked people and structures indiscriminately, including some exceptionally powerful spirit beasts. Authorities only learned of the large-scale disturbance in this void after receiving reports from the public. Official statistics revealed that a significant number of spirit beasts had escaped from this void. Fortunately, this void was sufficiently distant from the urban area, otherwise it would have caused major problems. As for the cause of the uprising, from what Wang Qi told Jiang, it seemed the disappearance of an extremely important spirit beast had triggered this entire chain of events. Hearing this, for some reason, the image of the little spirit beast immediately flashed through Jiang's mind. A rather far-fetched conjecture slowly took shape in his mind. If that were indeed the case, then this journey into the void might turn out to be surprisingly smooth sailing. Upon reaching the entrance to the void, a large contingent of official personnel had already established a cordon. Many passing vehicles were being turned back, but thanks to Wang Qi's connections, Jiang was able to proceed further inward. Hello, please pull over for inspection. By now, the camp's perimeter was swarming with a large contingent of official beastmasters. Wang Qi was the overall commander of this operation, yet they suddenly heard that he was going out to meet someone. All the beast tamers were curious just who was this important figure he was going to meet? Jiang slowly stepped out of the vehicle. Zhao Shuiyao, standing among the crowd, wore an expression of astonishment. Although Jiang had mentioned to her last time that he would be participating in this operation, she never imagined she would actually encounter him here. Jiang, your belongings will now undergo inspection. Wang Qi addressed Jiang before striding toward the trunk. Click. Boom. As the 2 large suitcases hit the ground and opened, those around them sucked in a collective gasp. Whoa, this kid brought that much antidote? Looks like a lot of them are rare, high-end stuff you can't buy anywhere. Guess another rich kid here to polish his image. No wonder Commander Wang Qi went to pick him up, he must have some serious connections. The dazzling array of antidotes lay neatly arranged before the officials. Many faces paled, their expressions shifting to a mix of envy and resentment directed at Jiang. Oomph. High-end goods, huh? Looks like there really is something fishy going on. Ever since that day, Zhao Shuiyao had sensed something off about Jiang and Leng Xi, fueling her gossipy curiosity. The appearance of these antidotes was the perfect confirmation. Instantly, Zhao Shuiyao felt like Sherlock Holmes. According to Jiang's records, even if he had enough money to buy them, many of these were priceless rarities. Connections like his couldn't possibly secure them. Yet here they were, all neatly arranged, clearly the result of Leng Xi's influence. Alright, form up immediately. Next, prepare to lay out the battle plan. Wang Qi spoke these words before striding into the tent without looking back. Jiang stood among the crowd when Zhao Shuiyao approached him and struck up a conversation. Brother, I never expected you'd actually come? With just that one sentence, Jiang felt several angry glances land on him. All from the male team members around him. It seemed Zhao Shuiyao's popularity within the official ranks was no exaggeration. I did say I'd come that day. Zhao Shuiyao nodded upon hearing this, shifting her gaze to the antidote in Jiang's hands and asking casually. So, these 2 boxes of antidote must be what Leng Xi prepared for you, right? What? Leng Xi? Jiang's expression shifted slightly, though he stubbornly insisted. I have a subordinate from the Wu family. The young master is named Wu Hao. He arranged this for me. Zhao Shuiyao, however, didn't believe Jiang's words. She asked tentatively. Are you sure it wasn't Leng Xi? Big brother, you're not allowed to lie to me, okay? Hearing this, Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment. He simply couldn't bring himself to admit the truth. Seeing this, Zhao Shuiyao couldn't help but giggle. Ha ha ha. It was just a casual conversation between friends. But they didn't know that this scene had been witnessed by a member of the official task force. His fist clenched tightly. Shuiyao, is this your friend? Why haven't you introduced us? As the 2 chatted, a deep, resonant male voice suddenly cut through the air from nearby. The rough voice abruptly cut off their conversation. Jiang turned his head to look. He saw a burly man as tall as a towering tower. Judging by his attire and physique, this was definitely not someone to mess with. Hey! Li Jijia, this is my friend. She's none of your business. Why should I introduce her to you? Zhao Shuiao's tone was immediately tense and confrontational. Hearing this, Su Jiang realized their relationship wasn't exactly friendly. He raised his eyes with interest, sizing up the man before him, Li Jijia. Chapter 74, Causing Trouble. Big brother, ignore this guy. He's got issues. Zhao Shuiao pointed to her head and leaned close to Su Jiang, pretending to speak softly. But her whisper was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Ha ha. Everyone around them looked like they wanted to laugh but dared not. Zhao Shuiao pressed close to Su Jiang and began explaining. Bro, this guy's part of our official task force. He used to be under me. Heard he's got a thing for me. But honestly, looking at him, I never really felt anything. It just fizzled out. He's got a temper like a dog's, and not many people can get along with him. Through Zhao Shuiao's explanation, Su Jiang now understood the identity of the man before him. So it seems I'm being mistaken for a love rival? He shot the man a complicated look. He never imagined he'd stumble into such a melodramatic situation right after arriving. He swore to heaven. Even though Zhao Shuiao possessed exceptional beauty and figure, Su Jiang genuinely saw her as a friend. Unfortunately, this man named Li Jijie didn't seem to share that sentiment. Shuiao, we're practically colleagues, right? Your friends are definitely our friends. We can even fight side by side together, don't you agree? He shouted to the people around them. The others noticed Zhao Shuiao's grim expression. Though a few responded, their numbers were few. Seeing this, Li Jijie's face twisted into a sinister grin as he feigned surprise and turned to Su Jiang. Wait a minute, I think I know this guy. Could it be that genius Su Jiang from Southwest City No. 7 Middle School? But I heard he's become a complete failure? How did he end up here? Whoosh! The crowd erupted in astonishment. They never imagined his identity could be so shocking. No way. How could? I heard his spirit sea shattered, so he can't contract spirit beasts anymore. He's doomed to be useless for life. That can't be true. How could a useless person be involved in our operation? Could there really be some shady dealings? After all, even Commander Leng Xi went to fetch him. As the group whispered among themselves, Su Jiang's expression darkened. If you like Zhao Shuiao, Su Jiang couldn't care less. If you want to pursue Zhao Shuiao, fair play, let your skills decide. But if you go around snapping at everyone like a mad dog, and speaking with such utter disrespect, well, Su Jiang will have a proper introduction with you. You lot. Seeing the surrounding crowd discussing her, Zhao Shuiao tried to speak up to stop them, but Su Jiang grabbed her arm. It's fine. I'll handle this myself. Everyone, I am indeed the so-called useless Su Jiang you speak of. My spirit sea is shattered and I cannot contract spirit beasts. The words fell and the arena fell silent. Zhao Shuiao watched his back with a worried gaze. She knew this kind of thing would be hard for anyone to bear. She sensed it even though Su Jiang was smiling as he spoke, the pain within his heart was probably known only to himself. Su Jiang? He genuinely didn't care. After all, though his spirit sea had shattered, his physical body was nearing sainthood. Ha! You dare wade into this mess with a shattered spirit sea, kid? Since you admit it yourself, why not just scram back and wait for our good news? Li Jijie looked at Su Jiang, his tone unusually arrogant. This wasn't just a slap in the face to Su Jiang, it was a slap in the face to Zhao Shuiao and Wang Qi as well. Li Jijie. You. Zhao Shuiao glared at Li Jijie, her voice brimming with fury. In the past, she would have summoned her spirit beast to thoroughly deal with Li Jijie. She'd always believed nothing worked better than a fist, but now she couldn't do that. It wasn't that Zhao Shuiao's mindset had changed, or that her temper had improved. Unfortunately, after that accident last time, when her spirit beast died, her strength had fallen below Li Jijie's. Even if she summoned the swift-winged mongoose now, it still wouldn't stand a chance against Li Jijie. Watching Zhao Shuiao, who resembled a raging lioness, a flash of greed flickered in Li Jijie's eyes. At the same time, his heart seethed with bitter resentment. Damn it! How did she manage to find another powerful spirit beast? Why can't I ever find one? Last time, taking enormous risks and facing grave danger, Li Jijie had chosen to take a desperate gamble, using a single operation to trap and kill Zhao Shuiao's spirit beast. He had expected Zhao Shuiao to plummet from grace and lose her aura of power. Then, all he'd need to do was use his status to offer her his concern. Then, this beautiful deputy captain he'd longed for would become his plaything. He never imagined that instead of falling into ruin, she would rise from the ashes. He heard she had contracted an even more mysterious spirit beast, which infuriated him beyond measure. Humph. Su Jiang couldn't care less about the extent of Li Jijie's fury. But the whispers among these people didn't just involve Su Jiang, they also touched upon Wang Qi, who had always cared for and helped Su Jiang. He saw them speak with solemn expressions. My participation in this operation isn't due to any connections I have. It's because my role in this operation is as a medic, and my participation was granted through special approval. Ha? Medic? Special approval? You, a worthless with a shattered spirit, see, as a medic? Do you think we're fools, or has your own brain rotted that you spout such nonsense? Li Jijia wore an unforgiving expression, his words sharp and accusatory. The other officials present, though harboring no hostility toward Su Jiang. They were utterly astonished at the idea of someone with a shattered spirit sea serving as a medic. Spirit sea shattered? You can't even contract a spirit beast and you want to be a medic? Are you planning to use that alcohol-based iodine solution? Ha 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 ha. The unrestrained mockery reached Su Jiang's ears and he was already furious. The face that usually wore a smile now darkened. Let me tell you this, many of the healing-type spirit beasts required for this operation were researched and bred with my direct involvement. That's how I earned my place on this mission. What? Got a problem with that? Oh, I see. Hearing Su Jiang's explanation, many of those present let go of the hostility they had just felt. They had already learned that the authorities, to ensure their safety this time, and to avoid repeating the mistakes of the last operation, they had specifically bred a large number of healing-type spirit beasts. The cost was reportedly enormous, with many personnel working tirelessly on the breeding. Since Su Jiang had been involved in that effort, his participation in this operation seemed entirely justified. Unlike others' interpretations, Li Jijia's words stemmed purely from his hostility toward Su Jiang. A hint of contempt flickered in his eyes as he addressed Su Jiang loudly. Let me tell you something. You should just stick to being that useless researcher of yours. How dare you get special permission from above to join this operation? Go ahead and tell me who approved it. Since when do useless researchers get to go to the battlefield? As the words fell, those around them frowned at Li Jijia. Clearly, his targeting of Su Jiang was far too obvious. Before Su Jiang could respond, a voice old yet commanding suddenly cut through the air from behind Li Jijia. I approved it. Got a problem with that? And who told you researchers are useless? Chapter 75, Preparing to Enter. I'd like to see who's talking so arrogantly. Li Jijia shouted, but when he turned to see the man's figure, he froze in shock. Old Zhao. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean to. Su Jiang watched as the usually disheveled old man who acted like a madman around him emerged from the crowd, surrounded by an entourage. All the researchers around him, along with the official personnel, stood by his side. The old man approached Li Jijia, his eyes fixed intently on him. You didn't mean it? Then what did you mean? I approved the warrant, and I brought the men. If you have any complaints, take them up with me directly. No. I wouldn't dare. Li Jijia shook his head in terror while casting a terrified glance at Su Jiang. He never imagined that the person backing Su Jiang was none other than old Zhao. Even if it were Wang Qi backing him, it wouldn't be this terrifying. But Zhao Lao? That was simply beyond belief. This was nothing short of a devastating blow to him. Damn it, how could this kid do this? Li Jijia seethed inwardly, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang. He'd seen Su Jiang and Zhao Shuya laughing and chatting together. His decision to drag Su Jiang down had been born purely out of jealousy. He never imagined facing this kid would lead to such an outcome. At that moment, several influential figures from the official circles had gathered around the old man. Mr. Zhao, please calm down. He's just a hothead who knows nothing. Mr. Zhao, he didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it personally. Su Jiang watched the scene unfold, feeling a surge of shock. It seemed this old man's status was indeed far more formidable than he had imagined. Still, Su Jiang now recognized the man as merely a formidable professor from Beast-Taming University. Based on his prior understanding, researchers permitted here held at least the rank of professor. The authorities' cautious approach was entirely reasonable. I'm telling you, this is a one-time exception. Don't expect it to happen again. Old Zhao snorted coldly as he stepped before Su Jiang. After glancing at the others around them, he cast a sideways look at the large and small bags in Su Jiang's hands, and his expression immediately soured. Didn't I tell you, kid? Stay away from the front lines. Don't get personally involved in combat. Your potential and future lie elsewhere. If you pursue spirit beast breeding and development, I fear. But old Zhao, I really want to go in and see for myself. Besides, everyone has their own aspirations, and I won't neglect my spirit beast breeding and development either. Su Jiang cut the old man off. He knew the old man meant well, not wanting his potential to go to waste. But his secret was something no one else could know. Nor could they fathom his thoughts. Thus, Su Jiang could only present himself this way. Seeing this, the old man could only nod helplessly and sigh. Ah well, it's fine. Gaining some experience is good too. Too bad I can't enter the void this time. Otherwise, I could have escorted you. At that moment, the officials behind Zhao Lao all watched the exchange between Zhao Lao and Su Jiang with astonishment. The official leader stepped forward and approached the old man. Rest assured, Elder Zhao. His safety will be well taken care of. He's serving as a medic this time, primarily handling logistics. There won't be any danger whatsoever. Hearing this, old Zhao nodded in relief. A medic, then. He'd been worried the young man would charge headlong into the front lines to fight, though he sensed there was a secret about Su Jiang. But after Su Jiang's spirit sea shattered, all that was gone. He didn't believe anyone could retain combat strength after their spirit sea shattered. After old Zhao departed, the room fell silent. Now, the gazes directed at Su Jiang no longer brimmed with the complex emotions of earlier. Only two feelings remained, admiration and awe. At that moment, even Li Jijie could only glare at Su Jiang resentfully, not daring to step forward. Bro! You're the man! You even know old Zhao. Zhao Xueyou, standing nearby, stepped forward to look at Su Jiang with a rather complicated expression. After all, Elder Zhao's status commanded immense respect throughout the entire 13th district. Could he really be on such friendly terms with Su Jiang? Su Jiang merely waved his hand dismissively, giving a casual response. We're acquaintances, or perhaps friends. Mainly, we collaborated on a spirit beast breeding project. Su Jiang wasn't lying, though he still had no idea what the offspring of the Moonlight Rabbit would look like. All that would likely require time to reveal. For now, his priority was capturing that butterfly-shaped spirit beast. Beep beep beep. While the two were still chatting, a sudden whistle pierced the air outside. Before they could react, Zhao Xueyou grabbed Su Jiang and dashed outside. All warriors in the official ranks, our mission is to capture the spirit beast responsible for triggering the void disturbance. If capture proves impossible, then eliminating it is also acceptable. To prevent a repeat of our last failure, we've specially prepared hundreds of healing-type spirit beasts here. Watching Leng Xi make pre-battle preparations up ahead, Su Jiang's expression turned serious. After all instructions were delivered, Su Jiang discovered he and the other foot soldiers had been assigned to the logistics team. As expected, Zhao Xueyou was assigned to the combat unit. The two thus parted ways, each heading their separate directions. Just as Su Jiang was heading toward the logistics team, he suddenly encountered Wang Qi on the path. Uncle Wan, what are you doing here? Wang Qi, dressed in full military uniform, looked at Su Jiang with a complex expression. Although we're entering the void as the logistics team, dangers lurk everywhere. I hope you can protect yourself. I had intended to use my authority to place you in the team guarding the cave entrance. But I felt that would not only be an insult to you, but also a slight to my brother Su. So I assigned you to the standard formation. If you have any needs, you can tell me. Wang Qi studied Su Jiang with a troubled expression, inwardly feeling a deep sense of regret. Su Jiang's innate talent had been truly exceptional, yet his spirit sea shattered in the end. But as they say, every cloud has a silver lining. Guarding the cave entrance? Su Jiang instinctively shook his head at the suggestion. If he were assigned to guard the entrance to the void, executing his own plan would become exceedingly difficult. This logistics team position was just right for him, neither too much nor too little. Uncle Wan, that's enough. I think the logistics team suits me just fine. Besides, I'm not without a spirit beast, this one even possesses some healing abilities. In that case, I won't say more. Prepare to depart. Chapter 76, The Target. Combat Squad, enter. Support Squad, enter. Watching the different formations enter the void, Su Jiang felt a surge of tension. All the voids he had visited before had been stable and uneventful. This kind of chaotic void was something he had never encountered before. As Wang Qi had explained, this void was not only riddled with dangers everywhere, but its interior was also unstable. Spatial rifts could appear at any moment. If you fell into one, you might emerge from another spatial fissure if you were lucky. If not, you'd be torn apart instantly. Logistics team, advance. Su Jiang, clad in specially designed gear and cradling his spirit beast, brought up the rear of the group. The moment he stepped inside, waves of dizziness washed over his brain. Ugh. He instantly realized this environment was far more hostile than he'd anticipated, a clear sign of spatial instability. Moreover, his physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary people. If even he could feel dizzy. For ordinary people, this must be unbearable agony. Whoosh. They were completely transported into the void. Thud. Sure enough, Su Jiang saw a sea of bodies sprawled around him. He hurriedly helped them to their feet. Are you all okay? Let's rest over there for a moment. One by one, the medical personnel from the logistics team were helped to their feet by Su Jiang and moved to the side to recover. Their eyes were filled with gratitude toward Su Jiang, yet also a hint of confusion. How come you don't feel dizzy? Hearing this, Su Jiang remained utterly composed. He had already devised a suitable countermeasure. Naturally, because my spirit sea has shattered, so I'm unaffected by the void. Yes, that was the foolproof answer he had devised. If you want to test it, go ahead and shatter your own spirit sea. Who knew that had such an advantage? Thanks, kid. I'll treat you to a meal later. After Su Jiang helped the logistics team members to their feet, they regained their spirits. They began organizing the encampment in the void alongside the others. Not far from the logistics team, the combat squad began slowly advancing into the void. The reason Su Jiang and his group hadn't encountered any spirit beasts in the void upon entering was precisely because the combat team had cleared this area. Leading the charge within the combat squad was none other than Li Jijie, the man who had clashed with Su Jiang earlier. His eyes darkened as he fixed them on Su Jiang, a cold, murderous intent flickering at the corners of his mouth. So what if old Zhao backs you? You're nothing but a broken spirit sea waste. How dare you provoke me? Long ago, Li Jijie had heard Su Jiang's name. A ruined genius. Once something is ruined, it holds no value whatsoever. Even if you possess some research capabilities now, so what? When the time comes, I'll eliminate you and spread the story that you were slain by void monsters. Do you really think they'll confront those void monsters? Li Jijie is an exceptionally extreme individual. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He would kill Zhao Xueyao's spirit beast just to bring her down. Likewise, he could choose to eliminate Su Jiang as a threat in the void. Zhao Xueyao. Su Jiang. The very thought made Li Jijie grind his teeth in fury. Zhao Xueyao had nothing but harsh words for him. Yet the moment she stood before Su Jiang, she was all smiles and pleasantries. If that brat really gets his hands on Zhao Xueyao, the thought sent a surge of rage coursing through Li Jijie's veins. He no longer cared about distinguishing himself in this battle. Su Jiang must die. He must die. Killing intent? Malice? Su Jiang's 4 core attributes had been greatly enhanced. Through his heightened sixth sense, he faintly sensed a lingering, elusive killing intent. Following his gaze, he saw no void creatures. Confused, he furrowed his brow. What's going on? Could my senses be deceiving me? Su Jiang was still setting up camp in the void with the rest of the logistics team. Through their soul connection, Su Jiang instantly received the little spirit beast's current sensations and thoughts. So comfortable. This environment feels so familiar. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's mind stirred, and he asked curiously, "Then do you know where this place is? Is this your home?" The last time Su Jiang participated in an official dungeon run, he had already noticed this peculiar trait of the little spirit beast. Now it seemed he had underestimated it. Shaking its head, the little spirit beast's soft, sticky voice echoed directly within Su Jiang's mind. "I don't know. I don't know where this is either. But I think I sense a spirit beast calling me? Calling you? How could that be?" Su Jiang's expression turned intensely serious as he finished speaking. After confirming no threats surrounded him, he immediately activated the soul link, projecting his consciousness into the little spirit beast's body. Gulp! Gulp! He truly sensed a distant call, audible only to him. From its frequency, he could sense the caller's extreme urgency. At the same time, he discovered that the little spirit beast's body seemed to possess an innate affinity for this call. A mysterious little spirit beast. It also possessed treasure-seeking abilities. Neither its attributes nor its skills resembled those of ordinary spirit beasts. The loss of a crucial spirit beast within this secret realm had triggered the uprising. As these clues converged, the hypothesis forming in Su Jiang's mind grew increasingly vivid. Yes, he sensed it. The small spirit beast was likely the target being sought by that butterfly-type spirit beast. So then, the direction from which the call is coming must be where the butterfly-shaped spirit beast is? Perfect. It came without any effort at all. Su Jiang's heart surged with quiet delight. His purpose in coming to this expansive void was precisely to find that butterfly-shaped spirit beast. He had been worried how could he possibly find his target in this vast expanse of void. But now it seemed his worries had been unfounded. Why bother searching? All he needed to do was wait for it to come to him. "Captain, we've searched for so long without finding any trace of the target spirit beast. Why don't we split up and explore?" Su Jijie turned to the combat squad leader and made the suggestion. Zhao Xueyao, standing beside him, frowned deeply. "No. Absolutely not. Splitting up under these circumstances is a grave mistake. If that spirit beast seizes the chance to pick us off one by one, won't we be courting disaster? Listen to me. If we keep searching like this and still can't find it after days and nights, are we just going to abandon the mission? That's still better than suffering casualties." Zhao Xueyao clashed with Li Jijie once more. She had an exceptionally bad impression of splitting up. Last time, splitting up had led to the tragic death of her own spirit beast. Zhao Xueyao refused to let others repeat her mistake. The problem was, Li Jijie did have a point. After all, their mission was to capture that spirit beast. The team leader glanced at both of them, ultimately prioritizing the mission. He sighed as he looked at Zhao Xueyao. "All right then. Since that's the case, we'll split up as Jijie suggested." At those words, Li Jijie's face twisted into a savage grin. He also cast an imperceptible glance over his shoulder. Chapter 77, Li Jijie. "Kid, when I get my chance, it'll be your time to die." At that moment, Li Jijie was talking about splitting up the forces, each heading forward to search. In reality, he was secretly returning alone to the entrance of the void. He watched Su Jiang in the camp, his cold laughter growing deeper. Su Jijie had proposed splitting up precisely to give him the chance to eliminate Su Jiang and pin the blame on other spirit beasts. If they all moved together, how could he possibly get that chance? "What? You mean that spirit beast has already detected our presence and is closing in on us?" Hearing the little spirit beast's words in his mind, Su Jiang's expression instantly changed. He never imagined that instead of him seeking it out, it had come looking for trouble with him. This is bad. This place is no longer safe. Originally, his plan was to wait a while before making his move. Now, not only could he pinpoint the enemy's location, but they were also coming straight for him. So, is it on its way here now? The little spirit beast's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Not yet. It only knows the general direction and needs more time. Huff. Su Jiang let out a heavy sigh and glanced at the other members of the logistics team. Though they were all powerful beast tamers, few of their spirit beasts were combat-oriented. As for their combat prowess, it was pitifully low. If that venomous butterfly-type spirit beast arrived here, it would essentially amount to a decapitation strike in a certain sense. The wind's tight. Let's get out of here. Shuddering at the thought of such a grim scenario, Su Jiang prepared to leave the camp. So he sought out an official from the logistics team. I'm feeling a bit under the weather, probably just an upset stomach. I'll step aside for a moment and be right back. Under the other person's strange gaze, Su Jiang could only grit his teeth and say it. Otherwise, he had no legitimate reason to leave the camp. This person had previously received help from Su Jiang, so he simply nodded and agreed. Thank goodness, finally out. Thank goodness I wasn't the mole. If they'd come looking for me, that would have been trouble. The moment he stepped outside the camp, Su Jiang felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. If that butterfly-type spirit beast had tracked his trail here, it would have been pure hell on earth. Through their soul link, he inquired of the little spirit beast. How far away is that butterfly-shaped spirit beast from me? Still quite a distance away. It should take some time to reach here. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang decided to take the initiative. He walked toward the butterfly spirit beast. Now that he had finally gained the chance to act independently, he had to seize it. Kid. I never expected this. Even with your spirit sea shattered, you're still a restless soul. A familiar male voice suddenly echoed beside Su Jiang. He turned to see Li Jijie stepping out from the shadows of the void. Seeing the undisguised hostility in the other man's eyes, Su Jiang narrowed his own. What are you doing here? Shouldn't your task force already be out searching for that butterfly-type spirit beast? Searching for the butterfly-shaped spirit beast? Of course we are. But right now, I'm here to find you. Looking for me? What for? His mouth answered the question while his eyes studied the other's movements. Frankly, he never imagined the other would be so audacious, daring to abandon his post to settle a personal grudge. Kid, are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Need me to give you a hint? When you were laughing and joking with that Zhao Shuiyao, didn't you wonder why I was looking for you? By the end, Li Jijie was practically roaring, while Su Jiang wore an expression of sudden realization. Oh, but you seem to have misunderstood. Zhao Shuiyao and I are genuinely just friends, nothing like what you're imagining. He thought that after explaining himself, Li Jijie might at least change his attitude. But he clung to the accusation like a mad dog. I know. But she never treats other men the way she treats you. That's why you deserve to die, you little bastard. Damn it, he thought the other guy was taking revenge because he misunderstood his relationship with Zhao Shuiya. Little did he know it was because he'd exchanged a couple of words with Zhao Shuiya. So he was just another ultimate suck-up, huh? He looked at the murderous Li Jijie before him and couldn't help but speak up. So you're not pathetic enough that she's never even spoken to you like that before, are you? What? You bastard. Kid. I'll kill you. Seeing Li Jijie's furious, flustered state, it was clear he'd lost his composure. Su Jiang's expression turned serious as he spoke. If this is all because of our personal feelings, go back and continue your mission. I'll pretend I never saw you today. Otherwise, if I report this to the authorities, guess what kind of punishment awaits you? Go back? What the hell are you thinking? Don't worry, you won't get the chance to tell the authorities anything, because you're about to die right here. Roar! As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted beside Su Jiang. He whipped his head around to find his escape route blocked by a massive black puma. The massive nocturnal puma glared at Su Jiang, baring its teeth and licking its lips incessantly. Despite the beast's ferocious appearance, Su Jiang showed not a trace of panic. He turned his head toward Li Jijie and asked curiously. You're part of the official organization too. Do you even realize what you're doing right now? Su Jiang remained utterly unperturbed. By observing the puma's attributes, he determined that both its strength and speed were vastly inferior to his own. It was no match for him, and it might even struggle to defeat a minor spirit beast. Yet Li Jijie had dared to attack a colleague for personal gain, an exceptionally grave offense. Who'd have thought you'd still be talking back when you're about to die? He'd expected this spirit sea shattered kid to be scared out of his wits. Instead, he dared to retort, causing Li Jijie to laugh bitterly in rage. Su Jiang's expression darkened as he stared at Li Jijie. So you intend to attack me here and kill me? What? Are you scared, kid? Hearing the other's words, Li Jijie laughed. I was thinking it'd be inconvenient to take you out at the camp, but now you've practically walked right into my trap. Dark Knight Cougar, tear him apart. Chapter 78, The Truth. Roar. At his command, the Night Panther lunged toward Su Jiang with lightning speed. Swish. Its speed was so blindingly fast that even Su Jiang struggled to dodge. After all, according to Su Jiang's intelligence, this Night Panther was a level 20 spirit beast renowned for its explosive power and blinding speed, making it an exceptionally formidable foe. Boom. With a lazy somersault, Su Jiang rolled once on the ground, evading the Night Panther's attack. He narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Jijie before him. It seemed this guy was truly reckless, prepared to kill him. He never imagined such a menace could exist within the official ranks. Truly, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. He thought the other guy just disliked him and wanted to teach him a lesson, but now it was clear the man had murder in his heart. To pull something like this now, he must have a history of it. Su Jiang, who had originally intended to eliminate the man outright, now changed his mind. He wanted to see if this was just a pathetic sycophant finally snapping, or if the guy was truly a villain with a long list of crimes. Holy, you actually made your spirit beast attack me. Su Jiang scrambled to his feet from the ground, eyes wide with terror as he glared at Su Jijie, his voice thick with rage. Ha 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 ha. Attack you? What? Did you think I wouldn't dare? I'm here to kill you today. Seeing the battered Su Jiang before him, Su Jijie felt an intense sense of satisfaction. You had the nerve to compete with me for Zhao Shuiyao, huh? Getting torn apart by my Night Panther is the best outcome for you. Hey, how dare you do this? Listen, I know Zhao Shuiyao. I know Leng Xi too, and that old Zhao guy. Those are all people I know. Su Jiang now feigned extreme fear, testing the other's resolve to see what he was capable of. He even began to suspect Li Jijie's identity. Could he be one of those human spies colluding with the rampaging spirit beast populations outside the safe zone? Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain his actions. Zhao Shuiyao, Wang Qi, and old Zhao? They don't mean a damn thing. Outside, Li Jijie would never dare utter such words, but now they were in the void. With two of those three unable to enter, Li Jijie spoke with righteous indignation. Su Jiang witnessed the man's arrogance firsthand, yet he feigned utter terror. Don't kill me. I have money. I have a lot of money. I can give you money. Kid, you're crazy. Kill you, and the money will still be mine, won't it? A greedy gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Shiji didn't just want Su Jiang's life, he wanted his money even more. At that moment, he recalled the image of Su Jiang and Zhao Shuiyao laughing and chatting together, and an idea suddenly struck him. Li Jijie, who had originally intended to have his spirit beast kill Su Jiang outright, now halted his Dark Knight Jaguar. Facing the colossal spirit beast before him, Su Jiang suppressed the urge to crush it with a single punch. He lifted his head to look at Li Jijie. You're not going to kill me? Ha! Kid, listen up. I'm gonna ask you a question. Answer it right, and I'll let you off the hook. Seeing the murderous intent in the other man's eyes, Su Jiang knew full well this was merely a ploy to buy time. If he dared to believe it, he would surely meet his end today. Still, to gain more information, Su Jiang nodded. Seeing Su Jiang comply obediently, Li Jijie was quite satisfied. After all, he was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. How could he possibly compare to me? Now tell me, Li Jijie pressed, did you know about Zhao Shuiyao's spirit beast being killed last time? Su Jiang nodded. He knew about that incident, of course. If her spirit beast hadn't been killed, Zhao Shuiyao would have had no reason to come to his spirit beast shop to purchase one. Seeing that Su Jiang knew, the ferocity in Li Jijie's eyes intensified. Then do you know where she bought her spirit beast? How did she manage to get such a fine one? That really hit the jackpot. What? Asking about this? Could it be he intends to buy a spirit beast from me? Su Jiang felt a twinge of confusion, but Li Jijie's eyes were fixed on him, demanding an answer. Seeing this, Su Jiang could only stammer out the answer. Her spirit beast was bought from my shop. Truthfully, this matter wasn't exactly a closely guarded secret among the authorities. Even if few knew about it, if someone was determined to investigate, it couldn't be hidden. He might as well nod and admit it, curious to see what the other would do next. Bro, she bought her spirit beast from me. What's the deal? What? Kid. She bought her spirit beast from you? Ha 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 ha. Now I finally understand why that woman spoke to you so sweetly while treating me like this. You're no longer of any use to me. At that moment, Li Jijie felt his thoughts plummet from heaven to hell. He had originally intended to find out where Zhao Shuiyao had obtained a certain special spirit beast, so he could get one for himself too. I never expected it to be Su Jiang standing before me. But come to think of it, it makes sense if he caught old Zhao's eye, he must have something extraordinary about him. Kid, let me tell you straight, you're not dying unjustly this time. Looking at Su Jiang before him, Li Jijie felt his teeth itch with hatred. He'd never imagined he could be so enraged by a mere kid before. Now, looking at Su Jiang, he understood this kid was his nemesis. That Zhao Shuiyao's spirit beast? I killed it in the dark. After taking out her beast, I figured she'd just fade away. Then, once her aura faded, I just show her a little concern she'd be mine to do with as I pleased, right? But then you go and sell him such a bizarre spirit beast? Are you deliberately sabotaging me? Su Jijia's rage grew with every word, culminating in a furious roar. He stared at Su Jiang before him, finally understanding why he'd always found him so unbearable. So there was this hidden connection all along. But at that moment, Su Jiang was also stunned. He had only intended to probe for secrets and information. He never imagined he'd uncover something this explosive. What a vicious heart. Gazing at the man before him, Su Jiang's eyes flickered with murderous intent. He never imagined Zhao Shuiyao's spirit beast hadn't died by accident, but at the hands of a teammate she trusted all along. What a traitorous heart. He deserved to be executed. Enough, kid. Since that's the case, your time is up. As soon as Li Jijia finished speaking, the jaguar lunged straight toward Su Jiang. Unexpectedly, a shadow suddenly shot out from Su Jiang's chest, blocking the jaguar's path. Boom. Chapter 79, Crushing. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar. The instant the shadow made contact with the jaguar, Li Jijia's expression changed instantly, for the Night Panther was wounded. As its beast master, he naturally felt the impact too. His eyes widened as he stared into the shadows, his pupils filled with disbelief. How is this possible? What is this thing? He suspected this was some special equipment Su Jiang had purchased from the outside world, capable of functioning within this void. But to his surprise, he saw a tiny spirit beast before Su Jiang. About the size of a puppy, it looked adorably clumsy, instantly endearing itself to anyone who saw it. Had he not just experienced the excruciating pain coursing through his body like that of a jaguar, he might have genuinely believed this was an adorable spirit beast. What is this thing? He stared at the little spirit beast before Su Jiang, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't believe his own jaguar had been driven back by this tiny spirit beast. Having just witnessed the brutal blow the jaguar had taken, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Too heavy. Absolutely too heavy. Indeed, that single punch from the little spirit beast had fully unleashed its dual A-tier attributes of strength and speed. It had also triggered the golden giant strength trait. The impact of that punch was no less than a full power strike from a level 20 plus a rank spirit beast. Naturally, the jaguar couldn't withstand it. Isn't this the spirit beast I brought? You want it? I'll sell it to you. Su Jiang wore an innocent smile, as if none of the events had anything to do with him. Originally, he had planned to eliminate this nuisance himself and then pin the blame on the void creatures. But now he'd changed his mind. Getting rid of the opponent so easily felt like a waste. Judging by the opponent's demeanor, he was no good bird. Who knew how many shady deals he was involved in? Better to let the authorities handle this. After all, exposing his secret was unwise. A human wielding spirit beast abilities was simply too terrifying. Given this consideration, having his little spirit beast handle the situation was the most appropriate course of action. After all, many within the authorities already knew he could cultivate special spirit beasts. This course of action would appear perfectly reasonable. Really? Kid? It doesn't have a contract? Su Jijia was no fool. Faced with his own jaguar nearly being defeated by the little spirit beast, his first reaction was to question whether the little spirit beast had a contract? Seeing this, Su Jiang nodded earnestly before beginning his explanation. Of course it doesn't have a contract. After all, I'm just a worthless with a shattered spirit sea. How could I possibly contract a spirit beast? Right. This kid is a worthless with a shattered spirit sea. The only impressive thing here is this little spirit beast. What does it have to do with him? Li Jijia's gaze burned with intensity as he stared at the little spirit beast. He realized his own jaguar was utterly insignificant compared to this creature. So this must be the unique spirit beast you sell in your shop, huh? He had already noticed that the spirit beasts sold by Su Jiang all possessed unique qualities. Whether it was the swift-wind mongoose sold to Zhao Shuiao or the little spirit beast he himself used, they were all immeasurably stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. Kid, hand over that spirit beast. I'll let you go, how about that? Hearing Li Jijie utter such an absurd proposal, Su Jiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Kid, what are you laughing at? Is what I said that funny? Nothing. I just think instead of obsessing over my spirit beast, you should worry about whether you'll even survive. What? What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Su Jiang nodded earnestly. I genuinely look down on you. Not just your actions, but your abilities, your looks, every single aspect of you. Fine, kid. Just wait till I knock you flat on your back. We'll see how you talk back to me then. With that, the jaguar immediately activated its skill, night stalking, once more. Buzz. It dissolved into the void, vanishing without a trace. Li Jijia had already figured out the best way to deal with Su Jiang. Su Jiang may possess a formidable spirit beast, but aren't you yourself just a worthless with a shattered spirit sea? If I can't handle your little spirit beast, how could I possibly fail to deal with you? He now adhered to the principle of capturing the king to subdue the bandits, deliberately seeking out Fang Yuan. Yet he remained unaware of the soul bond between Su Jiang and the spirit beast, a connection so perfect and flawless that their minds were utterly intertwined. Master, he's approaching your location. Very well. Since that's the case, you return as well. Roar. With a furious roar, the night panther materialized behind Su Jiang and lunged toward him. But what it hadn't anticipated was that the moment its body materialized, the little spirit beast's figure leapt directly onto its back, and 2 punches sent it flying once more. What? It was exposed? Li Jijie was tense with anxiety, while Su Jiang watched the night panther with keen interest. The ability to cloak itself? Now that was intriguing. Panther. Use shadow assault. Li Jijie possessed solid combat skills, and his coordination with the night panther was commendable. After all, becoming a member of the official task force required passing basic combat proficiency tests. True to form, when the night panther launched its shadow assault at the spirit beast, it did indeed affect the creature. But against sheer numerical superiority, all tactics proved futile. Bang bang. After 2 more heavy blows, the night panther was visibly injured. Before Li Jijie could react, the little spirit beast leapt directly onto the night panther's back. It immediately launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Its tiny paws moved as if in hyperdrive, leaving trails of afterimages. Each strike landed on the night panther like a tidal wave of unstoppable force. Ooh la! Ooh la! Ooh la! With a thunderous thud, the night panther drew its last breath. Even its signature speed proved no match for the little spirit beast, let alone any other aspect. At that moment, Li Jijie before Su Jiang's eyes suddenly widened in shock. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his gaze trembling as he looked up at Su Jiang. Kid, you're not a useless piece of trash after all. You ambushed me. Chapter 80, The Inevitable Encounter. If Su Jiang could hear his words, he would surely type out a slow-motion question mark. When did I ever say I was useless? Isn't that purely your own imagination and speculation? And now you're saying I ambushed you? After recalling the little spirit beast, Su Jiang patted its head with satisfaction. You did very well. The little spirit beast replied with pride. Of course. I could take on several more opponents like this one. But I should warn you, the spirit beast searching for me is already on her way here. She's probably halfway there. If you want to find her, you'd better hurry. Hearing this, Su Jiang's expression changed. For now, however, he needed to deal with Li Jijie's situation. Once that was settled, he would go search for the butterfly-type spirit beast. He glanced at the unconscious Li Jijie lying on the ground, then pulled a walkie-talkie from his combat suit. Comrades of the task force, this is Su Jiang from logistics. I'm under attack by Li Jijie in this void. This is Su Jiang from logistics. I've been attacked by Li Jijie in this void. As Su Jiang continued his account, every member of the task force received the transmission and heard his voice. Their footsteps slowed involuntarily. Exchanging glances, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. In the transmission, Su Jiang not only detailed Li Jijie's actions against him but also revealed how Li Jijie had betrayed Zhao Shuiyao's spirit beast. Including the final news of Li Jijie's defeat, each of these was a bombshell. And now they had all happened simultaneously. It was absolutely devastating. The team leader's face darkened to a shade darker than a pot bottom. He mustered the team members and made a decisive call. Let's go. We'll head back and check it out first. To see if this is true or false, head to Su Jiang's residence. Zhao Shuiyao's expression was now a complex blend of hatred and bitterness. Li Jijie had indeed participated in the previous operation. Even though her spirit beast had perished and the suggestion to split forces had come from Li Jijie, Zhao Shuiyao hadn't suspected him, trusting her comrades. But now, after Su Jiang's warning and his words, the more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed that Li Jijie was involved. A thought took root in her mind. Li Jijie had indeed killed her spirit beast. My spirit beast. Li Jijie. I'll make you pay with your life. You scum. Filled with rage, Zhao Shuiyao strode toward the camp. She would avenge her spirit beast and make Li Jijie pay the price he deserved. After notifying the members of the action team, Su Jiang immediately set off forward. Yes, this was his plan, luring the tiger away from the mountain. There was nothing wrong with it. His discovery of Li Shiji's plot and his defeat of Li Jijie were both genuine. It was just that, in the end, he happened to get lost and wandered deeper into the wilderness. As a member of the logistics team, it was impossible for him to encounter a butterfly-type spirit beast in combat, let alone subdue it. The only way to achieve all this was to keep his actions hidden from the others. I've already called your dear teammates. Guess what'll happen when they arrive? What? Kid? How dare you? Li Jijie, sprawled on the ground, stared at Su Jiang with wide, shocked eyes. He truly hadn't expected Su Jiang to handle him this way. Su Jiang, however, looked at him and dropped another bombshell. Guess who was the first to arrive? Zhao Shuiya. What do you think your fate will be? No. Don't. I won't. The thought of Zhao Shuiya discovering his true nature and learning that he was responsible for the death of her spirit beast sent shivers down his spine. Li Jijie shuddered violently. Su Jiang, however, paid no heed and continued walking forward with ease. Shortly after he left, Zhao Shuiya was the first to arrive at the scene. Seeing Li Jijie lying on the ground, she charged forward in a rage. Behind Zhao Shuiya, other members of the task force followed, their eyes equally red with fury. But none of this concerned Su Jiang. He had already set off on his quest to find the butterfly-type spirit beast. At this very moment, the butterfly-type spirit beast was also rushing towards him, a true meeting of two souls drawn to each other. You said this place feels familiar. Do you know your origins or your kind? Su Jiang had previously asked the little spirit beast questions, but it knew nothing. He had hoped that in a familiar environment, it might at least show some change, but alas, after Su Jiang asked, it still shook its head. Su Jiang sighed and then asked, "Then do you know who the spirit beast searching for you is?" The little spirit beast seemed to grasp something. It seems like it's a spirit beast meant to protect me, but I don't remember its name? A bodyguard? Wow. This little guy really has an extraordinary background. Su Jiang knew he'd stumbled upon a treasure trove. But now, he wasn't just going after the little spirit beast, he wouldn't let its bodyguard slip away either. It was all about taking everything in one fell swoop. No mercy. Su Jiang now faced the various spirit beasts in the void without any pretense. He fought them head-on, dispatching them swiftly and decisively, all to eliminate them as quickly as possible and find that butterfly-shaped spirit beast. While Su Jiang was on his way to find the butterfly-type spirit beast, the command center behind him received news of the conflict between Su Jiang and Li Jijie. What? A combat team member actually attacked a logistics team member? And he even planned to kill his own teammate's spirit beast last time? How could such scum exist? And in the end, he was taken down by Su Jiang from logistics? This can't be possible. The news had now spread throughout the entire command center. Old Zhao's eyes now held a hint of relief, but more than that, they were filled with confusion. The relief stemmed from the fact that Su Jiang truly possessed the means to protect himself. His earlier claims hadn't been mere bragging. The confusion lay in how Su Jiang, a mere spirit sea-shattered cultivator, could have defeated Li Jijie. But no one cared about that now. They were focused on two questions. First, where had Su Jiang gone? Why was he nowhere to be found? Second, what should be done with Li Jijie? Escorted by members of the combat squad, Li Jijie had departed the void. Awaiting him would be professional interrogation and intelligence extraction by the authorities. Perhaps even before the void mission concluded, Li Jijie would spill everything. At this moment, old Zhao was more concerned with the first question, where exactly had Su Jiang gone? Su Jiang's expression was equally grave. He sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura rushing toward him. He felt it. Yes, it was that butterfly-type spirit beast. Chapter 81, Facing the Enemy. I gotta say, this pressure is pretty intense. Su Jiang tucked the little spirit beast into his chest, adjusting his entire state. Opening the luxurious interface, Su Jiang's previously tense heart relaxed. Regardless of anything else, with his absurdly high stats, he shouldn't crash and burn in this low-level void, right? Right. Huff. After a deep breath, Su Jiang readjusted his state and injected several doses of the antidote Cold Moon had given him, preparing in advance. Thank goodness, the void was divided into high-level, mid-level, and basic level. Rumor has it there are even higher tiers beyond advanced, but those are off limits to rankings and irrelevant to ordinary folk. When chaos erupts in those realms, it doesn't affect just one region, it threatens the fate of all humanity. Legend held that those who suppressed such void realms were the absolute, peerless powerhouses of the entire human race. District 13, where Su Jiang and his team were stationed, the name alone hinted at its reputation as the most perilous place in the previous era, famously dubbed the Jackie Chan Adventure Zone. One guess tells you it's no wonder this place certainly doesn't rank among the most powerful regions. Therefore, there is only one high-level void, 2 mid-level voids, and 5 low-level voids here. According to the academic genius's theoretical knowledge though, of course, it's only theoretical. The highest level spirit beasts a low-grade void can produce are capped at level 25. Any higher, and the void itself would struggle to contain them as if the void itself suppressed spirit beasts. Originally, he believed that with his monstrously powerful stats, defeating a level 25 spirit beast would be a breeze. Little did he expect to sense such an overwhelming aura from so far away. Now he regretted acting on his own. Damn it, I guess I got too cocky. It made sense. After all, even in its caterpillar stage, it had wiped out the official advance force sent to deal with it. What would it be like now that it had shed its cocoon and emerged as a butterfly? Now it was like adding wings to a tiger. But the arrow was already on the string. Through the soul link, Su Jiang projected his vision into the little spirit beast's body. Where? In an instant, Su Jiang felt the calls surging around him like a tidal wave. Clearly, the enemy had pinpointed his location and was flying straight toward him. This battle was unavoidable. When two warriors meet on a narrow path, only the brave shall prevail. This time, Su Jiang could sense it clearly. This battle was a matter of life and death. Puff puff. Su Jiang continuously adjusted his breathing in state of readiness to face the most formidable foe he had encountered since his transmigration. Yes, even though he had encountered Jiang Fu and others before, they couldn't be considered his true adversaries. Jiang Fu could have dispatched him in an instant with ease. There was simply no need for a proper exchange of blows. Other encounters had never offered truly exhilarating combat either. Only this time, it seemed the matchmaking system had truly excelled, pairing Su Jiang with this butterfly-type spirit beast. Where are you? Where are you? Answer me. Where are you? Let's go home. The soul link was truly a marvel. Listening to the relentless calls echoing like a tidal wave within the little spirit beast's mind, a faint smile curved the corners of Su Jiang's lips. Being able to clearly discern the opponent's intentions and preparations meant that a calculated ambush held far more advantages than a head-on confrontation. Su Jiang dared not delay any longer. After all, warfare is the art of deception. There was no room for battlefield etiquette. Survival was the only hard truth. Here it comes. Su Jiang felt the overwhelming aura bearing down on him, his expression instantly hardening. He ducked behind a shadowy void, concealing his presence. Then he saw a colossal butterfly approaching, its wings spanning at least 4 meters. The vibrant, multicolored patterns covering its entire body made it immediately obvious to anyone who saw it that it was absolutely deadly poisonous. Simultaneously, its eyes scanned the surroundings relentlessly, clearly searching for something. From a great distance, Su Jiang caught the scent emanating from its body. Instead of the expected bloodlust, it carried a faint, sweet fragrance. Yet the instant he caught that scent, Su Jiang noticed his attribute panel had already begun to decline. Poison. This change sent a chill down Su Jiang's spine, turning his face pale in an instant. He had assumed he'd only witness the opponent's power after engaging in combat, but never expected it to strike so suddenly. It seemed he had underestimated this opponent after all. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. The little spirit beast now displayed unusual agitation, but due to Su Jiang's intervention, it was forcibly restrained. Yet through their soul link, it was still pleading with Su Jiang. Don't hurt it, don't hurt it. Clearly, even though the little spirit beast didn't know who the other party was, the fact that it felt a sense of familiarity with them spoke volumes. After agreeing to the little spirit beast's plea, Su Jiang lifted his head and fixed the butterfly-shaped spirit beast with a gaze brimming with fighting intent. Su Jiang slightly bent his knees and charged straight toward the butterfly-shaped spirit beast. In an instant, the swift wind mongoose's wind riding and the active skill shadow assault were unleashed simultaneously. Combined with Su Jiang's already absurdly high stats, his figure shot toward the butterfly-type spirit beast like a bolt of lightning. He expected to land a decisive blow and wound it, but unexpectedly, the creature turned its head to look at him. What lightning-fast reflexes! Startled, Su Jiang didn't retreat, he pressed forward instead, his speed surging even higher. Today, he would rely solely on his own strength to utterly defeat this opponent. Hiss! Seeing the enemy attack, the already anxious butterfly-type spirit beast let out a sharp hiss. It lunged directly at Su Jiang with the sharp claws on its abdomen, intent on impaling him. But thanks to the shadow assault skill, Su Jiang had already closed the distance. Under its terrified gaze, a flash of golden light erupted from Su Jiang's hand. Su Jiang activated the spirit beast's trait, giant strength. Boom! The moment his fist connected with the butterfly-shaped spirit beast's face, Su Jiang felt the very void tremble. Following the deafening roar, a cloud of smoke appeared beneath Su Jiang. The butterfly spirit beast had been knocked down, its whereabouts now invisible. Yet Su Jiang felt no triumph. Instead, his expression grew even more wary. That punch just now fell off. It had connected, yet his force had been neutralized. Clearly, it was due to the opponent's unique physical structure. His usual brute force style, which could shatter bricks, seemed to backfire today. Swish! Suddenly, it launched a glob of dark green venom straight at Su Jiang. Seeing no time to dodge, Su Jiang immediately raised his bone shield defense. Splash! The translucent shield formed from white bone instantly corroded into a gaping hole. Su Jiang used the momentum to leap backward. From within the smoke, a savage roar erupted. Hiss! Chapter 82, Fireball Spell. Holy crap, it's gone mad! As Su Jiang pondered this, the little spirit beast in his mind, through their soul link, kept pleading with him not to harm the opponent. Su Jiang shared this sentiment, but sometimes, you had to beat someone into submission before reason could be heard. This was precisely the situation now. Reasoning with the opponent clearly wouldn't work. A massive butterfly suddenly soared into the air right before Su Jiang's eyes, filling him with envy. His physique now surpassed that of ordinary humans. His strength, speed, and other abilities were all exceptional. But alas, he still couldn't fly, condemned to remain a mere ground dweller. Flight had always been one of humanity's greatest dreams. Speaking of which, Su Jiang realized that among the traits he'd drawn so far, very few granted the ability to fly. He cast an envious glance at the butterfly-type spirit beast. The next moment, the two began an intense aerial battle. Boom! Boom! The void trembled incessantly, even causing the other void spirit beasts whose movements had always been erratic to retreat from the area. Clearly, they too sensed the immense threat emanating from this location. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, the command center on the other side was indeed thrown into chaos. Look at this! The void is extremely unstable right now, showing massive fluctuations. Could it be that we've clashed with that butterfly-type spirit beast? No! Impossible! The combat team has already retreated. They only re-entered the void after forcing Li Jijia out.
They haven't even left the camp for exploration yet. Then, what on earth is happening?
The computer screens nearby displayed real-time data from the void. Ever since Su Jiang engaged that spirit beast, these readings have been fluctuating wildly. One of the experts couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens, it seems it's met its match. This is even more intense than the void fluctuations we saw during the last official team's encounter with it. Those around him nodded in agreement. Elder Zhao stood behind them, listening to the conversation without uttering a word. Immediately after Li Jijia was extracted, interrogation commenced. The results were shocking. They hadn't known until they started questioning him. Only after the interrogation did they realize that Li Jijia was truly a despicable individual. Before the incidents involving Zhao Shuao and Su Jiang, he had carried out similar acts numerous times. He had caused the deaths of several innocent comrades and profited by selling out human intelligence, a complete scumbag. Old Zhao had anticipated some of this, but what he hadn't expected was, he had thought Su Jiang's victory over Li Jijia was a fluke. Yet, even under brutal interrogation, Li Jijia insisted that Su Jiang's spirit beast possessed extraordinary qualities. In the end, Li Jijia even stated outright that he had defeated his Night Panther in a fair fight, sending a shockwave through Zhao Lao's heart. Now Su Jiang had vanished entirely. After leaving Li Jijia behind, where had his men gone? He was nowhere to be found in the logistics team's camp, nor was he beside Li Jijia. A wildly audacious yet strangely plausible thought began to take shape in old Zhao's mind. If our combat team hadn't entered the void, then if someone had engaged in battle with that butterfly-type spirit beast, besides other powerful void spirit beasts, could that person be Su Jiang? Wang Qi's face darkened as he watched the experts in the command center rushing back and forth. Others might be unaware, but he certainly wasn't. Any single secret exposed about that kid Su Jiang would be enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. If old Zhao's suspicion about Su Jiang's combat involvement was mere conjecture, then in Wang Qi's eyes, it was absolute proof. He had witnessed Su Jiang in combat. Though his raw power wasn't overwhelming, the spirit beast techniques he wielded and his enhanced physical prowess had left an indelible impression. Now, after honing his skills over time and reaching a new level of power, creating the current situation didn't seem impossible at all. Damn kid, I underestimated you. He was genuinely curious now, could Su Jiang really shatter that butterfly-type spirit beast? Yet he also worried for Su Jiang, fearing the young man might get hurt. Unlike the worries of those outside, Su Jiang's mind was utterly devoid of any other thoughts, completely entering a state of emptiness. Only one thought occupied his mind, to shatter this butterfly-shaped spirit beast before him. He relished combat. He craved combat. In combat, he found his purpose. Thanks to the ample supply of antidote prepared in advance and his own formidable constitution, Su Jiang suffered only minimal attribute reduction against this butterfly-shaped spirit beast. In repeated clashes, the opponent's wealth of combat experience and diverse skills proved vexing to Su Jiang. Yet Su Jiang had synthesized the strengths of countless techniques, mastering the skills of all spirit beasts. While he couldn't exactly be called effortlessly dominant against this butterfly-type spirit beast, he certainly held his own. Boom! After another punch sent the butterfly-type spirit beast flying, Su Jiang rubbed his numb left arm and let out a wry smile. Damn it, looks like I underestimated it after all. Both he and his opponent were now evenly matched in injuries. In his mind, the little spirit beast was transmitting information to him through their soul link. He's discovered I'm inside you. Seems he wants me back and really hates you. Damn it, no wonder it suddenly went berserk during the fight. With that thought, Su Jiang addressed the little spirit beast. In that case, tell him I understand his intentions. I want to talk with him. Su Jiang assumed the opponent would agree immediately, desperate to reclaim the spirit beast. But to Su Jiang's surprise, the butterfly-type spirit beast not only refused but intensified its attacks. Su Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at the fireball spell within his innate talent, murmuring to himself. Looks like I'll have to knock you down first before we talk sense. Sometimes fists speak louder than words. Even Naruto used the Rasengan first before resorting to verbal sparring. Boom! As the butterfly-shaped spirit beast fell back into its battle rhythm against him, a smile finally touched Su Jiang's lips. As it prepared to retreat, Su Jiang suddenly opened his mouth. A ball of searing flame erupted from his mouth, instantly engulfing the butterfly-shaped spirit beast before him. Fireball Technique. Chapter 83, The Hallucinogenic Poison Butterfly. The saying that all things in the world are born to counter each other is absolutely true. Even if you possess the ability to fly, formidable melee combat skills, deadly venom, and even self-healing powers. This realization filled Su Jiang with delight. Yes, he discovered this butterfly-type beast actually possessed healing abilities. If that were the case, then applying his dual mastery of medicine and poison trait to this butterfly-type spirit beast, it would be an unlimited enhancement, truly creating a super-powered monster with absurd stats. But that was all for later. Back to the present. Even if you're a superstat monster, you're still no match for the natural balance of elemental affinities. Faced with a fireball spell, any butterfly or indeed any creature of its kind would be utterly terrified. It's akin to how serpentine beasts fear feline creatures.
Moths to a flame.
This phrase epitomizes the devastating lethality of flames to creatures like butterflies. Their delicate, flammable wings and dust-covered bodies make them prime fuel. Faced with fire, even this normally fierce and formidable butterfly spirit beast clearly panicked. Despite its frantic dodging, it still suffered a graze wound from the fireball spell. Jiang executed a shadow strike to appear beside it, delivering a heavy punch straight to its body.
Boom! But that wasn't all.
Following the punch, he immediately unleashed another fireball spell, going all out with his attack.
Had it never seen a pig run before, even if it had eaten pork? Just because I've never seen a giant butterfly doesn't mean I can't handle a little one.
Jiang had always been aware of this fire strategy. Previously, he'd focused on minimizing damage to butterfly-type spirit beasts, avoiding excessive flames that could instantly kill them. But now that it was resisting so fiercely, Jiang wouldn't hold back. The flames engulfed the butterfly-type spirit beast's wings and claws, clearly fueled by the fine dust particles covering its body. Even as a powerful spirit beast, it seemed to retain some fundamental physical properties. Watching such a large butterfly struggle within the flames, Jiang did not pursue it further. He observed it writhing on the ground, scorched beyond movement. Witnessing this, the small spirit beast beside Jiang spoke to him anxiously.
Don't hurt it. It's very powerful. We can help you together. Jiang nodded. Yes, that was his intention too.
Watching the opponent's struggles in the flames grow weaker and weaker, until the flames finally died out completely, and the opponent ceased struggling altogether. Jiang stepped forward once more, communicating with the creature through the spirit beast's soul link.
What? Can we talk properly now?
Damned human, you're truly despicable.
What's the matter? What's so underhanded about this? Am I not allowed to attack you using my own methods? Through the soul link with the spirit beast, Jiang uttered these words, leaving the butterfly-type spirit beast utterly dumbfounded.
Its earlier exchange with Jiang appeared to be communication.
In reality,
it had mistaken Jiang's approach as a show of force and was cursing him under its breath, purely talking past each other. But now, upon realizing Jiang could actually communicate with it, the butterfly-type spirit beast was even more shocked.
You can understand my words?
Of course.
Otherwise, what would I be saying to you? What? It's actually true? Who are you? What is your origin? How can you wield our spirit beast abilities? And understand our speech? Are you one of those shape-shifting spirit beasts from the Black Widow clan? Or perhaps a disguised tree spirit? Jiang couldn't care less about the storm raging in the other's mind.
He had come here with only one purpose, to capture the butterfly-type spirit beast. But now, that purpose had doubled.
He wanted to uncover the little spirit beast's origins and the secrets behind it. You're overthinking it. I'm just a perfectly ordinary human being. How could that be? Humans possess unique advantages over others.
That's why the Lord bestowed upon us the spirit beast race's skills and enhancements.
Why would humans also possess skills and enhancements? That's impossible. Oh? The Lord? Upon hearing that word, Jiang remained silent, waiting for the other to reveal more information. Reality often diverges drastically from imagination.
After uttering these words, the butterfly-type spirit beast did not continue speaking.
Instead, it screamed at Jiang with all its might.
You treacherous, despicable, cunning human. Mark my words, you'll meet a miserable end.
If my king discovers your actions, he will eradicate you without delay. You human scum, I'll F you. Watching the butterfly-shaped beast transform into a telegraph machine, Jiang couldn't help but hold his forehead.
He had indeed intended to capture it, but he hadn't meant to capture a telegraph machine. Blaze. He decisively formed a fireball spell in his mouth. In an instant, the butterfly-shaped spirit beast, which had been cursing non-stop, shut its mouth.
Its eyes looked timidly at Jiang. Are you done yelling? I won't. Still saying you won't? No more talking. Satisfied, Jiang flicked the fireball powder aside and nodded. From now on, I ask, you answer. Got it? The butterfly-shaped spirit beast kept nodding. First question, who exactly are you? Who is it? And why did you come looking for it?
The butterfly-shaped spirit beast, which had been ready to answer Jiang's questions, instantly shook its head like a rattle upon hearing this.
No. I can't say.
When Jiang unleashed his fireball spell, facing the threat of death, it reacted exactly the same way.
This confirmed to Jiang that this secret truly must not be revealed. Speak or not.
A massive fireball loomed before it, yet the butterfly-shaped spirit beast stubbornly shook its head. But then the little spirit beast spoke to him of its own accord.
Tell him. He and I are good friends. You and he can become friends too.
Seeing the little spirit beast speak up, the butterfly spirit beast, who had been determined to hold his ground, finally nodded.
I can't tell you anything else, but I can reveal my identity. I am an illusionary poison butterfly. My origins cannot be revealed, but my mission is to find it.
The direction the hallucinogenic poison butterfly pointed to was precisely where the little spirit beast was located.
Su Jiang nodded in turn and continued his questioning. What else?
I cannot reveal the rest, but I must tell you its identity is no ordinary matter.
Possessing it may not bring you opportunity, but endless calamity.
The hallucinogenic poison butterfly's words immediately revealed an even greater secret.
The reason I came searching in this void is because stronger spirit beasts cannot enter this void.
Besides me, countless other spirit beasts are searching for it.
Are you truly prepared? Chapter 84, Taming. Wow, such an extraordinary origin?
Su Jiang stared wide-eyed at the little spirit beast in his arms. He truly hadn't expected this little brat to be so powerful. Yet, at this moment, the creature's words not only failed to dampen his desire for it. Instead, it only strengthened his conviction there was definitely something extraordinary about it.
Aren't many people seeking it? Then let me see if I can be the one to keep it in the end. That's none of your concern. Now, I have another question for you.
Su Jiang chuckled darkly, fixing his gaze on the butterfly-shaped spirit beast before him. Capable of poisoning and healing, it could fly and possessed formidable close combat skills, truly a jack of all trades. Though it might fall short against extremely powerful spirit beasts, its combat effectiveness remains formidable. Paired with his own dual cultivation of medicine and poison, it would undoubtedly become an exceptionally powerful spirit beast and ally.
What does that look mean?
Being stared at with such a lecherous gaze, the butterfly-shaped spirit beast instinctively swallowed hard.
Don't look at me like that. I'm still a pure, innocent butterfly. Your name is hallucinogenic butterfly, correct? If so, would you be willing to become my spirit beast? What? Kid? You want to contract me?
Suddenly, the previously weak and listless psychedelic butterfly sprang to its feet. It stared at Su Jiang, disbelief filling its pupils.
Could you be one of those humans with a dual spirit position? Or have you not bounded at all? You actually want to contract me? The psychedelic butterfly wasn't surprised by Su Jiang's desire to contract it.
Being sent out to find a spirit beast meant it was exceptionally powerful. And it was well aware of its allure to the outside world.
What it hadn't anticipated was that Su Jiang would be the one to choose to contract it.
From the man's attitude alone, it could tell he would never let go of the little spirit beast.
So why would he contract it? Seeing Su Jiang remain silent, it pressed further. Could it be, you plan to return it? As it spoke, a tremor of excitement tinged the enchanted butterfly's voice.
If sacrificing itself could bring the little spirit beast back, it would do so willingly.
Heh, what are you thinking? You're overthinking it.
Su Jiang flashed a greedy smile, eyeing the mesmerizing butterfly before him, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained amusement. You must never have heard the saying, I want it all.
Ah, you want it all? You really are a dual spirit position?
The mesmerizing butterfly's heart skipped a beat, so all that excitement earlier had been for nothing. No, my spirit sea is shattered.
What? Your spirit sea shattered?
Though a spirit beast, the psychedelic butterfly understood the implications of a shattered spirit sea in the human world.
Its eyes widened as it stared at Su Jiang, its voice dripping with disbelief. Su Jiang nodded. Yes, due to an accident, my spirit sea shattered. Then how did you contract me and him? Why bind? Why not just willingly follow me?
The psychedelic butterfly couldn't quite fathom the strange thoughts swirling inside this peculiar human's mind, but it keenly picked up on one crucial detail: no contract had been signed. This meant that in the days to come, it could find an opportunity to simply take the little spirit beast and run away.
The previously reluctant psychedelic butterfly now had its own plan. After sizing up Su Jiang before it, it finally nodded. Oomph, you little brat. Su Jiang couldn't help but notice the constant shifting of the other's eyes. He understood clearly that despite possessing numerous spirit beasts and formidable power, there remained one critical flaw. He couldn't impose restrictions on these spirit beasts himself, he could only rely on external means to discipline them. For instance, the persuasion of love, or perhaps the iron fist of love? But if these beasts were truly set on running away, there was nothing he could do. Still, Su Jiang held absolute confidence in this matter. I refused to believe any of them would still want to leave after staying with me for a while longer. He believed no spirit beast could resist the temptation of growing stronger, especially when the gains were so substantial. After reaching an agreement, Su Jiang approached the enchanted butterfly and extended his hand, which glowed with a yellow aura. The enchanted butterfly shuddered violently at the sight. What are you doing? Didn't I just agree to your terms? Seeing the yellow light on his hand, Su Jiang rolled his eyes at the startled, dazed illusion butterfly. I'm not going to hit you. I'm healing you. Oh, healing, okay then. It nodded in relief, having thought Su Jiang was about to strike it. But the next moment, it was even more shocked. What? You're healing me? Through the soul link with the little spirit beast, Su Jiang could tell the hallucinatory butterfly's voice was cracking. Su Jiang didn't dwell on it, simply using his star healing and healing light. In an instant, he had restored nearly all of the enchanted butterfly's injuries. After its injuries were healed, the mesmerizing butterfly looked at Su Jiang with even greater astonishment. In the end, it merely shook its head silently, clearly harboring its own thoughts. Well then, mission accomplished.
Staring at this colossal creature whose wingspan stretched to 4 meters, Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. How on earth was he supposed to get this thing out of here? After all, its distinctive features were too conspicuous. If he captured it himself, the authorities would likely intervene, making things complicated. After pondering, he addressed the creature directly.
Do you have any way to alter your size or appearance? I need to get you out of here. If the authorities catch you, you'll likely be. As he gestured across his throat, Su Jiang could distinctly feel the psychedelic butterfly shudder.
The other party nodded urgently.
Of course there's a way. I can shrink myself to the size of an ordinary little butterfly.
Then, when it's time to fight, I'll restore my original form.
What a treasure! What an absolute treasure! Hearing this, Su Jiang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Shrinking and enlarging? That's just too incredible.
This was the ultimate tool for feigning weakness to catch the strong.
Who could have imagined that an ordinary little butterfly could transform into such a formidable giant during battle?
So, after transforming the other party into a tiny butterfly, Su Jiang tucked it into his pocket and headed toward the void's entrance. After all, the void incident had been resolved, and the greatest prize had been captured. The mastermind behind the chaos was now under his command.
The authorities hadn't gone online yet, and the void was stabilizing. It was a win-win-win situation. Chapter 85, Mission Complete. So where the hell were you just now?
When Su Jiang returned to the camp, a crowd had gathered around him.
News of Li Jie's actions and Su Jiang's exploits had already spread throughout the camp.
Everyone knew Li Jie was a complete scoundrel. But the fact that Su Jiang, with his shattered spirit sea, had defeated him was utterly mind-blowing. But then Elder Zhao spoke up, declaring that the spirit beast on Su Jiang was exceptionally powerful, a special variant with extraordinary combat prowess. They all felt an inexplicable envy towards Su Jiang. This was old Zhao, after all. Possessing a spirit beast that earned old Zhao's approval meant Su Jiang was incredibly fortunate. After defeating that guy Li Jie just now, I wanted to go find other void creatures to spar with. After all, you know my Leng Xi is shattered, so I haven't had much combat power. Finally got a powerful spirit beast, how could I not enjoy it to the fullest? Seeing the slightly bashful yet smug expression on the face of this youth, not yet 18, those around him all snorted in disbelief. But after a faint smile flickered in their eyes, their doubts slowly faded. It was impossible for Su Jiang to remain the same genius after his sea of consciousness shattered, still possessing formidable strength. And then actually defeated Li Jie through sheer skill? How could that be possible? Let me tell you, Li Jie's guy has already been taken away. The combat team has re-entered the void to search for that butterfly-type spirit beast. You'd better stay put in this camp. After this mission concludes, there will likely be an interrogation for you. Su Jiang nodded in agreement. He had already prepared his story for any questioning. Oh, and one more thing, expect a bunch of combat squad members getting sent here soon with poisoning symptoms. You'd better get moving fast when they arrive. The man specifically reminded Su Jiang. After all, although Su Jiang had just helped the authorities expose Li Shiji as a menace, his own unauthorized absence from duty had left many dissatisfied. If Su Jiang performed well later, this person could report it up the chain, granting him at least a modicum of positive recognition. Su Jiang nodded, thinking to himself. Don't worry. No one will be poisoned. Because I've already captured that spirit beast. Captain, why haven't we found any traces? Several members of the combat squad were exploring the surroundings, scrutinizing every detail within the void. Though the void's environment was incredibly complex, these official combat teams were well prepared. The official faction was fully equipped. They had detection-type spirit beasts, early warning spirit beasts, and even frontal assault, heavy-hitting spirit beasts. Yet despite these repeated searches, not a single trace of spirit beasts was found, causing them to furrow their brows. Hearing this, the combat team leader expressed surprise. Yeah, where on earth could that butterfly-type spirit beast be hiding? We've already combed through nearly half of this void, yet we still haven't caught sight of it. Never mind. Let's keep pushing forward. As the combat team advanced, Su Jiang retrieved the little butterfly from his pocket back at the rear camp. He pondered when exactly he should offer the other party the dual cultivation of medicine and poison skill. He was simply too excited. But after careful consideration, he decided now was definitely not the right environment. Still, this void mission should conclude soon enough. He'd wait until returning to the shop to tell her. But even if interrogation goes smoothly, Uncle Wang's approval is another matter entirely. At this thought, Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath, his head throbbing. Sigh. When it came to guarding his secrets, concealing his actions and peculiarities, Su Jiang was naturally well versed. But Uncle Wang knew everything. Moreover, deceiving an uncle who only had his best interests at heart felt deeply unsettling to Su Jiang. Headache. He knew Uncle Wang had probably already guessed he was behind it. After all, Uncle Wang wasn't some fool to be assigned as the mission's commander. Combine that with Su Jiang's peculiar traits, and he could probably guess 8 or 9 out of 10 things. And that old man. Su Jiang found himself genuinely curious. It seemed the man's status was indeed quite high. Not sure which university he teaches at, but judging by his casual demeanor, it's probably one of the top schools in District 13. He found it hard to believe that professors at the top universities within the Human Federation could be as scruffy as that old man.
Su Jiang went back? Got it. I'll handle it.
After receiving the message from the void through his communicator, Wang Qi's lips curved into a faint smile. Regardless of anything else, the fact that Su Jiang had returned unharmed was already good news in itself. As for tracking down that butterfly-type spirit beast, that task would fall to the other members of the combat squad. But given how long Su Jiang had been gone, the intense battle that erupted along the way, and the feedback from the combat team, Wang Qi couldn't shake the feeling that Su Jiang had most likely captured that butterfly-shaped spirit beast. Yes, he wasn't speculating that it had been killed. Because he sensed that all those peculiar spirit beasts in Su Jiang's shop probably had their own stories.
Su Jiang, meow meow meow?
This was truly unfair to him. That was just an ordinary spirit beast, purely a result of the entry he had inputted. Wang Qi's hunch that Su Jiang joined this mission specifically to capture that butterfly-shaped spirit beast turned out to be a case of hitting the nail on the head. A short while later, the combat team relayed some information that made him wear an expression of "I knew it." The combat team had already searched the entire void. Aside from discovering intense energy fluctuations and traces of combat in one location, they hadn't found any further signs of the butterfly-type spirit beast. After multiple repeated searches yielded nothing, Wang Qi issued his command. Given that, this butterfly-type spirit beast is likely either dead or has fled to another void. Mission accomplished. Stand down. As he gave the order to withdraw, Wang Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His true objective had never been capturing a butterfly, but ensuring the stability of this void. A spirit beast was dispensable, but the stability of the void was of paramount importance. He was already beginning to look forward to his meeting with Su Jiang once he emerged. Chapter 86, Various Attitudes. How peculiar. That spirit beast vanished. Could it have perished after the last battle? I heard its injuries were quite severe. What are you thinking? We've monitored it. Not only is it still alive, but after undergoing metamorphosis, its power has surged dramatically, causing even greater chaos within the void. But now it's vanished? Enough, back to the squad, back to the squad. The combat team members whispered among themselves, though deep down, they felt immense relief. While they yearned for glory and the chance to prove themselves, facing such a perilous mission, especially one where comrades could be injured or sacrificed at any moment, they desperately wanted to avoid it. To resolve this matter unscathed? They couldn't ask for more. At that moment, Zhao Xueyao's attention wasn't on the mission. She was completely focused on Li Jijie. It was she who had personally pushed Li Jijie out back then. Now, hearing that Su Jiang had defeated him, Zhao Xueyao was utterly shocked. Now she was both curious about the battle's details and eager to understand how Su Jiang had managed to defeat this Li Jijie. Naturally, she was overjoyed that the mission had concluded flawlessly. Hey, did you hear? Headquarters says we can withdraw now. Huh? Does that mean the spirit beast has been defeated? Nope. Word is it's no longer in this void. They haven't spotted it anywhere around here. The surrounding chatter reached Su Jiang's ears, and he wore an expression that said he had everything under control. Of course you can't find it. Because I've already tucked that spirit beast into my pocket. If you could find it, that would be the real surprise. Soon, with an orderly retreat, many departed from this void. Inside the command center, numerous figures stared at the computer screen showing the void stabilizing, erupting in loud shouts. Great news! The void has stabilized. Fantastic! Looks like this void won't cause any more trouble. The lives and property of our District 13 citizens are now secure. Many of the leaders wore expressions of pure delight. Great news, this incident is resolved. Their objective this time had never been to eliminate the butterfly-type spirit beasts, or even to capture them. Their sole objective was to quell the void's disturbance. The previous plan had targeted the butterfly-type spirit beast because the disturbance had been instigated by it. Now that the mission was flawlessly accomplished with 0 casualties, it couldn't have been better. With the void in District 13 stabilized, people would no longer be disturbed, truly a double blessing. Following the orderly retreat of those around him, Su Jiang also emerged from the void. The moment he stepped out, he felt countless gazes fixed upon him. Wang Qi's eyes held a faint appraising gaze, while the scruffy old Zhao wore delight. Most others, however, wore expressions of astonishment. Is this the kid who took down Li Shiji? I heard his Night Panther got completely destroyed. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This time, Wang Qi waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Shut your mouths. Su Jiang, come with me. We need a detailed report on the specifics of Li Jijie's attack and any other relevant information. Su Jiang nodded and followed directly behind Wang Qi. He could clearly sense Wang Qi's gaze on him now, a scrutinizing look that made him inwardly groan. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. It's not that I'm being disobedient, but there really was a reason for what happened. Upon entering the interrogation room, Su Jiang saw a group of people seated inside, including Wang Qi. After entering, they conducted a routine interrogation of Su Jiang, covering every detail of his fight with Li Jijie.
Su Jiang answered all questions without issue. Indeed, he hadn't lied at all.
It was his own spirit beast that had defeated Li Jijie, and the entire conflict had been instigated solely by Li Jijie.
After the questioning concluded, the group saluted Su Jiang and declared, "Thank goodness for you. You helped us root out Li Jijie, that vermin hiding within our ranks."
The moment he stepped out of the interrogation room, Su Jiang felt his heart leap into his throat.
He knew this wouldn't end with the interrogation.
Instead, his true test was just beginning.
Click.
Hearing the click of a lighter and the scent of tobacco wafting behind him, Su Jiang knew without turning around that it was definitely his Uncle Wang coming for him.
"Spill it, kid. What the hell happened?" Turning to meet Wang Qi's complex gaze, Su Jiang could only recount everything truthfully.
"Uncle Wang, I can lie to others, but I can't lie to you. I came to the void specifically for that butterfly-shaped spirit beast. But what I didn't expect was that when I slipped out of camp to search for it."
After hearing the entire story, Wang Qi nodded.
He had already noticed that Su Jiang hadn't displayed any unique abilities during the battle. He'd relied entirely on the little spirit beast to defeat his opponent.
"So, that butterfly spirit beast is actually in your possession now, right?"
Wang Qi looked at Su Jiang and smiled faintly. Su Jiang quickly nodded and pulled a butterfly about the size of a palm from his chest.
Wang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's the powerful butterfly-type spirit beast?"
Su Jiang quickly covered his mouth and whispered,
"Uncle, keep your voice down.
It's just shrunk in size now. When enlarged, it can be over 4 meters long."
"Ah, you kid."
At a loss for words, Wang Qi glanced at Su Jiang and shook his head.
"Forget it.
You've got your own unique experiences and talents.
I can't really say much. But I hope you understand that your life and safety must always come first. Everything else can wait. Of course I want to see you succeed, but I also want to see you live a safe and happy life." Patting Su Jiang on the shoulder, Wang Qi turned and walked away. He didn't need to ask anything else, because based on Li Jijie's interrogation record just now, he knew that a minor spirit beast alone could never defeat a butterfly-type spirit beast stronger than its caterpillar form. Su Jiang must have intervened personally. "I never imagined this kid would become so powerful." Wang Qi left with a hint of admiration in his voice. Just then, a voice came from behind Su Jiang. "Kid, what's the deal with that spirit beast of yours?" Chapter 87, Gifting a Spirit Beast. Su Jiang turned his head and saw a disheveled old man approaching him. It was none other than old Zhao, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. After all, according to Li Jijie's description, that little spirit beast had completely overwhelmed his Dark Knight Jaguar. Yet when Su Jiang first registered this little spirit beast, its designation was listed as a healing-type spirit beast. Yes, in order to gain entry into this void, Su Jiang had registered the little spirit beast as a healing-type spirit beast. Although he was the one actually receiving the healing, who would notice when he brought the little spirit beast along for treatment? "Kid, you call this a healing spirit beast?" The disheveled old Zhao asked again, utterly incredulous. "Since when did healing-type spirit beasts become so powerful? This is utterly ridiculous." Well. Faced with old Zhao's confusion, Su Jiang stammered awkwardly. He genuinely didn't know how to cover it up. After all, being discovered was a real problem. He couldn't exactly say that healing-type spirit beasts never existed, and that the healing-type spirit beast was actually himself, right? It's just, he's really that kind of special one, you know? He's both incredibly powerful and capable of healing. By this point, Su Jiang's expression clearly betrayed his unease, while old Zhao chuckled and patted him on the back. "Alright, kid, I know you've got your secrets. But this spirit beast of yours has some serious potential. You'd better nurture it well in the future." Su Jiang glanced up. The usually scruffy old man now seemed shrouded in an air of profound mystery. Old Zhao chuckled as he spoke. "I was going to ask if you'd sell this spirit beast, but seeing it like this, I know you won't. Still, I trust that in your hands, it won't be a pearl lost in the mud. It's bound to carve out its own realm in the future." After speaking, old Zhao nodded toward Su Jiang before turning and walking off in a direction. "Follow me. The experimental data on the moonlight rabbit is finally in." "What?" Su Jiang exclaimed excitedly, following closely behind old Zhao as they headed toward the laboratory. "Here, this is the report." Upon opening the report, Su Jiang was momentarily stunned. He discovered that the offspring bred among this batch of moonlight rabbits did indeed differ from ordinary ones. They produced a new variant. That was the golden moonlight rabbit, radiating light from head to toe. Their healing effects and base attributes far surpass those of F-rank spirit beasts, with potential reaching C rank or even B rank levels. Yet without exception, none of the traits possessed by these special variants were passed down to their offspring. Yet, the offspring genuinely produced these special variants. It's truly baffling. As Su Jiang read this report, his mind raced with thoughts. So it seems my traits truly cannot be passed down to the next generation. But why, after imparting the trait to a specific spirit beast, does its offspring consistently produce a stable special variant? Could there be some underlying reason? Su Jiang was now in the midst of a frantic brainstorming session. Old Zhao didn't interrupt him. He knew all this had started with Su Jiang, so the solution to this puzzle must lie in Su Jiang's hands. Good lad. What a pity. Glancing up at Su Jiang, old Zhao sighed deeply. The potential within Su Jiang, no one in the entire experimental base understood it better than he did. Though he didn't know Su Jiang's secret, he could clearly sense the immense energy radiating from him. It was something ordinary people never possessed. Yet now, the young man refused to join him. What a waste of such talent. If such a talent were in my hands. The mere thought excited old Zhao, yet Su Jiang remained deep in thought. Then no matter what entry I inject, it will consistently produce a variant. Does that mean the transformation isn't tied to the entry's properties, but to the entry itself? Su Jiang grew increasingly excited as he pondered this, his mind racing. In that case, combined with the newly awakened skill Radiant Healing from the Moonlight Rabbit variant, a comprehensive enhancement of Moonlight Healing, with attributes and everything else fully upgraded. In other words, a superior variant of the Moonlight Rabbit has emerged. This means that when the Moonlight Rabbit combines with an entry, it gives birth to an entirely new, superior variant. What exactly is going on? Su Jiang felt he was vaguely grasping some clues, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly where. After pondering for a moment, he could only shake his head in frustration. Seeing this, old Zhao stroked his somewhat unkempt beard. Young man, don't dwell on it. Even I can't solve this puzzle, yet it's beyond your comprehension. In the future, perhaps one day you'll fully understand the cause of this mutation. But your Moonlight Rabbit truly is extraordinary. Su Jiang nodded. After all, it was the spirit beast he himself had bestowed with its entry. How could it not be special? Old Zhao looked at Su Jiang one last time and extended his invitation. Young man, I'm leaving. Your talent shouldn't be wasted on combat. Cultivating spirit beasts is the path most suited to you. Faced with old Zhao's earnest pleas, Su Jiang felt helpless. While spirit beast cultivation suited him well, his combat prowess was equally formidable. He could only politely decline Zhao Lao once more. Within the laboratory slated for demolition, Su Jiang, the officials, and old Zhao gathered for a final farewell banquet. With the void disturbance incident resolved, celebration was in order. It also signified that for him and many present, this might be the only time they would ever see each other in this lifetime. Who knew when they would meet again? Everyone was in high spirits that day. Though not yet of legal drinking age, Su Jiang joined them for a few cups. As the drinking drew to a close, Su Jiang sought out Leng Xi. Uncle Wang, the Moonlight Rabbits I gave to the official team don't need to be returned. As for that slime, I'll return it to Wu Rou of the Wu family. But let's have the Moonlight Rabbits contracted to warriors within our official organization. Hearing this, Wang Qi, who had been slightly tipsy, sobered up instantly. The other officers seated beside him also sat up straight, staring at Su Jiang. Kid, you need to understand those spirit beasts of yours are incredibly valuable. Are you really just giving them away? Su Jiang shook his head. No need. I never intended to reclaim the spirit beasts from this breeding program in the first place. Besides, selling them to anyone else wouldn't be as good as selling them to us, the government. After all, I'm a member of the Human Federation too. During this crisis of the uprising, I should do my part. After hearing Su Jiang's words, Wang Qi and the other officers at the table exchanged glances. Complex expressions flashed across their faces. Good lad. Chapter 88, Have something good to eat. After a brief discussion, the matter was settled. Su Jiang had completely transferred ownership of these Moonlight Rabbits, including their offspring, to the official representatives, allowing them to formalize the contract. This had been Su Jiang's plan from the start after all, and trusting the contract to the authorities offered the most stable and cost-effective solution. Additionally, all offspring born to the Moonlight Rabbits would be retained by the authorities for their own disposal, except for one special mutant variant to be given to Fang Yuan. In return, the authorities granted Su Jiang the naming rights for this batch of Moonlight Rabbits. Naming rights? Holy crap! I want that too. Instantly, researchers dining and drinking at nearby tables shot envious glances their way. After all, naming any spirit beast was of immense significance. Whenever people mentioned that spirit beast in the future, they would associate it with you and your connection to it. It meant carving your name into the annals of the Human Federation's history. How many people spend their entire lives pursuing such an honor? And Su Jiang had achieved it at just 17 years old? After much deliberation, Su Jiang named this brand new Moonlight Rabbit Sun Rabbit. He noticed that compared to the moonlight, this new Moonlight Rabbit seemed to lean more toward the sun. He wondered what could be the reason for this. At the conclusion of this event, Su Jiang's special advisor credentials were not revoked. He remained an official representative. Amidst the reluctant gazes of Zhao Lao and the others, Su Jiang departed the base under the escort of dedicated personnel. The riot incident was now completely resolved. From its onset to its resolution, only those citizens living closest to the void were affected. The rest of District 13 remained completely unaware of the incident. All citizens continued to live in peace and prosperity, enjoying their lives all because the official warriors stood at the forefront. There are always those who bear the burden for us. Phew, finally back. Returning to his spirit beast shop, Jiang dropped the 2 boxes onto the floor and let out a long sigh of relief. Lying on his soft bed, Jiang felt as though he had come back to life. Compared to the chaotic, unsettling environment of the void, Earth and his bed were true paradise. Even though professionals could be stationed in the void, every single second spent there was pure torture. Especially the constant spatial fluctuations in the void, they were unbearably irritating. Even the most resolute individual would break down after drifting in the void for a mere month. Originally, Jiang had planned to thoroughly study that hallucinogenic poison butterfly today, but now he felt he deserved to savor his rest time instead. Time to sleep. He decisively ignored everything else and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep, snoring sleep. What are you doing? You can't eat that. Early the next morning, Jiang was jolted awake by the terrified shrieks of his little spirit beast. Opening his eyes, he saw that both the little spirit beast and the butterfly-shaped spirit beast had vanished. The room was now a complete mess, looking like a parking lot ravaged by a tornado. Clang! Clang! Startled, he immediately rushed toward the clattering noise outside. The moment he opened the door, he saw an enlarged hallucinogenic poison butterfly, with the little spirit beast desperately trying to stop it beside him. What the hallucinogenic poison butterfly was about to devour was none other than the spirit beast egg Jiang had purchased earlier. The drooling look on its face made it painfully clear just how dangerous consuming spirit beast eggs could be. The cries he had heard moments ago were actually the spirit beast's thoughts transmitted to him through their soul link. That was why Jiang had been able to wake up. Stop it! What are you doing? Jiang lunged forward, snatching the spirit beast egg back into his arms. He stared at the hallucinogenic poison butterfly in astonishment. Eating? What's wrong with that? You. Seeing the other party's utterly matter-of-fact expression, Jiang opened his mouth. After a moment's thought, he simply couldn't find the words to address it. He couldn't very well tell it, you can't eat. You'll have to starve, right? He could only let out a long sigh. Sigh, eating all sorts of things day after day, aren't you afraid of getting sick? And listen, since you've come to our human world, there are some things you absolutely mustn't eat. You're going to have to change your eating habits. Huh? Then what am I supposed to eat? The hallucinogenic poison butterfly was bewildered. It had assumed that following this human, at the very least, its basic needs for food and drink would be taken care of. But never did it expect to end up in this predicament. Hearing this, Jiang lifted his head and glanced at the dried spirit beast rations he'd placed nearby. Clatter. He immediately reached over, grabbed a large bag, and dumped its contents into a bowl. Of course you'll eat this. It's spirit beast rations developed by us humans. It contains all the nutrients you spirit beasts need, and it's incredibly filling. It's very good for your health. Jiang spoke these words without a hint of hesitation. While it's true that this spirit beast ration possesses those properties, spirit beasts, much like humans, prefer fresh food. Sometimes, though, when conditions are harsh, they just have to make do. Woof. The hallucinogenic poison butterfly took the spirit beast rations and bit into them with a loud crunch. Jiang had expected it to reject the ration as unpalatable, but to his surprise, it exclaimed loudly. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything this good in my entire life. Hearing this, not only Jiang, but even the little spirit beast fell silent. After all, when the little spirit beast was in the shop, Jiang had always fed it fresh food. After all, Jiang was short on big money, not small change. Every single meal for the little spirit beast consisted of the highest grade fish, beef, and so on. It was well fed and plump. As for these spirit beast rations, the little spirit beast wouldn't even glance at them. Yet now, the other party was acting as if they'd found a treasure. After exchanging a glance, both man and beast twitched their eyes. Big socks, you should eat something decent. Seeing the creature's ravenous state, Jiang decided to wait 2 more days before infusing it with the dual cultivation of medicine and poison. Just then, Jiang suddenly felt a strange energy surge through his body. Had his body grown stronger again? But when Jiang opened his interface to check, he found his attributes hadn't increased. What was going on? As he scratched his head in confusion, he noticed a new entry had suddenly appeared in his talents. Radiant healing. Seeing this entry, Jiang was utterly shocked. Exclamation marks practically shot out of his head. After all, he hadn't done anything in his spirit beast shop. He hadn't bestowed any entries upon a spirit beast, nor had he contracted one. Why would he suddenly gain a talent related to radiant healing out of nowhere? Chapter 89, Fusion. Hey, Uncle Wang, I wanted to ask about those moonlight rabbit variants. How are you guys handling them now? Jiang, utterly perplexed, had no choice but to call Leng Xi for help. Upon receiving the call, Leng Xi, considering Jiang was the original developer of these special moonlight rabbit variants, and was now an official insider trusted by the authorities, he immediately explained the situation. The sun rabbits that have mutated have been contracted by our official beast tamers, and I hear the results are quite promising. Jiang shuddered violently at that, then hurriedly asked over the phone. Was the contract formed just about 10 minutes ago? Yes, how did you know? Ignoring Wang Qi's puzzled expression, Su Jiang gave a few vague answers before hanging up. He was now completely dumbfounded. Could it be that the origin of his entry was actually due to the offspring bred by the moonlight rabbits? Now that the sun rabbit had contracted with someone else, he could actually gain access to their specially mutated entries? What on earth was going on? Weird. Just weird. Unable to make sense of it, Su Jiang decided to stop thinking about it altogether. These matters felt too distant for him now. At the very least, he'd have to wait until after his college entrance exams to delve into them. For now, focusing on the present was enough. He was curious, though. Now that he was back, why hadn't Wu Hao come looking for him? Had that kid suddenly changed his ways these past few days? Knock knock knock. Lost in thought, Su Jiang suddenly heard knocking at the door. He expected it to be Wu Hao, but to his surprise, it was Zhao Shueya. Bro, your shop looks pretty tidy, huh? Zhao Shueya couldn't help but give an awkward smile upon seeing Su Jiang's shop interior. Su Jiang wished he could sink through the floor, heaven help him, he was a Virgo with severe OCD. But what could he do? This hallucinogenic poison butterfly was flitting around the room looking for food, which was why the place was such a mess. He felt like he could strangle the damn poisonous butterfly right then and there. Yet he forced himself to maintain a calm facade, squeezing a smile onto his face before asking, "What's up? Did you come here for something?" Truthfully, he wasn't surprised Zhao Shueyo had come looking for him. At yesterday's celebratory banquet, she had been unusually quiet and reserved, a stark contrast to her usual outgoing and passionate self. On top of that, she kept glancing in his direction, clearly something was wrong. The only thing troubling her was likely the incident where Li Jijia's attack had caused the spirit beast's death. Sooner or later, she would come looking for him. Su Jiang had been waiting. He just hadn't expected her to arrive so soon. After exchanging a few polite words, Zhao Shuer couldn't hold back any longer. "Brother, I need to ask you, what else did Li Jijia say that day? Besides how he killed my spirit beast, what else?" Su Jiang shook his head. "I didn't hear much else. For the rest, you'll have to go to the official interrogation department." Zhao Shueyo lifted her eyes to meet Su Jiang's gaze, her tone unusually sincere. "Actually, I didn't come here today to ask about that. I came to thank you. Brother, I never imagined he'd be such a heartless bastard. He even tried to betray his own comrades. My spirit beast was killed because of him, he's scum of the lowest kind." By the end, Zhao Shueyo clenched her teeth in fury before straightening up and bowing respectfully to Su Jiang. "Brother, I'm truly grateful you helped uncover the real culprit who killed my spirit beast. From this day forward, you are my true elder brother." Caught off guard by Zhao Shueyo's solemn demeanor, Su Jiang could only chuckle awkwardly. "What? Wasn't I your big brother before?" They chatted for a while longer. Su Jiang couldn't refuse Zhao Shueyo any longer and accepted her numerous gifts before letting her leave. This time, however, Su Jiang could distinctly sense that Zhao Shueyo's light footsteps carried a different quality than any previous occasion. It seemed the spirit beast's death had left a deep shadow in her heart. Though she put on a bold and outgoing front, it couldn't erase the scars. Now, Zhao Shueyo had finally truly stepped out of it. Though perhaps she had stepped out a little too far. Recalling her spirited embrace moments ago, along with her stunning figure, Su Jiang felt his face flush. "Su Jiang. You're her big brother. You can't harbor any improper thoughts." Even as he cautioned himself, Su Jiang couldn't deny that Zhao Shueyo's figure was even more stunning than Yu's. No wonder she's widely recognized as the goddess among the officials, and no wonder she's Su Jiang's little sister. With the college entrance exams approaching, Su Jiang refrained from further hustling in the days that followed. He also refrained from selling any other spirit beasts. His current abilities were more than sufficient to handle the college entrance exams. Instead, he spent his days in the spirit beast shop, repeatedly cultivating the Wu family's ancestral technique, the Han Yuan Gong, to strengthen his physical body. One day, after completing his practice of the Han Yuan Gong, Su Jiang noticed a sudden flash of golden light appear beside the skilled moonlight healing in his innate abilities. "What's going on?" Su Jiang muttered to himself as he activated moonlight healing. He could distinctly feel that both the power and intensity of moonlight healing were vastly superior to before. Does this skill actually evolve? After thorough investigation, Su Jiang finally realized the reason for this change. All the moonlight rabbits he had donated to the official platform had been contracted by beast masters. Su Jiang had consequently gained these abilities and stats. The healing type attributes on those sold moonlight rabbits had been perfectly fine. But now, this ordinary moonlight healing had become far more potent. What was going on? It even rivaled many powerful A-rank healing type spirit beasts like the nine-colored deer. It had undergone a complete and utter evolution. At this realization, Su Jiang's eyes flashed with excitement as he hurriedly tried to query the system. "System, could it be that my attributes and skills can be enhanced through stacking?" "Yes." Hearing the system's voice, Su Jiang grew even more excited. He looked at the pile of entries he had drawn, his voice trembling slightly. "Then can the entries I've drawn be upgraded and enhanced?" There was no way around it. Su Jiang was just too unlucky.
He hadn't drawn many purple tier or higher entries, but the system's next words nearly made him jump for joy.
Yes, entries of the same type can indeed be fused together.
After fusion, they will retain some of their original abilities while also increasing the entry's rarity tier.
However, this is strictly limited to the host's own inventory, and the ratio is 10 to 1. Currently, green tier entries can be fused. Although spirit beast items couldn't be fused, the mere chance to grow stronger left Su Jiang utterly satisfied. He immediately fused all his healing type skills together. They fully evolved into the blue entry, heal. As for the other traits, since he couldn't gather 10 entries, fusion was impossible. He'd have to plan for the long term. At this moment, only 2 days remained until the college entrance exams. Chapter 90, The Long Family Conversation. Big brother, how's your prep going for the college entrance exams?
My old man's treasure trove still holds quite a few gems.
Wu Hao spoke with an unusually cocky expression.
His father had heaped praise upon him, this time a feeling he'd never experienced before.
Especially since he'd contracted a mere F-rank skeleton.
Yet with the boss's help, he'd managed to achieve such an outstanding score. His current combat strength and spirit beast levels surpassed even several top-tier students in his class. It was almost too unbelievable. The reason Wu Hao hadn't sought out Su Jiang these past 2 days was because Wu Qingtian had been putting him through intensive training. As the heir to the Wu family and the eldest son of a prominent clan, Wu Hao should have undergone rigorous training from childhood, just like other family heirs. But the kid was hopeless, a complete failure since childhood, making such training pointless.
It seemed that meeting Su Jiang and contracting that skeleton had finally sparked a change in him. Wu Qingtian had finally brought his special training onto the right track.
Over the past couple of days, Wu Hao's strength had grown significantly under this intensive training. This had never before experienced the sensation of power inflation, but now that he had achieved some modest success, Wu Hao couldn't help but feel a bit of a high.
His tone and posture were now brimming with arrogance.
But Su Jiang shot him a sidelong glance and offered a resigned warning.
If you screw this up, don't blame me for being ruthless.
He was genuinely worried this kid was getting too cocky. After all, he knew exactly what kind of person he was dealing with.
Given the current situation, Wu Hao was bound to get cocky.
If he ended up failing to get into college, that would be quite the spectacle. Listen to me, if you don't get into college, you'd better be ready for a beating.
Gee, got it, boss. Seeing Su Jiang's stern expression, Wu Hao knew he was serious.
He swallowed hard and quickly raised his hand to promise.
Only then did Su Jiang nod in satisfaction.
He then followed the Wu siblings to the family's treasure vault.
By now, Su Jiang could navigate the vault with ease.
After all, the treasure vault was practically no different from his own backyard to him now. He'd been there far too many times.
Boss.
Look. There's a super-powered pulse rifle and a full magnetic armor set.
And this one.
Watching Wu Hao enthusiastically list off all the items like they were his prized possessions, while fantasizing about his college entrance exam days, Su Jiang couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Hey, Wu Hao, you still don't know the rules for the college entrance exam?
Huh?
Boss, rules? What rules?
The rules are simple. You can't bring anything except yourself.
Any food or drinks you need will be provided at the exam hall.
At the same time, all external aids that could give you an advantage are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the college entrance exam wouldn't be an exam, it'd be a pay-to-win contest.
Huh? Wu Hao visibly slumped in defeat.
Beside him, Wu Rou rolled her eyes helplessly at Su Jiang.
Su, don't let my brother get to you. He's not in the best state right now.
After saying this, Wu Rou pointed specifically at her own head. Wu Hao instantly flew into a rage, and the three of them started wrestling around. After Su Jiang finally left the Wu residence, Wu Hao and the others didn't follow him. With the college entrance exams approaching, they needed to focus on their intense preparation. Wow, never thought I'd take the college entrance exam a second time in my life. In his previous life, Su Jiang hadn't retaken the exam after his first attempt. The prospect of taking it a second time felt strangely novel to him. Glancing at the admission ticket the Wu family had procured for him on the black market, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. He had already gathered a rough understanding of the exam's procedures. It consisted of 3 main parts: physical fitness tests, combat strength assessments, and practical combat drills. But taking the exam under his unique circumstances was bound to make a splash. But it didn't matter. Su Jiang was prepared for the fame. What he didn't know was that at 7th middle school, many were already itching for a fight, waiting to cross paths with Su Jiang in the exam hall. They were all admirers and suitors of Leng Xi. Upon learning of Su Jiang's special relationship with Leng Xi and that he had secured an exam admission ticket through connections, they had all resolved to thoroughly deal with Su Jiang during the college entrance exam.
The Leng family, Leng Xi. Cici, your strength has grown again.
Hearing her father's words, Leng Xi lifted her head and gave a faint nod. Yes, she could feel it distinctly. Ever since Su Jiang had fused the fire element enhancement into her fire squirrel last time, the skills it unleashed now surpassed even those of the fire phoenix. Now, forget about a tier retail, even S-tier retail might not stand a chance against the fire squirrel. But if you revealed your current strength, I'm sure many top pre-sale universities in Zone 1 or Zone 2 would extend you invitations to join their ranks.
Why insist on taking this exam?
Hearing her father's question, Leng Xi remained silent. She merely shook her head faintly, her expression as still as a deep well.
Sigh. Leng Leng Xi's father and head of the Leng family.
He sighed as he looked at his daughter.
From childhood, this daughter had always been the cream of the crop, exceptionally outstanding.
Yet this very quality brought its own trouble. She was far too independent, far too set in her own ways. Even though he was her father, she never treated him any differently. And then there's that Su Jiang, that classmate of hers.
What exactly is going on with him?
Truth be told, the mere thought of that Su Jiang fellow made Leng Xuantian's face darken. His daughter might not have sensed it yet, but he could clearly feel that his precious little cotton-padded jacket was about to slip away from him. The one who stole his little cotton-padded jacket was Su Jiang, that damn thief. He had intended to say that Su Jiang brat, but seeing Leng Xi's darkening expression, he quickly amended it to classmate. Father, this is my personal matter.
It has nothing to do with you.
A flicker finally crossed Leng Xi's eyes, though it was merely a flash of earnestness filling her pupils. Clearly, her words were meant to convey the information to her father, while also making Leng Xuantian understand her stance. Seeing his daughter like this only made Leng Xuantian's headache worse. Sheer, your father would never force you into a political marriage or any other arrangement. Likewise, I support your right to love freely.
None of this is an issue.
The more he spoke, the more stifled Leng Xuantian felt. As he pleaded earnestly, a pained expression flickered across his face. But daughter, even if you like a boy, you should at least like one with strength and talent, someone on the same level as you. Su Jiang is nothing but a broken spirit sea wastrel.
What exactly do you see in him? Chapter 91, Cold Xi's father pays a visit. Su Jiang is nothing but a worthless whose spirit sea is shattered. What do you possibly see in him? No. He's not a waste.
Hearing her father's words, Leng Xi immediately lifted her head to protest. Her eyes, as bright and dark as obsidian, were filled with unwavering resolve.
This. Leng Xuantian was instantly silenced.
He had expected his daughter to deny the first part, that she liked Su Jiang. But unexpectedly, without a moment's hesitation, she flatly denied the latter part, the part where she called Su Jiang a good-for-nothing. It seemed this girl truly did like Su Jiang after all.
Leng Xuantian sighed and looked up at Leng Xi.
She had the looks, the figure, the talent, the brains. Good heavens, his daughter was so perfect. How could she possibly fall for someone whose spirit sea was shattered? Truth be told, as the head of the Leng family, Leng Xuantian stood unrivaled throughout the entire 13th district. Yet he was one of the rare individuals who treated everyone with fairness, impartiality, and equal regard.
Even though Su Jiang's spirit sea was shattered, Leng Xuantian didn't look down on him much either.
He just felt a bit sorry for Su Jiang.
But if Su Jiang's identity were replaced with someone Leng Xi liked, then Leng Xuantian would instantly explode. Auntie.
Once he was certain no one else was around, Leng Xuantian finally turned to Leng Xi with a pleading look. His expression was genuinely pitiable as he spoke earnestly.
Auntie, I'm begging you. Can't you consider liking someone else?
Let me introduce you to the Chen family from District 7. Their son is a young prodigy. Since you both contract fire attribute beasts, you'd surely have plenty to talk about.
And then there's that.
Listening to her father's words, Leng Xi didn't take a single sentence to heart. Her mind was filled with Su Jiang's face and every little moment they'd shared. She was already itching to uncover Su Jiang's secrets. Compared to Su Jiang, that man was merely a slightly gifted contractor with an A-grade fire attribute spirit beast, utterly unimpressive. Father, there's no need to persuade me. In a few days, you'll see my choices are never wrong. With that, Leng Xi rose and walked away. Leng Xuantian watched his daughter's retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh before shaking his head helplessly. He knew his daughter's resolve was unshakable. Forcing his interpretation upon her would only lead to worse consequences. You little bastard, I'll see just what this is all about. Gritting his teeth, Leng Xuantian fully armed himself, ready to confront Su Jiang. In truth, he merely wanted to gauge Su Jiang's capabilities. As the heir apparent of the Leng family, he was no fool. A little guesswork revealed the truth. Leng Xi had gone to the trouble of taking the college entrance exam for Su Jiang. After all, the college entrance exam included a team building segment. If Su Jiang could form a team with Leng Xi, even with his spirit sea shattered, Leng Xi's strength alone could carry him into a decent university. My daughter! My daughter! Why are you throwing yourself at him? Letting out a long sigh, Leng Xuantian stormed out of the room. Back in her room, Leng Xi summoned the fire squirrel. Stroking the little creature's head, she murmured to herself. Su Jiang, once we both get into the same university, I'll study you inside and out. A sly smile played at the corners of her mouth. If anyone else had heard those words, they would have thought Leng Xi had lost her mind. After all, what level was Su Jiang? What level was Leng Xi? One was Leng Xi, the famed prodigy of District 13. The other was also famed but as the biggest failure around. And now both of them wanted to get into the same early admission university? It was nothing short of a pipe dream. But Leng Xi knew that for Su Jiang, getting into the same university as her would be a piece of cake. In fact, she was even a bit worried if she didn't perform well enough, would she be able to keep up with Su Jiang? Knock knock knock. Anyone home? Knock knock knock, boss? Knock knock knock, is anyone there? Knock knock knock. At first, Su Jiang heard the knocking but had no intention of answering. After all, the college entrance exams were just around the corner, and all he needed to do was rest up and prepare. He had absolutely no intention of selling retail at this moment, but the persistent knocking wouldn't stop. Su Jiang assumed it was someone in urgent need, so he went to open the door. To his surprise, the face that appeared behind the door looked vaguely familiar. The man was a middle-aged guy in his 40s, but he was undeniably handsome, the kind of mature, attractive look that would appeal to a lot of girls. "Hello, what brings you here?" Su Jiang asked tentatively, his mind racing to place the face. After all, if this face evoked even a hint of familiarity, it meant they had likely crossed paths before. Was it at school? Or perhaps in an official setting? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't place it. Shaking his head, Su Jiang decided to let it go. When Leng Xuangtian looked at Su Jiang before him, he couldn't help but utter a word of admiration. "Damn, kid. Forget the rest, you're one good-looking guy." It seemed handsome men truly recognized their own kind. Leng Xuangtian finally understood why his daughter was so smitten. Perhaps Su Jiang's handsome face alone held a significant advantage. "Mr. Feng, I'm here today to purchase retail items. I've long heard that the retail items here are crafted by individuals with unique skills, and I wanted to see for myself." Leng Xuangtian wasn't about to tell him the truth. "I'm Leng Xi's father, and I'm here to see what you're really made of." After saying this, Su Jiang nodded. Over the past couple of days, far too many people had come here for this very reason. After a moment's thought, he prepared to politely decline. "Then you may return in a few days. This shop is closed to the public for the next couple of days." Seeing Su Jiang ignore him, Leng Xuangtian wasn't about to let it go. Instead, he stepped forward and braced himself against the door. He spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. "Please, young man, help me out. I saw it in the void, the fire squirrel belonging to Leng Xi, the young lady of the Leng family. It truly is extraordinary. And since I share a close personal bond with the head of the Leng family, Leng Xi confided that she purchased it from your shop. This is essentially an introduction from Leng Xi herself, which is why I'm here. I humbly request your cooperation, young man." As Leng Xuangtian spoke, his expression and posture were impeccable. Su Jiang naturally harbored no suspicion. He believed him. Chapter 92, The Whole Deal. If he knew the truth behind it, he'd be cursing like mad. Fine. You, the head of the Leng clan, come deceive me. Come ambush me. Tricking a 16 or 17-year-old boy like me, doesn't your conscience hurt at all? But faced with Leng Xuangtian's masterful performance, Su Jiang had genuinely been fooled. He studied the man, analyzing the logic behind his words. First, this man could discern the peculiarities of these spirit beasts. Yet his retail sales, aside from official channels, had only been made to Leng Xi, Wu Hao, Wu Rou, and Wu Hao's subordinate. These individuals clearly wouldn't have disclosed the location or details to others without his explicit permission or at least consulting him first. Moreover, he had explicitly named the spirit beast in Leng Xi's possession. This proved he possessed genuine knowledge, and the information he provided was undoubtedly authentic. Su Jiang felt a sudden headache coming on, his tone tinged with hesitation. Well, if that's the case. Truthfully, he hesitated. Knowing Leng Xi, she wouldn't readily disclose his contact information or sources. But if he really did say it, that would prove his relationship with Leng Xi was indeed special. Moreover, someone Leng Xi would speak of like that must be trustworthy. After a moment's thought, he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man before him and asked directly. "May I ask your name, sir? And what is your relationship with Leng Xi?" "My name is Sun Outyen. I am the clan chief of the Sun family in the neighboring 11th district. The Sun and Leng families are old friends. I practically watched that girl, Leng Xi, grow up. My daughter and Leng Xi are also very close friends." Observing the middle-aged man's demeanor, Feng Shujian remained unconvinced. He immediately pulled out his phone to search for information on Sun Outyen. After all, he couldn't just take the man's word for it, he needed to verify the facts. Ding! Moments later, he received Sun Outyen's details, which showed no irregularities. Photos? Indeed, none were found. But that made sense. In this retail-dominated era, the gap between ordinary people and the wealthy and powerful was simply too vast. Moreover, to prevent exposure to assassination attempts, many individuals simply couldn't be found in photos. Observing Su Jiang's expression, Leng Shangtian chuckled. Didn't he know this kid would be on guard? The identity of Sun Outyen was indeed genuine, and Sun Outyen was genuinely his good friend. He silently muttered to himself, "Old son, I'll be borrowing your name for this one. Sun Outyen, far away in District 11. Achoo! Who's talking about me?" He had no idea that because of Leng Xuangtian's words, his future would be profoundly affected. Now that the other party's identity was confirmed, and his daughter was also a very good friend of Leng Xi's, It made perfect sense that Leng Xi would share information about her shop with him. In that case, come inside and talk with me.
After ushering the man inside, Su Jiang scrutinized him from head to toe.
That suit, belt, and expensive-looking shoes, he must be loaded. Although Su Jiang hadn't exhausted his current entries yet, his mind had become more active ever since learning that entries could evolve into more advanced and comprehensive ones. This realization also meant Fu was facing a financial crisis again. He instantly decided he was going to fleece this middle-aged man for all he was worth. After all, if he could fleece Leng Xi herself, why couldn't he fleece this Sun Outyan? Mr. Sun, let's be clear from the start. You know my retail pricing here, so be prepared for the price.
Price? Leng Xuantian was taken aback. He had only heard Leng Xi mention that Su Jiang's retail prices were quite extraordinary. But he hadn't heard anything about pricing. To him, it was just a bunch of low-level retail. How expensive could it possibly be? After a moment's thought, he nodded confidently and declared loudly. In that case, I won't overcharge you. 16.88 million per retail unit. What? What did you say? 16.88 million?
Cold Frost Heaven's heart, which had just calmed down, tightened once more. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Jiang.
Meeting his gaze, Su Jiang nodded firmly. Yes, Mr. Lang. 16.88 million per unit retail. This price is non-negotiable. Was this kid running some kind of rip-off shop? Gritting his teeth in frustration, Leng Xuantian surveyed the shop's surroundings.
After the last renovation, it had indeed improved somewhat, but only marginally. Leng Xuantian decided to wait a while and see what this kid was really up to.
Seeing Leng Xuantian remain silent, Su Jiang inwardly marveled at his audacity.
What he didn't know was that his asking price had even startled the patriarch of the Leng family, one of the major clans in District 13. After all, demanding 16.88 million for a single low-tier retail item was practically daylight robbery.
No. Even outright robbery wouldn't be this profitable. So, Mr. Sun, what kind of attributes and characteristics are you looking for in a retail specimen? Attributes? Traits? Leng Xuantian understood the term attributes, but what the hell was this characteristic nonsense?
Seeing Leng Xuantian's confusion, Su Jiang couldn't simply say, tell me what you want and I'll add the entries. Instead, he forced an explanation.
Well, based on the retail product you choose, I'll cast a little magic on it. A little magic? What kind of magic? Well, the magic will be random.
Su Jiang wasn't sure what Mr. Leng would choose, but since they were acquaintances, he figured he should at least give him something worthwhile.
In that case,
Leng Xuantian pondered for a moment, then looked up at Su Jiang.
In that case, do you happen to have any retail items with stronger defensive capabilities? A retail item with stronger defensive capabilities? Su Jiang pondered briefly, recalling the new spirit beasts he'd recently acquired. Ever since the official compensation had arrived, his finances had improved significantly, freeing him from the need to frantically sell off F-grade retail items. While his skills could make even F-grade items seem extraordinary, every bit of critical damage helped. This way, he could get more bang for his buck and squeeze out a few extra coins. I have a C-grade Ho-2 turtle here. What do you think? Upon hearing the name Ho-2 turtle, Leng Xuantian nodded. The Ho-2 turtle is fine, but isn't it a bit too common? Su Jiang merely smiled faintly at the remark, then presented the Ho-2 tortoise already imbued with its enhanced attributes before Leng Xuantian. Here, give the little turtle a full set. Watching Su Jiang's expression, Leng Xuantian curled his lips. It's just a Ho-2 turtle. What kind of big deal could it possibly make? Boom. Before his thoughts could finish forming, his mouth snapped open in shock. The venerable head of the Leng family stood there dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him in utter disbelief. The palm-sized juvenile earth god turtle had transformed into a colossal beast over 4 or 5 meters tall. Its form seemed to block out the sky and sun, like a small mountain. Had Su Jiang's shop not been so spacious, it would likely have been crushed by the sheer force of its expansion. And this was merely the Ho-2 tortoise's juvenile form. Chapter 93, Shock. What the hell is this? Leng Xuantian even suspected he was hallucinating. But when he tentatively reached out to touch it, he realized this colossal Earth Mother tortoise was very real, standing right before his eyes. He immediately turned to look at Su Jiang, his face frozen in utter shock. So this is the slightly different thing about it compared to other Ho-2 tortoises? Yes, it can grow enormous, and its defenses become incredibly sturdy. Is this the best the 11th district has to offer? Su Jiang observed Leng Xuantian's expression and felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, this was his masterpiece. At that moment, Leng Xuantian was utterly stunned. He was absolutely certain that everything unfolding before his eyes was real. As the head of the Leng family, he had encountered hundreds of earth tortoises in his lifetime, yet never had he witnessed such an extraordinary situation. After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, "Can we test its defense capabilities?" Su Jiang nodded. Under their joint testing, they discovered that this juvenile Ho-2 turtle possessed defensive capabilities that were in no way inferior to those of a fully grown adult specimen. This revelation made Leng Xuantian gasp in shock. Whoa! What on earth is going on? He couldn't fathom how this could be possible. Even if it had some unique traits, it couldn't be this absurdly different, could it? How were the other earth tortoises supposed to live with this? Cold Frost Heaven, startled, suddenly recalled his daughter's fire squirrel. He stared intently at Su Jiang before him, his thoughts slowly forming. A far more terrifying thought suddenly blossomed in his mind. This realization caused him to force a nonchalant expression onto his shocked face as he casually remarked. The ability to grow larger and enhance defense is indeed impressive. But compared to Leng Xi's fire squirrel, it's no match at all. Oh my god, you old fart, now you're picking on me? Su Jiang's mouth twitched and he almost cursed under his breath. The reason Leng Xi's fire squirrel was so powerful was because its innate ability was mirror image replication. It just so happens that Leng Xi's other spirit beast is a fire phoenix, which is why the fire squirrel is so powerful. If Leng Xi's other spirit beast weren't a fire phoenix, this fire squirrel wouldn't hold a candle to your thick earth turtle. After all, Su Jiang had bestowed upon this thick earth turtle the blue tier talent Earth Spirit Body. This talent might only offer a slight boost to others, but for the thick earth turtle, it was like adding wings to a tiger or armor to a turtle. At first, Su Jiang had assumed the man would be thoroughly satisfied with his masterpiece. Little did he expect this outcome. Pulling his lips into a slight frown, Su Jiang looked up at the other man, somewhat speechless. What? Want something even stronger? Cold Frost Heaven's heart nearly stopped at those words. He'd only intended to probe, to see if the kid had anything else up his sleeve. But the moment he opened his mouth, it turned out he did. In that instant, Leng Xuantian felt he understood his daughter's thoughts and intentions. After all, who could resist such temptation? Of course I want something stronger. The question is, do you have it? Every spirit beast here was personally bred and hatched by me, nurtured through their growth. Each one is like a cherished family member, a brother to me. Ah, well. Leng Xuantian fell silent for a moment. Hearing Su Jiang's words, he instantly understood what Su Jiang meant. No wonder these spirit beasts were so extraordinary. It seemed each one was the result of Su Jiang pouring his heart and soul into them. His own request had been rather unreasonable. Just as he was about to apologize, Su Jiang fixed him with a stern gaze. You'll have to pay extra. What? You gotta pay more. This one alone could sell for 16.88 million. Don't you think a stronger one should fetch over 20 million? Fine. He thought this kid was going to pull something out of thin air, but after all that, it was just about him paying more? No problem. The Leng family isn't short on cash. Leng Xuantian waved his hand grandly, declaring with boundless enthusiasm. Rest assured, as long as your spirit beast satisfies me, I may lack other things, but I have plenty of money. As the head of the Leng family in District 13, his words carried undeniable confidence. Su Jiang nodded in agreement, then turned to carry out another spirit beast. A young iron-armored giant lizard. After presenting it, Su Jiang declared to Leng Xuantian with unwavering confidence. This time, you'll definitely be satisfied. What kind of talent is it this time? Go ahead and hit it. Moments later, Leng Xuantian was dumbfounded once more. Even as a juvenile, this armored giant lizard could effortlessly withstand attacks from the spirit beasts it summoned. Such an exaggerated display was almost too much for him to accept. After all, his own spirit beast far surpassed this juvenile ironclad giant lizard in every way. What kind of innate talent is this? Seeing the stunned look on Lao Dang's face, Su Jiang couldn't help but smile. This was the orange tier talent he had specifically infused into it, absolute defense. Its sole effect, attacks landing on the bearer automatically weakened by 70%. Essentially, possessing this talent meant one only ever took 30% of the damage. Combined with the iron armor lizard's durability and innate health pool, it was perfectly capable of serving as a reliable tank. Cold Frost Sky was utterly dumbfounded, but he forced himself to speak. Next one. By the end, Leng Xuantian plopped down onto the ground, his entire being frozen in shock. Every spirit beast Su Jiang carried out would be an unparalleled rarity in the outside world, each boasting absurdly overpowered attributes and skills. If any had truly been lost to the outside world, they would have sparked bloody chaos. At first, Leng Xuantian had thought the fire squirrel was just an isolated case. But now he realized that every spirit beast in Su Jiang's possession seemed to be like this. Just what was this kid's background? Originally, Leng Xuantian had come to probe Su Jiang's background, to uncover his true nature and why he was connected to his daughter. But now he found himself curious, just how many secrets did this kid hold? Simultaneously, an inexplicable thought took root in his mind. This kid and his daughter actually seemed like a good match. If they were to marry someday. The thought of that future scene. Cold Frost Heaven couldn't help but drool uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. After all, with this kid around, the Leng family would never lack powerful spirit beasts. Paired with his daughter's innate combat talent, it would be the perfect arrangement, she handling external affairs while he managed internal matters. The rise of the Leng family. Hey, Mr. Leng, stop grinning. Are you going to take this spirit beast or not? Su Jiang had already brought out 5 spirit beasts.
Seeing the old man grinning like an idiot before him, Su Jiang's brows furrowed, his tone tinged with impatience.
Leng Xi simply nodded.
Young man, I'll take all 5.
5?
Hearing the request repeated 5 times, Su Jiang, who could make a fortune from this, instead frowned deeply. He looked at Leng Xi before speaking calmly.
You can only buy 1. Chapter 94, Trouble Brewing. Mr. Su? What did you say? You mean I can only buy 1? Faced with Su Jiang's resolute expression, Leng Xi was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined anyone would turn down a fortune just to sell him 1. I'll pay more. I'll pay more. Just name your price. Fong Ming shook his head. Only 1 is for sale. Pick 1 and take it with you. It wasn't that Su Jiang didn't want to sell deep down, he desperately needed the money too.
But compared to money, what he needed more was his own safety. While this buyer seemed generally trustworthy, if the spirit beast he sold ended up in the wrong hands
and used against him, wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot?
That would spell trouble.
This. Leng Xi hesitated deeply. After all, he wanted every single one of them here, yet now he could only choose 1. This was the first time he'd witnessed money losing its power. He desperately wanted to step forward and reveal his identity to Su Jiang, warning the youngster to watch his step. But he knew that if he revealed he was Leng Xi's father, even if this kid didn't mock him, Leng Xi herself wouldn't let him off the hook. The thought of the consequences his actions might bring with his daughter sent a shiver down Leng Xi's spine. No.
He gave Su Jiang a bitter smile and paused to think.
In that case, I'll take that iron-armored giant lizard.
Moments later, Leng Xi departed, clutching the iron-armored giant lizard. His mind was churning with turmoil, utterly devoid of any sense of calm. He never imagined this kid could possess such extraordinary qualities. He finally understood why Leng Xi had been drawn to him. Now even he felt a surge of curiosity. What secrets did this kid hold? At the same time, he sensed that despite appearing to be a broken spirit sea, this youth was far from as simple as he seemed on the surface. To dismiss him as worthless would be a grave mistake. Casting a lingering glance at Su Jiang's spirit beast shop, Leng Xi shook his head. Kid, trust me, we'll meet again soon. Just hope you keep that defiant attitude next time. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Su Jiang had just seen Leng Xi off when he received a call from Leng Xi. What's up? I was training and missed your call. The moment the call connected, Leng Xi instinctively began explaining to Su Jiang. She didn't know why, but before this, even when such things happened, she never felt the need to explain herself to anyone. But now, she worried he might be upset about her missing his call, prompting her to say this. It's nothing. Hearing Leng Xi was training, Su Jiang silently nodded to himself. It had to be said Leng Xi truly lived up to her reputation. Her current fame and status were undoubtedly built drop by drop with sweat and hard work. If that kid Wu Hao possessed even a fraction of Leng Xi's current diligence, his golden talent, spirit absorption, alone would likely carry him incredibly far. Just now, a friend of your father's came looking for me to buy a spirit beast. He said he encountered you in the void that time. On the other end of the line, Leng Xi frowned as she stared at her phone. In the void? Dad's friend? After a moment's thought, she sensed something was off. Still, she let Su Jiang continue. By the time he finished, Leng Xi's face had turned completely dark. District 11? Zhao Outyen? That name, how dare you pin it on him? True, this man was indeed her father's friend. But why would someone from District 11 casually wander into District 13? Moreover, only a handful of people knew about her fire squirrel, among them, her father, Leng Xi. Just moments ago, Leng Xi had slipped out secretly. Now, even a fool could guess what he'd been up to. Leng Xi, who had been happily chatting on the phone with Su Jiang, suddenly grew somber. After hastily ending the call with Su Jiang, she stood at the doorway awaiting Leng Xuantian's return. Achoo! Who's talking about me? At that moment, Leng Xuantian was still on his way home, clutching the ironclad giant lizard. Little did he know that by the time he returned, Leng Xi had already prepared a huge surprise for him. Holy crap, my defense is practically god tier now. After selling the ironclad giant lizard, Su Jiang naturally inherited some of its attributes and skills. Su Jiang's attribute panel, now loaded with various modifiers, was utterly insane. The real killer was the slime's soft body skill combined with the ironclad giant lizard's absolute defense attribute. They all possess exceptionally strong defensive capabilities. Originally, Su Jiang would only take 70% of physical damage. But after the slime's damage reduction and his already massive health pool, most attacks barely made a dent. Whoa, this is something else. Bring on the college entrance exam. Let me see what this college entrance exam is really like. At this moment, there was only 1 day left until the Gaokao. What? Jiang Shaohai has left District 7. Wang Qi sat in his office, his entire demeanor souring as he listened to the call from his friend in the 7th district. After the incident involving Jiang Fu, the entire Jiang family had been exposed due to his actions. Authorities discovered every member of the family was implicated in crimes of the highest magnitude.
An immediate warrant was issued for their arrest across the entire Human Federation. Even Jiang Shaohai, who was far away in the 7th district, was included. After that, Jiang Shaohai vanished from the 7th district. Now, his friend in the 7th district informed him that while searching for Jiang Shaohai, they discovered he had already prepared to flee back to the 13th district. Oh no, Su Jiang. Wang Qi's expression darkened instantly. After all, no one outside knew he'd been involved in the Jiang family's affairs. Jiang Shaohai would inevitably conclude that Su Jiang was the cause of all the troubles that had befallen the Jiang family. Naturally, he would pin all the blame squarely on Su Jiang. If he really returned, Su Jiang would be in grave danger. Wang Qi recalled that before Jiang Shaohai left District 13, he had been a renowned genius within the district. Wang Qi grew even more anxious and immediately dialed Su Jiang's number. So Jiang Shaohai is really coming back? It's like swapping one problem for another, first the young ones, then the big shots, and now the elders. They've been stirring up trouble non-stop. Su Jiang shook his head with a wry smile, then agreed to have the task force members guard his safety. The college entrance exam was just one day away. Getting into trouble or injured now would be utterly unwise. Jiang Shaohai was already nearing the edge of District 13. Chapter 95, Shock. With the college entrance exams approaching, I hope all students can achieve in their exams. Become future pre-sales professionals who will contribute to both District 13 and the Human Federation. Listening to the principal's speech on stage, Wu Hao found it rather tedious. Originally, he had been quite nervous about the exams, but with the boss around, none of it mattered anymore. Still, many classmates were eagerly anticipating the exams. Yet as he listened, Wu Hao found himself sweating bullets for Su Jiang. Because many of the boys around him, especially those talented young geniuses with some real potential, were saying exactly that. Did you hear that dropout Su Jiang is taking the exam this time too? Yeah, no idea where he pulled the strings to get his admission ticket. Ha, that's hilarious. A worthless with a shattered spirit taking the college entrance exam? We'll definitely humiliate him big time. Count me in. He's got to pay for being so close to my crush. You know she never even speaks to me normally. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wu Hao swallowed nervously. He feared that if these people discovered he was the one who provided Su Jiang with the exam admission ticket, they'd beat him up first. Su Jiang, this tea of yours is truly. In Su Jiang's spirit beast shop, Wang Qi sat at the table, sipping the tea Su Jiang had brewed for him. He nearly choked to death on the spot. The tea was sour. Su Jiang gave an awkward smile and looked up at Wang Qi. Uncle Wang, I don't drink tea regularly myself, so I didn't really prepare anything. Please bear with me. Wang Qi sighed and handed a document directly to Su Jiang. I've been looking into whether you and Wu Hao bought a fake college entrance exam admission ticket. Yeah, Uncle Wang. What's up? Su Jiang knew he could hide this from anyone but Wang Qi. After all, Wang Qi represented the authorities. He didn't believe anyone would dare deceive the authorities. The reason these admission tickets could be sold in the first place was simply because the authorities weren't cracking down hard enough. What's wrong? Don't you realize what you're doing, you little brat? Nonsense, do you understand? Nonsense. Smack. At that point, Wang Qi couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his teacup down hard on the table. He stood up and glared at Su Jiang, his battle-hardened aura instantly radiating out. The pressure made Su Jiang feel like he couldn't breathe, his body trembling. Good heavens, it seemed Uncle Wang had been underestimated all along. This aura was downright terrifying. After all, Wang Qi was a seasoned powerhouse who also held a high position within the government. Their usually close relationship had made Su Jiang forget his true identity. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him. Su Jiang straightened his back and met Wang Qi's gaze head-on. Uncle Wang, I'm not fooling around. I have my own confidence. Certainty? What certainty do you have? I know you've got something special about you, but remember your spirit sea is shattered. If this were before, I definitely want you to take the college entrance exam and get a good score. That way, when Brother Su and the others underground find out, they'd be very happy. But going there now would be putting your life on the line. No way. I won't allow it. Su Jiang spoke up, looking at Wang Qi, who had vetoed his plan outright. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I can absolutely guarantee my own safety this time. She didn't even glance at him, instead opening the document right in front of him. This is the official reward granted to us frontline combat pre-sale agents. I have admission slots for all majors except combat studies at a top-tier pre-sale university in District 13. Now sign this document properly and get yourself into college. After graduation, whether you choose to join the lab or pursue other work, I'll support you. But the college entrance exam is out of the question. Su Jiang stared blankly at Wang Qi before him. He realized that compared to Wang Qi, many parents seemed less thorough than this uncle figure. They just kept rejecting your ideas and decisions without offering any solutions. This won't work, that won't work, ask them what to do, and they say they don't know, telling you to figure it out yourself. Now, even though Wang Qi wouldn't let him take the college entrance exam, he had also secured an alternative path for him. Yet, despite this kindness, Su Jiang shook his head. No, thank you. Let Uncle Wang give this admission spot to someone who needs it more. I can make it on my own. Su Jiang felt this admission spot was perfectly normal. Though officially granted to Leng Xi, it was the kind of backdoor admission that everyone knew about. Unlike in his previous life, this backdoor was no secret, the entire world knew it existed. It was a reward granted only to frontline beastmasters serving as official personnel who had completed major missions with distinguished service. Typically, such rewards were earned at the cost of one's life. In this world, rather than envy, everyone felt nothing but boundless reverence for this admission slot. Yet if given a choice, surely no one would choose to possess such a spot. Because it signifies that their closest loved ones sacrificed their lives to secure that admission opportunity for them. After being repeatedly rejected by Su Jiang, Wang Qi's face darkened. Kid, I have my reasons for not letting you take the college entrance exam. And this isn't some minor test like that last time. Based on the strength you displayed back then, it'd be tough for you to come out unscathed in the college entrance exam. Wang Qi sighed. How could he not understand what was going through Su Jiang's mind? But relying solely on Su Jiang's current abilities was simply too difficult. What Wang Qi hadn't anticipated was that after he finished speaking, Su Jiang not only didn't back down, but stood up and addressed Wang Qi directly. In that case, let me lay my cards on the table, Uncle Wang. Do you think my current level is sufficient to take the Gaokao? Upon hearing this, Wang Qi didn't shake his head in refusal but quietly watched Su Jiang demonstrate. After rising to his feet, Su Jiang led Wang Qi into a training room. As he focused on the target dummy before him, Su Jiang vanished from Wang Qi's sight in an instant. Swish! The next moment he reappeared in Wang Qi's sight, his fist had already slammed heavily into the target dummy. Thud! So fast! Before Wang Qi could even register his astonishment at the sheer speed, he saw the dummy designed to withstand attacks from B-rank spirit beasts. It was now covered in cracks, clearly unable to withstand the force. How is this possible? Wang Qi stared wide-eyed at the dummy. After all, even the full power strikes of summoned beasts wielded by elite soldiers couldn't match the terrifying force of Su Jiang's single punch. Such a punch seemed effortless for Su Jiang. Chapter 96, Wang Qi's shock. Damn, you're something else, kid. Seeing Wang Qi's reaction, Su Jiang merely smiled slightly before shaking his head. Uncle Wang, don't get ahead of yourself, it's not over yet. What? There's more? In an instant, Su Jiang appeared beside Wang Qi. Placing his hand lightly on Wang Qi's shoulder, he turned his head and said, Uncle Wang, if your summoned beast hadn't appeared, who do you think would have survived this situation? Well, obviously you would. Wang Qi froze for a moment before finally admitting it. He wasn't the type to be a sore loser. But the look in his eyes as he stared at Su Jiang was filled with shock, his tone tinged with awe. I never imagined your abilities had reached this level already. But the college entrance exams are all about competing with spirit beasts and undergoing related tests. Is it really appropriate for you to go alone? Suitable. Of course it's suitable. What's inappropriate about it? Does any rule of the college entrance exam stipulate that candidates must use spirit beasts to take the exam? Well, Wang Qi tried to argue back, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a suitable reason. He realized that none of the entrance exam rules explicitly mandated bringing a spirit beast, which meant candidates could take the exam on their own. Perhaps this was a loophole in the rules, or maybe the people who made this rule never imagined anyone could take the exam without relying on any spirit beast. It was precisely this factor that allowed Su Jiang to exploit the loophole. Well, there you go. The exam rules don't explicitly forbid this approach, and if I do it this way, he won't be breaking any rules either. Why not? Seeing Su Jiang's expression, Wang Qi frowned. His vision darkened and he fainted on the spot. After much deliberation, Wang Qi nodded firmly. All right then. Since that's the case, I won't stand in your way. But mark my words, you'll become a target for everyone's criticism. You'd better protect yourself. Su Jiang agreed, but noticed that although Wang Qi had left, he had left the admission notice behind. This meant that once he signed his name, he could choose from the top Beastmaster universities in District 13. Such a favor was truly immense. Uncle Wang, thank you. But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Because when it comes to the college entrance exams, I truly don't want to stay here. Su Jiang shook his head and tucked the letter into a drawer. He began adjusting his mindset. Less than 12 hours remained until the college entrance exams. Boss, how are you? How's your prep going? Wu Hao's outfit today was truly the epitome of a dapper gentleman. His attire was exceptionally well tailored, likely the result of careful planning. Wu Rou beside him was also stunningly beautiful, causing Su Jiang's gaze to linger for an extra 2 seconds without him even realizing it. Observing the siblings, Su Jiang remarked, Don't worry. If even you can get ready, your boss here can't afford to drop the ball. Wu Hao chuckled. Hey, boss, if we end up on the same team during the matchmaking, wouldn't that mean I'm set? Safe. Hearing the kid's unambitious remark nearly made Su Jiang faint from exasperation. Set?
Your golden talent spirit siphon is renowned for its limitless growth potential.
And here you are, wasting it on just getting through the college entrance exams? What a waste of a golden talent. He desperately wanted to strangle Wu Hao right then and there, but ultimately decided against it. After all, he was his lone subordinate, he had to endure it. Su Jiang stood before the two, cradling the little spirit beast in his arms. He was supremely confident about this assessment. After all, last night's tests had revealed that even without his direct intervention, the little spirit beast alone could defeat many formidable opponents.
In this college entrance exam, the little spirit beast's test data, if not consistently ranked first, would at least easily place within the top 10. Bringing the little spirit beast along was merely a gesture to give the exam some face.
If it weren't allowed, Su Jiang would have gone in alone, single-handedly. Enough chatter. Check your admission ticket, it should indicate the exam room, right?
Of course. The admission ticket your old man got you is definitely for an exam hall.
Wu Hao nodded quickly. Su Jiang observed Wu Hao, whose demeanor was vastly different from his father Wu Qingtian's.
He silently shook his head.
Could this really be his biological son?
After confirming the exam hall, the three headed toward number 7 high school. The admission tickets Wu Qingtian had prepared for them were all for the main campus of number 7 high school. He seemed to believe that taking the exam at his own school would better help his son perform, or perhaps he thought the odds were better there.
In any case, all three of their admission tickets were for number 7 high school.
Along the way, they passed countless students heading to the college entrance exams.
Just like Su Jiang's past life during the college entrance exams, each of them wore a bright, sunny smile and an air of confidence. Even students who hadn't excelled academically displayed such spirited demeanor and poise that Su Jiang couldn't help but sigh in admiration.
This is youth.
Jiang Shaoai, trailing behind Su Jiang, could only vent his frustration by punching the wall beside him. Thud. Damn it. That brat shattered his spirit sea, yet he still dares to take the college entrance exam?
If he weren't taking it, I would have killed him long ago. His original plan was to strike Su Jiang this morning. But because of the college entrance exams, the route was heavily guarded, with officials on high alert. He dared not cause trouble. All he could do was wait, hoping Su Jiang would give him an opportunity after the exams ended. Su Jiang remained unaware that someone had been watching him for over 2 days.
At the entrance of number 7 high school, seeing the familiar school entrance stirred deep emotion within Su Jiang.
After all, he had once been a prodigy student here. The original owner had spiraled downward after being unable to accept the news of his parents' passing. But now, standing before the gates, a sudden thought surged through him to reclaim his name. He would make others see that he wasn't that good for nothing, he was still that proud genius. Su Jiang couldn't explain why this thought had taken root in his mind. Yet he vaguely suspected it stemmed from the original host's lingering memories. After a moment's reflection, he pressed his hand to his chest and murmured softly, "Rest assured, this college entrance exam will make the whole world focus on me." A long line had already formed at the school gate, with a large crowd of students gathering there. Among them were students from other schools, as well as those from number 7 high school. Many turned their heads and caught sight of Wu Hao and his two companions, especially Su Jiang. A wave of mocking laughter erupted instantly from the crowd. "See that? That worthless piece of trash with a shattered spirit sea is here. What? He can't seriously be planning to take the college entrance exam, can he?" Chapter 97, Leng Xi's arrival. Frowning, Su Jiang looked at the crowd. A faint, mocking smile touched the corners of his mouth. He didn't blame them for mocking him. In this world, the shattering of his spirit sea made him a complete failure. Their mockery was inevitable. But come the day of the exam, it would only expose their narrow-mindedness, like frogs at the bottom of a well. He could only hope they wouldn't be too ashamed of themselves then. "Hey, what are you guys saying about my big brother? Don't you dare talk about brother Su Jiang." Hearing the Wu siblings defend Su Jiang only fueled the jealousy of many boys. Wu Ro's appearance was undeniably top tier among ordinary girls. Many boys felt their hearts skip a beat the moment they laid eyes on her. But now, the girl who had captured their hearts was defending a worthless with a shattered spirit sea? And to top it all off, she was addressing him so intimately? "Su Jiang, brother? How infuriating. Oh my, isn't this the Wu family's good for nothing? You're taking the college entrance exam too? If you ask me, you two are a real pair of dragons and phoenixes. Why don't you two just drop out now? Otherwise, you'll bring shame upon our entire school." The ones hurling insults were mostly students from number 7 high school. Upon hearing these remarks, students from other schools also began discussing Wu Hao and Su Jiang's situation with those around them. Once they learned the truth, they too whispered among themselves. Clearly, they didn't hold much hope for Su Jiang's college entrance exam prospects either. "You guys?" Wu Hao tried to speak, but Su Jiang grabbed his arm. "Enough. There's no point arguing with them." Shaking his head, Su Jiang instinctively fell into line with the crowd. A lion never bothers with the taunts and barking of a stray dog. People never feel anger simply because they're mocked by those they don't care about. That was Su Jiang's state of mind.
To get a reaction out of him, you'd have to be someone he even noticed. Damn it! Brother Su Jiang, you've got to teach them a lesson. Wu Rou stood by, seething with indignation on Su Jiang's behalf.
Su Jiang merely reached out and ruffled her hair, saying nothing.
10 minutes remained before entering the exam hall.
Suddenly, a black sedan pulled up from behind the crowd, looking extremely luxurious. Instantly, all the students erupted into a commotion, shouting excitedly.
Look! Look! Leng Xi's here! I never imagined I'd be in the same exam hall as my goddess. This is amazing. If I end up on the same team as her during this exam, maybe I can save the damsel in distress and win her heart? Leng Xi?
Hearing the surrounding chatter, Su Jiang turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw a pair of long, shapely legs step out from the back seat of a car. Following those legs was Leng Xi's tall, striking figure, paired with her stunningly beautiful face as cold as ice, truly iconic. The moment Leng Xi stepped out, she swept her gaze around the area, as if searching for something. The moment her gaze met Su Jiang's in midair, an intoxicating smile blossomed unconsciously on her flawless face. Whoosh! The surrounding students erupted into even greater excitement.
Look, my goddess is smiling. She's smiling at me. What do you mean at you? She's clearly smiling at me.
After getting off the bus, Leng Xi checked the items she needed to bring.
After confirming nothing was missing, she walked straight toward Su Jiang.
The students lined up next to Su Jiang instantly went wild, jumping up and down like monkeys.
Awesome! My goddess is in my group. I'll give her my spot. Yeah, everyone make room for the goddess. Let her go first. Leng Xi.
I have plenty of space here. Several students, handsome and exceptionally talented, began vying for her attention.
But Leng Xi didn't even glance at them. She walked straight through the crowd and came to stand before Su Jiang.
She lifted her eyes to meet Su Jiang's. He returned her gaze without speaking, simply looking at her. A faint smile flickered in both their eyes.
You came. Why shouldn't I come? You shouldn't have come. Ha! Su Jiang couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Seriously? Playing some kind of undercover game with me here? He finally shook his head and looked at Leng Xi. Don't worry. I'll ace this college entrance exam. I believe you. Oh, and thanks for yesterday.
At that moment, Leng Xi felt her teeth itch with frustration. After Lang Shuangtian returned yesterday, he gave Leng Xi a thorough scolding and lecture. After all, sneaking into Su Jiang's house without a word, pretending to know him through her, and even claiming he was her uncle? When Su Jiang eventually met Lang Shuangtian in the future, she truly didn't know how to handle the awkwardness. It was just too embarrassing. The thought made Leng Xi's pretty face flush crimson. The siblings Wu Hao and Wu Rou were utterly dumbfounded by their conversation. Wu Hao's eyes sparkled like stars, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at Su Jiang. The boss is the boss, he's just too amazing. Even the goddess Lang has surrendered. Wu Rou, however, cast a somewhat gloomy glance at Su Jiang, then shifted her gaze to Leng Xi. Whether in looks, height, or even strength, the two were perfectly matched. Seeing them together now, they radiated the aura of a golden boy and a jade girl. Truthfully, Wu Rou usually felt quite confident about her looks. But now, compared to Leng Xi, she suddenly felt utterly inadequate. And this person was actually competing with her for brother Su Jiang's attention? Damn it, what's with this loser? When did he even meet my goddess? Could the rumors on the school forum be true? I thought they were just made up. Kid, you're dead meat. I'll crush you in the practical session. The surrounding admirers who couldn't win Leng Xi's affection gnashed their teeth in fury. They all glared at Su Jiang with eyes burning with fire, wishing they could take his place. Leng Xi stood behind Su Jiang, her eyes silently fixed on him with tender warmth. Which university are you planning to apply to? Leng Xi asked this deliberately, as she hoped to apply to the same university as Su Jiang. University? Su Jiang paused briefly before answering. First Beastmaster University in District 1, I suppose that should be fine. First Beastmaster University? Wu Hao, Wu Rou, and Leng Xi all froze in disbelief. They stared blankly at Su Jiang. This was the first Beastmaster University. Its status wasn't merely equivalent to Tsinghua or Peking University in his previous life, it surpassed them by far. Even Leng Xi wasn't entirely confident she could get into the first Beastmaster University. Chapter 98, The Assessment Begins. Boss, are you serious? Can we really do this? Wu Hao couldn't believe his ears. After all, First Beastmaster University was nothing but a name from his wildest dreams. It was an existence he dared not even dream of. Just getting into a decent Beastmaster University in District 13 would be a blessing for the Wu family. As for the First Beastmaster University? That was truly out of reach for most people. Su Jiang nodded. I heard they admit around 50 freshmen from each district. About 10 to 20 spots are allocated through the college entrance exam. If you consistently rank in the top 10 on the exam, wouldn't that be enough? Su Jiang looked at the three of them with an air of self-evident certainty. Such a simple math problem, how could these three not understand?
As long as you're in the top 10, getting into the top Beastmaster University should be a sure thing, no matter what, right? This. Listen to this. Listen to this. Is this even human speech? Wu Hao felt like smashing open Su Jiang's skull to see what was inside. This was simply too much, too pretentious. The first Beastmaster University? Leng Xi lowered her head, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Truth be told, her former self had been a renowned prodigy in District 13, blessed with truly exceptional talent. But facing the first Beastmaster University, she admittedly didn't feel particularly confident. After all, even though Leng Xi possessed the rare dual spirit position, allowing her to contract 2 spirit beasts, their District 13 still lagged slightly behind the top 12 districts. It was an awkward position, neither quite reaching the top nor lagging far behind. Leng Xi was indeed confident in her fire phoenix. After all, it was the contract spirit beast her father, Leng Xuantian, had gone to great lengths to find for her. Yet the fire phoenix was merely an A-grade spirit beast with immense potential. Within District 13, there were many others who also possessed a great spirit beasts. Originally, Leng Xi hadn't considered attending the first Beastmaster University in the first district. But after meeting Su Jiang, especially after obtaining his fire squirrel, she changed her mind. She silently nodded at Su Jiang and murmured in a barely audible voice. In that case, I'll go to the first Beastmaster University too. Wu Hao. Wu Rou. Something's off. Way off. Even if they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, their instincts screamed that something fishy was going on between these two. The surrounding students were grinding their teeth in frustration, especially Lei Jiang, the leader of the 7th middle school students. He turned his head back, his eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Lei Jiang was the son of the vice principal at number 7 high school, but he held many titles within the school. Son of the vice principal, second genius of number 7 high, future hope of number 7 high. All sorts of mystifying titles, but among them, one stood out as the most notorious. Leng Xi's loyal sycophant. Yes, Lei Jiang was Leng Xi's loyal sycophant. He believed his background, abilities, and talent made him stand out among Leng Xi's suitors. At the very least, he expected Leng Xi to take notice of him, even winning her heart seemed within reach. But what he never expected was that throughout all 3 years of high school, Leng Xi never once noticed him. When he finally mustered the courage to confess to Leng Xi just 2 days ago at graduation, Leng Xi merely glanced at him and quietly asked, "Classmate? What's your name?" At that moment, Lei Jiang heard the sound of his own shattered heart. He'd assumed she treated everyone this way, but never imagined she'd be so uniquely indifferent to a worthless whose spirit sea had shattered. Lei Jiang gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at Su Jiang's retreating back as he muttered, "You little bastard. Telling you to get lost before was far too merciful. A worthless whose spirit sea is shattered dares to take the college entrance exam? Then come here and let me teach you a lesson." He had already made up his mind to thoroughly deal with Su Jiang inside. But attacking a worthless with a shattered spirit sea felt far too beneath him. After a moment's thought, he walked straight over to his 2 henchmen. Boom! The moment the gates of 7th middle school swung open, Su Jiang looked inside. His mindset today was entirely different from his usual visits to number 7 middle school. Even with his current mindset, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Now he was following the crowd, walking inside. Each candidate had to swipe their admission ticket at every turn. Only then would the corresponding turnstile allow them into the exam hall, a procedure that seemed even stricter than the previous one. Upon entering the examination hall, Su Jiang noticed that the internal structure and environment of number 7 high school had undergone significant changes. The figures standing on the school's main podium were no longer the original administrators, but officials from the government. The school leaders, who usually held high positions and wielded great authority, could only stand by and smile politely. Su Jiang scanned the area but did not spot Wang Qi. Seems Uncle Wang has gone elsewhere. Welcome, students, to this year's college entrance examination. I am Lu Padian, the chief examiner for the number 7 high school testing center. As in previous years, this examination consists of 4 segments. The first is a foundational numerical assessment, the second is a comprehensive summoner evaluation, the third is a combat effectiveness test, and the fourth is a live combat drill. The examination will last 2 days. All communication channels will be disabled upon entering the testing area, and leaving the premises is strictly prohibited. Listening to Lu Potion's words, Su Jiang shifted his gaze to Wu Hao beside him. After all, one section involved the comprehensive summoner assessment, testing command and combat capabilities alongside coordination with spirit beasts. As expected, Wu Hao was hopelessly lacking in these areas. Yet no matter how powerful a summoned beast might be, if its summoner was trash, it couldn't unleash its full potential. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? Don't worry, I've trained specifically for this. Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this, but now Wu Hao turned his curious gaze toward Su Jiang. Boss, what about your test? You don't have a summoned beast, after all. He was right. In this test phase, Su Jiang would either score full marks or 0. After all, he didn't have a contracted summoning beast, nor could he summon his own. All the tests were meaningless to him.
After all, it was Su Jiang himself who came to take the assessment, not his summoned beast. In a way, it wasn't impossible for Su Jiang to secure first place on his own merits.
Don't worry about that. Just focus on the exam. After the competition rules were announced, Lu Padian declared loudly.
Now, the first segment of this exam begins.
Basic Physical Proficiency Test. Chapter 99, Mockery. The first assessment commenced, the Basic Attribute Test.
With that command, all examinees instinctively divided into several groups and headed toward different testing stations. Each candidate's admission ticket had been pre-loaded with their relevant information upon entry. Su Jiang checked his and found he hadn't been assigned to the same testing station as anyone he knew. However, it was clear that quite a few people recognized him. When he approached test station 4, it was already packed with people whispering and pointing at him. "Look! We're stuck at the same station as that worthless piece of trash with a shattered spirit sea. That's perfect. With him embarrassing us, even the lowest scores will have someone to fall back on. Perfect. Now my mom won't yell at me when I get home. Test station 4, huh? I wonder if the official readings will be accurate." Su Jiang had previously assumed he was the only one who could view each spirit beast's stats and talents through the system. Later he learned that while the officials of this world couldn't access such precise stats, skills, and other information like the system could, but they also had testing machines capable of conducting a general assessment of each person's spirit beast in physical condition, though not as precise as their own. His only curiosity now was whether the values he measured matched what the system observed.
Candidate number 1 and Lu Jia, please come forward for testing.
As the chief examiner at Station 4 spoke, a young man stepped onto the testing platform. Judging by his spirited demeanor, Su Jiang concluded he wasn't exactly a weakling.
Su Jiang watched intently, treating it as a reference point. Candidate number 1, please place your hand on the test crystal and maintain full concentration for 10 seconds.
Your test results will be available shortly. And Luojie nodded and placed his hand on the crystal. The crystal instantly began to glow, its radiance growing increasingly brilliant as time passed.
Alright, candidate number 1's test results are as follows. Mental 6, Strength 7, Agility 17, Vitality 13. Contract Spirit Beast Stats. Spirit 103, Strength 173, Agility 82, Health 183. Wow, I never expected to get 2 readings this time?
But it makes sense, considering the spirit beast and summoner are essentially one entity.
Glancing at the other stats, Su Jiang nodded.
These stats weren't weak for a high school senior. In fact, they placed him among the top performers. Especially that impressive 21 in speed. While nowhere near Su Jiang's level, it was still light years ahead of the average person.
Sure enough, the surrounding classmates shot him envious glances.
Holy crap, his stats are seriously high.
Looks like he'll have no trouble getting into college. With some luck, he might even aim for one of those top-tier Beastmaster universities.
Man, I wish I were as talented as him.
Su Jiang murmured to himself as he looked at Luojia's spirit beast stats.
So, his innate talent is that of a B-grade goalkeeper.
Sure enough, on the final examinee's report card,
the examiner publicly announced his talent rating as B-grade. But according to Su Jiang's assessment, he must be at the very bottom tier of B rank. Otherwise, his performance wouldn't have been so lackluster. Indeed, in this world, everyone was assigned a talent grade. Different tiers correspond to different spirit beast levels. Generally, individuals could only contract a spirit beast one tier above their own level at best. For instance, someone with a D-rank talent could only contract a C-rank spirit beast at best. Attempting to force a contract with a B-rank spirit beast, let alone an A-rank one, not only carries an extremely low success rate but could even pose a life-threatening danger. This is why some are hailed as geniuses while others remain ordinary. However, it was clear that in this world, everyone except those with shattered spirit seas possessed the talent for beast taming. Even someone with an F-grade talent could still possess their own spirit beast. Only someone like Su Jiang lacked even the basic qualification to possess a beast. Of course, one's innate talent level doesn't necessarily determine their future potential. The potential within each spirit beast is boundless. Your methods of cultivation and development vary, and everyone's opportunities are different. Legend has it that among humans, there exists a peerless powerhouse who possesses a B-grade talent. He now ranks among the top 10 strongest beast tamers in humanity, consistently holding a leading position. Thus, the level of talent merely indicates your potential grade. How much of that potential you ultimately realize depends entirely on your later efforts. Before the incident involving his parents, the original host had participated in a talent assessment where his potential was rated as high as a grade and apparently among the upper echelons of that tier. This was why the original host was hailed as a prodigy. Unfortunately, the accident occurred before his spirit sea was fully awakened, preventing him from fulfilling his potential or forming a contract. Thus, the prodigy's rise ended abruptly. Clearly, this person named Luojie was also a young prodigy. Based on Su Jiang's understanding and assessment of this world, attending a top-tier university in the future would be absolutely no problem. It could be said his starting point was immeasurably better than that of ordinary people.
Candidate number 2, Wang Haiyang. Candidate number 3.
As the examiner called out the numbers, one candidate after another stepped onto the testing platform. Each candidate displayed varying test results, with candidate number 1 and Luojie emerging as the top performer. It seemed that top-tier talent didn't appear so readily. The majority were D-grade and F-grade talents. At that moment, all eyes turned to Su Jiang. Some, whose own aptitude tests had been abnormally low, came to witness the spectacle for psychological comfort. Others were curious to see how this former A-rated prodigy would perform now.
Under the weight of so many gazes, Su Jiang remained utterly unruffled.
He was merely pondering what kind of stir his own numerical test results would cause once they were revealed. After all, it seemed that even if all these examinees and their spirit beasts combined their stats, they still wouldn't match his.
Finally, amid the eager anticipation, the examiner casually pulled out Su Jiang's information card and announced, "Candidate number 9527, Su Jiang." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Jiang stood up and walked steadily toward the testing platform. Slowly, he placed his hand upon the testing crystal. Chapter 100, Shock.
Buzz. The instant Su Jiang's hand touched it, the crystal first trembled violently, then burst into a blinding light as bright as an incandescent bulb.
A faint smile touched the corner of Su Jiang's mouth.
He had already noticed while observing from below. The crystal's color seemed to correlate profoundly with the test subject's strength and potential. The one who made the crystal glow most intensely was in Luojie. Others glowed barely brighter than fireflies at night. One such candidate turned out to be an F-grade talent. The moment Su Jiang stepped onto the stage, this change occurred, startling the examiner beside him so much that he instinctively took a step back.
This can't be possible. Didn't he buy his way in with a fake admission ticket?
Yes, he knew from the start that Su Jiang had purchased his admission ticket.
Did they really think the authorities were fools? Could exam admission tickets be bought so easily?
The authorities track every buyer's movements and whereabouts. None of this was unexpected. The examiner had assumed Fong Ming was just going through the motions, never expecting it to cause such an uproar.
This brightness? Could it be an A-grade talent? This can't be possible. Amidst the examiner's stammering, Su Jiang casually withdrew his hand from the crystal and turned away. He gazed indifferently at the testing platform, waiting for the results to appear. By now, everyone around him had fallen silent, including those who had been making snide remarks moments ago. The rest silently lowered their heads. Candidate 9527, your test results are as follows. Spirit 154, Strength 266, Agility 168, Health 253. Number of contracted spirit beasts? None. Talent assessment, A? Following the Su Jiang noticed a question mark.
But the moment this report was seen by everyone, the entire area around test platform 4 fell silent.
How is this possible? Shouldn't these values belong to spirit beasts?
No, even top-tier spirit beasts only reach these numbers at levels 20 or 30.
Otherwise, even F and D grade spirit beasts might not be as powerful as he is. The system must be glitching. How could this be?
Su Jiang turned to face the proctor.
Well, can I have the score report now? The proctor stared at Su Jiang in utter shock. Upon hearing his words, he instinctively nodded and handed the report to Su Jiang.
Su Jiang turned and walked away with the report in hand. He saw no need to explain anything to these people, nor to prove himself. All of this would be revealed to the world in due time.
A monster, truly a monster.
If the examinees below could still speculate that the testing crystal had malfunctioned, then as the proctor, how could he not know whether the machine was faulty or not?
The question mark following though on Su Jiang's report card was the clearest sign.
Su Jiang truly possessed top-tier A-grade talent. But his spirit C had shattered. That was precisely why his transcript bore a question mark, meaning the machine wasn't broken at all. On the contrary, it had tested with extraordinary precision. Report. Chief Examiner. Another testing station has malfunctioned. At the exam proctor's cry, Lu Padian leapt from his chair, eyes wide.
What's happening? What's going on now?
His mind was in turmoil. After all, as the chief examiner, everything was directly tied to him. Yet the events unfolding were nearly overturning everything he'd experienced in his military career spanning over a decade. Moments ago, he'd received notification that a candidate near Test Station 1 whose innate talent rating was clearly F had produced a spirit beast whose stats were indistinguishable from those of an A-grade beast. It was utterly astonishing, a miracle within a miracle. Most crucially, the spirit beast he had contracted was an ordinary F-rank skeleton. Aside from those absurdly high stats, everything else was perfectly normal. He'd also heard that a candidate named Leng Xi at Test Station 2 had similarly unusual stats.
But considering she was from the Leng family, perhaps she possessed some secret technique.
Besides, as someone with an A-grade talent, her high stats were somewhat acceptable.
But now, it seemed a new situation had emerged. A monster had appeared at Test Station 4? Achoo! Who's talking about me?
After completing his test, Su Jiang walked straight to the waiting area with his test results in hand. After all, the officials had likely already received the results and would conduct their own evaluations. All he needed to do was handle the second test properly.
Upon arriving, he spotted Wu Hao. The moment Wu Hao spotted Su Jiang, he scurried over eagerly. Boss. You're finally here. Let me tell you, just now. After listening to Wu Hao's explanation, Su Jiang gave a calm nod.
He had anticipated this peculiar behavior from Wu Hao, the skeleton. After all, he had bestowed upon this youngster the strongest A-grade growth talent, spirit absorption. Perhaps no abnormalities were apparent in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would become a spirit beast with limitless potential. Anyone who obtained this spirit beast with spirit siphoning would, at the very least, become a formidable powerhouse renowned throughout the land. It could only be said that with it in Wu Hao's hands, one could only hope the kid wouldn't squander it. At this moment, Wu Rou and Leng Xi hadn't arrived yet, only Wu Hao and Su Jiang were present. Unexpectedly, many candidates around them were looking at him. Instead of ridicule, their eyes were filled with shock. It seemed word of what happened at Test Station 4 had spread.
What? 4 candidates this year? How could this be? Lu Potion's brow furrowed deeply. His already sparse hair was being relentlessly tugged at by his large hands. In past years, even one such exceptional case during the college entrance exam was considered rare. But 4 appearing at once this year? How could he possibly accept that? His subordinate, Xiao Feng, Ran Yun, replied. Yes, each of these 4 possesses spirit beast qualities vastly superior to ordinary individuals. The most extraordinary case is Su Jiang at Test Station 4. His spirit beast has no measurable stats, yet his own stats have reached the perfect standard set by our first assessment criterion. How should we score this? Is that so? How intriguing. Lu Patian murmured to himself as he studied the report in his hand. Su Jiang, Leng Xi, Wu Rou, Wu Hao. Come now, let me see what other peculiarities the 4 of you possess. Chapter 101, Su Jiang's debut. Su Jiang was unaware he was already under surveillance. At that moment, he had arrived at the venue for the second test. The number of students present had dwindled significantly. Because moments ago, each of their individual rating scores had been finalized. Though they couldn't yet see their own scores, they knew that those with excessively low ratings had been eliminated. From Su Jiang's observations, many of those eliminated were students with F-grade talent ratings and F-grade contracted spirit beasts. Glancing at Wu Hao beside him, Su Jiang remarked. You got lucky, kid. I thought you were going to get cut. Ha, that's because I've got my big brother watching my back. If it weren't for you, bro, I'd be screwed. Enough with the banter. The second assessment is about to begin. Pay attention. Since a large number of students had already been eliminated, this assessment wasn't conducted separately. Instead, everyone stood on the same testing platform. Seeing the crowd reduced by more than 2/3, Su Jiang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In this world, anyone could use spirit beasts and contract them to become a beast master. But there were still vast differences between beast masters. Many F-rank beast contracts not only failed to unlock their full potential but even left their practitioners weaker and lower in status than ordinary people. Such individuals were merely ordinary folk in name only, and now they had been completely weeded out. Those who remained here, well, they were the ones destined for decent jobs and promising futures. How did these 2 stay? Especially Su Jiang, his spirit sea shattered, yet he wasn't eliminated? You didn't catch that? Word is that kid's performance on test platform 4 was downright insane. So what? This is a beast master assessment. With his spirit sea shattered, how could he possibly control a beast? At this moment, not only had Su Jiang's mindset leveled out, but even Wu Hao beside him appeared utterly unfazed. The main reason was that many of those who had mocked them earlier had already been eliminated. Now he began to anticipate the look on those people's faces when they were proven wrong. Through his spirit beast stats just now, Wu Hao might be a bit slow, but he wasn't truly stupid. He'd already noticed his spirit beast stats were on par with those of a great beasts. Dealing with those who had mocked him would be a piece of cake. Young Master Lei, that kid not only avoided elimination just now, but he actually. Lei Jiayan's 2 underlings reported Su Jiang's situation to him. Lei Jiayan's expression darkened. After all, he'd assumed Su Jiang would be eliminated after the first trial. Then, no matter how close his relationship with Leng Xi became, there would be no connection between them. After all, the gap in their social standing was simply too vast, like heaven and earth. But now, Su Jiang had advanced to the second round, and Leng Xi was still laughing and chatting by his side. It was enough to make Lei Jiayan grind his teeth in frustration. Fine, let him take the test. If he somehow gets lucky and makes it to the 4th round, I'll make sure all his hard work up to this point is for nothing. A sinister grin spread across Lei Jiayan's face as he fixed his gaze on Su Jiang. After all, nearly everyone knew Su Jiang had purchased his exam admission ticket to participate. Originally a student at number 7 high school, if he hadn't been granted exam eligibility, he would have had to purchase his own admission ticket to take the college entrance exam. This clearly violated the laws of the Human Federation and District 13. It was illegal. If authorities had pursued the matter, Su Jiang's disqualification would have been inevitable. But in such cases, no one ever pursued it. It was an unspoken rule, tacitly accepted.
But in order to get Su Jiang expelled as quickly as possible, Lei Jiayin couldn't afford to care about that anymore. Candidates, congratulations on passing the first round of assessments. Those standing here are truly the cream of our senior class. Yet clearly, we must strive for greater heights, pushing our limits and pursuing our futures. We will now proceed with the second assessment of this college entrance exam, the Summoner Comprehensive Evaluation. As his words fell, many candidates visibly showed signs of unease. Since the advent of the Beastmaster era, society had placed ever greater importance on Beastmasters. Indeed, many exceptional spirit beasts now enjoyed status surpassing that of humans. The emergence of new spirit beast species had led many to neglect their own cultivation. After all, possessing a sufficiently powerful spirit beast seemed to solve all problems. Yet now they were being tested on their summoner abilities. Even though they had undergone specialized training for this, it still left them feeling anxious. Where there's sorrow, there's also joy. Among the crowd stood a man clad in loose-fitting robes. He laughed heartily and declared, "Wonderful! Finally, this part. All that dedicated training paid off." Those around him turned to look, and sure enough, they saw the well-defined muscles beneath his clothing. Su Jiang actually agreed with this test. After all, no matter how powerful a spirit beast might be, its tamer or summoner remained its foundation. If the Beastmaster were decapitated, the spirit beast would perish as well. Thus, the Beastmaster's fundamental qualities determine the lower limit of the spirit beast's combat capability. After all, your reaction speed, command speed, and summoning speed are all crucial. Every single point in every split second could sway the outcome of the battle and determine life or death. This is precisely why the authorities insist on conducting this comprehensive assessment of summoners. The next 10 candidates I call out will proceed forward in sequence to undergo group assessment training. First group, Gao Hanfan, Chen Wang. 10 candidates were quickly called forward. First, under the testing device's calibration, they deployed their summoning spirit beast formations and underwent physical fitness assessments. After these tests, they underwent comprehensive evaluations of evasion, agility, and quick thinking. Finally, the officials tested their neural reaction speeds and more. For these beast masters, who primarily relied on spirit beasts as their combat foundation, completing this grueling test felt like losing half their lives. Exhausting. This is brutal. Pant, pant. As the first 10 candidates stumbled off the stage, Su Jiang immediately heard his name called from the second group's list. Group 2, Su Jiang, Wu Hao, Zhang Jichao. Chapter 102, The Monster. We're screwed, boss. What do I do now? Seeing Wu Hao's panic, Su Jiang couldn't help but get annoyed. Didn't I specifically tell you to train your condition properly? If you dare to fail this time, you'll be in for it. Su Jiang issued his threat, then Wu Hao walked straight onto the stage. What he didn't notice was that Lu Padian, seated in the center among the examiners, gave him a meaningful look, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Once all 10 candidates were ready, the examiner announced. First test, assess the speed of casting summoning arrays. Hum. 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 As the words fell, all the candidates, including Wu Hao, they all instantly cast their summoning arrays, calling forth their spirit beasts. But to the astonishment of the students present, Su Jiang remained utterly motionless, as if he had gone dumbstruck. Ha 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 ha. What spirit beast could he possibly summon? He's a worthless with a shattered spirit sea. Where would he even find a spirit beast to call? What? Then how did he make it this far without a spirit beast, his spirit sea shattered? Well, I have no idea either. All the onlookers were either puzzled or astonished. Yet they all harbored a certain anticipation for Su Jiang's performance, eager to witness his humiliation. But what these people didn't expect was that Su Jiang didn't use any summoning array at all. Instead, he reached into his chest, pulled out a small spirit beast, and tossed it right in front of him. Woof. This counts as summoning? Not only were the surrounding onlookers stunned. Even the examiners beside Su Jiang, including the 5 chief examiners seated at the front, wore expressions of surprise. Su Jiang turned his head toward the podium, his tone utterly serious. Examiners, based on my understanding of the exam rules, as long as the spirit beast appears before me and fights under my command, that should be sufficient. No other requirements apply, correct? The examiners exchanged whispers, clearly feeling perplexed. They intended to refute Su Jiang's outrageous claim, but after exchanging glances, they realized his argument seemed flawless. Because it seemed true. As long as you could bring a spirit beast before you to fight for you, that was all that mattered. How the spirit beast was obtained, how it fought, no one cared. This counts? This is considered summoning? This test is supposed to measure a summoner's speed, yet it's so trivial? Exactly. And why isn't his spirit beast attacking him? A single question swirled in everyone's minds at that moment. Why would the little spirit beast Su Jiang brought obey his commands and assist him in battle? The reason the exam rules weren't overly strict stemmed from another crucial factor. If it wasn't a spirit beast you had personally contracted, you simply couldn't command it in battle, and it certainly wouldn't be this obedient. Every candidate must summon their own spirit beast through the summoning array to aid in battle. But what was going on here?
Chief Lu, is this cheating? Hearing his subordinate's question, Lu Padian didn't shake his head. Instead, he said, "No need. Since that's the case, let's count him as qualified. We'll see how he performs from here on out." Though Wu Hao was exerting himself to the utmost in casting his summoning array among the crowd, he could only be considered average at best. He shot Su Jiang an admiring glance, his eyes sparkling with awe. Before Su Jiang, no one had ever dared to exploit a loophole in the college entrance exam. But Su Jiang had shown Wu Hao through his actions. So what if it's just the college entrance exam? He exploited this loophole. What are you going to do about it? First test complete. Proceeding to the second test. Summoner physical fitness and reaction speed test. Hearing this, Su Jiang could barely contain the grin spreading across his face. He felt his lips were almost as stubborn as an AK-47. When it came to spirit beasts, Su Jiang might be out of his depth. But when it came to testing his own speed, strength, and other attributes, he was supremely confident. Truthfully, few could match his absurdly high stats in these areas. First test, 100-meter sprint. Begin now. Bang! As the signal gun fired, the other students participating in the test also sprinted forward at lightning speed. Thanks to the abundance of spiritual energy permeating this world, not only had various animals been enhanced into spirit beasts, but human physical capabilities had also seen massive improvements. Su Jiang's previous world record of 9.58 seconds on Blue Star was now a speed nearly achievable by anyone in this world after proper training. The track now resembled a competition among elite Olympic athletes from his past life. To everyone's astonishment, Su Jiang's figure shot forward like a white lightning bolt. In an instant, he blew past the other candidates, who were already exceptionally fast. Whoosh! Even as Su Jiang's figure approached the finish line, the testing examiner remained frozen in a daze. Several more seconds passed before the other candidates finally crossed the line one after another. By then, both the examiners and the students watching the test were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of speed is that? Is he even human? How is his speed faster than a spirit beast's? He's just a worthless with a shattered spirit sea. How could this happen? The students whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with suspicion and doubt as they looked at Su Jiang. But the examiners seated at the front were even more astonished. What was Su Jiang's 100-meter test result? Bring it out immediately. Ha! When one of them handed over Su Jiang's score sheet, the others were utterly dumbfounded. Track 1, Su Jiang, 100-meter test result, 3.62 seconds. 3.62 seconds? Even a C-class spirit beast like the swift Shujian leopard wouldn't surpass that speed at level 20, right? Pretty much. How could a human possibly outrun a spirit beast? All examiners now stared at Su Jiang as if he were a rare treasure. Though they didn't know how he achieved such speed, they knew this kid was no ordinary talent. After the examiner announced Su Jiang's result, the other students were stunned into silence. What stunned them even more was that Su Jiang performed like a monster in every single summoner aptitude test. In the maximum bench press test, Su Jiang lifted an astonishing 1 ton. He completed the 1-kilometer run in under a minute. By the time the final test concluded, the entire field fell into a deathly silence. The looks everyone gave Su Jiang shifted from mockery to undisguised horror. Chapter 103, The Third Trial. Is he even human? Could he be some kind of spirit beast in human form? Impossible. This assessment was extremely rigorous. Forget spirit beasts taking human form. Even if you were a spirit beast's lackey, the test would have exposed you. How could any spirit beast slip through? But how do we explain this? Shouldn't we dissect him immediately? Everyone had lost interest in the remaining assessments. The second assessment, the summoner proficiency test, was something many disliked and found tedious. Most believed that as summoners, their spirit beasts only needed to be powerful enough. Their own skill and combat prowess were irrelevant. But now, Su Jiang's utterly abnormal display had completely sapped their desire to continue with the exams. All they wanted to know was what was going on, to uncover Su Jiang's secret. After all, even the geniuses who had excelled in past exams might not only fail to rank at the top in the second assessment but might even perform relatively poorly. Yet that didn't affect their other scores. But this Su Jiang, he's simply not human. Chief Lu, this. Don't rush. Watch first. I'll see what kind of surprise this kid can pull off for me. Lu Potion's eyes gleamed as he looked at Su Jiang. He had just secured special permission from higher-ups to access Su Jiang's files. Only then did he learn of Su Jiang's deep collaboration with the authorities, even his connection to the venerable Zhao. Yet according to others within the organization, while Su Jiang possessed peculiar qualities, they were confined solely to spirit beast cultivation and the unique spirit beast nestled in his embrace. As for Su Jiang himself, he had never before displayed the abilities he had shown during this college entrance exam. Seems this kid's been holding something back. Watching Su Jiang finish the third exam without breaking a sweat, Lu Padian decided to let the kid take the exam all the way through. He wanted to see just how ridiculously high a score this kid could possibly achieve. Boss, this is ridiculous. Look at those who made fun of us, they're speechless now.
Glancing at Wu Hao's smug expression beside him, Su Jiang patted his shoulder.
Enough with the banter. Use that time to get back and train properly. Look at your test results this time, they're absolutely terrible. If someone ambushes you and goes all out to destroy you, then even your best moves won't make a difference. Got it?
Got it, got it. While Wu Hao was nodding like a bobblehead, Leng Xi had silently slipped behind Su Jiang. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Jiang before her, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips.
Interesting. Absolutely fascinating. She was eager to see just how many secrets Su Jiang still held. Seems like you weren't being entirely truthful last time, Mr. Feng.
Leng Xi's icy voice echoed from behind him, sending a sudden chill through Su Jiang. He turned his head, his expression bitter as he looked at Leng Xi.
Leng, you scared the life out of me, you know. My health isn't great. What if you scared me into fainting? Enough with the banter. I thought you were just skilled in medicine last time, who knew? Seeing the hint of ruthlessness in Leng Xi's eyes, Su Jiang gave an awkward smile.
I just discovered a whole new talent my body possesses recently.
I hadn't gotten around to telling you yet. Leng Xi shot him a glance before striding straight to the stage to continue the test. Later, due to Su Jiang's bizarre performance, everyone else lost interest in the test, resulting in uniformly average scores. Even Leng Xi was no exception. Though she'd undergone the Leng family's rigorous training since childhood and achieved exceptionally outstanding results in this assessment, she couldn't compare to Su Jiang. Ha! What the hell is that kid? Lei Jiayin couldn't help but let out a cold gasp as he watched Su Jiang. He had assumed Su Jiang would fail the second assessment, yet the boy's performance was utterly monstrous. Sizing up the other's physique, he muttered to himself. He's not much bigger than me, so how is he so freaking abnormal? He imagined Su Jiang's body crashing into him like a semi-truck and suddenly swallowed nervously. Gulp. He decided to endure it for now and report Su Jiang at the very end. At that moment, all eyes except for Lei Jiayin's were subtly fixed on Su Jiang. They all wanted to know what kind of circumstances could possibly produce such an outrageous display and presence from Su Jiang. The proctors clearly had no intention of letting the discussion about Su Jiang continue. They stepped forward and announced, "Please settle down, candidates. All aspects of this assessment are strictly within the established rules. Should any further objections arise, the authorities will provide explanations later." With the official statement, the crowd reluctantly quieted down. However, a conspicuous vacuum had formed around Su Jiang. They all stared at Su Jiang with strange looks in their eyes. After all, his performance was simply too inhuman. Most people wouldn't dare to cross paths with him. The second assessment concludes. The third assessment, combat strength testing, begins. As the examiner's words fell, the candidates witnessed the scene before them shift instantly. A massive wall suddenly materialized before them, with Lu Padian, the chief examiner, now standing at the front of the candidates. For the third test, all candidates must unleash their most powerful attack alongside their spirit beasts, striking this wall. The display panel beside the wall will show the damage dealt by each attack for standardized evaluation. Candidates, give it your all. Leng Xi, you wouldn't be planning to use the 00 position, would you? Su Jiang, observing the fierce determination in Leng Xi's eyes beside him, had already begun to suspect. What? Is that not allowed? Lifting her head, Leng Xi looked at Su Jiang beside her. Truthfully, based on her observations of Su Jiang, his performance in these two assessments had reached an utterly insane level. Based solely on her understanding of him, she knew Su Jiang wouldn't slack off in this third round. He was going all out. Given that, Su Jiang's score would undoubtedly be high. If she wanted to keep pace with him, she'd have to demonstrate her own capabilities. At this moment, inside the exam hall, they could only speculate about each other's scores. Outside the hall, however, every candidate's real-time performance was being recorded by District 13's media and projected onto the outer walls of the testing area. Among them, the name Su Jiang stood out as the most dominant and captivating. Chapter 104, The Outside World in an Uproar. Su Jiang? Who is this Su Jiang? How could he perform so insanely? Why haven't I heard this name before? How is he outperforming Leng Xi by such a wide margin? Yeah, what's his background? People murmured and whispered among themselves below. As they spoke, they failed to notice the subtle shift in expression on the face of the principal of number 7 middle school. As the school's principal, he had to avoid any appearance of impropriety. At most, he could leave a few faculty members behind to assist with the exam proceedings. He had no authority to participate himself. He now occupied the VIP viewing area, observing the exam unfold in real time. But when he realized from everyone's reactions that the top performer was named Su Jiang, his heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at his assistant beside him. Is this Su Jiang the same Su Jiang from our school? He still remembered the words Su Jiang had spoken when he was expelled. My spirit sea is shattered, but I'm absolutely not a waste of space. At the time, the principal had dismissed this remark as a joke. After all, if your spirit sea is shattered, you're undoubtedly a complete failure, so why wouldn't you be one? Wasn't that just a joke? But now he seemed to grasp Su Jiang's meaning. At that moment, his assistant stepped forward and said, Principal, I'm not certain if this Su Jiang is even enrolled at our school. Our records show no one by that name enrolled here, and he doesn't appear on any issued admission tickets.
It seems he purchased his own.
Holy crap! Could it really be him?
The principal of number 7 high school felt his heart skip a beat. Outside, discussions about the one-side enclosure were growing increasingly heated. Su Jiang had become a household name throughout the entire 13th district. After all, for District 13, the college entrance exams were the most grand and attention-grabbing event of the year.
Many people wouldn't work today, instead focusing entirely on the exam results.
Behind Su Jiang's name, the results were displayed in bold.
First test, perfect. Second test, perfect. Following the word perfect were various numerical values.
When these figures appeared, those around him were momentarily stunned. They even questioned whether the figures were erroneous, but these were official results released by the authorities, absolutely impossible to be mistaken. Looks like Su Jiang is truly the top genius of District 13.
Exactly.
Even Leng Xi was soundly outclassed by him.
I can't imagine anyone else being more formidable than him. Su Jiang. Su Jiang's name rapidly spread throughout District 13.
Many around him recalled the name, each feeling a wave of disbelief wash over them.
Could it be that worthless whose spirit sea shattered? But how is that even possible?
Outside the exam hall, Jiang Shaohai froze upon hearing Su Jiang's name.
How could it be him? Didn't his spirit sea shatter? How could he possibly achieve such outstanding exam results? No way. I'll kill him no matter what. I'll avenge my family.
Jiang Shaohai gritted his teeth. Based on his observations of Su Jiang, defeating him now seemed straightforward. Though Su Jiang's stats were absurdly high, he was still a broken spirit sea cultivator, a useless.
He had no spirit beast. What good was his fighting skill then? Good lad. You truly haven't disappointed me or brother Su.
Wang Qi watched Su Jiang's scores, which led the entire 13th district, from another exam hall, his jaw dropping in astonishment.
Still, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. With Su Jiang displaying so many peculiarities, how would they clean up this mess afterward? My advice is to keep your dual spirit slots hidden. Stick to using just one spirit beast. Otherwise, you'll draw unwanted attention.
Su Jiang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Wang Qi's warning about traitors among humans colluding with spirit beasts. After all, the feeling of being constantly watched was truly terrifying. Leng Xi, however, looked up at him with a puzzled expression, her tone tinged with surprise.
If you know you'll be targeted, why don't you tone it down yourself?
Su Jiang shook his head matter-of-factly.
Don't worry, I have my own ways of dealing with it.
As the two whispered to each other, many examinees in the testing hall turned their gaze toward them. After all, one was Leng Xi, the long-standing top genius, while the other was Su Jiang, the newly rising star. Though they didn't know exactly what was going on with this Su Jiang kid, they could all tell he was no ordinary talent. With these two now together, the upcoming test was bound to be thrilling.
As for Wu Hao standing nearby, what was he even doing here? What they didn't know was that Wu Hao's test results in the first exam were also incredibly abnormal. It was just that his performance in the second exam was so lackluster that it failed to draw sufficient attention. And Jijie, attack power assessment score, 173 points. As the examiner's voice fell, and Jijie walked down from the stage with a spring in his step, his face radiating pride. Those around him looked at him with admiring eyes. 173 points was an exceptionally outstanding score by the standards of past exams. Officially, this score fell squarely within the excellent range. Scores between 0 and 50 were considered low, 50 to 100 were average, and 100 to 150 were high. 150 to 200 points constituted excellent, while scores above 200 were rated as perfect. Those achieving perfection were always few and far between, each one a formidable figure. By the way, it's worth noting that since everyone contracts with different types and orientations of spirit beasts, the tests vary accordingly. Beyond attack power assessments, many support healing type spirit beasts undergo healing effectiveness evaluations instead. The grading system for these tests is identical to that of the attack power tests. Candidate 9527, Su Jiang, take the stage. As Su Jiang's name echoed through the arena, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes lifted expectantly toward Su Jiang's retreating figure. They were all curious to see what kind of outrageous performance Su Jiang would deliver this time. After Su Jiang took the stage, one of the examiners glanced at the information in his hand and announced, "Candidate 9527, Su Jiang, you secured the championship title in the official therapeutic spirit beast competition held this year. Therefore, do you wish to proceed with the healing efficacy test? Chapter 105, over 300 points. Good heavens, so that champion really was him? Yeah, I thought it was just someone with the same name. He's so versatile." The students below all stared at Su Jiang in utter shock. After all, winning the championship prize in such a major competition proved he had real talent. It seemed his spirit beast's healing abilities were quite impressive too. Everyone believed Su Jiang would definitely enter the college entrance exams as a healing-type spirit beast tamer. After all, winning the official healing competition required genuine skill. Many were now grumbling in frustration. Su Jiang got a huge break, it's outrageous. A healing type beast tamer. All our hard work battling and training for days can't match the speed of just one of his healing spirit beasts. Sigh, never mind. After all, healing spirit beasts are genuinely scarce, and their strategic effectiveness is undeniably superior. But at that moment, Su Jiang lifted his head and looked at the examiner before him. No need. I'm taking the combat strength test. What? Combat strength test?
Not only was the examiner stunned, but the students below were equally bewildered.
After all, why pass up such a golden opportunity and insist on stubbornly pursuing combat power instead?
It was hard to tell whether to call him straightforward or just plain foolish.
Amidst the crowd of examiners, Lu Wudi turned his gaze toward Su Jiang, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, let's see what new tricks you've got up your sleeve this time.
He had been certain from the start that Su Jiang would never participate in the healing spirit beast assessment.
He was undoubtedly following the path of combat. The path of relentless combat.
In that case, let us proceed with the assessment. Next, have your spirit beast unleash its full power strike against this wall ahead.
We'll measure the wall's resistance to gauge its attack power. Su Jiang nodded and addressed the little spirit beast through their soul link. Did you hear that? Hit that wall with everything you've got. Let's see how much damage we can dish out.
Yes, Su Jiang decided to keep a low profile for this stage.
He felt it was better not to act himself for now. Perhaps he would make his entrance in the next round.
But he also knew that this low profile was only a slight one. After all, the impact and awe this little spirit beast could unleash were in no way inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing them. After all, the little spirit beast was merely a juvenile spirit beast, but according to Su Jiang's estimation, the numerical value of that upcoming strike would be exceptionally high.
Woof, I understand.
After communicating with Su Jiang, the little spirit beast jumped down from his arms on its own.
Its adorable, clumsy appearance instantly drew a wave of laughter from the entire crowd. Ha ha, this little thing is actually taking the attack power assessment? A healing type spirit beast should just stick to the healing assessment. Why try to bite off more than it can chew? No big deal, no big deal. Doesn't this just eliminate another major threat for us? Isn't that a good thing? We should thank Su Jiang, what a saintly man. Wu Hao's mouth twitched. He recalled the little spirit beast's brutal display.
There was absolutely no way that could be considered the act of a great benefactor. After silently mourning the inexplicably overconfident candidates around him, he lifted his gaze toward Su Jiang. He was eager to see just how spectacular his big brother could be.
Big brother. Charge. Leng Xi also stared intently at the little spirit beast before Su Jiang. She had witnessed its brutal display during their last encounter in the void.
Far from being a healing type spirit beast, it was a genuine monster.
Woo woo. Facing the wall before it, the little spirit beast curled into a ball and activated the giant strength trait Su Jiang had bestowed upon it. Swish.
His entire figure vanished instantly, disappearing like a flash of lightning. The next moment, everyone heard a deafening collision echo through the air.
Boom.
The immense force of the impact even stirred up a cloud of dust that filled the air.
Some people experienced temporary deafness. What just happened? Did a spirit beast break through? No. It seems this little spirit beast attacked the test wall. What?
Everyone looked up to see the little spirit beast's tiny paw pressed against the massive wall. The earlier deafening crash had definitely originated from that very spot. Staring wide-eyed, they saw a tiny dent had appeared beneath the spirit beast's paw.
It's damaged? How is that possible?
This is grade 4 material designed to withstand attacks from us 7-level spirit beasts.
How could it break? Could this little spirit beast's attack surpass that of a grade A spirit beast? That doesn't seem likely either. Lu Wudi stood up, observing the little spirit beast and Su Jiang. What a talent!
His withered face now radiated a brilliant smile, its wrinkles seeming to fade.
Excellent, excellent. Young people these days are truly formidable.
He had already reported the situation at this exam site to the authorities. What he didn't know was that Su Jiang's situation was unprecedented not just for the authorities of District 13, but for the entire Human Federation. A massive uproar had already erupted across the Human Federation, with people from numerous regions rushing to send representatives to District 13. Candidate 9527 registered an attack power value of 368 points.
368 points?
That's nearly 200 points higher than the perfect level.
Unbelievable. What kind of monster is this little spirit beast? Could it be the offspring of an S-class spirit beast?
Such a spirit beast following Su Jiang is a complete waste, it should be mine.
The focus of everyone's discussion had shifted from Su Jiang to the little spirit beast.
After all, their observations confirmed that Su Jiang was indeed a broken forest sea cultivator, and the spirit beast clearly had no contract with him. Therefore, this powerful spirit beast was currently ownerless. If only I could obtain this little spirit beast. Many minds began to race, casting covetous, burning gazes upon the spirit beast. They all fantasized about the day they would become geniuses with the little spirit beast by their side.
Contract a spirit beast?
If Su Jiang knew what they were thinking, he'd probably burst out laughing.
Forced to contract a spirit beast beyond their innate capacity? The only outcome would be being utterly overwhelmed and destroyed. The spirit beast's innate talent far exceeded the contractual limits of their hosts. After Su Jiang stepped down, Leng Xi took the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Leng Xi summoned her fire phoenix. A colossal blaze engulfed the field. It dealt a staggering 287 points of damage. This placed her far ahead of the competition, a true prodigy. Yet her performance didn't surprise anyone after all, she was a prodigy. But when Wu Hao stepped up next, even Su Jiang perked up. He was eager to see what form his spirit siphon would take in Wu Hao's hands. Chapter 106, Movements of All Parties. Use Shadow Assault. With Wu Hao's command, everyone watched as the F-grade skeleton suddenly teleported to the test wall. Thud. It delivered a heavy punch directly, though the impact was similarly underwhelming compared to Su Jiang's earlier strike. Visually, it paled in comparison to Leng Xi's blazing phoenix fire sweeping across the field. The onlookers couldn't help but mutter. An F-grade candidate actually made it this far? That's hilarious. Other F-rank spirit beasts got eliminated ages ago. Looks like he's done for this round too. Ha! He can only contract a pathetic skeleton frame, yet he dares take the college entrance exam with us? The words had barely left their mouths when everyone suddenly saw a terrifying number appear on the test platform beside the wall. 203. What? 203? The first to react were the examiners overseeing this session. As officials, they knew every spirit beast's characteristics and attributes inside out. Wu Hao's skeleton spirit beast was no exception. Wu Hao's spirit beast was nothing more than a commonplace F-rank spirit beast. It wasn't an unheard-of creature like Su Jiang's small spirit beast, nor was it an A-grade spirit beast like Leng Xi's fire phoenix. Yet it had achieved such an absurdly high score. How could they possibly accept this? How is this possible? This falls within the realm of a perfect score? What's going on? Why is it perfect? That good-for-nothing scored this high? I refuse to believe it. Wu Hao and Su Jiang were known throughout the school as the Dragon and Phoenix, a reputation that was common knowledge among everyone there. After all, one was a complete failure with only an F-grade talent, while the other, despite having a higher rank, had shattered his spirit sea and even dropped out. Yet now, both were performing at levels beyond belief, making everyone question whether they were hallucinating. The teleportation array in Sector 13. The teleportation officer in charge of managing access permissions had been unusually relaxed. But now, he suddenly received a call. Hello, this is the Vice Principal of Shield University in District 1. If anyone else asks you to activate the teleportation array later, please do not do so under any circumstances. I will reward you handsomely afterward. Ha! The teleportation officer was momentarily stunned by the request. What did that mean? Why tell me not to activate the teleportation array? But just then, he suddenly noticed a flood of teleportation requests pouring in from other districts, all seeking to travel to District 13. District 1 has submitted a teleportation request to District 13. District 2 has submitted a transport request to District 13. District 7. Damn, why are all these early-stage districts sending transfer requests? The teleportation officer was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Just as he hesitated, the phone rang again. Hello, is this the teleportation officer for District 13? This is District 7. Hello? This is District 3. Good heavens! This District 13 teleportation officer had never in his life received so many calls from bigwigs. And today alone, he'd answered every single one of them. Staring at his phone now, he was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was going on in District 13? Why were so many people scrambling to get into our District 13? But just as he was about to process the teleportation request, the district chief of District 13 rushed over. Whoosh! Stop right there. The district chief arrived at the teleportation array holding a phone, immediately rejecting all the recent teleportation requests. After handling everything, he addressed the teleportation officer. Don't let them come over. I've just secured a cooperation agreement with the authorities of District 1. I absolutely won't let that genius be taken by anyone else. Otherwise, I'm finished. Teleportation officer? What the hell is going on here? What kind of genius could possibly warrant this? The other professors and principals from pre-sale universities standing on the teleportation array watched their rejected requests, their expressions instantly darkening. This can't be. District 13 has rejected our teleportation request. We must rush there immediately, or the genius will be snatched away. Right. I'll summon the flame dragon to rush there now. I'm sure we can beat those old farts from District 7. This scenario played out across every major district. Major universities dispatched their representatives to District 13, all vying to recruit Su Jiang. Damn, that kid's spirit beast is something else. But since he hasn't formally contracted it, this is definitely against the rules. Once we kick that kid out, I'll find a way to get his spirit beast. Lei Jian stared at the spirit beast in Su Jiang's hands, his eyes blazing with greed.
A two birds with one stone scheme formed in his mind, his thoughts racing with cunning. Although he had performed as expected in the combat assessment, he had only received an excellent rating. In previous years, that might have been considered decent, but in this exceptionally abnormal year, it could only be described as mediocre.
He now envied Su Jiang and the others intensely, for he relished the spotlight.
But the thought of seizing the opportunity to claim the spirit beast in Feng Wei's grasp brought an unstoppable smile to his face.
Lu Padian, the proctor, was still leisurely seated at his desk when his phone suddenly rang. "Sir, this is Lu Padian." "Yes.
Su Jiang is right here in my exam hall."
"Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on him."
After hanging up, Lu Potion's expression darkened. From the commander's questioning, he had deduced that it was likely because he had leaked the information. The entire Human Federation now knew that District 13 harbored a freak like Su Jiang, and everyone was rushing over to snatch him up.
This scramble was unprecedented in its intensity and chaos. His sole mission now was to protect Su Jiang.
They had secured cooperation with the university in the directly administered First District, and were waiting for them to arrive and take him away.
If Su Jiang wasn't there when they arrived, Lu Padian was finished. "Kid, you've really put me in a bind."
He stared at Su Jiang beside the testing ground, utterly detached and indifferent. He felt like he'd shot himself in the foot, the pain excruciating. Now he even had the urge to grab Su Jiang by the throat. "Kid, if you're this ridiculously strong, why didn't you just tell us? Why bother taking this exam at all? Now look at you, stealing all the spotlight. Soon enough, it'll be me dealing with the trouble." The thought of having to fight for Su Jiang's university spot later gave Lu Padian a headache. He'd heard that several top-tier pre-enrollment universities from District 1 had even sent representatives over. This alone made it clear just how rare and valuable Su Jiang truly was. But now the assessment had reached its most intense stage, the fourth round, the live combat drill.
Chapter 107, Report. With a grim expression, Lu Padian approached Su Jiang to announce the rules for the fourth stage.
His mind was no longer on the exam itself, all his thoughts were consumed by how he could protect Su Jiang after the assessment concluded. For this fourth stage of the assessment, the live combat drill, two individuals will form a combat squad to face off against another. The victorious squad advances to the next round, continuing until the final winner is determined.
Now, we will proceed.
As Lu Padian finished speaking, preparing to announce the next set of rules, unexpectedly, Lei Jian suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly to those around him.
"Examiner, I wish to file a complaint."
Instantly, all eyes shifted to Lei Jian, wide with astonishment.
He's filing a complaint? Could there be some shady dealings going on in this exam?
Feeling the stares around him, Lei Jian felt not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he shouted with unusual excitement.
"Examiner, I'm reporting candidate 9527.
He bought his admission ticket. He doesn't have the qualifications to take the college entrance exam."
Whoosh! The room erupted in commotion.
They'd heard the name candidate 9527 far too often. This student, who had charged through every stage of testing with extraordinary brilliance, emerging as a dark horse throughout, was now being reported? Would he lose his eligibility? Students from number 7 high school whispered among themselves, even shouting to students from other schools nearby.
"Let me tell you, he definitely bought his admission ticket.
He got expelled from our school and suspended, so he couldn't have gotten one legitimately.
He's our student. How did he get in without an admission ticket from our school? It's obviously bought. Just a cheating bastard. Nice try, kid. Playing that game?" Su Jiang narrowed his eyes, looking at Lei Jian before him with confusion.
"I've got no beef with this kid, past or present.
Why's he pulling this stunt?"
He scanned the original host's memories and found some vague recollections of the other guy.
But in the original host's memory, Lei Jian and he had never even crossed paths,
let alone harboring any grudge that was utterly impossible.
So why was he suddenly pulling this stunt? What the hell was his game?
As Su Jiang's gaze fell upon him, Lei Jian lifted his chin and muttered through gritted teeth.
"Dare to mess with my goddess?
Let me tell you, kid, you can forget about taking the college entrance exam."
"Goddess?"
Seeing the other's furious expression, Su Jiang followed his gaze and saw Leng Xi's cold, composed face.
Su Jiang.
He was instantly at a loss for words.
Damn it, trouble caused by a woman again? An age-old saying. A woman's beauty is a curse, a woman's beauty is a curse. That name really couldn't have been more fitting.
Turns out this guy was just a lovesick puppy all along. No wonder he acted this way, it all makes sense now. But Su Jiang wouldn't let such behavior slide. At that moment, Lei Jian hadn't realized he'd already offended another person. After reporting Su Jiang, the one whose expression changed even more dramatically than Su Jiang's was none other than Lu Padian on the field. At this very moment, Su Jiang was expelled from the exam hall for cheating on the college entrance exam. What awaited Su Jiang then was not ridicule or contempt from others, but a scramble among the top universities that had arrived early at the exam site. Compared to the institutions in his own District 13, let alone District 1, even Districts 2 and 3 boasted far too many outstanding universities waiting outside. If Su Jiang were to be poached by another school because of this, the thought sent a chill down Lu Potion's spine. The problem was, Su Jiang had actually purchased an admission ticket. This left Lu Potion in a difficult position. In full view of everyone, he couldn't simply ignore the matter or help Su Jiang cheat. He could only clear his throat. Ahem, candidate 9527, may we inspect your admission ticket? Hearing this, Su Jiang shot Lei Jiang a look of disdain. Truth be told, Lei Jiang might have a bit of wit, but not much. He handed his admission ticket to the proctor and declared loudly to the surrounding students. I admitted I bought my admission ticket on the black market. What? He actually admitted it? Does he not want to take the exam? How dare he admit it? What are we supposed to do now? All the students around him stared at Su Jiang in utter astonishment. They never imagined Su Jiang would dare to confess under such circumstances. For a moment, all eyes turned to him in astonishment, while Wu Hao and Leng Xi moved closer behind Su Jiang. Boss, have you lost your mind? You're going to get disqualified. Leng Xi frowned at Su Jiang, her concern evident. But Su Jiang turned his head and gave them a reassuring look before continuing to face the crowd. But as far as I know, our college entrance exam doesn't restrict the origin of admission tickets, right? As long as the admission ticket conforms to the official format and the holder is eligible to take the exam, that's all that matters, right? The black market ones got disqualified before because they were counterfeit. Su Jiang's words fell with decisive force. The surrounding area instantly fell silent. Lei Jiang looked at Su Jiang, first with surprise, then bursting into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Su Jiang, for someone who studied law, you're killing me. Let me tell you something, your admission ticket might be genuine, and perhaps there are no relevant laws against it. But you've forgotten one crucial point. Hearing this, Su Jiang stared at the unrestrained Lei Jiang, wondering what his trump card could possibly be. Let me tell you. While the authorities never explicitly stated that admission tickets must be issued by schools, but they explicitly state that all examinees are strictly prohibited from using spirit beasts unrelated to themselves to take the college entrance exam. Which means the spirit beast you're using isn't qualified to take the exam for you. It's not your contracted spirit beast, so it can't take the exam for you right now. The candidates who had been filled with envy and jealousy towards Su Jiang now looked at him with pity and scorn. Right. How could they have forgotten that? Even Lu Potion on stage now looked nervously towards Su Jiang in the crowd. He was curious to see how Su Jiang would break through this predicament. Lei Jiang, witnessing this scene, addressed the surrounding crowd loudly. Everyone, I was right, wasn't I? Otherwise, I'll find some high-level powerhouse and have them use their spirit beast to take the college entrance exam instead. That's definitely not allowed. So even if he could take the exam, his little spirit beast wouldn't be usable. Chapter 108, rejected by all, Leng Xi forms a team. But his little spirit beast can't be used. As these words fell, many cast pitying glances at Su Jiang. After all, he had made it this far with exceptional performance in the first 3 rounds. Yet now, though not expelled from the exam hall, his spirit beast had been completely stripped away. Even though Su Jiang's stats were absurdly high, no one believed anyone could defeat spirit beasts with just their bare hands. After all, spirit beasts possess strength incomparably greater than ordinary humans. There was simply no contest. Hearing the uproar below, Lu Potion now realized it was too late to protect Su Jiang. He knew that the other candidate, though motivated by personal vengeance, hadn't uttered a single wrong word. Especially since this candidate was strictly adhering to the regulations set forth by the Federation. As the chief examiner, he must now set aside all personal biases and judgments, using his authority to uphold the laws and regulations of the entire human federation and its official institutions. Lu Potion looked at Su Jiang, his tone unwavering. Candidate 9527. Your actions have indeed violated the following official laws and regulations pertaining to the college entrance examination. However, due to an oversight on our part failing to detect this beforehand, we will not pursue charges against you for this offense. But if you wish to proceed to the 4th stage now, you may not use the spirit beast in your possession. You must instead use a spirit beast you have contracted yourself. If you lack a contracted spirit beast, you may choose to withdraw from the competition or insist on remaining on the field. After delivering this statement, Lu Potion closed his eyes in anguish. He could already envision the consequences. When news of a prodigy like Su Jiang and his peerless spirit beast reached the outside world, the admissions officers from those prestigious universities who had already made their arrangements would undoubtedly scramble to recruit Su Jiang. Many of the official proctors present looked at Su Jiang with expressions of regret. They had expected this young man with a shattered spirit sea to create another miracle here. Little did they know it would end so abruptly. Now it was truly a pity. But at that moment, Su Jiang lifted his head to glance at Lu Potion, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Lei Jiang. Examiner, I have decided to continue participating in this assessment. I humbly request your approval. Candidates? Lu Potion? Lei Jiang? Everyone was stunned, their faces frozen in confusion. Lei Jiang had assumed Su Jiang would withdraw immediately, but unexpectedly, Su Jiang remained?
Lu Padian and the other examiners felt the same way. All the candidates turned their gaze toward Su Jiang.
While they admired his tenacious spirit, they were already anticipating the moment they might be matched to his team.
Su Jiang no longer had that formidable spirit beast, wasn't he just a helpless now? At this thought, candidates who had previously considered teaming up with Su Jiang or seeking his favor instinctively took a step back. Su Jiang had been the most sought-after candidate in the exam hall, with many eager to curry favor with him. But with that remark, everyone suddenly looked at Su Jiang with utter contempt. Seeing this blatant shift in attitude, Su Jiang couldn't hold back any longer. But a sneer curled at the corners of his mouth. Is this human nature? It was a bit too cold-hearted, wasn't it? Fine. Since you insist on participating, then stay on the field. After Lu Padian nodded, Su Jiang handed the spirit beast directly to the proctor beside him. Until the exam concluded, all spirit beasts would be held in official custody. Originally, 2 girls had gathered around Su Jiang. They had initially wanted to team up with him to secure a good score in the 4th assessment. But now they both moved away from him, looking utterly disgusted. Only Wu Hao stepped forward, his tone resolute. Boss, looks like you'll have to put in some real effort now. Su Jiang nodded, while Wu Hao grew even more excited and shouted loudly. If that's the case, boss, then team up with me. The 2 of us will absolutely dominate. Su Jiang glanced up at Wu Hao, speechless. Whoever I team up with will still be killing everything in sight, right? I mean, I'm the one doing the killing, are you just going to be standing there cheering me on? But what could he do? Few around him seemed eager to team up with him. Reluctantly, Su Jiang prepared to accept Wu Hao's invitation. The surrounding classmates were also buzzing with talk, their eyes filled with strange looks. That loser. So many people wanted to team up with him earlier, but he refused. Now nobody wants him. This is hilarious. Who'd dare team up with a loser who doesn't even have a spirit beast? Exactly. Just wait till later when he's left all alone. After exchanging these remarks, the candidates shifted their attention to another striking figure on the field. The goddess, Leng Xi. The combat prowess and poise Leng Xi displayed meant that anyone who could form a team with her was guaranteed success. Not to mention, she was widely regarded as the goddess of the entire 7th high school. Many were eager to be on her team. If given the chance, they could even use this opportunity to take their relationship to the next level. If only I could team up with my goddess, she's both incredibly strong and stunningly beautiful. Wonder who'll win her favor, so envious. Goddess. Pick me. Pick me. Just then, Su Jiang, who had been planning to team up with Wu Hao, suddenly heard Leng Xi's cool voice from behind him. Su Jiang, we're teaming up. Turning around, Su Jiang saw the unwavering resolve etched across Leng Xi's icy features. Her tone held no room for negotiation, it was clearly a statement of fact. Wu Hao, who had been clamoring to team up with Su Jiang, glanced at the 2 of them and flashed a knowing look. Oh man, boss, I just remembered my little sister still needs someone to take care of her. Gotta go find my sister. See ya later. Watching Wu Hao's figure vanish in a flash, Su Jiang felt both amused and exasperated. He turned to Leng Xi with curiosity. I don't have a spirit beast anymore. Aren't you worried I'll slow you down? Leng Xi shook her head, her gaze fixed firmly on Su Jiang. I believe in you. Besides, I'll guide you. Snap. As Leng Xi and Su Jiang finished speaking, across the exam hall, every male student who had harbored admiration for Leng Xi felt his heart shatter. Their mouths gaped open as they stared at Leng Xi, as if they could hear the sound of their own hearts shattering. The goddess they had longed for had chosen a worthless with a shattered spirit. See. No. Don't. How could this be? Leng Xi actually chose to team up with a loser who can't even win, instead of me? Lei Jiang gaped in disbelief, his sidekick beside him wearing a look of pity. But as a subordinate, he stepped forward to ask. Boss, what are we gonna do now? Leng Xi teamed up with that guy. What are we gonna do? Lei Jiang froze in shock. He never imagined that by sheer coincidence, he'd actually brought Su Jiang and Leng Xi together? And it seemed like the goddess he admired had actually made the first move? Chapter 109, the first lesson. Don't team up with him, goddess. Look at me, I have a spirit beast. Yeah, mine's even an A-grade spirit beast. We'd make an unbeatable team, and later on we could. Enough. Shut up. The one who cut them off wasn't Leng Xi or Su Jiang, but Lei Jiang, the very person who had started it all. He lifted his head to survey the crowd, his expression bordering on uncontrollable. From the moment he first laid eyes on Leng Xi in middle school, he'd fallen head over heels for her, a love that lasted all the way through high school enrollment. Learning she was at 7th middle school had filled the young Lei Jiang with an exhilaration that felt almost unbearable. Later, after leveraging his father's connections to transfer into the same class as Leng Xi, he even fantasized about what their son might be named. But what he never could have imagined was that over 3 years of being classmates, not only was she rarely at school due to the Leng family's circumstances, even when she was at school, she hardly spoke to him or engaged in conversation, which deeply wounded him. The rare moments they did communicate never progressed beyond a classmate relationship.
Whenever he tried to take things further or exchange more than a few words, there was never any opportunity. It could be said their only connection now was that of strangers who exchanged a few words. Let alone Leng Xi taking the initiative to team up with him or becoming such a close friend. Even her initiating conversation with him on ordinary days was something unimaginable. Yet now, everything he'd imagined was happening to Su Jiang.
She's mine. Leng Xi is mine.
In front of everyone, it should be me who's this close to him. Me. Seeing Lei Jiang lower his head in silence, the students grew timid. After all, his emotions were far too unstable now, like a ticking time bomb ready to explode. Few students around him dared to touch that bomb.
If you won't team up with me, then I'll just have to beat you to a pulp.
Lei Jiang spat out these words through gritted teeth.
His admiration and obsession for Leng Xi had now completely transformed into resentment. Perhaps this was what they meant by if you can't have it, destroy it. He had once loved Leng Xi with an intensity bordering on obsession.
Yet now, she treated him with utter disdain.
Instead, she was so close to that good-for-nothing kid. Was he really less than that worthless fool? His gaze drifted toward a flower bed not far from the exam hall. There lay a vial of medicine his father had specially arranged for him to keep before the exam. If he injected this vial, even Leng Xi wouldn't stand a chance against him. The duo of Wu Hao and Wu Rou had also completed their team formation. Across the field, people began forming teams in droves. And in this moment, the cruel reality of society became starkly visible. Perhaps this was the first lesson society intended to teach these students: the weak receive no respect anywhere. For while the strong and those with connections found each other, the many weak ones were left utterly alone. It wasn't that no one wanted them, rather, the weak often looked down on each other, even despising one another. Yet they still act this way, even though they aren't much stronger than the others. Right beside Su Jiang and his group stood another pair. Chen Rong, let's team up. I think we can last 2 rounds. Upon hearing this, the girl named Chen Rong looked at the boy and retorted. You're just a low-level beastmaster. Why would I team up with you? How am I supposed to win if I'm paired with you? The boy's expression darkened at her words. You're only D rank 2. Lower than me, and you're looking down on me? The two began arguing as they spoke. At that moment, Su Jiang shook his head helplessly. Just as he was enjoying the drama, the conflict suddenly turned toward him. Even Su Jiang, that worthless loser without a spirit beast and a shattered spirit sea, got an A-rank talent goddess to team up with him. Why can't I, Chen Rong, get a guy with S-rank talent to team up with me? Don't worry, I absolutely will not team up with you. Su Jiang was speechless upon hearing this.
He wanted to advise this girl to sleep with 2 extra pillows at night, maybe then her dreams would be a little sweeter.
Wu Rou stared wide-eyed at Su Jiang and Leng Xi.
Her lips twitched as if she wanted to speak, yet she couldn't find the words. She wanted to team up with Su Jiang, but she knew she couldn't compete with Leng Xi. Besides, whether it was her looks, her skills, or anything else, she couldn't hold a candle to Leng Xi. After pondering this, she felt a pang of sadness. Wu Hao looked at his sister and offered reassurance. It's okay, don't worry. I'm Big Brother's right-hand man. I'll definitely help you two get together. Being close to the water gives you the first chance at the moon. Soon enough, we'll be even closer than before. Hearing this, Wu Rou's face lit up with a smile once more. The proportion of students without a homecoming dance day turned out to be surprisingly high. Clearly, though their abilities are mediocre, they despise one another and possess not a shred of solidarity. Clearly, the mindset of such people is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, and they are the epitome of extreme self-interest. If they were to end up on the battlefield, who could trust such people to watch their backs? Lu Padian scanned the arena, his expression darkening instantly. Weakness is never truly frightening, for in the early days of the Spirit Beast era, countless ordinary people sacrificed themselves so humanity could gain a foothold. They weren't merely weak, they didn't even possess a single decent spirit beast. Yet they too were willing to shed blood and sacrifice their lives for humanity. It was through their united resolve that mankind gained a foothold. And now, despite their own mediocre strength, they dare to look down on others. They are nothing but scum among humanity. With that thought, Lu Padian spoke up loudly. Effective immediately, all candidates who have not formed teams will be deemed to have failed the 3rd exam. What? Immediately, a candidate voiced his objection, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared at Lu Padian. Why are we failing? Shouldn't they have matched us with teammates? Exactly. It's because they're all so weak that I didn't want to team up with them. It's not like I genuinely refused to team up. If they paired me with an A-tier genius, I'd join their team in a heartbeat. Hearing these self-righteous remarks, Niu Badian sneered coldly. Don't you know your own skill level? Besides, no matter how strong or lowly your teammates are, they're still your comrades, people who stand with you against enemies. If you refuse to cooperate now just because your comrade isn't strong enough, you'll surely abandon them and run when real danger comes. Get out of here. Chapter 110, The Freeloader. All the candidates tried to voice their opinions, but the examiners forcibly dragged them away one by one. After all, they were soldiers of the Federation. Such behavior, especially this kind of contempt for teammates, was utterly repugnant to them. After all, humanity's survival on this planet has never depended on bravery or raw strength alone.
It was through human solidarity and unity that we survived. Yet now, this? If these individuals passed the exam and later entered university, or even joined the front lines to combat the void, they would inevitably become a scourge among them utterly unimaginable. Examiner. I'll team up with him. I'll team up with him. Examiner, give me one more chance. I know I was wrong. Take them all away. At Lu Potion's command, these candidates were immediately disqualified. Many of them possessed C-tier strength, which was certainly not weak. But they looked down on other C-rankers, only deigning to team up with B-rankers or even A-rankers. This attitude led to the current situation. Yet many others of lower strength steadfastly stood together after finding their own team partners. Though their strength was limited, they would give their all in this exam. Even if they fail, they will never abandon or look down upon their teammates. Those who remain in the examination grounds have already been deemed qualified. Indeed, this examination consists of two parts. The first part assesses the candidate's character and mindset, the most crucial aspect. No matter how formidable your abilities may be, if your mindset is flawed or your thoughts are problematic, you will still fail. Lu Potion would never allow someone who could harm human society in the future to pass this exam. Those individuals have now been removed. We will now proceed with the lottery draw for the fourth practical combat assessment. After speaking, an examiner beside Lu Potion activated a large screen displaying the draw sequence. At that moment, Leng Xi beside Su Jiang remained intently focused on the screen. She too wanted to know who her opponent would be. But Su Jiang noticed a figure moving furtively toward the side. He quietly followed, puzzled. Lei Jiang? Why him? He naturally had his own impression of the man. After all, he was the only one among so many who had reported him. Combined with that venomous glare, Su Jiang refused to believe he'd just let it go. Flower bed? Chemical? Interesting. Truly interesting. Su Jiang realized that playing on home turf in this exam truly offered an advantage. Take Lei Jiang, for instance. Even though he witnessed the entire scene, he still didn't report the candidate. He had already figured out the other guy's plan. He also knew that barring any surprises, he would definitely draw Lei Jiang in the upcoming lottery. Don't ask why, just know his dad is the vice principal of number 7 high school. He was already preparing to beat the crap out of Lei Jiang later. After all, while the kid's report hadn't affected Su Jiang much, it had left him thoroughly annoyed. When he returned, Leng Xi looked at him, her expression puzzled. What were you doing just now? Su Jiang shook his head, saying nothing. He knew that if he told Leng Xi about this, she might report it directly to higher-ups. Leng Xi didn't press further, instead continuing in a calm tone, the draw results are in. We've been paired with a group averaging B-tier strength. Su Jiang nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Well, in that case, I'll leave this round to you, Leng. Not buddies? How can you pull this kind of stunt? Don't you have any shame? The moment Su Jiang finished speaking, the surrounding students were stunned. They never imagined Su Jiang, who'd been clinging to Leng Xi's coattails, could play the role of a kept man so effortlessly. Now he was even offering to hand his opponent over to Leng Xi. Some girls shot him disdainful glances. They'd already decided that if they were in Leng Xi's shoes, they'd kick Su Jiang to the curb. They'd have rejected him outright. After all, he was nothing but a useless piece of trash. But to their surprise, Leng Xi not only didn't refuse, but nodded with a smile. Sure, leave it to me. My goddess. No. They were filled with regret at that moment, wishing they had latched onto Leng Xi's coattails. Otherwise, getting carried along for several rounds wouldn't have been a problem. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Su Jiang. Soon it was time for Leng Xi and Su Jiang's team to face off against another squad. As Su Jiang stepped onto the field, Zhou Chao let out a sigh of disbelief. Huh, what a useless guy, relying on Leng Xi to fight for him. Just a freeloader. What good is he? Not only were the candidates below the stage booing Su Jiang, but even their opponents were looking at him with contempt. Yet Su Jiang showed no flicker of emotion. On the contrary, he seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Seeing the fiery glares from the boys around him, Su Jiang felt a surge of playful excitement. Yeah, I'm a freeloader. I let Leng Xi carry me to victory. What? Got a problem with that? At that moment, Su Jiang's opponents were met with cheers from all the surrounding examinees. Clearly, they all wanted to see this freeloader get beaten. Go for it. Yeah, beat that kid. He's a worthless loser without a spirit. See, give him a good thrashing. Hearing the surrounding clamor, Leng Xi rolled her eyes at Su Jiang in exasperation. Still stirring up trouble here, huh? Su Jiang chuckled awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. I just figured with your skills, you could handle it. Leng Xi rolled her eyes helplessly and shook her head. To the others watching, this scene looked more like playful banter. Before long, the chants on the field shifted from Go Gao Kao to take Su Jiang, claim Leng Xi. In an instant, Su Jiang became the public enemy of everyone present, a situation that was both laughable and exasperating. At that moment, Lei Jiang, who should have been the most furious with Fang Ming, didn't cheer him on.
Instead, he slipped into a corner and met with an invigilator.
He knew Leng Xi's capabilities, there was no way these two could stop her. What he truly sought was to defeat Su Jiang with his own hands. In the next round, I'll face Leng Xi and Su Jiang.
His icy words carried nothing but rage and murderous intent.
Chapter 111, Encountering Lei Jiang. Go Leng Xi. Go Leng Xi.
Once on the court, Su Jiang not only refused to hold back but kept cheering for Leng Xi. Yet despite the fury boiling within his opponents, they were utterly helpless against Leng Xi's A-class Fire Phoenix.
A single move from the Fire Phoenix scorching flames sweeping the plains left them unable to block it.
They tried to turn their attacks on Su Jiang, but were repeatedly blocked. Thus, Su Jiang won the first match by default and the boos from the surrounding crowd grew even louder. At that moment, Wu Hao and Wu Rou exchanged glances, seeing only helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew better than anyone just how formidable Su Jiang truly was. But why would someone like him refuse to play fair and instead deliberately create such an effect?
Do you think if our boss went all out, these guys would be scared to death? Wu Rou nodded solemnly at Wu Hao's question.
What they didn't know was that Lu Padian, one of the proctors, shared their exact same thought.
He watched Su Jiang clowning around in the back while cheering on Leng Xi. A faint smile touched his otherwise sullen face. Kid, let's see how long you can keep up this act.
He could already guess that Su Jiang had chosen to stay here because he definitely had his own trump card. But why hadn't he used it yet? He was genuinely curious, what could Su Jiang's trump card possibly be? Could it be that this kid's spirit sea hadn't shattered after all? A thought flashed through Lu Potion's mind. Wu Hao's team also smoothly disposed of their opponents. Though his individual strength wasn't overwhelming, he crushed everyone else purely through sheer numerical superiority. The slime beside him, Wu Rou's, hadn't unleashed its full power either. It could only be said that if all of them revealed their full potential, this year's college entrance exam would be exceptionally spectacular. Leng Xi truly lives up to her name, a crushing victory. I feel confident she'll secure admission to any top-tier university in the first district this year. Many proctors were discussing Leng Xi's situation, but what shocked them even more was what was happening in Wu Hao's group. You mean that F-rank little skeleton not only made it to the 4th stage? He used his shadow assault to instantly take down a C-rank spirit beast? Are you serious? All eyes were now fixed on the replay of Group 5's elimination round. Wu Hao's skeleton appeared utterly ordinary in appearance, yet its power was downright terrifying, almost unbearable to comprehend. Chief Lu, it's fine. Place him under close observation. I sense this kid has secrets too. Lu Padian merely nodded before shifting his attention back to Su Jiang. He had actually noticed it earlier. One of the examiners in this assessment, an official, had slipped out earlier to make contact with Lei Jiang. They thought their movements were well concealed. But to a powerhouse like Lu Padian, their actions were as conspicuous as stripping naked in broad daylight. Lu Padian had deliberately chosen not to intervene, wanting to test Su Jiang's true capabilities. But in his mind, he had already marked both the official who had just contacted Lei Jiang and Lei Jiang herself with a cross. Should Su Jiang or Leng Xi face mortal peril during the ensuing battle, he would intervene immediately. Let's see how you hide this time. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as Lu Padian looked at the vial Lei Jiang had just held. Rage Potion. Once consumed, the spirit beast will enter a prolonged state of frenzied rage, with immense increases in both speed and strength. But the side effect is that it drastically depletes the spirit beast's future potential and health points. The look in his eyes as he regarded Lei Jiang grew dangerously intense. As a beastmaster, spirit beasts were his most loyal companions. Yet now, for his own selfish gain, he not only cheated but even disregarded his own spirit beast companion. He was truly the scum of the scum. The second group draw begins now. The first pair to take the stage is Lei Jiang and Qian Yongqiang versus Su Jiang and Leng Xi. The chief examiner's words sent shockwaves through the crowd as all candidates turned to stare in disbelief. So it finally happened? A powerhouse clash starting as early as the second round. Yeah, looks like some highly talented candidates are bound to get poor scores this time. Since this assessment is a single elimination tournament, if top contenders clash in early rounds, their fourth round scores are likely to suffer. However, the college entrance exam also evaluates their overall performance, and the scoring isn't done by the examiners themselves, but by a massive computational mechanism. Rumor has it this evaluation is conducted by spirit beasts spanning the entire human federation, and their scoring never errs. Thus, while securing a higher placement through competition is advantageous if you encounter formidable opponents early on, as long as you perform at your best and showcase your skills, you can still achieve the ranking and position you deserve. Qian Yongqiang approached Lei Jiang's side, his gaze shifting nervously as he looked at Leng Xi before them. Boss, are you really up for this? After all, the way you usually act at school. He trailed off mid-sentence. Because every time Lei Jiang faced Leng Xi in practical combat assessments at school, Leng Xi would beat him to a pulp, rarely ever losing. Leng Xi's a great talent and a great spirit beast were practically the pinnacle of a great potential. Lei Jiang, on the other hand, was merely an A-rank goalkeeper. He wasn't even a match for some powerful B-rank spirit beasts. Hearing this, Lei Jiang shot a withering glance at his clueless subordinate, nearly fainting on the spot. But gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out between clenched jaws. "Don't worry. Back at school, I was just letting him win. Now, I'll show him my true strength." Lei Jiang spoke with confidence, though deep down, he felt a lingering unease. After all, he knew full well whether he had been holding back against Leng Xi. He hadn't gone all out against Leng Xi, but he was also no match for him. Still, that didn't matter. This time, he'd chosen to cheat. With this advantage, no one stood a chance against him. Not only would he defeat Leng Xi, but he would also thoroughly humiliate that good-for-nothing Su Jiang. Best to shatter not just this brat's spirit sea, but break his arms and legs too. Then he'd have absolutely no chance with Leng Xi. Please, both contestants, take the stage. After Leng Xi and Su Jiang stepped onto the stage, Lei Jiang and Chen Yongqiang also took their places. Faced with this pairing, many students chose to support Lei Jiang's side. Chapter 112, Dual Spirit Positions. Even though Leng Xi himself was powerful, his teammate Su Jiang was a complete waste of space. If the small spirit beasts were counted, they might have supported Su Jiang to some extent. But now that his spirit beast was gone, he was nothing but a useless person himself. He still wanted to go up against Lei Jiang and the others, but Lei Jiang might genuinely be no match for Leng Xi. But the classmate he called in was also his lackey, a bottom-tier A-level talent. But due to his impoverished background, he had long ago aligned himself with Lei Jiang. Now it was two A-tier goalkeepers facing off against an A-tier ceiling. In a 2-on-1 situation, no one believed Leng Xi stood a chance of winning. Head shook in regret. Goddess Leng Xi is just too kind-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost this match. What a shame she had to bring that useless guy along to face such a formidable opponent. If she'd brought me along, I might have helped Goddess Leng Xi win. That damn Su Jiang is holding my goddess back. How despicable. No one had high hopes for Su Jiang and his team. Meanwhile, Su Jiang himself, the very person involved, strolled onto the stage with an air of nonchalance. He looked at Leng Xi and said, "So? Can I hand this one over to you?" Leng Xi glanced at Su Jiang in surprise. "Hand everything over to me? Then what's the point of you being here?" Su Jiang. Damn, he'd thought she was seriously planning to make him her sugar daddy. Looks like he won't be getting his hands on that fish after all. "Su Jiang, you bastard, you're dead meat." The moment he stepped onto the stage, Lei Jiang couldn't wait to start ranting at Su Jiang. At the same time, he shot a complicated look at Leng Xi beside Su Jiang. "Leng Xi, why would you rather team up with this useless guy than me? Am I really that much worse than him?" His words were meant to reveal his true feelings to Leng Xi during their movement. But to his surprise, Leng Xi didn't stay silent, she nodded earnestly instead. "Yeah, I think you really are worse than Su Jiang." Lei Jiang was utterly stunned. He'd assumed his venting would go unanswered, but this response was worse than no response at all. It was like Garen casting Whisper, landing a critical hit followed by silence, instantly knocking him out cold. "Fine. Leng Xi, since you're so eager to defend Su Jiang today, I'll send you two lovebirds down together." The scene unfolded before the eyes of all the surrounding examinees, who watched with intense focus. If there's one thing modern students excel at, it's spectating drama. And this love-hate triangle of unrequited passion? Absolutely riveting. They all looked at Lei Jiang with a hint of pity. Lei Jiang is kind of pitiful, isn't he? With such strong abilities and a wealthy background, yet he still lost to Su Jiang? Who can argue with that? Leng Xi. I gotta say, her taste is seriously questionable, choosing a useless with a shattered spirit sea. All participants maintain silence. This match officially begins. With the examiner's command, Lei Jiang stopped his taunts and instead activated his summoning array with astonishing speed. Swish! He summoned his spirit beast, the giant cockroach. Beside him, Chen Yongqiang immediately summoned his azure poison scorpion. Facing these two now, even Leng Xi's expression turned grave. Admittedly, neither of them could defeat her in a one-on-one fight. But if they worked together, even her current fire phoenix wouldn't stand a chance against them. She glanced at Su Jiang beside her, her expression growing somber. Truthfully, Leng Xi wasn't certain if her opponents were holding back any hidden cards. Her belief in their formidable combat strength was merely conjecture. But what if I'm wrong? The thought made Leng Xi's brow furrow. After all, during their previous journey into the void, the opponent had only revealed his ability to use healing skills. If he couldn't wield combat skills, then this time would be disastrous. After Leng Xi summoned the Fire Phoenix, the two sides engaged in fierce combat. Though the Fire Phoenix was immensely powerful and possessed superior attributes compared to the two spirit beasts, those two spirit beasts were not only venomous but also possessed exceptionally resilient defenses and vitality. The Fire Phoenix began to show signs of exhaustion. Boom! After unleashing a sweeping inferno, the Fire Phoenix's aura visibly weakened. Ha! Leng Xi, mark my words, today you won't just lose alongside Su Jiang. I'll make you a cripple just like him. You love hanging around with trash like that, don't you? Since that's the case, you can become a cripple too. Then we'll see if the Leng family still protects you.
At this thought, Lei Jiang burst into maniacal laughter.
If Leng Xi truly became useless, even if he did something to her, the Leng family wouldn't dare offend him over a worthless person.
Well then, there's no other choice. Su Jiang watched the battle unfold between the two sides.
He couldn't help but marvel at how Leng Xi's command abilities and combat skills far surpassed everyone else's. As he observed another summoning array appear beside Leng Xi, he sighed once more. It seemed Leng Xi had finally revealed her dual spirit slots.
What? Another summoning array? Could this be Su Jiang's? No. It's Leng Xi. Look at Leng Xi's hand.
Everyone noticed that as Leng Xi moved, the summoning array began to coalesce. The next moment, a petite fire squirrel emerged from the summoning array beside her.
Dual spirit rank? It's Leng Xi, a rare treasure, a genius among geniuses. Lu Padian leapt to his feet in excitement.
He had only intended to test Su Jiang's limits, but unexpectedly, Leng Xi had revealed herself. After the fire squirrel appeared, the crowd was still pondering why it was a fire squirrel. Why would this dual element contract bind such a worthless individual? The fire squirrel suddenly unleashed the blazing inferno unique to fire phoenixes, accompanied by the flapping of a fire phoenix's wings.
Boom! In the next instant, a towering sea of flames engulfed the examination grounds. It instantly engulfed both Lei Jiang and Chen Yongchun's spirit beasts. The outcome is decided, right? The power gap is too obvious, too terrifying. Cold She is actually a dual spirit position? And what on earth is going on with that fire squirrel of hers?
Just then, the crowd realized a series of sounds were emanating from within the fiery inferno.
Thump! 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 To everyone's astonishment, Lei Jiang emerged unscathed, following right behind his giant cockroach.
Not a single scratch marred his cockroach exoskeleton, only his eyes glowed crimson.
Very good. Leng Xi, I never expected you to have this up your sleeve.
But let me tell you, even with your dual spirit rank, you'll be crippled here today.
The crowd erupted in shock. To survive such a devastating attack unscathed meant Leng Xi was in serious trouble. The giant cockroach's speed was astonishing, closing in on Leng Xi in an instant. It seemed as though he and Su Jiang would be eliminated in the next instant. Chapter 113, The Final Move.
The giant cockroach's claws and antennae flashed with a chilling glint, striking fear into the heart.
Its ferocious charge seemed poised to crush Su Jiang and Leng Xi in the next instant.
Even Leng Xi couldn't help but panic in the face of such an attack. She stared at the colossal cockroach in disbelief.
Others might not grasp the true power of her fire phoenix and fire squirrel, but surely she herself knew?
With just her great talent alone, perhaps the fire phoenix and fire squirrel were still mediocre. But when combined with the unique traits and special abilities bestowed by Su Jiang, these two spirit beasts working together could become an S-rank force that even the most formidable opponents couldn't withstand.
But now, the two spirit beasts unleashed their full power scorching flames, only to have it effortlessly nullified by this giant cockroach? This was absolutely impossible.
She turned to look at Su Jiang, her eyes filled with astonishment.
It wasn't just her, everyone held their breath. Look!
The giant cockroach has broken through Leng Xi's scorching flames. Even two spirit beasts seem no match for this giant cockroach.
This can't be possible.
Leng Xi's fire phoenix is one of the strongest A-class spirit beasts, while Lei Jiang's giant cockroach is barely scraping by at the bottom of the A-type spirit beasts. In their usual school duels, Leng Xi has dominated nearly every match.
Why has it turned out this way?
All the students were buzzing with discussion. Lu Padian narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the giant cockroach. He had already summoned his own spirit beast. If even the slightest threat to Su Jiang or Leng Xi's lives arose from that giant cockroach in the next moment, he would immediately command his spirit beast to kill it.
As for whether it might harm Lei Jiang, that was none of Lu Potion's concern.
This kid has a truly vicious heart, he'd even harm his own classmate.
If you were ever let loose in society, countless people would suffer.
Lu Padian muttered to himself, his eyes fixed intently on the scene. He was curious, faced with such a desperate situation, how would Leng Xi and Su Jiang break through this stalemate?
Or rather, did Leng Xi have any hidden cards up his sleeve? And what about Su Jiang? Was he truly a useless? Get out of the way. At the last possible moment, Leng Xi yanked Su Jiang aside.
Su Jiang turned to look at Leng Xi in astonishment, his eyes wide with surprise.
Leng Xi truly lived up to her reputation as a legendary prodigy.
Beyond her beauty and innate talent, her greatest strengths were undoubtedly her combat experience and mental fortitude. Truthfully, if Leng Xi had been even a second slower, Su Jiang would have had to intervene himself. He had endured Lei Jiang's actions for far too long and was on the verge of losing his temper. But unexpectedly, even under such threat, Leng Xi had managed to lead him to safety. He shot her an admiring glance, and Leng Xi replied, "This guy's got issues. We need to report him to the examiners." Before she could finish, Lei Jiang's furious roar filled the air. Die! The giant cockroach charged toward them once more, its menacing aura radiating an intent to kill. In her haste, Leng Xi summoned her fire phoenix to block the attack. Yet both the fire phoenix and the fire squirrel were powerful spirit beasts with mastery over fire attributes.
Yet before this foe, they were tossed aside like worthless junk? As if they possessed no resistance whatsoever. What? The fire phoenix lost to a giant cockroach? Impossible. Lei Jiang couldn't even beat the fire phoenix in class. Not only the examiners, but many students sensed something was terribly wrong. If that's the case, then Leng Xi is finished, isn't she? Not even her fire phoenix and that other fire squirrel could stand up to that giant cockroach. Sigh, if you ask me, it's all because she brought that useless Su Jiang along. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been eliminated this early. Exactly. Such a talented goddess, and she lost right here. Everyone felt sorry for Leng Xi, sensing something was off about the situation on the field. At the same time, not a single person believed Leng Xi had any chance of salvaging the situation. After all, the giant cockroach was simply too powerful now. That overwhelming aura radiating from its entire body was beyond what ordinary contestants could even imagine. Cough cough. After Hua Feng was knocked flying once more, Leng Xi's face paled even further. Clearly, the damage Fire Phoenix sustained had directly transferred to her. Leng Xi turned to look at Su Jiang, expecting to see utter panic. But to her surprise, she saw an unusually calm and unruffled face. A thought flashed through Leng Xi's mind in an instant. Could he really have a trump card? The previously panicked Leng Xi calmed down, but by then the giant mantis had already charged right up to them. All the examinees seemed to witness Su Jiang and Leng Xi's defeat. They could even picture the two being torn apart by this colossal cockroach. Ha! Die already! Let the giant cockroach tear them apart. Roar! In an instant, two enormous claws appeared before Su Jiang and his companion. The crowd couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the bloody scene. But the next moment, boom! A deafening rumble echoed through the examination hall, leaving everyone stunned. As they gazed at the swirling dust filling the hall, someone murmured to themselves. Could it be that Leng Xi's spirit beast blocked this attack again? Good heavens, it's such a pity she's Leng Xi. If only she hadn't teamed up with that good-for-nothing Su Jiang, how could he possibly have fallen here? Amidst the murmurs of the examinees, Wu Hao and Wen Rou exchanged a glance, their lips curling into faint smiles. They understood perfectly well. This situation, this commotion, it could only be Su Jiang. Because that cheat-level giant cockroach had no equal among spirit beasts except for Su Jiang. Big Brother finally made his move. This is great. All the injustices he's endured over the years will finally be cleared. Su Jiang is truly incredible. This is a sure win now. Sharing this reaction was Lu Padian, standing at the center of the examiners. Gazing at the towering figure piercing the sky amidst the swirling dust, his eyes widened instantly, his voice trembling as he stammered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be? After a few seconds, the dust began to settle. Only then did all the candidates realize that the one who had blocked the giant cockroach's devastating attack was none other than the very person they had been calling a useless. Standing directly before the giant cockroach's two claws, Su Jiang had conjured a white bone shield with a single hand. Su Jiang held the shield steady with one hand, blocking the claws completely, preventing them from advancing an inch. Chapter 114, Shocked Crowd. What? How is that possible? It wasn't just Lei Jiang, everyone else was stunned. For they witnessed Su Jiang holding his ground against this colossal cockroach, an act already beyond belief. The giant cockroach's power had just overwhelmed even the fire phoenix, another A-class spirit beast. Yet now, Su Jiang had blocked it with nothing but his human flesh and blood, utterly unbelievable. What made it even more unbelievable was that a white shield had materialized in Su Jiang's hands. This exam explicitly prohibited candidates from bringing any props to cheat. Forget a shield, you couldn't even bring a pen inside. Most crucially, Su Jiang hadn't possessed a shield when he first stepped onto the platform. And why did this shield look so familiar? Blocked it? How is that possible? Su Jiang, that useless guy, blocked it? I thought it was Leng Xi. And where did he get that shield? Where it came from doesn't matter. How could he possibly have the strength to block it? Wait a minute, doesn't this shield look incredibly familiar to you all? After someone uttered this remark, the other students all stared wide-eyed at the shield. As beast masters themselves, they recognized the shield's design as strikingly familiar. Amidst the crowd, Lu Padian couldn't help but mutter under his breath as the smoke finally cleared. Holy! Yes, even he was so shocked he couldn't help but curse. Su Jiang hadn't merely blocked the attack, the method he used to do so had caught everyone in the arena completely off guard. Su Jiang had used a spirit beast skill. One of the examiners glanced at the shield in Fang Yu's hand, then at the guidebook in his own, before finally blurting out. This is definitely the bone shield defense of an F-rank spirit beast skeleton. It really is the bone shield defense. I thought I was seeing things. How is this possible? How could a human wield a spirit beast skill? Is this even human? But it looks exactly like bone shield defense. As the examiner's words fell, the others couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Some had recognized it as bone shield defense earlier, but no one dared speak up. The notion was simply too absurd and far-fetched to believe.
If anyone had spoken up, the others would have dismissed them as spouting nonsense. But now that an examiner had confirmed it, they dared to nod in agreement.
What on earth is going on? All eyes turned to Su Jiang in astonishment, demanding an explanation.
In the 300-plus years since the Human Federation's founding, no one had ever possessed the qualifications to wield a spirit beast's abilities.
Otherwise, the irreplaceable nature of spirit beasts would be lost.
Now Su Jiang had actually deployed a spirit beast's ancient shield defense. Even if it was merely an ordinary F-rank spirit beast skill, it still represented a historically significant advancement.
So you really can do this, Su Jiang?
Hearing Leng Xi's stunned voice beside him, Su Jiang turned his head. Her usually composed, cool face was now filled with utter shock, her features contorted. She completely abandoned her goddess-like image, her cherry-red lips gaping wide enough to fit a whole radish inside. After all, she had witnessed Su Jiang using healing skills before. Yet seeing him actually wield another spirit beast's ability was still hard for Leng Xi to accept.
Didn't you already suspect this? Su Jiang turned to face Leng Xi.
After a moment's thought, the look in her eyes grew even more hostile. You clearly possess spirit beast abilities, yet you still made me go out there to take the lightning strikes and bear the brunt for you?
That's outrageous. Su Jiang. Hearing this, Su Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment.
He'd been hoping to keep this hidden for a while longer.
But who could have predicted Lei Jian would react so fiercely? Now even Leng Xi couldn't match him. Yet the one reacting more strongly than them was Lei Jian himself, the victim.
His mouth fell open as he stared at the white bone shield in Su Jiang's hand, utterly speechless.
Bone, this.
He had assumed both men would perish under that fatal blow. Yet here he was, witnessing Su Jiang not only withstand the spirit beast's power with his bare body, but also conjure a white bone shield in his hands to block the attack.
Bone shield defense? A spirit beast skeleton skill? Are you even human?
Lei Jian, in that moment, truly forgot the deep-seated grudge he believed existed between himself and Su Jiang.
He stared at Su Jiang in utter disbelief. Su Jiang, however, lifted his gaze to meet his. What? Is that not allowed? Lei Jian's mouth hung open, wanting to speak, yet finding himself utterly speechless.
His gaze fixed on the bone shield defense in Su Jiang's hands, he instantly shouted at the giant cockroach beside him.
Kill him now!
The next instant, the giant cockroach let out a deafening roar that echoed across the land.
Roar! Su Jiang saw the giant cockroach's attack grow even more ferocious.
The next moment, Su Jiang scanned the stunned students throughout the hall.
He realized everyone had witnessed this scene.
The proctor stared in utter shock, while someone had already begun reporting the incident to higher-ups.
He knew his secret was no longer safe. Well, if that's the case, might as well go big.
A faint smile curved his lips as Su Jiang watched the giant cockroach charging toward him. His confident voice echoed through the quiet exam hall as if amplified, reaching every ear. The examinees saw that in the face of the giant cockroach, Su Jiang not only showed no panic but calmly uttered a single sentence.
You're asking for it.
The next moment, Su Jiang charged straight at the giant cockroach's face. The instant his fist collided with the cockroach's hard carapace, everyone assumed Su Jiang would be defeated. After all, no one believed anyone could shake a spirit beast with bare hands.
Boom! In the blink of an eye, the crowd saw only a flash of golden light from Feng Yu's hand. The giant cockroach was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground. What? This giant cockroach couldn't even beat a human? Did Su Jiang really not use his spirit beast? Is he really just himself? Is he even human? Such thoughts raced through everyone's minds, for Su Jiang's performance was utterly monstrous. But it wasn't over yet.
Su Jiang stared at the fallen giant cockroach, showing no sign of stopping. Instead, he immediately launched a pursuit. He instantly activated Wu Hao's skeleton shadow assault, materializing before the giant cockroach and delivering a direct punch. The crowd grew even more numb, gaping in silence, utterly speechless. What stunned them even more was that after that punch, Su Jiang formed a massive fireball directly from his mouth and hurled it at the giant cockroach.
Hawa Miku Fireball Spell. Chapter 115, My Turn. Boom! Roar!
The instant the massive fireball struck the giant cockroach's carapace, excruciating pain made the creature let out a blood-curdling roar. To be fair, given Su Jiang's current attributes and physical prowess, his fireball spell proved even more terrifying than the fire phoenix's scorching blaze.
Thus, the giant cockroach that had withstood the scorching flames could no longer endure after absorbing Su Jiang's single fireball spell.
Roar! It was now driven to desperation, having been toyed with helplessly by Su Jiang throughout the entire battle. Had its strength been any weaker, it would likely have been buried by now. Already agitated by Lei Jian's influence, its entire body was in an abnormal state of frenzy. Now, wounded and with adrenaline surging through its veins, its speed and strength surged dramatically. In an instant, a sharp claw lashed out toward Su Jiang. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Su Jiang had unleashed a fireball spell, prompting the giant cockroach to retaliate immediately. Su Jiang struggled to dodge in time, as if the claw would strike him dead in the next instant. After all, before this giant cockroach, the human flesh and blood body seemed so fragile.
A single casual swipe of its claw could easily end Su Jiang's life. No! I must act now. On the viewing platform, Lu Potion's expression changed drastically. He had been captivated by Su Jiang's extraordinary performance and formidable combat prowess. But when Lu Potion saw Su Jiang meet the giant cockroach's claw head-on, his expression changed. He hadn't anticipated the giant cockroach becoming so outrageously powerful after consuming the rage potion. After absorbing that full barrage of damage, it still had the immediate opportunity to launch such a powerful counterattack. The thought of the consequences if Su Jiang were to die made his expression change drastically. If his own actions led to the loss of such a great human talent, Lu Potion would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. It's over. I won't make it in time. Lu Potion watched the sharp claw closing in on Su Jiang. Though his spirit beast was incredibly swift, it still fell just short. At that moment, everyone believed Su Jiang was about to die. From Su Jiang's perspective, he could actually dodge the pouncing claw. Yet he chose not to dodge. After all, before his very eyes, this speed was simply not enough to impress him. Besides, did he really have to dodge? He recalled the soft body trait of his slime and that absolute defense attribute granted by the spirit beast he had sold earlier. Su Jiang not only didn't dodge, but lifted his head to stare directly at the giant cockroach before him. Has this kid lost his mind? He's not dodging? Looks like he thinks he's already dead, so there's no point in dodging. Ah, what a pity. We thought he was a dark horse, a human prodigy, and now he's about to be gone. Everyone assumed Su Jiang had been scared out of his wits, leading to this reaction. Lei Jiang laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, Su Jiang. You dared to compete with me for Leng Xi. You dared to speak to Leng Xi. I'll show you. This is what happens to you. He could almost see Su Jiang being torn clean in two by the giant cockroach's claw. But what he hadn't expected was that, faced with such a vicious attack, Su Jiang not only didn't retreat but turned his head and stared at him with keen interest. Instantly, Lei Jiang shuddered violently. Holy crap, is this guy out of his mind? He couldn't help but despise his own cowardly reaction. He muttered under his breath. What's there to fear? He's just some kid who's about to die anyway. I refuse to believe this kid can withstand it. Standing beside Su Jiang, Leng Xi was so anxious tears were welling up in her eyes. When she saw Su Jiang facing those massive claws, she thought he was about to be torn apart. But her fire phoenix was no longer combat ready. All she could do was stare at Su Jiang with tear-filled eyes and shout, Su Jiang! Get out of the way! And so, under the watchful eyes of all present, the thick cockroach claw descended upon Su Jiang. The cold gleam and razor-sharp edge flashing upon it were plain to see. Su Jiang was in grave danger. Yet when that massive cockroach claw struck Su Jiang, instead of a gruesome scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere, clang! After the metallic clang, Su Jiang stood where he was, observing the giant cockroach before him with keen interest. Everyone noticed that the giant cockroach's claw had struck Su Jiang. Not only was Su Jiang unharmed, he hadn't even moved a muscle. The only visible effect seemed to be on his clothing. Beneath the torn left sleeve, everyone could see the distinct lines of his muscles. Creak! No matter how hard the giant cockroach strained, its sharp claws couldn't gain an inch. As Su Jiang raised his hand, the cockroach's joints even cracked audibly, clearly forced back by Su Jiang. He's not dead? How is that possible? He withstood the giant cockroach's attack head-on. What on earth is he? A monster. He must be a monster. At that moment, Lu Potion felt his emotions rollercoastering through his chest. His heart, which had plummeted to the depths, suddenly soared skyward once more. When he looked at Su Jiang again, his heart was filled with satisfaction. He never imagined Su Jiang could so effortlessly break through such a desperate situation. Feeling the friction on his arm, Su Jiang glanced at the giant cockroach beside him and looked up at Lei Jiang. What? Haven't you eaten? Tickling me? Everyone present stared blankly at Su Jiang. Not a single word was spoken. After all, the giant cockroach's claws were capable of shattering grade 2 alloy. Yet before Su Jiang, it seemed utterly powerless? Could it be that Su Jiang's body was even tougher than grade 2 alloy? At this moment, the outcome of the exam no longer mattered to anyone. They were all stunned by Su Jiang's performance. Not only were his base stats absurdly high, his speed, strength, and physical resilience were all monstrous. He could also wield spirit beast abilities, a complete and utter monster, a humanoid spirit beast. Su Jiang relentlessly shattered the common knowledge people had held until now, as if he were reshaping their very worldviews. Before this, their worldview had already been utterly shattered by Su Jiang. He looked at Lei Jiang, who was now frozen in terror. Su Jiang flexed his fists, a savage grin curling his lips as he turned his gaze toward the giant cockroach. What? Not fighting anymore? Had enough? Well then, it's my turn now. Amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, Su Jiang launched another shadow strike, his figure darting like lightning to the giant cockroach's side. Mega strength. His fist slammed down hard on the giant cockroach's head. Crash. The enormous cockroach, once towering, was instantly knocked flat onto the ground. Chapter 116, Full Combat Power. Roar. Snap! After being knocked to the ground, several distinct cracks appeared on the giant cockroach's exoskeleton. The scene left the surrounding students utterly dumbfounded. After all, Su Jiang had delivered this blow without any weapon, merely using his bare fists to pierce through the giant cockroach's flesh. This was simply beyond what a normal human being could do, or rather, it bore no resemblance whatsoever to anything human. But it wasn't over yet. In the next instant, Su Jiang's figure surged forward. His entire hand plunged into the earth, his body radiating a metallic glow. This was Su Jiang activating his skill, elemental conversion, drawing the power of earth elements into his entire being. A set of armor he had forged himself coalesced around his fist. Boom! Boom! Punch after punch landed, knocking the giant cockroach flat onto the ground, utterly helpless. Amidst the swirling dust, only Su Jiang's relentless fists and the giant cockroach's agonized screams could be seen. Watching the enraged giant cockroach, one could only marvel at its truly tenacious vitality. Cockroaches were terrifying enough as it was, but a giant one? Most people couldn't handle that. Even Su Jiang was starting to feel a bit of PTSD. As the giant cockroach lunged forward once more, Su Jiang vanished like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, a purple lightning-like mark appeared behind him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's ears. After the massive thunderclap, the faint, swirling lightning that now enveloped Su Jiang's body, along with his sudden, blurred movement. This was neither teleportation nor a shadow strike, it was the speed achieved by his body after being empowered by the lightning's force. He possesses the power of thunder? What kind of monster is this? Is he even human? A monster. A complete and utter monster. At that moment, Lei Jiang, the beastmaster transformed into a giant cockroach, was utterly dumbfounded. He could only watch as the giant cockroach, comparable to an S-rank spirit beast. Before Su Jiang, it was being pounded senseless by those bare fists. The sight of it being beaten was utterly pitiful. Now, both the proctors and all the examinees, disregarding any examination hall regulations, had gathered around the perimeter of the arena. Every eye was fixed intently on every detail of the two combatants' struggle. In truth, they were all watching Su Jiang, scrutinizing every single detail of his actions. Elemental conversion, fireball spells, lightning power, absolute defense through a supple body, shield defense, shadow assaults. The skills Su Jiang displayed were utterly terrifying and awe-inspiring. It could be said that many spirit beasts lacked Su Jiang's prowess and combat power, yet he was merely an ordinary human. Quick! Seal off the intelligence. Report Su Jiang's situation to the higher-ups immediately. Let them decide. Lu Padian no longer cared about the exam at this point. He knew the outcome of this exam, and who would be crowned top scholar no longer mattered for humanity's current trajectory. The core of humanity's next step lay with Su Jiang. He held too many secrets. If the extraordinary qualities within him could truly be applied to all of humanity, then the tide of humanity's counterattack would begin to turn. Leng Xi stood behind Su Jiang, flanked by her fire squirrel and fire phoenix. Watching Su Jiang's monstrously abnormal display of flesh and blood body unleashing combat power more terrifying than that of spirit beasts. Though a hint of smugness flickered at the corner of Leng Xi's lips, shock dominated her expression. After all, even she hadn't imagined Su Jiang could defy human limits to such an extent. She had suspected Su Jiang was holding back before. But she never imagined he wasn't hiding his weaknesses, he was hiding an entire realm. Gazing at her fire squirrel, Leng Xi suddenly offered a seemingly gentle smile, her voice icy as she asked. Hey, did you know all along? But you didn't tell me? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The fire squirrel's expression changed instantly. It scurried to Leng Xi's feet and began acting all cute and cuddly, terrified she'd take revenge. Roar! A piercing scream echoed as Su Jiang's hand closed around the claw of a giant cockroach. He had just used his sheer physical strength and speed to rip off one of the giant cockroach's claws. Lei Jiang was now completely panicked. He turned to look at the examiners around him, who were just as terrified and dumbfounded as he was. Examiner, I'm reporting this guy, he's definitely not human. Then he must be a spirit beast. How else could he be so monstrous? He's not human. Faced with his accusations, none of the examiners reacted. They just stared blankly at Su Jiang. On one hand, they were genuinely petrified. Such god-defying performance was utterly unprecedented, unheard of in human history. Human history had never witnessed such a monstrously abnormal individual. Even Li Songyan, the legendary beastmaster of District 1, hailed as the violent beastmaster, could only match the physical strength of an F-grade spirit beast at best. Yet now, Su Jiang had achieved this level of performance. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Su Jiang had changed. All talk of a shattered spirit sea or being a worthless vanished into thin air. Honestly, if one could possess such monstrous combat prowess and physical strength, why would humans even need a spirit sea? Isn't the spirit sea just for contracting spirit beasts? If your own spirit beast can fight, what's the point of having one? Puff! Puff! Su Jiang stared at the colossal cockroach before him, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. No creature had ever endured his frenzied assault before.
The name Cockroach certainly lived up to its reputation, though it was clear the creature had little fighting strength left now. Lei Jiang, noticing no one was paying her any mind, immediately turned her head toward Su Jiang. When she saw Su Jiang staring back at her gaze fell upon his blood-soaked figure and the murderous glint in his eyes. Her legs buckled instantly, and she collapsed to her knees.
Thud. Su Jiang, I was wrong. Please spare me. I shouldn't have ambushed you. I never meant to kill you. Let me go. Su Jiang.
Seeing this scene, Fong Ming was stunned. To be honest, he never truly intended to kill this man. After all, someone as worthless as him was practically dirtying his own hands. It simply wasn't worth the effort. Watching the genius everyone admired daily now reduced to such a pitiful state, Su Jiang couldn't help but shake his head.
An A-rank dares to call himself a genius? What a frog in a well.
Hearing this, the stunned crowd remained utterly unmoved. If anyone else had said that, it might have been bragging or self-aggrandizement.
But coming from Su Jiang, it held absolute weight.
Because in his eyes, an A-level candidate wasn't even worthy of tying his shoes. Lu Padian knew that although this year's college entrance exam results hadn't been released yet, it was effectively over.
Chapter 117, Developments.
The college entrance exam merely selects the strongest within a set of rules. But Su Jiang's very presence shattered those rules. What no one had ever achieved before, Su Jiang accomplished. At this moment, all leaders across the 13 districts, including those within the official ranks, were desperately trying to suppress this news. The moment it began to spread, it was immediately suppressed.
Su Jiang's name swiftly vanished from the scoreboard outside 7th High School. Many couldn't help but feel puzzled.
The scores vanished.
What's going on? Could it be that cheating was discovered?
I think it's possible. After all, he's a useless without a spirit beast. He aced the first 2 assessments. How could that be? Jiang Xiaohai stood outside, observing Su Jiang's scores, and nodded. Based on his understanding of the college entrance exams, it seemed likely that the other candidate had been caught cheating and disqualified from the rankings. Now he eagerly awaited Su Jiang's exit from the exam hall the moment Jiang Xiaohai, would finally exact his revenge. Hurry up, kid. Get out here already, so I can properly avenge the Jiang family. As he rubbed his hands together in anticipation, he remained unaware that while information had been completely blocked from ordinary people, Su Jiang's true situation had already sent shockwaves throughout the entire 13th district and the Human Federation. Originally, the top beast-taming universities would only send figures like vice presidents or admissions directors to District 13. Now, however, the presidents of every school acted with surprising unity. Their gazes immediately turned toward District 13 and the intelligence in their hands. After repeatedly verifying the authenticity, they instantly summoned their spirit beasts and rushed toward District 13.
The entire human world witnessed the largest mobilization of powerful beings in recorded history. The last time such a commotion occurred was 60 years ago during the collective void invasion of humanity. The scale of this event was no less than that previous upheaval. Faster. Faster. The entrance of District 13's 7th Middle School. That Su Jiang must belong to our District 1 Martial God Beastmaster University. Get him to activate the teleportation array immediately. I'm heading to District 13. No matter what, Su Jiang must be claimed by our mightiest Beastmaster University. The movements of all the powerful beings were now clear. All eyes were fixed on District 13. District 13, once an overlooked backwater neither exceptional nor truly lacking, suddenly became the focal point of the entire world. Snap. Su Jiang, the man who had stirred up a storm across the entire Human Federation. Now, he drove the cockroach leg in his hand directly into the head of the giant cockroach before him. The colossal cockroach finally met its end. Put. Lei Jiang, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. He lifted his head toward Su Jiang, as if to speak, but only managed to open his mouth before collapsing. At this moment, the announcement should have been made by an ordinary examiner, but the outcome of the competition suddenly shifted to Lu Padian taking the stage. The Su Jiang Leng Xi team wins this round, and candidate Lei Jiang is disqualified from the examination. Not only did he illegally use the rage potion in violation of examination rules, but he also brutally attacked fellow human candidates, demonstrating utter inhumanity. He will be dealt with severely according to the law. The next matchup will be between. Though the next match had been announced, the crowd had lost all interest in watching. All eyes were fixed on Su Jiang as he descended from the stage. Gone were the initial looks of contempt and mockery. What remained was nothing but utter shock and undeniable respect. In this world of martial supremacy, greater strength equated to higher status. Su Jiang's prowess had earned the unanimous recognition of everyone present. He was a complete and utter monster. Simultaneously, their gazes toward Leng Xi were filled with astonishment. They had finally realized. The difference between themselves and a genius like Leng Xi lay not only in combat prowess and innate talent, but also in vision. After all, only Leng Xi had chosen to trust Su Jiang before the exam began, standing resolutely by his side without hesitation. As for who would take first place in this exam, there was no longer any need for debate. Su Jiang alone could annihilate every single candidate present.
Not to mention Leng Xi, who stood beside him, equally towering above the rest of the examinees. The fourth exam was about to conclude. Parents waiting to pick up their students and admissions office directors were all gathered anxiously at the entrance. Several admissions officers from top universities received simultaneous calls.
Hello, principal? I'm right at the entrance of 7th middle school. Really? You came in person?
No, the exam isn't over yet, and that candidate named Jiang hasn't come out either.
All right. They exchanged glances, each filled with astonishment.
They had all heard the principal was coming to recruit someone personally.
Just what kind of genius could possibly warrant the principal's personal attention?
The exam raged on, while Jiang had already been brought to the proctoring room, subjected to scrutinizing gazes. Finally, Lu Padian studied the composed Jiang before him and let out a long sigh. You've really given me a tough problem, kid.
His gaze towards Jiang was heavy with gravity.
The moment he had brought Jiang in, he had immediately subjected him to machine testing.
Yes, he was testing whether Jiang was truly human after all. Jiang's performance had been utterly terrifying. The result?
The fact that Jiang could stand here speaking with him now spoke volumes. Taking the cup of tea Lu Padian offered, Jiang took a sip and feigned confusion.
Officer Lu, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Lu Padian shot him a look. Do you realize that District 13 is now teeming with over 100 A-rank powerhouses and nearly 20 S-rank powerhouses of all levels? Huh? What? Even Jiang was stunned.
A-rank powerhouses were already considered the backbone of humanity.
S-rankers are the pillars of all humanity.
If an S-rank were to truly fall in battle within the void, all of humanity would need to observe a moment of silence to send them off.
Moreover, such S-rank figures were as elusive as dragons in the first district. Let alone this remote, godforsaken District 13.
Kid, are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb?
Jiang gave an awkward chuckle, unable to keep up the act any longer.
I was just trying to get into a good university.
Besides, I never imagined it would cause such a commotion.
Sigh, you just don't act mature enough in your daily actions.
Lu Padian sighed again before approaching Jiang and speaking earnestly. Since that's the case, why don't you come with me?
I'll help you smooth this over.
How about it? Chapter 118, the exam ends. Jiang? Wow. Just wow.
Fang Ming admitted that while he might look a bit young for his age in this lifetime, he wasn't exactly a fool.
You know Lu Padian, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes?
Turns out he was just here to snatch someone away after all. He shot Lu Padian a speechless glance, his expression resigned. After realizing his scheme had failed, Lu Padian could only speak with brutal honesty.
I had no choice. After all, I received orders from above. Besides, you understand better than I do what your presence in the human world signifies. So, fiercely competing for you is unavoidable.
Jiang nodded, while Lu Padian continued, his voice cracking with frustration.
And did you really think I was joking when I mentioned those A-rank and S-rank powerhouses earlier? No, I'm telling you the truth.
Right now, all those powerful figures are gathered at the entrance of number 7 middle school. Wait a moment, the moment you step outside, you'll likely be completely surrounded. Then you'll be like a lamb tossed into a pack of wolves, helplessly at their mercy.
Jiang nodded after hearing this. Perfect. That was exactly the reaction he wanted.
Seeing his persuasion had failed, Lu Padian could only say,
fine.
A genius like you surely has your own plans. Among those people, there will also be representatives from our District 13 authorities who will communicate with you.
I hope you'll give it some thought then.
Jiang nodded, and Lu Padian continued. You won't be participating in the rest of the competition. I'll announce your group's results as first place shortly. But I should tell you I've already concealed your actual scores. Your scores will only be revealed once you've selected your university. After all, this is a form of protection. Though humanity is generally united, there are inevitably some rotten apples among us.
Upon hearing this, Jiang nodded in understanding. What? You mean my son Lei Jian's spirit beast was killed? And he lost the match too?
Lei Jian's father Li Yutong, the vice principal of number 7 middle school, asked in disbelief. He had just received internal intelligence about the incident, though the specifics of the battle and other details remained unclear. According to the information, the person who defeated his son was none other than Jiang, the very student he had expelled from the school long ago. Glaring at the students in the exam hall, he seethed with rage.
Jiang!
I only expelled you from school before it seems I was far too lenient. If you step out of this exam hall, you, Jiang.
Lei Yutong, huh? Come with me.
Before he could finish his threats, a squad of law enforcement officers in full gear strode toward him, their presence intimidating. His legs instantly buckled, nearly sending him crashing to his knees. After all, those with a clear conscience needn't fear the knock of the ghost's door, and he was the very definition of someone with a guilty conscience. Even when they merely passed by him, he kept his head bowed, let alone when he saw the enforcement squad charging straight at him. The moment he spotted the squad, he blurted out.
Officers, what's going on here? I want to report that student, Jiang. He cheated during the exam.
Some good-for-nothing managed to beat my son, Lei Jiang. He expected some reaction from the enforcement team, but Lei Jiang's men merely stared at him coldly.
Li Yutong, we are here to arrest you on official orders.
Your son, Lei Jiang, illegally used banned substances during the exam and attempted to harm a fellow student. Furthermore, all your past crimes have been exposed. Surrender immediately and accompany us to the authorities for interrogation.
Li Yutong's face turned ashen.
He never imagined that moments after his son was beaten into a state of disability, he himself would be thrown into prison. Why is my luck so terrible? He never imagined all this would stem from Su Jiang, the very student he had expelled.
Su Jiang's actions had thrust this assessment squarely into the spotlight of all the higher-ups.
As a rat in the gutter, Lei Yutong's affairs were naturally exposed and dealt with immediately. His plan for revenge against Su Jiang hadn't even begun to unfold before it was nipped in the bud. As for the father and son's future, whether they'll ever walk out of an official prison remains uncertain. As the competition reached its climax, the victors of the final match were none other than Wu Hao and Wu Rou. Not only did these two demonstrate formidable combat prowess, Wu Rou also stunned everyone with her slime's elemental transformation. Since when did slimes gain such formidable combat power? And the magical attacks it unleashed were on par with those of specialized combat spirit beasts. Is this even a slime? The candidates assigned to the same exam hall as Su Jiang, whether they were fortunate or unfortunate. They'd been startled beyond belief countless times today, yet their horizons had been dramatically broadened. At that moment, it was clearly Wu Hao's team that had won. Yet when Lu Padian announced that the champions of the fourth assessment were Su Jiang and Leng Xi, everyone in the arena exchanged glances. Far from finding it unreasonable, they felt it was only natural. After all, compared to Su Jiang and Leng Xi's monstrous performance, everyone felt that if Wu Hao had won this round, that would have been the real scandal. Those who had once called Su Jiang a good-for-nothing now kept their mouths shut. Every shop owner stared at Su Jiang with awe as he emerged from the proctor's room. Su Jiang's performance was simply too insane. It had completely won them over. Too strong. Too terrifying. Ridiculous. I used to call him useless. Now I realize how narrow-minded I was. Who would have thought he was so understated? All that mocking from so many people, and he didn't even bat an eye? Actually, it makes sense. After all, he's just looking down on them. Why would a lion care about the mockery of a pack of wild dogs? Besides, those with true discernment can recognize his talent. Everyone turned their envious gazes toward Leng Xi. Yes, they had once envied Su Jiang for having Leng Xi as his mentor. But now they only envied Leng Xi. Having the chance to connect with Su Jiang meant the Leng family's rise to prominence couldn't be far off. The exam is finally over. When I get back, I absolutely have to tell my parents. While they were still whispering among themselves, Lu Potion's voice boomed from the front. All examinees must immediately come forward to sign confidentiality agreements. Anyone caught leaking information about this exam will face the highest level of punishment. Seeing this, everyone turned to stare at Su Jiang in horror. They knew full well that this so-called confidentiality agreement existed solely to protect Su Jiang. Chapter 119, Principals Assemble. Since all students have voluntarily signed the confidentiality agreement, this college entrance examination is now concluded. Candidates may leave the examination hall shortly. Specific examination scores will be announced at 6 p.m. this afternoon. No wonder they say this is a high martial arts world. The speed at which results were released was incomparably faster than in Su Jiang's previous life. Taking the exam in the morning and getting results by 6 p.m. in the afternoon, truly lightning fast. Su Jiang and his peers could even select their preferred universities the very next day. Fang Ming had hoped to see his own exam results, but remembering how Lu Padian had told him his scores were hidden, he could only shake his head in resignation. Ah, what a pity. I never imagined I wouldn't even get to see my scores this time. Su Jiang shook his head and joined the stream of students leaving the exam hall. But at that moment, an inexplicable vacuum formed around him. Even those nearby dared not whisper among themselves. It was respect for his strength, respect for the formidable. Su Jiang's performance had deeply shaken them to their core. Today, Su Jiang's performance had completely overturned their perceptions. They realized their past arrogance and self-satisfaction had been nothing but a frog in a well. A waste of space? A peerless genius. They had already formed their opinion about this year's top college entrance exam scorer. Right now, they desperately wanted to rush out and announce this earth-shattering news. But alas, they had signed confidentiality agreements, leaving those with big mouths itching to spill the beans. Su Jiang glanced at Wu Hao and nodded with satisfaction. He had witnessed the other party's performance on the competition stage. While not flawless, it was undeniably superior to the average examinee. This was largely due to Su Jiang's deliberate combat training and the formidable base attributes of his spirit beast. After all, Su Jiang had bestowed upon him the golden talent spirit siphoning, whose formidable power needed no further explanation. Boss, what do you think? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Wu Hao looked at Su Jiang, who nodded, and stepped forward to claim credit.
That remark nearly made Su Jiang faint from anger. After all, this was a golden talent. Even an ordinary talent could shine brilliantly in Cold Moon's hands. And now, with a golden talent, this is the best he could manage? Still, judging by his demeanor, getting into the same university as him shouldn't be a problem. After a moment's thought, he patted Wu Hao on the shoulder. It's fine. The road ahead is long. Meanwhile, Wu Rou timidly looked at brother Su Jiangfang. Which Beastmaster University are you planning to apply to? The Leiso Beastmaster University? Su Jiang pondered for a moment, a specific academy name surfacing in his mind. Yet he glanced at the others, unsure if they could even get into the same university as him. If not, then Su Jiang would have no choice but to pay his way in. He genuinely didn't believe any Beastmaster University could refuse him admission. Truthfully, any university would be acceptable to Su Jiang. His own enhancement speed and growth trajectory had little to do with the university's teaching environment or quality. The only things a university could teach him were cultural subjects, combat fundamentals, and battle-related experience. Everything else held no influence over him. Take the legendary Wind Chime Beastmaster University, for instance. Their students were known for summoning spirit beasts at astonishing speeds. They also operate with remarkable stealth, drastically lowering the vigilance of these void creatures and enabling surprise attacks to defeat opponents. But what use was that to Su Jiang? Su Jiang didn't need to summon spirit beasts at all, he was a spirit beast himself. Wasn't that utterly redundant? Many other universities operated similarly, so Su Jiang didn't have too many factors to consider. Cold Moon, however, regarded Su Jiang with keen interest. Witnessing Su Jiang's astonishing display moments ago had left him utterly dumbfounded. Now, he desperately wanted to uncover the secrets hidden within Su Jiang and understand the true nature of his own fire squirrel. At this moment, he longed for a chance to speak with Su Jiang alone. But alas, the college entrance exams were still underway, and there were simply too many people around. Even from behind, those piercing eyes fixed on Su Jiang. Su Jiang's keen senses detected the gaze upon him, making him feel slightly uneasy. At that moment, the parents who had crowded the entrance were all cleared away. They had moved to the next area to greet students entering the exam hall. Under normal circumstances, the moment the exam hall doors opened, these parents would be able to see their children emerge. But now, special circumstances demanded special treatment. For here, more than a dozen S-rank powerhouses and nearly 100 A-rank powerhouses had truly filled the space. Their sole target was Su Jiang. The B-rank beast masters who were once considered formidable within District 13 now found themselves treated worse than dogs here. Any one of them could kick him a couple of times without a second thought. The district chief of District 13 watched the crowd gathered at the entrance, yet he dared not utter a word. For any one of these individuals, plucked from the crowd, held a higher status than his own. At the very front of the welcoming crowd stood Luo Wudi, the president of Martial God Beastmaster University. His strength placed him among humanity's pillars of support and S-rank Beastmaster of unshakable authority. He was also one of the 10 great warriors of humanity, a true pillar of stability. He never personally intervened in ordinary matters. If it truly came to the point where Luo Wudi's mobilization was required, it would signify that humanity was truly on the brink of disaster. But the critical issue now was that standing beside Luo Wudi were many of his close friends. Other S-rank powerhouses had come to recruit Su Jiang on behalf of their respective universities. Xuanwu Beastmaster University's President Li Pengfei, Magic Capital Beastmaster University's President Zhao Xiaobai, Capital Beastmaster University's President Chen Yaolai. Any one of these individuals was a renowned figure in the outside world, capable of overwhelming an S-rank Void Master without a fight. Yet at this moment, they stood like a group of children waiting for their teacher to hand out snacks, staring longingly at the entrance of 7th middle school. And Luo Wudi was still holding the gift he'd given Su Jiang as a token of their meeting. At this thought, he could practically feel the corners of his mouth curling into a grin. The moment he arrived at the entrance of 7th middle school in District 13, his beast companion alerted him that one individual harbored intense hostility and murderous intent toward Su Jiang. Luo Wudi swiftly apprehended him. In no time this man was Jiang Xiaohai, who had traveled all the way back to District 13 from another district specifically to find Su Jiang. Holding Jiang Xiaohai in his grasp, Luo Wudi felt certain he had this one in the bag. Chapter 120, Picking Cabbage? Old Luo, you really have some nerve. Using S-rank telepathy on a lowlife like this? Exactly. Hand him over to me. This is an internal matter for District 13. No need. Hand him over to me. He defected from my 7th district. All the powerful figures around them seethed with envy and resentment, glaring at Luo Wudi's Jiang Xiaohai as if they could grind their teeth to dust. After all, everyone else had come empty-handed to recruit Su Jiang, hoping to bring him into their own academies. And now look at this. What kind of greeting gift is this old codger bringing? Luo Wudi earned his invincible moniker through sheer power. But what truly set him apart was the spirit beast he had contracted, a special S-class spirit beast. No information about it could be found anywhere in human society. But as fellow human powerhouses, they naturally had a rough idea of Luo Wudi's spirit beast's capabilities. Among these abilities are telepathy and mind control. This explains how Luo Wuti could pinpoint Jiang Shaohai with such precision the moment he arrived. Jiang Shaohai now stared at the people around him, his entire body numb. He even wondered if he was still asleep. He had only come to kill Su Jiang. Why had so many S-rank powerhouses been mobilized to capture them? What had he ever done to deserve this? He was filled with regret. If only he hadn't returned to District 13 and targeted Su Jiang, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Facing these formidable figures he'd never dared to look in the eye before, Jiang Shaohai chose to close his eyes and await his fate. Su Jiang, remember my words. And protect yourself, you are the future of our human race. After issuing this final warning to Su Jiang, Lu Patian exercised his last authority as examiner. He declared the examination over and dismissed all candidates from the testing hall. In an instant, a large crowd of students gathered before the examination hall's entrance. They had practically exhausted every ounce of strength they possessed to reach the entrance. After all, this was the most vibrant and energetic phase of their lives. Now that they had finished the college entrance exams, they felt as free as birds soaring through boundless skies and fish leaping across vast seas. With the exams behind them, each had countless ideas swirling in their minds. Some wanted to experience all-night gaming sessions they'd never tried before, while others planned trips with close friends. At the very back of the crowd were Wu Hao, Su Jiang, Wu Rou, and Leng Yu, 4 idle souls. This group of examinees rushed to the front, waiting for the exam hall doors to open. They wanted to be the first to dash out of the exam hall, even though this pursuit itself held little meaning. But why must teenagers always have a reason for everything they do? Buzz. The massive gates of 7th middle school began to slowly open. The students buzzed with excitement, whispering to each other. Awesome! Tonight I'm going to play games all night with my best friends. Yeah, I'm going to experience something I never got to do back in school. I swear I won't touch my spirit beast for the entire month. The students chattered excitedly among themselves. But just as they were about to rush out, they suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura and oppressive pressure emanating from outside the grounds. It even made breathing feel slightly difficult. What's going on? All the students' expressions changed as they looked toward the entrance. Just then, the main gate of the exam hall swung open. They looked outside and discovered something vastly different from their expectations of crowds of reporters and parents. Instead, the area outside was filled with individuals who clearly possessed extraordinary power. The candidates, whose faces had been glowing with excitement moments before, froze in place. They were caught between advancing and retreating. The presidents of major universities also turned their gaze toward the examination hall. Seeing the candidates frozen at the doorway, their expressions turned resigned. Yes, they had forgotten just how overwhelmingly powerful they truly were. Even the slightest inadvertent leak of their aura was an overwhelming force these underpowered students couldn't withstand. Luo Wuti glanced around irritably and snapped, "Quickly get the students out of the exam hall. You're scaring the poor kids." Agreed. It's settled then. The principals exchanged glances and immediately retracted their auras completely. Under the examiner's guidance, the candidates left the hall, glancing back every few steps. Though they were gone, they knew full well why they had come to this particular exam hall. There weren't many reasons that could bring someone here, but Su Jiang was definitely one of them. Recalling their usual contempt for Su Jiang and the words they had exchanged with him, a single thought occupied the minds of these examinees. It seemed likely that Su Jiang and they would no longer be on the same level in the future. Before the candidates had fully dispersed, Su Jiang emerged from the gates of 7th middle school. Amidst the vast crowd, Luo Wuti immediately spotted the face that had left such a profound impression on him. After all, Su Jiang's performance and the abilities he displayed in that report had left him utterly shocked and made an indelible impression. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly teleported to Su Jiang's side. "Mr. Fong, hello. I am Luo Wuti, president of the Martial God Beastmaster University." It was precisely because of Luo Wuti's actions that others noticed Su Jiang had emerged. One after another, they scrambled to crowd around Su Jiang. "Mr. Fong, I am the president of Demon City Beastmaster University. And I am." At that moment, Su Jiang was startled by the sudden appearance of this middle-aged man before him. Then he noticed even more people rushing toward them. These must be the S-rank and A-rank powerhouses that Lu Patian mentioned. The examinees hadn't fully departed yet. They looked at Su Jiang at this place, and at the middle-aged man standing before him, their eyes filled with shock and envy. To say nothing else, the name Luo Wuti alone was one they knew all too well. After all, he had earned his place in textbooks through sheer power and achievements. He was a living legend, and now he had actually come to 7th middle school to recruit Su Jiang. The principals from other middle schools were also gazing at them with wide eyes, utterly incredulous. Every single one of these institutions was among the top universities in the Human Federation. Even the top geniuses from other districts would consider getting into one of these schools of family honor. Yet now, they seemed as common as roadside cabbages, left for Su Jiang to pick at will. Chapter 121, Luo Wuti. Su Jiang was also somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of this man before him.
According to the original host's memories, this Luo Wudi truly lived up to his name.
Moreover, his contributions to the entire human federation were extraordinarily immense.
Thus, he bowed his hands respectfully to Luo Wudi and said, "Senior Luo, I am Su Jiang." It wasn't merely his formidable strength, but rather his immense contributions to the human race that commanded Su Jiang's profound respect. Meanwhile, the principals from the other academies glared at Luo Wudi, their teeth practically grinding to dust. They couldn't fathom why, among all the S-rank powerhouses present, Luo Wudi alone commanded such profound respect from Su Jiang. At that moment, Su Jiang turned his gaze to the others. And to the principals of the universities, greetings.
I am Su Jiang. May I ask what brings you all here today?
By the end of his statement, Su Jiang had settled into a state of calm composure, radiating an aura of complete mastery. After all, it wasn't the university presidents choosing him now, he was the one selecting which university to attend. Seeing Su Jiang's unflappable composure, Luo Wudi paused for a moment before responding.
Ha ha ha, kid. You truly live up to your reputation as a monster. This is the first time I've seen someone so calm facing me. Su Jiang merely responded with a faint smile. Senior Luo's contributions to the Human Federation are known to all. But I believe I can achieve that level someday too.
As the words fell, the arena fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Both the students and the presidents of these prestigious universities stared at Su Jiang in stunned silence, eyes wide with astonishment. Such confidence, such audacity. Luo Wudi himself was stunned. He had seen his share of so-called geniuses over the years, even Luo Wudi, the top scorer in the first district's college entrance exams.
Yet never had he encountered anyone possessing Su Jiang's unflappable composure and such overwhelming self-assurance.
After a moment of stunned silence, he burst into laughter.
You're something else, kid. I'm rooting for you.
Besides, given your talent, I feel my own achievements are a bit too modest for you. As the president of Xuanwu Beastmaster University, Li Pengfei now regarded Su Jiang with a look of quiet admiration. If this youth did not meet an untimely end, given time, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the human race. Thinking of the so-called geniuses at his university who paled in comparison to Su Jiang. As the president of Xuanwu Beastmaster University, Li Pengfei's resolve only grew stronger.
He must recruit Su Jiang into his Xuanwu Beastmaster University. Since that's the case, let's cut to the chase.
Luo Wudi gazed at Su Jiang before him, his admiration for talent reaching its peak in that instant. Originally, he had come solely because of Su Jiang's talent. But now, after just a few simple exchanges, he realized Su Jiang was exactly his type.
In that instant, his resolve solidified. Our martial god Beastmaster University will pour every resource into cultivating you. Whatever conditions you desire, you may name them freely.
Moreover, we will assign powerful beast tamers to escort and protect you throughout your journey, ensuring you face not a shred of threat until you emerge as a formidable force in your own right. Luo Wudi's words were brief, yet they caused the presidents of the other Beastmaster universities to turn their heads in astonishment. Yes, seemingly saying nothing, yet he had granted Su Jiang the most crucial condition.
Because Luo Wudi hadn't promised Su Jiang any specific rewards, instead, he'd said, whatever you need, just ask.
This meant that as long as Su Jiang's demands weren't completely unreasonable. Even if he demanded a mountain of gold, Luo Wudi would find a way to make it happen.
He was literally going all out. They all looked at Luo Wudi with puzzlement, wondering why he would go to such lengths.
After all, the martial god Beastmaster University was the top-ranked Beastmaster institution within the entire human federation, a gathering place for nearly all the geniuses.
Yet in all previous recruitment efforts, no such terms had ever been offered. Old Luo. Good. Absolutely brilliant.
Li Pengfei gritted his teeth in frustration beside him. He surveyed the other universities equally qualified to compete with martial god Beastmaster University.
After much deliberation, he made up his mind. Fong, look this way. Li Pengfei stepped forward.
Catching Su Jiang's curious gaze, he spoke up.
I am the president of Xuanwu Beastmaster University.
If you choose to join us, I will personally guarantee that for the next 4 years, you won't have to worry about anything. You need only focus entirely on cultivating your strength.
Everything you require will be provided by Xuanwu University.
I can even accompany you personally, offering round-the-clock protection. As for other conditions like money or property, name your price. If Xuanwu University can afford it, we will provide it without question. In the end, Li Pengfei felt like his teeth were grinding to dust. There was nothing he could do. The Divine Beast University was simply leagues ahead of their Xuanwu institution.
The only asset Li Pengfei could offer was himself.
Don't misunderstand, Li Pengfei meant this in comparison to other high-level beast tamers serving as bodyguards. Having him, an S-rank beastmaster, serve as the guardian would provide Su Jiang with the utmost security.
This was something martial god universities simply couldn't match. After all, they couldn't possibly assign Luo Wudi as Su Jiang's guardian, could they? If Luo Wudi was merely a small bomb, then Li Pengfei's words were an absolute trump card. The presidents of both Magic City Beastmaster University and Capital City Beastmaster University exchanged glances.
Words on the tip of their tongues were abruptly swallowed back. Their original terms had been exceptionally favorable. Logically, even if they had to incrementally raise their stakes, they should have been able to stay in the bidding for at least 2 rounds. But who could have imagined that both Luo Wuti and Li Pengfei had gone mad, each offering terms heavier than the last? Li Pengfei was especially outrageous. He practically sold himself outright just to secure Su Jiang. Now, everyone fell silent, their burning gazes fixed on Su Jiang. After all, where Su Jiang ultimately went was his own decision. Neither he nor they could bind his choice, it was his freedom. Surrounded by the university presidents, Su Jiang fell deep in thought. His power growth relied almost entirely on his spirit beast points. Moreover, his combat prowess and innate talent might not align with the expectations of these university presidents. After considering the crowd for a moment, he spoke earnestly. Esteemed seniors, first, I am deeply grateful for the high regard you have shown me. However, I must say, perhaps you hold some misunderstandings about me. Chapter 122, Further Discussion. Misunderstanding? What possible misunderstanding could there be? Could it be that you, Fong, cheated on the exam? Or that you aren't even human? The speaker was Luo Wuti. After all, as a renowned powerhouse among the human race, his eyes were the ultimate measure. If Su Jiang truly was a spirit beast, not human, he would see through it instantly and apprehend Su Jiang in the blink of an eye. But based on his observations, Su Jiang was unmistakably human. That's why he made that teasing remark, and the surrounding principals joined in the laughter. Exactly. Fong clearly looks down on us and doesn't want to come. What misunderstanding are you talking about? Fong, just speak your mind. No need to worry about what we old fogies think. Su Jiang found himself momentarily speechless. Still, he replied. Esteemed seniors, it might not be quite what you imagine. What I mean is, perhaps I also need a spirit beast to grow stronger. And since I have no way to contract one, my spirit beast's level can't be raised either. What? You need a spirit beast to grow stronger too? Yes. Don't you rely solely on your own strength? What does that have to do with spirit beasts? But none of your spirit beasts were with you during this assessment. Su Jiang shook his head at these questions, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Should he confess that he relied on selling spirit beasts to grow stronger, that the mightier their attributes, the mightier he became? But revealing that would expose his greatest secret. Su Jiang realized that even if he confessed, he might never grow stronger. The principal's gazes remained intensely focused on him. After all, Su Jiang was the first human in recorded history to bring cosmic order to such an extraordinary level. If future humans could all be like Su Jiang. No, even if they possessed half of Su Jiang's abilities, then the entire human race would be saved. There would be hope. Spirit beasts would no longer be so crucial, and even whether one's spirit sea was shattered or not would be utterly irrelevant. After all, if you never use your spirit sea at all, what difference does it make whether it's intact or shattered? It's alright, Fong. Come to our martial god Beastmaster University. My door, Luo Wuti's door, will always be open for you. Li Pengfei glanced at Luo Wuti and hurriedly said. And my Xuanwu Beastmaster University isn't much worse than their Wushan Beastmaster University either. Su Jiang observed the university presidents still vying for attention before him, noting they displayed not a shred of the dignity expected of their positions. But if they knew what he was thinking, they'd probably just roll their eyes at him in disbelief. Is that thing called presidential dignity edible? Could it possibly help us attract genius students? Compared to gifted students, presidential decorum was utterly insignificant. Su Jiang fell silent. Faced with these individuals, he truly didn't know how to make a choice. After all, Wuxing Beastmaster University was the strongest Beastmaster institution in the country. Xuanwu Beastmaster University was also a venerable institution, though it had fallen into decline. It possessed equally profound foundations, standing on equal footing with the martial god Beastmaster University. Even the directly involved martial god Beastmaster University hadn't come forward to refute the claims, suggesting they were absolutely confident in their position. As for the capital Beastmaster University and the Magic City Beastmaster University, they were originally universities in Huagua. Before the Spirit Beast invasion, they were transformed from universities in Magic City and Capital City. Both boast top-tier faculty and students. It's fine, let's not rush. You go home now, and we'll talk tomorrow, okay? Having said that, Luo Wuti deliberately gave Su Jiang some breathing room while simultaneously signaling to the others nearby. Seeing this, the others' faces lit up with relief. After all, for them, recruiting top students required not only favorable conditions but also the efforts of various personnel to persuade them. Luo Wuti's gesture effectively granted each university time to engage with Su Jiang individually, a fair and impartial approach. With this in mind, the university presidents all shot Luo Wuti grateful glances. Su Jiang turned to Luo Wuti and nodded. In that case, Principal Luo, we'll discuss this further tomorrow. Just as Su Jiang turned to leave, Luo Wuti suddenly tossed something from behind him. Upon hitting the ground, it let out a wail. Ouch! That hurts like hell.
Su Jiang looked up and realized it was actually a person?
The man's appearance felt vaguely familiar to Su Jiang, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. After pondering for a moment, Su Jiang recalled that this man bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Shaohai and Jiang Xiaochuan.
At that moment, he blurted out in shock, "You're that Jiang Shaohai?"
Hearing Su Jiang's words, Jiang Shaohai immediately lifted his head to look at him. However, his eyes held no trace of resentment or anger, only deep, profound fear. Standing behind the principals, he had overheard their whispers about Su Jiang and witnessed their attitude toward him.
His previously fierce demeanor had dissolved into trembling.
After all, the principals regarded Su Jiang as if he were a precious treasure.
To attempt to kill Su Jiang was tantamount to dancing on a grave, a direct provocation of the principal's most sensitive nerves.
If he were in their shoes, this man would have no chance of escaping unscathed.
Luo Wuti lifted his head and addressed Su Jiang. "Since we agreed to discuss this tomorrow, we'll discuss it tomorrow. However, this man dared to plot against you, and I happened to catch him. It's only fitting that you deal with him." Watching Jiang Xiaohai's expression of utter despair, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow.
He never imagined this man would be delivered to him so easily. After all, based on his understanding of Jiang Xiaohai, defeating him would require considerable effort. Jiang Xiaohai had once been a renowned prodigy in District 13, and his current strength was still formidable. But damn it, he'd stumbled upon this group of titanium alloy steel plates. His luck had hit rock bottom.
"Su Jiang, I'm sorry. Spare me. Spare me."
Jiang Xiaohai was now repeatedly kowtowing before Su Jiang, begging for forgiveness. He never imagined he'd fall into Su Jiang's hands so easily. Seeing his pitiful state, Su Jiang felt no desire for revenge. After all, for him, he and these people would soon belong to different worlds. If the Jiang family sought revenge by then, Su Jiang would shoulder all the consequences himself. Not only Jiang Xiaohai, but even his father, Jiang Fu Su Jiang, was confident he could take them down. "In that case, I'll leave this man to you and the authorities to deal with."
Su Jiang said no more, simply handing him back to Luo Wuti.
At the same time, he bowed deeply to Luo Wuti.
"Senior, I remember your life-saving favor." Chapter 123, Detachment.
That single sentence instantly ignited the envy of the other principals present, who now eyed Luo Wuti with superiority.
They never imagined Luo Wuti could be so cunning. After laying out various conditions to them earlier, he now pretended to be concerned for Su Jiang, suggesting they'd discuss it tomorrow, instantly earning Su Jiang's full goodwill. But that wasn't all. At the very end, he played his trump card, handing Jiang Xiaohai over to Su Jiang and revealing that he was the one who had secured Jiang Xiaohai for him. After this display of his social savvy, how many teenagers could possibly resist? The thought nearly made Li Pengfei want to curse Luo Wuti out loud. But looking at Su Jiang before him, he knew that if he lost his composure now, Su Jiang would never choose him. So he forced himself to swallow his anger. The other principals joined in seeing Su Jiang off. But the moment Su Jiang's figure disappeared, he immediately grabbed his communicator and ordered the school's admissions office. "Right now, get me sufficient resources immediately. This must include 5 vials of potential enhancement potion, 20 million in cash, and an egg great spirit beast egg." Oh, and that thing. Li Pengfei acted this way, and the principals of other schools followed suit.
As they made their calls, they exchanged glances filled with deep-seated hatred, as if each were the other's sworn enemy.
From this moment onward, the admissions internal competition officially commenced.
When Su Jiang exited the exam hall, he found the entrance to 7th Middle School's testing area nearly deserted. Only a few stragglers remained. When they saw Su Jiang emerge, a flicker of envy crossed their eyes. Then, wanting to approach him to ask questions, they hesitated and backed away because they had signed confidentiality agreements. Until Su Jiang's results were officially released, they were forbidden to utter a single word. Otherwise, the penalties imposed on them would be exceptionally severe. After all, the potential within Su Jiang and what he represented held the future of the entire human race.
"Su Jiang, it seems I truly didn't misjudge you back then."
Thousands of kilometers away from Panyu, in an exceptionally neat and high-tech laboratory, the disheveled old Zhao held a test tube in one hand. In his other hand was a report detailing Su Jiang's performance during the examination and various other circumstances. It was precisely upon receiving this news that his experiment had gone awry, culminating in an explosion. Fortunately, he hadn't been injured. Now, his hair stood on end like an explosion hairstyle, and his face was covered in soot. Yet, his eyes sparkled with intense focus, clearly deep in thought. "Kid, no wonder you refused to step into my lab. Seems I underestimated you. But since that's the case, I'm all the more determined to have you. I'm quite curious to see what kind of future you'll forge for yourself." With that thought, old Zhao set down his lab supplies, changed into fresh clothes, and headed straight for a mysterious room. Inside, he picked up the phone and called out, "This is Zhao Qiangjuan.
Connect me to the Human Federation. Damn it, I'm done with exams. Today I'm going gaming with my friends. Mom, give me money, we're going on a trip." "Yeah, you promised we'd go out together." Walking down the street, Su Jiang heard his peers everywhere chatting with their parents about their plans.
Clearly, after today, they felt like the sky's the limit, nothing could hold them back anymore. So they were incredibly excited, and this atmosphere permeated the entire District 13. Only Su Jiang stood alone, gazing at the entrance of the spirit beast shop not far away, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Truthfully, even if the original owner's parents were still alive, he would have found it awkward to integrate after his transmigration. But this scene brought back memories of his past life. After all, back in my previous life after finishing the college entrance exams, I was truly 18 years old at the time, and I was just like this group of people. First, I pulled an all-nighter surfing the web with friends, then we went out to explore all over town. Back then, my heart was filled with excitement, convinced I was about to embark on a brand new life. As for how society and reality later beat me into a corporate drone, well, that's another story. But now, he was all alone. Although Wu Hao and Wu Rou had invited him, Su Jiang still wanted them to have a proper gathering with his brother and sister, along with Wu Jia. As for Leng Xi, she had also sent him a message, but Su Jiang declined. He felt like an unexpected visitor in this world. Though his very identity was that of an unexpected visitor, this feeling now felt strikingly pronounced. Feeling out of place, huh? Never would have guessed. With a bitter smile, Su Jiang picked up his belongings and continued toward the spirit beast shop. The moment he stepped inside the spirit beast shop, Su Jiang sensed an inexplicable presence. He couldn't pinpoint its source, but he knew something was waiting for him here. A pair of eyes watching me. The thought sent a chill down his spine. After all, Jiang Shaohai had just been arrested today. If he had accomplices. Just as Su Jiang's heart tightened, the lamp in front of him suddenly lit up, followed by two loud bangs. Boom! Boom! Two fireworks burst overhead. When Su Jiang opened his eyes again, he saw Wang Qi holding a cake, looking straight at him. Beside him stood Wu Hao, Wu Rou, Leng Xi, and others. Wang Qi looked at him with a look of satisfaction and said, "Hey kid, congratulations. The college entrance exams are over and you're embarking on a new journey in life. Back when you turned 18, I wanted you to throw a birthday party. But back then, I was still in the void and didn't get the chance. Better late than never, right?" Beside Wang Qi stood Wu Hao and Wu Rou, both visibly moved. Leng Xi stood there, a faint smile on her face, simply watching him. Seeing the expressions on their faces and the cake in Wang Qi's hands clearly not the most elaborate, Su Jiang felt a lump form in his throat. He could tell that despite its somewhat hasty appearance, the cake was undoubtedly the result of Wang Qi's careful selection. After all, Wang Qi was a military officer in the official ranks, spending years battling spirit beasts in the void. Finding this cake was already a tremendous effort on his part. After bidding him farewell back then, Wu Hao, Wu Rou, and Leng Xi had seemingly returned to their respective homes, but in reality, they had been secretly preparing this surprise for him. Chapter 124, Bonds. Uncle Wang, you're a grown man learning this stuff. Day after day. Su Jiang spoke as he stepped forward to give Wang Qi a big hug. Wang Qi pulled Su Jiang close, ruffling his hair. "You little rascal. I heard all about your business today. Even I got a gag order. Haha, tell me that's not unfair. And it's all your fault, kid." Wang Qi's words were laced with playful reproach, yet Su Jiang detected an unmistakable pride in every sentence. Clearly, this elder felt pride and honor because of his actions. It reminded him of his past life, when his parents' reaction upon learning he'd been accepted into a prestigious university. "Su Jiang, you really kept this from me." Unlike Wang Qi, Leng Xi stood quietly to the side, her tone cool as she addressed Su Jiang. When Su Jiang turned his head in alarm, he found Leng Xi not glaring at him coldly, but instead cutting a slice of cake and offering it to him. "Still, I wish you smooth sailing in your future endeavors. The college entrance exams are over, and you're now a renowned genius in Southwest City." Meanwhile, Wu Hao beside him wore an expression brimming with defiance. "My big brother has always been a genius, okay? Only that bunch of people think he's a good-for-nothing after the Linhai incident. He just doesn't want to bother with them." Wu Hao paused, then turned to Su Jiang. "Big brother, you wouldn't believe it. When my old man found out my scores, he practically wanted to shout it from the rooftops. But he insisted on waiting until you came to our Wu family, thanking you in person, before we all shared a meal together. After all, everything I have is thanks to you." Wu Rou, holding her slime, turned to Su Jiang and apologized earnestly. "Brother Su, if not for your slime, I wouldn't just be without a suitable spirit beast, I'd likely have married that Zhou family young master and been stuck in a muddy pit for life." "Thank you, Brother Su." Watching them, Su Jiang fought back tears before joining in the playful banter. Seated at the head of the table, Wang Qi turned to Su Jiang and asked, "So? Have you decided which university to choose?" At that moment, not only Wang Qi, but the other three also turned their heads, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they looked at Su Jiang. After all, Su Jiang was this year's college entrance exam's biggest dark horse and protagonist. And his decision would determine which university emerged as the ultimate winner of this exam season. Though it was rumored that District 1 harbored S-tier geniuses with unmatched combat prowess. Compared to Su Jiang, who seemingly relied solely on his bare fists. To beat his spirit beast to death with his bare hands, there was simply no comparison. "Right, Su Jiang, which university are you heading to?" As she asked, Leng Xi felt her heart skip a beat.
Su Jiang's future path was crucial to her.
Being by his side allowed her to feel that long-lost sense of ease and relaxation. It felt like she was truly being herself again, no longer needing to put on an aloof front or even pretend to be someone she wasn't around others. She loved being with Su Jiang, but if his grades were too ridiculously high, or if he chose a university she couldn't attend, then Leng Xi wouldn't know what to do. "Oh, Uncle Wang, asking this out of the blue, could it be you're on a mission?" Su Jiang glanced at the fruit peel in his hand, his eyes clouding over with a hint of resentment. Originally, everyone had planned to drink today, but Wang Qi had finished all the beer himself, claiming, "What business do children have drinking alcohol?" Watching the other man drink with such obvious pleasure, Su Jiang felt that Wang Qi's refusal to let him drink. Partly because he genuinely wanted to protect his health, but more likely, he feared Su Jiang would take his share. The thought made Su Jiang lose his composure.
"Hey, you little rascal, what kind of talk is that?" Wang Qi said with a carefree grin.
"After all, I'm an official representative of District 13.
Of course I'm here on a mission. And you know what?
Just to cover for you today, I got chewed out big time."
Su Jiang looked taken aback at this, then quickly caught on. The last time he'd taken action against Jiang Fu, Wang Qi had clearly covered for him.
And now, the authorities had likely uncovered that fact.
Wang Qi had probably taken the heat for him.
He looked at Wang Qi, his eyes filled with feigned innocence.
"Uncle Wang, this is. Forget about that kid. Blame it on my bad luck.
The first time I came to see you, I saw you being hunted down by that bastard Jiang Fu.
I couldn't just stand by and watch, right?"
Finishing his sentence, Wang Qi took a deep gulp of beer and fixed Su Jiang with an unusually serious gaze. "Let me be clear, where you go to university today has nothing to do with me. I'll be honest, I came here with a mission, and I have a specific institution in mind for you.
But I know you're different from us.
You're a genius, and you're the son of Brother Su and the others.
You have your own ideas about your life and future. So what my mission is doesn't matter at all.
I hope you choose the university that suits you best, benefits you most, and is where you truly want to go. Okay?" Seeing the sincerity in Wang Qi's words, Su Jiang looked at the middle-aged man before him. Although the average lifespan of everyone in this world had increased significantly after the Void invasion, an unavoidable trace of aging still appeared on Wang Qi's face. Yet, the concern and earnestness directed at him were palpable on the man's cheeks. In fact, Su Jiang sensed that Wang Qi treated him almost as if he were his own son.
Su Jiang nodded earnestly in return.
He understood that if he claimed to be considering Wang Qi's interests and chose the university associated with Wang Qi's mission,
it wouldn't be repaying Wang Qi at all, it would be hurting him.
"Boss, which one are you really going to choose? I feel the best fit for you would be either the Martial God Beastmaster University or the Black Tortoise Beastmaster University. The Demon City Beastmaster University is passable, but it might not measure up to those two."
Wu Hao spoke with genuine earnestness, clearly having done his homework. Yet Su Jiang could detect a hint of sadness in his eyes. After all, with his academic record, admission to these top-tier Beastmaster universities was highly unlikely. A first-tier Beastmaster university was still within reach. Yet Wu Hao showed no sign of self-interest, instead earnestly analyzing Su Jiang's current situation.
Observing the expressions of those gathered around him, a wave of warmth washed over Su Jiang's heart. He felt that in this world, he finally had bonds and ties to hold on to, no longer drifting like a rootless duckweed.
Chapter 125, Visitors from the Demon City Beastmaster University.
"What I mean is, I still want to go." Before Su Jiang could finish his sentence, a knock sounded at the door.
Su Jiang looked up to see the principal of Demon City Beastmaster University, whom he had met before.
Behind him stood two men carrying large boxes, waiting at the entrance of the Spirit Beast shop. Su Jiang hurriedly opened the door to welcome them inside.
"Good day, Chancellor." Hello, Su."
Upon entering, the man first surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Leng Xi and Wu Hao, his expression remained remarkably composed. However, the moment he spotted Wang Qi present, his expression instantly changed. He knew Wang Qi was an official from District 13, and everyone had come here specifically to recruit Su Jiang. Wang Qi was essentially a rival. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Wang Qi showed no sign of anger. Instead, he addressed Su Jiang earnestly. "Principal Zhao, I'm not here today in my official capacity, but as Uncle Su Jiang. So whatever you wish to say today, feel free to speak your mind.
My task here is already complete."
Observing Wang Qi's demeanor, Zhao Xiaobai's expression shifted.
After nodding deeply to Wang Qi, he addressed Su Jiang.
"Su, you should understand the purpose of my visit today, correct?" Su Jiang naturally nodded in response. After all, coming here must be for his sake. The only difference lay in the responses and outcomes based on the varying terms each person offered. Whether these individuals could recruit him ultimately depended on the terms they offered. At that moment, Zhao Xiaobai addressed Su Jiang earnestly. "Su, while our Magic City Beastmaster University may not match the long-established history of Wuxing Beastmaster University or Xuanwu Beastmaster University,
we possess advantages they cannot match.
That is, if you join our university, you will become our sole hope and prized seedling. The entire university's resources will be poured entirely into you alone, with no one else competing for them. Should you require any materials or assistance whatsoever, you may request them freely. Zhao Xiaobai made this solemn promise to Su Jiang with an unusually serious expression. And here, they presented Su Jiang with a welcome gift.
Among them are 2 potential enhancement potions.
When administered to a spirit beast, they offer a certain probability of boosting its latent potential.
Moreover, they guarantee a 100% increase in the spirit beast's various attributes.
On the market, these are virtually priceless, no one would ever sell them. And here, we also have an A-grade spirit beast egg, that of the giant peak bird.
It's an equally rare resource.
Of course, if you require additional rewards like cash, just ask Su. We'll fulfill any request.
Su Jiang's expression turned slightly awkward upon reading this.
Because what the other party was offering was a welcome gift for him, not a reward for successfully enrolling. Clearly, whether he agreed or not, these items would be given to Su Jiang regardless.
This left Su Jiang thoroughly flustered.
After all, he was the type who responded to kindness, not pressure. Faced with such a calculated approach, he genuinely didn't know how to refuse.
The other party was wearing a broad smile, he couldn't very well turn them away, could he? He could only offer a wry smile and say,
"Principal Zhao, I'm afraid I'll need some time to think this over."
Zhao Xiaobai glanced at Leng Xi beside him, an idea forming in his mind. "General Wang, I think you should hear this too.
Be honest with yourself, his martial god beast university truly boasts outstanding talent and abundant resources.
But let's be honest, they're a pack of wolves over there. Off the record, though I'm not implying you couldn't handle that environment, Su."
With every word he spoke, Zhao Xiaobai studied Su Jiang's expression.
He was careful not to say anything that might completely alienate Su Jiang.
Su Jiang, however, took none of this to heart. Instead, he nodded in agreement. His counterpart was correct, the martial god Beastmaster University was indeed resource-rich and steeped in history. But the biggest issue was that the competition and environment there were saturated with bloodshed and rivalry. In essence, it was a case of winner takes all. Moreover, shocking upsets were a common occurrence there. For instance, a highly favored prodigy might get knocked out by some obscure nobody. Of course, this nobody was only considered such in comparison to those highly touted prodigies. Then, that prodigy would vanish from the scene. While the strength and potential of martial god Beastmaster University were undeniable, Su Jiang felt this competitive approach was overly cruel and a waste of talent. But if you were to join our Magic City Beastmaster University, all resources would be directed toward you.
And you wouldn't have to compete with anyone.
You know, while we do recruit some geniuses, let's be blunt, we simply can't compete with those 2 schools. So, the top talents usually head to the other 2 first. Zhao Xiaobai wore an earnest expression, like a true ace salesman, his pitch flowing seamlessly from one point to the next. He looked at Leng Xi and finally deployed his ultimate sales tactic. And most crucially, if you go there, even if you, Su, possess extraordinary strength and abilities beyond the ordinary. But if you were to get injured during a mission, well, whether you could still be considered a genius for the rest of your life, or even live out your days happily and safely, that would be hard to say. Su Jiang's expression remained unchanged at these words, but Leng Xi, standing beside him, paled. The words stirred up unpleasant memories for him. Specifically, the period when Su Jiang had gone completely off the grid during his last venture into the void.
Leng Xi grew visibly agitated.
Though he knew Su Jiang was likely safe, a deep-seated worry gripped him. After all, this was brother Su's child.
If something truly happened.
At that moment, Su Jiang lifted his head and looked at Zhao Xiaobai before him. He realized that this beady-eyed, bushy-browed president of Shanghai Beastmaster University wasn't exactly a saint either. But before Leng Xi could speak, a thunderous shout erupted outside Su Jiang's door.
"He's full of it. Don't listen to his nonsense."
Immediately after, Su Jiang saw Qin Yonglai, the president of the Imperial Beast University in the capital, storming in with fierce momentum. Stepping before Zhao Xiaobai, he addressed Su Jiang.
"Su, trust me. At our capital Beastmaster University, the resources you'll gain are no less than what he offers at Shanghai Beastmaster University.
Most importantly, our university possesses the only physical training chamber in all of humanity." Hearing this, Su Jiang's expression shifted. He never imagined that, besides himself, anyone else in this world practiced physical cultivation. At that moment, it presented an immense temptation to him.
Chapter 126, The Beauty Trap, all present.
When Zhao Xiaobai saw Chen Yong arrive, his expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and spat out. "You bastard, how did you get here?"
"What? Is it okay for you from Demon City Beastmaster University to come here, but not for me to visit your Kyoto Beastmaster University? We're all laying out facts and conditions, right? Is there anything to discuss on the table? Damn it! You're deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, aren't you?"
When it came to this love-hate relationship, the Kyoto Beastmaster University and the Demon City Beastmaster University were truly old rivals. Their rivalry and clashes began long before the Void invasion. To this day, neither has emerged victorious. But the most critical point is this. In a certain sense, Demon City Beast-Taming University truly falls short of Kyoto Beast-Taming University. This was the most irritating aspect of his perception, and precisely why he was the first among them to arrive. He couldn't even wait until the next day, sneaking straight to Su Jiang's spirit beast shop instead. If they were to discuss it openly, they truly couldn't compete with other institutions. But now, as he studied Su Jiang's handsome features and upright posture, his eyes darted about, and another idea formed in his mind. A place like the Demon City earned its name for a reason: it possessed extraordinary qualities. Even before the Void Invasion, it had been the economic heart of the entire Huaxia Alliance. Naturally, it was teeming with strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. Even now, Su Jiang's face would be considered top-tier handsome among the city's elite. This thought struck him. Su Jiang was only 18, in the prime of his youth. Without hesitation, he spoke up. "Su, if you could come to my university here in the Magic City for a pre-enrollment program, I guarantee I'll introduce you to several fair-skinned, beautiful, talented, and gentle senior female students. What do you think? No matter what style you're looking for, Su, we at Shanghai Beastmaster University can find it. Their initial strength surpasses yours, allowing them to protect you while also assisting with your university life. Whether you prefer tall, dark-haired beauties, petite cuties, or athletic seniors, we can arrange it all." "You scoundrel! Decadence! Utter decadence!" Chen Yonglai gritted his teeth in fury. He never imagined that Zhao Xiaobai, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would resort to a beauty trap. Wasn't this blatantly foul play and a supermodel-level move? How could he pull this? What worried him even more was that Su Jiang, in the prime of his youth, might succumb to the temptation and agree outright. Just as Zhao Xiaobai basked in his triumph, Leng Xi, standing beside Su Jiang, suddenly paled. Images flashed through her mind, scenes of Su Jiang mingling with all those beautiful senior female students, just as Zhao Xiaobai had described. As the thoughts swirled, a wave of discomfort washed over Leng Xi. She turned her head to look at Su Jiang. "You're not going. Su Jiang." "Huh?" He hadn't expected Leng Xi to speak up before he'd even had a chance to respond. But seeing the serious expression on the girl's face, Su Jiang nodded. To be honest, this condition hadn't tempted him from the start. After all, he was a reincarnated soul, not a genuine 18-year-old high school student. More importantly, even if he were truly 18, he wouldn't have been swayed either. When it came to choosing between his future and a woman, the answer was obvious. Seeing Su Jiang agree to her request, Leng Xi's expression softened slightly as she spoke in a slightly shy tone. "Whatever they can do, I can do too. If you need it, I can do it all." Hearing these words, everyone present, whether the principal or others, all turned their heads in shock, staring at Leng Xi. After all, they had all heard of Leng Xi's reputation to some extent. Though she might not match Su Jiang in terms of genius, she was still a well-known ice queen in Southwest City. But now, Leng Xi had actually said this to Su Jiang? Good heavens, it shattered their worldview. Wang Qi's gaze toward Leng Xi softened noticeably. He realized that among this group, it wasn't just Wu Rou who liked Su Jiang, even Leng Xi had feelings for him. But seeing both women, he found himself utterly torn. Which one truly deserved Su Jiang? Wang Qi wanted to find a suitable wife for his beloved nephew. After much deliberation, he concluded that both seemed quite suitable. In that case, why not take both? "Miss Leng, this." At that moment, the face of the president of Shanghai Beastmaster University turned ashen. Zhao Xiaobai felt his entire life had lost its luster. He never imagined that the solution he'd painstakingly devised. Not only had it failed to convince Su Jiang to go, but it had actually extinguished any desire he had to attend. Only now did he realize he'd completely missed the core of the problem, leading to this disastrous outcome. "Ah, old Zhao. You crack me up." Chen Yonglai was laughing so hard his mouth wouldn't close. He never imagined this potential rival would be so easily defeated with a single remark. In fact, Zhao Xiaobai had permanently forfeited any chance of competing for Su Jiang's favor. Watching his old rival suffer defeat felt incredibly satisfying. Chen Yonglai then recalled what Leng Xi had just said in Su Jiang's expression, and a thought began to form in his mind. Judging by the way these two interacted, their relationship was definitely not simple. It seemed like, combined with Leng Xi's equally formidable talent and her current demeanor, a surge of excitement coursed through Chen Yonglai's heart. If he played his cards right, he could not only win Su Jiang but also get a bonus deal Leng Xi, whose talent was equally outstanding. Though not quite on par with Su Jiang, she would certainly surpass the average gifted student. "Su, if you're considering joining our capital Beastmaster University, especially with Ms. Leng accompanying you, then the resources allocated to you, along with the support and protection, would be extended to Ms. Leng as well. What do you think?" "Ha?" Leng Xi's cheeks flushed instantly at the words. She never imagined the conversation would turn to her. But the thought of attending university alongside Su Jiang filled her heart with excitement. "Ha? Me and Leng Xi together?" Su Jiang looked at Chen Yonglai, who nodded earnestly. "Yes, and if you're interested, our school even provides single apartments for gifted students. But for you and Ms. Leng, I think it'd be fine for you two to share the same apartment building." The moment his words fell, Leng Xi's icy cold expression flushed crimson, as if she might pout at any second.
Su Jiang's jaw dropped, utterly speechless. He was completely stumped. But just then, two furious shouts erupted from outside. Didn't you two say you'd come back tomorrow? Exactly. No sense of commitment whatsoever. Good thing we came too. Su Jiang recognized the voices immediately. It seemed Luo Wuti and Li Pengfei had arrived too. Then he would have to choose one of them. Chapter 127, Luo Wuti arrives. Zhao Xiaobai and Shen Yonlai both lifted their eyes. Seeing Luo Wuti and Li Pengfei before them, both wore slightly awkward expressions. Principal Luo, Principal Li, you're here too? Heh, what a coincidence. Though they laughed it off, they noticed Luo Wuti and Li Pengfei's expressions darken. They couldn't help but glance at Su Jiang beside them, their eyes signaling constantly. Su, save us. It wasn't their fault for chickening out. After all, Luo Wuti had just said he'd come find Su Jiang tomorrow. Yet here they were, sneaking over behind his back, a move that bordered on underhanded and petty. But to recruit Su Jiang, they were willing to overlook such tactics. Who would have thought our Principal Zhao and Principal Chen would go this far? They've resorted to such relentless tactics to recruit a student like this. It certainly opened Luo's eyes. Luo Wuti sat on a bench, holding the cup of tea Su Jiang had handed him, his voice calm as he spoke. Hearing his words, Su Jiang glanced at him with surprise. After all, in Su Jiang's understanding, although the Martial God Beastmaster University and the Black Tortoise Beastmaster University were slightly higher in rank than the Capital Beastmaster University and the Magic City Beastmaster University. But seeing Luo Wuti scold the presidents of those two schools as if they were his own grandchildren, he sensed reality might differ from his assumptions. Brother, how did they track us down here? I think you need to choose a place to go now. Su Jiang, where are you planning to head? Wu Hao and Leng Xi, standing beside Su Jiang, were also whispering to him. They glanced at Su Jiang with curious expressions. They never imagined that this group of university presidents, renowned throughout the nation, were now acting like a pack of loyal lapdogs, secretly following Su Jiang all the way to his home. Wang Qi's eyes now glowed with a faint radiance, clearly deep in thought for Su Jiang's sake. At that moment, Luo Wuti shot a cold snort at Zhao Xiaobai and Shen Yon, then turned his gaze to Su Jiang. Su, since that's the case, why don't we make a decision today? What do you say? Seeing Luo Wuti's formidable presence, Su Jiang swallowed hard. Gulp. No doubt about it, this was truly a top-tier human powerhouse. That physical presence and oppressive aura were truly beyond what ordinary people could muster. Luo Wuti turned to Su Jiang with an unusually gentle expression, and even the gaze he cast toward the other three behind Su Jiang held a hint of interest. Finally, he waved to Zhao Xiaobai and Shen Yonlai, and everyone sat down. At that moment, Su Jiang felt as though Luo Wuti's gaze pierced right through him. Simultaneously, he felt ripples of disturbance surge through his mind. But when he tried to sense them, the ripples vanished without a trace. Just then, he noticed Luo Wuti's expression change abruptly before him. The man stared at him with visible astonishment. Kid, what did you just do? Luo Wuti was visibly flustered. After all, he was a renowned S-rank powerhouse, the true pillar of the human race, and had almost never encountered such a situation. Yet just now, when he tried to use his spirit beast to probe Su Jiang's depths through psychic sensing, he suddenly found himself completely unable to detect Su Jiang's presence. It wasn't that the psychic intrusion had failed, or that it had been blocked. It was that he couldn't detect Su Jiang's presence at all. This was a situation Luo Wuti had never encountered in his entire life, leaving him utterly stunned. I don't know. I didn't do anything. Su Jiang glanced around, his expression equally puzzled, for he truly hadn't done anything. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped into his mind. Ding dong, host. The system has just detected an attempt to influence you using psychic powers. Therefore, the system proactively shielded you from detection by this force. Su Jiang. Holy crap, this is ridiculous. Now he finally understood why Luo Wuti had been so shocked. Because this perception blocking ability of the system might only mean others couldn't detect it. But for Luo Wuti, who relied on this psychic ability as his primary combat skill, it was nothing short of a fatal blow. Even in a calculated ambush against an unprepared opponent, Luo Wuti, a renowned S-rank powerhouse, could potentially fall to Su Jiang's hands. Observing Su Jiang's expression, Luo Wuti ultimately shook his head and sighed deeply. Ah, truly, the waves of the Leng Xi push forward, sweeping the old ones onto the shore. You've got far too many secrets hidden within you, young man. I can't quite see through them all, heh. Hearing Luo Wuti's words, the surrounding principals all sucked in a sharp breath. They had noticed earlier that Luo Wuti had undoubtedly had his spirit beast probe Su Jiang. Yet his admission now proved that even Luo Wuti's spirit beast couldn't influence Su Jiang. After all, Luo Wuti's spirit beast couldn't be forcibly controlled even by an A-rank powerhouse, let alone someone like Su Jiang. Su Jiang wasn't even a student at Beastmaster University. Yet here was Luo Wuti making such a claim. Honestly, Su Jiang, I find you quite intriguing. And it's not just about you personally. More importantly, I'm fascinated by the impact you have on those around you. Do you understand what I mean? Su Jiang looked at the four solemn-faced principals before him, his expression finally turning grave.
He knew his secret, though he'd been hiding it desperately, still wasn't enough to hide from these principles. Especially not from the principles of this top-tier Beastmaster University. No doubt his daily actions had long been documented, and patterns within them likely uncovered. Su Jiang, age 18, formerly a student at 7th middle school, currently on leave of absence at home, purchased his own exam admission ticket to take the college entrance exam. As Luo Wuti recited his information item by item, Su Jiang broke out in a cold sweat. The details were even clearer and more precise than his own memories. Just then, Luo Wuti's voice suddenly rose a pitch. During this college entrance exam, he demonstrated extraordinary abilities, with physical prowess rivaling that of powerful spirit beasts. More significantly, he can utilize the skills of those spirit beasts as his combat approach. Moreover, the skills he employs aren't confined to a single type of spirit beast. He can activate the abilities of all spirit beasts simultaneously. Potential, SS unknown. Su Jiang remained expressionless upon hearing this. Yet the next moment, as Luo Wuti glanced at Leng Xi standing behind him, a faint, almost feral grin curled at the corners of his mouth. As the words fell, Su Jiang's expression shifted abruptly. Chapter 128, Exposure. On May 27, Leng Xi visited Su Jiang's spirit beast shop and purchased a fire squirrel valued at 6 million credits. Its price bore no relation to its true worth. Yet in the void, this fire squirrel displayed qualities utterly distinct from other fire squirrels. Its power proved no less formidable than Leng Xi's other spirit beast, the fire phoenix. No matter how much others criticized him, Su Jiang couldn't care less. After all, these secrets were practically out in the open, yet no one knew. But mentioning Leng Xi made Su Jiang realize his spirit beast shop had likely been exposed. And the peculiarities within this spirit beast shop were likely already known to others. Sure enough, Wang Qi's expression darkened the next moment. He shot Luo Wuti a distinctly displeased look. For if this man possessed secrets threatening Su Jiang and intended to act against him, then even if she wasn't a match for Luo Wuti, she would fight to the death to stop him. At that moment, Leng Xi's expression, which had been as cold as an iceberg, suddenly shifted. Her eyes locked onto Luo Wuti. She never imagined that not only had he learned of her dual spirit positions ahead of time, but he even knew the origin and formidable power of her fire squirrel. At that moment, Luo Wuti set down the report he was holding and lifted his head to look at Su Jiang before him. Fong, do I need to elaborate further? Su Jiang nearly frowned, offering no reply. He had expected this to be a battle for supremacy, but never imagined it would unfold like this. Perhaps the final outcome would turn out to be exceptionally ugly. Seeing Su Jiang's silence, Luo Wuti turned to Zhao Pengfei beside him. Old Zhao, I'll continue then. Zhao Pengfei nodded. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, the eldest son of the Wu family, was once famously known as a good-for-nothing in Southwest City. But after that incident involving Su Jiang, his spirit beast underwent a sudden transformation. Originally just an F grade, the lowest tier skeleton rank, it could now level up without limit. Moreover, its combat prowess and attributes now rivaled those of top-tier A-grade spirit beasts. Simultaneously, his sister, Wu Rou, no longer possesses an ordinary slime. It can now manipulate various elements in battle, and its power is equally matched to those B-rank spirit beasts. Su Jiang, what on earth is going on? By the end of his question, Luo Wuti fixed Su Jiang with an intense stare, his eyes brimming with profound curiosity. At first, he had assumed Su Jiang was merely an ordinary top scorer in the college entrance exam. But when he learned Su Jiang had achieved the top score through sheer physical effort, he was utterly dumbfounded. Yet in the end, he obtained Su Jiang's complete dossier. Luo Wuti, who excelled at intelligence analysis, instantly felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. It felt no less than being thrown into a well on a scorching summer day. He looked around in horror, even pinching his own cheek, doubting whether he was dreaming. Such an absurd situation was practically impossible outside of a dream. He read every word in the intelligence report. The text seemed ordinary at first glance, but Luo Wuti discerned one crucial sentence. Su Jiang's power extended beyond himself to those around him. He could make everyone stronger, endowing them with extraordinary qualities. I wonder if the unique qualities of his skills have anything to do with the people around him. At that moment, Luo Wuti made up his mind, no matter what, he would recruit Su Jiang into his ranks. Otherwise, such a prodigious talent would be wasted if left outside his sphere. Moreover, the secrets he carried were far too immense. If such a person harbored any ill will or treasonous thoughts toward humanity, the entire human society would be threatened. Su, could you offer a reasonable explanation? Your behavior is truly peculiar. By the end of his words, Luo Wuti lifted his gaze, fixing it intently on Su Jiang. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Principal Luo, I never imagined you knew all this. Su Jiang lifted his head as well, meeting Luo Wuti's gaze. His eyes no longer held the initial blankness and clear-eyed foolishness, but instead radiated an unnerving calmness. But all of this is merely your conjecture, Principal Luo. What evidence do you actually have? Hearing Su Jiang's words, Luo Wuti shook his head and continued reading aloud. Wang Qi, formerly the captain of District 13's Special Operations Squad, was demoted to a member within District 13's security zone after sustaining injuries during a combat mission.
His first encounter with Su Jiang occurred on June 1st, the very day Deputy Captain Jiang and Su Jiang took action. Jiang Fu's body presented the following suspicious circumstances. The most crucial point is this: given Leng Xi's capabilities, Jiang Fu could not have put up such fierce resistance, nor could he have accidentally killed Jiang Fu. Yet Jiang Fu met a bizarre death. What exactly is being concealed here? Facing Luo Wudi's amused gaze, Su Jiang's expression darkened instantly. His gaze toward Luo Wudi grew intensely hostile as he narrowed his eyes, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. What? What do you mean by that? Su Jiang had always been someone who yielded to softness but resisted force. Was Luo Wudi's speech an attempt to blackmail him, forcing him to go alone? Observing Su Jiang before him, this young man who resembled a cub of a fierce tiger, Luo Wudi's heart nodded in agreement. Regardless, in such a perilous situation, with all secrets laid bare, Su Jiang remained remarkably composed, showing not a trace of panic. This composure and attitude were beyond what his peers could match. As the saying goes, one who harbors thunder within yet wears a calm expression like a still lake is worthy of commanding an army. Su Jiang was the very embodiment of such a man. Even now, though his mind was in turmoil, he stood his ground without flinching against Luo Wudi. Su, I just want to say you might not truly realize the potential within your body, nor the immense impact your abilities could have on our human race. You must understand that in the face of absolute talent and combat prowess, everything else must make way. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, Luo Wudi sat down, his expression unusually earnest. He addressed Su Jiang with these words, then nodded solemnly at him. Fawn, I don't care how you created all those strange spirit beasts, nor do I care if your secrets could influence others. But I've reviewed your records. I know you are a member of our human federation, and you are also the descendant of a martyr. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the human federation, and your bond with your friends is exceptionally strong, clear signs you're a good person. Chapter 129, Joining the Martial God Beast-Taming Academy. Though Luo Wudi appeared reasonable, Su Jiang didn't lower his guard. Instead, he grew even more vigilant. After all, he knew the turning point was coming soon, and everything said before that was irrelevant. Sure enough, Luo Wudi spoke next. But the secrets you carry are simply too vast and too grave. You possess immense combat prowess and limitless potential. When you said you could surpass me back then, it wasn't idle talk, it was simply a prophecy of the future. Li Pengfei and Zhao Xiaobai, standing nearby, both fixed serious gazes upon Su Jiang. Luo Wudi had already shared this intelligence with them earlier. Only now did they realize Su Jiang was even more monstrous and terrifying than they had imagined. In fact, they had no idea what secret Su Jiang still held. The ability to enhance other spirit beasts, even making F-rank beasts rival A-rank ones, was utterly terrifying. What's going on with this kid? As Su Jiang lowered his head in thought, Zhao Xiaobai nudged Luo Wudi beside him. Luo Wudi turned his head, his expression utterly bewildered. You don't know? Old Luo, if you don't know, what are you even talking about? Luo Wudi shrugged. Let's bluff him a bit. My mind reading can't even pinpoint where he is. This whole negotiation has been a disadvantage for me. Indeed, besides being the strongest among the human race, Luo Wudi also held the title of the human race's foremost negotiator. After all, his psychic abilities were far too effective, too broken when used in negotiations. But now, in front of Su Jiang, it all seemed useless. Unlike the hushed whispers among the other principals, the atmosphere on Su Jiang's side was thick with tension. They never imagined their secret would be exposed by the authorities so swiftly. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. This was a world where martial arts reigned supreme. These principals weren't just the highest-ranking figures, they were also the most powerful. With their involvement, uncovering Su Jiang's secret was all too easy. After all, no matter how cautious Su Jiang might be, he could only tread carefully within the limits of his own capabilities. But these individuals had already subjected him to a dimension-lowering strike. There was simply no need for him to take it seriously. Leng Xi turned to Su Jiang, her expression growing equally composed. Su Jiang, what are your thoughts on Luo Wudi? Seeing Su Jiang's anxious expression, Leng Xi felt a pang of pity in her heart. She had never seen such an expression on his face before. Alas, the opponent's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even if the entire Leng family of an district threw everything they had at him, they would never stand a chance against Luo Wudi. Wu Hao, meanwhile, wore an expression of profound self-reproach. Boss, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If you hadn't helped me, perhaps this secret. Enough. This has nothing to do with you. It seems it was only a matter of time before I was targeted. I underestimated their methods. Su Jiang lifted his head, his expression unusually calm as he spoke. He knew there was only one path left for him. That was to join the Martial God Beastmaster University. After all, if Luo Wudi truly intended to harm him or uncover the secrets within him, he wouldn't be speaking to him so politely and calmly. Instead, he would have already taken action. The fact that he had spoken to him like this, engaging in conversation, proved he definitely needed something from him. But since this secret had been uncovered, he might as well use it to his advantage. Su Jiang nodded and addressed the others around him. In that case, let's head to the Martial God Beastmaster University. The Martial God Beastmaster University? Leng Xi murmured to herself. Wu Hao then said, Boss, you're going to the Martial God Beastmaster University? Wang Qi, standing nearby, finally nodded in agreement.
After careful consideration, he realized that the Martial God Beastmaster University seemed to be the best place for Su Jiang. Whether it was the formidable strength, the protection it offered Su Jiang, or the intelligence Luo Wudi himself possessed, all of it was crucial for Su Jiang. Facing Wu Hao's question, Su Jiang shook his head and replied, It's not me, it's us. Boss, what do you mean by that? Ignoring Wu Hao's question, Su Jiang strode toward the group of principals seated in the Spirit Beast shop's reception area. Stepping directly before Luo Wudi, Su Jiang stated, Principal Luo, since that's the case, what do you want me to do? A faint smile played on Su Jiang's lips as he spoke. Luo Wudi couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The old man and the youngster both laughed, instantly leaving everyone else around them utterly bewildered. What are those two laughing at? No idea. Luo Wudi looked up at Su Jiang. Su, I know you carry many secrets, and these secrets are of critical importance. But what I want to say is, as a member of the Human Federation, the secrets you carry are vital to the entire Federation. Since you're destined to choose a Beastmaster University, why not join our Wuxing Beastmaster University? Strength in unity, sincere cooperation. I will assist you to the fullest extent, helping you unleash your potential. Whatever you need, just ask. In return, you must pledge to me that in the future, at the very least, those trusted beast tamers and warriors fighting for our human race will be given the opportunity to break through their own limits. Can you agree to these terms? Just as I thought, Su Jiang silently acknowledged within himself. Su Jiang lifted his head to look at Luo Wudi before him. He had known from the start that the other party had ulterior motives for making such a proposal. It was his formidable combat prowess, specifically, his ability to enhance spirit beasts. So now it seemed the other party wanted to make an equal exchange with him. He looked at Luo Wudi and nodded. The Martial God Beastmaster University is certainly acceptable, but I have other conditions. What? Su, don't be so impulsive. Exactly. Don't let that old man intimidate you. Don't just accept whatever he says. We've got your back. Consider our Magic City Beastmaster University. Su Jiang gave them an apologetic smile before turning to Luo Wudi, his gaze unusually resolute. Senior, as you can see, I'm highly sought after everywhere except Martial God Beastmaster University. Therefore, I believe Senior Luo will surely agree to these few requests of mine. Chapter 130, Negotiating Terms. Watching Su Jiang speak, Luo Wudi's mouth twitched. Good grief, was he being threatened by this kid? Still, he knew Su Jiang spoke the truth. Given Su Jiang's extraordinary talents and the secrets he carried, it was safe to say he was a welcome guest and a prized asset wherever he went. Forget someone like him, a mere 5th-tier Beastmaster University graduate. Even the Federation government of the entire First Human District would welcome Su Jiang with open arms. Thus, under the stunned gazes of the three, Luo Wudi nodded. Instantly, Zhao Xiaobai, Li Pengfei, and Chen Yonglai beside him felt their world crumble. Wait, dude, you're Luo Wudi. The Luo Wudi who never bowed an inch before even the mightiest spirit beasts in the void. The Luo Wudi who had never faced a single threat in his life, whose entire existence was defined by one word, uncompromising. Why was he backing down now? Watching his three colleagues wearing masks of agony, Luo Wudi turned to Su Jiang. Su, what else do you want? Speak up. First, the terms you initially offered cannot be altered. Second, given Leng Xi's academic record, she should be eligible for admission to the Martial God Beastmaster University, correct? Luo Wudi lifted his head to look at Leng Xi standing behind Su Jiang. He noticed that upon being called by name, Leng Xi's icy little face instantly flushed crimson, and her entire demeanor became awkward and unnatural. A smile immediately spread across his face. Indeed, young boys and girls of this age think exactly like this. He knew a thing or two about Leng Xi. Though she possessed only an A-grade talent. Yes, at Martial God Beastmaster University, an A-grade talent truly was just a gatekeeper. But she happened to possess dual spirit slots. More importantly, her other spirit beast, the fire squirrel, was in no way inferior to that A-grade spirit beast, the fire phoenix. It could be said she possessed two powerful A-rank spirit beasts, so she certainly had some merit in entering the Martial God Beastmaster University. Regarding Leng Xi's situation, Luo Wudi chose neither to lie nor to conceal anything. He merely nodded to Su Jiang and stated, As for Leng Xi, if she wants to enter our Martial God Beastmaster University, she'll barely meet the threshold. Whoa! Wu Hao looked at Luo Wudi in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. No way! Are you pulling my leg, old man? This is Leng Xi, our District 13's genius goddess, Leng Xi. Getting into Martial God University is barely within reach? Luo Wudi looked at Leng Xi. What do you think? Yet, to everyone's surprise, Leng Xi paused briefly before nodding her head. Yes. Based on what I know, even with my talent, if I enter Martial God Beastmaster University without a second spirit slot, I'll likely be nothing more than the lowest tier. As Leng Xi finished speaking, Luo Wuti turned his head toward Su Jiang and shrugged his shoulders. The implication was clear, he had not deceived Su Jiang in the slightest. Su Jiang knew full well that a powerhouse of Luo Wuti's caliber would never stoop to deceit. When he said it was barely enough to meet the threshold, it truly meant only barely enough, not a shred more.
My conditions are simple. I can attend the Martial God Beastmaster University. But I won't go alone. I want to bring Wu Hao, Wu Rou, and Leng Xi with me. Can you agree to this condition? As Su Jiang's words fell, the entire spirit beast shop fell into a deathly silence. After all, since the founding of the Martial God Beastmaster University, no such precedent had ever existed. Indeed, the Martial God Beastmaster University was never short of geniuses. No matter how exceptional a prodigy might be, within the academy, they would always find someone whose talents surpassed their own. For Su Jiang to even consider bringing someone else into the academy was simply unthinkable. Li Pengfei beside him sighed as well. Sigh, Su Jiang, your conditions are simply too demanding. Not even Principal Luo would agree, let alone me. Zhao Xiaobai and Shen Yonlai were equally stunned expressions. But Su Jiang paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Wuti. He knew Luo Wuti was wrestling with his thoughts. Time passed, its duration unknown. Perhaps 5 minutes, or maybe 10. Luo Wuti lifted his head and spoke to Su Jiang, enunciating each word deliberately. I can agree to your terms, but you must also agree to mine. That's not unreasonable, is it? After Luo Wuti spoke these words, the crowd around them fell completely silent. They never imagined Luo Wuti would agree to Su Jiang's terms. After all, this was practically a semi-coercive demand. What was even more outrageous was the demand to bring people into the school. Bringing Leng Xi along would have been one thing. She already met the basic admission requirements, albeit at a low level. But Wu Hao? He was merely an F-rank skeleton. Despite showing great potential, his current college entrance exam scores are nowhere near good enough to even come close to getting into Martial God Beastmaster University. Wu Rou was in the same boat. After all, the strongest combat power a slime can demonstrate is equivalent to a B-rank spirit beast at best. It simply had no connection to the Martial God Beastmaster University. Yet now, Luo Wuti had actually agreed. Seeing Luo Wuti's acceptance, Su Jiang not only held back but stepped forward and said earnestly, "In that case, Principal Luo, I have one final condition." Luo Wuti narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam flashing within them. Looking at Su Jiang before him, he felt this kid seemed a bit too greedy, or rather, he was pushing his luck. Sometimes, ambition and desire are good things, they're the very foundation of progress. But in this situation, it's nothing short of courting disaster. Principal Luo, I hope Leng Xi and the others can have access to the same resources I enjoy. Hearing Su Jiang's words, the others exchanged surprised glances. They had assumed Su Jiang's second request would at least seek some benefit for himself. Yet they realized Su Jiang hadn't made a single demand for himself from start to finish, everything was for his friends. Leng Xi's gaze toward Su Jiang now held extraordinary complexity. Finally, she let out a long sigh. She felt a pang of shame for her own talent. After all, if she hadn't been holding Su Jiang back, why would he need to negotiate terms with this Luo Wuti? Wu Hao was filled with deep emotion. After all, just getting into a Beastmaster University this time was already quite an achievement for him. Yet Su Jiang had practically carried him straight into the Martial God Beastmaster University. For him, this was nothing short of a dream school. He also understood that the boss had sacrificed immense personal gain to secure his admission. Staring at Su Jiang's retreating figure, Wu Hao silently vowed to himself. He must train diligently from now on and obey the boss in every way. Only then could he properly repay the boss in the future. Chapter 131, Results are in. Alright, since that's the case, we'll be taking our leave now, Mr. Su. Yes, goodbye, Principal. At that moment, outside Su Jiang's spirit beast shop, a scene unfolded where both parties wore smiles and looked exceptionally satisfied. To an uninformed observer, it might seem this recruitment drive had gone exceptionally smoothly. But only those truly in the know understood. Not only had it not been smooth sailing, but threats and coercion had nearly escalated to a full-blown confrontation on multiple occasions. In the end, Su Jiang chose the Martial God Beastmaster University. Moreover, according to Luo Wuti, by tomorrow, their college entrance exam scores and the universities they had been admitted to would be made public. At that point, everyone in District 13 would know their circumstances. Su Jiang must ensure his own safety. He had now become the representative of the human race's prodigies. This made him the primary assassination target for those colluding with the forces of the void. At the time, Luo Wuti had even asked Su Jiang if he needed a bodyguard assigned to him, but Su Jiang had declined. For him, the best bodyguard was himself. Besides, how could one grow without weathering storms and setbacks? A life spent sheltered in a greenhouse would inevitably produce a flower that, even if it bloomed, would remain exceptionally fragile. Wang Qi stood nearby, several times wanting to speak, but ultimately shook his head. Patting Su Jiang on the shoulder, Wang Qi said, "You've grown up. But if anything happens, call me immediately. Whatever I can do, I will do."
Watching Leng Xi drive away, Su Jiang felt a sense of helplessness and aging from his uncle, a powerful lieutenant general in District 13.
This was something Su Jiang had never imagined or experienced before. Boss. After Wang Qi and the principal had departed, Wu Hao and Wu Rou approached Su Jiang, their eyes brimming with emotion.
Wu Rou held the slime in her arms, 2 tears rolling down her beautiful face.
Su Ge, it's all because of us that you're like this.
We're sorry. Seeing everyone believe they had burdened him, Su Jiang felt like laughing. After all, even Leng Xi, the icy beauty who usually wore a cold expression and never gave anyone a friendly look, had lowered her head now, her face filled with intense self-reproach.
Enough, stop this.
If you don't want to disappoint me, then hurry up and strengthen yourselves. When the time comes for university, I might still need your help.
My goal in getting you into university isn't just for us, it's for myself too. So starting now, get stronger.
Su Jiang's words served both as motivation for the group and as a form of moral obligation, or perhaps even psychological manipulation aimed at compelling them to grow stronger. Truthfully, Su Jiang couldn't care less about the specifics of these rewards. Whether they were selected or not made no difference to him. After all, just from Martial God Beastmaster University alone, the total scholarship offered to him had already reached 200 million yuan.
Yes, 200 million yuan in scholarships. If he were to reveal this figure, it would likely leave people speechless.
But to Su Jiang, it was merely a fraction of his admission perks.
Phew. He never imagined the college entrance exams would end so quickly.
Sitting alone in the room, Su Jiang gazed at the space that Leng Xi and the others had cleaned before leaving, a look of reflection crossing his face. He never imagined he'd already been in this world for 3 months. At the same time, he realized he had been making assumptions. He had underestimated the thinking and strategies of the powerful figures in this world.
Reading those novels before, the top-tier powerhouses or those with exceptional intelligence were always portrayed as fools.
They never noticed anything unusual about the protagonist's special advantages. Yet the reality was that it was absolutely impossible for the powerful to fail to notice even the slightest hint. Su Jiang had already experienced this firsthand after just 3 months. But clearly, Su Jiang could accept this outcome.
Because before Luo Wudi departed, he addressed Su Jiang with these words.
Rest assured, I've sealed off all your secrets and related intelligence. Not only will the authorities in District 13 be unable to find any information about you, but even the authorities in District 1 won't be able to search for it.
From today onward, you are simply Su Jiang, the ordinary top scorer of the college entrance exam.
This was also one of the conditions of the deal between Su Jiang and Luo Wudi.
However, this condition was one that Luo Wudi absolutely had to fulfill.
If Su Jiang's true nature were ever exposed, what awaited him would be far from a routine assassination attempt targeting a prodigy.
Instead, it would be relentless pursuit, even involving the deployment of a rank or even S-rank powerhouses.
If Su Jiang were to fall at that point, it would be nothing short of a tragedy. Gazing at the photo frame in his hand, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Jiang's mind. It seemed his ability to possess such secrets while remaining unscathed was somehow connected to his adoptive parents. Yet, based on the original host's memories, Su Jiang himself remained unclear about what the original host's parents had been doing.
This naturally piqued Su Jiang's curiosity. After a deep night's sleep, Su Jiang opened his eyes early the next morning.
As soon as he stepped onto the street, he saw many parents leading their children to play outside their homes, all heading toward the school.
Today is the day the college entrance exam results from yesterday are announced. I wonder how the students from District 13 performed. Who will be the top scorer? Many of these students had taken the exam in the same testing room as Su Jiang. They lifted their heads to speak, but the words died on their lips. Indeed, they were bound by confidentiality regulations. Among the crowd were others who hadn't shared an exam hall with Su Jiang.
Spotting Su Jiang, they turned to their parents and exclaimed loudly. I don't know who got first place, but I know for sure that last place went to that Su Jiang. After all, he's just a worthless piece of trash from Linhai. Ha ha ha, heard he got kicked out of the exam hall yesterday for cheating and his scores got cancelled.
That's hilarious, someone with a shattered mind daring to take the college entrance exam.
Before Su Jiang could respond to their mocking laughter, several students who had shared the exam hall with him turned to stare at the mockers with expressions that clearly said, look at these fools. Only then did they realize that they themselves had once been seen in exactly the same light as foolish fools who didn't know their place. As Su Jiang approached the school gates, the large screen at the entrance began preparing to announce the exam results to everyone. A large crowd of students had gathered around Su Jiang, clearly waiting for this very moment.
Chapter 132, Results Announcement.
Announcement of District 13 College Entrance Exam Rankings and National Ranking Positions. This message appeared on the large screen displaying the college entrance exam results. Indeed, this Gaokao would not only tally results within District 13 but also compile the national rankings across the entire human federation. After all, the entity evaluating these exams was neither an ordinary machine nor human observation, but a colossal spirit beast.
Su Jiang had already learned this during his communication with Luo Wudi yesterday.
Luo Wudi, meanwhile, had also obtained Su Jiang's exam results. This was precisely why he had rushed to find Su Jiang with such urgency.
If Su Jiang's scores were to leak, it wouldn't just be the Martial God Beastmaster University vying for his talents. While the Martial God Beastmaster University was indeed the most prestigious institution, who had decreed that only universities could recruit? And who decreed that attending university was the only path forward? Soon, it wouldn't just be universities competing for Su Jiang, major organizations and even mercenary guilds would be vying for him.
The thought of Su Jiang's research talents sent a chill through Luo Wudi's heart.
Staring at the numbers on the screen, Su Jiang wore an expression tinged with anticipation. After all, his performance this time should be pretty decent, right? After a moment's thought, Su Jiang surveyed his surroundings. Sure enough, the people around him, those who had shared his exam hall, were now looking at him with envious eyes. Yet this only deepened the confusion among those unaware of Su Jiang's true capabilities. Why are those people staring at Su Jiang? Yeah, what's the point? Are they waiting for that loser to mock him? I think so too. With his skills, he'll probably get 0 on this exam. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. He actually dared to take the exam with that level of ability. Just then, a line of results suddenly appeared on the screen. The top scorer in District 13 is independent candidate Su Jiang. Yes, the authorities had urgently amended regulations to grant Su Jiang a legitimate identity. They converted the legitimate admission tickets obtained through the black market and other channels into individual candidate status. From then on, anyone wishing to register for the college entrance exam could also enter the exam as an independent candidate. And this was all due to the impact Su Jiang had created. Su Jiang never imagined that before he had truly integrated into this world, he had already altered one of its fundamental rules. The moment those words appeared, the surrounding crowd couldn't contain their shock. What? Su Jiang? As an independent candidate? Is it really that good for nothing? How could that be? How could he possibly be the top scholar? His spirit sea is shattered, and he doesn't even have a spirit beast. Top scholar? Whispers filled the air as puzzled glances turned toward Su Jiang, eyes brimming with astonishment. Meanwhile, the students who truly knew Su Jiang's capabilities breathed a sigh of relief as they looked toward their parents. Dad, Mom, I've wanted to tell you this for ages. Su Jiang isn't a loser at all, his strength is downright insane. He's also the strongest person in our entire class. Please don't call him a loser anymore. It's so embarrassing when I hear it on the way to school. The speaker was a boy, his face twisted with embarrassment as he looked at his mother. He also shot an apologetic glance at Su Jiang, who had been following behind them. After all, his mother had been taking jabs at him every now and then. Su Jiang's situation stemmed mainly from the fact that he stood out like a sore thumb. The original Su Jiang had been a top student at number 7 high school, the very hope for its future. After the prodigy's downfall, everyone wanted to kick him while he was down. After all, that once lofty genius now seemed inferior to them. How could they not relish the opportunity? But Su Jiang hadn't fallen, he'd grown even stronger than before. But these parents had no way of knowing that. The conversation between him and his mother echoed throughout every corner of District 13. The moment his identity as the top scorer in the college entrance exam was exposed, the confidentiality agreements binding these students were lifted. After all, whether they spoke up or not, Su Jiang's performance in the exam had already secured him the top spot. Su Jiang's academic standing remained completely unaffected. Yet simultaneously, they were permanently gagged from discussing Su Jiang's performance during the exam. This was a secret they could never reveal for the rest of their lives, and official authorities would maintain strict oversight over it. At that moment, many students were utterly dumbfounded. Exchanging glances, they wondered if the world had turned upside down today. A widely recognized, notorious failure had become the top scorer in the college entrance exam? How could he possibly be more accomplished than them? No, impossible. This absolutely can't be true. One student clutched his head, staring at the screen and shouting, "Su Jiang is just a loser, how could he be the top scorer?" His words sparked a chorus of questions from those around him. Yeah, maybe the system glitched? Or the name got displayed wrong? Yeah. They must have reversed the names. He was supposed to be last, but they put him first. His words instantly made sense to the others. Exactly. With Su Jiang's scores, he should be dead last, how could he possibly be the top scholar? Yet the large screen before them not only continued displaying results but proceeded to show the top scholar's scores. First assessment, perfect. This year's college entrance exam results are rated SSS+. The screen kept scrolling, but by now, no one could focus on it anymore. Su Jiang's results had completely shattered their worldview, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Yesterday he was a failure, this week he was a genius. What did their mockery of him amount to? Was it nothing but self-humiliation? Or what about their past habit of trampling on Su Jiang to feel superior? Was that just slapping themselves in the face? Seeing Su Jiang return to his former genius self was more painful than death itself. This was the deepest, darkest evil lurking within human nature. At that moment, every screen displaying the college entrance exam results froze on this scene. Official personnel began emerging from the area, explaining the situation to the surrounding crowd. Yes, this was also an official protective measure for Su Jiang. They needed to conceal the peculiarities surrounding Su Jiang. Therefore, a plausible explanation was required. In past college entrance exams, this step would have been unthinkable. Typically, once the results were released, that was the end of it. But this year, Su Jiang was simply too exceptional. The authorities had specifically assigned personnel to vouch for him and provide cover. Everyone, please be quiet. There are no surprises or errors in this assessment's results. The top scorer in District 13's college entrance exam is indeed Su Jiang. An instant uproar erupted below. Yet the speaker did not stop there. Furthermore, I wish to inform you that Su Jiang has not only claimed the top spot in District 13's college entrance exams, but has also secured the top position across the entire Human Federation. Chapter 133, The World is Shocked. The venue fell into complete silence. All eyes fixed on the official before them, their lips trembling uncontrollably, yet not a single word escaped their mouths. If he had merely become the top scorer in District 13, it could be attributed to Su Jiang's restored talent and exceptional abilities, allowing him to break through the competition and claim the top spot. But becoming the top scorer in the entire Human Federation? That was an impossibly difficult feat, as hard as climbing to the heavens. In previous years, students from District 13 were also included in the Federation-wide rankings. But even the top graduate from the 13th district has never ranked higher than 20th in the entire Human Federation. After all, one can imagine the situation just from the name of District 13. While it was slightly better than District 13, famously dubbed the public toilet of Jackie Chan's adventures, it had absolutely no connection to the higher-ranked districts. Compared to Districts 1, 2, and 3, not only do they lack resource advantages, but the quality of their students falls short as well. Thus, no one from District 13 has ever claimed the top spot in the college entrance exams. This has to be a scam, right? Su Jiang being the top scorer is bad enough, but the entire Human Federation's top scorer? This must be some kind of corruption, right? How could there be any shady dealings? You must understand that the entire Human Federation's review mechanism is exceptionally strict. And I heard that this time, the assessment was conducted by a super powerful spirit beast belonging to a great elder. Observing the murmuring crowd below, the official glanced at Su Jiang's expression and stated solemnly. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding Su Jiang's case, the authorities have specially prepared a video recording of his championship battle to prevent any misunderstandings. This marks the first time footage has been released publicly for this assessment and indeed for any Gaokao in history. As this is an exceptional circumstance, we kindly request your full attention while viewing. Su Jiang already knew what they were about to reveal. After Luo Wudi departed yesterday, officials immediately took him to a combat training ground. They instructed him to coordinate with the spirit beast and complete the combat solo. At that moment, everyone from the official faction was stunned by the spirit beast's performance, showering it with intense admiration. After that, Su Jiang was sent back. At the time, he hadn't understood the true intent behind the official's actions, but now he grasped it. It was all a ploy to confuse the public. On a massive screen, everyone watched Su Jiang stand alongside the little spirit beast. Then, the little spirit beast engaged the B-class spirit beast before them. In an instant, it crushed the B-class spirit beast before them with overwhelming force. The two were simply not in the same league. Throughout the battle, Su Jiang displayed extraordinary skill in every aspect, showing none of the signs of someone whose spirit sea had shattered. At that moment, an official stepped forward and addressed the stunned crowd. Although Su's spirit sea has shattered, he possesses the rare dual spirit sea constitution. He possesses 2 spirit seats and commands 2 spirit beasts. Although his primary spirit sea shattered, his secondary spirit sea still holds a contract with a powerful spirit beast. He's always kept a low profile, never revealing his true abilities. This college entrance exam was his chance to make a stunning debut, which is why he claimed the top spot. Not only did he become the top scholar of our 13th district, but he also claimed the top spot across the entire Human Federation. He has truly brought honor to District 13. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause for Su Jiang. Clap 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 clap. As the words fell, thunderous applause erupted around Su Jiang. After all, the fact that Su Jiang had transformed from a failure back into a prodigy was hard for these people to accept. Why am I the failure while he's the genius? Why? Yet more people felt pride for Su Jiang. After all, they were all from the same district. Once they ventured out into the world, they would still be fellow townsfolk, bound to help each other in times of need. Su Jiang had won the top honors in the college entrance exam for District 13, and they naturally shared in his glory. This is actually true? Damn it! That good for nothing is a dual Lin rank? How dare he? How dare I not be a genius while he is a dual Lin rank? Damn it, damn it! That good for nothing I used to mock is better than me again. Damn it! Voices filled with resentment and indignation rose from around Su Jiang, reaching his ears. Yet amidst these voices, Su Jiang also heard other murmurs. Who would have thought? Even after shattering his spirit sea, Su Jiang could still break through and forge his own realm. Genius is genius, after all. Yeah, we mocked him back then. Now it seems we were blind as bats. These two types of people laid bare the essence of human nature.
The first group embodied the darker side of human nature, while the second represented its brighter aspects. More importantly, Su Jiang realized that the first group was filled with envy and jealousy toward him, their words dripping with disappointment and contempt. And they were the ones who had been the most sarcastic and mocking toward him in daily life. Their skill levels were generally just F rank and D rank. That is to say, the reason they are weak is because they are inherently weak at heart, cowards to their core. The weak rage, wielding their blades against the weaker still. The strong, when enraged, turn their blades toward the stronger. One can easily guess what sort of people they truly are. After exchanging a glance with the official sent to explain on their behalf, Su Jiang nodded. The official then retreated behind the scenes. The large screen before them continued displaying other results. Leng Xi's results appeared next, with a final evaluation of S rank. Though merely an S, such a result hadn't been seen in Southwest City for years. Historically, the highest single S rank in Southwest City had been the peak. Leng Xi's dual S rank had effectively shattered that record. At this moment, no one had the heart to focus on Leng Xi's score or her insane SS performance. Because they were now witnessing the even more outrageous results of Su Jiang and his triple S rank evaluation. What's more, Su Jiang was known as a complete failure in everyday life. But from this moment onward, everyone in Southwest City knew. Su Jiang was not a useless person at all, but rather a genius with immense potential. Overnight, Su Jiang's reputation in Southwest City underwent a dramatic reversal. Even though he hadn't moved an inch from his seat, a crowd of classmates naturally gathered around him. Students who had previously kept their distance now rushed over, eager to curry favor. Su, I've noticed your performance all along. Su, let me tell you. Seeing their hypocritical faces, Su Jiang couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. These were the same hypocritical faces that had mocked him the most. Now that the results were out, it wasn't just Su Jiang and Leng Xi who had made the leap. Even Wu Hao, the one everyone had mocked and looked down on the most, had achieved a breakthrough. Had also achieved a remarkable 50th place ranking in the Southwest City assessment. Thus, the pair once derided as dragons and phoenixes lying dormant had suddenly become the genuine top-ranked duo in the city's college entrance exams. Chapter 134, A Great Scholar Defends My Thesis. Public opinion toward these two in Southwest City shifted instantly. Su Jiang, once dismissed as a good-for-nothing, a cowardly man who couldn't stand up for himself. Unable to speak for himself, showing no reaction whatsoever. These were the taunts and criticisms hurled at him daily. But after confirming the exam results were genuine and that Su Jiang had even claimed the top spot in the entire Human Federation's college entrance exams, the narrative shifted. Suddenly, Su Jiang was seen as low-key and mature, unwilling to engage in petty disputes, possessing a certain aloofness yet remaining approachable. Wu Hao, who had previously been seen as a slacker who hung out with Su Jiang all day, was now portrayed as discerning and wise, someone who knew how to hide his weaknesses, the ideal heir to the Wu family. Observing the shifting winds of public opinion, a faint, mocking smile touched the corners of Su Jiang's lips. Wasn't this the classic scenario? Once you've proven yourself, the great scholars will defend your theories? Once you succeed, even your farts carry weight. But if you fail, no matter how logical your words or how scientifically sound your arguments, no one will believe you. Su Jiang was unaware at this moment that the announcement of his achievements would reverberate far beyond District 13, affecting countless other places. At that very moment, within a secluded courtyard in District 1 of the Human Federation, a youth watched several spirit beasts before him as he launched his attack. Yes, if Su Jiang hadn't misjudged, this youth was engaging these spirit beasts in combat using his own martial prowess. Though unlike Su Jiang, who relied solely on his physique and terrifying physical prowess to grapple with these beasts, he was utilizing various modern weapons and equipment. He was locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle with these D-rank spirit beasts. Puff, puff. It was finally over. After slaying all three spirit beasts, the youth sat on the ground, gasping for breath while wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. At that moment, shouts echoed from outside the house. Big brother! Big brother! The results are out, big brother! Hearing this, the youth immediately turned his head. As the thick armored door swung open, he saw a vibrant young girl running in, clutching a report card. However, upon seeing the three spirit beast corpses lying before the man, she exclaimed, "Brother, what's the point of doing these training exercises again? We're summoners, not warriors." Hearing this, the man looked at his younger sister. "Let me tell you this, since we are summoners, we must ensure we don't hold our spirit beasts back in battle. At the same time, if we ever lose our spirit beasts, I want us to have some combat capability of our own." After speaking, a look of self-satisfaction and pride flashed across the man's face. "Besides, with my spirit beast's strength and combat skills, what exactly needs improving? This year's top exam scorer is bound to be me, right?" After speaking, the man began wiping sweat from his body, clearly confident in his victory in the exam. But to his surprise, the woman glanced at the score sheet in her hand and said to him with some uncertainty, "Brother, you didn't top the exam. The top scorer is a boy from District 13 named Su Jiang." "What? Su Jiang?" This scene wasn't confined to District 1, it played out all the way to District 7. In every district, people had taken note of the name Su Jiang. And they all shared the same identity, they were each their district's top scoring student. Finally, after confirming there were no errors on the score sheets, they glanced at the results, their teeth clenched in frustration. Su Jiang, good. Who would have thought a kid from District 13 would snatch the top spot? What a disgrace. After gritting his teeth in anger, the man etched Su Jiang's name into his memory. If that kid goes to Shinwu Beastmaster University, then I'll go to Shinwu Beastmaster University. I'll see just how much talent he really has. As the two spoke, a gentle breeze swept through, causing a flag in the training ground to flutter slowly. The flag bore the character Lu in bold letters. The Lu clan of the Human Federation was the most powerful family among all humans. Their might didn't stem from vast ancestral wealth or boundless riches. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the Lu family had produced 4 S-rank powerhouses, 3 of whom were pillars of the entire human race. It was said that the man of this generation was hailed as the light of the Lu clan. Originally, it was believed he would become the hope of the next generation for the Lu family and the leader of the entire human federation. Su Jiang was unaware that even before enrolling in the academy, he had already fulfilled the role of the academy's sworn enemy. And this was no ordinary rival. Su Jiang, this request of yours is a bit. Director Wang, use official titles during work hours. Inside Wang Qi's office. Watching the deadpan expression on Su Jiang's face, Wang Qi sighed and pressed his forehead in exasperation before speaking again. Advisor Su, so your request is for us to install a long-range teleportation array. To install long-range teleportation arrays at your front door and at the entrance to your dorm at Martial God Beast-Taming University? By the end, Wang Qi's voice cracked slightly. Did this kid even understand the concept of teleportation arrays, let alone their cost implications? The farther the distance, the higher the cost of the transmission. From Zone 1 to Zone 13? One could only imagine how astronomical the transmission costs would be. And this kid was being specific, he wanted one at his dorm entrance in District 1 and another at the entrance of his spirit beast shop. He truly didn't want to walk a single step. But for the authorities of District 13, the cost was simply too great. Seeing Wang Qi's astonished expression, Su Jiang nodded solemnly. We agreed last time that any terms the authorities promised could be used later. Now I'm exercising that right. Surely the authorities won't renege on their word, Officer Wang? As he spoke, a sly, ambiguous expression flickered across Su Jiang's face. Clearly, this was a ploy to corner Wang Qi, cutting off all his escape routes. Well, Advisor Su, this request is simply too difficult to agree to. Moreover, you're demanding that our government maintain your transmission certificate for 4 years. The cost is simply too high, we can't afford it. In that case, I'll connect you with the higher-ups. You can explain it to them yourself. Wang Qi spoke in a strictly professional tone while winking at Su Jiang. Watching the two of them play their double act, the others in Wang Qi's office were left speechless. They were now well aware of Wang Qi and Su Jiang's positions, and fully understood this was a staged performance. Su Jiang didn't want to put Wang Qi in a difficult position, so he gave her this convenient excuse and opportunity to pass the buck. Chapter 135, Negotiating Terms. Hey, kid, why are you calling me? As the current strongest fighter in District 13, Luo Wuti was just about to leave District 13, filled with joy and excitement, to return to District 1 and report back. Little did he expect to receive Su Jiang's call. The moment he answered, he heard Su Jiang's anguished voice on the other end. Principal Luo, someone's bullying your students. Aren't you going to do anything about it? He actually deceived me. He's a fraudster. He scammed even a student. He's not human. Principal Luo, I'm so upset. Please come help me. Luo Wuti listened to Su Jiang's voice, which was full of vigor and even carried a hint of secret delight. Although Luo Wuti didn't know what exactly was going on, he knew that with Su Jiang's character, it was more likely he was the one scamming and bullying others. There was absolutely no way anyone could bully him. Yet, moved by the words spoken, Luo Wuti hurried to Su Jiang's side. So this is what you meant by being bullied? And scammed by someone? You. As he spoke, Luo Wuti's face darkened. His hand gripped the corner of the table tightly, his expression strained with suppressed anger. Observing Luo Wuti beside him, Chang Chuang, the highest-ranking official of District 13, shrugged innocently, implying he had nothing to do with the matter. That's right, Principal. I was bullied by this official person. Do you realize how outrageous it is? They're supposed to be the authorities, yet they're leading the charge in bullying me. Where's the justice in that? Seeing Su Jiang's pitifully wretched expression, Luo Wuti would have almost believed him had he not known the truth. But your demand is for them to install a teleportation array spanning 13 districts, plus provide the energy and cover the wear and tear during transmission. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Luo Wuti spat these words out through gritted teeth. He swore that if Su Jiang weren't a student of his martial god beast master academy, but someone else, or if anyone else had dared make such demands to him, Luo Wuti, he would have smacked them senseless. The demand was simply too much. Jiang Chuang from District 13 sitting here listening to Su Jiang spout nonsense was already giving him immense face. In this awkward moment, Luo Wuti was so flustered he almost wanted to grab Su Jiang by the ear. drag him outside and demand to know what the hell was going through his head. While offering Jiang Chuang a forced smile, he muttered a low threat under his breath to Su Jiang. Kid, what the hell are you doing? What's this supposed to mean? You accuse others of scamming you, but aren't you the one scamming others? Seeing Luo Wudi's expression, Su Jiang's face twisted into a look of feigned horror and innocence. Principal Luo, how can you say that? I'm a student of our martial god beast master academy. Why won't you stand up for me? Luo Wudi. Alright. If it weren't for Su Jiang's undeniable talent, Luo Wudi would have made him understand today why the flowers are so red. Suppressing the rage in his heart, Luo Wudi stared at Su Jiang. Spill it. What exactly are you up to today, you little brat? Su Jiang said. I need a teleportation array. One linked to my spirit beast shop, allowing me to return here at the fastest possible speed. Also, I might need to return to my spirit beast shop during school hours for various reasons. I want the school to be informed in advance and grant approval. After Su Jiang finished stating his demands, Luo Wudi's face darkened. He never imagined that not only would he be responsible for the teleportation array, but this kid would also need to use it frequently. After all, each use of the teleportation array consumed vast resources. Once or twice might be manageable, but judging by the kid's tone, he planned to return frequently. Which major clan in the world could possibly withstand Su Jiang's relentless demands? Jiang Chuang, standing before Su Jiang, wore an expression of helpless resignation. He had heard rumors about this peerless genius who had emerged from District 13. However, what he had heard before was about Su Jiang's genius in research, as well as his contributions and attitude towards the authorities. This had brought Su Jiang, a prodigy whose talents seemed to shatter the forest sea, into Jiang Chuang's field of vision. At that time, Jiang Chuang hadn't imagined that his first encounter with Su Jiang would unfold in such a manner. He had only thought that Su Jiang was indeed a once-in-a-generation prodigy, and if he pursued the path of spirit beast cultivation, he would undoubtedly become the strongest spirit beast cultivator in all of District 13. Yet he never imagined Su Jiang's combat prowess would prove equally extraordinary. He looked at Su Jiang and Luo Wudi, speaking slowly. Su, your request isn't impossible to grant, but I can't agree to everything. Hearing Jiang Chuang's words, Su Jiang felt puzzled. When Wang Qi had brought him here earlier, this old man had refused everything. Why was he changing his tune now? Could it be that he really saw Luo Wudi coming to back him up? He shot Luo Wudi a suspicious glance, never imagining that Luo Wudi's influence could be so substantial. Luo Wudi, the pillar of humanity. Got it? Haha, District Chief, what do you mean by that? Why can't we agree to everything? Jiang Chuang glanced at Su Jiang before posing a question instead of responding. That butterfly-type spirit beast that emerged from the caterpillar in the void during the last riot, didn't you end up taking it? Hearing Jiang Chuang's query, Su Jiang would have hesitated or refused to admit it under normal circumstances. But now, with Luo Wudi standing beside him, he nodded arrogantly. Yes, it was me. What are you going to do about it? Before he could finish, Su Jiang felt a slap land on his head from Luo Wudi. Speak properly. What kind of attitude is that toward District Chief Jiang? It's fine, Principal Luo. This kid suits my temperament perfectly. After confirming that Su Jiang had taken the butterfly-shaped spirit beast last time, Jiang Chuang looked at Su Jiang. I see you also gained personal benefits from that mission last time and violated regulations by not reporting it to my official channels. But I believe you must have had your reasons for not saying anything, so I let you keep those spirit beasts. But your request this time is indeed too difficult to fulfill. The cost is too high, and I truly cannot agree. But if Principal Luo agrees and lends a hand, then it might be possible for District 13 to establish a teleportation array directly connecting to District 13 for you, Su. Luo Wudi? Luo Wudi, one of the top human warriors, found his mind going completely blank. He looked at Jiang Chuang before him with confusion. Wait, dude, you're talking to this kid, so why's it suddenly about me? A sense of unease slowly crept into his mind. Chapter 136, United as One. Luo Wudi couldn't shake the feeling that this 13th district seemed to have his number. Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? He watched Jiang Chuang and Su Jiang arm in arm like best buddies, and stared at the agreement he'd just signed to assist District 13 in building a teleportation array and oversee its operations. He felt like crying, but there were no tears. Earlier, for some reason, Jiang Chuang had mentioned him, his expression unusually respectful. Amidst a barrage of flattery and praise, coupled with Su Jiang's subtle threats, Luo Wudi had ultimately signed the agreement. As for the costs associated with Su Jiang's teleportation license, while he wasn't responsible for the bulk of it, he still had to cover 30%. Now, if it were a standard 30% of the price, Luo Wudi certainly could afford it. After all, as a pillar of the human race, shelling out 30% wasn't exactly trivial. But this kid Su Jiang was using a teleportation array, and he needed to teleport numerous times a year. Even at the lowest possible cost, it would run into the tens of billions. And 30% of that was over 10 billion. The thought sent a chill down Luo Wudi's spine. Truth be told, when he'd granted Su Jiang all those resources and privileges yesterday, Luo Wuti hadn't felt the slightest twinge of regret. That was because he was on an official business trip, handling matters strictly by the book. Paying for these things had absolutely nothing to do with him, Luo Wuti. This was the first Beastmaster University, an official expenditure from the martial god Beastmaster University. Not only did Luo Wuti feel no regret, he could have even added more for Su Jiang. But today? This money was coming straight out of his own pocket. The thought made his heart ache. Alright, classmate. Since the contract's signed and the teleportation array can start construction, I'll be heading out now. Alright, Principal Luo, see you later. Rest assured, I'm a man of the Martial God Beastmaster Academy in life, and I'll be its ghost in death. I'll never leave the Martial God Beastmaster Academy. Having gained an advantage, Su Jiang dared not act insolent and hastened to speak kindly to Luo Wuti. Luo Wuti, his face dark, shot a suspicious glance at Su Jiang and Jiang Chuang before finally leaving the official gathering. District Chief Jiang, you've shown remarkable audacity. Truthfully, none of what just happened had been part of Su Jiang's plan. He had intended to call upon Luo Wuti to pressure the District 13 authorities into agreeing to build him a teleportation array. But he hadn't expected much hope. What he hadn't anticipated was that District Chief Jiang genuinely intended to help him build the teleportation array and had actually targeted Luo Wuti for it. Poor Luo Wuti, honest all his life, ended up not being outmaneuvered by spirit beasts at all. Instead, he was outmaneuvered by Su Jiang and Jiang Chuang. Truly, a lifetime of reputation destroyed in an instant, a pitiful sight indeed. Listening to Su Jiang's praise, Jiang Chuang's expression was tinged with helplessness. He shot Su Jiang a glance before finally sighing. Sigh, Su Jiang, to be honest, if you weren't one of us from District 13, I'd be tempted to strangle you to death. How did you develop such thick skin? How can someone so young already be this shameless? Seeing Jiang Chuang's expression, Su Jiang scratched his head awkwardly. District Chief Jiang, I swear I didn't pester you relentlessly for this teleportation array out of spite. I genuinely need it. Otherwise, I would have asked for something else. Jiang Chuan looked into Su Jiang's eyes, his expression unusually complex. Finally, he nodded. Su, I know you must have your reasons for wanting it. After all, with your your family background, your origins, and your capabilities. It's absolutely impossible for someone like you to be so unreasonable. That's why I had no choice but to resort to this method. When Jiang Chuan mentioned Luo Wuti earlier, Su Jiang had noticed. Jiang Chuan, who had been sitting across from him in a tense standoff, suddenly winked at him and made a subtle reference to Luo Wuti. At that moment, Su Jiang had a suspicion. Could it be that the district chief was setting his sights on Luo Wuti? Right up until the very end, when Luo Wuti signed the agreement, Su Jiang was stunned. He truly hadn't expected this district chief with his thick eyebrows and large eyes to play such games. You are the pillar and hope of our District 13. Moreover, in you, I see the future and hope of the entire human race. So whatever you ask for, kid, as long as I can grant it, I absolutely will. A temporary teleportation array is simply beyond the means of District 13. If I were the district chief of District 1 instead of District 13, I'd grit my teeth and build it for you. But the Human Federation's funding allocation? District 13 really doesn't get much. Su Jiang nodded, observing Jiang Chuang sitting beside him without a trace of arrogance. In this world, where survival had been forged through relentless combat and struggle, the human race and each district's inhabitants possessed an exceptionally strong sense of clan and regional identity. That was precisely why Jiang Chuan was willing to risk offending an S-rank powerhouse to assist Su Jiang. All to secure a teleportation array for Su Jiang. Jiang Chuang understood that if Su Jiang truly rose to prominence in the future and became a renowned powerhouse among the human race, then the entire District 13 would benefit as a whole. Su kid, regarding the teleportation array, I'll get this one in District 13 built first. Once you're at the Martial God Beastmaster University, give me the coordinates there, and I'll have someone build a spatial bridge. Alright, get back now. Take care of yourself. You are the pride of the entire Human Federation, and the pride of all of us in District 13. Rest assured, every elder and fellow villager in District 13 will stand behind you. As Su Jiang left District Chief Jiang Chuan's office, his mind was reeling. After all, he had assumed the district chief's purpose today was to change his mind. Little did he expect that Jiang Chuan would be the one most responsible for his successful teleportation array construction today. Returning to his spirit beast shop and observing the workers busy at construction, Su Jiang's tone carried a hint of emotion. This world differed from his own, yet it held both positive and negative aspects. Yet, the feeling of being so valued and receiving such wholehearted support was something Su Jiang experienced for the very first time. He silently vowed to himself that if he ever truly made a name for himself in the future, he would repay those who had supported him so selflessly. You mean this year's District 13 produced such a prodigy and he's the top human scholar in the federal college entrance exams? In the darkness, a slightly stooped figure turned, its voice unusually hoarse. The man before him replied earnestly. Yes, this year's top scorer hails from District 13 and has yet to leave the district to enroll at the Martial God Beastmaster University.
If Su Jiang had been present, his jaw would have dropped. After all, the news of his university acceptance hadn't been fully made public yet. How did this man know? Is that so? How dangerous and unsafe it must be for a lone top scorer to remain in District 13. In that case, we'll just have to eliminate the top scorer to prevent him from being harmed by others. Chapter 137, Crisis Approaches. Achoo! Achoo! Who's talking about this young master? Su Jiang sat in his shop, unable to suppress 2 consecutive sneezes. He glanced outside at the bright sunshine, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Logically, this weather shouldn't make him catch a cold. Could he really be that weak lately? Su Jiang sat inside his shop, his face etched with despair. He realized that ever since his college entrance exam results came out, everything in his life had changed. Worst of all, his spirit beast shop couldn't even sell spirit beasts anymore. This thought pushed Su Jiang to the brink of collapse. Yes, this was the hardest part for him to accept. In the past, people had sneered and mocked him in all sorts of ways. Su Jiang could tolerate all that. None of it fundamentally affected his life, he just carried on as usual. But now, with his results out and his sudden rise to fame, Su Jiang's spirit beast shop had somehow become one of the internet famous check-in spots. Yes, you read that right, it had genuinely become one of those viral hotspots. Numerous reporters swarmed to the entrance of Su Jiang's spirit beast shop, lining up to interview him. But Su Jiang politely declined them all. But while he could turn away reporters, could he really turn away customers? Countless people came inside Su Jiang's spirit beast shop to take photos and check in. As for purchasing spirit beasts, to some extent, it wasn't that they weren't willing. The main issue was that Su Jiang himself wasn't willing. If he sold ordinary spirit beasts, would he even be making money or having fun anymore? But if he sold those spirit beasts with special attributes to these people, the exorbitant price alone, whether they could even afford it, was another matter entirely. Hello, Fong, would you mind taking a photo with me? Su Jiang sat at his counter, lost in thought. Bored, he began tidying up, sorting through the assorted odds and ends scattered throughout his retail shop. After all, his original plan for today was to study the system and see if it had any other peculiar features or new changes. But now, with so many people here, he couldn't very well kick them out. So he was just killing time on his own. Returning to the present, he looked at the woman who had approached him for a photo. Su Jiang realized she embodied the recently popular young lady aesthetic. Surprisingly, she was exceptionally tall, a shoujo-style beauty with a mature, commanding figure. This made Su Jiang give her a second look. It wasn't lechery, he simply found her physique utterly mismatched with that young girl aesthetic. Looking at her sweet, smiling face, Su Jiang finally nodded. Alright. Click. And so, Su Jiang captured his very first group photo. After this photo session, the original check-in event targeting Su Jiang's spirit beast shop suddenly transformed into a check-in event targeting Su Jiang himself. Inside the shop, countless people lined up to take photos with Su Jiang. Many were his peers, while some were children. Their parents explained that Su Jiang was not only this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam but also the highest scoring student across the entire Human Federation. Therefore, they believed that spending time at Su Jiang's shop would surely enhance their own talents. Su Jiang felt awkward refusing them. What Su Jiang didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary photo session concealed a deadly threat aimed at him. After all, the first girl who approached Su Jiang for a photo had one purpose: to lower his guard. Unseen by Su Jiang, a man pretended to be inspecting every corner of the spirit beast shop. His gaze drifted toward the counter, where Su Jiang stood forcing a smile for the group photo. A savage grin twisted his lips. Su Jiang. Laugh all you want. You won't be smiling for much longer. After all, you're a thorn in the side of the adults. District 13, Long Family. Leng Xi stared at Leng Xi before him, his mouth agape, eyes widening in astonishment. Leng Xi had just returned to deliver news. Both he and Su Jiang had been accepted into the Martial God Beastmaster University. This was none other than the Martial God Beastmaster University. It was undoubtedly the most prestigious Beastmaster University in the Human Federation. Both its faculty and students possessed exceptionally formidable strength. Although Leng Xi possessed an A-grade talent, gaining admission to the Martial God Beastmaster University was still quite a challenge. Especially when Leng Xi mentioned that it was only thanks to Su Jiang's help that she gained admission to this academy, Leng Xi was utterly stunned. So you're saying that Su Jiang isn't a useless good-for-nothing at all, but rather a peerless genius? Leng Xi nodded, while Leng Xi pressed further. So where exactly does his genius lie? On this topic, Leng Xi remained silent, offering no reply. She looked at Leng Xi, remaining silent. Partly out of protection for Su Jiang, partly because of the confidentiality agreement she'd signed, it was simply too difficult to answer. Otherwise, Leng Xi would have spoken up. Instead, Leng Xi fixed her father with a cold, piercing stare. Ever since she and Su Jiang enrolled in the same Beastmaster University, especially since Su Jiang had personally brought her along. Even the various benefits and perks offered by the school, Su Jiang never forgot to help her secure them. As these thoughts surfaced, Leng Xi felt she owed Su Jiang an immense debt.
Su Jiang had given her so much more, and she felt deeply unworthy of it all.
Alright, daughter, I know I wronged Su Jiang before. Dad apologizes to you. Leng Xi truly lived up to his reputation as a prominent figure in Southwest City. His willingness to admit his mistakes was something most people couldn't match. Yet Leng Xi remained unyielding, lifting her gaze to meet her father's. Those exquisite eyes remained fixed on him, and suddenly Leng Xi felt a bit at a loss. What do you mean by this, daughter?
Leng Xi realized that if Su Jiang attended the same Beastmaster University as her, he would inevitably encounter her father in the future. Then he would discover that the man who had visited him at the spirit beast shop last time wasn't some uncle at all, it was his own father. Perhaps in the future, she and Su Jiang. After pondering the future, Leng Xi realized that the one who would be humiliated and embarrassed then would be herself. Leng Xi looked at Leng Xi and spoke calmly.
Go find Su Jiang. He's helped me tremendously, securing numerous resources and subsidies for me at the university.
So go apologize to him and reveal your true identity. Hearing his daughter's words,
Leng Xi was utterly dumbfounded.
He pointed a finger at himself in astonishment.
Me apologize to that kid? No way.
It wasn't that Leng Xi was arrogant at heart, he just thought this kid was a good-for-nothing who'd stolen his family's cabbage.
But now he was supposed to apologize to him? How utterly preposterous. As the head of the Leng family, how could he not sense his daughter's special feelings for Su Jiang? He could only see through it without saying a word. Finally, under Leng Xi's watchful gaze, Leng Xi conceded defeat and spoke slowly. Very well, very well. Since that's the case, then I'll go apologize to your little boyfriend. Chapter 138, Deadly Threat.
Hearing her father's words, Leng Xi finally realized.
Right just now, father seemed to say Su Jiang was her boyfriend.
Instantly, the icy expression on Leng Xi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She even recalled that moment in Su Jiang's spirit beast shop.
The principal had even suggested she could live with Su Jiang.
The thought stirred something within Leng Xi. If Su Jiang truly hadn't gone to the martial god Beastmaster University, even attending that preparatory college would be perfectly fine.
After all, Su Jiang truly could.
Leng Xi stopped herself from speaking further. She nodded to her father, and the two of them got into the car, heading straight for Su Jiang's spirit beast shop. Fang Yun had returned to her seat and was now playing with her phone. After serving as a photo backdrop for a while longer, he was exhausted and declared he wouldn't pose for any more pictures. Through his soul link, he was now communicating with the little spirit beast.
Listen, I finished my college entrance exams. I've even leveled up. Has your memory come back at all? By the end of his question, Su Jiang's tone and demeanor were verging on collapse. He never imagined that after obtaining the spirit beast and even the method to level up alongside it. Yet up until now, he hadn't been able to utilize its abilities or functions. A faint, somewhat bewildered voice echoed in his mind from the little spirit beast. I don't know, but I feel like I might be able to now. But I haven't found what you need in the surroundings. What? You really know what to do now?
The little spirit beast trembled slightly as it listened to Su Jiang's excited words.
I'm not entirely sure. It's just that I have a rough idea in my mind now about how that altar should be arranged. But the materials required are extremely rare. I haven't found any nearby. Su Jiang didn't doubt the little spirit beast's words. After all, he knew the little spirit beast possessed the ability to seek out treasures he had discovered this long ago. But why send the little spirit beast to search for materials? Su Jiang, can definitely find them. Hearing that construction was possible, Su Jiang immediately declared with bold confidence. No problem, just tell me. It's just some crappy material. He began asking the spirit beast about the material's characteristics, and the spirit beast slowly spoke. It resembles a Rubik's Cube, but it's much longer than one, and it's entirely purple. Its yield is extremely scarce. It only appears in what you humans call the void, producing only a few pieces each year. Su Jiang listened to these characteristics and began cross-referencing them with charts. But halfway through the comparison, Su Jiang's expression changed. He never imagined that if he hadn't misread it, this thing should be called Void Purple Crystal. It emerged from every void, capable of appearing in any void. Its existence bears no relation to the void's tier or danger level, it's entirely a matter of luck. Similarly, the price of this void amethyst was astronomically high. Each piece commands a price tag of 200 million yuan. Worst of all, it was virtually impossible to find on the market, no one was selling it. In other words, obtaining void amethyst through any other means is nearly impossible, one must find it oneself. Recalling his earlier bold claims, Su Jiang felt his confidence waver. He had spoken so boldly just moments ago, only to be immediately proven wrong. However, through communication with his spirit beast, Su Jiang had now confirmed it. The spirit beast had unlocked the most fundamental inheritance related to that altar within its mind. Indeed, the altar's inheritance was divided into several parts. The most fundamental part allowed for enhancing the spirit beast's level, making its combat power even more formidable. Though Su Jiang still didn't know what the subsequent parts entailed. But for the first part alone, Su Jiang was already satisfied.
At the same time, Su Jiang discovered that besides the void purple crystal, he seemed capable of gathering all the materials required to construct the teleportation array. With this realization, Su Jiang now yearned intensely for a piece of void purple crystal. After concluding his conversation with the spirit beast, he embraced it in his arms. Su Jiang suddenly saw another woman approach him. She flashed him a sweet smile and asked with a hint of shyness in her voice, "Mr. Fong, would you mind taking a photo with me?" "No, I already said I won't take photos with anyone anymore."
"But Mr. Fong, what if I buy one of your spirit beasts?" "What? You're actually going to buy a spirit beast? Then go ahead and take the photo, boss. No problem at all." He had intended to refuse, but when he heard the woman before him say she wished to purchase a spirit beast, after a moment's thought, he cast aside all his principles. After all, he needed money now. If he couldn't find the void purple crystal through his own efforts, he'd have to buy it with cash. The cost involved was nothing short of astronomical. As the woman approached him to take a photo together, Su Jiang felt no sense of unease. Yet, faintly, his powerful fourth dimension began to react. He began to sense an inexplicable unease spreading toward him. "Fong, come on. 3, 2, 1. She's."
Before the woman's words had fully faded, Su Jiang saw a blinding white flash erupt from the camera before his eyes.
In an instant, Su Jiang's vision went dark. In that split second, his body sent out a barrage of warnings. Danger! Danger! Fong Yuan's mind was now filled with a deafening alarm. His body's minor four-dimensional attributes, having reached a certain threshold, had granted him a sense akin to Spider-Man's spider sense from the Marvel universe of his previous life. He could vaguely sense threats that hadn't even materialized yet. At this moment, Su Jiang's spider sense was operating at its absolute peak, as if failure to evade meant certain death. When Su Jiang's vision returned, he saw a tiny centipede crawling up his body, following the woman's hand. Its emerald green carapace and yellow claws made it abundantly clear just how potent its venom was. For most people, contact would mean instant death. "Kid, die for me." The woman who had just been posing for a photo with Su Jiang now had a look of utter fury on her face. Her face twisted into a hideous grimace, brimming with murderous intent, as if she intended to kill Su Jiang in the very next moment. "Get out of the way." "Oh no." Su Jiang's expression turned pale as well. He could feel at the moment that centipede touched his skin. His body seemed to have been poisoned, causing a slight numbness and sluggishness. Clearly, the centipede's venom was potent. It had already infiltrated his system even before it had bitten him. Watching the centipede crawl toward his chest, poised to strike, a thought flashed through Su Jiang's mind. Could it be that today, Su Jiang would meet his end here? Before the thought could fully form, Su Jiang suddenly felt the surrounding temperature plummet. In that instant, it felt as though he had been transported back to the Ice Age. From the entrance of the spirit beast shop, a somewhat familiar male voice rang out. "Absolute Zero." Chapter 139, The Leng Family, Leng Shuangtian. Absolute Zero. The words had barely left his lips when the faint chill that had lingered instantly blossomed, as if the very air itself had frozen solid. The entire world plunged into a realm entirely constructed of ice and snow. Su Jiang felt everything within his sight transform into ice crystals. Even the distant guests were instantly encased in this ice, unable to move within it, and Su Jiang was no exception. It seemed, however, that whoever had unleashed Absolute Zero had deliberately spared Su Jiang. As a result, only the centipede-like crustacean in Su Jiang's hand lost its ability to move due to the sudden drop in temperature. It fell directly from Su Jiang's body, landing motionless on the floor. A faint layer of frost began to slowly crystallize on Su Jiang's body. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As if it were about to freeze Su Jiang whole. At that moment, the woman who had wanted to take a photo with Su Jiang screamed in horror. "Who is it? What kind of god is this?" Su Jiang turned his gaze toward the source of the absolute zero temperature. He recognized the man as Leng Xi's uncle, who had visited his shop to purchase a spirit beast last time. Behind him stood Leng Xi. Behind them both appeared a colossal dragon, towering over 7 or 8 meters tall, its entire body a deep, icy blue. If Su Jiang remembered correctly, based on the original host's memories, this seemed to be the pinnacle of a class spirit beasts of frost dragon, a creature possessing dragon-type magical talent. Hiss. Seeing this, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the small centipede beside him, now completely frozen into an icy lump, and silently marveled at his good fortune. After all, he felt that with his current strength, few could kill him without any chance of resistance. It seemed he had been a bit careless. Adding to that, he had once again let his guard down within his own spirit beast shop. The accumulation of these factors had left him utterly defenseless before his opponent, nearly ending his life on the spot. Fortunately, someone had come to his rescue this time. But while someone saved him this time, there was no guarantee it would happen again next time. The awkward expression on Leng Shuangtian's face had now transformed into one of smug arrogance. "That brat stole my cabbage, and I still saved his life. Let's see what he has to say about that later." What Leng Shuangtian never could have imagined was that by heeding his daughter's advice to apologize to Su Jiang and clear up the misunderstanding,
He never imagined he'd happen upon this kid being attacked. The moment the assailant appeared, he sensed something was off. But he hadn't intervened. Just as Su Jiang was about to meet his end, Leng Xi, a top-tier powerhouse of District 13 and a member of the Leng family, summoned his spirit beast, the Frost Dragon.
Absolute zero temperatures froze the entire spirit beast shop solid. Many inside the shop were frozen solid into ice sculptures. Su Jiang and the female assassin were no exception.
At that moment, Leng Xuantian and Leng Xi strode calmly toward Su Jiang's spirit beast shop.
Along the way, Leng Xuantian glanced at Su Jiang and raised an eyebrow. This kid's frozen solid. Who'd have thought you'd meet your end like this?
He was just about to release the female assassin and Su Jiang from their frozen forms.
Suddenly, he noticed the ice encasing Su Jiang begin to violently tremble. Simultaneously, crystalline cracks began to form continuously within the ice. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering ice echoed in his ears.
Amidst Leng Xuantian's stunned gaze, Leng Xi's lips curved into a calm smile.
Yes, that was Su Jiang, a man brimming with miracles in every aspect.
Staring at the ice block now covered in cracks, Leng Xuantian's mouth hung open as he muttered to himself.
This can't be possible.
After all, the ice formed by his absolute zero technique required at least AB rank spirit beast to break free through sheer force.
Yes, AB rank spirit beast. And that meant power reaching B rank, not innate talent reaching B rank.
At that level, it wouldn't be considered weak among all humans, or even within the entire 13th district.
It could even be called a formidable power in its own right. But was Su Jiang really going to break free from those ice blocks with his bare hands?
A thunderous explosion echoed as frost flew everywhere.
Su Jiang emerged from the ice, shuddering as he shook his shoulders.
Lifting his gaze to meet Leng Xi and her uncle, he spoke with respectful deference.
I am Su Jiang. Thank you, senior, for saving my life.
At those words, a look of pride flashed across Leng Xuantian's face, while Leng Xi beside him twitched awkwardly at the corners of his mouth. She truly had no idea how awkward the situation would become if Leng Xuantian were to reveal to Su Jiang that he was actually Leng Xi's father.
Young man, this year's top college entrance exam scorer, one who even surpassed the geniuses from District 1, and this is the level he's at?
Leng Xuantian narrowed his eyes at Su Jiang, his tone dripping with mockery. Truth be told, Su Jiang's talent and recent performance had already left him thoroughly stunned and impressed. But knowing the other guy had been set up like this, he couldn't help but want to warn him. If it had been anyone else, he would have offered a friendly warning to heighten their combat awareness and keep them vigilant. But remembering how this kid had stolen his cabbage, Leng Xuantian opened his mouth with this tone.
Senior, this.
Su Jiang couldn't care less about the tone right now. This man had saved his life. Besides, under these circumstances, whatever the other said was justified. After all, had this senior not arrived, he would have perished today without a doubt.
You're absolutely right, senior.
It was my carelessness.
I'll definitely be more vigilant from now on and keep a constant eye on my surroundings.
I'm truly grateful you traveled all the way from District 11 to help me. It must have been quite a journey. Later, I have several premium spirit beasts in my shop.
I sincerely hope you won't refuse them. Su Jiang's words brimmed with sincerity, and this particular statement made Leng Xuantian beam with delight. The potential of the spirit beasts here at Su Jiang's shop was undeniable. Obtaining even one under normal circumstances was exceedingly difficult. Yet now, Su Jiang was offering them up voluntarily.
Watching their interaction, Leng Xi could no longer contain herself. She shot her father a fierce glare. She stepped before Su Jiang, gently smoothing the damp patches on his frozen clothes before speaking.
Mr. Su, there's no need. Actually, my father and I came here today to apologize to you.
It was just a coincidence that we stumbled upon this scene.
What? Your father?
Su Jiang was stunned, his mouth agape as he turned to look at Leng Xuantian.
Chapter 140, The Nine Nether Centipede. He never imagined this man could be Leng Xi's father.
After all, the last time they met, he had introduced himself as a close friend of Leng Xi's father.
How could he suddenly become Leng Xi's father now? Senior, what exactly are you? No, uncle, what are you doing?
Compared to Leng Xuantian's nonsense, he naturally chose to believe Leng Xi's words. And since Leng Xi said this man was her father, then he was undoubtedly her father. At that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts raced through Su Jiang's mind. He recalled the man's cryptic remarks after saving him earlier, the oddly sarcastic tone and peculiar vibe. Then he recalled the warm rapport between Leng Xi and this man the moment they entered. There was absolutely no way they were uncle and niece.
100%, they were father and daughter.
So, if that was the case, his constant reminders about safety mixed with sarcastic remarks back then must have been because of Leng Xi too. Gazing at the venerable elder before him, his expression twisted into awkwardness.
Su Jiang nodded in confirmation.
This man was undoubtedly the head of the Leng family, Leng Xuantian. After Su Jiang and Leng Xi exposed his identity, Leng Xuantian's expression flickered with slight awkwardness, forcing a brief, forced smile.
Then, he addressed Su Jiang with a peculiar tone. Enough of that. It doesn't matter now.
We need to find out immediately who this man is and why he tried to kill you. Leng Xi, who had been poised to confront Leng Xuangtian, immediately shifted her focus away from him upon hearing this. Instead, she fixed her fierce gaze on the female assassin standing beside Leng Xuangtian. Seeing the face that appeared to be the same age as herself and the others, Leng Xi frowned. She refused to believe an assassin capable of targeting the top human student in the national college entrance exam could be someone her age. Her gaze immediately shifted back to Leng Xuangtian, who promptly released the ice binding the woman's head. Crack! The moment the ice melted, the woman's eyes widened in terror as she stared at Leng Xuangtian. You're the head of the Leng family, Leng Xuangtian. How could you possibly be in this shop? This wasn't mentioned in the intel either. Leng Xuangtian. Su Jiang. Leng Xi. As her words fell, the expressions of the three men grew slightly awkward. Even Leng Xuangtian's face twisted into a faintly sinister grin. You bastard, you don't need to keep emphasizing that I'm Leng Xuangtian. I know my own identity and name perfectly well. We finally got past that awkward moment, and now you go and bring it up again, as if you're afraid people don't know I'm Leng Xuangtian, is that it? His gaze now fixed on the female assassin, it carried a palpable threat. If his earlier intervention had been solely to protect Su Jiang, or rather, to shield the hope and genius of the entire human race, then now, between him and this female assassin, there was more than a hint of personal grudge. If he didn't slip up later and freeze one of her limbs or perhaps an entire arm, then she'd have no one to blame but herself. Leng Xuangtian glanced at the female assassin without speaking, instead raising his right hand to point at the guest frozen on the right. Behind him, the towering frost dragon instantly let out a thunderous dragon's roar. In the next instant, the frost on all the guests melted away, and they immediately regained their mobility. They glanced over in shock before decisively turning to leave. Leng Xuangtian added, "Once you're outside, remember to call the authorities. Tell them that the spirit beast shop owned by Su Jiang, the top scorer of the college entrance exam, was attacked by unknown assailants." Watching the guests hurry away, Leng Xuangtian strode over to the woman, his expression stern. His voice held not a shred of emotion, only an overwhelming sense of pressure that felt suffocating from the very first word. "Speak. Which faction sent these men? The Spirit Beast Cooperative or the Church of Light?" According to Leng Xuangtian's understanding, these two factions posed the greatest threat to the geniuses of the human race throughout history. Though their objectives differed, neither desired to see the human race grow powerful once more. Thus, they frequently resorted to such acts of assassinating prodigies. Yet exceptions always occurred where they succeeded. Rumor even had it that 2 years prior, they had successfully assassinated the peerless genius of the first district. The entire human world plunged into profound grief at that time. Following that, every top-ranked student in the college entrance exams and the foremost geniuses from each district were placed under protection. This time, however, the top prodigy happened to be in District 13, leading to an oversight that nearly allowed the assassination to succeed. Oof. You'll never know my identity, even in death. This woman, as expected of an assassin, remained utterly unflappable under Leng Xuangtian's interrogation. Leng Xuangtian merely shook his head, saying nothing, only intensifying the power of the frost encasing her body. Originally, the sole purpose of these ice crystals was to immobilize her movements, causing little actual harm. The temperature was no colder than ice cubes in a regular drink. Brief contact for 10 or 20 minutes wouldn't cause harm, just a slight chill, perhaps a cold. But now, as Leng Xuangtian lowered the temperature, Su Jiang distinctly felt the ambient air plummet instantly. The female assassin's face turned purple in an instant, clearly struggling to endure the freezing cold. Su Jiang didn't look at the female assassin. Instead, he took a few steps toward the centipede from earlier. It was curled up on the ground, resembling a small ball. This little ball was also encased in frost, resembling a work of art, or perhaps amber. Su Jiang stepped forward, picked up the small sphere, and held it up to examine it closely. Ultimately, he couldn't identify the spirit beast from his memories. Su Jiang looked at Leng Xuangtian with curiosity. "Uncle Leng, what is this?" "This is the Spirit Beast Cooperative's signature assassination spirit beast, the Nine-Nether Centipede. Its sole purpose is to inflict a devastating blow on an enemy through mutual destruction. Its innate talent level is a grade, and it can effortlessly reach the upper limit of its innate potential. However, it possesses a unique trait: it is a one-time use spirit beast. After a single assassination attempt, the Nine-Nether Centipede will inject all its venom and blood into your body, instantly killing itself in the process. However, it seems that now, due to the Light Cult's alliance with the Spirit Beast Cooperative, they too possess such spirit beasts. Looks like they're really out to get you this time. After all, these beasts are usually reserved for assassinating high-ranking officials or even formidable powerhouses." Chapter 141, The Assassin's Confession. Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath, then stared at the centipede before him with a look of astonishment. Such a tiny creature, yet it had reached a rank strength, and its power had risen remarkably fast. However, upon hearing it was a disposable item, Su Jiang understood. No wonder it leveled up so easily. It was meant for a single use, with no other functions whatsoever. Its sole purpose was this: to carry out stealthy assassinations. Observing the shifting expressions on Su Jiang's face, Leng Xuantian's eyes flickered with a trace of lingering fear as he gave a cold snort.
"Oomph, kid, let me tell you. You got lucky this time because I happened to be in this shop. Had I not been here, you would have died today without a doubt." Hearing Leng Xuantian's words, Su Jiang's heart skipped a beat.
Beside him, Leng Xi stepped forward and whispered with concern. "That 9-nether centipede carries a deadly venom.
Its most formidable record is terrifying.
During a chaotic battle, one such 9-nether centipede attacked an S-rank spirit beast tamer, instantly poisoning and killing one of our human race's S-rank combatants."
Whoa!
Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath, staring at the 9-nether centipede before him with a look of terror. At the time, he'd believed that with his own strength, even if bitten, the worst outcome would be a few days of poisoning and unconsciousness. He'd assumed it wouldn't be a big deal.
But now, he knew he was wrong.
For although summoners cannot share their spirit beast stats, combat power, or skills,
the vitality of summoned beasts and spirit beasts is intrinsically linked.
Thus, while exceptionally powerful summoners themselves possessed limited combat prowess and could still die if struck by a devastating physical attack to a vital spot, however, their own vitality is exceptionally robust and vigorous.
This sustains summoners of powerful spirit beasts to fight relentlessly for days on end like little superheroes.
Their wounds heal remarkably fast,
and they possess lifelong immunity to common ailments like the common cold.
Yet this tiny centipede could instantly kill a summoner wielding an S-rank spirit beast.
It was utterly terrifying. As the three conversed, the female assassin's expression shifted repeatedly.
Finally, she fixed her gaze on the centipede in Su Jiang's hand and spat out, her voice laced with venom.
"I'll talk. I'll talk."
Her voice was weak, yet it carried a deep, seething resentment.
Whether it was directed at Su Jiang or Leng Xuantian, it was unclear. Hearing this, Su Jiang glanced at Leng Xuantian in surprise and whispered a warning. "Uncle Leng, be careful."
This professional assassin broke so quickly.
"I fear it might be a trap."
Leng Xuantian shot him a slightly exasperated glance. The kid was acting like someone who'd been bitten by a snake once and now feared every rope for 10 years. Still, his vigilance was commendable for now.
It was far better than his previous reckless, death-defying brashness. Who knows how he might get ambushed and killed?
Still, he turned to explain to Su Jiang.
"Kid, she does have an incredibly strong will.
But as luck would have it, she just happened to run into me."
Su Jiang looked at Leng Xuantian with some confusion. Why did he feel compelled to explain himself to Leng Xuantian? Was it because Leng Xuantian came from a wealthy family and could offer her money?
As Su Jiang stood there bewildered, Leng Xi stepped forward and offered a thoughtful explanation. "Because father is the summoned frost dragon, and this frost dragon masters all kinds of ice magic and possesses exceptionally precise spell control. Therefore, when it comes to interrogation and coercion, father is truly a master among masters." Su Jiang remained puzzled.
Why does mastering frost magic make him the master of masters?
Most people would have given up explaining to Su Jiang by now, but Leng Xi stepped forward thoughtfully and addressed him.
Because extreme cold inflicts immense mental torment. Remember how those lost in the snowy mountains would strip naked before dying?
Because both their minds and bodies succumb to profound hallucinations. Father's frost magic produces the same effect. At the same time, it can plunge temperatures to extreme lows. It makes every limb feel a bone-chilling cold that surpasses even the harshest winter, a sensation no less intense than the coldest season.
The agony you feel in your hands while cycling outdoors? That same agony spreads throughout your entire body. So, if it were you, do you think you'd be able to handle it? Holy crap, holy crap. After hearing Leng Xi's explanation, Su Jiang looked up at the man before him, a well-proportioned, even slightly handsome elderly gentleman, and drew in a sharp breath.
He never imagined that Leng Xuantian, the head of the Leng family, would be such a ruthless character.
Spill it. Which faction sent you? Who's above you? Where did you make contact? Any other information you know?
Clearly, judging by Leng Xuantian's demeanor, he was a seasoned interrogator, firing off a barrage of questions. The woman, her expression twisted in agony, replied, "Kill me immediately after I speak. Otherwise, I won't utter a single word." Clunk. Su Jiang's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined her demand would be, after speaking, to be killed by Leng Xuantian. This seemed unbearable for most people. Otherwise, the woman would never have made such a demand.
"I am a member of the Spirit Beast Cooperative. My target for today's assassination is Su Jiang, the top scorer of the Human Federation's college entrance exam.
The mission was assigned by my team leader.
I'm part of the assassination squad.
As for contact, if I succeed today, I'll bring Su Jiang's head to the Coburn Cathedral in our District 13.
There I will meet my team leader to complete the mission handover.
Beyond that, I know nothing else. Within the Spirit Beast Cooperative's assassination unit, we maintain unilateral contact.
Members only know each other's identities during mission execution.
The only identities we know are our codenames within the assassination organization.
Mine is Mockingbird." Upon hearing this, Leng Xuantian nodded in understanding.
He could tell the man was not lying, or rather, he lacked the audacity to deceive him. Coburn Cathedral.
Got it. After speaking, Leng Xi completely encased her in ice.
At that moment, Su Jiang saw Wang Qi leading the official personnel from District 13 rushing in frantically.
Su Jiang, are you okay? Su Jiang? Chapter 142, The Black Tortoise.
Just moments ago, Wang Qi had been sitting cross-legged in his office, sipping tea. But suddenly, he received word that his team had gotten a report from the public. Someone had attempted to assassinate this year's top college entrance exam scholar, Su Jiang. Terrified, Wang Qi immediately rushed over with his team. Fortunately, he saw Su Jiang standing there unharmed and scathed. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. This was relatively good news. Turning his head, he spotted Leng Xi and Leng Xi standing nearby.
With sincere gratitude, he addressed them. Thank you, head of the Long family and Miss Leng, for coming to the rescue today. If not for you, my nephew. Leng Xi glanced at Su Jiang and shook his head.
General Wang, there's no need for such formalities. Truth be told, even though this kid had stolen his family's cabbage, even his own cabbage had developed a certain interest in him. Kid, stay put in the shop. I'll come find you in a couple days. Truth be told, Wang Qi still hadn't recovered. Especially when he saw the 9-nether centipede, his heart skipped a beat.
Thank you, Uncle Leng.
After Wang Qi left, Su Jiang finally turned to Leng Xi and expressed his gratitude earnestly. But this time, facing Su Jiang, Leng Xi wore a look of slight displeasure. Kid, with your abilities, I'm genuinely puzzled how you managed to become the top scorer on the college entrance exam.
You didn't pull some strings to get that, did you? Leng Xi knew full well that the college entrance exam was not something one could cheat their way into. Likewise, Su Jiang's abilities were undoubtedly genuine.
But just now, he could sense that this female assassin's own abilities weren't particularly strong. Yet Su Jiang showed no signs of being able to defend himself. His daughter had coincidentally brought him along. Had he not been present, this kid might have died right here today. Then there were the emotions his daughter had shown him. Leng Xi dared not imagine what his precious little girl might become in the future. Now, facing Su Jiang, the man who had snatched his daughter, Leng Xi naturally wore a grim expression.
Uncle Leng is absolutely right. I'll remember this lesson well, sir. Su Jiang took Leng Xi's reprimand very seriously. After all, the man had saved his life today. Yet Leng Xi remained unsatisfied. Fixing his gaze on Su Jiang, he finally spoke slowly. In that case, I hope you and Leng Xi will cease all contact from now on. Whatever needs to be discussed can wait until you both enter university. Leng Xi's actions served two purposes: to ensure Su Jiang devoted himself to cultivation and strength enhancement, and to protect Leng Xi. After all, as the top scorer in the college entrance exam, Su Jiang was bound to attract a great deal of attention. This kid was reputed to be the strongest top scorer in history, yet his actual performance paled in comparison to previous champions. Similarly, his display of the Sea of Forests shattering technique showed nothing extraordinary. This left Leng Xi deeply disappointed in him and increasingly worried that Leng Xi's safety would be threatened if she continued associating with him. Uncle Leng, this. Su Jiang's expression changed abruptly. He never imagined Leng Xi would make such a request. Ultimately, he made his decision. Lifting his head, his gaze fixed firmly on Leng Xi, his tone unwavering. Uncle Leng, I'm afraid I cannot agree to this request. Kid, with your pitiful abilities, being with Leng Xi will only harm her. Hearing these words, a flicker of realization passed through Su Jiang's eyes. He finally understood why Leng Xi held such an attitude toward him. It seemed he had been underestimated. Su Jiang shook his head with a bitter smile. Though he knew Leng Xi wasn't targeting him personally, he was simply stating the facts. But I, Su Jiang, am absolutely not some useless. In that case, why don't you, Uncle Leng, come see just how much skill this kid possesses? These words, brimming with fighting spirit, reached Leng Xi's ears. He finally lifted his head and gave Su Jiang a proper look. Leng Xi hadn't expected Su Jiang to have the courage to challenge him, especially after witnessing the power of his frost dragon just moments ago. Leng Xi, watching from the side, looked at Su Jiang with concern. Su Jiang, please reconsider. Father's frost dragon is terrifyingly powerful. If he accidentally harms you, it'll be fine. Even if I can't defeat this frost dragon, I still have room to maneuver. Su Jiang reassured Leng Xi before turning his gaze directly toward Leng Xi. Well then, uncle. How about we have a little sparring session? Oomph, boy. Today I'll teach you what it means to be ignorant of your place. This kid weak in power, nearly ambushed, yet somehow stolen his daughter's heart. Leng Xi had longed to beat him senseless, and now he finally had his chance. Leng Xi's hands were itching for action. The atmosphere between them grew solemn, the tension thickening with each passing moment. Looking at the spirited young man before him, Su Jiang, Leng Xi spoke slowly. 3/10. I'll fight you using only 3/10 of my strength. If you can last 5 minutes without losing, you win. As the words fell, a colossal frost dragon materialized beside Leng Xi. Su Jiang's fighting spirit surged to its peak. Then I'll strike first. Fixing his gaze on Leng Xi and the frost dragon beside him, Su Jiang vanished in an instant.
The next moment, he materialized directly atop the frost dragon's head. A massive ball of flame erupted from Su Jiang's mouth, striking the frost dragon directly. Boom! This was Su Jiang's fireball spell. As this scene met Leng Xuantian's eyes, shock and disbelief filled his gaze. This can't be possible. Simultaneously, he shot a horrified glance at his daughter. He had no worries about the frost dragon after all, he trusted his old comrade's strength. But now, observing Su Jiang's performance, he sensed something profoundly wrong. If he wasn't mistaken, this seemed to be a spirit beast skill. Meeting her father's astonished gaze, Leng Xi's face was filled with a radiant smile. She then nodded sweetly, her entire expression brimming with pride. It was as if Su Jiang's prowess brought her personal glory. At that moment, Leng Xuantian turned his head to look at Su Jiang above him, speaking slowly. Well done, lad. It seems I truly underestimated you. But this level of skill still falls short. As his words faded, a massive fireball slammed into the frost dragon's body. To Su Jiang's astonishment, the fireball capable of melting ordinary alloys into liquid failed. As the fireball spell struck the frost dragon, it abruptly extinguished itself. It had absolutely no effect whatsoever. Su Jiang's expression darkened. After all, though the frost dragon was only using 30% of its strength, its defenses remained at peak strength. The gap between them was like a chasm. Chapter 143, Leng Xuantian goes numb. What felt even more despairing was Leng Xuantian raising an eyebrow. Interesting, but not enough. Now it's my turn to act. But rest assured, I'll only use 3/10 of my power. I admit you possess some unique qualities, but you're still too green. Come on, Ice Age. Roar! The frost dragon roared, unleashing an intense blast of frigid cold from its entire body. Su Jiang instantly felt as if he'd been thrust into an ice cave, his feet already beginning to freeze. Seeing this, Leng Xuantian shook his head at him. Damn! Before Leng Xuantian's words had fully faded, Su Jiang's body began to glow. In the next instant, he shattered the solid ice encasing him. Su Jiang then advanced before the frost dragon. Under its astonished gaze, his fist, radiating golden light, slammed into the dragon's body. Roar! After the thunderous roar, Leng Xuantian was shocked to see his frost dragon reveal a grimace of pain and agony, clearly wounded. At this moment, the look in his eyes toward Su Jiang shifted repeatedly. After all, his frost dragon was a top-tier rank spirit beast, and he himself was over level 60. Yet it had been wounded by Su Jiang, a student who had just finished his college entrance exams. It was nothing short of a fairy tale. Had this not happened to him personally, he himself wouldn't have believed it. So that's how it is. Seems your magic resistance is high, but your physical defense is pretty weak. Standing before the frost dragon, Su Jiang observed its ferocious expression and let a small smile touch his lips. He then turned his head to look at Leng Xuantian beside him. Uncle Leng, if I wound your dragon, I won't have to pay for it, right? Seeing Su Jiang's cocky demeanor, Leng Xuantian naturally couldn't indulge him. You, of all people? Don't worry. Even if I only use a fraction of my power, you won't stand a chance. If you truly manage to wound my frost dragon today, then I'll admit you've got some skill. Just as Leng Xuantian was about to continue his taunts, Su Jiang's earlier display suddenly flashed through his mind, causing a hint of caution to flicker in his eyes. In that case, I can rest easy. After uttering these words, Su Jiang raised his white bone shield, blocking the ice orb hurled by the frost dragon. A surge of thunder then crackled around his body. His speed surged once more, propelling him toward the frost dragon as if teleporting. In the next instant, he unleashed a barrage of punches, striking the frost dragon's body repeatedly. Ooh la la la. Though merely fists of ordinary flesh and blood, upon contact with the frost dragon's body, emitted a sound like metal clashing against metal. The frost dragon was forced into a relentless retreat. Roar! With a dragon's roar, Su Jiang and the frost dragon separated. Cold Frost Heaven stared in shock as a streak of crimson blood appeared on the dragon's chest. Against its crystalline scales, that crimson blood stood out starkly. It's bleeding. It's actually bleeding. Incredulity filled his voice. He never imagined his frost dragon could actually be wounded by Su Jiang. This can't be possible. Sha! After sucking in a sharp breath, Leng Xuantian fixed his eyes on Su Jiang before him, the shock and apprehension in his gaze impossible to conceal. Instinctively, he wanted to break through the threefold power restriction imposed on himself, but he managed to restrain himself. By this point, Su Jiang had already exceptionally fulfilled his conditions and mission. He looked at Su Jiang, shook his head, and said with a bitter smile, "Kid, so this is what makes you extraordinary. It seems this year's top college entrance exam scorer truly is." Before Leng Xuantian could finish his sentence, he felt a hand suddenly rest on his shoulder. At that moment, Leng Xuantian was genuinely stunned. Even though he had only used 3/10 of his strength, Su Jiang had managed to achieve decapitation nothing short of a miracle. Alright, kid, I admit I lost. Everyone present had witnessed Su Jiang's figure vanish, only for him to suddenly materialize beside Leng Xuantian. Su Jiang's hand was now less than an inch from Leng Xuantian's throat.
If Su Jiang truly wished it, he could crush Leng Xuantian's throat in an instant.
Then, no matter how formidable the Frost Dragon's combat prowess, it would be useless.
Because his summoner, Leng Xuantian, was dead. Yet as Leng Xuantian uttered his words of surrender, a sudden smile blossomed on Su Jiang's face.
The earlier murderous tension vanished in an instant, as if it had been nothing but an illusion. Su Jiang understood clearly that his ultimate victory stemmed not only from Leng Xuantian holding back at 30% strength, but also from the latter's final lapse in vigilance. Otherwise, even against a cold frost Tian operating at only 30% strength, Su Jiang would never have succeeded. He hurried over to Leng Xuantian's side, eager to curry favor. "Uncle Leng, you're joking. I know you were holding back for me. Otherwise, I'd never have stood a chance." Watching this kid, once a formidable opponent who'd nearly finished him off, now acting like this, Leng Xuantian found himself both amused and exasperated. "You brat, oh my." Finally, he retracted the wounded frost dragon. His gaze fell upon Su Jiang before him, his eyes brimming with profound emotion. "I never imagined this was your true peculiarity. It seems you truly deserve the title of top scholar this year. A mere human, yet possessing the peculiarity of a spirit beast, truly broadening Uncle's horizons." He cast a complex glance at Su Jiang and his own daughter, wondering where on earth his daughter had found such a strange creature. However, his hostility toward Su Jiang had significantly diminished. Su Jiang's actions had won him over. "No need to save face for me, kid. I was careless just now. But if it were just any ordinary person, they wouldn't have stood a chance of getting anywhere near me. This time, I admit defeat wholeheartedly." Faced with Leng Xuantian's magnanimity, Su Jiang hastily waved his hands. Joking aside, this was Leng Xi's father. If he dared to humiliate the man publicly, he'd never be able to hold his head up again. In the end, facing this young man he had once despised, Leng Xuantian spoke earnestly. "If you ever get the chance, feel free to come visit my Leng family with Leng Xi. But young man, there's one thing I must tell you, a very simple thing." "Uncle, I'm all ears." Seeing Su Jiang's sincere demeanor, Leng Xuantian felt exceptionally satisfied. He finally spoke slowly. "When a person is killed, they die." Chapter 144. When a person is killed, they die. When a person is killed, they die. Su Jiang trembled as he looked at Leng Xuantian, whose face remained utterly calm. Right. How could he have forgotten such a simple truth? No matter how formidable his combat prowess or how powerful his system, if he were truly killed, everything would vanish into thin air. Facing this assassin today, relying solely on himself. Had Leng Xuantian not arrived, he truly would have been powerless to turn the tide. Beside him stood the worried Leng Xi, while Leng Xuantian offered kind words of caution. Seeing this, Su Jiang's heart stirred, and he made his decision immediately. Coincidentally, there was only one spirit beast infused with a powerful innate talent. He didn't know whom he could trust with it. Now it seemed, hadn't it found its master? "Uncle Leng, please wait a moment. I have a gift to give you." With that, Su Jiang returned to his room. Watching Su Jiang's retreating figure, Leng Xuantian curled his lips. He couldn't imagine what kind of gift this kid could possibly offer him. Though he looked down on Su Jiang's gifts, he did acknowledge the boy's strength and potential. After all, this boy was trying to snatch Leng Xi away from him. Thinking of his precious little cotton-padded jacket, Leng Xuantian felt an innate hostility toward Su Jiang. He handed Leng Xuantian a black tortoise imbued with the purple talent super acceleration. "Here, uncle. This spirit beast, like the previous one, possesses remarkable qualities. I hope Uncle Leng will accept this token of my gratitude." Receiving the Xuanwu turtle, Leng Xuantian now found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Originally, he'd planned to sternly refuse whatever the kid offered. After all, what rare treasures hadn't the Leng family seen? But upon realizing it was Su Jiang's spirit beast, Cold Frost Sky found himself thinking, "Truth be told, my cold family has never seen anything quite like this." Recalling the extraordinary nature of the spirit beast Su Jiang had sold last time, a surge of excitement filled Leng Xuantian's heart. Glancing at his daughter beside him, he asked somewhat sheepishly, "Mr. Su, what makes this spirit beast so extraordinary?" Facing Leng Xuantian's inquiry, Su Jiang paused briefly before speaking directly. "This black tortoise itself is a formidable great defensive spirit beast. However, my cultivation has made its speed exceptionally fast. It's as if it gains super acceleration." "Ha? A Xuanwu turtle with super acceleration?" Hearing Su Jiang's words, the father and daughter exchanged glances, both looking utterly bewildered. They simply couldn't comprehend it. What use was it to grant speed and strength to a black tortoise that was already awkwardly mobile? Wouldn't it still lack offensive capabilities? "Well, Su, your black tortoise does have its peculiarities, but it's still a bit of a liability. Still, thank you for the gift." Watching Leng Xuantian accept the turtle, Su Jiang felt utterly speechless. He had assumed that as a renowned powerhouse, Leng Xuantian must possess his own unique discernment. But now it seemed he'd overestimated him. The fact that the other party considered this Xuanwu turtle to be practically useless left Su Jiang feeling somewhat perplexed. But remembering that this man was, after all, Leng Xi's father, he still offered a suggestion. "Why not let Uncle Leng test its speed first? Then we can discuss it further, okay?"
You little brat, looks like you're pretty damn stubborn. Leng Xi chuckled. He understood that Su Jiang was young and had his pride, but what good would it do to try to make this clumsy black tortoise move fast? If it were useful, he, Leng Xi, would devour this Xuanwu turtle right then and there. After setting the tortoise on the ground, Leng Xi regarded Su Jiang with a look of amusement. He was eager to see what tricks this kid could possibly pull next. Under cold frost sky's gaze and cold she's expectant eyes, Su Jiang addressed the Xuanwu turtle. Run. Run as fast as you can. Ha! Kid, I told you it's useless. A turtle? What good is speed to a turtle? If you gave it some offensive abilities, it might even become a massive spell cannon itself. That's when it would truly be formidable. Su Jiang spoke up, his eyes fixed on the Xuanwu turtle before him while observing Leng Xuantian's animated discourse. In that case, Uncle Leng, I must tell you this black tortoise is likely 100 times more formidable than you could ever imagine. Swish. Watching the black tortoise vanish from its spot in an instant, Leng Xuantian forced the words back down his throat. Cold Frost Heaven stared in disbelief at the black tortoise, whose speed rivaled that of an A-grade speed-type spirit beast. Shock rendered him speechless. Beside him, Leng Xi couldn't stop grinning at her father's reaction. This is what you meant by slightly faster? As the head of the Leng clan, Leng Xuantian stared at Su Jiang with a look of utter disbelief. Su Jiang nodded. Exactly, Uncle Leng. So, do you want this treasure or not? Leng Xuantian's expression was now one of extreme conflict. If he refused it, its inherent speed was undeniably too fast. But if he took it, what use would a turtle with blazing speed be? Win the tortoise and hare race? As he wrestled with the decision, Su Jiang kindly offered a reminder from the side. Sometimes, its speed is its strength. When absolute speed meets absolute weight, no attack is needed. It possesses formidable offensive power in itself. He worried about the Leng family. They might not know how to use this Xuanwu turtle gifted with super acceleration. They might even deem it a useless configuration, such a waste. The Xuanwu turtle possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Yet it possessed no proper means of attack, rendering it little more than a meat shield. Su Jiang had originally intended to grant it other talents, turning it into a high-health artillery platform. But then a sudden thought struck him, wasn't the Xuanwu turtle essentially a tank? Giving it other talents would be like adding a cannon to a tank. Its destructive power would still be limited. But what if he granted this already incredibly sturdy tank the ability to accelerate, reaching speeds of 200 or 300 miles per hour? Then it wouldn't need any offensive capabilities at all. It would only need to remain intact. Once it charged forward, it would become an unstoppable projectile. As Su Jiang spoke, Leng Xuantian suddenly understood. Finally, he looked at Su Jiang before him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. This prodigy truly was a prodigy. This time, Uncle owes you a favor. Leng Xuantian's face was nearly swollen from the blows. He never imagined cultivating spirit beasts could involve such a unique approach. At that moment, he even felt that Leng Xi was unworthy of Su Jiang. In the end, Leng Xuantian summoned a young member of the Long family to contract this precious black tortoise on the spot. Su Jiang instantly noticed a new skill appearing in his mind, turtle breathing technique. Leng Xi, stay safe. Goodbye, Su. After bidding farewell to Leng Xi and Leng Xuantian, Su Jiang's expression remained unsettled. Caborn Cathedral, should I go or not? Chapter 145, Going Alone. At that moment, he overheard the information extracted from Leng Xuantian's interrogation. Later, he saw Leng Xuantian and Wang Qi standing nearby, whispering to each other. He knew both sides had undoubtedly shared the intelligence extracted from the female assassin and all related information. Caborn Cathedral was the most crucial target. Yet despite this, neither Leng Xuantian nor Wang Qi mentioned it. Clearly, neither of them wanted Su Jiang involved in this matter. Su Jiang understood that this intelligence wouldn't be resolved simply through interrogation. Wang Qi and Leng Xuantian would undoubtedly take action. After all, this matter concerned the Spirit Beast Cooperative. But Su Jiang knew even better that the beast masters capable of connecting with the Spirit Beast Cooperative were exceptionally powerful. Some of them, before being exposed, held high-ranking positions within the Human Federation. They were figures that ordinary people could hardly challenge, let alone defeat. Su Jiang's strength alone meant that even if he went, it would be nothing more than a suicide mission. That was precisely why they hadn't reacted. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and declared resolutely. No. I'm not the kind of person who lets you bully and kill right at my doorstep without responding. At the end of the day, Su Jiang was just an ordinary person. Though these past few months in this beast-taming world had been incredibly thrilling, filled with countless extraordinary encounters. But for someone accustomed to stability, someone who had lived out his previous life in a peaceful nation, this was all a bit too much. He knew that if he wanted to grow quickly, this was an unavoidable part of the process. Only under pressure could he truly accelerate his growth. So he came here with unwavering resolve. This was precisely why Su Jiang had come to the Cathedral of Baron. He pretended to be a young man with a broken leg to pray for blessings. Please, God, can you bless my leg so it heals as soon as possible?
Su Jiang's voice was hoarse, a deliberate result of his disguise. He prayed like a devout believer. He prayed silently, head bowed low in the center of the cathedral's nave. Clearly, he was making a request to the almighty deity. Combined with his injured leg, everyone understood his purpose and found it hardly surprising. Observing Su Jiang's demeanor, a man kneeling beside him in prayer stepped forward and spoke up.
Young man, what happened to your leg?
Facing this man who clearly wasn't a good soul, Su Jiang feigned despair.
My leg, it was crippled during the last spirit beast uprising. Ah, that's truly heartbreaking. Su Jiang now wore an expression of utter grief.
Bro, you wouldn't believe it, I used to be the go-to guy for the military units around Southwest City. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth.
He's hooked.
After hearing the end of the story, the man spoke to Su Jiang in a mysterious tone.
Young man, have you tried seeking out those healing-type beast tamers? Have them use spirit beasts to treat your leg? Beast tamers?
Ah, I didn't go to a beastmaster before because I thought hospitals could cure me.
Besides, how expensive would it be for a beastmaster to treat me just once? He truly looked like a young man at the end of his rope.
Hearing Su Jiang speak thus, the man beside him grew even more excited.
Great news, young man. Meeting me today is your lucky break.
If you trust me, come with me, I can cure you.
Is this the place?
A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes before Su Jiang followed the man.
Come on, this is the spot.
Su Jiang looked at the empty lot before him, his face wearing just the right amount of puzzlement.
Bro, where are we? Why are we here? Aren't we supposed to be treating your leg?
The man shot Su Jiang a dismissive look and gave him a hard pat on the head.
Your leg? Of course we'll treat it.
But you'll have to prove your worth first.
Hearing the man's words, Su Jiang nodded eagerly and replied sincerely. All right. Big brother. But how exactly do I prove it? Well, here it comes. Su Jiang looked up, following the man's gaze.
A massive wild wolf was striding toward them, drool dripping continuously from its mouth.
Big brother, what do you mean by this?
Su Jiang looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with terror. But in truth, Su Jiang felt nothing but contempt.
A spirit beast not even strong enough to be classified as F grade, and he dares to use it to intimidate people?
Yet the man before him fixed his gaze on Su Jiang and declared,
Don't worry. This is your trial. Once you pass it, your leg will be healed.
With that, the man tossed a dagger to Su Jiang and turned to leave.
Su Jiang was left alone facing the giant wolf.
Moments later, when the man returned, he found Su Jiang lying on the ground, covered in blood.
Not far from Su Jiang lay the corpse of the giant wolf.
He instructed Su Jiang to follow behind him. The two wound their way through the church's twists and turns until they reached a room.
The man knocked twice on the door.
From inside came a voice utterly enchanting. One listen made it clear the person inside was undoubtedly a stunning beauty.
Who's there? Coming.
True to expectation, the next moment he saw a woman with an exceptionally curvaceous figure and even more revealing attire standing at the doorway. Through the high slit of her cheapao, Su Jiang could even glimpse beneath the blue fabric her white. Fighting back the urge to pinch his nose to stop the blood, Su Jiang lifted his gaze to look at her face. She was exceptionally beautiful, radiating an alluring charm, a rare beauty indeed. The man stared at her in silence for a moment before snapping back to reality and ushering Su Jiang forward.
This is the new recruit I brought in. What do you think? Should we consider this month's quota met?
Hearing this, the woman fixed her gaze on Su Jiang and licked her lips. Wow, he really is a rather handsome young man. I wonder how he tastes, though.
Him?
Let me tell you, he's a cripple and a useless piece of trash.
If you really need someone, why not come to me instead?
Hearing the man's words, the beautiful woman shifted her gaze from Su Jiang to the man and replied. We haven't been able to hire anyone for months.
This month we barely managed to get one, and you still have the nerve to say that? Think you're something special? Get out of here. Hearing her anger, the man hurriedly turned and left.
Only the woman and Su Jiang remained standing there. Observing Su Jiang's expression, the woman stepped forward and pressed herself against him. Su Jiang could feel the smooth, delicate texture of her skin and the warmth radiating from her body. Her hands roamed freely over his body.
Su Jiang feigned alarm and asked, Beautiful lady, where are we? Who are you? Did you come to treat my leg? Oh, so your leg is injured, huh? But don't worry, it won't affect its use. Su Jiang's heart skipped a beat. He did indeed want to infiltrate their ranks and gather intelligence. But he hadn't imagined he'd so carelessly give himself away like this. If infiltrating the enemy required sacrificing his own integrity, the thought alone felt like a nightmare to Su Jiang. If they tried to force him, would he submit or resist? I'm not here to treat your leg. But if you pass my assessment, treating your leg won't be a problem. Watching the woman switch personas in an instant, Su Jiang was utterly bewildered. This woman is ing split personality? Frankly, aside from that, Su Jiang couldn't think of any other way to describe her. But in less than a second, Su Jiang found himself unable to laugh anymore. The gaze she directed at him was no longer filled with lust as it had been initially. Instead, it held a hint of deep meaning and contemplation. Su Jiang couldn't shake the feeling that she knew him. This feeling was very unsettling. What on earth was going on? Could she really know him?
But as he studied the woman's expression, Su Jiang's eyes darted back and forth.
He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman was absolutely not what she appeared to be. This woman, she's no ordinary person. She's important. Hey, you the handsome one. Come with me.
Behind the woman, the moment Su Jiang entered the room, he saw a vast space illuminated by dim lights. Inside, more than a dozen people huddled together, confined within a cage. Clearly, this group had suffered the same fate as Su Jiang tricked into coming here. Instantly, Su Jiang's face betrayed utter panic. No, no. I don't want my leg treated. I want to leave this place. The woman who had seemed so kind to Su Jiang moments before suddenly kicked him violently into the cage. Whether you get treatment or not is not up to you. After securing Su Jiang, she lifted her head to gaze at the dozen or so men confined within the cage, her voice dripping with icy coldness. Each and every one of you has made a request to the Almighty. But no one's help is ever free or owed, and the Lord is no exception. Therefore, if you wish to receive his aid, you must work for him. What you must do now is strive to meet my training demands, grow stronger, and only then will you be capable of serving him. If your strength truly becomes sufficient, don't even mention minor issues like healing a leg. Even wealth rivaling a nation would be no problem. Hearing this, the group of men beside Su Jiang rose to their feet in unison, shouting loudly. Su Jiang had no choice but to join them. He blended in, echoing their cries. Yet he noticed something peculiar. When these men's eyes fell upon the woman, they weren't filled with lustful, lecherous desire. Instead, their eyes held deep fear and dread. Clearly, this woman terrified them to the core. The next moment, the woman spoke. Lame boy, pray for your own good fortune. I hope you survive. After all, you're not exactly ordinary, are you? Chapter 146, Hooked. After uttering these words, the fiery hot woman shot Su Jiang an almost imperceptible glance. This was all too obvious to Su Jiang, and he instantly recognized that look. It was like a pie chart of emotions: pity, heartache, anger, and reluctance all rolled into one. Clunk. A sudden sense of unease flashed through Su Jiang's mind. Could it be? I'm about to get killed? No, it's my identity that's about to go down. After all, he believed his own abilities made it unlikely he'd fail here. But if he truly exposed his true strength, the chances of continuing to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle would be slim. Hearing the woman's words, the surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. They turned to look at Su Jiang, murmuring among themselves. Great. With him here, we won't get eliminated. If we can hold out until the end, our wishes will definitely come true. Whether our wishes come true or not doesn't matter. The main thing is, if we don't make it to the end, we'll die a very, very miserable death. I'm not willing to go that way. These murmurs reached Su Jiang's ears, causing him to frown. What? This training seems pretty threatening, huh? But he lifted his head to look at the woman before him, then followed the main group out. Outside the training ground, the woman had them line up in order to receive their training one by one. Observing the people around him, Su Jiang's frown deepened. He had already guessed what she intended to do, and likewise understood the purpose and mission of their group. Since we have newcomers, let's start with introductions. I am your instructor, Evelyn. Some of you may have come here for money, others for personal goals. But let me tell you this, if you complete the training, the Almighty God will grant every single one of your wishes. However, we don't accept losers here, nor do we need losers as subordinates. If you consistently finish last in any training exercise 3 times in a row, you have no place here. Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath at these words. Whoa! That harsh? The woman before him, with her exquisite features and fiery figure, now appeared to Su Jiang as nothing less than a femme fatale. Yes, goddess. Hearing the fervent shouts of the crowd around him, Su Jiang found himself joining in. The woman then swept her gaze around the crowd and declared. For the first phase, endurance and speed training. Now run laps around this field. Do not stop until I say so. The moment her words fell, Su Jiang saw a long whip suddenly materialize, lashing out directly at him and the others. In the next instant, Su Jiang's feet flew forward. Though he was desperately feigning a limp, he couldn't keep up with the relentless lashes from the woman behind him. Originally at the back of the pack, he gradually moved up to the middle. The other runners watched Su Jiang and mocked him mercilessly. Seems this guy's got endless potential. Even a cripple can run this fast, haha. You can say that again. But this kid's thinking too simplistically. Speed isn't what matters here, it's endurance we're testing. But with this guy around, we won't be unlucky today. Clearly, everyone believed that despite Su Jiang's youth, as a cripple, a physically disabled person, competing against him was tantamount to suicide. They all believed Su Jiang wouldn't last 2 days. Behind them, a woman named Evelyn watched Su Jiang with a look of keen interest. Who knew you could run this fast? Let's see how your endurance holds up. Then the grueling running segment began. But what astonished and unsettled everyone was this. Despite Su Jiang's limping stride looking incredibly awkward, his position didn't drop, it actually rose. He kept closing in on the front runners. By the end, Su Jiang had even taken the lead. The group around him suddenly panicked. We're screwed. How did this kid get ahead of us?
Yeah, if this keeps up, we're done for. Guys, push harder.
After the running segment concluded, Jiang noticed Evelyn's curious gaze lingering on him with even greater intensity. After all, he had just limped his way to first place in full view of everyone. It was astonishing to anyone who witnessed it.
Evelyn approached Jiang, whip in hand.
After a brief glance at him, she spoke.
In that case, let's proceed to the second training exercise, the strength test.
At these words, a tall man stepped forward from the crowd, laughing heartily.
Ha ha ha, splendid. Lady Evelyn, allow me to test first for the second event.
Jiang could tell just by looking at him that his strength was undoubtedly exceptional. After all, size matters. The surrounding crowd naturally gasped in astonishment.
Who would have thought Bagon would want to test first?
Looks like that kid's appearance just now made him feel threatened.
You bet.
Bagon was already favored to stand out because of his strength and decent speed. But now this kid shows up and steals all his thunder.
Another person nodded in agreement. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Even if this kid runs fast, what good is that alone? Does he have strength? Look at that skinny monkey, how can he compare to us? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man named Bagon approached a massive dumbbell.
With a burst of strength, he slowly lifted the weight.
Cheers erupted from the crowd. Impressive. Bogang's strength has grown even more. Looks like you're the one who'll stand out this time. Upon hearing this, Bagon glanced at Jiang before flashing a self-satisfied grin. It was clear Lady Evelyn favored that pretty boy Jiang. Besides, the kid's speed was truly exceptional. How on earth did that lame duck run so fast?
But Bagon was confident he could make up for it with sheer strength.
I just finished testing.
I was expecting to see this pretty boy panic, but unexpectedly. Jiang, limping on one leg, looked at him and spoke slowly.
Alright then. Push it out without unloading the clip.
I'll do a flying bird. Everyone around them froze in shock. They never imagined Jiang would be so brazen. Evelyn, however, seemed quite intrigued.
Since you want to go, you'll be the second to test.
But if you fail, don't blame me for being ruthless. And so, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang approached the dumbbells. As his hands began to exert force, the dumbbell, now 50 kilograms heavier than before, was lifted effortlessly. Instantly, a golden light flashed in Evelyn's eyes. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded.
This kid's got superhuman strength. Chapter 147, I'm an athlete.
Evelyn gazed at Jiang before her, her eyes flickering with an ambiguous light. Finally, she looked at the barbell he held aloft and spoke slowly.
Alright, you can put it down now.
The massive barbell Bo had just lifted seemed weightless in Jiang's hands as he tossed it onto the floor. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Evelyn walked slowly to Jiang's side. Her shoulder strap had slipped down at some point, and she brushed her shoulder against his body. Who would have thought a cripple like you could still pack such a punch? Jiang deliberately adopted a greedy expression, staring at Evelyn before him with an utterly mesmerized look.
Lady Evelyn, there are other parts of me that are even stronger. If you'd like to try them out, that would be wonderful. Is that so?
I'll certainly give it a try when the opportunity arises.
With that, Evelyn tore Jiang's clothes to shreds in a flash.
Her eyes now roamed over Jiang's body.
Beneath the worn, faded garments lay a frame of solid muscle.
The broad chest and muscular back, along with the well-defined contours, all spoke to the sheer strength of Jiang's physique.
Evelyn swallowed hard before stepping in front of Jiang.
She scanned him with the device and finally nodded slowly.
Observing the device in the woman's hand, Jiang couldn't help but feel fortunate.
He had heard from Leng Xi that such devices were specially supplied by the authorities to detect whether individuals carried communication devices, spirit beasts, or possessed other special abilities. It seemed they had grown suspicious of him.
But after this screening, surely her vigilance would ease considerably?
Sure enough, upon seeing no anomalies in the device's readings, Evelyn frowned at Jiang and asked in surprise.
How did you get so strong? Even Bagon can't match you.
Hearing this, Jiang glanced at the man beside him, who was now scared stiff, and replied with an utterly natural expression. Of course I do. I'm an athlete, after all, Lady Evelyn.
A sports major?
Seeing Evelyn's puzzled expression, Jiang spoke with even greater self-assurance.
Naturally, Lady Evelyn. We athletes are different from ordinary students. Last time I fell from the 16th floor, I even got hit by a plane mid-fall. When I finally hit the ground, it was absolutely brutal. Thank goodness I'm an athletic student. I was back on my feet after just 2 days of rest. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have happened. What? What are you talking about? Evelyn looked utterly bewildered, having no clue about the athletic student reference. However, considering Jiang's earlier identity verification and the fact that the professional equipment in her hands hadn't detected any issues, she relaxed her guard towards Jiang. You're something else, kid. Who'd have thought? You've got potential. Hearing Evelyn's words, Jiang dropped his lecherous expression and spoke with renewed seriousness. Lady Evelyn, I came here seeking a cure for my leg. I used to be the best sprinter in our city. This injury is such a waste. I'll pay any price to get my legs back.
Recalling Su Jiang's earlier exaggerated display, combined with his current words, a glint of light flashed in Evelyn's eyes.
Excellent.
This young man has potential. With that, she nodded and proceeded with the day's training. But now, having witnessed Su Jiang's display, the crowd was utterly captivated. Those who had intended to target him all fell silent, though murmurs occasionally escaped their lips.
A sports student? How absurd is that? By the end of the day's training, no one dared mock Su Jiang anymore.
Instead, they kept their distance, observing him with a mix of awe and respect.
Seeing their reactions, Su Jiang couldn't help but sigh.
Being unbeatable is such a lonely place after all.
He was curious, though where had Evelyn gone during the latter half of the training session? By afternoon, Su Jiang decided to stop pretending. He subtly revealed his extraordinary physical prowess.
In every single exercise, he came in first, dominating with a commanding lead.
Just as their training concluded, they suddenly spotted Evelyn returning from afar.
Su Jiang immediately noticed her ample bosom. Evelyn, who was in the distance, naturally spotted Su Jiang as well.
Su Jiang's clothes had been torn to shreds by Evelyn that morning, revealing his muscular physique and sweat-drenched skin.
Gazing at Su Jiang's sculpted physique, Evelyn's breathing quickened involuntarily. She licked her lips before approaching Su Jiang. Slowly tracing her fingers over the sweat droplets on his chest, Evelyn's breathing grew even more ragged, her legs beginning to rub together involuntarily. Finally, she lifted her slightly glazed eyes to meet Su Jiang's gaze.
"New guy, come with me to my room.
I have some new employee guidelines to go over with you."
Su Jiang nodded and followed Evelyn away.
The others behind them stared wide-eyed.
Holy crap, that guy actually caught Lady Evelyn's eye? Damn, I'm so jealous. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he'll fulfill his wish in no time? Damn it, why can't we get that kind of treatment?
The last to speak was Ba Gong, his teeth gritted in frustration, powerless to do anything about it. Though they held Evelyn in profound awe, her stunning figure and beautiful face were nothing short of a goddess in their dreams.
Upon entering Evelyn's room, Su Jiang was still pondering her intentions when
suddenly, he noticed Evelyn starting to undress right in front of him. It seemed she had been wearing very little to begin with, already extremely revealing. Now, as she shed the last of her clothes, nearly her entire body was exposed before Su Jiang.
"Come on, kid. Come here. I'll teach you something." Evelyn's expression was utterly natural, as if she'd done this countless times before. But if one were truly skilled in psychology, they could detect the deep wariness in her eyes toward Su Jiang.
Seeing this, Su Jiang immediately wore a lecherous grin. Yet the next moment, his expression twisted with inner conflict.
"Lady Evelyn, I'd like to heal my leg first. Would that be acceptable?"
For some reason, Su Jiang felt that after he said this, Evelyn seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet Su Jiang now felt an unusual heat spreading through his body as Evelyn spoke again.
"Come.
If you come today, we can discuss your leg treatment." After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiang slowly made his way toward Evelyn.
Chapter 148 Practical Assessment. Su Jiang returned to the dormitory clutching his waist.
Seeing him return in his current state, those around him remarked with a sour tone.
"That kid's got some luck, he actually caught Lady Evelyn's eye. Damn it, she's so beautiful, and that punk got her? It's infuriating." Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su Jiang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. How could this be considered getting lucky? It was clearly suffering. In the end, Su Jiang didn't succumb to Evelyn's charms. His main concern was that if he actually touched her, wouldn't he become impure? So in the end, he refused her. Clearly, Evelyn, in her heat-induced state. She expressed admiration for his unwavering willpower, but then mercilessly lashed him with her whip. This explained why Su Jiang returned clutching his waist, limping heavily. Sitting on the ground, Su Jiang observed the man beside him. During the daytime training, the man's performance could only be described as mediocre at best. Yet, the determination and willpower etched on his face moved Su Jiang to a certain degree. Curiosity piqued, he wondered why this man was here. "Bro, how did you end up here?" "Boss, are you asking me?" The man paused for a moment, then a wry smile touched his lips. "I came to seek the Celestial Maiden's help to revive my daughter. And the Celestial Maiden said that if I could do as they asked and meet their requirements, she would definitely grant me resurrection." After asking the others a few more questions, Su Jiang finally confirmed that this place was one of the recruitment sites for the assassination squad. They had heard that many outstanding trainees were selected to receive special medication. After taking it, those trainees never returned. The only woman who did return was filled with arrogance, appearing even more formidable than the noblewoman they had encountered that day. Surveying the brainwashed crowd around him, Su Jiang shook his head silently. He knew his only course of action was to swiftly dismantle this spirit beast cooperative stronghold. He had to free these people, restore their minds to normalcy. Otherwise, their lives would be ruined forever. The night passed without incident. The next day's practical assessment proved even more brutal and violent. Su Jiang killed Bo Gang with lightning speed, completely subduing everyone present.
He failed to notice that Evelyn's eyes beside him were growing increasingly filled with admiration. However, the more attention he received within the Spirit Beast Cooperative, the more it aligned with Su Jiang's plan. Sure enough, upon witnessing Bo Gang's death at Su Jiang's hands, Evelyn's throat tightened. She immediately approached Su Jiang and gently stroked his face. Who would have thought, you little cripple with a broken leg? Besides being handsome, you actually have some real skill. After speaking, the curvaceous woman, her face radiating seductive charm, licked her lips and gazed at Su Jiang. In that case, if you can complete every mission after training and survive, I'll grant you one chance to sleep with me. Su Jiang looked at the woman before him, a sigh of relief escaping his heart. Thankfully, it wasn't an immediate proposition, otherwise, he would have flipped the table. But based on his understanding of this woman, he could sense her strength. She was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Though he didn't know why she was so mysterious, she hadn't summoned any spirit beasts at the moment. She was just flesh and blood. In other words, if Su Jiang wanted to, he could punch her dog head to smithereens or tear her clean in half. With that realization, Su Jiang's tension melted away. Instead, he stared at her impressive cleavage and deep valley with an utterly mesmerized expression. Is that so, my lord? I too would be delighted to share your embrace. After all, you are truly exquisite. Hearing Su Jiang's flippant words, a flicker of shame and anger flashed in Evelyn's eyes. After Su Jiang finished speaking, the men behind him glared at him with fury. That evening, upon returning, they all turned to Su Jiang and demanded, "Why did you dare show disrespect to the divine maiden in broad daylight? What do you mean by that?" Su Jiang was somewhat perplexed. They were all men in their 20s and 30s, full of youthful vigor. Though that woman clearly wasn't someone to be trusted who knew what kind of rotten person she was, at least outwardly, she was undeniably beautiful. While Su Jiang remained baffled, the group began explaining the divine maiden's status. They spoke of her sanctity and nobility, even mentioning that the bishop performed a baptismal ritual on her every week. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's mind froze for a moment, then a smile spread across his lips. Gotcha, bishop. He didn't believe this bishop was above suspicion. If the bishop were truly above reproach, he would surely be astonished, even driven to expel a saintly maiden displaying such behavior. But if the bishop was up to no good, didn't that mean this woman had to accompany him at least once a week? Then she'd already become the bishop's puppet, hadn't she? Su Jiang shook his head. None of this concerned him. Because soon enough, this entire group would become a pile of mangled flesh beneath Su Jiang's fists. Now he felt exceptionally confident about eliminating them. He was merely waiting for an opportunity. Father, Su Jiang is missing. Upon returning home, Leng Xi stared at Leng Xuangtian in shock, her eyes brimming with deep concern. Hearing this, Leng Xuangtian didn't even lift his head as he immediately replied. Don't worry. That kid probably went to cause trouble at the Coburn Cathedral. After a moment's thought, Leng Xuangtian still decided to call Wang Qi. What? You mean Su Jiang is in that cathedral too? Wang Qi had been living in utter turmoil these past few days. He'd come straight from the office to this cathedral, only to hear this earth-shattering news while resting nearby. In that case, we may need to adjust our operational plan. Originally, Wang Qi's plan was to breach the church from the outside in and capture the target group. But now that he knew Su Jiang had already entered the church, a crazier yet more feasible idea had taken root in Wang Qi's mind. Chapter 149, Finally, I've got you. This was precisely why Wang Qi was the man for the job. As a renowned general in District 13, he certainly didn't earn his rank through flattery or other such skills. He earned his rank through surviving countless bloody battles, his body marked by countless scars. Therefore, even though Su Jiang was the nephew closest to his heart, Wang Qi understood that having Su Jiang participate in this operation would make defeating the enemy far easier. After weighing the pros and cons, all Wang Qi could do was add Su Jiang to the mission roster and pray for his safety. His gaze fixed on Su Jiang's college entrance exam results, his eyes darted back and forth as he pondered deeply. If Su Jiang truly managed to locate the leader of the assassination squad and their associates, and infiltrate their inner circle, these men might not even get the chance to summon their spirit beasts before meeting their end. Recalling the scene of Su Jiang's battle against the Jiang family patriarch, Wang Qi felt a surge of excitement. Considering Su Jiang's college entrance exam scores, Wang Qi had no doubt that Su Jiang possessed the strength to instantly eliminate these two spirit beast tamers. Even Wang Qi knew he had to treat the leader of this assassination squad with extreme caution. He was a notorious A-rank powerhouse, and no living soul had ever seen his spirit beast. In other words, by the time you saw his spirit beast, you might already be dead. But for someone like this, Su Jiang found him extremely easy to deal with. After all, no matter how powerful a summoner is, they still need to summon their spirit beast. Otherwise, they're nothing but useless trash. The authorities have made adjustments again. Their control and oppression over us has become tighter and more severe, bordering on outright confrontation. The team leader, shrouded entirely in a black cloak, spoke with bitter resentment upon hearing this. Damn it. I never imagined my church would be exposed. Since that's the case, tomorrow is the day we escape. Regardless of whether this mission fails or our base is lost, as long as our action squad remains, the assassination squad will never cease to exist. Watching the departing figure of the man before him, the leader murmured to himself.
Our spirit beast cooperative will ultimately triumph. And that damn top scholar, Su Jiang.
I let you slip through my fingers this time, but next time I'll make sure you die.
Still roaring in fury, he remained unaware that Su Jiang was now less than a kilometer away.
After a day of training concluded, Evelyn gathered Su Jiang and the others together.
Rest well today. Tomorrow, we will conduct the final assessment.
Those who pass may seek the all-powerful master to grant their wishes.
With that, Evelyn turned and left.
A flicker of golden light danced in Su Jiang's eyes.
He knew the moment had come.
No matter what happened tomorrow, he would take revenge with his own hands. Early the next morning, Evelyn surveyed the group standing before her and immediately began issuing orders. In a moment, you will have the privilege of accompanying me to meet His Excellency the Bishop. His Excellency will then explain today's assessment requirements and distribute the necessary tools. Should you successfully complete the trial, you may seek the Almighty through His grace. The Lord will grant all your wishes.
Finally, I've got you.
Su Jiang sneered inwardly as he made his preparations. Moments later, the group stood fully armed, looking quite the part. Beneath the black robes and masks lay a group of people desperately seeking light through this narrow opening. Just then, Evelyn approached Su Jiang and whispered to him.
Handsome, don't you dare die. Otherwise, I'd be heartbroken, you know.
Su Jiang stared at the strangely acting Evelyn with a puzzled look, completely baffled.
Why did she seem more excited and nervous than he was? And why had he sensed something off about her from their very first meeting? Su Jiang was completely baffled at that moment.
But when he recalled this woman's behavior last night, a shiver ran down his spine.
Holy crap, does this woman actually have a thing for me?
Well, if that's the case, I'll just hit her a little harder later. What he didn't know was that Evelyn was now even more nervous and out of control than he was.
Because she was about to make her move too. After all this time lying low, it was finally paying off. Your Excellency, the prisoner has been brought. Su Jiang was brought before two figures clad in black robes. Upon seeing Su Jiang, the two immediately removed the hoods covering their heads. The sight made Su Jiang's eyes twitch involuntarily. Damn it, wearing black robes in broad daylight. And they claimed to be members of the church? Who the hell would believe that? After all, didn't the church supposedly favor white?
Before Su Jiang could finish his inner rant, the crowd beside him immediately knelt down in reverence, shouting loudly.
We pay homage to His Excellency the Bishop. Long live His Excellency the Bishop.
Long live, long live, long live. Su Jiang blended in seamlessly, appearing exceptionally devout and giving nothing away. His gaze darted back and forth between the three figures. He was contemplating how he would crush these three individuals later. The bishop at the head, cloaked in darkness, swept his gaze over Su Jiang and the others before speaking slowly. I hear there is one among you who stands out as exceptionally talented. Which one is it? Hearing this, Su Jiang's heart sank, and his entire body tensed. He hurriedly stepped forward to the bishop's side and spoke up. Your Excellency, it's me. It's me. Looking at Su Jiang's face, the bishop felt a sense of familiarity. As the old man scrutinized him closely, Su Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Although Su Jiang had forcibly altered his appearance through his control over the body, some resemblance remained. After a moment, the bishop, unable to recall exactly who Su Jiang was, released his gaze and spoke slowly. In that case, I hope you pass today's trial. Then we shall grant you whatever you ask for afterward. Su Jiang nodded hastily at the old man before him. Su Jiang was now so tense he could barely breathe. If he got any closer to this old lamp, it would be time for him to act. But in that split second, the leader of the assassination squad spoke words that sent a chill through Su Jiang's heart. But why do I sense a traitor within our organization present here? One who seems intent on harming me? That single sentence made Su Jiang's face turn pale in an instant. His entire back was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his chest. This is it. The old man has found out. The tension in the room thickened, as if Su Jiang's death was imminent. Chapter 150, An Unexpected Plot Twist, Another. Damn it, how did he find out? Su Jiang gritted his teeth, gripped by both tension and fear. He knew from Wang Qi and Leng Xi that the old man before him was the leader of the assassination squad, a man of formidable strength. Even when Leng Xi mentioned this, a hint of apprehension lingered on his face, meaning even Leng Xi couldn't defeat this Lao Deng. Su Jiang could barely scrape by against Leng Xuantian's frost dragon with all his might, let alone this old Deng standing before him. At this moment, he felt his life hanging by a thread. The pressure grew heavier by the second. Su Jiang hesitated, debating whether to make a desperate last stand and try to take down this old man at the very last moment. Yet he knew that while such top-tier powerhouses might not possess physical strength matching his own, if they were on guard, he couldn't easily take them down by surprise. As he wrestled internally, the bishop seemed to take on a cat toying with a mouse demeanor, eyeing the group before him with wary scrutiny. What? Do I need to invite you out? As he spoke, a mist-like entity suddenly materialized behind him. From within that mist emanated a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Damn it! Why did he summon his spirit beast so early? Su Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he hadn't acted rashly earlier, otherwise, he would have been torn to shreds by this spirit beast. He never imagined the leader of this assassination squad would be so vigilant. Not only had he detected Su Jiang, but he even summoned his spirit beast in advance. Was he truly going to die here today? Despair washed over Su Jiang. The next moment, he saw the bishop's finger twitch. A cold voice echoed directly at him. "Aren't you going to step out? Then I'll have to take matters into my own hands." The creature, shrouded in mist, unleashed its full might. Its overwhelming aura of destruction and oppression crushed down upon Su Jiang, making it feel as though he couldn't breathe. In the next instant, several crimson tendrils shot out from the mist, darting straight toward Su Jiang and his companions. "This is it. I'm really going to die." Just as Su Jiang prepared for a desperate last stand, the tendrils whizzed past him, striking instead toward Evelyn's position. Boom! A thunderous collision echoed. Clearly, Evelyn had dodged. Su Jiang stared blankly at the black-robed bishop and Evelyn. "Wait, guys, why are these two fighting? And Evelyn, you look so innocent and pretty, who'd have thought you're a mole too?" Evelyn now stared back at the bishop with a grave expression. "What? How did you figure it out?" The bishop lifted his head to meet Evelyn's gaze, his eyes holding equal parts anger and amusement. His voice was as cold as death as he spoke slowly. "Though I don't know which faction you belong to, your superiors probably never told you this, my spirit beast can detect any hostility or intent to kill directed at me. That's why I've never been exposed all these years." Su Jiang, who had been relieved at not being detected, now wore an expression of sheer relief. He never imagined the spirit beast of this assassination squad leader possessed such terrifying abilities. It was truly born for assassination, like a natural killing machine. The only reason he hadn't been exposed yet was because the system rendered any psychic abilities ineffective against him, allowing him to slip through undetected. With this realization, Su Jiang shot a tense glance at Evelyn. He desperately wanted to know how to proceed with Evelyn next. "I never imagined you'd uncover me after hiding for so long. Just when I finally decided to take you out, old man." Evelyn's voice shed its previous allure, replaced by icy coldness. "But today is the day you meet your end, old man. After all, there are plenty who want you dead." After uttering these words, Evelyn shot Su Jiang a meaningful glance. Su Jiang's heart jolted violently. So this woman had known my identity all along. But it seemed she wasn't on the same page as this assassination organization, which is why she hadn't exposed me. In response to Evelyn's words, the hooded bishop slowly removed his hood. Beneath it lay the unremarkable face of a middle-aged man. A scar ran diagonally across his face, from his left temple to his right jawline, giving him a grotesquely menacing appearance. "I don't know if I'll die today, but you deserve to die here. Should I call you Evelyn? Or Lu Jiasun?" As the words fell, the dark cloud of magic behind the assassination squad leader sprouted several crimson tentacles, shooting directly toward Evelyn. Simultaneously, a faint haze began to permeate the air, making breathing painfully difficult. The others who had come with Evelyn today scattered like startled birds and fleeing rodents, rushing toward the surrounding areas. They never imagined their teacher would actually fight the bishop today. What on earth was happening? Su Jiang's figure was among them. While fleeing with the crowd, he kept his eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Evelyn's summoned creature was a massive spider, and its power was undeniably formidable. Yet now, under the relentless assault of the demonic cloud, Evelyn and her spider were already showing signs of defeat. Clearly, this bishop possessed immense power. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jiang's expression darkened further. He never imagined this old man could be even more formidable than Leng Xi. What was truly troubling was that Leng Xi had only used 30% of his strength against Su Jiang, all out of respect for Leng Xi. When this old bastard fought Su Jiang later, if he didn't use at least 30% of his strength, Su Jiang would be lucky. Boom! A thunderous collision sent Evelyn and her giant spider flying, landing right beside Su Jiang. Cough cough cough. Seeing the usually glamorous and stunning Evelyn in such an abysmal state, Su Jiang felt utterly at a loss beside her. What should he do now? Just as he was about to act, Evelyn's voice came from beside him. "Kid, you shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But whatever you do, don't expose yourself. Help is coming. This old man won't survive the day." Her words reached Su Jiang's ears, halting his movement. The next moment, he saw the black-robed bishop land before Evelyn once more. "Lu Jiasun, prepare to die." "Die? I think it'll be you who dies today." As Lu Jiasun's words fell, her spider suddenly expelled a large circle of white gas from its abdomen. In the next instant, four crimson light barriers rose up, enveloping the entire area where Su Jiang and the others stood. Chapter 151, Su Jiang Strikes. Seeing the foam spreading around them and the white gas enveloping the area, the black-robed bishop's expression instantly changed, his voice tinged with terror. "Lu Jiasun, have you lost your mind? Do you truly wish to die?" The black-robed bishop's eyes widened in horror. This white gas was one of the venomous demon spider's most formidable abilities. Its sole purpose was to inflict massive debuffs on the target, reducing their overall stats by up to 60%. However, its greatest drawback was that after the spirit beast used it, it too would be weakened by 60% a pure mutual destruction skill. The 4 crimson light barriers were the Human Federation's highest grade invention, fire ion barriers. Anyone touching them would be instantly incinerated. The cost was astronomical, yet for any beastmaster below S rank, it was an insurmountable barrier. The black-robed bishop now understood the opponent had first weakened his attributes, then severed his retreat with the fire ion barrier wall. Clearly, they were prepared to fight him to the death. He had initially assumed the enemy intended to flee. Had escape been their goal today, he would have been powerless to stop them. After all, their greatest adversary today was the official organizations and military forces of Southwest City. But now, with this maneuver, he had become a caged bird. Ha 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 ha. I'll tell you this, Su Jie, you must die here today. Lu Jiasen staggered to her feet, her face twisted in fury. Though her body swayed unsteadily, her eyes burned with madness. The Su Jie she addressed was the true name of this clan chieftain of the assassins. As a member of humanity, you dare to swear allegiance to those spirit beasts and lead them to invade our human world. What are your true intentions? Su Jiang had already retreated to the side. Though he didn't grasp the current situation, he understood his place. His own strength was decent, but in a battle between titans like this, he could only hope to scrape by. For now, all he could do was watch. He looked at Lu Jiasen, the figure determined to fight until the very end, his eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. So he had truly misunderstood this woman all along. Su Jie's expression darkened considerably, for he knew escape was impossible today. Outside, Leng Xi, who was preparing to act, saw the fire ion barrier wall and immediately changed expression, initiating his plan. Soon, under his command and the overwhelming might of the elite forces, every member of the Spirit Beast Cooperative was eliminated. The group charged straight to the fire ion barrier, witnessing the scene unfolding within. His gaze fixed on Su Jiang within the barrier, his heart leapt into his throat. Lu Jiasen, upon seeing the official personnel arriving from outside, laughed even more maniacally. Let me tell you, you're dead today. Even if you grew wings, you wouldn't escape. The next moment, Lu Jiasen, already in a severely weakened state, forcibly summoned her remaining spiritual energy. She commanded her spirit beast to attack Su Jie. Su Jie's demon cloud, of course, was no pushover. It unleashed a barrage of attacks, venomous spit, shark claws, rolling thunderbolts, and crimson tentacles. The two clashed fiercely. But Lu Jiasen, already no match for her opponent and further weakened by her own diminished strength, was quickly knocked flying. As Su Jie looked at Lu Jiasen before him, his eyes lit up. You must be one of the officials too, right? If that's the case, then today I'll use you as my bargaining chip to escape. Lu Jiasen's expression twisted at the words, then she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wah! Her face grew even paler. She now possessed not a shred of strength to resist. Seeing this, Su Jie turned to the reserve members of the assassination squad standing nearby and spoke in a calm voice. Go escort her over here. He didn't want to engage with her now. Was he worried she had a hidden hand, or simply unwilling to stoop to her level? The group of reserves exchanged nervous glances, each hesitant. After all, neither of these two was someone they ordinary people could afford to provoke. Outside the fire ion barrier, Wang Qi gritted his teeth in frustration. He never imagined the situation would take such a drastic turn. Now, watching Su Jiang move through the crowd, he couldn't predict his next move. At the same time, seeing Lu Jiasen's fallen form filled him with profound sorrow. He knew beyond doubt that today, this person could not be saved. Behind him, the official task force members and personnel mobilized from various departments across District 13 watched the scene with tense expressions. Their eyes settled on Su Jie, who was gloating like a petty tyrant. If looks could kill, Su Jie would have been torn to pieces by now. All of District 13's high-ranking officials had gathered here, their attention riveted on the scene within the fire ion barrier wall. They were all curious to see what Su Jie and Lu Jiasen would do next. As for Su Jiang standing nearby, he was naturally ignored by everyone. What? Are you unwilling to help me bring this traitor over? Su Jie spoke again in a calm tone, his gaze turning sharp. The oppressive intensity in his gaze nearly suffocated the assassination squad reserves. After surveying the situation, a resolute glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes. The next moment, he stepped out of the crowd, approached Lu Jiasen who was already lying on the ground, and shouted at Su Jie. Your Excellency, I will bring this traitor to your custody. Seeing someone step forward, Su Jie was highly satisfied with Su Jiang's performance and couldn't help but praise him. Excellent. Truly a genius utterly different from ordinary men. Su Jiang then lifted Lu Jiasen off the ground and began binding her with rope. As his hands moved across her body, Su Jiang practically ran his fingers over every inch of her. Feeling the softness and smoothness in his hands, Su Jiang couldn't help but mutter, my sins are great. After securing the ropes, Su Jiang ignored Lu Jiasen's pleading glances urging him to leave. He forced her to walk in front of him towards Su Jie. Outside the fire ion barrier wall, someone recognized Su Jiang's figure and cried out in bewilderment. Isn't that Su Jiang, our top college entrance exam scorer? Wait, how did he get inside? This is way too dangerous.
Under everyone's gaze, Su Jiang escorted Lu Jiasun to Su Jie's side. Good work, kid. Boom.
Before Su Jie could finish speaking, a deadly intent and threat surged toward him. Su Jiang, enveloped in swirling lightning, unleashed a thunderous punch toward Su Jie.
Chapter 152, Danger. No. Feeling the immense force and weight of Su Jiang's punch, along with the icy killing intent radiating from it,
Su Jie's previously smug expression underwent 3 rapid shifts in an instant, from panic to shock, then to utter horror.
How could this kid possibly?
Though utterly stunned and unaware of Su Jiang's background as a seasoned veteran, his reflexes and combat prowess were beyond question.
Su Jie forced his arms to block Su Jiang's attack.
Though he was sent flying, at least his life was spared.
This absurd scene left the officials and summoners of District 13 utterly dumbfounded.
They never imagined things would unfold this way, all staring blankly at the scene inside.
Is that kid even human? Now I understand why he topped the college entrance exams. But that Su Jie in there, how could he possibly win?
His words caused every face in District 13 to turn pale. Indeed, while Su Jiang's performance was astonishing, the man inside was Su Jie, the leader of the assassination squad. Unfortunately, the ion barrier before them trapped not only Su Jie but also these officials. Even if they wanted to intervene, they were powerless to do so. All eyes turned to Su Jiang, their concern palpable as they prayed for him to overcome Su Jie.
Su Jiang once again became the center of everyone's attention.
It could be said that every notable figure in District 13 had gathered here, and their focus was singularly fixed on one man, Su Jiang. After casually tossing the stunned Lu Jiasun aside, Su Jiang stared intently at the cloud of smoke before him. A sudden surge of energy, even more terrifying and oppressive than before, erupted before him.
A faint, lingering scent of blood began to permeate the air. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Kid, I never expected you to be that Su Jiang, huh?
As the leader of the assassination squad, Su Jie was no fool.
Su Jiang's earlier display alone had been enough for him to deduce the man's identity.
At this stage, there was only one person in the entire human federation capable of such exaggerated physical combat prowess.
Facing Su Jie's question, Su Jiang nodded expressionlessly.
Of course.
You sent men to kill me, shouldn't I come meet you?
As the words fell, a cloud of smoke instantly billowed out before him, nearly enveloping the entire area. Su Jie's limping figure slowly emerged from the haze. Now everyone saw his right arm hanging limply at his side, his left arm trembling slightly, and his face covered in blood, giving him a grotesquely ferocious appearance.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought?
After searching high and low, we found it without lifting a finger. The very person we've been hunting all along was right under our noses. After a burst of laughter, the look in his eyes toward Su Jiang grew even more dangerous. I'll admit you've got some skill, kid, and a bit of guts too. But you chose the path to hell when paradise was within reach. Today is the day you die. As the words left his mouth, a dozen tentacles erupted from the mist behind him, shooting straight toward Su Jiang.
Yet Su Jiang showed no panic.
Instead, fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes.
Is that so? How come you don't seem all that strong to me right now?
Su Jiang's body was enveloped in swirling winds and thunder, his hair standing on end without a breeze, as if a god had descended. With his special abilities activated, his speed surged dramatically, vanishing from his original position in an instant. After dodging the tentacles mid-air, he charged straight into the fog ahead. His fist, glowing golden, slammed heavily into the mist.
The mist trembled violently, its dense fog thinning slightly.
Su Jiang gazed at the mist before him, a faint smile curling his lips.
So it can be damaged by physical attacks. That makes things easier.
He had emerged precisely because Su Jie and his spirit beast had been significantly weakened by Lu Jiasun's intervention. Their strength had plummeted, and the battle with Lu Jiasun had further depleted their power and inflicted injuries.
This gave Su Jiang the confidence to engage in combat.
Facing Su Jiang's assault, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Jie's eyes. He never imagined Su Jiang could be this powerful, yet he remained calm and composed as he said,
"Is that so? Then come and try."
Bloody slaughter. The mist before him instantly expanded in size, simultaneously extending dozens of spiked tentacles that lunged toward Su Jiang. Su Jiang, however, kept shifting his stance on the spot, landing one heavy punch after another on the mist before him.
With each massive tremor, the mist would scatter momentarily before coalescing once more. Yet Su Jiang could distinctly sense the enemy was being affected. The onlookers, witnessing the battle unfolding within, exchanged stunned glances, speechless. This is this year's top college entrance exam scorer? There's no way this guy is a student. His words resonated with everyone around him, for Su Jiang's current display rivaled that of many B-rank beast masters. He was nothing short of a monster. Damn kid, now I finally understand why he topped this year's college entrance exams.
With combat prowess like that and such innate talent, the future belongs to him.
Good heavens! If we all possessed his combat prowess, why would we need spirit beasts to fight? This kid is nothing short of a monster.
To the onlookers, Su Jiang not only held his ground against Su Jie, the leader of the assassination squad, but was actually forcing Su Jie into a relentless retreat.
Though Su Jie's mist was desperately resisting, it still couldn't match Su Jiang's power.
Su Jiang was undoubtedly the strongest college entrance exam champion in the history of the Human Federation, no contest.
You've got me fired up, kid.
After being struck once more by Su Jiang's attack, the mist retreated backward, carrying Su Jie with it. Su Jie stared at Su Jiang with utter horror. He had assumed that even if the boy was different from ordinary people, he must have some limits. But now he realized this kid was a genuine freak. Yet his resolve to kill Su Jiang only intensified. Eliminating this youth would truly sever one of the human race's future arms. Weakened by his injuries and diminished power, he had initially intended to conserve his strength. But now, he could no longer afford such restraint. Fixing his gaze on his summoned beast, Bloody Mist, he stared coldly at Su Jiang before speaking. Use Blood Tide. Su Jiang watched as the mist instantly spread, pools of blood appearing beneath his feet. Just as he prepared to dodge, everything vanished, and the mist before him shrank in size. But in that very instant, Su Jiang's spider sense activated completely. Run! Lifting his gaze, Su Jiang saw a jet of blood hurtling straight toward his face. Chapter 153 Head-on Confrontation. Staring at the crimson column of blood before him, Su Jiang once again felt the same sense of dread he had faced that 9-nether centipede. If he couldn't dodge it, he would die. A warning bell rang in his mind. Su Jiang instantly activated all his acceleration skills. Wind and thunder swirled around him as his entire body transformed into a blur, streaking sideways. The very instant his form left its original position, the massive blood column shot toward him. Hum. The spot where Su Jiang had stood was completely eroded away, causing even the fire ion barrier behind him to violently tremble. Gulp! Su Jiang stared at the gaping crater where he had stood, swallowing hard as he muttered under his breath. Damn it, is this guy trying to test my limits? For he realized that wherever this blood column swept through, it wasn't merely bombarded or attacked. Instead, it had been completely corroded away, leaving a sight that was utterly terrifying. Ha! Kid, let's see where you run now. Su Jie roared with laughter as the demonic cloud behind him unleashed another wave of attacks. Su Jiang had no choice but to dodge left and right. Those watching from beyond the fire ion barrier wall couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, the spectacle was truly terrifying. After all, Su Jie was the leader of the Spirit Beast Cooperative's assassination squad, a renowned rank powerhouse. The demonic cloud behind him was shrouded in mystery, its power seemingly unmatched. Now, with Su Jie unleashing his full power before everyone's eyes, Su Jiang was still holding his own? Just what was the background of this Su Jiang? The renowned powerhouses of District 13 could only stare at Su Jiang with blank, stunned expressions. They never imagined Su Jiang could be this strong. Now, as they studied Leng Xi before them, their eyes brimmed with envy. Who would have thought this guy is actually your nephew? Yeah, how did your family raise him? His combat prowess is insane. Hearing the others' envious remarks, Leng Xi laughed heartily, his heart swelling with pride. Of course. Look who taught him. Saying such insincere words weighed not a bit on Leng Qi's conscience, though the trace of worry in his eyes was undeniable. She had already notified Leng Xuantian to rush to the scene. After all, the only person capable of countering the fire ion barrier and neutralizing it swiftly. After much consideration, there was only one person, a rank frost summoner, Leng Xuantian. His frost magic was far more effective than anyone else's at countering the fire ion barrier. Once the fire ion barrier crumbled, their group would swarm Su Jie and take him down in an instant. Pant. Su Jiang was already panting heavily from exhaustion. Though his physical strength had reached an almost inhuman level, his four-dimensional attributes had far surpassed human limits. But the opponent he faced was simply not on the same level. Had the opponent been at full strength, Su Jiang would have been finished long ago. His gaze locked onto Su Jie before him and the blood-red mist swirling behind him. No, I can't keep running like this. Su Jiang glanced at his skill panel and finally made up his mind. However, Su Jie was not in a good state either. His strength had been significantly weakened, and now he was injured, his condition extremely low. To kill Su Jiang, he had just unleashed the full power of his bloody mist without regard for the consequences, leaving him somewhat drained now. Yet seeing Su Jiang's helpless struggle to escape filled him with excitement. He could almost see himself becoming the only member of the assassination squad to have ever killed a genius from the college entrance exam in a direct confrontation. His mind was already racing with fantasies of becoming the top assassin in the group, his chest swelling with pride. What he failed to see, however, was the unwavering resolve now burning in Su Jiang's eyes. As a fresh jet of blood surged toward Su Jiang, everyone assumed he was about to dodge it. After all, that was precisely what he had done moments before. And as long as Su Jiang could stall long enough, the moment the fire ion barrier vanished would be the moment Su Jiang met his end. Yet to everyone's astonishment, this time, Su Jiang not only failed to dodge, but stood frozen in place as if petrified, staring straight at the oncoming blood column. Su Jiang, get out of the way. Dodge it. He's done for. There's no dodging it now. The group shouted frantically, their hearts leaping into their throats. After all, Su Jiang was widely regarded as the strongest top graduate in the history of the Human Federation. If he were to die here, it would be an absolute tragedy. The influential figures of District 13 and all the official warriors present found themselves unable to watch. They tightly shut their eyes. They seemed to already witness Su Jiang being obliterated beneath that pillar of blood. But to everyone's surprise, a flash of azure light suddenly erupted from Su Jiang's body. With a slight intake of breath, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, obscuring the sky. Manhwa extinction. A fierce shout was followed by a wall of fire that blocked out the sky. The towering wall of fire seemed poised to devour everything before him. The blood tide unleashed by the bloody mist clashed in a desperate struggle against this raging inferno. Both forces surged with equal intensity, a contest of endurance to see which would falter first. Feeling the searing flames around him, Su Jia now looked at Su Jiang with eyes that held not only fanatical fervor and murderous intent, but also a deep, lingering apprehension. Just how much more was this kid capable of? He never imagined that the outside world and the organization hadn't overestimated Su Jiang, they had underestimated him as much as possible. This kid was terrifying. The sky-filling sea of flames stunned everyone watching. They found it hard to believe this inferno was unleashed by a human, let alone a student who had just finished his college entrance exams. Their mouths hung open, utterly speechless. But Su Jiang seemed to feel this wasn't enough. Amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, a violent wind suddenly erupted behind him, its force even affecting the area beyond the fire ion barrier. Those outside the wall felt a gentle breeze begin to stir from the ground. Whoosh! In the next instant, the breeze intensified dramatically, sweeping in like a storm that nearly knocked people off their feet. Battling the sky-darkening gale, everyone stared blankly at Su Jiang. None of them understood what Su Jiang intended to do amidst such a tremendous commotion. At that moment, Su Jiang was channeling his elemental assimilation skill. The question that had suddenly occurred to him while being chased like a stray dog. If the enemy could avoid close combat and cast spells from a distance, why couldn't he do the same? Thus, he conceived the idea of combining Fireball with Mana Blessing, resulting in the spectacular fire extinction technique everyone had just witnessed. Now he intended to fuse elemental assimilation into the mix, though he himself had no idea what form it would take next. Chapter 154, Superpowered Blazing Extinction. How powerful would the combination of all three be? He couldn't care less about that now, nor did he want to. He didn't have the strength to keep dodging, and besides, he wasn't exactly powerless in battle. Why should he keep running? If he dodged this time, would he have to dodge every time henceforth? Su Jiang didn't realize his thoughts and mindset had quietly shifted, becoming utterly different from his past life. In this moment, he had transformed into a true warrior. Even though this world was filled with summoners, he only wanted to face Su Jia in a fair fight, to make him understand the price of daring to lay a hand on him. Amidst swirling gales, a colossal frost dragon carried Leng Frost Sky and Leng Xi into the cathedral. From afar, Long Xuantian spotted the towering fire ion barrier wall piercing the sky. He glanced at Leng Xi beside him and took a deep breath. Leng Xi, Su Jiang is trapped within that fire ion barrier. His opponent is Su Jia, the leader of the assassination squad. Prepare yourself mentally. Hearing her father's words, Leng Xi's expression shifted, then hardened with resolve. Father, let's hurry over. I believe in Su Jiang. Seeing his daughter's resolute expression, Long Xuantian hurried to the scene with her. Upon arriving, Long Xuantian was stunned by the immense commotion inside. The clash between the two combatants raged on. The crimson demon cloud unleashed pillars of blood radiating a destructive aura. Su Jiang countered by spewing a sea of flames that engulfed the sky, sustaining his resistance. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Witnessing the fiery inferno erupting from Su Jiang's mouth, Leng Xi couldn't help but murmur to herself. I never imagined you could be more terrifying than my fire phoenix. What a pity I can't bind you to my will. If Su Jiang knew what Leng Xi was thinking, he'd probably curse like a sailor. Damn it, I treated you like a brother, and you want to bind me? The storm was brewing relentlessly, its oppressive pressure palpable to everyone. The next instant, the raging storm vanished without a trace, completely absorbed into Su Jiang's body. His entire form became unusually light and agile. As his eyes snapped open, two streaks like swift winds appeared. He had become the embodiment of the Gale elemental assimilation complete. Feeling the storm's power raging within him, Su Jiang looked at Su Jia before him and spoke slowly. Old dang, do you know where you went wrong? Su Jia heard this and felt puzzled. Where did I go wrong? Su Jiang spoke slowly. Your mistake was hiring someone to kill me, because I would have come here myself to wipe you scum off the face of the earth. Su Jiang's icy words sent a chill through Su Jia's heart. If this had been earlier, he might have mocked Su Jiang, calling him a reckless fool who talked big day after day. But now, he sensed an immense pressure emanating from Su Jiang. Simultaneously, his sixth sense as a powerful fighter warned him. He might very well die here today. Outside the fire ion barrier wall, nearly 10,000 people had gathered here. Hearing Su Jiang's fierce words, recalling the man's identity, they all felt a chill run down their spines. After all, Su Jiang had directed those words at the notorious leader of the assassination squad. And aside from Su Jiang, it seemed no one else had ever dared to speak like this. District Chief Jiang Chuang of District 13 stared at Su Jiang in shock. Only now did he realize what an incredible stroke of luck it was for Martial God Beastmaster University to have recruited Su Jiang. Su Jiang's words perfectly captured the young man's spirited vigor and his sharp, unrestrained confidence. After gathering all his wind elemental power, Su Jiang directly channeled a magic blessing, doubling the strength of his attack. In the next instant, the wind elemental power unleashed a wind-based spell. Alongside the fireball spell and the elemental assimilation released blazing fire extinction, it erupted once more from Su Jiang's mouth. Fire escape. Great fire extinction. Wind escape. A major breakthrough. Wind fuels the flames. Wind and fire. Blazing inferno. Everyone had thought the sea of fire Su Jiang had just unleashed was already breathtaking. But now, they watched as the entire interior of the fire ion barrier wall turned completely crimson. Even the intense heat radiating from within could be felt outside the barrier. Only then did they realize they had underestimated Su Jiang's potential. With Su Jiang's current combat prowess, forget ordinary B-rank beast masters. Even many top-tier B-rank beast masters, the backbone of the entire human federation's combat strength, seemed no match for Su Jiang at this moment. Gazing at the sea of flames that threatened to engulf him, fear of death flickered in Su Jiang's eyes for the very first time. No, impossible. How could you? He realized his crimson tide was utterly powerless against this raging inferno. In an instant, he was engulfed by the raging inferno, and the next moment, the sea of fire surged toward him. Boom! The flames churned relentlessly within the confines of the fire ion barrier wall. Outside the barrier, the scorching heat made everyone sweat profusely. The heat here was unbearable, far more scorching than the midday sun at the height of summer. Su Jiang stared at the sea of flames before him, feeling utterly bewildered. He didn't know if his opponent was truly dead. But seeing Lu Jusin at his feet, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't dragged this woman to his feet, she'd likely be charred to a crisp by now. The sky was filled with relentless flames. Such intense fire clearly wouldn't be extinguished anytime soon. Not a sound came from the inferno, and everyone stared wide-eyed. Could it be that Su Jiang is dead? Good heavens! The leader of the assassination squad killed by a high school student? Unbelievable! And this high schooler was actually their previous assassination target. What does this mean? What goes around comes around. A group of influential figures from District 13 whispered among themselves. Their gazes toward Su Jiang brimmed with mixed emotions: admiration, shock, and even a hint of respect. For they knew that based on today's performance alone, if Su Jiang did not meet an untimely end in the future, his future would undoubtedly be that of a towering figure within the entire human federation. Leng Xi commanded his frost dragon to attack the fire ion barrier, which began to weaken steadily. SSSSHHH. The sea of flames within the barrier finally extinguished. Su Jiang gazed toward the billowing clouds of smoke, wondering what fate awaited Su Jiang. Those who had assumed Su Jiang was dead now wore expressions of sheer terror. Su Jiang was still standing there. Chapter 155, Su Jiang, Bao. Dead dragon, hurry up. Leng Xi was attacking the fire ion barrier while also taking some liberties. After all, his opponent had been dealt with, and it didn't matter if Su Jiang lingered inside a little longer. But now, discovering Su Jiang was still alive, he was suddenly filled with urgency. Yesterday, he had looked down on Su Jiang, but now everything had changed. He'd finally seen it clearly. Pairing Leng Xi with Su Jiang was pure social climbing on Leng Xi's part. A son-in-law who was not only formidable and possessed boundless potential, but also skilled at cultivating spirit beasts and adept at handling affairs. Cold Frost Heaven genuinely coveted such a man. Meanwhile, the frost dragon labored relentlessly, attempting to corrode the barrier of fire ions. Su Jiang looked utterly disheveled, his entire body covered in burn marks. His blood mist had shrunk into a tiny, motionless cluster. Yet not a single person present dared to underestimate Su Jiang. For they sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura emanating from him. Clearly, though gravely wounded, he seemed to be fighting with his back against the wall or perhaps simply giving his all. His aura had surged to its absolute peak. The icy killing intent and bloodlust radiating from his body spread unchecked. Cough cough cough. Su Jiang lifted his gaze to meet Su Jiang's, his eyes burning with madness. Beyond that madness, there was nothing else. He spoke slowly. Kid, you're strong. Really strong. Since I, Su Jiang, joined the Spirit Beast Cooperative, I've assassinated a total of 738 human elites. Among them, 63 were A-rank powerhouses. Even those top-tier A-rank powerhouses like the 3rd Corps Commander couldn't stand a chance against me. I never imagined I'd meet my end at the hands of a kid like you. As he finished speaking, he looked at Su Jiang with eyes brimming with admiration. I truly look forward to your future, young man. But unfortunately, you have no future left. Hearing this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, Su Jiang included. For they knew a starving camel still outstrips a horse, and this tiger, cornered and desperate, had truly begun to fight with reckless abandon. At this moment, he was at his weakest and also at his most dangerous. Su Jie had no more worries to hold him back, no retreat to consider. Outside, Wang Qi immediately shouted urgently.
Su Jiang, don't engage him head-on. Stall him, I'll be inside any second.
Seeing his uncle's anxious figure, Su Jiang nodded reassuringly at him, signaling for him to stay calm. Su Jiang stared intently at Su Jie before him, equally tense. After all, the man was a seasoned veteran. Caution was never wasted.
Kid, you know what?
The reason I've been able to kill so many powerful opponents isn't just because of my spirit beast and my own strength. More importantly, I am a top-tier assassin myself. Su Jie spoke to himself as he began walking toward the bloody mist on the ground. As he raised his palm, the blood mist fully entered his body. Boom! In that instant, he unleashed an invisible shockwave that sent tension rippling through the entire arena once more. His state seemed to have returned. Everyone thought I could kill those powerful opponents because of the bloody mist. But in truth, when I merge with it, that's when I become the strongest assassin. Today, I'll teach you one final lesson. A beastmaster's power isn't just about the strength of their spirit beast, they themselves must be powerful enough. A qualified beastmaster must be a formidable fighter in their own right. Su Jiang stared blankly at Su Jie before him. He'd expected some grand revelation, only to be met with utter nonsense. He'd anticipated some miraculous skill like a blood tide, but instead, it was hand-to-hand combat. Su Jiang stared at his own fists, then looked back at Su Jie with renewed confusion. Have you always been this brave? Hearing this, Su Jie didn't respond. Instead, a bloodthirsty grin spread across his lips. A dagger formed from congealed blood instantly materialized in his hand. His figure vanished in an instant as he charged toward Su Jiang. Su Jiang narrowed his eyes and charged forward without hesitation. He intended to see just how skilled Su Jie truly was in hand-to-hand combat. Su Jiang, it just so happened, was also a master of close combat. Thud! The moment their bodies collided, Su Jie was stunned. When he saw Su Jiang using his bare body to withstand his bloody mist, he had already overestimated this kid's physical prowess as much as possible. Now he realized he had underestimated his opponent after all. Somehow, Su Jiang seemed to possess a strength that surpassed even Su Jie's own body fused with the crimson mist. Facing the dagger thrust from Su Jie's hand, Su Jiang sidestepped the attack and immediately countered with a punch that connected squarely to Su Jie's face. Thud! The blow sent Su Jie staggering back 2 steps. Amidst the astonished stares of everyone present, the two plunged into a fierce, brutal melee. Their speed and power left the other beast masters utterly dumbfounded. By the end, the onlookers could only watch with twitching eyes. Were these two even beast masters? They realized these two were becoming more and more like spirit beasts themselves. The only question was which of these monsters would emerge alive. Su Jiang slammed his fist hard against Su Jie's wrist, sending the crimson dagger he'd conjured flying from his hand. He then lifted his gaze to meet Su Jie's eyes and spoke slowly. Looks like you're no match either. Already cornered, Su Jie couldn't take this. He roared back. Kid, you're asking for it. He then punched Su Jiang squarely in the face. Amidst the puzzled stares of the crowd, Su Jiang didn't dodge this time. He stood his ground, letting Su Jie's heavy punch smash into his face. Crash! Hearing the deafening impact, everyone froze in shock. Had Su Jiang finally lost his cool? But the next moment, Su Jiang's reaction left them utterly stunned. A punch powerful enough to shatter grade 3 alloy struck Su Jiang's face without even breaking the skin. Su Jiang slowly raised his hand to brush Su Jie's fist aside, a savage grin curling his lips. Damn it, you can't even pack a punch, and you call yourself part of the assassination squad? Indeed, Su Jiang was now in full defensive mode. First, the slime's soft body combined with absolute defense and the turtle breathing technique meant this punch was nothing more than a light tap. Under Su Jie's horrified gaze, Su Jiang flashed him a smile. Once you're done hitting me, it'll be my turn. With a thunderous kick from Su Jiang, what followed was over 10 minutes of one-sided beating. Crash! When Su Jiang's heavy fist crushed Su Jie's chest, everyone knew today's farce had ended. That figure, covered in wounds and blood, yet still standing tall. That figure would become the undisputed protagonist of the entire human federation. Chapter 156, Can I Contract You? The fire ion barrier slowly dissipated. The setting sun painted the sky with fiery hues. Su Jiang stood there, proud and unyielding, his gaze cold as ice fixed upon Su Jie, who lay defeated on the ground. The moment the fire ion barrier vanished, the official forces charged in with their spirit beasts. They immediately surrounded Su Jie. As they passed Su Jiang, they couldn't help but cast respectful glances his way. Regardless of which side they were on, the world's strongest were always worthy of respect. Others might be considered to have boundless potential, or perhaps a promising future. But even at his young age, Su Jiang already possessed formidable combat prowess. As the strongest fighter in District 13, District Chief Jiang Chuang also walked slowly to Su Jiang's side. He looked at the youth beside him with an approving gaze and spoke slowly. Kid, how does it feel to have defeated Su Jie? Su Jiang glanced at Jiang Chuang beside him and lifted his gaze. Su Jie had already been officially detained and stood before him. Under the respectful gazes of everyone present, Su Jiang spoke with a blank expression.
It was just okay, honestly. His skills weren't anything special. Hearing Su Jiang's understated response, Jiang Chuan felt like cracking a joke. But he knew Su Jiang meant every word.
This teenager, fresh out of the college entrance exams, had just taken down the notorious leader of the assassination squad in a straight-up fight.
At that moment, Su Jia, humiliated by Su Jiang's words, showed no trace of anger.
His face bore only endless regret.
No way, you kid are terrifying. You've got limitless potential.
You'll definitely be a major threat to our Spirit Beast cooperative in the future.
Damn it all. Why didn't I eliminate you completely back then?
Ranting and raving, he was escorted by official beastmasters onto a specially designed prison transport. And so, this farce came to an end. As the central figure in this farce, Su Jiang paid no heed to the crowd of influential figures surrounding him, eager to befriend him. He merely waved them off casually.
Now that matters are settled, I'll be heading back.
With that, Su Jiang stuffed his hands into his pockets and strode directly toward his spirit beast shop. Leng Xi, standing beside Leng Xuangtian, was about to follow when she turned to glance at her father.
Seeing her expression, Leng Xuangtian felt both exasperated and amused, ultimately shaking his head helplessly. Go ahead. Girls really do grow up too fast.
The setting sun stretched their shadows long and thin. As Su Jiang's figure vanished from sight, Jiang Chuan's previously kind expression abruptly hardened into sternness. His gaze swept relentlessly across every face present, sparing not even his most trusted deputy district chief. Finally, he spoke coldly. What happened today? Not a word of it is to leave this room. If it does. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood exactly what he meant. Yet they all found Jiang Chuan's words utterly reasonable. Su Jiang truly possesses boundless potential and a promising future. If word of his extraordinary performance today were to spread, then in the future, beyond the spotlight of the entire society, he would face endless dangers and lethal threats. Observing their reactions, Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Still, he couldn't shake his unease. He resolved to personally send Luo Wudi a message, ordering him to return to District 13 immediately. Jiang Chuan didn't trust the so-called confidentiality agreements or other methods of silencing. Only Luo Wudi's enigmatic spirit beast commanded his trust. On the way back, Su Jiang noticed Leng Xi's gaze shifting toward him, growing increasingly strange. After enduring her stare the entire journey, he finally couldn't resist asking. What are you staring at? Faced with Su Jiang's direct question, Leng Xi paused, taken aback. She couldn't help but giggle. He. I wasn't looking at anything. I was looking at you. Su Jiang was even more confused. Why are you staring at me? Well, obviously to see why you're so amazing. Su Jiang, tell me the truth, are you a spirit beast? If you really are a spirit beast, just tell me, I'll make a contract with you. I'll treat you well from now on. Whatever you want to eat, drink, or do, I'll make it happen. Watching Leng Xi's eager expression, Su Jiang rolled his eyes. Contract me? Seriously, why does everyone react like this after seeing me use my skills? Well, you big-eyed, bushy-browed Leng Xi, you want to contract me too? The two walked and chatted like this. When they reached the entrance of the spirit beast shop, they spotted an unexpected figure. Wu Hao. Wu Hao's face lit up with uncontrollable delight upon seeing Su Jiang and Leng Xi return. He ran over while shouting. Boss, you're finally back. Are you okay? Seeing Wu Hao's reaction, Su Jiang was somewhat taken aback. His movements should have been well concealed. Why was this kid reacting like this? Facing Su Jiang's puzzled look, Wu Hao couldn't quite contain his excitement. Boss, you wouldn't believe it when you two clashed, that fire ion barrier shot straight up to the sky. Everyone in District 13 knows something's wrong at Coburn Cathedral. How do you think I found out? Su Jiang. Seeing Su Jiang's silence, Wu Hao pressed his advantage. Boss, you really don't know? The whole 13th district is buzzing about it right now. What's going on? Damn it. Su Jiang never imagined his supposedly covert operation had become common knowledge across the entire 13th district. Fortunately, aside from the officials and the major families and factions within District 13, no one else had connected it to him. Frustrated, Su Jiang gave Wu Hao a sharp pat on the back before leading him straight into the spirit beast shop. Su Jiang had the two men wait in the living room while he went upstairs for a thorough shower. He changed into fresh clothes before returning downstairs. Wu Hao was now brimming with curiosity. Boss, spill it, what the hell happened today? I heard from my dad that the leader of that assassination squad is definitely this guy. Wu Hao gave a thumbs up, clearly aware of Su Jie's notorious reputation. Su Jiang lifted his eyes and replied indifferently. No big deal. Just someone who wanted to kill me, and I killed him. Simple as that. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Wu Hao fell silent. Boss, you're being way too. Ding dong. Before Wu Hao could finish speaking, Su Jiang's doorbell suddenly rang. After cautiously peering through the peephole, Su Jiang opened the door. Upon closer inspection, the visitor turned out to be an official courier from the Human Federation. The courier's face flashed with uncontrollable curiosity upon seeing Su Jiang. After a moment's pause, he retrieved a briefcase from the backpack slung over his shoulder.
Mr. Su, these are documents from Martial God Beastmaster University. Please accept them. Chapter 157, The Envious Crowd, Luo Wuti returns. Martial God Beastmaster University.
Before Su Jiang could react, Wu Hao behind him had already darted over to Su Jiang's side, unable to contain himself. His movements were unusually agile at that moment. The moment he heard those words, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Because the only thing the Martial God Beastmaster University could send was an acceptance letter.
This was the Martial God Beastmaster University. A top-tier institution coveted by countless dreamers.
Originally, he was someone who barely had a chance at college. But thanks to Su Jiang, he had somehow managed to gain admission to such an institution. Wu Hao's excitement stemmed partly from his eagerness to see the actual admission letter.
On the other hand, if his older brother's letter had arrived, how far away could his own be?
The thought made Wu Hao's breathing quicken. Day after day, you're such a loser. Su Jiang shot Wu Hao a disapproving look, but when he noticed Leng Xi walking toward them, he shut his mouth.
Mr. Su, if you're the recipient, you can collect it after verifying your identity here and signing.
Seeing the postal worker's professional demeanor, Su Jiang nodded, completed the fingerprint verification, and signed his name.
The postal worker didn't leave, which piqued Su Jiang's curiosity. Hello, is there something else? The delivery person now wore a peculiar expression as they addressed Leng Xi and Wu Hao standing behind Su Jiang. I presume these two are students Leng Xi and Wu Hao. I'll deliver their acceptance letters together.
Moments later, Su Jiang sat in his living room, 3 admission letters laid out before him. Were this scene witnessed by others, it would likely leave them utterly speechless. After all, the Martial God Beastmaster University was a true legend among the 13 districts. For most families, having even one child accepted there each year was considered a blessing from their ancestors. Yet here, in this humble spirit beast shop, 3 such letters lay neatly arranged.
It was downright embarrassing. Huff.
Gazing at the acceptance letters before her, even Leng Xi found herself breathing heavily. After all, while her talent was undeniably strong, getting into Martial God Beastmaster University was still a tall order. Wu Hao beside her looked even worse, acting like a complete fool. He clutched the acceptance letter to his chest, refusing to let go.
He. Su Jiang, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He yanked the letter from Wu Hao's arms and spoke with a tone of exasperation. Enough already, day in and day out. It's just a piece of paper. Why treat it like it's worth its weight in gold? Hearing Su Jiang's words, Wu Hao's eyes widened instantly as he instinctively retorted. Bro, you just don't get it.
This Martial God Beastmaster University, let me tell you.
Listening to Wu Hao's enthusiastic monologue, Su Jiang felt sleepy. What's the deal with this Martial God Beastmaster University? Didn't they practically beg me to enroll?
At the very end, Wu Hao picked up his phone, snapped a photo of the 3 acceptance letters on the table, and declared loudly.
No way I'm posting this on my social feed. I'll make sure everyone sees I got into Martial God Beastmaster University. Let's see who dares mock me now.
Less than a minute after posting it, his social feed exploded. Wu Hao received countless private messages.
The group chat with his former classmates from Su Jiang's school was now in an uproar. Wu Hao. No way. How did you get into Martial God Beast-Taming University? This photo's photoshopped, right? Holy crap, his grades did improve later, but he was still nowhere near good enough for Martial God Beastmaster University, right?
He could only get into a mediocre Tier 1 Beastmaster University. Then someone in the group who had been in the same exam hall as Su Jiang quietly chimed in. I bet he pulled some strings through Su Jiang.
The mention of Su Jiang's name plunged the group into a brief silence. After all, Su Jiang and Wu Hao had always been the top 2 students in their class. Now one was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, while the other had secured an admission letter from Martial God Beastmaster University. As for how the admission letter came about, it couldn't have been simpler. Instantly, countless people in the group started tagging Su Jiang. Su, your future is limitless. You'll have to look out for us from now on. Exactly. Su Jiang, even back in class, you were always the brightest star, constantly praised by our teachers. The class beauty who had once looked down on Su Jiang was especially blunt. Su Jiang, my home sewage pipe seems to be broken. Could you come help me fix it? Oomph. A cold snort escaped Su Jiang's lips. Su Jiang paid no attention to any of these people scrambling to curry favor. The 3 people inside the house were unaware that the FedEx courier who had just delivered their acceptance letters had now changed into a different set of clothes. Beneath the pitch-black coat lay a tall, straight figure. He blended perfectly into the darkness, as if he had completely merged with the night. Listening to the sounds within, he dialed a number. Principal, I'm already with Su Jiang and providing round-the-clock protection. There won't be any issues whatsoever. On the other end of the line came Luo Wuti's voice. So, how did it go meeting your junior classmate? The man heard this and recalled Su Jiang's face, ultimately shaking his head. He didn't show anything unusual. But he seems pretty handsome. Luo Wuti paused on the other end before finally saying. I think he's pretty handsome too.
At this moment, Su Jiang remained unaware that his senior disciple had begun providing him with close protection due to the previous assassination attempt. Even Luo Wudi, the pillar of the human race, had already arrived in District 13.
Inside Jiang Chuan's office,
Jiang Chuan looked at Luo Wudi, who appeared weary from his journey, and sighed inwardly.
You've been through a lot, Principal Luo.
Instead of bowing in response, Luo Wudi looked at Jiang Chuan with a complex expression.
District Chief Jiang, are you truly resolved to have me handle this matter? A resolute expression hardened on Jiang Chuan's face.
Of course. I've already spoken with many of them, and they're all willing to accept your soul seal, myself included.
If anyone refuses, I'll simply make them willing.
Gazing at Jiang Chuan, whose aura radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent, Luo Wudi spoke slowly.
Is this truly worth it?
Facing Luo Wudi's question, Jiang Chuan glanced at Su Jiang's file beside him and nodded firmly.
He's worth it.
He's not just the hope and pride of our entire 13th district, he's the hope of the entire human race. There can be no mishaps. If one of us must die, I hope it will be me.
Chapter 158, Mental Seal, Preparing for School. Boss, wake up.
Su Jiang was roused from his sleep by Wu Hao's voice. When he opened the window, he saw Wu Hao dressed unusually presentable today, looking wide awake and full of energy.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing, bugging me this early in the morning? It's only 6 in the morning, damn it. You never got up this early when we were in school. Su Jiang's morning grogginess was starting to wear off.
But Wu Hao remained excited. Cut the chatter, boss. I was so thrilled last night I couldn't sleep a wink. Ever since my dad saw my acceptance letter from Martial God Beastmaster University, he's been insisting on throwing me a celebration banquet.
And it's starting today, a 7-day banquet where anyone can come eat for free. Wow, that's generous. Su Jiang sighed.
But then he recalled Luo Hao's original academic performance.
Getting into Martial God Beastmaster University was truly a stroke of incredible luck. After that, Su Jiang felt a bit better.
After a moment's thought, Su Jiang looked up, his expression growing even more displeased.
But if it's just a graduation banquet, why are you bothering me this early in the morning? Hearing this, Wu Hao's expression turned utterly aggrieved as he cried out to Su Jiang. Boss, you have no idea.
I don't even know if this is your celebration or mine. My dad said if you don't show up today, no one else is allowed to touch a single bite. Hearing this, Su Jiang finally understood why Wu Hao had come looking for him specifically.
But the next moment, he roared. Then call me when dinner's ready. What the hell is this at 6 in the morning?
In the end, with no other choice, Su Jiang was dragged along by Wu Hao to the Wu residence. The moment they reached the Wu residence's entrance, he saw every member of the Wu family come out to greet them. From the patriarch, Wu Qingtian, and his wife, down to the ordinary household maids.
Their gazes toward Su Jiang were filled with extraordinary reverence. When Su Jiang finally arrived, the entire Wu household bowed to him in unison. The Wu family extends our deepest gratitude to you, Su.
Su Jiang stood before them, accepting the bow with an expression of calm composure. For this moment, he deserved it. Wu Qingtian then approached him, his expression filled with deep emotion.
Su Jiang, it seems your uncle underestimated you after all.
I had previously thought the Wu family could support you, so that you brothers could go further together. But now it seems that young Wu Hao will need you to guide him more.
Seeing Uncle Wu's emotional expression, Su Jiang naturally responded. Uncle, rest assured.
Wu Hao and I are brothers as close as hands and feet. Whatever comes our way, I won't forget him. Such words, if spoken by anyone else, might have seemed like mere lip service. But these words came from Su Jiang. He had sacrificed his own college entrance exam results to secure Wu Hao's admission into the Martial God Beastmaster University. Had that condition not existed, Su Jiang would have gladly provided even more cultivation resources. But Su Jiang replaced Wu Hao at the Martial God Beastmaster University, a kindness beyond measure.
Moments later,
Su Jiang observed the bustling crowd and the reverent stares directed at him by those attending the graduation banquet. He could barely contain himself. Damn it, sure, I said no one touches their chopsticks until I arrive. But is this really Wu Hao's graduation banquet, or mine? He felt like he was turning the tables on the host. Just as the Wu family was celebrating the banquet in high spirits, they suddenly discovered an unexpected guest had arrived. The district chief of District 13.
Jiang Chuan.
The moment he entered, Wu Qingtian rushed over to greet him warmly. The district chief's presence caused everyone to cast envious glances toward the Wu family. If the Wus truly had connections to Jiang Chuan, they would essentially rule District 13 with an iron fist from now on. However, most people knew that Jiang Chuan's presence was more about Su Jiang than the Wu family. Sure enough, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Chuan approached Su Jiang and addressed him earnestly.
I'm afraid you won't be able to stay for the banquet.
Both you and the team leader from the Wu family need to come with me.
So this is why you called me here?
Su Jiang stared at Luo Wudi before him and the crowd filling the training ground, his expression filled with shock. When he had followed Jiang Chuan here moments ago, he had assumed another unexpected situation had arisen, requiring his intervention. But what he hadn't anticipated was seeing Luo Wuti here, along with the heads of all the major factions and clans present that day. Even the bureau chiefs and ministers from the government were standing here, every last one of them. Luo Wuti looked at Su Jiang before him, his eyes brimming with emotion. He never imagined that this new student he had just enrolled at Martial God Beast-Taming University would prove to be so incredibly talented. Even he, Luo Wuti, had heard of Su Jia's reputation. Su Jia was a first-rate assassin whose strikes never faltered. He was a sword hanging over the heads of the human race's strongest warriors. Yet now, he had fallen at the hands of Su Jiang. Young man, it seems you truly haven't realized just how much potential and value you possess, have you? Luo Wuti spoke indifferently before addressing the crowd loudly. Everyone, since we've gathered here today, I trust you all understand what comes next. This is not merely to protect the interests of our 13th district, but to safeguard the future of the entire human race. Therefore, gentlemen, forgive me for any offense. Su Jiang's expression darkened upon hearing this. Jiang Chuang had told him it was about confidentiality, but Luo Wuti's tone now suggested this wasn't about signing an agreement. Noticing Su Jiang's confusion, Luo Wuti spoke without emotion. No one's words or actions can be trusted, regardless of whether they've signed a confidentiality agreement or face other constraints. That is why I have come today to eliminate this potential threat. The Mind Seal will ensure that what happened that day will never be revealed. Until you grow into a sufficiently powerful warrior, your secret absolutely must not be exposed. After speaking these words in a calm tone, Luo Wuti instantly activated his summoning array. Behind him materialized a massive silver bat. Hum. The bat opened its mouth and let out a piercing howl. Invisible sound waves erupted forward, causing everyone caught within their reach to turn pale. Even Wu Hao's father, Wu Qingtian, was among them. Yet, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Su Jiang was filled with acceptance. Evidently, his friend's father had willingly accepted this mental seal to protect him. After the bat vanished, Luo Wuti exhaled deeply. All right. Not only will they be unable to utter any related words or information, but others won't be able to detect it either. Watching the seemingly unruffled Luo Wuti, Su Jiang sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, Professor X. But regarding his own importance, Su Jiang now had a crystal clear understanding. He had underestimated himself all along. After completing all this, Luo Wuti exchanged a glance with Jiang Chuang and spoke slowly. No unexpected incidents will occur around you from now on. Focus on improving yourself. I'll be waiting for you at the school. Watching Luo Wuti's receding figure, a resolute gleam flashed in Su Jiang's eyes. That's how a true man should be. Chapter 159, The Start of School, New Classmates, and Conflict. Is this the Martial God Beast Master University? The three stood before a towering gate, their eyes filled with awe. Su Jiang and his companions had already started their semester, arriving early due to the military training requirement. But this military training was worlds apart from what they remembered from their past lives. Su Jiang and his friends had arrived a day early, treating it as a chance to explore ahead of time. The towering gatehouse, the vast grounds, and the constant presence of C and B rank beast masters. Each academic building was cast from solid alloy, this legendary Martial God Beastmaster University. Though outwardly resembling a university, it was in reality a veritable armed fortress. A veritable military stronghold. Powerful. Undeniably powerful. This was their first impression of Martial God Beastmaster University. Su Jiang began to look forward to his college life. After all, everyone says college life is great. Similarly, as individuals favored by Luo Wuti, each of them was granted a private villa. Su Jiang was villa number 1, Leng Xi was villa number 2, and Wu Hao was villa number 3. Su Jiang had already figured out the meaning behind these numbers. They represented a ranking of strength, didn't they? But he didn't care. If he was going to live in Villa 1, then Villa 1 it was. Hey, guys. Hold on a sec. Hearing the call from behind, Su Jiang and the others turned to look, frowning. A white-clad boy their age was panting as he ran up. Hey, what's going on? Su Jiang was puzzled by the other's intent, but the young man before him hurriedly spoke up. You must be Su Jiang, the top scholar. I know you. Wanna tour the campus? I'm Li Xiu, the go-to guy at Martial God Beastmaster University. Li Xiu? Su Jiang registered the name, but before he could refuse, Li Xiu had already launched into his spiel. Watching the overly enthusiastic classmate, Su Jiang felt a bit helpless and decided to follow along. The guy chattered non-stop the entire way, but he did prove somewhat useful. By the end, he even declared Su Jiang his big brother? Recognizing a big brother from 1,000 miles away, huh? After Li Xiu led them to the school playground, they suddenly passed a man with bulging muscles, carrying a long spear on his shoulder. Upon seeing the man, Li Xiu seemed to recognize an acquaintance and immediately shouted excitedly. Hey! Isn't that Sun Huahua? I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the guy Su Jiang beat up. Sun Huahua, that was the man's name. Hearing the remark, he immediately turned his head to look over. He recognized Li Xiu, so encountering him wasn't surprising. But he never imagined he'd run into Su Jiang on his very first day of college.
Li Xiu, when did you get a big brother? And you there, you're Su Jiang, right? That's Su Jiang from District 13?
Sun Huahua's voice was unusually coarse, booming like a temple bell, yet it seemed merely his usual speaking tone. Glancing at the man before him, Su Jiang shook his head at Li Xiu. Just a trivial trick, not worth mentioning. He had now seen through Li Xiu's tricks, yet he remained curious about the man's motives. Facing Sun Huahua, whose eyes blazed with murderous intent, Su Jiang remained calm and composed, nodding once.
It's me. What's the problem?
At Su Jiang's words, everyone on the playground widened their eyes and turned to look.
Some even pulled out their phones, sending messages across various class group chats. Breaking news. There's a fight on the school playground. Come see. Come to the school playground.
Turns out this year's top scholar, Su Jiang, has already enrolled in our martial god Beastmaster University.
And now he's run into Sun Huahua. Looks like they're about to fight. Hurry up, hurry up.
The battle for the strongest freshman doesn't need to wait for military training, it's starting right now.
The news spread like wildfire across every Wuxing Yushu University group chat.
Both upperclassmen and freshmen rushed toward the playground like mad. After all, the reputations of Sun Huahua and Su Jiang had been legendary for ages.
One was Sun Huahua, hailed as the undisputed top talent of his generation from birth until Su Jiang's emergence. The other was Su Jiang, hailed as humanity's future hope and savior. This was a clash of titans, a meeting of equals, a battle between rivals. Standing before Su Jiang, Sun Huahua remained silent. The tension hung thick in the air, as if a fight might erupt at any moment. What others didn't know was that Sun Huahua wasn't plotting anything, he was searching for a legitimate reason to strike at Su Jiang.
Even though he resented Su Jiang for snatching away his title as top college entrance exam scorer and the strongest fighter, he came from a prominent family. If he truly acted so petty and attacked Su Jiang, even if he won, he'd be beaten senseless by his father upon returning home. So he racked his brain until he finally found a plausible excuse. You snatched my favorite villa #1, let's settle this with a fight.
Now it wasn't just Su Jiang who was stunned, Li Xiu was dumbfounded too. The other students watching the scene were also dumbfounded. But Su Jiang wasn't one to back down. It's me. What's the problem? Sun Huahua nodded stubbornly upon hearing this, pointing his spear at Leng Xi. Dormitory #1 belongs to me, Sun Huahua, by every right. Let's settle this with a fight.
The onlookers observed Sun Huahua's unkempt appearance and messy hairstyle. He looked every bit the martial arts fanatic, hardly someone who cared about dorm assignments. But when they glanced at Leng Xi and Su Jiang, the ambiguous atmosphere and relationship between the two instantly made everything clear. So it was a provocation after all. Su Jiang had seen through it too, but after Sun Huahua's antics, Su Jiang, who had originally intended to give Sun Huahua a thorough beating, now found the man rather amusing. He decided to hold back a bit for later. Su Jiang slowly stepped forward, coming within a meter of Sun Huahua.
Fine, let's fight. Perfect. That's exactly what he wanted to hear.
In the next instant, he whirled his spear in a dazzling flourish, unleashing his full momentum. Sun family, Sun Huahua, I seek your guidance.
Top scorer of the college entrance exam, Su Jiang.
Behind Sun Huahua, a fiery blaze suddenly surged upward, followed by a ghostly apparition formed from flames appearing beside him.
Everyone instinctively stepped back. For they knew the duel between Su Jiang and Sun Huahua had begun.
Simultaneously, they turned their expectant and curious gazes toward Su Jiang. They were eager to see how this top scorer, hailed as the most extraordinary in the history of the Human Federation, would prepare to face his opponent. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Jiang studied Sun Huahua before speaking slowly.
5 seconds. 5 seconds? What does that mean?
Sun Huahua was momentarily bewildered.
Seeing the crowd growing larger, Su Jiang realized that if he waited any longer, he might not be able to return to his dormitory.
He began to explain directly.
You have 5 seconds left before you lose. Chapter 160, 5 seconds, and that's final. Defeat you in 5 seconds.
This bold claim stunned not only Sun Huahua, but every other student who had gathered at the sound of the commotion. This wasn't just anyone, this was Sun Huahua. Before Su Jiang burst onto the scene, Sun Huahua had essentially secured the title of the strongest fighter of his generation. This title wasn't something he'd passively accepted or graciously conceded to others, it was something he'd fought for with every punch and kick since childhood. Sun Huahua's talents in both beast-taming and martial arts were so overwhelming they crushed his peers. He alone spoke with such arrogance to others. When had it ever been anyone else's turn to speak to Sun Huahua like this? 5 seconds? You? Sun Huahua laughed bitterly in anger. He looked at Su Jiang before him. Though he didn't know the man's true strength or what kind of spirit beast he commanded, Sun Huahua was certain of victory. For overconfidence always leads to defeat. Fine. Today, I'll see just how you plan to defeat me in 5 seconds. Nearly 10,000 students had already gathered around the playground. This duel was simply too captivating to ignore. Li Yon, standing beside Su Jiang, watched every move with wide eyes, determined not to miss a single detail. Yes, this chance encounter today was deliberately orchestrated by him.
although his grandfather had told him to get along well with Su Jiang.
He was determined to see for himself what Su Jiang possessed that earned such high praise from his grandfather.
Fiery demon spirit, attack.
Without hesitation, Sun Huahua pointed at the enormous flame-formed demon beside him, sending it hurtling toward Su Jiang. Under everyone's gaze, Su Jiang remained utterly still, standing there with an expression of calm detachment. He slowly counted down aloud. 5, 4, 3. As he reached 3, everyone saw the demon flame giant's fist come within less than 50 centimeters of Su Jiang's face.
It seemed as though the next moment, Su Jiang would be sent flying. Good heavens! This top scholar is incredibly bold. How dare he? In my opinion, overconfidence leads to defeat. Just because he got the top score, he's forgotten his own name. Ridiculous. Does he really think he's a match for Sun Huahua?
Feeling the scorching heat in the massive fist before him, Su Jiang remained calm as he continued counting down.
2, 1.
The words had barely left his mouth when the demon flame giant's massive fist slammed into the ground beneath Su Jiang.
Thud! An immense tremor echoed instantly, sending a cloud of dust billowing skyward.
All eyes turned to where Su Jiang had been standing.
Looks like he lost after all.
I told you he was too cocky.
Who can argue with that? Claiming he could defeat Sun Huahua in 5 seconds? Ridiculous. Sun Huahua's demon flame giant spirit isn't just any ordinary spirit beast.
And I haven't even seen a shadow of his spirit beast yet.
Just as the crowd mocked Su Jiang, a voice suddenly rang out in terror, pointing toward the other side. No, he hasn't lost. Look at Sun Huahua.
Everyone turned their heads at the cry. What they saw shattered their hearts and minds, leaving them horrified. Su Jiang was neither standing in place nor lying defeated beneath the demon flame giant's fist. He stood before Sun Huahua, gripping the crimson spear in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Sun Huahua's throat.
If Su Jiang wished, he could easily spear Sun Huahua to death with a single thrust. This absurd and unbelievable scene left everyone staring wide-eyed.
Many pinched their arms, convinced they were dreaming.
How could such an outrageous scene exist outside of a dream?
This was Sun Huahua, who was said to have no equal among his peers.
Killed in an instant?
They turned their gaze to Sun Huahua, now held at gunpoint. The rage and arrogance that had filled his face vanished instantly, replaced only by endless fear and wariness. Because by the time he finally registered what was happening, the muzzle was already pressed against his throat. The slightest misstep, and he would surely meet his end.
Su Jiang remained utterly composed, his expression unchanged from moments before.
Finally, he looked at the stunned Sun Huahua and tossed the rifle to the ground.
Clang! The metallic clang snapped everyone present back to reality. Stunned, they stared at Su Jiang.
They still couldn't comprehend how Sun Huahua had lost.
But they knew one thing for certain, Su Jiang's strength was absolutely formidable.
Meanwhile, observing the silent Sun Huahua, Su Jiang spoke slowly.
5 seconds is 5 seconds. Go practice some more. Patting Sun Huahua on the shoulder, Su Jiang walked toward the dormitory under the gaze of all the other students.
The others watched Su Jiang, their eyes filled with nothing but profound shock and awe. They had initially thought Su Jiang's title as top scorer in the college entrance exam was somewhat undeserved. Little did they know that on his very first day at school, he had asserted his dominance over Sun Huahua, once hailed as the strongest at their level, and defeated him with overwhelming force.
Where was the exaggeration?
This was nothing short of a genuine, hard-earned victory.
On his very first day, Su Jiang had become the talk of the entire martial god Beastmaster University. Even after Sun Huahua's defeat, no one had seen how Su Jiang had actually fought. The gap between them was undeniably vast. Boss, holy crap! How did you beat Sun Huahua? Let me tell you, that guy is incredibly powerful. He bullied me relentlessly when we were kids.
Su Jiang spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Leng, who was still chattering away beside him.
What exactly was your purpose in wanting me to fight Sun Huahua today?
Hearing this, Leng dropped the act.
He sighed and said, Boss, you won't believe this, but I really came to get close to you on a mission. And my grandfather said it's not just me, the entire Li family will help you wherever we can. I'm a bit skeptical myself.
I wanted to see what you're really capable of, boss. Leng was sharp. He knew that facing Su Jiang now, the only way to gain his trust was to tell the truth. Facing Leng's words, Su Jiang nodded and spoke slowly.
Alright, you've achieved your goal. You can leave now.
I don't need your help or that of the Li family behind you.
Leng froze in disbelief, staring at Su Jiang.
He had assumed his olive branch was virtually impossible to refuse, yet Su Jiang's response was utterly unexpected. He stammered in disbelief. Boss, the Li family, this is the Li family of District 1.
Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded slowly. I know it's the Li family, but I don't like your methods.
Leng grew visibly anxious at this. If he failed to complete the task his grandfather had given him, a severe beating at home was inevitable. Boss, I was just trying to see what you're capable of. Besides, boss, we'll still be classmates tomorrow.
Running into each other all the time would be awkward. Chapter 161, The Class Monitor's Special Status? Early the next morning, Su Jiang and the other two were already seated in the classroom. Today was the first day of school in the strictest sense. The classroom was filled with many students. Each one looked like a prodigy, radiating an extraordinary confidence and bearing. Su Jiang recognized almost none of them, and many students were sizing each other up. Within the classroom, Su Jiang spotted two familiar faces. One was Li Yong from yesterday, and the other was Sun Huahua, the man Su Jiang had defeated. As Sun Huahua entered, many murmured in quiet astonishment. Wow, that's Sun Huahua. Finally seeing the real deal. I've heard legends about him since childhood. Never imagined I'd end up in the same class as him. Sun Huahua is seriously formidable. Just looking at him, you can tell he's a genius. However, though Sun Huahua had originally been strutting with an air of superiority, upon seeing Su Jiang, he unconsciously reigned in his imposing aura. Li Yong, meanwhile, looked at Su Jiang with a slightly awkward expression. After Su Jiang exposed him yesterday, he'd been sent packing. But remembering his grandfather's mission, he'd once again attached himself to Su Jiang like a shadow today. Once all the students had settled into their seats, a silence fell over the classroom. Then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound of high heels. Su Jiang's ears twitched and he instantly made his judgment. He never expected it to be a female teacher. Su Jiang sighed inwardly. In this world where beast taming reigned supreme, even powerful female beast tamers could unleash formidable combat prowess. But overall, female beast tamers still fell short compared to their male counterparts. Thus, truly formidable female beast tamers were relatively rare. Sure enough, as the classroom door opened, a graceful figure in a long dress slowly stepped inside. Her exquisitely sculpted features, paired with shoulder-length hair cascading down her back and the flowing dress she wore, caused many to gasp in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Su Jiang also noticed her arrival. However, compared to her appearance, he was more concerned with her strength. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of all the students, the woman merely smiled at the class before calmly walking to the podium and launching into her self-introduction. Hello, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher for Class 3 of this year's elite program. My name is Su Jintz, and I rank Beastmaster who has just returned from the front lines. I hope you will all take good care of me. As she wrote 3 bold characters on the blackboard with a flourish. Everyone could tell at a glance that their new homeroom teacher was undoubtedly a military veteran. Su Jiang couldn't help but marvel at her rank prowess, truly a rare gem. Immediately, he noticed Su Jinch's gaze fixed on him the moment she entered, seeming quite curious about him. Now that we're all classmates starting today, let's begin with self-introductions. This year, our class has an exceptionally outstanding student among us, Su Jiang, this year's top scorer on the college entrance exam. Su, please go first and introduce yourself. Su Jin's words immediately revealed Su Jiang's identity. Although the commotion Su Jiang caused on campus yesterday was already significant, his name wasn't yet widely known among these new students. But with her announcement, everyone now knew Su Jiang was this year's top college entrance exam scorer. Everyone turned to look at Su Jiang with astonished expressions. Who would have thought this guy is this year's top college entrance exam scorer? I heard the top scorer beat Sun Huahua in just 5 seconds yesterday. Wow! Is that true? That's insane. I wasn't at school yesterday, so I missed it. What a bummer. I was on the playground yesterday and saw it, but I didn't get to see anything. Su Jiang moved so fast before anyone could react, he was standing right in front of Sun Huahua, gun pointed straight at him. It was so cool. Many people stared at Su Jiang as if he were some kind of rare animal. Su Jiang, however, wore a wry smile as he stood up and introduced himself. My name is Su Jiang. In truth, he said nothing beyond his name. What surprised them was that after all this nonsense, Su Jinsu slowly nodded. Su, you've spoken well. With that, starting today, you'll be our class monitor. Completely bewildered, Su Jiang accepted this weighty responsibility. The rest of the class didn't object. After all, even Sun Huahua had been beaten into submission, let alone the rest. After the quick introductions, Su Jinsu seemed to have something else on her mind. She turned to the class and spoke slowly. The rest of the time is yours to spend as you wish. Tomorrow morning at 6, we'll assemble in the classroom and head to military training. Class monitor, you'll handle organizing the military training arrangements. I'll be heading out now. Watching Su Jin slip away, Su Jiang felt a sudden sense of unease. He glanced at his classmates, all gazing at him with admiring eyes, and his expression grew dry. Damn it. Whether in his past life or this one, he'd always been the type to stay out of the spotlight. Now this heavy responsibility had suddenly landed on his shoulders. It felt like a death sentence. He recalled hearing that being a squad leader at this martial god Beastmaster University was no easy task. Moreover, this position seemed to carry certain other implications. But why had Su Jin handed this position directly to him the moment she arrived? Could it be she had some ulterior motive? This thought led Su Jiang to recall Li Yong, who called himself the know-it-all of martial god Beastmaster University. He summoned him over. What exactly does this class monitor do? Listening to Su Jiang's question, Li Yong scrutinized him closely before speaking.
Besides assisting teachers in managing classmates daily, the class leader is, on one hand, the acknowledged strongest fighter in the class. On the other hand, it relates to military training. Issues like each class's treatment during training, as well as logistics and supplies, all fall under the class monitor's purview. Leaning closer to Su Jiang, Li Yong spoke slowly. Boss, I'll tell you this, but don't repeat it to anyone else. All these things are ultimately decided by the fists and feet of each class leader. You could say the class leader's strength is absolutely crucial for this military training. I heard platoon leaders even get opportunities to participate in some extremely special missions for the school. Not just anyone can handle that. Fought for with fists and feet? Huh, that's really interesting. Su Jiang chuckled. He found himself looking forward to seeing how tomorrow's military training would unfold. Chapter 162, The Culling begins. While Su Jiang and the others were still preparing for military training, Su Jinsu had already arrived at Luo Wudi's office. Her expression was complex as she looked at Luo Wudi before her. Principal, we've appointed Su Jiang as class monitor as per your request. Hearing this, Luo Wudi nodded slowly. That's truly excellent. If you hadn't forcibly appointed him as class leader, he would undoubtedly have slacked off during the upcoming military training. Luo Wudi's words reached Su Jinsu's ears, and she looked at him, her tone tinged with a hint of hesitation. But principal, is this truly worth it? Is it truly fair to build Su Jiang's path to invincibility by sacrificing the futures of those other prodigies? Luo Wudi had already revised the military training rules, making this session far more rigorous than previous ones. The guiding principle was survival of the fittest, winner takes all. The goal was to forge Su Jiang's path to unrivaled dominance among his peers. After taking it all, Luo Wudi's plan would be: Su Jiang would then launch his campaign against sophomores, juniors, and even seniors. When Su Jiang finally emerges from this forge, it will mark the birth of a new powerhouse among the human race. But the cost seemed far too great. For those true powerhouses who fell on this path to invincibility, they would never reach their full potential in their lifetimes. Even their formidable talents would be utterly wasted. Facing Su Jinsu's question, Luo Wudi approached the window and spoke slowly. This is both Su Jiang's opportunity and theirs. If any of them can defeat Su Jiang, then everything Su Jiang possesses will be theirs. Early the next morning, everyone changed into their uniforms and sat in the classroom, awaiting the start of military training. Su Jiang felt a bit curious how exactly would this military training differ from the one he'd undergone back in college? Today, Su Jinsu arrived in combat boots and a full combat uniform. Her dashing appearance captured the hearts of countless male students, even causing Wu Hao beside him to swallow hard. Following Su Jinsu, the entire class approached a void. Su Jinsu began her introduction slowly. This void is our own, belonging exclusively to Martial God Beastmaster University. It has also served as the training ground for generations of military training. Soon, you will enter this void. Before commencing military training, we must first conduct a small test. However, this test may not only affect your military training but even your enrollment. Hearing Su Jinsu's subtly ominous words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They sensed something amiss, yet couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Yet as elite prodigies who had fought their way to the top from all corners of the land, how could they be intimidated by such a challenge? Though they were the cream of the crop, each possessed formidable skills. Fear? Surrender? Not in their vocabulary. Without hesitation, the students plunged headfirst into the void. Once inside the void, even Su Jiang was stunned by the sight before him. This void was vastly different from any they had encountered before. In the void of their District 13, even official forces struggled to maintain a presence here. It was an extremely difficult and precarious endeavor. Much less any other activities. Yet within the void of Martial God Beastmaster University, this expanse had been developed into something resembling a city. There were actual roads, residential buildings, and numerous structures. Though the ground remained as dark and lightless as the void itself, unique illumination methods ensured the surroundings were anything but pitch black. Wow, no wonder it's the Martial God Beastmaster University. Su Jiang stared in awe at the void, now almost transformed into a human-friendly habitat, sucking in a breath of astonishment. Had he not known the dangers lurking within the void, he might have mistaken it for another human settlement. It seemed that with enough power, one could truly achieve the most extraordinary feats. The void was now filled with vast clusters of students. Every student of Martial God Beastmaster University was a prodigy of the highest caliber. After all, none of those who had made it into the Martial God Beastmaster University were ordinary individuals. No instructors stood at the front of the classes, only the teachers of each class were present. In this world, only those with sufficient strength could serve as teachers, rendering the role of instructor unnecessary. At this moment, Su Jinsu served as both instructor and teacher. At Martial God Beastmaster University, every student possessed exceptional foundational skills and combat proficiency. They required no teacher to issue commands. Each stood in perfect formation, gazing straight ahead. At the very front stood a temporary podium. Seated at the very center of the platform was Luo Wudi. His expression was calm, yet his aura radiated power. The presence emanating from him was entirely different from when Su Jiang had met him privately before. Luo Wudi spoke slowly. Welcome, everyone, to my Martial God Beastmaster University. Strictly speaking, your current status does not qualify you as freshmen of our Wushan Beastmaster University. Because only those who truly endure this military training can be considered qualified students. If you're eliminated, you'll either have to choose another Beastmaster University or prepare to repeat the year. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They never imagined the Martial God Beastmaster University would impose such stringent requirements. Even after reporting to the school, they could still be sent back. As your lead drill instructor for this military training session, we'll now begin with a small pre-training game. Of course, those who fail this game will also be eliminated. This assessment will mirror the post-college entrance exam evaluations, testing both your personal aptitude and spirit beast metrics. If anyone spent this summer not diligently preparing, but instead cutting corners, indulging in pleasure, resulting in a decline in their stats compared to pre-exam levels, then you forfeit your eligibility for this military training from the very start. Many students sucked in a sharp breath. Several students who hadn't trained diligently over the break panicked, but it was already too late to do anything about it. On an enormous artificial sports field, all students would participate in collective tests organized by class. Among them, the most dazzling were the 3 elite classes, especially Su Jiang, this year's top college entrance exam scorer. They wanted to see just how much genuine talent Su Jiang, who had shattered the college entrance exam record, truly possessed. What unfolded next would become an unforgettable experience for every student present. Because they witnessed a true monster. Chapter 163, No need to pay for damages, right? Upon hearing Luo Wudi's words, Su Jiang didn't feel particularly surprised. After all, as the top Beastmaster University, Martial God Beastmaster University naturally demanded high standards and strictness. But when Su Jiang's gaze casually drifted to Wu Hao beside him, he instantly swallowed hard. Damn it, how could he have forgotten this guy was here too? But then he recalled the intensive training regimen he'd put Wu Hao through over the summer break. He felt his heart settle back into his chest. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Luo Wudi announced the testing rules. Each class will take the test together. A testing machine will display each person's score in front of them, with the focus being on efficiency. As for summoning arrays, deployment speed, and such, those won't be tested. As his words fell, the students from the regular class stepped forward. These testing rules differed drastically from those of the college entrance exams. What would be a perfect score in the college entrance exam was only considered a C grade at Martial God Beastmaster University. Above C rank lie B rank, A rank, S rank, and beyond S rank lies SS rank. As for SS rank, rather than a scoring standard, it felt more like a tale from legend. Its name is known, but its existence remains unseen. Over the years, no one has ever achieved it. Seeing such lofty standards, everyone realized today's test might not be simple. As their homeroom teacher, Zhao Shueya turned her head at that moment. What do you think? Do you all have confidence in achieving good results in this test and competition? I don't want any of our class to be expelled because of this. In response to Zhao Shueya's words, all the students naturally shouted in unison. Don't worry, teacher. I trained extra hard over summer break. Me too. I won't embarrass myself. Elite Class 3 is the strongest. Just as everyone was making their pledges, the test results for one class had already been released. As expected, this class had indeed encountered an unexpected issue. Out of 37 students in their class, 3 had test scores below the college entrance exam standard, earning them a D-grade classification. Facing this situation, Luo Wudi casually waved his hand. The 3 students were immediately escorted away and expelled in front of everyone. Their cries echoed across the playground. Principal, I'll train hard once school starts. Principal, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so irresponsible. Please don't expel me. As their shrill cries echoed, onlookers watched their departure with disdain. As prodigies from all corners of the land, they possessed not only extraordinary talent but also held themselves to the highest standards. Naturally, they looked down upon such lazy individuals. As the ordinary classes finished their assessments one by one, the pressure inevitably shifted to the elite class. After all, many students in those regular classes had achieved B-level evaluations, with even the lowest performing ones securing C levels. In the context of the college entrance exams, each of these could be considered a perfect score standard. Yet at this Martial God Beastmaster University, perfect scores were as common as dirt, and high marks were worthless. What do you think this year's top scorer will achieve? No idea. I heard his beast mastery hasn't been revealed yet. Must be pretty mysterious. Anyone who can defeat Sun Huahua head-on is definitely a formidable opponent. Trust me, he'll surprise us. Many were discussing Su Jiang, placing him on an extremely high pedestal. After all, not everyone here is a mindless fool. As a top-tier genius, he's well-rounded in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor skills. While his strategic prowess might not be the highest, it certainly isn't his weak point. Listening to the murmurs around him, Su Jiang let a faint smile touch his lips.
Truth be told, he was eager to test his own limits. He himself wasn't entirely sure just how strong he truly was now. Didn't today present him with the perfect opportunity? Luo Wudi shifted his gaze to Elite Class 3. Observing Su Jiang's composed demeanor, he took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Elite Class 3, proceed to the testing grounds. As the entire Elite Class 3 marched out, all eyes instantly focused on Su Jiang amidst the crowd. But with the title of top-scoring student in the college entrance exam, attracting a bit more attention was only natural. Not only the students present, but even his fellow Elite Class 3 classmates taking the test alongside him shifted their gaze toward Su Jiang. They all wanted to know just how formidable their classmate truly was. Before Su Jiang and his group took the stage, the highest score belonged to Chen Yong from Elite Class 2. His pure attack power test had reached an S rank, setting an unbreakable record among these students. Even Manhwa struggled to surpass it. But now, with Su Jiang's arrival, everyone had a new target. Boom, boom. Watching the testing apparatus suddenly rise before him, Su Jiang flexed his fingers. Under the gaze of everyone present, he lifted his head to look at Luo Wudi, who was watching them. Principal, if we break this thing, do we have to pay for it? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present stopped focusing on Su Jiang. Instead, they all looked at him and Luo Wudi in utter bewilderment. What kind of question is that? What kind of question was that? It should be noted that this testing apparatus was newly developed by the Martial God Beastmaster University. Not only did it incorporate a hardened Grade 2 alloy material, but it also possessed a powerful attack dampening effect against spirit beasts. The maximum reduction could reach 70%, meaning even spirit beasts summoned by many a rank beast tamers might not be able to destroy it. This test post is as solid as a rock. What surprised everyone even more was that, after a moment's thought, Luo Wudi shook his head at Su Jiang's absurd question. If you really manage to break it, then you won't have to pay for it. The crowd stared blankly at the two men. If Su Jiang had said this alone, it would have been pure posturing. Then Luo Wudi's response implied Su Jiang actually possessed the strength to shatter this pillar? Hearing this, Su Jiang flashed a radiant smile and nodded. No payout is fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy myself fully. At this, everyone's mouths twitched, shifting their skeptical gazes toward Su Jiang. They were eager to see whether this so-called ability to shatter test piles was pure bull or the real deal. Facing the skeptical stares of everyone present, Su Jiang sensed that almost no one believed his words. But as luck would have it, Su Jiang was exceptionally skilled at proving people wrong. Chapter 164, A Slap in the Face. The test commenced as summoning arrays unfolded behind the crowd. Emerging from these arrays were all manner of strange and wondrous spirit beasts. The most eye-catching were the spirit beasts of Wu Hao and Su Jiang. The rest were all at least B-grade spirit beasts. After all, to even attend the Martial God Beastmaster University, one's innate talent had to be at least B-grade. Thus, the spirit beasts they contracted were also B-grade. But some were different. Take the classmate beside Wu Hao, for instance. While he summoned an A-grade Swiftwind Mad Wolf, Wu Hao summoned an F-rank skeleton. That lonely skeleton frame, that frail, emaciated form. Everyone had no doubt that the Swiftwind Mad Wolf beside him could use his skeleton for sharpening its teeth. Su Jiang was even more absurd. There was literally nothing beside him. Not even a trace of a summoning array appeared, as if he had no intention of summoning anything at all. Everyone who hadn't known Su Jiang's background before was stunned. Where's Su Jiang's spirit beast? I don't see it. Did you see it? I get the feeling he didn't bring one at all. Did he even summon it? What's going on? It was already crazy enough that he just said he'd shatter this test pillar, but now he's not even summoning a spirit beast? Not even bringing a spirit beast to the test? That's just arrogant. Sure, he's this year's top scholar, but he shouldn't humiliate people like this. No way. We need to teach him a lesson. Hearing the murmurs around him, Su Jiang's lips twitched. A wave of profound injustice quietly welled up within him. Did he not want to summon a spirit beast? Did he refuse to become a beast master? His spirit sea had shattered. He genuinely couldn't summon anything. But thankfully, his good brother Wu Hao was there. Yes, the reason Su Jiang could remain so relaxed at this moment was precisely because Wu Hao stood beside him, drawing much of the attention away. As the owner of an F-rank spirit beast skeleton, Wu Hao's very presence at this Martial God Beastmaster University made everyone's minds fill with layers of dark speculation. Is he the illegitimate son of one of our school's presidents? But the competition didn't pause for their speculations. Instead, every student focused intently on the test pylon before them. The more deeply a beastmaster entered a state of intense combat focus, the more seamlessly they merged with their spirit beast, unleashing ever greater power. Gazing at the test post, Su Jiang slowly raised his palm, clenched it into a fist, then relaxed it. As he performed this sequence, a barrage of attacks erupted from the surrounding students, obscuring the sky. Some unleashed colossal force impacts, others channeled diverse elemental assaults, and some even summoned skills that called down thunderbolts from the heavens. It was clear that every individual at this Martial God Beastmaster University was no ordinary talent. Wu Hao's skeleton's shadow assault stood out strikingly. But at this moment, no one paid Wu Hao any mind. All eyes were fixed on Su Jiang. After all others had completed their tests, the entire crowd's gaze fixed on Su Jiang, who remained motionless. I'm curious to see what tricks this new top scholar has up his sleeve. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as Su Jiang surveyed the pillar before him, gently running his fingers over its surface. Su Jiang's right arm suddenly tensed, his biceps and forearm muscles bulging. He slammed his palm down hard onto the testing apparatus. Smack! The machine trembled slightly. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined Su Jiang's test would be so careless and utterly absurd. After all, the others had unleashed their most powerful attacks honed over a lifetime. Some had even achieved a deep connection with their spirit beasts to guarantee a favorable outcome. Yet Su Jiang hadn't even summoned a spirit beast, he just smacked the machine with one hand. What was the meaning of this? Did he hold the machine in such contempt? Beyond the students, many of the teachers overseeing the newcomers' tests furrowed their brows, casting displeased glances at Su Jiang. After all, they naturally favored students with talent. But they simply couldn't bring themselves to like those arrogant and condescending students. Facing this national top scorer who treated the test with such carelessness and lack of seriousness, they naturally couldn't muster much goodwill either. This top-ranked student is way too arrogant, not even summoning a spirit beast. How despicable. I agree. He may have some talent, but with such arrogance, what great things could he possibly achieve in the future? Does he think this is a fistfight? That a single slap can decide everything? Amidst the murmurs of candidates and teachers, the testing machinery detected that all instruments had registered force application and immediately responded with prompts. Test complete. Results: Machine 1 scored a grade, Machine 2 scored a grade, Machine 3 scored B grade. The test machine announced the students' scores, with the lowest being a B grade. One could only imagine what kind of freaks populated this elite class. Where is Wu Hao's position? Machine 17. Everyone turned to stare at Wu Hao with curiosity. They were eager to see what kind of score this pathetic F-grade skeleton could possibly achieve. After all, they couldn't help but look down on this thing. How could this kid possibly compare to them with just an F-grade piece of junk? But the moment after, the machine's announcement began. Machine 17's test result, a grade. What? Grade A? Impossible. How could that be? Is the machine broken? It's just an F-grade skeleton, a common spirit beast no one would want. How could it be a grade? It even scored higher than my own A-grade spirit beast test results. There's definitely foul play involved. If there isn't, I'll eat this machine whole. Su Jiang wasn't surprised by their reactions. Because the talent possessed by Wu Hao's skeleton stemmed from the spirit siphoning ability he had bestowed. It could continuously enhance attributes without any upper limit. It was a terrifyingly abnormal talent. Thus, the A-grade rating was entirely justified. Upon witnessing the commotion, Luo Wudi made no move to intervene. He knew a far greater uproar was imminent, and that was precisely when Luo Wudi would make his entrance. His gaze, complex and calculating, fixed upon Su Jiang. In the testing hall, the machine announcing the results finally reached the final test subject, Su Jiang. Machine number 38 scored. Chapter 165, everyone's numb. Machine number 38 scored. The electronic voice, which had been announcing results smoothly up until now, seemed to freeze when it reached Su Jiang's machine, unable to utter a single word. This scene immediately caused every student to frown and stare at the machine. What the hell is going on? Could it be a machine malfunction? How could the broadcast fail? I told you so. That F-grade skeleton must have been a machine glitch. Otherwise, how could an F-grade spirit beast possibly meet A-grade standards? The crowd murmured among themselves, casting strange glances at Su Jiang. They never imagined that Su Jiang, in a moment of arrogance, would try to show off by not even summoning his spirit beast and instead slapping the machine. And now the machine malfunctions? What kind of nonsense is this? Passed? That kid got lucky. Otherwise, having his grades exposed in front of everyone would have been a huge embarrassment. Everyone looked at Su Jiang with pity. But in the very next moment, a jarring clang of metal colliding echoed in their ears. Squeak squeak. When the sound erupted, no one could pinpoint its origin. They finally located the source, the testing machine in front of Su Jiang. The next instant, a thunderous roar filled the air. Boom! The testing machine that had stood before Su Jiang instantly collapsed and disintegrated. Clang, clang. The machine's screws rolled several times across the floor before coming to rest on the steps. Everyone stared at Su Jiang and the now destroyed testing machine with looks of horror and disbelief. Everyone knew how sturdy this machine was. Yet now, it had actually shattered completely under what appeared to be a single, effortless slap from Su Jiang. Was it that the machine was poorly made, or was the force behind Su Jiang's slap beyond that of an ordinary person? This can't be real. How is that possible? That machine was indestructible even to an A-rank beastmaster. Good heavens! Does that mean his single blow surpasses an A-rank beastmaster? This machine is faulty. We must thoroughly investigate it. Though everyone present was an elite prodigy, accustomed to witnessing extraordinary feats,
But someone as formidable as Su Jiang, they'd never seen his like before. In the past, they were the ones challenging others' worldviews and perceptions. But now, their worldviews and understanding had been utterly shattered. Manhwa stared at the scattered testing equipment on the ground, swallowing hard with a dry throat. The look in his eyes toward Su Jiang had shifted from fierce determination to something closer to fear. Recalling his provocation of Su Jiang just yesterday, he desperately wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Su Jiang, thanking him for sparing his life. Had that slap landed squarely on his own face, Manhwa feared he would have been finished right then and there. Many students now began to question whether there was something wrong with the machine. After all, they believed their own talents were already pushing the limits of human potential. But Su Jiang's performance was simply too terrifying to ignore, making it hard for them not to doubt. At that moment, Luo Wudi also stepped down from the podium and approached the testing machine. He spoke slowly. The testing machine did indeed sustain damage to its core components after being subjected to immense force. However, the machine itself is functioning perfectly fine. This test is now complete. Su Jiang's test result is SS grade. Whoa! Hearing Luo Wudi's words, everyone stared at Su Jiang with looks of utter shock. After all, Luo Wudi was a figure who walked tall throughout the entire human race. With his endorsement, everyone now knew Su Jiang's achievement was earned through sheer physical prowess. Is he even human? Could he possibly be something other than a human-shaped tyrannosaurus or a humanoid spirit beast? A pure, unadulterated monster. Under the stunned gazes of the entire arena, Su Jiang slowly clapped his hands. Truth be told, he hadn't even exerted his full strength just now. He hadn't used a single skill that enhanced his abilities. That palm strike was delivered purely through the power of his physical body. However, it seemed that the Hunyuan Gong he was cultivating had now generated a special force. It could shatter objects from within, propelling Su Jiang's strength to new heights. This first experiment had completely wrecked a priceless testing machine. What an extraordinarily expensive lesson. After Su Jiang's single blow, no one felt like watching the rest of the tests. Even the student who had reached S rank now stared at Su Jiang with terror in his eyes. He was naturally endowed with immense strength and had contracted a spirit beast renowned for brute force. Yet, even with these advantages, he had only achieved an S rank rating. The gap between him and Su Jiang's SS rank was nothing short of astronomical. The more knowledgeable one was, the more they understood just how formidable Su Jiang's strike had been. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Su Jiang, his breath coming in ragged gasps. At that moment, he desperately wanted to be by Su Jiang's side, eager to learn from him. He could sense the boundless power concealed beneath Su Jiang's youthful, seemingly unremarkable physique. If possible, he wanted to invite Su Jiang to the school gym. The two of them could train together properly. This guy is seriously impressive. Grandpa really wasn't lying to me. Li Xiu stared blankly at the pile of debris before Su Jiang, completely dumbfounded. He had thought yesterday's swift defeat of Manhwa was Su Jiang's limit, but he never imagined that was merely the tip of the iceberg. This single palm strike shattering the testing machine was merely an appetizer for Su Jiang. Now he finally understood why grandfather had insisted he stick close to Su Jiang. It turned out that Su Jiang truly carried the future of the entire human race on his shoulders. Alright, I was blind not to recognize your true worth before. Li Xiu muttered to himself, his eyes burning with intensity as he fixed them on Su Jiang. But from now on, you're the big brother I, Li Xiu, have chosen to follow. You're not getting away. Li Xiu, eager to become his subordinate, now seemed to glimpse the bright future of his Li family. After all, often in life, getting along well with the right people matters more than being good at what you do. Choosing the right big brother was crucial. This time, he'd also learned from inside sources that the next phase would be the distribution of supplies. This time would be even more brutal, a true survival of the fittest. Those lacking strength would become stepping stones for others. Fortunately, he was now in the same squad as Su Jiang. Watching Su Jiang stand tall and proud, Li Xiu felt a powerful sense of security wash over him. Secure. Everything was secure. Chapter 166, Training commences. When Su Jiang returned to the classroom, the gaze of his classmates shifted instantly. The curiosity and scrutiny that had filled their eyes vanished abruptly. What remained was respect, tinged with a hint of fear. Damn, the class monitor is amazing. He's actually this strong. No wonder they say the class monitor aced the college entrance exam. He truly deserves it. What class monitor? This is my big bro, got it? Watching Li Xiu interject with that remark, Su Jiang couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. But after hearing the other's heartfelt words yesterday, he could sense that this young man's intentions weren't inherently bad, just a momentary burst of youthful recklessness. So Su Jiang chose not to dwell on yesterday's incident. To the classmates around him who offered praise, Su Jiang merely shook his head. It's nothing. I believe all of you will achieve it in the future. Hearing Su Jiang's words of consolation, those around him felt even more disheartened. This consolation was worse than no consolation at all. This meant that even in the future, they would only be as good as Su Jiang was now. The gap was too vast.
What happened to their so-called privileged status as the darlings of heaven in the first half of their lives? Had it all gone to waste? Jiang sat among the crowd, watching the exams proceed one after another.
In the end, 13 students from the entire Martial God Beastmaster University were sent back to their original regions.
Their futures lay either in enrolling at other Beastmaster academies or repeating the year.
But now, due to their laziness and regression, they had severed all ties with this premier institution.
Jiang, of course, wholeheartedly approved of this outcome.
He knew that on this path of cultivation, stagnation meant regression. Without the courage to go all in and give it your all, you'd inevitably be overtaken by others sooner or later. Rather than face that fate, it was better to switch tracks from the very beginning. After all tests were completed, Luo Wuti, clad in combat gear, stepped onto the podium.
Ahem.
At the sound of his clearing throat, everyone stood up and turned to look at him with attention. Luo Wuti was immensely satisfied with this scene, though what he was about to say next would likely not be well received by his fellow students.
Fellow students, our pre-enrollment activities are now complete. What follows is the military training program of Wuxing Yuzhou University.
While there will be a certain attrition rate, I believe that as long as each of you diligently and earnestly completes this training, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, during this training, you will gain countless valuable lessons that will accompany you throughout your future career's precious lessons for your entire lives. Naturally, the group harbored no doubts about Luo Wuti's words. After all, what was Luo Wuti standing? Would he stoop to deceiving a bunch of greenhorns? This military training will take place within this void space and will last approximately 2 weeks. All your food, clothing, lodging, and transportation during these 2 weeks will be provided entirely within this void by our Martial God Beastmaster Academy. However, while these supplies are provided to you, how they are distributed will depend entirely on your own abilities. But that's all for later.
For now, let's begin training. As Luo Wuti's words faded, every class sprang into action. Jiang's Elite Class 3, led by Zhao Shuiyao, naturally commenced the first day of military training. Yet for Jiang, the day's training regimen felt downright childish. Because today's training was focused on physical conditioning.
Indeed, the philosophy of Martial God Beastmaster University was exceptionally advanced and well developed from the outset. After all, for a powerful beast tamer, one's physical condition absolutely could not be lacking, it had to be robust and formidable. But their standards were exceptionally high, scarily high. It could be said that any student from the Martial God Beastmaster University, if placed in the outside world, would rival the top athletes. One can only imagine how grueling this training truly is. During training, many students experienced various issues, some of them quite severe. For instance, some fainted on the spot, while others suffered severe fractures. What felt even more despairing, however, was that this Martial God Beastmaster University served as the cradle for the nation's most powerful beastmasters. There are far too many powerful healing-type beast tamers here. Therefore, as soon as someone was injured, they were immediately healed and returned to training. The training grounds on this very first day were filled with cries of agony.
Phew, phew, phew. Ouch, boss, this is brutal. This is even tougher than when you trained me before. I'm about to collapse.
Wu Hao groaned as he jogged alongside Jiang.
Jiang couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
He had already raised the academic standards as high as possible, but he never imagined that the Martial God Beastmaster University would demand even more. It truly proved that strict teachers produce outstanding students. Even Leng Xi's stunningly beautiful face was now covered in beads of sweat, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pallor. Noticing this, Jiang quietly slipped behind Leng Xi and placed his hand on her back. Don't get the wrong idea, Jiang wasn't making a pass at her. His hands were already glowing faintly with starlight. He was using the Moonlight Rabbit Star Healing to restore her condition. Feeling the warm, large hand on her back, the icy expression on Leng Xi's face instantly flushed crimson. As for the others in the crowd, forget noticing Jiang's actions. These prodigies were utterly exhausted, lying like dead dogs, barely able to crawl. After a full day of training concluded, everyone collapsed onto the field, utterly devoid of any semblance of dignity. Forget about being handsome or beautiful, or maintaining their idol personas. Some were even sticking out their tongues like pugs, gasping for breath. Today had been unbearably grueling, exhausting, and agonizing. Just then, Luo Wuti's resonant voice rang out once more. Students, you've worked incredibly hard today. Now, the main event of our first day of military training is about to begin. At Wuxing Beastmaster University, we've always believed in the law of the jungle survival of the fittest. This training camp is no exception. The living conditions of each class's dormitory, the treatment they receive, and whether the supplies you receive are truly delicious, that's entirely up to you to decide. Now, we proceed to the first supply distribution competition of this training session. Class leaders, please come forward to the podium. Chapter 167, Survival of the Fittest. Damn it, are they calling me? Jiang's eyes widened as he stared at Luo Wuti. He never imagined this would involve him. He'd been thinking this training was pretty easy, just get through today's drills, then sleep soundly. Then, once school started, he could figure out how to expand this spirit beast related business into the school.
But now, out of nowhere, he was being called up?
But as the class monitor, Su Jiang had no choice but to step up to the podium. When he reached the podium, he saw the class presidents from other classes already standing there. Luo Wuti smiled warmly at them and spoke slowly. Being elected class president proves that you are the cream of the crop in your class, whether it be in strength or other abilities. Therefore, at this moment, you must make a choice on behalf of your class. Luo Wuti swept his hand through the air, instantly projecting two virtual VR displays. One depicted accommodations comparable to a luxury hotel, with only 2 people per room and exceptionally comfortable beds. The other showed dormitory-style rooms housing 8 to 10 people, with bunk beds made of steel frames barely adequate for living. On one side, you'd be eating deliciously prepared meals crafted by professional chefs. The other offered meals barely better than frozen dinners just edible.
After witnessing the stark contrast between the two, many students gasped in disbelief.
After all, they were the cream of the crop from their respective regions, and hardship was largely foreign to them. Now, seeing this stark contrast, everyone's desire for the first set of living conditions grew even stronger. At this moment, Luo Wuti chose to pour fuel on the fire, making the situation even more tense. He lifted his head to face the 12 people before him. Besides Su Jiang, 11 other class leaders had gathered here. Among them was Chen Yong, who had achieved an S rank in the previous attack power assessment.
The look in Chen Yong's eyes as he gazed at Su Jiang now held no hostility whatsoever.
Instead, they burned with fervor and longing. Seeing the other man's muscles bulging even more impressively than his own, Su Jiang felt his ass clench.
Had he somehow ended up in Sichuan?
The intense exchange between the two went unnoticed by the others, as everyone's attention was focused on the words slowly spoken by Luo Wuti.
But what kind of treatment will the students from each class receive next? It all depends on how you class representatives perform.
At these words, everyone immediately focused their attention on their own class monitor. After all, they were human beings with material desires. They all wanted to eat well and live comfortably. Especially during military training, which was already grueling enough. Today, they were utterly exhausted, like dead dogs. If they had to sleep on hard cots crammed with 8 or even 10 people, that would be downright miserable.
Principal, how is he supposed to decide on this?
It could only be said that Chen Yong perfectly embodied Su Jiang's impression of someone who was all brawn and no brains. Luo Wuti glanced at him before speaking slowly. The first round of resource allocation is quite straightforward. The 12 of you will compete to determine the strongest among you. The strongest gets to choose first. Then the second strongest gets to choose, followed by the third, and so on until the last one. Whoever's left gets whatever remains. Gentlemen, take note, this contest isn't just for yourselves. It's for your classmates, and especially for the girls in your class. Honestly, after a hard day of training, if you could just lie down on a soft bed and get some good rest, or even take a hot bath, I bet it would make you feel so much better, wouldn't you agree? Though Luo Wuti's words seemed directed at everyone, his gaze was fixed intently on Su Jiang. Damn it, is this old man calling me out? Su Jiang took a deep breath. But as he pictured the scene Luo Wuti described, he made up his mind instantly. This top spot? Su Jiang was determined to claim it. The other 11 squad leaders exchanged glances upon hearing this, their eyes flashing with dangerous intent and eager anticipation. After all, they were all 18 years old, renowned prodigies in their own right. At this age of boundless ambition and youthful recklessness, they had arrived at the strongest university in the entire human federation. It would be impossible for them to lack ambition and aspiration. Gentlemen, please take the stage. As Luo Wuti finished speaking, a massive arena materialized before Su Jiang and the others. Its material was exceptionally sturdy, clearly built for this very purpose. He turned to the surrounding crowd of students and shouted loudly. Classmates! For a better life tonight, for a comfortable few days ahead, won't you cheer on your class monitor? Go, class leader! Go, class leader! Go, class monitor! You're the coolest! Among all the cheering voices, none were louder than those of Su Jiang's classmates. They believed Su Jiang's skills alone made him a sure winner in this match. After all, even Sun Huahua wasn't his match, let alone anyone else. Once they reached the stage, no one made a move. Instead, they waited for Luo Wuti to announce the rules. Up until now, Luo Wuti hadn't revealed the actual rules for this ring match. This arena match takes place every 3 days, and the rules remain exactly the same each time. You are free to form teams and coordinate with one another as you choose. The match concludes when the sole victor emerges. The last victor holds the highest priority in selection. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jiang felt the previously warring glances around him suddenly unite in solidarity. Suddenly, hostile gazes landed on Su Jiang, causing his expression to darken as he shot a look at Luo Wuti. He never imagined Luo Wuti would pull this stunt on him. Damn it, shifting the blame, huh? Faced with the current situation, there was no time left to criticize Luo Wuti. As the opponent stepped down from the stage, the other class leaders exchanged glances before nodding heavily in unison, fixing their gaze squarely on Su Jiang. Clearly, they had a clear understanding of their own capabilities. If they couldn't defeat Su Jiang one-on-one, then they'd just have to take him on together. Sue, we're terribly sorry, but the girls in our class really need this spot.
Sue, I feel the same. My goddess trained so hard today she deserves a proper rest. Chapter 168, all at once or one by one? What kind of talk is this?
Listening to the sanctimonious excuses people made before attacking, Su Jiang slowly raised a questioning eyebrow.
Damn it, if you want to be a bootlicker, be a bootlicker. But using my name to justify your own actions? That's where you cross the line.
Su Jiang shot a speechless glance at the other squad leaders around him before speaking slowly.
So today, everyone here intends to eliminate me first?
11 class leaders, including Xinyong, exchanged glances and nodded in unison.
Yes, Sue, your strength and power are too terrifying. We don't think we stand a chance against you one-on-one.
Therefore, for the sake of both ourselves and our class, we ask for your cooperation.
After speaking, the 11 formed a tight circle, completely surrounding Su Jiang.
Luo Wuti, who had long since left the arena, watched the scene from above, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
I just want to see what kind of strength you possess when cornered like this. Can you still hide it? As Su Jiang's mentor, having witnessed his growth firsthand, Luo Wuti possessed a clear understanding of his true capabilities. He knew this kid's true potential could never match what he'd shown during the tests back then. If it did, he wouldn't be Su Jiang.
The scene on the stage was witnessed by every student present. The entire elite class 3 exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of panic and bewilderment in the other's eyes. Even Sun Huahua, who usually didn't get along with Su Jiang, looked grim and shouted.
This is unfair. It's rigged. How can 11 people gang up on one? What kind of game is this?
The class monitor's in such a bad spot.
1 against 11? What's he supposed to do? Class president, hang in there. We really don't want to stay in that crappy house.
Their voices carried to the ears of students from other nearby classes, who all turned to stare at the elite class 3 students with expressions of schadenfreude. There was nothing to be done. Su Jiang had simply been too strong and too conspicuous before. As the saying goes, if you don't make people jealous, you're just mediocre.
There were simply too many who envied Su Jiang.
So when they saw him being targeted by every other class monitor, many couldn't help but laugh.
Because Su Jiang was just too formidable.
If they didn't gang up on him, none of them stood a chance.
Ha, that college entrance exam champion was so arrogant and cocky.
Now he's getting his comeuppance. Let him see what real power looks like. My guess is that this time, the elite class 3 will definitely be stuck in the crappiest 10-person dorm.
Just the metal bunk beds and shared bathrooms will be enough to give them a run for their money.
The meals they'll get will barely be edible, might as well stick to instant noodles.
Wonder how those delicate girls in the class will handle it?
Listening to the crowd's gloating remarks, the elite class 3 students seethed with anger, yet they had no rebuttal. Not a single person present believed Su Jiang possessed the strength to defeat the class captains of the other 11 classes. Class captains were already the strongest in their classes, and now they were fighting for honor. They would spare no effort. One could only imagine the sheer combat power unleashed by these elite prodigies. Even if Su Jiang had become the top scorer on the college entrance exam, taking on 11 opponents alone was still nothing short of a fairy tale.
Su, since that's the case, I'll have to offend you.
The student apologized to Su Jiang first. After all, as class presidents and the strongest in their respective classes, they still valued their basic dignity and pride.
But now?
For the sake of profit, such things could be cast aside. If they were going to gang up on Su Jiang without regard for martial ethics, at least a warning beforehand was the least they could offer. Then, under everyone's gaze, 11 summoning arrays instantly surged forth from the stage. From these summoning circles emerged a variety of summoned spirit beasts. There was the colossal ox demon, whose form resembled a mountain. There was the thunderous wrath, an embodiment of lightning itself. And even the Death Knight, a super-tier upgrade of the F-rank skeleton. All were top-tier spirit beasts, each possessing entirely distinct functions and specializations. If these 11 individuals formed a team, they could confidently take on even high-level void realms. Yet the target this group had set their sights on was none other than Su Jiang alone. Surveying the group around him, Su Jiang nodded. Far from panicking, he spoke with genuine interest.
Interesting. Truly interesting.
Let me see just how much of a storm you lot can stir up when you all come at me together.
Whoa.
Su Jiang's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the crowd. Staring at him in disbelief, they watched in stunned silence. After all, in this situation, Su Jiang wasn't flustered at all. He was remarkably calm. Regardless of his actual strength, this mindset alone was something they could learn from. Beyond the individuals involved, the surrounding classmates were even more stunned. As members of their own class, they knew full well just how formidable the class monitor they had elected truly was. But now, facing the onslaught of 11 class presidents, Su Jiang could still utter such words. Was he genuinely composed, or had fear rendered him speechless? Su Jiang stood there alone, surrounded by a swarm of powerful spirit beasts. It seemed as though at any moment, they would tear him to shreds and devour him whole. Luo Wuti watched the scene unfold with keen interest. This was the first trial he had set for Su Jiang. The other 11 squad leaders, though individually weaker than Su Jiang, But collectively, whether in team coordination, combat awareness, or overall capability, they far surpassed Su Jiang.
Su Jiang's task was to defeat their combined forces head-on, marking the first step on his path to invincibility. The 11, accompanied by their spirit beasts, completely surrounded Su Jiang. At their command, Su Jiang would be swallowed by these 11 colossal, peerlessly powerful spirit beasts. Under the gaze of thousands, Su Jiang slowly cracked his neck and spoke calmly. In that case, let's get this show on the road. Swish. In the next instant, a gentle breeze began to stir across the arena. In less than 5 seconds, the gentle breeze had transformed into a raging storm that howled around them. Whoosh whoosh. Amidst the howling gale, Su Jiang's body began to unleash bolt after bolt of lightning. He lifted his eyes, coldly fixing his gaze upon the 11 figures in the arena. You come one at a time or all together? Chapter 169, The Wind Rises. When the wind first began to stir, the students looked around in confusion. What's happening? Why is the wind picking up? But as the howling wind grew louder, drowning out nearly every sound, every single freshman training in the void turned to stare at Su Jiang atop the stage, their faces frozen in terror. For the raging wind was caused by Su Jiang. The spot where Su Jiang stood was the very eye of this powerful storm. Now, Su Jiang was not merely surrounded by swirling winds, lightning itself lashed relentlessly against his body. He seemed to have transformed into a deity, commanding two of nature's most terrifying forces. Seeing Su Jiang's display, the others' expressions shifted, and they swallowed hard. Though they were all prodigies who had come to this martial god beast-taming university, it must be said that even among prodigies, there were differences. Some scored a perfect 100 because the maximum was 100, others scored a perfect 100 because 100 was the absolute limit they could achieve. Su Jiang clearly belonged to the former category. Kid, looks like you're getting serious now. Luo Wuti watched Su Jiang's display, first nodding with satisfaction, then hastily raising layer upon layer of defensive barriers. He knew that once Su Jiang unleashed his power, the destructive force would be beyond comparison with anyone else his age. If the damage spilled beyond the ring and harmed innocents, the responsibility would fall squarely on his shoulders. Swish swish swish. As 5 blue light walls rose, Luo Wuti finally exhaled slowly. These barriers were similar to the previous fire ion barriers, except this time they were neutral in nature. If anyone was the most shocked, it was the 11 class presidents standing before Su Jiang. As the strongest fighters in their respective classes, even among the strongest in ordinary classes. Outside, they were geniuses who could slaughter their way through anything, let alone here where 2 members of the elite classes were present. Now, as they stared at Su Jiang before them, their expressions shifted repeatedly. Finally, Chen Yong, widely acknowledged as the strongest among them, stepped forward slowly. He looked at Su Jiang before him and spoke deliberately. Su, I never expected you to have this up your sleeve. But aren't you going to summon your spirit beast? Everyone watched Su Jiang's reaction, expecting him to act or summon his spirit beast. To their surprise, Su Jiang shook his head and declared directly. Cut the nonsense. Get on with it. Save me the trouble. Hearing this, the expressions of the 11 class leaders changed, as did those of the students watching below. They were about to call Su Jiang's bluff, but upon seeing the terrifying aura emanating from him, they swallowed their words. Only the students from Elite Class 3 cheered loudly for Su Jiang. Go, Class Monitor. Class Leader, you're the strongest. Go, Su Jiang. The last voice belonged to Sun Huahua. Though he and Su Jiang didn't get along, as a martial arts enthusiast, he couldn't stand by and watch 11 people gang up on one. Chen Yong, what should we do? This doesn't look good. The 11 class presidents whispered among themselves. Finally, they turned to Su Jiang and nodded firmly. In that case, Su, we'll have to take offense. As the words fell, a thundercloud crackling with lightning, a massive tree stump, and a slender 6-tailed fox materialized. They launched a surprise attack toward Su Jiang, unleashing their respective skills simultaneously. This was the tactic, or rather, the strategy they had just agreed upon. After all, the geniuses from various regions who had made it into this martial god beastmaster university were certainly no fools. Any notion of wearing him down with a series of one-on-one battles was immediately dismissed. They were all intelligent individuals. How could they possibly defeat Su Jiang by taking turns? But they didn't truly believe Su Jiang could take on all 11 of them alone. They also wanted to prove themselves. Thus, they decided to send 3 class leaders to confront him simultaneously. Facing the assault from these 3 class leaders, Su Jiang merely nodded and slowly offered his critique. Well done. Though your strength is a bit lacking. Hearing Su Jiang's assessment, the 3 spirit beast tamers shouted in unison. What nonsense are you spouting? You may be the top scholar, but we have 3 of us. Exactly. You won't be so cocky in a minute. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air. A bolt of lightning shot toward Su Jiang, while clusters of blue flames erupted beside the 6-tailed fox. The massive tree stump instantly vanished beneath the earth, its form disappearing entirely. Su Jiang, who should have summoned his spirit beast to fight, remained standing in place. Though whirlwinds swirled around him and thunder roared overhead, he seemed utterly unfazed. What? Is he stupid? Doesn't even know to dodge. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The class leader of the elite class can't even summon a spirit beast. You guys think he doesn't even know how to use the spirit beast summoning array? That's why he only beat the test machine last round, now he's just standing here getting beaten up? Seeing Su Jiang show no reaction, many began mocking him as they waited for the attack to land. In their minds, spirit beasts were the very foundation and key to combat. Yet Su Jiang's spirit beast still hadn't appeared. His defeat seemed inevitable. Unlike the others, however, some students who had witnessed Su Jiang's brutal beating of Sun Huahua suddenly perked up. They recalled the scene from that day, especially Sun Huahua himself. Seeing the smug expressions on the faces of these three spirit beast tamers, he knew Su Jiang had this one in the bag. He let out a slow sigh. Ah, my foolish classmates. With your skills, you dare challenge Su Jiang? You'd be lucky to beat me, Sun Huahua. A massive tree stump burst from the ground beneath Su Jiang's feet, and a vine shot out, coiling directly toward him. Simultaneously, thunderbolts unleashed from the dark clouds crashed down before him, threatening to reduce him to charcoal. The blue flames of the six-tailed fox were no less formidable. 3 attacks struck in rapid succession, their coordination seamless. Though it was their first time fighting together, they were all local prodigies with combat talents maxed out. Their teamwork was textbook perfect. Unfortunately, their textbook perfect execution met a monster beyond the syllabus. Then I won't hold back. Su Jiang spoke slowly as he observed the 3 attacks before him. In the next instant, his figure vanished from his original position and reappeared atop the dark cloud. Amidst the stunned gazes of the others, Su Jiang's hand was enveloped in a swirling mass of lightning as he brought it crashing down upon the dark cloud. Boom! Chapter 170, Treating Spirit Beasts Like Toys? Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed. The blinding flash of lightning nearly forced everyone to shut their eyes. When everyone's vision cleared, they saw Su Jiang had already landed on the ground. The dark cloud that had been hovering in the sky moments before now lay motionless on the ground. The squad leader who had summoned the cloud instantly dropped to his knees, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Clearly, the injury to his spirit beast had affected him profoundly. Su Jiang now looked down at the cloud at his feet, picking it up with keen interest. When he had struck it with his fist moments ago, the cloud had unleashed lightning in retaliation. The lightning's power sent a tingling sensation through his entire body. This piqued Su Jiang's interest. Given his current physical condition and defenses, if it could make him tingle, then its offensive power was absolutely not to be underestimated. With that thought, Su Jiang shot a mischievous glance at the other 2 spirit beasts. After all, he hadn't intended to reveal too many secrets in front of everyone at first. This was the best way to fight. Only when Su Jiang picked up the dark cloud, holding it like a dead dog in his hand, did all the students finally react. Recalling Su Jiang's monstrous display moments ago, their lips trembled uncontrollably, yet no words came out. Instant kill? And against a spirit beast? How is that even possible? And that thundercloud spirit was wiped out in an instant? That's terrifying. He didn't even summon a spirit beast and still took out one person? Is this guy even human? All the students murmured among themselves. But Su Jiang, the very center of their whispers, looked at the thundercloud spirit in his hand and spoke slowly. Enough, stop playing dead. I know you're not unconscious. Yes, as someone with the system, Su Jiang knew these spirit beasts inside out. Hearing this, the thundercloud spirit couldn't feign unconsciousness any longer. It lifted its neck to look at Su Jiang, its eyes filled with terror. It dared not utter a single word, terrified that Su Jiang might tear it apart and devour it. Fear had seeped into its very bones. The thunder and lightning swirling around that single punch seemed almost more terrifying than the spirit of thunderclouds itself. Poof. Not playing dead anymore? Well then, I'll give you a chance to avoid a beating. How does that sound? Upon hearing Su Jiang's words, the thundercloud spirit hastily nodded. After all, for him, it was better to see others die than himself. Better his ally took the beating than himself. But the one reacting even more strongly than the thundercloud spirit was its summoner. Watching his thundercloud spirit casually toyed within Su Jiang's hands, his eyes widened in shock. He wanted to use his Beastmaster authority to control the spirit of thunderclouds, but seeing Su Jiang's icy expression, he forced himself to hold back. He sensed that if he didn't comply with Su Jiang's wishes, the one to suffer might be his beloved spirit beast. Thus, the class monitor immediately began playing dead. After lifting the thundercloud spirit, Su Jiang pointed it at the 6-tailed fox and the stump-like spirit beast, speaking slowly. When I say discharge, you're to unleash your lightning at those 2. Got it? The thundercloud spirit nodded frantically, pecking like a chick at grain. It was genuinely terrified this man would drag it up and beat it senseless. This comical scene was naturally witnessed by everyone present. Luo Wudi's eye twitched uncontrollably. He never imagined Su Jiang could come up with such an absurd plan. Using someone else's spirit beast as a weapon? Are you even human? That's no better than a beast. But recalling Su Jiang's twisted behavior, Luo Wudi kept his mouth shut. Because it seemed that such a tactic was beyond the capabilities of anyone but Su Jiang. Watching the spirit of thundercloud signal its cooperation, Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction.
In that case, let the battle commence. The moment the words left his mouth, both beast masters wore extremely solemn expressions as they commanded their spirit beasts to attack Su Jiang. From their earlier skirmish, they'd already realized they were no match for Su Jiang. This time, however, Su Jiang chose to take the initiative. Without using any spirit beast skills, he overwhelmed both creatures purely through sheer speed. Gazing at the massive tree stump that had vanished underground, Su Jiang sighed.
You got lucky this time.
I'll deal with you later. Simultaneously, he grasped the thundercloud spirit in his hand, crushing it like a toy before bellowing.
Electrocute.
Under the stunned and horrified gazes of all the students, the thundercloud spirit, now Su Jiang's captive, was squeezed so hard it cried out in pain.
In an instant, a massive surge of electricity erupted around it.
Following the thunderclap, a thick pillar of light shot straight toward the six-tailed fox. Faced with this lightning that appeared before her eyes in an instant, the six-tailed fox was completely stunned. It never imagined its own ally would turn on it. What the hell was this? Even if it wanted to flee, its speed couldn't match Su Jiang's. The blue flames swirling around it proved utterly useless against this thunderous strike, which struck the fox directly.
Boom! A cloud of black smoke billowed, and Su Jiang could even catch the faint scent of roasted flesh.
Under the stunned gazes of all the students, the six-tailed fox was instantly killed by this single strike. The entire fox lay motionless on the ground, its fate unknown, while its beastmaster, equally helpless, sat slumped on the ground, his expression grim. Simultaneously, he shot a resentful glance at the spirit of the Thundercloud's beastmaster. But the Thundercloud spirit's beastmaster could only offer an awkward smile. What could he do? This was sheer trickery.
Is this even allowed? Isn't that against the rules? What kind of move is that?
Not only were the students stunned, but even the teachers on the field reacted this way.
They never imagined that Su Jiang's arrival would bring them such an unprecedented battle. But compared to the students' bewilderment, the shock in their eyes as they looked at Su Jiang was even more palpable.
They knew that even a single bolt of lightning released by the Thundercloud spirit possessed immense destructive power. Therefore, Su Jiang, who held the spirit of thunder in his hands, must undoubtedly be even greater lightning power. Yet he stood there, seemingly unaffected.
Was this body even human? Next up is you.
Su Jiang shot a glance at the six-tailed fox before using the thunder spirit to repeatedly pound the ground beneath his feet, though it seemed to have little effect. With that thought, Su Jiang casually tossed the spirit of the thundercloud aside and slowly cracked his knuckles.
If that's the case, I'll just have to do it myself. Chapter 171, Crushing.
The world-renowned great spirit beast, the spirit of thunderclouds, was discarded like trash. Beside Su Jiang lay another great spirit beast, second only to the thundercloud spirit, the six-tailed fox. Both spirit beasts had been instantly defeated by Su Jiang in a single encounter. Now all eyes were fixed on Su Jiang. What kind of power did this man possess, who had personally intervened? And what kind of monstrous beast was his spirit beast? Just imagine how formidable he is without even summoning a spirit beast. What would happen if he did? Feeling the stares of those around him, Su Jiang slowly began to undress. He had no choice. The only way to subdue this stump-like spirit beast was brute force. He planned to use the most primitive method to drag this thing out and beat it senseless.
That meant digging. You're so good at burrowing, aren't you?
Well, I'll be damned if I don't see which is fiercer, your burrowing or my digging. As Su Jiang's clothes fell away, his explosive physique was laid bare before everyone. Whether it was the chiseled muscles sculpted by his low body fat percentage, the broad latissimus dorsi, or the square, thick pectoralis major muscles. What drew the girl's attention most were the perfectly defined 8-pack abs etched across his midsection. The sheer thickness alone hinted at the immense power stored within those abdominal muscles. If he were to use them tonight, it was likely many female classmates would have blushed and swallowed hard. Yet as they lowered their heads, they couldn't help stealing glances at Su Jiang's physique from the corners of their eyes. The most excited and thrilled person in the crowd at that moment was undoubtedly another muscle-bound brute, Chen Yong. He stared at Su Jiang's physique, his admiration evident. Masterpiece. Absolute masterpiece. Those pecs are perfectly sculpted, and look at that back, those shoulders. I absolutely have to invite Su to hit the gym with me sometime. At that moment, he even abandoned his opposing stance toward Su Jiang, beginning to admire Su Jiang's physique with genuine appreciation. If Su Jiang had seen this scene, he would have immediately pulled his clothes back on while shouting, "Get lost, you bastard! Why haven't you summoned your spirit beast yet? His muscles under that shirt are nice, sure, but that won't help us find our target."
Exactly. What's Su planning to do?
Many were eagerly awaiting his response. Luo Wuti, however, had clearly guessed Su Jiang's plan and wore a pained expression. This arena was constructed in the void to replicate real-world conditions as closely as possible.
Since many things are extremely inconvenient in the void, this arena was necessary.
Naturally, the cost of constructing this arena was exorbitant. But now, after Su Jiang and the others had their little showdown, this entire arena was surely ruined. Still, witnessing this youngster's performance was worth it. Luo Wuti gazed at Su Jiang with intense fervor, as if he were witnessing the future of humanity. Su Jiang slowly crouched down. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he clenched his right arm. Instantly, his biceps and triceps bulged, and veins became faintly visible on his forearm. The next moment, he slammed a heavy punch onto the stage. A thunderous impact echoed, causing many to look toward the platform in confusion.
They had assumed this punch would be no more impactful than an ordinary person striking the ground, utterly harmless.
Yet the effect was astonishing. They could even feel a faint tremor beneath their own feet.
What's he trying to do? Is he planning to punch through the stage? It's not impossible. He hasn't summoned a spirit beast yet, maybe that's exactly what he's planning. A monster. He's definitely a monster. Unbelievable. The words had barely left their mouths when Su Jiang atop the stage began switching his fists in rapid succession. His arms moved so swiftly they left after images against the platform. Boom! 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 The once sturdy platform crumbled under Su Jiang's fists like paper, instantly forming a 2-meter-wide crater. Simultaneously, he turned his head, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he looked at the class monitor who had summoned the stump spirit beast. He spoke cheerfully. If you let it come out on its own now, I might go easy on it later. Faced with Su Jiang's words, the man's face paled, but then a hint of defiance flickered in his eyes. We're both class leaders, both top geniuses, why should I fear you? Besides, could you really punch through this stage? With that thought, he shook his head arrogantly and declared loudly. I absolutely refuse to concede defeat. If you're so confident, go find him yourself. Unless you punch through this stage today, you'll never find him. Seeing his opponent's attitude, Su Jiang, who had originally planned to hold back, nodded decisively. Fine. That suits me perfectly. Soon, everyone felt intense vibrations beneath their feet. Su Jiang delivered punch after punch onto the stage. Cracks began spreading outward in all directions, while clouds of dust were kicked up by his fists. Amidst the violent tremors, the swirling dust and flying debris each bore witness to just how utterly staggering Su Jiang's strength truly was. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined Su Jiang would choose such brute force to break through the stalemate. The once intact stage crumbled into a pitted mess before Su Jiang. Gaping craters appeared across its surface, and the entire structure seemed precariously unstable, as if it might shatter under Su Jiang's hands at any moment. Not only were his classmates stunned, but even the spirit beast tamer of that stump-like beast felt it was cruel. He never imagined Su Jiang could actually go this far. After all, his earlier words had been mere bravado, a provocation meant to test Su Jiang. Now fear gripped him, and he hurriedly spoke up. Su, I. The next moment, Su Jiang slammed his fist hard onto the ground, letting out a delighted cheer. Woohoo, haha, I found you. As Su Jiang slowly withdrew his hand from the ring, everyone saw he was clutching a massive object. It was none other than the stump-shaped spirit beast summoned by the class monitor. Found it. He actually found it. Holy crap, he actually punched through the entire stage. This platform is so sturdy. How did he manage it? Everyone was utterly stunned. Su Jiang shot a glance at the class monitor who had been looking at him with such arrogance just moments ago. He hoisted the stump into his hands and began pounding it with one punch after another. Ooh la la la. This time, however, he was merely disciplining the spirit beast and held back his full strength. Otherwise, the stump-shaped spirit beast would likely have been smashed to pieces by now. Even without going all out, Su Jiang's strength was undeniably formidable. The sky filled with wood chips, a testament to the sheer force behind each blow. When Su Jiang finally released the spirit beast, it had shrunk considerably in size. Only the central growth rings of the stump remained intact. Su Jiang clapped his hands boredly. Alright, next group. Chapter 172, next group. Come on, next group. Seeing Su Jiang's arrogant demeanor, everyone reacted strangely. Originally, these prodigies from all corners of the land should have responded with indignant defiance. They should have selected the next group to knock Su Jiang to the ground, forcing him to face the harsh reality. But now, they stared at the ring completely wrecked, even deformed. Then they glanced at the three classmates sprawled on the platform, along with their spirit beasts. Each of them silently took a step back and swallowed hard. Gulp! How is this possible? How could he be this strong? As the strongest among these class leaders, Chen Yong began to question the very reality of the world. Su Jiang's combat prowess was simply overwhelming. The look in his eyes as he stared at Su Jiang was filled with utter shock. He began to doubt whether the man was even human, or was he perhaps the incarnation of a spirit beast? Such an absurd notion would normally be dismissed outright. But now, as Chen Yong surveyed the shattered stage, it didn't seem entirely impossible. After all, this didn't look human at all, did it? Could this be human? The class monitors all reacted this way, let alone the students below them. They stared at the wrecked stage, their mouths agape, ultimately unable to utter a single word. That stage. One student struggled for ages to form a complete sentence. But the other students standing beside him understood exactly what he meant. All eyes turned toward the stage, their gazes filled with utter shock. The students of Elite Class 3 were utterly dumbfounded. They knew their class monitor was exceptionally strong after all, even Sun Hua couldn't defeat him. But they never imagined their class monitor could be this powerful.
Seeing no one step forward to challenge him after a long pause, Jiang raised an eyebrow, staring at the group of class presidents before him with surprise.
What's the matter? Didn't you just say you owed me, that you'd eliminate me first and that you'd get your goddess a nice place to live? Now you're all backing down?
If you chicken out, your goddess won't have a place to live.
Jiang spoke while idly cracking his neck, his expression radiating unabashed arrogance.
Meanwhile, the group of squad leaders exchanged glances, analyzing the situation on the field. It was clear that Jiang's physique was exceptionally abnormal and powerful, but they didn't know if this was related to his spirit beast. The class monitor's analysis wasn't wrong. There had been spirit beasts before that could fuse with their masters. After merging with their masters, these spirit beasts greatly enhanced their master's combat power, though certain restrictions applied. Therefore, they now speculated that Jiang was in precisely such a situation. And earlier, I noticed he seemed to have no offensive abilities beyond his physical strength.
Did any of you catch that?
The class monitor who'd vowed to snag the best dorm for his goddess spoke up, a shrewd gleam flashing in his eyes alongside a burning fighting spirit. If Jiang had merely commented on himself, this boy might have chosen to endure it.
But when you mentioned his goddess? That was a different story.
Jiang, standing before him, seemed to hear the echoes of a sycophant. After all, his attacks against the six-tailed fox earlier seemed entirely reliant on the thundercloud spirit he commands.
In that case, why don't we try attacking him from a distance? What do you think? We're all class presidents, and besides, we just randomly teamed up. This time, we'll pick 3 people who can coordinate well.
That way, no matter how strong Jiang is, he won't be able to handle us.
This round, the advantage is ours. After hearing his comprehensive analysis weighing all factors, many couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant! You're absolutely right.
Amidst the crowd, Yong sensed something was off.
Jiang couldn't possibly be as straightforward as he appeared, but Yong couldn't find any words to counter his momentum.
And so, under Jiang's astonished gaze, the class monitor who had vowed to seize dorm space for his goddess led the other monitors forward, striding toward Jiang with boundless enthusiasm.
Jiang, their defeat earlier was merely a momentary lapse. This time, we won't make the same mistake.
With that, he and 2 others summoned their spirit beasts, a death knight, a swift mantis, and a howling moon wolf king. Watching from the elevated platform, Luo Wudi was not moved by this display of courage. Instead, he frowned as he looked at his own students.
Seriously, dude. The gap was already so obvious just now. Even if you sent me in, I wouldn't dare fight. And you actually dared to go up? He truly didn't know whether to praise his students for their bravery or call them reckless. But the students below couldn't see this.
Many were cheering for their class leader.
Go, class president. Take down that Jiang. Exactly. He's just a brute with a bit more strength, nothing special. Class president, the 3 of you can definitely do it. Exactly. Class president, don't be afraid. You can do this. Beat that Jiang. Go!
Bolstered by their classmates' encouragement, the trio exchanged glances and flashed confident smiles.
Haha, Jiang, earlier was just because I wasn't prepared.
This time, all 3 of us are high-speed, long-range spirit beasts.
Let's see how you defend against us now. Hearing his words, Jiang nodded.
He could tell they had some brains. Judging by what he'd shown earlier, there were indeed some weaknesses in his approach.
The opponent had analyzed it extremely quickly, quite clever, actually. But poor kid, he was still a bit too naive.
Jiang looked at him and simply couldn't bring himself to shatter the boy's illusions with other skills. He decided to play along with the opponent's wishes and eliminate him using his current skills. In that case, let the match begin. At Luo Wudi's command, the 3 spirit beasts instantly began to weave through the air, simultaneously unleashing powerful attacks at Jiang. After dodging a couple of strikes, Jiang lifted his head and addressed the 3 men before him slowly.
These 3 spirit beasts do indeed possess long range and exceptional agility. But have you considered one fundamental truth?
Hearing this, the 3, who had been elated moments before, felt a vague sense of unease. They lifted their eyes to meet Jiang's gaze.
What principle? In the next instant, Jiang vanished from his spot.
Simultaneously, his fists shot toward their faces but stopped just short of impact.
Jiang spoke slowly. Because they have 3 dead weights like you. Chapter 173, The Only Victory, Healing Leng Xi. That's because they have the 3 of you holding them back.
As the words fell, the entire playground plunged into a deathly silence. Witnessing this outrageous scene, even though they had been numbed by shock, they still froze in place. For everyone knew there was an unspoken rule in battles between beast masters: you could attempt to decapitate the opposing beast master.
If the beast master fell, even the mightiest spirit beast would lose its combat effectiveness.
Yet while this principle was universally understood, it was far from universally achievable. If your spirit beast attempted to ambush the opponent's beast, the enemy beast would undoubtedly defend itself and might even turn on and kill its own master. It was an extremely difficult maneuver, one almost never achieved. Yet this bloody reality now stared them in the face, and the 3 killed outright by Jiang were among the elite prodigies.
For anyone else, the outcome would be even more gruesome. Now, if Su Jiang so desired, not a single one of the three before him could survive. A dimensional strike. This was nothing short of a dimensional strike. The three men stared at Su Jiang, now mere inches from their faces, swallowing hard. Gulp. Then they slowly spoke. Su is right. We lost. But he already knew it was impossible to secure a decent dorm environment for his goddess through his own efforts. He was utterly terrified by Su Jiang, his courage completely shattered. With their admission of defeat, everyone on the field stared at Su Jiang as if he were a monster. Both his strength and speed had long surpassed human limits. Even many spirit beasts couldn't match him. The other party is actually a normal human being? It was utterly unbelievable. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds from start to finish. Su Jiang turned to the remaining four men, about to speak, when unexpectedly, Chen Yong, the strongest among them, raised his hand. We concede. This sudden admission of defeat caught all the students off guard, but Su Jiang merely smiled as he looked at him. This Chen Yong, he's interesting. If someone without a brain might think that having one more person fight could somehow defeat Su Jiang. But anyone with eyes could see the gap was simply too vast. Surrendering was actually the best choice. And so, the highly anticipated match came to a close, lasting less than an hour from start to finish. It was less a contest and more a solo performance by Su Jiang. He annihilated the first group with sheer force and overwhelming dominance, then obliterated the second group with a devastating, multi-dimensional assault. As for the third group, they surrendered before even stepping onto the stage. At this moment, every student shared a single thought. No wonder Su Jiang topped the college entrance exams. It was only natural. Su Jiang lifted his gaze toward Luo Wuti above and flashed a look that said, "What are you staring at?" He knew all this was Luo Wuti's doing, and he had no idea what tricks Luo Wuti would pull next. But Su Jiang didn't care about any of that. As long as he could live comfortably and eat well these 3 days, that was enough. Meeting Su Jiang's gaze, Luo Wuti leapt down from the stage and declared, "In that case, I hereby declare Su Jiang, class monitor of Elite Class 3, the winner of this competition. There are no other victorious teams. All dorm assignments will be handled by Su Jiang." With that, Luo Wuti turned and walked away. Su Jiang was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined Luo Wuti would be so impulsive. He had assumed the defeated teams would still compete for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place, only to find he now held absolute authority over the matter. But what was most peculiar was that the other teams on the field didn't find it the slightest bit odd. They seemed to take it as a matter of course. After all, aside from Su Jiang, no one else was standing on the stage. The only person standing on the stage was Su Jiang. So naturally, Su Jiang called the shots. Instantly, the students who had been filled with hostility toward Su Jiang now wore fawning smiles on their faces as they approached him with utmost respect. "Mr. Su, Su Zhuanyuan, is there anything we can assist you with? My father holds some standing in this first district. Su Zhuanyuan, let me tell you, I've admired you ever since you finished your college entrance exams." Now, Su Jiang was surrounded by a crowd of students fawning over him. Even many of his recent defeated opponents had come to his side, speaking flattering words. Within less than an hour, many of the new students had become Su Jiang's followers. A significant portion of them were prodigies from prominent families, blessed with exceptional talent. Su Jiang didn't care how the dorm rooms were assigned. His stance was clear: I'm offering the spots, how you divide them is your business, not mine. Yet even so, many still eagerly sought to become his underlings. Phew, this training is finally over. Boss, I'm dead tired. Wu Hao lay on his bed, sinking into the soft mattress, and sighed with genuine relief. It's all thanks to you, boss. Otherwise, I'd be sleeping on a steel bed, pure hell. Su Jiang nodded earnestly upon hearing this. No denying it, this bed was genuinely comfortable. Whether in his past life or this one, Su Jiang wasn't one to endure hardship for its own sake. If he could enjoy himself, why endure hardship? After both had showered, Wu Hao lay on the bed chatting with Su Jiang. Boss, what do you think tomorrow's training will be like? Today absolutely wiped me out. I swear the guys next door looked like they were about to drop dead. That a rank healing beastmaster just casually yanked them back, then made them keep running. It's like they're training us to death. At this point, Su Jiang swallowed hard. You gotta hand it to them, only a place like Martial God Beastmaster University would pull off training this brutal. He spoke slowly. I reckon tomorrow will probably be. Ding. Before he could finish, a message from Leng Xi popped up on his phone. Su Jiang, I feel a bit off, my recovery doesn't seem to be going well. Could you come help me with treatment? In the dorm room, Leng Xi sent the message with a flushed face, her entire being radiating like a ripe apple. Though she harbored special feelings for Su Jiang, she was still an 18-year-old girl at heart. How could she possibly say such things aloud? But thinking about tomorrow's training, she hesitated several times before finally sending the message. Whether by coincidence or design, the number of girls in Su Jiang's class was odd. And since Leng Xi happened to be the only one in her dorm room, she was able to send the text. When Su Jiang saw the message, he glanced at Wu Hao beside him, who was still trying to speak. Hit the hay, buddy, I've got lives to save. Chapter 174, Being a Guinea Pig? Beep 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 beep.
Early the next morning, Su Jiang rose to the sound of a piercing bugle call. At the same time, his eyes revealed an expression that said, "I knew it." After all, it was military training. Just those two words conjured up a flood of memories from his past life. It seemed the students this time were still a bit too naive. They had actually slept soundly through the night. This 5 a.m. reveille had completely thrown them off balance. Seeing Su Jiang already fully dressed and ready, Wu Hao beside him looked utterly bewildered. "Wait, boss, what's with you?" Su Jiang smiled but said nothing, simply walking downstairs. Downstairs, Su Jiang found everyone looking bleary-eyed and exhausted. Luo Wudi stood on the podium and spoke slowly. "Looks like everyone here didn't get much sleep last night. Feeling a bit sluggish, aren't we, classmates?" After he finished asking, someone in the crowd actually had the nerve to blurt out, "Yes, instructor." Hearing this, Luo Wudi grew excited. He flashed a slightly sinister grin and scanned the crowd. "In that case, students, let's warm up with a 50-kilometer run." 50 kilometers. The moment those words left his mouth, no matter how sleepy anyone was, they were instantly wide awake. Even Su Jiang's jaw dropped. Luo Wudi then stated, "Rest assured, everyone. This is the military training program at our Martial God Beastmaster University, spanning 2 weeks in total. The first week focuses on enhancing your physical conditioning, enabling you to better harness the unique traits and strengths of your spirit beasts during combat. The second week will focus on combat training specifically involving spirit beasts. So this week, everyone is in for a truly unforgettable journey." Seeing the warm smile on Luo Wudi's face, those around him looked as if they'd seen a ghost. They shouted in unison, "No way!" What made it even more despairing was that this wasn't just a 50-kilometer run. They'd be enduring this kind of training all day today. It was pure torture. These elite students from all corners of the country exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness. Those assigned to the less-than-ideal dormitories and cafeterias yesterday felt especially hopeless. Already sleep-deprived, enduring such hellish training these past 2 days was truly unbearable. Many cast envious glances toward Elite Class 3. Good heavens, I wish I were in their class. With a squad leader that strong, they must be staying in the most comfortable quarters and sleeping the best. You bet. Their squad leader, Su Jiang, is just too strong. He really lives up to being the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Everyone in Elite Class 3, basking in the envious gazes of others, rushed over to Su Jiang's side. They formed a protective circle around him, as if afraid their best class monitor might be snatched away. "Alright, today's training is about to begin. Oh, Su Jiang, you don't need to participate in today's training. You have a special assignment. Come with me." As soon as Luo Wudi finished speaking, he walked directly toward a certain direction. Su Jiang stood amidst the crowd, his expression blank with confusion. He had thought this first week of training would be a breeze for him, a chance to coast by and slack off. Little did he know Luo Wudi wouldn't give him that chance. "Damn it, old man." After muttering his complaint, Su Jiang could only glance at his classmates before setting off to find Luo Wudi. Witnessing this scene, the classmates on the field didn't object at all. Instead, they wore expressions that seemed to say, "That's exactly how it should be." After all, they were subjected to this training precisely because their physical fitness was lacking. They might slow down the spirit beasts. Su Jiang, however, was undergoing this training purely out of boredom. His physical prowess was such that he could easily beat the spirit beast to a pulp, let alone slow it down. So what was this talk of holding back? Under the envious gazes of his classmates, Su Jiang left the playground. Arriving before a massive academic building, Su Jiang spotted Luo Wudi. "Principal Luo, what's this about? Must you make me the exception?" Luo Wudi shot back, clearly annoyed by Su Jiang's complaint. "Don't you think I know your physical condition? You're going to participate in military training? It's a complete waste of your time. Enough with the nonsense. I've got a task for you. Complete it, and I'll add points to our academy's tally." "What? Academy points?" Su Jiang, who had been bored out of his mind, couldn't sit still upon hearing about the academy points. At the Martial God Beastmaster University, 1 academy point roughly equaled 10,000 yuan in purchasing power outside the academy. The crucial part was that these points could be exchanged for countless valuable items. Even an S-grade spirit beast egg could be obtained if you had enough points. One could imagine just how precious these academy points truly were. "Of course it's real. Do you think the principal can't afford your points?" Luo Wudi spoke, a smug smile spreading across his face. He would certainly grant Su Jiang the academy points. What Su Jiang didn't know was that Luo Wudi had gained even more academy points. Bringing Su Jiang here was part of a mission Luo Wudi had accepted. That person had rewarded Luo Wudi handsomely with academy points. Glancing at Su Jiang beside him, Luo Wudi patted his shoulder without a hint of embarrassment. "Alright, you wait here. Someone will come for you shortly. I need to go check on the military training situation now." Watching Luo Wudi turn and walk away, Su Jiang couldn't shake the feeling that the guy was a bit unreliable. But then again, he reasoned, Luo Wudi was the principal's son. He couldn't really be that unreliable, could he?
Probably.
After waiting about 5 minutes, Su Jiang saw a young man in a white lab coat approach him. The moment he spotted Su Jiang, the man immediately began running toward him with excitement. He approached Su Jiang, examining him closely and running his hands over him as if Su Jiang were some rare animal.
Finally, he exclaimed. Yes. Perfect. You must be Su Jiang. Su Jiang, looking utterly bewildered, could only nod and confirm his identity. That's me. What's up? So Principal Luo really did bring you here after all.
In that case, come with me. We'll finish the task as quickly as possible, and then you can hurry back to join military training.
Even now, Su Jiang remained utterly bewildered.
Looking at the young man before him, clad in a lab coat, a sense of unease crept into his heart.
Hold on, first tell me what this mission is I'm taking on.
The young man glanced at the bewildered Su Jiang and hesitated before speaking.
Didn't Principal Luo tell you?
Of course you're here to serve as our test subject.
Chapter 175, Test Subject? What? Test subjects?
Su Jiang stared at the man in the white lab coat before him in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. The man, however, looked at Su Jiang as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
Yes, we've invited you here to be our test subject. As the only human in the entire human federation to achieve such physical prowess, a feat unprecedented and unmatched.
Besides you, we simply have no one else to conduct these experiments on.
Su Jiang's expression darkened.
He felt deceived. The man in the white coat before him offered reassurance. Rest assured, though we've invited you as a test subject, we will never endanger your physical safety.
There's absolutely no risk of injury. If you feel anything is amiss, you can stop it immediately.
Hearing the man's assurances, Su Jiang understood that although the other was affiliated with the martial god Beastmaster University and represented an official institution,
he still couldn't shake his unease.
But since things had come to this, he could only take it one step at a time. At the same time, this presented an opportunity for Su Jiang. He wanted to understand the true nature of his current physical condition. Thus, Su Jiang, who had initially believed he was embarking on some classified mission, could only follow the man in the lab coat as they departed. They arrived before a laboratory encased in steel. Staring at the tightly sealed doors, Su Jiang glanced fearfully at the man beside him. Let's be clear, we're both humans from the Federation, so no pulling any fast ones.
There really aren't any traps or anything inside, right? Su Jiang was genuinely terrified.
After all, in his previous life, he'd heard stories about problematic investigations leading to people being taken apart for research.
Now that this fate had befallen him, who wouldn't be afraid? Seeing his reaction, the man couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Relax. Principal Luo personally guaranteed it for us.
Besides, your potential is far more valuable in directly confronting the void than being used purely for experiments.
We just want to study it. After entering the lab, Su Jiang began surveying its interior layout.
He found the layout unusually simple. The staff complement was also remarkably sparse, and they all appeared quite young.
This piqued Su Jiang's curiosity.
What he didn't know was that 5 figures were seated within the wall behind him. These 5 individuals were observing every move inside. Among them was none other than Luo Wudi, the very person who had invited Su Jiang to participate in this experiment. Beside him stood 3 imposing figures with stern expressions, alongside a disheveled old man. All eyes were fixed intently on the semi-transparent wall before them. Yes, the wall was translucent, designed to allow those on this side to observe events unfolding beyond it. The 5 individuals seated here each held pivotal positions within the Human Federation. Besides Luo Wudi, the pillar of the human race, there were 2 other S-class peerless masters of human descent, each wielding substantial authority. The identities of the others were even more shrouded in mystery, figures ordinary people could never hope to encounter. Their gathering here today was all for the sake of Su Jiang.
Rather than Luo Wudi tricking Su Jiang into a minor cooperative experiment, this was the first probe into Su Jiang's secrets.
It must be understood that even though the invasion of the void had united the entire human federation, yet such profoundly bizarre and extraordinary occurrences inevitably stir universal curiosity.
Moreover, the secrets surrounding Su Jiang carry profound implications.
Therefore, the authorities could not remain inactive. Previously, Luo Wudi and another mysterious figure had kept it hidden, but now this secret was finally about to come to light. Because regardless of what this secret entails, the authorities are determined to uncover it.
What if they could create another Su Jiang? What if everyone could be Su Jiang?
Luo, after the college entrance exams ended, I suggested we interrogate him to uncover what truly happened to him, what's going on with his body.
You refused back then.
But now school has started, and he's right under your nose.
This time, we absolutely must uncover the truth behind this series of changes.
If not for any other reason, we owe it to all of humanity to do so. One of the bald men spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Luo Wudi.
Luo Wudi could only offer an awkward smile. Heaven only knew how much pressure he'd shouldered back then to protect Su Jiang. Su Jiang's performance was simply too extraordinary, causing a massive stir throughout the entire human federation.
That it had ultimately been covered up was entirely thanks to the efforts of all the high-ranking officials and S-class powerhouses.
Today's words were essentially Luo Wudi's compromise.
After all, they were undeniably right. It wasn't just about Su Jiang himself, but the entire human federation.
So, I'm supposed to strip naked?
Su Jiang stared in astonishment at the man in the lab coat before him, his gaze shifting oddly to the two fresh-faced girls beside him. Even through the lab coat, he could tell she was exceptionally beautiful, a woman of striking looks.
Was he supposed to just strip naked in front of all these people? Where was his dignity? Facing Su Jiang's confusion, the man nodded solemnly. Yes, Su, this experiment has been approved by Principal Luo Wudi, including every step involved.
So please undress completely, Su, and step onto the testing apparatus. We will conduct a series of examinations on your body.
Provided it does not endanger your life or physical well-being, additional procedures may be necessary.
We hope for your cooperation.
The man's measured tone made Su Jiang grind his teeth in fury.
But his anger wasn't directed at the man before him, it was aimed at Luo Wudi. He had already heard that Luo Wudi had accepted a substantial bribe from this lab to allow him access. The man before him was merely following orders. And so, under the stares of several people, Su Jiang stripped himself completely naked. His naked body instantly drew gasps from the crowd. Holy crap, who's got a cannon stuck between their legs? The two women who had been calmly observing Su Jiang flushed crimson and turned their heads away. Not only was his physique perfect and his looks handsome, but even that certain part was so exaggerated. After Su Jiang stripped completely, a series of blue lights swept over him.
Within moments, a test report popped up. Chapter 176, Commencing Testing. Holy, what kind of equipment does this guy have? Is he even human? My goodness, seeing how muscular he is, I thought he was all show. Looks like you really can't judge a book by its cover. Even the S-rank overlords and high-ranking officials of the Human Federation were whispering among themselves. Luo Wudi shot Su Jiang a look filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. But when the test report appeared, their expressions turned serious once more. At the same moment, a machine on their side spit out a test report identical to the one from the lab. The unkempt, somewhat scruffy old man rushed forward and snatched the report into his hands. The other four immediately crowded around him. Su Jiang, these are your body metrics. We'll set aside any other abnormal readings for now. But what exactly is this lack of a spiritual C? The man in the white lab coat before Su Jiang stared at him in astonishment, his eyes filled with shock. He simply couldn't comprehend how anyone could exist without a spirit C. In this world, every normal human possessed a spirit C. The only differences lay in the size, strength, and level of their spirit Cs. Even if you were a worthless with a shattered spirit C, you still possess that fundamental prerequisite. A shattered spirit C, even if it was shattered, would still retain traces of its existence. Yet on Su Jiang's body, it was completely absent. On the other side of the wall, a group of elders stared blankly at the old man holding the diagnostic report, their expressions utterly bewildered. The old man's brow was deeply furrowed. After a moment, he cleared his throat. Ahem. I suspect some kind of anomaly has occurred within his body. And this shattering of his spirit C seems inextricably linked to the extraordinary qualities inherent in his physique. Hearing the old man's words, the others all wore thoughtful expressions. Could the shattering of the spirit C actually lead to greater strength? But this absurd notion was swiftly dismissed by them. For they had all witnessed those whose spirit Cs shattered far from growing stronger, they became utterly useless. System, what the hell are you doing? Save me, man. Help me out here. Su Jiang maintained a calm exterior, but it was only his extraordinary physical constitution that kept his expression steady and his heart rate from betraying his panic. Inside, though, he was cursing the system at the top of his lungs. He never imagined the system would pull this stunt on him, right? The original host's spirit C was indeed shattered, but it had existed before. Now that the spirit C was gone, how was he supposed to explain this? Ding. Host, please remain calm. The system has detected that although the spirit C is shattered, it still qualifies as a recyclable resource. The system has already reclaimed the spirit C. System, I really. A string of expletives spilled from Su Jiang's mouth. But at this moment, he truly felt helpless, for it was clear the system couldn't restore his spirit C. He could only stare at the bewildered man before him and explain earnestly. You might not believe me, but I'm telling the truth. It's that, how should I put it? You know cultivation techniques, right? That whole receive, transform, and release thing, you get it? After Su Jiang finished speaking, he looked at the man before him, who appeared even more perplexed, and forced himself to complete his lie. Before our human federation entered the spirit beast era, it was a normal age. And within that era, there existed a mysterious force known as ancient martial arts, what you might call Guwu. As Su Jiang delivered his earnest-sounding fabrication, the man in the lab coat could no longer contain himself. He took off his glasses and fixed his gaze intently on Su Jiang. First, I hold a doctoral degree, and among my many doctorates is one in history. You needn't explain this ancient martial art to me. Second, you're not seriously suggesting your spiritual sea vanished because you practiced some ancient martial art, are you?
The man felt Su Jiang's words were nothing short of mocking his intelligence. Throughout the entire human federation, beyond the Wu family, numerous other prominent clans also possess their own hereditary martial arts traditions. The Wu family regarded theirs as exceptionally precious, yet no member had ever experienced what Su Jiang was describing. Even if only a small fraction of clans possessed their own martial arts lineages, the sheer number meant that hundreds, if not thousands, of ancient techniques had survived to the present day.
Yet never had anyone like Su Jiang appeared. Old Luo, that kid at your school is a handful, huh?
The bald man looked at Luo Wudi, his tone dripping with teasing. The other man nodded in agreement.
Exactly.
We've all seen and tried practicing this ancient technique, but it's not just difficult, almost no one has succeeded.
Then how does it differ from the 18 dragons subduing palms in the Earth Alter novel? Luo Wudi felt utterly embarrassed at that moment.
His face couldn't take it anymore, so he had to play dumb. Deep down, he hoped Su Jiang would help him find a way out. What he failed to notice was the strange gleam that flashed in the eyes of the disheveled old man beside him as he looked at Su Jiang. Seeing the man before him acting as if he were insulting the other's intelligence, Su Jiang felt a sudden pang of unease. Wait, when others time travel, they can just bluff their way through with a few casual explanations about their plot devices. But why, when it came to this guy, did he run into a PhD in such a sharp, hard-to-fool one at that?
But upon hearing this, Su Jiang made up his mind.
He nodded calmly, his expression utterly composed.
Since you've already figured it out, I won't hide it from you.
What you said is true, my spiritual sea was indeed shattered. But one day, after mastering an ancient martial arts technique, I noticed it slowly dissolving within me.
At the same time, my physical constitution underwent an extraordinary enhancement, transforming me into what I am today. The sincerity in Su Jiang's expression and eyes as he spoke these words was undeniable. Anyone could tell at a glance that this pitiful young man must be innocent. Bull. His words were like grinding everyone's intelligence into the dirt, or slapping them across the face and calling them idiots. At that moment, a female researcher stepped forward.
Normally, she couldn't even bear to look at Su Jiang's national treasure, let alone imagine what it felt like. But fueled by rage, she couldn't care less about that now.
Do you take us for fools? Think we'll fall for this?
If what you say is true, then show us your martial arts techniques when the time comes. There are so many practitioners below, yet not a single one has ever succeeded.
Who are you trying to fool? To everyone's surprise, Su Jiang nodded solemnly. Fine. I'll show you. Chapter 177 Ancient Martial Arts. Fine, I'll show you. The moment those words left his mouth, an eerie silence fell over the laboratory.
The female researcher stared at Su Jiang's robust physique, the neatly defined muscles across his frame. Then she noticed the barrel swaying before her.
She suddenly realized she was standing less than 20 centimeters away from Su Jiang.
Her face flushed crimson as she hurried back to her station. But just then, the researcher who had initially communicated with Su Jiang spoke up.
First off, what I'm doing isn't a request. You don't have to tell me anything.
Even if you can't say anything, our subsequent examinations will proceed as planned. But now that you claim to practice ancient martial arts and intend to demonstrate it, I find myself somewhat intrigued. Of course, if you admit you were just bragging earlier, then this matter is settled. Though his tone remained perfectly natural and composed, the fiery excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. All eyes were now fixed on Su Jiang, eager for him to explain himself. Or rather, whether this ancient martial art truly possessed such miraculous effects was something everyone was curious about. Su Jiang looked at the researcher speaking to him before him.
He hadn't paid much attention to the man initially.
After all, he knew a researcher and a student like himself would never cross paths again. This was likely their only meeting in life. But judging by the researcher's current demeanor, that didn't seem to be the case. Su Jiang paid no heed to his own nakedness, striding confidently over to the researcher's side before glancing at the name tag pinned to his chest.
Yi Yun, right?
I don't understand why you, merely a researcher collaborating with me on an experiment, feel compelled to pry into my affairs and ask all these questions.
But let me tell you this, not a single word I've spoken is a lie. The ancient martial arts are real, and the disappearance of my spiritual sea is real too. If you truly wish to see it, what harm is there in broadening your horizons? Su Jiang appeared outwardly arrogant and calm, but inwardly, his mind was in complete disarray.
He had just realized today was a complete setup, and the lab technician's words were 3 parts truth, 7 parts lies. Perhaps Luo Wudi's protection was genuine, but this meeting itself was undoubtedly fabricated. The physical examination might be genuine, but their purpose was false. Today was undoubtedly an interrogation. Moreover, judging by these people's reactions, there was no way only these few young people were present at the scene. Out of his sight, whether through surveillance or other means, many others were watching his every move. Su Jiang no longer cared that his body was being scrutinized by a crowd. He had devised a way to break the deadlock. Yi Yun looked at Su Jiang before him, adjusted his glasses, and spoke in a solemn tone. It's not that I don't believe you, but your story is simply too outlandish.
I doubt anyone with even a modicum of common sense would buy it.
While it seemed like a challenge to Su Jiang, it was actually a ploy to provoke him. If Su Jiang truly possessed ancient martial arts skills, then in his anger, driven to prove himself, it would be understandable for an 18-year-old boy, driven by youthful passion, to demonstrate his skills. Understanding the man's intent, Su Jiang immediately turned to look at Yi Yun with the gaze of someone who had found a reliable ally. Good heavens, it was like a pillow arriving just when he needed one. Just as he was fretting over how to give him a way out, Yi Yun handed it right to him.
Su Jiang decided to play along.
Staring at Yi Yun before him, anger flared in his eyes.
What are you talking about, you bastard? Let me tell you, I'm not like ordinary people. I practice ancient martial arts. Why don't you believe me? Since that's the case, I'll prove it to you. Their voices had escalated from initial confrontation to full-blown argument.
Yet this scene didn't anger the gathered elders. Instead, they watched with growing intensity and focus. The only one whose expression remained largely unchanged was the somewhat scruffy old man. A meaningful smile played at the corners of his mouth as he glanced toward Su Jiang by the wall, seemingly anticipating the young man's performance.
You want to see? Fine, I'll show you.
Su Jiang grabbed Jiming by the collar and shoved him aside. In the next instant, a small whirlwind swirled around Su Jiang in the laboratory. But Luo Wuti, who knew Su Jiang best, noticed this whirlwind differed from the one Su Jiang had conjured using wind elemental power before. This whirlwind contained no trace of wind elemental power, seemingly conjured from thin air. Simultaneously, he noticed golden rays of light emanating from Su Jiang's body. The golden light grew increasingly intense. A golden orb of light coalesced in Su Jiang's hand. Under everyone's gaze fixed on the orb, Su Jiang swiftly hurled it toward the laboratory wall. All eyes followed the orb's trajectory. This was the first time martial arts cultivation had ever been successfully achieved.
This is absolutely a historic moment. As for what this light sphere truly is, everyone would find out in the next instant. The instant the golden orb touched the wall, the alloy structure groaned under the strain. The next instant, boom! The wall was shattered by the orb's force, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Large chunks of alloy were blown apart, sending a cloud of dust and debris billowing through the laboratory. As for the experimental equipment, it was impossible to say how much had been destroyed in this accident. Yet no one cared about the monetary losses at that moment. All eyes were fixed blankly on Su Jiang and the golden light radiating from his entire body. In the next instant, Su Jiang, propelled by the vortex of internal energy swirling beneath his feet and radiating golden light from his body, took a single step forward. He stood directly before Yi Yun, his gaze filled with contempt. Boy, do you believe me now? My ancient martial arts are no empty boast. You can't cultivate it because your cultivation methods are inadequate. It's simply because your skill level isn't high enough. Yi Yun's jaw dropped, unable to utter a word. He stared at Su Jiang in utter shock, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. Impossible. Ancient martial arts are all fake. It's all made up in those second-rate web novels. No one could possibly cultivate it successfully. How could that be? Su Jiang merely shook his head at him and said, "You're just a frog in a well. I'm not doing this physical exam. Find someone else if you want." Chapter 178, First Trial Passed. After Su Jiang turned and walked away with a flourish, everyone in the lab was left utterly dumbfounded. It wasn't just the lab technicians who were stunned. Even the S-rank powerhouse behind the glass wall and the high-ranking officials of the Human Federation exchanged bewildered glances. In the end, not a single word was spoken. After all, these individuals held positions of immense influence across the entire human world and were equally seasoned and well-traveled. Yet they had never encountered a situation like Su Jiang's before. They had examined nearly every ancient martial arts lineage, technique, and text passed down through human history. This wasn't out of personal interest or abuse of power, but simply because they were humanity's strongest at the time. For humanity to effectively counter the void and secure its survival space, these masters must be the first to access resources. Only then could even greater masters emerge to protect more people. Yet even they, after examining volume after volume of ancient martial arts manuals, could only return empty-handed. The only one who achieved any minor cultivation success was an S-rank beastmaster from the Xuanwu Beastmaster University. Yet his physique was only suited for F-rank spirit beasts, and even then, the weakest tier within that rank. While stronger than ordinary humans, his advantage was truly limited and hardly worth mentioning. Su Jiang, however, was an entirely different story. After mastering the ancient martial arts manuals, he had transformed into a complete monster. The elders exchanged stunned glances, utterly speechless. Is this real? This is unbelievable. Ancient martial arts aren't just made up? They can actually be cultivated? How is that possible? If what we witnessed wasn't an illusion, and that wall didn't collapse naturally, then Su Jiang truly practiced ancient martial arts techniques. Everyone was discussing this matter. Luo Wuti, meanwhile, was utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at the others before finally sighing. "Alright, everyone, let's call it a day for today's operation. We'll continue our investigation together next time.
Hearing Luo Wudi's words, the group who had been determined to uncover the entire cause, course, and outcome of today's events, as well as Su Jiang's path to strength exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At this moment, compared to Su Jiang, they were more eager to return and verify something.
Was this ancient martial art technique truly as miraculous as they imagined?
Su Jiang, having left the laboratory, appeared to be walking down the street in a rage, moving with surprising speed. In truth, he was merely trying to escape those who sought to interrogate and probe him. After all, he knew the secrets he carried were far too immense. Most crucially, now was not the time for these secrets to be revealed. They had appeared far too soon. Whether for his own sake or for the entire human federation, Su Jiang would keep the secret hidden. He knew he had survived today's ordeal. Once he stepped through the laboratory doors, unless they explicitly declared their intent to interrogate and investigate him, they held no real power over him. Su Jiang walked toward the dormitory building while mentally mapping out a coherent, systematic explanation for his situation. As for military training, Luo Wudi had already said he didn't have to attend.
Let whoever wanted to go, go.
Back in the dorm, Su Jiang put on a show of being quite angry while devouring 10 times the normal person's portion of food. After filling himself up, he flopped onto his bed and fell fast asleep. The day passed quickly. When Wu Hao returned, he was surprised to find Su Jiang lying on the bed. "Boss, why are you still sleeping? Let me tell you, this day has absolutely drained me." Listening to Wu Hao's words, Su Jiang finally understood just how brutal and inhumane the Martial God Beastmaster University truly was. Yesterday, it was merely that after you fainted, a healing-type beast tamer healed you so you could continue training. Today, they literally pushed you to the brink of death, only to have a healing-type beast tamer forcibly pull you back from the edge and throw you right back into training. All under the guise of tempering your will. And it did have its effects. But every time he pictured that scene, it sent a chill down his spine. He watched Wu Hao without speaking, simply going about his own business while silently waiting in his heart. Because he knew that barring any surprises, someone would come looking for him very soon. Barely half an hour after Wu Hao returned, a knock sounded at the dormitory door.
Knock knock knock. Who is it? Why are you knocking?
Wu Hao's voice carried a hint of impatience. As Su Jiang's right-hand man, Wu Hao held an exceptionally high status within the school. After all, even if Wu Hao was a complete waste of space, many would still address him as Brother Wu out of respect for Su Jiang. Moreover, thanks to Su Jiang's training, Wu Hao himself wasn't exactly weak. Naturally, during today's military training, many who wanted to curry favor with Su Jiang chose to butter up Wu Hao instead. Wu Hao assumed the person knocking now was another sycophant trying to climb onto Su Jiang's coattails, which explained his tone. But what he never expected was the voice that came from outside the door, one that made him tremble from head to toe the moment he heard it.
"It's me."
Luo Wudi's slightly hoarse voice came from behind the door. Wu Hao shuddered violently and jumped off the bed to open the door.
Luo Wudi didn't step inside, merely smiling warmly at Su Jiang.
"Mr. Su, I hear things didn't go quite as planned for you today.
Might we discuss it?" For Principal Luo Wudi to address Su Jiang this way was a significant show of respect.
Several people in the dorm hallway had come out to watch the commotion caused by Luo Wudi's arrival. Seeing the respectful manner in which Luo Wudi addressed Su Jiang, they all wore expressions of shock and envy.
Good heavens, that's Lord Luo Wudi himself. If he spoke to me with such courtesy, I'd die happy. No way.
You'd need Su Jiang's talent and strength to earn that.
Otherwise, Lord Luo Wudi wouldn't give you the time of day.
The crowd stared at Luo Wudi with fervor. After all, powerhouses of this caliber had been their idols since childhood.
At the same time, they reassessed Su Jiang's potential and strength.
This kid has limitless potential.
Our class monitor, Su Jiang, possesses the makings of an S-rank powerhouse. Amidst the envious stares of the crowd, Su Jiang slowly walked out of the dormitory door. Luo Wudi walked alongside him, and the two made their way to a secluded spot. Looking at Luo Wudi before him, Su Jiang decided to continue the charade. Principal Luo, what do you mean by this? What? Do you think I messed up the mission, or is it something else? Chapter 179, Round 2.
Seeing Su Jiang's fierce demeanor, ready to argue with him, Luo Wudi didn't panic. Instead, he smiled and shook his head at Su Jiang. Su Jiang, today's conflict was indeed caused by the actions of those laboratory personnel themselves. As for what happened today, you handled it exceptionally well. Not only did you protect your own interests, but you also preserved the reputation of our Wuxing Yuzhou University. As students of our Martial God Beastmaster University, no outsider should ever bully us. Rest assured, as your principal, I will support you unconditionally in every way. But you also know I face my own difficulties. Su Jiang observed the unusually sincere expression on Luo Wudi's face as he spoke these words, tinged with palpable helplessness. Su Jiang understood clearly that if Luo Wudi truly intended to use force or coercion to extract his secrets, the period after the college entrance exams would be the prime opportunity. A renowned S-class powerhouse versus a greenhorn high schooler. Even if he mysteriously vanished, then no one would suspect Luo Wudi. After the college entrance exams, he had actually been waiting for the authorities to conduct their investigation and questioning.
But unexpectedly, the entire summer vacation passed without incident. Su Jiang even felt somewhat unaccustomed to the peace.
Beyond Wang Qi's relentless maneuvering, the only one who could truly block these matters was undoubtedly Luo Wuti.
He nodded earnestly at Luo Wuti.
Principal, I understand your position, but those lab assistants today were simply too much. Not only did they demand I strip completely, but they kept interrogating me all day long, refusing to believe a word I said. Though Su Jiang grasped Luo Wuti's reasoning, he chose to maintain the image he presented that morning.
Upon witnessing this, Luo Wuti sighed. Young people, after all. Though exceptionally talented, their overall mindset still needed some refinement. They were indeed in the wrong. I've already reprimanded them.
However, I still hope you'll cooperate with us for another experiment and a full body examination after military training concludes.
Of course, this time you can refuse. Watching Luo Wuti speak thus, Su Jiang knew full well that while the old man gave him the option to refuse, daring to do so would surely set him off. Without a second thought, Su Jiang nodded his agreement. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Luo Wuti departed with satisfaction.
Meanwhile, he had gathered numerous ancient martial arts manuals and records. He intended to test whether he, Luo Wuti, possessed the innate talent to become a master of ancient martial arts. After all, he believed his natural talent wasn't particularly lacking.
Becoming a master of ancient martial arts shouldn't be too difficult, right? The next morning, Su Jiang continued participating in military training today.
He didn't choose to stand out during the drills, merely keeping pace with the standard training regimen. At most, he occasionally helped Leng Xi cheat a little. As for that kid Wu Hao, he was tough as nails anyway. Let him handle his own problems. Under Wu Hao's resentful glances, Su Jiang periodically cast star healing on Leng Xi, significantly improving her overall condition. What Su Jiang hadn't anticipated was that Luo Wuti, an S-rank powerhouse, was watching him treat Leng Xi from the viewing platform every single day, a faint smile playing on his lips. What exactly that smile meant remained a mystery. Another unexpected development caught everyone off guard. Although Su Jiang had been participating in military training for several days, whenever resources or dorm assignments were distributed based on strength, no one questioned the current allocation.
Su Jiang knew this wasn't the end, it was merely the beginning. He could sense the smoldering anger and defiance within each of his classmates.
Every one of them was a prodigy, the cream of the crop.
How could they simply accept defeat so easily? How could they possibly accept him monopolizing the luxurious dormitory they believed rightfully belonged to them? They were definitely plotting something. Sure enough, on the final day of physical training, the intense regimen over the past week, combined with ample food and supplies, plus specialized healing beast tamers providing treatment and recovery support, had caused a dramatic transformation in the physical condition of many students within just 7 days. If their physical condition were measured by external standards, they could arguably be considered elite athletes. And this was achieved in just 7 days. One could only imagine the immense educational standards and faculty strength of the martial god Beastmaster University. Today, Luo Wuti once again took the podium and spoke slowly. Now that the first phase of military training has concluded, we shall commence the second phase. However, before the second phase begins, in accordance with the rules of our martial god Beastmaster University, we will once again hold a duel between the class captains to determine the level of favorable conditions each class will receive during the second assessment. Everyone assumed the class captains would remain silent as before, tacitly accepting Su Jiang as the undisputed leader. Unexpectedly, the 11 captains exchanged glances and stepped forward resolutely, declaring their intent to challenge Su Jiang. Instantly, the entire void erupted in a frenzy. Class leader, go for it. This time we absolutely have to take down Su Jiang. We've had enough of this nonsense these past few days. Class leader, how's your teamwork training coming along? Hearing the voices around him, Su Jiang finally understood. It turned out they hadn't been backing down these past days. They'd been secretly practicing their teamwork, preparing to give him a proper beating. But sometimes, no matter how hard you try or how much you sacrifice, it just doesn't work out. A faint smile touched Su Jiang's lips as he calmly surveyed the 11 squad leaders before him. In the next instant, Luo Wuti conjured another arena out of thin air. 12 figures stood upon it. What surprised everyone, however, was that this time the class leaders didn't form a team to attack Su Jiang alone. Instead, all 11 stood in perfect unison facing Su Jiang, simultaneously summoning their spirit beasts and assuming battle stances. They had already realized last time that Su Jiang's strength was simply too overwhelming. 3 or 4 of them weren't a match for him. If that was the case, then they would attack together. Now, before the second round of military training began, the rematch between Su Jiang and these class leaders was about to commence. Unlike before, this time it was 1 against 11. Chapter 180, Confronting Every Attack. The entire field fell silent. Even the squad leaders who had been hurling threats at Su Jiang exchanged glances without uttering a word. Only endless solemnity and seriousness could be seen on their faces. As Su Jiang's opponents, they knew full well just how formidable he truly was. Having suffered bitterly at his hands, how could they dare be careless now? The surrounding classmates were utterly dumbfounded.
They knew their class monitor was going to take on Su Jiang, but they never imagined it would be 11 against 1. After all, such a lopsided odds meant that even if they won, it wouldn't look good. The thought of losing sent a chill through everyone's hearts as they cast doubtful glances toward the stage. With such a huge advantage, how could he possibly lose? Luo Wudi, however, watched the stage with a satisfied smile. The situation unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. After surviving a 1-on-4 last time, these kids had finally learned their lesson. They'd abandoned martial ethics, choosing instead to overwhelm Su Jiang with sheer numbers. The only question was whether Su Jiang could hold out this time. Facing 11 opponents poised to pounce, their eyes fixed on him, Su Jiang paused for a moment before breaking into a smile.
Ha! Interesting. Finally, something worth watching.
Facing the 11 class leaders before him, Su Jiang showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, his fighting spirit surged to new heights. Truth be told, among his peers, Su Jiang had scarcely encountered any worthy opponents. After all, his combat style was simply too overpowered. When facing peers, regardless of their strength, their shallow combat experience meant it wasn't impossible for Su Jiang to take them out in an instant at close range. However, facing these seasoned beast masters, they could indeed evade Su Jiang's attacks and avoid being instantly killed. But beast tamers of this caliber were usually vastly outclassed by Su Jiang. Their rank strength could absolutely crush the current Su Jiang. This left Su Jiang in a rather awkward position. But these 11 opponents should provide Su Jiang with a proper outlet for his pent-up aggression. By now, it wasn't just the students and teachers watching this showdown. Professional video equipment had begun filming. This was nothing short of an epic showdown, arguably the greatest contest in history. While previous years had seen top scorers in the college entrance exams and similar championship formats, never before had a single individual faced off against 11 opponents. Everyone held their breath in tense anticipation, waiting for the outcome of this match. They all shared one thought. Even if these 11 class presidents defeated Su Jiang, they couldn't claim victory. They would be accused of violating martial ethics, bullying the weak with superior numbers, and other such criticisms. After all, 11 against 1 was simply too unfair. But if they still lost under these circumstances, what would await them? One by one, Azure summoning arrays materialized in the hands of these squad leaders. Then, the familiar 11 spirit beasts from before all materialized before Su Jiang. Facing these 11 colossal beasts, coupled with the solemn and serious expressions on the class leaders' faces, Su Jiang knew these guys were getting serious this time, undoubtedly preparing various tactics and strategies specifically for him. The prodigies gathered from across the world were truly formidable opponents. He immediately responded with equal seriousness. In that case, let the battle commence. The 11 exchanged glances and declared in unison, "Let the battle commence." As if this phrase served as a signal, Chen Yang's colossal bull demon charged forward from the midst of the spirit beasts, heading straight for Su Jiang. Simultaneously, a massive beetle crashed into Su Jiang's position. In the distance, spirit beasts equipped with ranged skills and long-reach abilities began preparing to assault Su Jiang from afar. For a moment, Su Jiang seemed on the verge of being swallowed by a barrage of attacks. What astonished everyone even more was that, facing the charging bull demon, Su Jiang showed no panic. Instead, he roared defiantly, "Bring it on!" The next moment, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Jiang braced his hands against the bull demon's twin horns. Before Su Jiang, the mighty ox demon could advance not a single step further. The bull demon king, a creature of immense strength, had been bested in a test of power by a mere human. Only then did everyone truly realize that Su Jiang's strength might be even more extraordinary than they had imagined. Even more terrifying, Su Jiang pivoted on his right foot, swinging the bull demon around and slamming it directly into the massive armored beetle. Instantly, the collision of two colossal beasts erupted in anguished roars. Roar! This outrageous display once again shattered the worldviews of the students watching below. Yet what surprised everyone was that, upon witnessing Su Jiang's display and reaction, the class monitors exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Just as we anticipated, unstoppable momentum and reserves of power as deep and boundless as the ocean. In that case, execute the pre-arranged battle plan immediately. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, staring at the class leaders with utter astonishment. They never imagined that Su Jiang's terrifying display had been anticipated by this group of class leaders. And that had merely been a preliminary test. I never imagined it. I truly underestimated you all. Su Jiang murmured to himself. He realized he had underestimated the world, and these top geniuses were no exception. The colossal strength of the ox demon earlier had merely served to validate a hypothesis in his mind. Then, under Su Jiang's astonished gaze, he felt the air around him grow thick and viscous, even restricting his movements. Then he noticed a rat glowing with green light lurking beside him. Its eyes were fixed intently on him. Perfect, it worked. The psychic guinea pig's wave array has affected him. The squad leaders exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. In the next instant, a barrage of ranged attacks, lightning bolts, beams of light, and even bone-made swords swooped toward Su Jiang at breakneck speed. To everyone's surprise, Su Jiang, even in this space where the air itself seemed thick and unyielding, continued to dart and weave at incredible speed, dodging attack after attack. After several failed strikes, one of the squad leaders lost his composure. He roared. "You dodge, dodge, dodge. All you know how to do is dodge. If you're so skilled, stop dodging." It was just a momentary outburst. To his surprise, Su Jiang actually responded to the taunt. His body shifted as Su Jiang spoke coldly. "If that's the case, then what if I don't dodge?" With that, Su Jiang stood his ground, letting the onslaught of attacks rain down upon him. Most crucially, the onslaught was unprecedented in scale. Not only were there lightning bolts from the thundercloud spirit, but also ranged attacks like the skeleton knight's bone sword and pillars of annihilation. Even the colossal bull demon's devastating charge joined the fray. Su Jiang stood rooted to the spot, seemingly courting death. These attacks would strike him in the next instant. Chapter 181, is Su Jiang finished? He's done for. That was the only thought racing through everyone's minds. Not just the students watching below, but even the teachers beside them felt the same. Even Luo Wudi, an S-tier powerhouse, stared intently at the center of the ring with a grave expression. Though he'd witnessed Su Jiang withstand Su Jie's attacks before, that battle had occurred when Su Jie was in terrible condition and already in the final stages of exhaustion. And his attack power was nowhere near as strong as the combined assault of these top students. Now, he feared Su Jiang might not hold out. Even more panicked than them were the beast masters unleashing attacks on Su Jiang. Watching Su Jiang stand there like a fool, waiting for the attacks to come, their hearts suddenly tightened. "No, Su Jiang, get out of the way. Get out of the way, Su Jiang." The hearts of the 11 class leaders were in their throats. They shouted frantically, hoping Su Jiang would react. If they accidentally killed their own classmate just because of a competition, regardless of whether it was legally justified, they simply couldn't forgive themselves. They would never be able to live with themselves. The overwhelming onslaught seemed poised to engulf Su Jiang entirely. Facing this onslaught, Su Jiang was like a mantis trying to stop a cart. As if he would be torn apart at any moment. All the classmates were stunned. They never imagined that what started as an exciting match would turn into this. The intensity of the fight looked deadly. Some female classmates couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. They seemed to have already witnessed Su Jiang's death. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the attacks rained down on the ground where Su Jiang stood. Boom! The deafening explosion and cacophony of impacts made it clear to everyone that Su Jiang hadn't dodged. He remained rooted to the spot, taking the full brunt of the assault. A towering cloud of dust erupted from where Su Jiang stood, engulfing the entire arena in thick smoke. Witnessing such devastating chaos, sorrow welled up in everyone's hearts. It's over. Su Jiang is dead. Who would have thought? Su was so arrogant and underestimated his opponent he didn't even try to dodge. Oh my god, he was the top student in the college entrance exams. Our beloved class monitor, it's just too tragic. Everyone was overcome with grief. Looking into the smoke, the 11 squad leaders exchanged glances. Their expressions were blank and bewildered. What should we do? They had only intended to discuss giving Su Jiang a proper lesson. They never imagined it would end in a death. As members of the Human Federation, they never wanted to see this kind of situation unfold. For 18-year-olds like them, the blow of this incident was undeniably crushing. The 11 exchanged glances, none speaking. Yet each seemed to recognize the tragedy born from their own mistakes. But then, among the 11, Chen Yong was the first to lift his gaze, staring in shock at the swirling dust cloud filling the sky. He sensed something was terribly wrong. His spirit beast, the mighty bull, was conveying a faint sense of unease. This was highly unusual. The thick dust began to dissipate. To the horror of the crowd below, they discovered that amidst the thick haze on the stage, a resolute figure seemed to stand unyielding. Beside him lay a massive, fallen form. The crowd stared in stunned silence at the scene. The figure shrouded in smoke bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Jiang. They desperately hoped it was Su Jiang, yet a part of them knew it was unlikely. After all, they had witnessed every attack just moments ago. Any single blow landing on a normal human body would have reduced it to dust. Yet Su Jiang had taken all 11 blows without lifting a finger to defend himself. Only Leng Xi and Wu Hao exchanged a glance, sharing an expression understood only between them. As the two who knew Su Jiang best and were closest to him, they possessed a clear understanding of his capabilities. How could Su Jiang possibly be someone who would be so easily knocked down by these attacks? As the swirling dust slowly dispersed, Su Jiang's figure grew increasingly distinct. Under the wide-eyed, astonished gazes of the crowd, his entire form was finally revealed. He remained in the exact same posture he had held before the attack struck without performing a single defensive move. It was the posture of one who had allowed those terrifyingly powerful attacks to strike his body. Beneath Su Jiang's right foot lay a massive, colossal bull. Beneath his foot, the mighty beast appeared deeply unsettled, yet dared not make any sudden movements, seemingly cowed by Su Jiang's might. Witnessing this scene, not only his classmates but even Luo Wudi was stunned. He never imagined Su Jiang would display such exaggerated and abnormal behavior.
Looks like this kid didn't just get a little stronger over summer break. While inwardly delighted by Su Jiang's progress, Luo Wuti also felt a sense of foreboding. If this was the case, then the next time they investigated this kid, they'd have to be even more thorough. On the stage, Su Jiang glanced at the stunned crowd, then boredly cracked his stiff neck. He spoke slowly. I'll admit you guys do have some skill. After all, those attacks actually hurt when they land. His tone was devoid of emotion, yet his words carried a hint of praise. Yet witnessing Su Jiang's demeanor, the crowd felt not praise but profound insult and exaggeration. After all, these 11 squad leaders were each prodigies revered outside the academy. They had grown up under the admiring gaze of others, hailed as the strongest in their respective regions. Yet now, their combined assault struck Su Jiang's unflinching form, earning nothing more than a bit painful as a response. Were these 11 class leaders truly that weak, or was Su Jiang's strength simply terrifyingly overwhelming? Hey, this can't be real. How is this possible? I just had the thundercloud spirit unleash 200,000 volts. Me too. I gave it my absolute all. I absolutely did not slack off. The 11 exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. Honestly, they'd rather see Su Jiang take a hit right now. As they whispered among themselves, a thrilled smile spread across Su Jiang's face before he shouted loudly. I acknowledge you. I acknowledge your strength. Just 11 of you managed to give me quite a bit of trouble. You truly are geniuses. Chapter 182, Instant Kill, Leave of Absence. This exaggerated remark left everyone on the field speechless. The students below the stage were utterly dumbfounded. Could what Su Jiang just uttered truly be words within the limits of human language? Only 11 people? Each of these 11 individuals, taken separately, would become renowned powerhouses in their own right. Yet now you've taken on 11 of them alone, and it only caused you a minor inconvenience and you're acknowledging their worth? That was downright insulting. Years later, many classmates who were present at the time would reflect on it with profound emotion. That single acknowledgement might have been the highest praise these 11 class presidents ever received in their lives. After all, the one who acknowledged them was. What would happen years later was something no one present could foresee. Yet upon hearing Su Jiang's words, all emotion vanished from the faces of those 11 class presidents. They all felt profoundly insulted. One by one, they fixed Su Jiang with serious, stern gazes brimming with fighting spirit. The next moment, a barrage of attacks from the spirit beasts once again descended upon Su Jiang. At that moment, Su Jiang looked at them and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. If that's how it is, then I'll join you in your little game. Then, Su Jiang turned his gaze to the mighty bull lying beside him, as if he had found a suitable tool. He hoisted the beast and charged into the crowd. Facing Su Jiang, who had finally gotten serious, the group of squad leaders completely collapsed. Before Su Jiang, whether it was top-tier S-class spirit beasts, A-class spirit beasts, or any combination of powerful skills and teamwork, all were utterly annihilated. Armed only with the thick-skinned, tough-as-nails giant strength bull in his grasp, Su Jiang left nothing standing in his wake. He truly embodied the saying, brute force trumps 10 techniques. Just as the undead knight prepared to strike again, Su Jiang closed the distance, punching him flying with a single blow. Immediately after, the mighty bull slammed him into the ground, leaving him unable to even crawl up. This fate befell not only the undead knight but every other spirit beast as well. In less than 5 minutes, when Su Jiang returned to the arena, not a single spirit beast remained standing beside him. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Jiang adjusted his clothes before offering a serious assessment. Your potential is truly remarkable, but the path ahead remains long. May you all have the day to fulfill your talents. The battle concluded abruptly, ending as abruptly as it had begun. The crowd had anticipated a fierce, dragon and tiger-like clash, but by mid-battle, many feared injuries or casualties among their peers. In the end, however, everyone realized they had overestimated the situation. It turned out that even the combined efforts of these 11 individuals could only cause minor inconveniences to Su Jiang. They were simply not on the same level. It turned out that during the previous resource competition, Su Jiang had never once taken it seriously. Only now did everyone truly grasp the vast chasm separating them from Su Jiang. As for Su Jiang's final critique, though some harbored resentment, the sheer magnitude of the power disparity left them speechless. After the match concluded, Luo Wuti approached as usual to announce the results. However, as he announced the outcome, he lingered his gaze on Su Jiang several times, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Luo Wuti then announced that Elite Class 3 would receive priority access. He then continued directly. The first phase of military training is now complete. The second phase will commence tomorrow. The goal is to help students better coordinate with their spirit beasts, master their combat characteristics, and enhance their fighting prowess. I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. Though a significant portion of these students had just been utterly stunned by Su Jiang's display. After all, they had realized that no matter how hard they tried, they might never catch up to Su Jiang. How could these prodigies bear such a thought? Yet this announcement still drew cheers from them. The previous physical training had been so brutal it had left psychological scars. Great! Finally, no more physical training. Yes.
I'm so sick of it, I've been dragging myself around like a dead dog every day.
Honestly, we might as well become sports majors even they don't train us this hard. Listening to the cheers from the field, Luo Wuti remains silent.
Meanwhile, the teachers assisting with the military training watched the students with pitying eyes. Clearly, these students had no idea what kind of devilish principal they were up against.
Would someone like that ever let them off easy?
The training ahead would only grow harsher and more agonizing. Su Jiang stood among the crowd, listening to the cheers around him, yet his mind was deep in thought.
Spirit beast training? That single phrase snapped Su Jiang back to reality.
It seemed this training session held no necessity for his participation. Moreover, when it came to spirit beasts, Su Jiang also realized his most crucial task at present.
That was to establish his spirit beast shop and sales channels here in the first district.
Only then could his strength truly grow. Otherwise, he would merely be treading water.
Though Su Jiang lacked a spirit beast, his growth was inextricably linked to obtaining one.
Watching the celebrating students around him, Su Jiang shook his head. He then informed Wu Hao and Leng Xi of his plans before heading straight to find their counselor, Su Jinsu.
Securing leave from military training required navigating the advisor, an unavoidable step. Standing before his counselor, Su Jiang couldn't help but marvel at her striking beauty.
Paired with her commanding, spirited demeanor, she radiated a fierce, primal beauty like a female cheetah brimming with wildness and strength.
Advisor, it's about military training. I have 1 week left. Can I request leave?
Su Jiang looked at Su Jin's before him, completely lacking in social grace or prior preparation, launching straight into his request without hesitation.
The question left Su Jinshi momentarily speechless.
She had assumed Su Jiang had come to discuss something important. After all, this prodigy of hers had barely exchanged a few words with her until now. She never imagined he'd come straight to her with such a major request.
She immediately looked at Su Jiang with a bitter smile. Alright, I'll contact Principal Luo for you.
You can explain it to him yourself. To be perfectly honest, your request for a week off from military training.
At Martial God Beastmaster University, it's unprecedented and unmatched. Chapter 183, Searching for a Shopfront. Hearing Su Jin's words, Su Jiang fell silent. It's just a week off, what's so unprecedented about that?
But he also understood that if what she said was true, then getting this leave approved through Su Jin's would likely be impossible. Though she possessed formidable strength, she was ultimately just a lowly counselor. In this martial god beast university where her rankers were a dime a dozen, she likely held little sway. He waved his hand dismissively.
No need, advisor.
I'll go straight to the president myself.
Watching Su Jiang's receding figure, Su Jin's couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated.
It seemed that being too gifted could indeed be a burden. Sometimes teachers of geniuses never had it easy.
You mean you want to break the century-old rule at our martial god beastmaster university, taking leave during military training to handle your own personal affairs, then returning to take the post-training assessment? Luo Wuti repeated Su Jiang's request, his face frozen in shock.
Su Jiang nodded earnestly, his tone solemn.
Yes, Principal. And I believe my reason for requesting leave is entirely legitimate.
Besides, this isn't something I'm asking for, it's simply that I genuinely cannot participate in the military training.
Hearing this, Luo Wuti instantly lost his temper. You little brat, I admit you're exceptionally gifted, a once-in-a-century prodigy. But my martial god beastmaster university isn't exactly dirt cheap, you know? Do you despise this military training so much? You're that unwilling to participate? Don't think winning first place in the last training session makes you so special.
Luo Wuti sized up Su Jiang before him, eager to see what kind of nonsense he could spout. If this kid really had gotten too big for his britches, Luo Wuti wouldn't mind giving him a proper lesson.
Spill it, kid. What's your legitimate excuse for skipping this time?
After a moment's thought, Su Jiang hesitated before speaking. It's just. Principal, I'm not sure if our school's spirit beast training requires participants to have a spirit beast to join.
Hearing Su Jiang's hesitant, tentative words and the innocence within them, Luo Wuti instantly understood.
His vision went black and he nearly fainted. His gaze turned blank as he stared at Su Jiang.
Right. How could he have forgotten this kid didn't have a spirit beast? It was all because the kid had been putting on such an exaggeratedly impressive act that he'd forgotten Su Jiang was, in a sense, a useless. As for this spirit beast training, what the hell are you doing participating without one? Alright, I'll approve your leave.
Once you're out, remember to keep a low profile. After military training ends, the school still has business with you. Watching Luo Wuti decisively approve his leave, Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of satisfaction.
What? Didn't they say it was absolutely impossible to get leave during military training at Martial God Beastmaster University?
Well, he'd just managed to get one. Later, when Su Jiang strode out of the void in full view of everyone, holding Luo Wuti's leave slip, all the classmates who had been celebrating their half-day break were stunned. Wait, dude, getting half a day off is already a luxury for me.
How come you just walked right out? Holy crap, let me tell you, you absolutely cannot take leave during military training at Martial God Beastmaster University. The student grew more animated as he spoke.
But the person beside him spoke up slowly.
But if that's the case, then how did Su Jiang get out?
The group fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances before finally reaching a conclusion.
Su Jiang was simply too incredible, too powerful. He didn't need military training, which is why he could leave. Su Jiang endured the astonished stares of everyone along the way until he finally arrived outside the gates of the martial god Beastmaster University.
He decided to open a small spirit beast shop nearby, selling his own precious spirit beasts. As for the location of the martial god Beastmaster University, it was prime real estate, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. But none of that mattered to Su Jiang anymore. After all, he now held the Federation currency that Luo Wuti had promised him. At this point, he could easily afford not just a shopfront, but even a villa in District 1 if he truly desired luxury. The reason the shop was located so close to the martial god Beastmaster University was primarily because this shopfront served merely as a front. Once a suitable buyer appeared and Su Jiang confirmed they were trustworthy, he would transport them via the teleportation array to his spirit beast shop in District 13 for the actual purchase. While Su Jiang was out searching for a shop, legends about him were already spreading throughout the entire martial god Beastmaster University.
Shocking.
A centuries-old tradition at martial god Beastmaster University has finally been shattered by one man. Turns out, scoring high enough on the entrance exam really does exempt you from military training. This post shot to the top of the university's official forum.
Many upperclassmen who saw it were utterly dumbfounded. Yet no one questioned the post's authenticity. Because the poster, damn it, is the official account of martial god Beastmaster University. Behind a screen radiating light, Luo Wuti's hands flew across the keyboard at lightning speed. The formidable physical prowess unique to an S-rank powerhouse was laid bare. His absurdly fast hand speed and typing velocity were beyond the reach of ordinary people. When he finally stopped typing, he exhaled slowly. Kid, you insisted on taking leave to go out for a stroll. Now don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, the very person who had just helped Su Jiang gain widespread recognition and even earned him enemies. None other than our pillar of humanity, the ever-busy Principal Luo Wuti. Outside the campus of martial god Beastmaster University, Su Jiang took in the futuristic streets and architecture of District 1. Gazing at the towering core building in the distance, the trains and various vehicles floating through the air, he was filled with awe. With all this advanced technology, they still can't handle the void. What exactly lies hidden behind this void? Su Jiang marveled at the wonders of this world while simultaneously being shocked by its dangers. But the next moment, his focus shifted back to his own life. His most urgent task now was finding a shopfront to set up his spirit beast store. Everything else could wait. His current strength was sufficient to bully newbies, but attempting anything in the void would be pure suicide. Just then, a shopfront appeared before Su Jiang, looking exceptionally bleak. Chapter 184, The Peculiar Shopfront and the Stunning Beauty. It was well known that shops operating around the martial god Beastmaster University were defined by their extravagance and deep pockets. It's safe to say every shop owner here is worth over 100 million. Otherwise, forget about buying a shop, you wouldn't even be able to afford the rent here. Yet now, the shop before Su Jiang was plastered with exaggerated banners advertising all manner of clearance sales, much like many shops in District 13. Some even proclaimed final 3 days clearance sale. Buy now or miss out. Hurry up. These familiar phrases momentarily made Su Jiang feel as though he had returned to District 13. Forcing down the twitch at the corner of his mouth, Su Jiang stepped inside the shop, curiosity burning. He reasoned that if the shop truly matched his grim description, wouldn't that mean an opportunity awaited him? Upon entering, Su Jiang discovered it was actually a clothing store. To his surprise, the shopkeeper wasn't a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, but a young woman in her 20s. Her curvaceous figure and alluring face left Su Jiang inwardly marveling at what a true earthly beauty she was. Truthfully, her perfect figure, accentuated by the impeccably tailored cheongsam she wore, resembled a work of art. Her soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes and peach-like complexion marked the most alluring phase of a woman's life. The woman noticed Su Jiang's arrival, but after glancing at him standing outside the shop in trance, she lowered her head. It wasn't that she looked down on Su Jiang, or that she refused to serve customers with poor service. It was simply that this was a women's clothing store. Su Jiang was a grown man, and a teenager at that. Who would believe he came here to shop? Looking at the tall, handsome man before her, Yang Ruoyun sighed deeply. Once the cherished jewel of the Yang family, Yang Ruoyun had lived a life of boundless privilege. This modest shop was merely a small investment to pass the time when boredom struck. But who could have imagined that after falling out with her family, she'd actually have to rely on this tiny shop to make ends meet? What was worse, she had no business sense whatsoever. Not a single sale had been made in days. While many men ogled her beauty, hoping to strike up a conversation. But though these men had the money to buy clothes, Yang Ruoyun had sent them all away. But if she didn't make a sale today, she'd go hungry. Yang Ruoyun lowered her head, staring at her empty stomach, and let out a bitter laugh. She never imagined she'd end up worrying about where her next meal would come from.
As for the boyish-looking man before her, Yang Ruoyun harbored no expectations whatsoever.
You couldn't seriously expect him to actually come in and buy something, could you?
Just as she was lost in thought, Su Jiang glanced around the shop interior and stepped inside.
Though puzzled why Su Jiang would enter her women's clothing store, Yang Ruoyun adhered to the principle of seizing every sales opportunity.
She hurried forward with a smile.
Good afternoon, sir. What kind of clothing are you looking for? Would you like some recommendations? The styles here are excellent, and the value is outstanding.
Whether it's for your girlfriend or your mother, these would make wonderful gifts. Hearing the forced tone and half-hearted pitch in the woman's voice, Su Jiang shook his head with a wry smile. He knew it wasn't the woman's fault, it was simply that his image clashed with the shop's aesthetic.
As for the clothes, Su Jiang didn't plan to get straight to the point right away. After all, this wasn't Luo Wudi.
If he'd been Luo Wudi, diving straight into the topic might have been acceptable. The old man probably wouldn't have said anything, but now it felt a bit inappropriate. So he browsed around the clothing store. But what he didn't know until he looked was truly shocking. Su Jiang wasn't exactly wealthy himself, but he moved in wealthy circles. Both Leng Xi and Wu Hao were second-generation wealthy. Especially Leng Xi, even their family's dowry would be considered middle of the road in this first district. Thus, Su Jiang possessed a solid grasp of such fundamental knowledge. Yet the garments in this boutique were crafted from nothing but premium materials, boasting exquisite workmanship, and yet the prices were remarkably low.
What was going on here?
Su Jiang suddenly sensed that this small clothing store seemed to hold something special.
Noticing the change in Su Jiang's expression, Yang Ruoyun inwardly sighed.
So, a connoisseur had arrived. She observed Su Jiang, who appeared to be 18 or 19 years old, with an undeniably handsome face. And his physique, though he wore a shirt, his broad shoulders and the faintly visible pectorals beneath clearly hinted at an excellent build.
Probably some rich kid from a prominent family out shopping, and she just happened to run into him?
She had to make a killing off him. Recalling the pangs of hunger she'd felt the day before, Yang Ruoyun immediately began pitching her wares with renewed vigor. Sir, you have excellent taste. This shirt is our store's signature piece. With your status and looks, I'm sure you have plenty of young ladies swooning over you. Once you give her this shirt, she'll be head over heels for you.
Listening to the woman's sales pitch, Su Jiang paused, then voiced his lingering doubt.
Madam, I see that the garments in your shop are exceptionally refined in both material and craftsmanship. Why are they priced so low?
Could there be something wrong with them? Hearing Su Jiang's words, Yang Ruoyun fell silent before responding. The goods are absolutely fine, you can buy with confidence.
The reason I'm selling them so cheaply is that I've run into some financial difficulties these past few days, to the point where
Yang Ruoyun found it difficult to continue.
But lately, she had nowhere to vent the frustration weighing on her heart. Su Jiang was the only man who had visited her shop recently without giving her that disgusting look. Plus, she felt Su Jiang was several years younger than her, so she treated him like a little brother. That's why she finally spoke up.
Every piece of clothing I sell is a loss. But I never expected to make money from this.
I'm just so broke these days that I can barely make ends meet, so I'm doing this.
As she spoke, Yang Ruoyun's stomach promptly growled in perfect timing. This left Yang Ruoyun frozen in awkwardness.
Her claim of being so broke she couldn't afford to eat had been an exaggeration, but who would have thought her stomach would betray her first?
Chapter 185, Yang Ruoyun.
Su Jiang glanced at the woman before him. Whether it was her demeanor, her looks, or the way she carried herself, she clearly wasn't from an ordinary background.
Moreover, what she had said was most likely true.
As for the shop, it was likely just a hobby for her.
After pondering it over, Su Jiang had an idea.
Given the circumstances, it would be wise to approach her first.
That way, acquiring the shop later would be much easier.
Besides, seeing such a stunning beauty unable to afford a meal, Su Jiang felt he could at least manage to treat her to dinner. So he turned to Yang Ruoyun, who was feeling awkward, and asked, "Why don't we grab a bite to eat first? We can talk about any issues after dinner. How does that sound?"
"Sure. Where should we go?"
Seeing Yang Ruoyun agree instantly, Su Jiang exchanged a glance with her, both feeling a bit awkward. Yang Ruoyun silently cursed herself inside.
Yang Ruoyun, why are you so pathetic? You act like you've never eaten before. Someone invites you to dinner, and you're so eager to go.
But she felt she couldn't really blame herself. After all, she hadn't eaten in 2 days.
Thankfully, the restaurant's drinking water was free.
Otherwise, she might have literally died of thirst. Su Jiang never imagined that this stunningly beautiful woman before him had fallen into such a desperate state. With her looks, if she stood on the street shouting for someone to treat her to a meal, the line would stretch from District 1 all the way to District 13. Su Jiang understood human nature, and it was clear this woman had her own principles and boundaries. Su Jiang gave her a smile, and the two of them walked straight out of the shop, heading toward a restaurant. This restaurant was one Su Jiang had spotted in the school handbook, located near the Wuxing Beastmaster University campus. It wasn't that Su Jiang didn't want to splurge on a fancy restaurant for her. Firstly, it seemed unnecessary. Secondly, and more importantly, he didn't know his way around the area.
Inside this modest eatery, Su Jiang watched the woman wolf down her food. She displayed not a shred of ladylike grace, bordering on wildness. Yet paired with her pure, beautiful face, it created an extraordinary sense of contrast and visual impact, making it impossible to perceive her as rude. Of course, part of the reason might be that Su Jiang's appetite far exceeded that of the woman before him. After all, with his current physical condition, his daily energy expenditure was an incredibly staggering figure. So naturally, his food intake was substantial. Between the two of them, they polished off 6 buckets of rice and 38 dishes. Even at this modest little eatery, Su Jiang ended up shelling out over 10,000 yuan. After all, this was a restaurant in a prime location in District 1, situated near the martial god beast-taming university. Its rent, labor costs, and ingredients were all top tier. Su Jiang felt the expense was entirely justified. Goodness, I'm finally full. Feeling stuffed is such a relief. Looking at the woman before him, who had completely shed her goddess-like image and was now sprawled out on the chair, Su Jiang spoke slowly. Hello, nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Jiang, and I'm a student at Martial God Beast-Taming University. Oh. Yang Ruoyan, who had been lost in the satisfaction of her full stomach, looked up at Su Jiang with surprise upon hearing his question. She never imagined Su Jiang would be a freshman at the Martial God Beastmaster University. Logically speaking, a handsome guy of his caliber couldn't possibly be unknown at the Martial God Beast-Taming University. Why hadn't she noticed him before? Nevertheless, she extended her small hand to shake Su Jiang's and slowly replied. My name is Yang Ruoyan. Currently, I suppose I'm unemployed. Observing his lavish attire, precious jewels, and aristocratic bearing, Su Jiang suspected that while unemployed might be true for now, it would certainly not hold in the future. He didn't expose her identity, however, instead asking curiously. Miss Yang, when I saw your shop earlier. Hearing Su Jiang address her thus, recalling the clear gaze he'd directed at her and the kindness he'd shown by sharing his meal, Yang Ruoyan immediately waved her hand. Don't call me Miss Yang. Just call me Sister Ruoyan from now on. Seeing her easygoing manner, Su Jiang could only accept it and nodded. Sis Ruoyan, it's just that what I saw in your shop back then seemed rather unusual. What exactly happened? Did you two have a fight? Hearing Su Jiang's words, Yang Ruoyan felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She waved her hand dismissively. Let's not talk about it. It just makes me annoyed. But you're right, we did have a fight, and then I came out. After answering Su Jiang's question, Yang Ruoyan lifted her eyes to look at him, asking with a hint of curiosity. So why haven't I seen you around before? A guy as handsome as you, it's impossible I wouldn't have noticed you. And what brings you to my shop? Could it be you're buying clothes for your little girlfriend? Yang Ruoyan didn't even notice that as she asked the last question, her eyes were fixed intently on Su Jiang. Her gaze held both anticipation and curiosity, as if waiting for some kind of answer. No, I'm a freshman this year. Su Jiang answered the first question first. Then he added. As for a girlfriend, I suppose I don't really have one at the moment. Su Jiang pondered his relationship with Leng Xi, finding it rather complicated. What? You're actually a freshman? Shouldn't you all be in military training at Martial God Beastmaster University? How did you get out? Yang Ruoyan couldn't hold back any longer. Under the astonished stares of those around her, this goddess-like figure suddenly let loose with a string of expletives. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she abandoned all ladylike decorum and rushed to Su Jiang's side, practically burying herself in his chest. She pulled out her phone and began scrolling through it rapidly beside Su Jiang. The next moment, she lifted her eyes and stared at Su Jiang in astonishment. So you're Su Jiang from Martial God Beast-Taming University, this year's top college entrance exam scorer? At that moment, her face was no more than 10 centimeters from his. Su Jiang could even feel the cool breath from her lips, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He quickly pulled back. He never imagined that this movement would cause a peculiar gleam to flicker in the eyes of Yang Ruoyan before him. If we're talking about the top scorer in the college entrance exam, then yes, that would be me. Now that Su Jiang had admitted it, Yang Ruoyan's eyes darted around. She suddenly moved even closer to him, her entire body nearly pressed against his. So what exactly were you doing when you took leave from military training? And you really did come in first on the college entrance exam? That's impressive. Yang Ruoyan continued speaking as she pressed closer to Su Jiang. Now the two of them were practically clinging to each other. Su Jiang hurriedly pulled away, speaking loudly. I came here today to rent your storefront. Chapter 186, finalizing the contract, Yang Ruoyan's father arrives. Rent my shop? Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Ruoyan's eyes. She never imagined that was Su Jiang's purpose. But it did explain why Su Jiang had come to her clothing store. So he'd been after her shop all along. If it were the older, she might have given up the shop for that meal alone, or because of that indescribable feeling she harbored toward Su Jiang. But now, this shop was truly her only hope for survival. Otherwise, she would truly go hungry again. The thought made Yang Ruoyan's head spin. Then she lifted her eyes to meet Su Jiang's gaze and said with unusual seriousness. Renting my shop isn't possible right now. After all, you're probably aware of my situation. That shop is the only thing I can hold on to right now.
I still rely on selling the clothes inside to make ends meet.
Otherwise, I truly wouldn't even have enough to eat. Listening to her words, Su Jiang knew she spoke the truth. Otherwise, their encounter wouldn't have happened. Yet Su Jiang's gaze lingered on Yang Ruoyun before him. It must be said, this woman possessed an undeniably refined aura.
Her figure and features were stunningly beautiful, and combined with the poise and worldliness befitting her distinguished family background, she truly seemed like a woman of the highest caliber. Now, as Su Jiang scrutinized her with such a greedy gaze, Yang Ruoyun felt as if she were back facing those men who harbored ill intentions toward her. Instantly, she looked at Su Jiang with caution.
Hey, I'm warning you. What do you think you're doing?
Sure, I'm short on cash, but that doesn't mean I'll do just anything.
And even though you're kinda cute, I'm not going to agree to this. Su Jiang. Damn, what is this woman thinking?
Su Jiang shook his head and looked earnestly at Yang Ruoyun before him.
Sis Ruoyun, stop fooling around.
Here's how I see it, your shop's been open for days now, and I noticed your sales figures kept dropping from 10 down to 3 in the final days.
Yet here you are, still unable to afford a meal. It's clear you haven't sold a single piece of clothing.
So I assume you haven't sold any clothes this entire week.
And the chances of selling anything in the coming days seem pretty slim too, don't you think? As Su Jiang spoke, a blush instantly spread across Yang Ruoyun's beautiful face.
She felt utterly embarrassed at that moment.
Because everything Su Jiang said was true. She could only feign anger as she snapped at Su Jiang. What are you saying? I can definitely sell it, okay? I'm just having a bit of bad luck. Watching Yang Ruoyun stubbornly deny it, Su Jiang shook his head.
Perhaps this was a case of being too close to see clearly. The woman before him was undoubtedly intelligent, but perhaps her immersion in the situation prevented her from seeing clearly. Su Jiang knew that with the prices of the clothes in her shop, not only would she struggle to sell one piece in 7 days, but once her reputation took off, she could clear her entire inventory in just 7 days. The value was simply too good to pass up. It was like buying a brand new iPhone 16 Pro Max for just 2,000 yuan. How could such low prices fail to attract buyers? If just one customer came to buy within 7 days, her reputation would spread, and she'd never lack for buyers. The only explanation was that her family had stepped in. As for herself, perhaps she was the X factor disrupting their family's plans.
Sister Ruoyun, have you ever considered that this might not be your fault? After Su Jiang uttered those words, Yang Ruoyun froze, staring blankly at him.
The next moment, suppressed anger flashed in her eyes. Well, old man, I finally understand why I couldn't sell a single thing in 7 days. It was all you're doing. Seeing that Yang Ruoyun had grasped the truth, Su Jiang spoke directly.
Since that's the case, the clothes in the store will never sell anyway. Why don't you rent the shop to me?
The merchandise inside will still belong to you.
My shop doesn't need much space. Besides the rent, you could also work as a salesperson in my store.
I'll pay you a salary, a generous one, I assure you.
What do you think? Ah, well.
Yang Ruoyun listened to Su Jiang's words and fell deep in thought.
She knew Su Jiang's proposal was indeed an excellent suggestion and a great solution for her. Yet she worried that her shop and family affairs might implicate Su Jiang. As if anticipating her hesitation, Su Jiang spoke up. Don't worry. The shop I run sells spirit beasts. Customers typically come in without needing to be hawked to.
Your family's affairs won't affect me. Observing Su Jiang's composed demeanor, she recalled his numerous extraordinary qualities. Whether it was being this year's top college entrance exam scorer or the sole individual granted leave from military training at Martial God Beastmaster University.
Yang Ruoyun finally nodded in agreement.
After a series of negotiations, Su Jiang offered Yang Ruoyun a generous monthly salary of 200,000 Federation credits, in addition to free room and board. In return, Yang Ruoyun leased the shop to Su Jiang at 5 million Federation credits per year. Thus, Su Jiang's first branch of Mo Beast House was officially established. As Su Jiang and his group finished their meal and headed to the shop to handle follow-up matters. In a sedan parked some distance away, a security guard retrieved a phone and dialed a number.
Hello, sir. There's been an incident with a young lady.
A remarkably composed male voice answered.
Speak. What mischief is she up to now?
Day after day, she refuses to return quietly for the arranged marriage, insisting on carving out her own path. The security guard observed Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun, their closeness almost bordering on intimacy. It seemed the young lady had taken the initiative. He spoke with a hint of trepidation. Master, I've already taken action against the young lady's shop as you instructed. However, it appears she has now subleased the shop. The tenant appears to be a student, a very young and handsome one at that, and he seems extremely close to the young lady. After uttering these words, the bodyguard held his breath, daring not to breathe a sigh.
He knew a storm was brewing.
Sure enough, a roar erupted from the other end of the line.
Good heavens, what on earth is that girl up to?
She's always going on about keeping a male lover. I thought she was joking.
Who knew she'd actually go and do it, damn it. This won't do. I'm heading over right now. Chapter 187, Yang Xiu arrives. I'm Yang Xiu, head of the Yang clan in District 1.
I'm considered one of the district's strongest, but right now, I'm panicking. My subordinates informed me that my runaway daughter seems determined to take a male lover.
What am I supposed to do?
At that moment, Yang Xiu sat aboard his hovercraft, speeding toward the University of Martial Gods.
Meanwhile, Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyan had begun planning the shop's renovations.
Su Jiang only needed a small reception room to house 2 or 3 spirit beasts, requiring no other facilities. His sole purpose was to transport them to District 13 via the teleportation array for shopping, so a larger space served little practical use. Besides, he had offered Yang Ruoyan a generous package deal covering both meals and lodging, meals being minor, lodging being major.
If it were District 13, Su Jiang had 1,000 ways to find Yang Ruoyan a place to stay.
But this was Zone 1, and especially in this prime location where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold.
Even for Su Jiang, it stung a bit.
He decided to convert part of the shop into a warehouse for Yang Ruoyan's high-end clothing.
Another section would be converted into a room for Yang Ruoyan to rest.
As for the storefront itself, well, it would have to be squeezed down as much as possible.
Sis Ruoyan, you're not too picky about your living arrangements, are you?
Upon hearing this, Yang Ruoyan shook her head vigorously like a rattle.
Not picky, not picky. As long as it's livable. Su Jiang asked again. So if it's a bit worse than your previous place, that should be okay, right? Of course it'll be fine. I'm just grateful to have a place to stay. Hearing Su Jiang's words, how could Yang Ruoyan dare to be picky?
After all, her life had become so miserable. Su Jiang paying her rent and giving her a salary was like a lifeline in her darkest hour.
Who was she to complain?
What they didn't know was that every word of their conversation had been overheard by Yang Xiu, who had been eavesdropping outside the door.
Truth be told, Yang Xiu hadn't intended to eavesdrop at all.
He'd planned to storm in and take his daughter away forcefully.
But after overhearing this exchange outside, Yang Xiu was so enraged he was speechless.
His daughter, Yang Ruoyan, had been pampered since childhood. She wouldn't settle for anything less than a 5-star platinum hotel when staying out, let alone a small shop like this. Yet now this brat dared to have his daughter stay in this partitioned shop house, and she seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it.
No way.
I'll tear that kid limb from limb. Yang Xiu's rage boiled over with every thought, his teeth grinding in fury. He lifted his gaze to Su Jiang inside the room, wishing he could devour him whole. A summoning array slowly materialized beside him. His attention fixed firmly on Su Jiang, he resolved to teach this brat a lesson. Although the law prohibited animals within the safety zone.
Unfortunately, he was Yang Xiu. A minor infraction wouldn't cause him any trouble. In that case, Sister Ruoyan, regarding this matter. Su Jiang's words abruptly trailed off. He turned his head, his expression grave as he looked beyond the shopfront. Ever since his physical prowess had been greatly enhanced, Su Jiang had awakened this spider sense. Though it hadn't been particularly useful last time, this time Su Jiang sensed danger approaching early. He sensed a powerful hostility outside the shop, closing in on him. Though he didn't detect an overwhelming intent to kill, this inexplicable hostility still made Su Jiang feel deeply uneasy. Who could it be? Su Jiang racked his brain for answers, but none came to mind. He hadn't been in District 1 long enough for anyone to have taken offense so quickly. So Su Jiang decided to take the opposite approach. He strode confidently toward his shop entrance and spoke slowly. Since you've come, there's no need to hide anymore. Yang Xiu, still eavesdropping outside, was startled. What? Did this kid spot me? He had assumed this was just an ordinary college student, but now it seemed the boy had some skills after all. Yang Xiu gave a cold smile before stepping forward with his summoned beast, the warhorse, to stand before Su Jiang. Kid, you're surprisingly sharp. Su Jiang stared at this old man he'd never seen before, puzzled. Are you here looking for someone? I don't recall knowing you. But the next moment, Su Jiang recognized the stranger before him. Because Yang Ruoyan, standing behind him, shouted loudly. Yang Xiu, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you I've cut ties with you and the Yang family? Not only did you come here to cause trouble, but now you actually want to drag me back? Hearing Yang Ruoyan's words, Su Jiang fell silent. He never imagined it would be Yang Ruoyan's father after all, he was his uncle. Su Jiang immediately prepared to have a serious talk with this middle-aged man. But unexpectedly, Yang Xiu turned his head toward Su Jiang and sneered contemptuously. You think you have the nerve to pursue my daughter? Where did you get the audacity? Do you even think you're worthy? Yang Xiu's words instantly froze Su Jiang's expression. Never mind that Yang Xiu's words weren't entirely true, it was that condescending, high and mighty attitude that really rubbed Su Jiang the wrong way. Damn it, even Luo Wudi, the pillar of the human race, wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Who the hell do you think you are, Yang Xiu? The words on the tip of Su Jiang's tongue transformed into. This is my establishment. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out. The words hung in the air, leaving not only Su Jiang stunned, but also the distant security guards monitoring the situation, Yang Xiu himself, and even Yang Ruoyan speechless. None of them could have imagined Su Jiang would dare address Yang Xiu with such audacity.
Well. I only intended to give you a piece of my mind today, but it seems a lesson is in order now. With anger flashing in Yang Xiu's eyes and a slight wave of his hand, one of the warhorse warriors beside him slowly stepped forward. Its muscular frame and the massive spear gripped in its right hand radiated sheer power. At that moment, Yang Ruoyan approached Su Jiang with concern, speaking softly.
Su Jiang, little brother, why don't I speak to my father about this? He's truly formidable. Expecting Su Jiang to back down, Yang Ruoyan had even prepared to sacrifice herself to protect him.
But unexpectedly, Su Jiang shot Yang Xiu a dismissive glance before speaking slowly.
He'd better be really powerful. Chapter 188, Clash. With those words spoken, the clash between them became inevitable. For either side to retreat now would invite utter ridicule.
For men, sometimes dignity outweighs even life itself. Now, the old man and the youngster faced each other, a tense, murderous atmosphere slowly unfolding between them. This confrontation differed from Su Jiang's previous sparring match with Leng Xi. That encounter had been merely an exchange of skills. This time, not only was Su Jiang serious and filled with rage, but even Yang Xiu had no intention of holding back. So what if he ended up severely injuring the kid afterward? He could simply heal him afterward. Besides, as the head of the Yang family, was he really afraid of some worthless college student? The more Yang Xiu looked at Su Jiang's face, the angrier he grew. He was undeniably handsome, with a perfectly sculpted physique. No wonder his daughter, who'd been bragging about keeping a male college student as a kept man, had actually ended up with this guy. At this moment, he hadn't yet realized that his daughter was clinging to Su Jiang's protection. Glancing at his war-ready men beside him, he gave a cool command. Go ahead. Give this kid a good beating. Feel free to be rough, the Yang family can afford the consequences. After speaking, he deliberately shot a contemptuous glance at Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyan standing behind him. These words were meant for their ears alone. By now, a crowd had gathered outside the small shop. After all, this was near the Martial God Beastmaster University, where foot traffic was always heavy. Now that a spirit beast had appeared and a battle was about to commence, many people raised their phones.
Among them, some curious onlookers recognized Yang Xiu's identity. Isn't that Yang Xiu, the head of the Yang family? What's he doing here?
No idea, but I think I spotted his daughter, Yang Ruoyan.
She's one of the 4 beauties of the capital, and she's here too? She looks absolutely stunning. Wait, does Yang Ruoyan and that guy beside her look like a couple? Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous.
Naturally, the scene was being streamed live online. Many learned that Yang Xiu, the head of the Yang family, was about to clash with a young man who was still a university student. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, Yang Xiu hesitated no longer. He slowly gave the order to his battle-ready troops. Charge! Then, with an unstoppable momentum, Yang Xiu's warhorses launched a devastating charge toward Su Jiang. Where their hooves struck the ground, a ring of cracks appeared. One could only imagine the sheer power of these warhorses. The long spear, gleaming with a cold, menacing light, was aimed squarely at Su Jiang's chest, its sole purpose to pierce him through and kill him. Yang Xiu's intent to kill was now utterly unmasked. Yet facing the charging warhorse, Su Jiang felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged within him. Old dang, I told you before, you'd better be truly formidable. In the next instant, Su Jiang surged forward. Su Jiang once again activated his combat form, simultaneously unleashing the full power of the ancient martial arts technique within him, the Hun Yuan Gong. Feeling the immense power surging through his body, Su Jiang cracked his neck, revealing a savage grin as he charged toward the war cavalry. The instant both sides were about to collide, all eyes were fixed intently on the scene. They were eager to see just how badly this kid, who dared to clash with the warhorse using his own body, would get beaten. Behind him, Yang Ruoyan's eyes were already reddened. She could already picture Su Jiang being severely wounded by her father's warhorse. She murmured to herself. No, Su Jiang, it's all my fault. Don't do this. But then something unexpected happened. The instant Su Jiang made contact with the warrior, he sidestepped the sweeping spear thrust. To her astonished gaze, Su Jiang seized the spear in the warrior's hand with his bare hands. Then, gathering power in his right fist, he delivered a crushing blow directly to the warrior's wrist. Crash! The thunderous collision echoed with the warhorse's agonized bellow as the spear flew from its grasp, seized firmly in Su Jiang's hand. Their first clash ended abruptly like that. But it instantly shattered the onlookers' expectations. How could anyone in the flesh possibly defeat the warband even once? Good heavens, and he even snatched the warhorse's weapon? How is that possible? That Yang Xiu is an S-rank powerhouse. Amidst the gasps of those around him, Yang Xiu's true strength was laid bare. He was indeed one of the many S-rank powerhouses among the human race, though his S-rank status was, frankly, rather ordinary. Similarly, his warhorse, though appearing as a warrior, was actually a powerful mage, which explained why it had been slightly outmatched by Su Jiang in this melee. Glancing at the spear in his hand, Su Jiang lifted his gaze and shot a sideways look at Yang Xiu beside him. Old man, when your half-human, half-horse bastard dies in a bit, don't expect me to compensate you.
Su Jiang's words instantly froze the scene once more. They never imagined that the war centaur, renowned throughout the entire human federation, would be called a half-human, half-horse bastard by Su Jiang. The remark was nothing short of a colossal insult.
Yang Xiu, who had been stunned by Su Jiang snatching the warhorse's spear, froze instinctively upon hearing it.
Then, an expression of uncontrollable rage appeared on his face. "You brat! How dare you speak like this? How dare you insult me like this? Boy, I'll have you killed."
Yang Xiu was now so consumed by rage that even the warhorse grew restless. After all, as a warhorse, he could understand human speech and grasp Su Jiang's meaning perfectly. But neither of them could have anticipated that every word spoken, every action taken, had been meticulously orchestrated by Su Jiang.
Not a single one was wasted. How could Su Jiang not know that Yang Xiu was an S-rank powerhouse? And how could he not know that the war centaur was a powerful mage? Su Jiang knew all of this.
This summer break had not only strengthened his power but also enriched his combat techniques, experience, and knowledge. Now, gazing at the war centaur before him and the spear at his side, Su Jiang felt his battle spirit surge. He realized this was likely his closest chance yet to defeat an S-rank spirit beast in a fair fight. Observing the warhorse's increasingly erratic maneuvers, Su Jiang silently muttered to himself, "Gotcha." In the next instant, Su Jiang seized the centaur's spear and charged directly at its flank.
Chapter 189 Wounded.
All of this unfolded precisely as Su Jiang had planned. Even though the war centaur was an S-rank mage-type spirit beast, his own base attributes and formidable melee capabilities meant he held his own in close combat, earning him the reputation as the most well-rounded mage.
Similarly, its defense was as formidable as that of the frost dragon before it. To Su Jiang, it was an absolutely impenetrable existence.
Forget the warhorse. Su Jiang had previously had to give his all just to break through the frost dragon's defenses. Had Yang Xiu brought any other spirit beast, Su Jiang would have conceded defeat without hesitation. A true warrior knows when to yield and when to strike back. Once this young master grows stronger, he'll settle the score with you. But the problem was this warhorse wielded a weapon. That spear in the warhorse's grasp. This gave Su Jiang room to maneuver. He truly couldn't budge the warhorse an inch, no matter how hard he fought. "But if I strike you with a weapon of equal caliber, wouldn't you still be wounded?" This was precisely why Su Jiang had initially unleashed his full offensive power, yet only struck the enemy's wrist before withdrawing. Armed with the original host's academic knowledge, intensive summer cramming, and Wang Qi's combat guidance, Su Jiang now moved like a battle-hardened elite, his mind already charting a course for this fight. Su Jiang's sudden charge with his spear stemmed from his realization that the warhorse was preparing to unleash magic.
Facing the enemy's magic, Su Jiang honestly felt little confidence in his ability to withstand it. After all, the enemy was an S-rank spirit beast. Just as Su Jiang launched his surprise attack, a faint blue light wall suddenly materialized before the war centaur. And this light wall actively surged toward Su Jiang's position. Su Jiang dodged and leapt over the wall. The next instant, a massive hole abruptly opened beneath his feet, while a dozen light swords simultaneously shot toward him from the distance. Clearly, this was the war centaur's effortless display of magic. While dodging, Su Jiang caught the expressions of Yang Xiu and the warhorse nearby. Both wore expressions of amusement, like cats toying with mice.
Su Jiang appeared to be dodging in a rather disheveled manner, but in reality, he was carefully controlling the distance in his mind. He needed an opportunity to close in on the warhorse. If he could do that, this fight would essentially be over.
Ha 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 ha.
Youngster, you spoke so arrogantly earlier. Today, this old man won't rest until I break every bone in your body.
Yang Xiu watched Su Jiang scrambling away in disarray and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Beside him, the warhorse wore a sneer of contempt.
Yang Ruoyan stepped forward and addressed Yang Xiu. "Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have run away from home. I'll go back with you. Whoever you want me to marry, I'll marry. Please spare him. He's innocent."
In truth, Yang Xiu knew Su Jiang and his daughter likely had no connection, but he simply needed to vent the rage that had built up over so many days. If Su Jiang were here, he'd surely sneer at him with contempt. The strong, when enraged, draw their blades against those stronger than themselves. The weak, when enraged, draw their blades against those weaker than themselves. And Yang Xiu was precisely such a coward. While admiring Su Jiang's evasive maneuvers, Yang Xiu turned to Yang Ruoyan and declared with feigned righteousness, "Hey, no offense, but it's good you've seen the error of your ways. Since that's the case, then I'll just..." "Old fool, what the hell are you spouting?" Before Yang Xiu could finish his sanctimonious speech, Su Jiang's furious roar erupted. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, Su Jiang's already blazing speed suddenly surged even higher. This left not only Yang Xiu and everyone else dumbfounded, but even his spirit beast war cavalry was stunned. He never imagined that this kid, already moving at such incredible speed, could somehow accelerate even further. Was he human or some kind of demon? But before anyone could process this shock, an even more terrifying sight unfolded. After accelerating, Su Jiang did not retreat to avoid combat. Instead, he charged straight forward, closing the distance to the warhorse. Facing the warhorse, who was preparing to unleash another spell at him, Su Jiang's expression remained eerily calm. Yet within, a torrent of rage was boiling over.
Fine. 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 You think you can toy with me like a kite, huh? I've been waiting for this moment.
With a slight exertion of his right hand, he lifted the war centaur's spear. Though called a spear, it resembled more a broadsword, its edge gleaming with a piercing cold light that made everyone realize just how razor-sharp it truly was.
And among this crowd, who understood its sharpness best? None other than its owner, the warhorse.
But in the next instant, under the horrified stares of the crowd, Su Jiang raised the spear in his hand and swung it directly down toward the warhorse.
The strike carried a fierce killing intent and an unstoppable momentum, coming straight at him. Su Jiang's strength and speed were pushed to their absolute limits.
The warhorse, who had been preparing to unleash more magic, stared dumbstruck at his own spear. It never imagined that the weapon it wielded with effortless ease would now become the very tool used against it.
As for the onlookers surrounding them, they never imagined the situation would escalate to this point.
They had assumed this was just another story of a big shot bullying a kid, ending as predictably as ever. But now they realized this kid wasn't just terrifyingly strong, he seemed almost inhuman. The big shot was about to get his ass kicked. Everyone stared at Su Jiang with horrified expressions. Su Jiang, however, paid no heed. With a powerful, forceful swing, he brought his blade down, seemingly intent on cleaving the warhorse in two. Sensing the lethal intent overhead, the warhorse reacted instantly. Bursting into the fastest speed it had ever known, it instantly darted backward. Su Jiang's slash was narrowly dodged at the last moment. His head evaded the blow, but his leg did not fare so well. The blade sliced deep into the leg of the warhorse, carving out a gaping wound. Bright red blood gushed out as if it were worthless. Ah! A face contorted into an expression of excruciating agony and savage fury. He never imagined that someone he'd always regarded as insignificant, a mere ant, could actually wound him.
Yang Xiu was utterly dumbfounded.
He turned to Su Jiang, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare this brat harm his precious spirit beast?
He immediately shouted at Su Jiang.
Boy, I order you to drop your weapon and surrender immediately. Otherwise.
Chapter 190, Slain?
Even at this critical moment, Yang Xiu remained so haughtily arrogant, showing no sign of repentance. He truly seemed to believe he stood above the world, above everyone else.
Hearing Yang Xiu's words, Su Jiang felt nothing but sorrow for Yang Ruoyan.
After all, Yang Ruoyan was such a reasonable and understanding woman. Why did she have to be born to such an utterly brain-dead father? He shot Yang Xiu a glance before speaking slowly. Or else what? Otherwise, I'll turn you, you half-human, half-horse bastard, into a horse-meat hotpot right here and now.
You believe me?
Hearing the murderous intent in Su Jiang's words, Yang Xiu wanted to shout back, but he dared not. He knew this kid was serious about slaughtering his warhorse. He never imagined Su Jiang could seize the weapons of the war men, nor could he fathom how twisted this kid was. Observing Su Jiang's physical prowess, a corresponding identity slowly emerged in his mind. This year's top college entrance exam scorer. The top freshman at Martial God Beastmaster University. The war centaur was injured. Not only was Yang Xiu stunned, but even the other spectators around them were frozen in shock. Holy crap, he actually defeated the war centaur with his bare hands. The war centaur got slashed by him. If he hadn't dodged fast, his head would have been split clean in two. That's terrifying. Who on earth is this guy? Wait, I remember we're near Martial God Beastmaster University, right? They recruited this year's college entrance exam prodigy. Rumor has it he's some freak with an insane physique named Su Jiang. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is Su Jiang. Everyone stared at Su Jiang with utter astonishment. Who would have thought this year's top college entrance exam scholar would be so ferocious, nearly taking down an S-rank powerhouse? Yang Ruoyun was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she had believed Su Jiang was about to suffer severe injuries and had prepared to sacrifice herself to ensure his safety. But now it seemed the situation had changed. Having already harbored resentment toward her father, Yang Ruoyun no longer felt the need to compromise. Instead, she took 2 steps back, distancing herself further from Yang Xiu. Old man, I told you before, your personality and way of doing things are bound to make people dislike you. Now you've sunk so low you can't even beat a college student. Fine, I'll go back. But only when you can beat my boyfriend in a fight. Seeing his daughter's defiant stance, Yang Xiu nearly fainted from rage. Yet he couldn't utter a single word. Because on the other side, his precious spirit beast, the war centaur, was being thoroughly beaten by Su Jiang. Yang Ruoyun's words stunned not only Yang Xiu, but everyone else present. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. What? Did you hear that? Yang Ruoyun just called that Su Jiang her little boyfriend. Of course I heard it. No, my goddess, and she's 10 years older than Su Jiang. An age gap relationship just doesn't work. Let me handle this, I can take it. Oh my god, no way. I need to go jump off a building. I can't go on living like this. The reactions of many men present were one more exaggerated than the next, but this was hardly surprising.
Ever since she was 16, Yang Ruoyun had been widely recognized as one of the 4 goddesses of District 1. Now, not only had time left no trace on her, but it had made her even more radiant and alluring, like a perfectly ripe peach. Suitors seeking her hand in marriage had nearly worn down the threshold of the Yang family estate. Yet Yang Ruoyun hadn't taken a single one of them seriously. Yet today, she had declared that Su Jiang, the newly crowned top scholar of the imperial examinations, was her boyfriend. This was nothing short of explosive news. Su Jiang paid no heed to the news about Yang Ruoyun. He was completely immersed in this battle. For the first time, he felt the exhilaration of such a satisfying fight. As mentioned earlier, Su Jiang's position was quite awkward. Against opponents stronger than himself, Su Jiang had little effective counter. But against weaker opponents, he could simply wipe them out instantly. The warrior before him was different. Su Jiang could actually trade blows with him, as if he were a custom-made opponent for Su Jiang. Though the enemy dodged Su Jiang's powerful slash, the master swordsman swiftly swung his blade back, striking the warhorse's foreleg with the hilt. The blow sent a cry of pain echoing through the battlefield. Yang Xiu, watching from the sidelines, was heartbroken. He immediately shouted, "Warhorse, counterattack him!" Just as the warhorse prepared to cast a spell, Su Jiang thrust forward again with his spear, leaving the creature no space or opportunity to channel magic. Under Su Jiang's terrifyingly abnormal physical prowess, the warhorse whose strength lay in magic and whose physical constitution was weaker was now visibly falling behind Su Jiang by a fraction. Compounded by the fact that his weapon was now in Su Jiang's hands, the warhorse who had previously posed no threat now faced a high probability of being killed. Thus, Su Jiang found himself relentlessly chasing the war centaur, beating him like a dog in the water. This grotesque spectacle was, of course, captured by everyone present. From this day forward, Yang Xiu would be forever branded as the humiliation of S-rank powerhouses, becoming the world's greatest laughingstock. Stop running! Warhorse, counterattack! Counterattack! Yang Xiu, clearly anticipating this possibility, barked the order to halt. The warhorse, glancing at Su Jiang beside him, flashed a look of utter resolve. He prepared to engage Su Jiang in hand-to-hand combat. Facing the warhorse's punching fist, Su Jiang dodged once before slowly gauging the opponent's attack power. Finally, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, he chose once more not to dodge or evade. He took the full force of the warhorse's punch head-on. But the price he paid left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. They had already considered it absurd that Su Jiang could hold his own in a 5-50 fight against this warhorse. Yet to Yang Xiu's utter disbelief and shock, Su Jiang, having absorbed the blow, swung his spear with all his might, driving it deep into the warhorse's body. Everyone present witnessed this scene, including the warhorse himself. But his punch had already drained all his strength, leaving him no time to shift his center of gravity to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the attack descended upon his head. Yang Xiu, watching from the sidelines, felt his heart shatter. He couldn't control himself and shouted out loud, "No!" But reality didn't change because of his voice. The moment his voice faded, a towering spurt of blood erupted skyward. Chapter 191, Luo Wudi makes his entrance. The blood slowly splattered onto the ground, leaving the scene eerily silent. Despite the crowd of onlookers, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. For what had just unfolded was utterly horrifying and terrifying. Warhorse stood rooted to the spot, his posture seemingly still upright. Yet, from the front, a massive wound could be seen, running from his right shoulder all the way to his left abdomen, piercing through his entire torso. Blood flowed relentlessly from the wound. That precious S-rank spirit beast now lay scattered across the ground as if worthless. The centaur was wounded, severely wounded. Such a severe wound would normally require immediate treatment by a healing-type beast tamer. It could even be described as a life-threatening injury. After glancing at the warhorses, everyone shifted their gaze to the figure before him. Before him lay a youth struggling to rise. A distinct small depression marred the boy's chest, and his overall condition was dire. Blood seeped continuously from all 7 orifices of his body as he gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. Pant, pant. Far from looking down on the youth, everyone present stared at him with eyes filled with terror. For within his eyes, there was not a trace of pain or fear, only boundless killing intent and ambition. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the war machine before him, seemingly determined to slay the spirit beast of this S-rank beastmaster all by himself, a mere college student. Put. This time, it was Yang Xiu who drew everyone's attention. Standing 2 steps before Yang Ruoyun, he suddenly collapsed, gravely wounded, coughing up another mouthful of blood. He never imagined his prized war god warhorse could suffer such devastating damage. He had only come today to discipline his daughter, to make her properly transform into his marriage pawn. How had it come to this? As for Yang Ruoyun, she was utterly dumbfounded. She had imagined 1,000 possible outcomes, but never that Su Jiang would nearly take down the warhorse head-on. That it would unfold in such an absurd manner. Look! Yang Xiu's injured. An S-rank powerhouse wounded by this year's top college entrance exam scorer, and badly at that. This year's top scorer is terrifying. If Warhorse hadn't ducked that blow, that blade would have severed his head clean off. Young people these days are truly terrifying. Footage of the battle spread at lightning speed throughout the entire human federation. Yang Xiu glared at Su Jiang before him with hatred in his eyes. Boy, you've done well for yourself. How dare you commit such an act of treason? How dare you wound my warhorse? I will have you dead. Yang Xiu was both furious and terrified. His rage was directed at Su Jiang. Not only had his daughter failed to obey him as she usually did, but she had shown him extraordinary contempt and disrespect, making him feel utterly humiliated. His fear stemmed from Su Jiang's final strike. It hadn't aimed merely to cripple the warhorse, but to sever its head clean off. Had the warhorse not turned its head at that precise moment, it would have been decapitated by Su Jiang today. Now, disregarding his position within the safety zone, he resolved to unleash his full power, casting wide area, offensive magic. This would only take a moment to devour that little scum, Su Jiang, completely. After all, he was an S-rank beastmaster. The disparity in their power was undeniably vast. A transparent protective barrier now expanded around the war centaur, growing larger and larger until it shattered several nearby residential buildings. Yang Xiu, now consumed by rage, cared for nothing else. After all, even if he hadn't taken Su Jiang seriously earlier, the warhorse had unleashed nearly every skill in its arsenal save for large-scale magical assaults. And yet, he had still been defeated by this kid. This kid was going to be terrifyingly powerful in the future. Whether to eliminate a future threat or to salvage his dignity after today's defeat to Su Jiang, Yang Xiu cared little for such considerations. He began unleashing those area of effect spells. A powerful aura erupted from the warhorse's body. Simultaneously, Su Jiang felt an intense sense of impending danger surge through his mind, bearing down on him. As this aura surged, Yang Xiu spoke slowly. Listen here, kid, today is the day you die. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place, feeling as though he'd been plunged into an ice cave. For a faint voice echoed within his mind. Yang Xiu, who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on a student of my martial god Beastmaster University? Had Su Jiang been present, he would have instantly recognized the owner of that voice. It was Luo Wudi. At the sound of Luo Wudi's voice, Yang Xiu shuddered violently. His eyes darted around in sheer terror as his face drained of color, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This is it. This is it. He never imagined he'd provoked Luo Wudi. His terrified gaze then shifted to Su Jiang. It was well known that the human race's pillar was usually extremely busy. The fact that he had now intervened to protect Su Jiang proved that Luo Wudi had been keeping a close eye on Su Jiang all along. Only now did Yang Xiu realize just how foolish his recent actions had been. Yang Xiu immediately halted his attack and shouted toward Su Jiang. Su, today's incident was my oversight. I will personally apologize at your residence another day. I beg your forgiveness. Then, under the astonished and puzzled gazes of the crowd, he turned and boarded the aircraft with his war machine and all his subordinates. He departed immediately, as if fleeing from some terrifying beast. Good heavens, it was Luo Wudi. Inside the aircraft, Yang Xiu gasped for breath, his mind still reeling. Though both were S-rank powerhouses, there were still clear hierarchies and disparities among S-ranks. If Luo Wudi represented the pinnacle of S-rank, then Yang Xiu was the very floor of that tier. Setting aside the consequences of attacking Luo Wudi himself, the severity of which was beyond imagination. Even if he tried to force an attack, Luo Wudi's terrifying power meant he could kill both of them with a single thought, before Yang Xiu's war machine could even move. Such was the power of Luo Wudi. Though Luo Wudi and Su Jiang usually laughed and joked around, with Su Jiang showing little deference in his speech. But within the entire human federation, Su Jiang was the only one who dared to act this way. Only now did Yang Xiu realize the immense power lurking behind Su Jiang. He truly was a frog in a well. Chapter 192, The Investigation Arrives. Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyan exchanged a glance, both tacitly agreeing not to mention what had just transpired. Instead, they went about their own business. After all, what had just transpired was Su Jiang brutally beating Yang Ruoyan's father. With his own daughter present, it was simply inappropriate to dwell on the matter. As for Yang Ruoyan, seeing Yang Xiu's pitiful state, she could only think, serves him right. Even though that old bastard was her father, he hadn't exactly been a model human being. Su Jiang had given him a thorough beating without taking his life that was more than enough face-saving. The surrounding crowd ceased their murmurs and gradually dispersed. Yet the looks they cast at Su Jiang and his companion were now filled with utter shock. They had once wondered why Yang Ruoyan, a woman of her stature, would be captivated by a mere college student. Now they understood. She valued far more than just his status as a college student. She saw the boundless potential and bright future within Su Jiang. With Su Jiang by her side, the Yang family would surely enjoy a century of prosperity without worry. Su Jiang, now being scrutinized by neighbors with peculiar looks, remained unaware that he had inexplicably gained a girlfriend. Yet he sensed a hint of ambiguity in the way people looked at him and Yang Ruoyan. After pondering it, he decided against saying anything. Otherwise, it would be easy for Yang Ruoyan to interpret it as him rejecting her. That would be quite unfortunate. Once everything was settled, Su Jiang began contacting people to renovate the shop. As for Yang Ruoyun, he arranged for her to stay at a luxury hotel near the martial god beast-taming university. Though he wasn't participating in military training these days, Su Jiang still had important matters to attend to. After settling Yang Ruoyun, Su Jiang headed back toward the university campus. However, with the media being so advanced these days and no one controlling the information flow, the video of Su Jiang beating up Yang Xiu in the street and nearly defeating him outright quickly spread across the internet. It could be said that Su Jiang instantly became a household name throughout the entire human federation. After all, Yang Xiu was, to some extent, an S-class powerhouse. Yet now, he had suffered repeated defeats at the hands of Su Jiang, a mere student. The moment Su Jiang returned to campus, he noticed the peculiar looks people were giving him. But he had no time to dwell on it. He needed to return to District 13 and relocate part of his spirit beast shop to District 1. This move was crucial to his future growth. Su Jiang also kept that mysterious little spirit beast firmly in mind. However, the original him never had the chance to obtain the final material needed to build the altar, the energy amethyst. Now, Su Jiang felt the time had come. Upon entering Luo Wudi's office, Su Jiang indeed saw Luo Wudi standing there. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, he addressed Luo Wudi directly. "Principal, I've selected the location for the teleportation array the school agreed to build for me. I kindly request the school expedite its construction. Additionally, I need to request leave to return to District 13. Luo Wudi listened to Su Jiang's words without speaking, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jiang. Heaven knew how intensely excited he'd been while watching Su Jiang and Yang Xiu's duel. Several times, he'd been tempted to intervene. Yet unexpectedly, it was Su Jiang who had nearly defeated Yang Xiu in the end. "Principal, was that you who intervened just now?" Su Jiang looked at Luo Wudi and spoke slowly. Luo Wudi naturally nodded. His tone carried a hint of profound emotion. "I never imagined you'd be able to defeat even an S-rank powerhouse now. At this rate, it won't be long before this old man here is no match for you." Hearing Luo Wudi's words, Su Jiang knew not a single sentence could be taken seriously. "Principal, you flatter yourself. As the pillar of our human race, why speak such discouraging words?" Luo Wudi looked at Su Jiang before him, saying nothing. Then, in a deep voice, he said, "You made far too much noise just now, young man. I couldn't cover it up for you. Many powerful figures of my caliber have learned of it, and now they wish to meet with you. After these meetings, you may return to Sector 13. But we need to be clear, you must return before the military training assessment. There's something very important happening then." Listening to Luo Wudi's words, Su Jiang couldn't help but think to himself. Finally dropping the act? Let's get straight to the point. He'd long wondered when this group would finally sit down with him for a proper face-to-face discussion. With so many secrets tied to him, he couldn't believe the authorities wouldn't be tempted. The methods used last time, in Su Jiang's view, were simply beneath them. But now, it seemed they were genuinely prepared to sit down for a proper conversation. This made Su Jiang think it over and agree. "What do you think's up with that kid? Yang Xiu might be a useless piece of trash, but he's still an S-rank powerhouse, right? Let me tell you, this time he only got lucky because he faced Yang Xiu. Against anyone else, he'd have been in for a real fight. But I heard he defeated that Su Jie before?" Inside a building, even more big shots than last time were seated. Their number approached 10. Several of them were the same figures who had witnessed Su Jiang's battle last time. As they studied the battle report detailing Su Jiang's clash with Yang Xiu, their jaws dropped in stunned silence. Simultaneously, they resolved within themselves that later, they absolutely had to extract something from Su Jiang's mouth. Su Jiang held far too many secrets, and the qualities he displayed were downright terrifying. He could almost be described as a perfect creature crafted by the Creator. As the discussion unfolded, the voice of Luo Wudi suddenly echoed from outside the room. "Guys, open up. I've brought the man for you." The moment Su Jiang opened the door, he saw the various big shots seated inside. To be honest, Su Jiang knew every single one of them. After all, as mentioned earlier, his summer break had not only boosted his combat prowess but also significantly expanded his experience, knowledge, and ability to navigate situations. This group represented some of the most formidable powerhouses among the human race that Su Jiang knew. Even the weakest among them was more than 10 times stronger than Yang Xiu. "Yang Xiu, don't mention me." At this moment, several influential figures fixed their gaze upon Su Jiang, their eyes reflecting a myriad of expressions. Finally, one of them smiled broadly at Su Jiang and spoke up. "Su, right? Alright, we called you here today just to have a chat. Don't be so tense. Find a place to sit." But the moment Su Jiang's butt touched the seat, he knew the real interrogation had begun. Chapter 193, The Interrogation Begins. Logically and emotionally, Luo Wudi possessing a mind control spirit beast should have been the most suitable person to interrogate Su Jiang. But on one hand, Luo Wudi was extremely protective of Su Jiang, so much so that almost everyone thought Su Jiang was his own son. On the other hand, Su Jiang himself claimed that Luo Wudi's abilities had no effect on him. Thus, everyone could only let Luo Wudi watch from the sidelines.
In truth, Luo Wuti wasn't entirely certain whether there were traitors from the Human Federation among the higher-ups, which was why he had told a small lie.
It wasn't that his abilities were ineffective against Su Jiang. Su Jiang had simply blocked all mental detection and anything related to the mind. In Luo Wuti's presence, Su Jiang might as well have ceased to exist.
Glancing at Luo Wuti sipping tea behind him, Su Jiang sighed inwardly. Simultaneously, he began reviewing the various justifications and explanations he had prepared last time, confident they should form a logically closed loop. Truthfully, Su Jiang hadn't anticipated this interrogation coming so swiftly. After all, according to Luo Wuti's words, even at the earliest, it wouldn't begin until after the military training at the Martial God Beastmaster University concluded. But recalling Yang Xiu, whom he'd beaten up that afternoon, now an S-rank powerhouse, Su Jiang grasped the origin of this interrogation. His hatred for Yang Xiu deepened several-fold.
Damn you, you old bastard. Because of you, I'm stuck here being interrogated by a bunch of burly brutes.
Otherwise, I'd have been back in District 13 living it up by now.
Gentlemen, ask whatever you wish to ask quickly. After all, I'm in a hurry to get back to District 13 for some business. Feeling the heavy tension in the air, Su Jiang chose to break the silence proactively.
A bright, refreshing smile spread across his face, making him appear like a clear-eyed, naive college student. The men present exchanged glances upon hearing his words before responding slowly.
Our questions are actually quite simple. First, why is your physical body so incredibly strong and absurdly powerful? Second, why can you use spirit beast skills?
Listening to the questions posed by this group of high-ranking officials from the Human Federation, Su Jiang fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking slowly.
Hold on. Last time, you didn't arrange that physical exam too, did you? This whole thing feels off.
His words sent shockwaves through the group. They exchanged nervous glances, their faces flushing crimson. They hadn't anticipated Su Jiang turning the tables on them before they could even begin their questioning. It was indeed rather embarrassing. A group of S-rank human-class powerhouses interrogating a freshman, only to be outwitted by him. It was truly hard to swallow.
Ahem. Su Jiang, cut the nonsense and answered the question. Luo Wuti stepped in to smooth things over for the others.
Su Jiang sighed upon hearing this.
Didn't I already explain this last time?
I have no idea where this physique came from. I just worked out regularly, did all kinds of fitness routines, and practiced some ancient martial arts techniques.
That's how I ended up like this. Honestly, I'm just as curious as you are.
The moment Su Jiang mentioned ancient martial arts, a bald man suddenly stepped forward from the crowd and addressed him.
That's hilarious.
Your ancient martial arts routine last time nearly killed me.
After hearing you talk about ancient martial arts last time, I went home and forced myself to practice. Ended up badly injured, couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. You're still stuck on ancient martial arts techniques.
Hearing this, Su Jiang not only remained unfazed but shot him a dismissive glance.
See? Last time, you were testing me after all.
You could have just said it plainly, but you had to make it all sneaky and secretive.
There's nothing wrong with just saying it straight out.
At these words, everyone present shot the man who'd spoken a look of disappointment. It was utterly embarrassing.
Yet they were equally curious. Was Su Jiang telling the truth? Gentlemen, I presume you have records of everything that happened after my spirit sea shattered?
A figure immediately stepped forward from the crowd and spoke slowly. After my spirit sea shattered, my temperament changed drastically for reasons unknown.
He then turned to physical training, demonstrating remarkable talent in muscle building and body sculpting.
After prolonged training, he sculpted an exceptionally perfect physique and gained immense strength.
But we engage in similar ordinary training routines daily. Why don't we achieve such results?
This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Though Su Jiang's diligence, perseverance, and the defined muscles on his body were evident to all,
it was nothing extraordinary. Why did such a dramatic transformation occur afterward?
Su Jiang spoke up, a look of surprise on his face.
Didn't I tell you? It's the ancient martial art, the Hun Yuan Gong.
Kid, don't go blaming everything on ancient martial arts. It can't take the credit. The bald man stepped forward again. He cared little for his own pride, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jiang.
Su Jiang, of course, recognized the man's identity. Lin Feng, one of humanity's top S-rank powerhouses. He was also seemingly one of the most physically abnormal individuals among human summoners.
That is, of course, without counting Su Jiang.
Su Jiang looked at Lin Feng, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that after last time, you tried practicing ancient martial arts?
Lin Feng nodded.
Of course. And as for the results, didn't I just tell you? Hearing Lin Feng's exasperated tone, Su Jiang couldn't help but feel amused.
After all, it was common knowledge that attempting to cultivate the Han Yuan Gong without sufficient innate talent would lead to a truly miserable outcome. Likely the same applied to other ancient martial arts. Lin Feng had truly suffered a major setback. After casting a pitying glance at Lin Feng, Su Jiang looked utterly speechless and utterly defeated as he turned his gaze to all the S-rank experts present.
Didn't I tell you all? This is all because of ancient martial arts. The ancient martial art I practiced was truly extraordinary. It allowed me to experience incredibly mystical powers.
Whether it's my physical prowess becoming exceptionally powerful or discovering I can utilize spirit beast abilities, it's all because of it.
Seeing Su Jiang's expression, Lin Feng felt no sympathy whatsoever.
Instead, he spoke coldly.
Kid, stop dodging the question. I asked why my cultivation yielded no results.
Hearing Lin Feng's icy words, Su Jiang turned his head, looking at him with an expression as if he were staring at a fool.
Could it be, your spirit sea shattered too?
Chapter 194, The crowd falls silent.
Su Jiang's counter-question plunged the entire room into silence. They exchanged stunned glances, speechless with shock. Lin Feng, too, gaped at Su Jiang. I. He couldn't even form a complete sentence. He never imagined that his relentless questioning of Su Jiang would lead to such an outcome. After learning about ancient martial arts last time, he had forcibly suppressed the discomfort within his body to cultivate those two ancient martial arts. But the outcome had indeed been exceptionally grim. That was why he had gathered everyone this time. He was certain Su Jiang was lying. If even he, Lin Feng, had failed to master ancient martial arts, how could Su Jiang succeed? Yet now, to his utter astonishment, the meticulously prepared trap he had set had been exposed by Su Jiang's single counter-question. And this counter-question left everyone present utterly speechless. No one could refute it or point out any flaw in its logic. Because, damn it, anyone standing here couldn't possibly be someone whose spirit sea had shattered. This interrogation of Su Jiang was a collective decision made by the upper echelons of the human race. How could a useless person stand here? Everyone watched Su Jiang, who stood so utterly confident, showing not the slightest hint of unease or physical weakness. A thought began to take root in their minds. Could it be that this kid isn't lying? Once the spirit sea shatters, could practicing these ancient martial arts truly yield such extraordinary results? Truth be told, everyone present felt a tingle of curiosity. Only Luo Wudi watched Su Jiang's figure. Though he couldn't peer into Su Jiang's thoughts or feelings, he sensed this kid was far from as simple as he appeared. As the one who understood Su Jiang best and cherished him most among those present, he alone remained sober amidst the collective intoxication. He sipped tea leisurely by the side, watching Su Jiang toy with his former colleagues. Under Su Jiang's astonished gaze, the group of bigwigs gathered together and began whispering among themselves. How much of what this kid says is real, and how much is fake? Judging by his serious expression, I'd say 7 parts truth, maybe 3 parts bluff at most. I agree.
Our spirit beasts detected no telltale signs of deception in his body while speaking only slight reactions during moments of deep thought. Of course, sometimes it was slightly weaker, but not by much. Su Jiang heard every word they said. After all, with his current physical condition, hearing these words clearly was far too simple. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the meticulousness with which these officials conducted their work. He never imagined that while questioning him, this group was also conducting real-time monitoring. While mental monitoring proved ineffective against him, they had resorted to physical monitoring instead. More importantly, Su Jiang had made thorough preparations before this interrogation began. With his current mastery over his body, avoiding detection by physical lie detectors was child's play. After a brief exchange of whispers, the group sat back down. Lin Feng resumed the questioning. Su Jiang, we're not trying to force a confession from you, nor is this about anything else. The current standoff between humanity and the void rests on a delicate balance. If we could strengthen our forces just a little more, all of humanity would suddenly have hope. That is why we have gathered today. We hope you understand. Listening to their words, Su Jiang nodded in understanding. Deep down, he knew personal gain might be part of the equation, but the greater purpose was undoubtedly for humanity's collective good. For this world was fundamentally different from his past life here, all humanity had truly united as one. Lin Feng approached Su Jiang's side and sighed deeply. But your claims are impossible for us to verify, he said. We have virtually no one here whose spirit sea has shattered. If you're lying, we have no way to prove it. This truly presents us with a difficult problem. Observing the expressions on their faces, Su Jiang thought to himself, just as I expected. Then he uttered words that stunned everyone. In that case, why not hand over 2 of your failed ancient martial arts manuals for me to practice? If I succeed on the spot, it will prove my point. What do you think? Seeing Su Jiang's calm expression, even a hint of eagerness to prove himself, the group exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Right. How could they have forgotten this? If Su Jiang's current situation stems from his shattered spirit sea enabling him to master ancient martial arts techniques, then even if these individuals couldn't shatter their own spiritual seas, they could still have Su Jiang practice the techniques for them. If Su Jiang's cultivation of these techniques failed, it would prove that his abilities did not stem from ancient martial arts. Wouldn't that settle the truth of his claims? What they didn't know was that after uttering these words, Su Jiang felt quite stirred inside. After all, this was a strategy he had carefully planned beforehand, yet he had never known whether it would succeed. This strategy not only diverted official scrutiny and suspicion from himself but also allowed him to turn the tables and essentially freeload martial arts techniques from the authorities. Yes, Su Jiang's original goal was to freeload martial arts techniques from the authorities. After all, it wouldn't be right for them to interrogate him for hours without offering any compensation. Su Jiang now turned his attention to the officials' martial arts manuals.
In less than 5 minutes, several brand new ancient martial arts manuals appeared before Su Jiang.
A group of renowned S-rank powerhouses, each one famed throughout the outside world, watched Su Jiang intently, eager to see how he would handle this situation. Under their watchful eyes, Su Jiang leisurely opened each manual one by one. Soon, he discovered something peculiar about these manuals. It seemed these manuals contained no restrictions on prerequisites for cultivation, detailing only the effects of their techniques.
Su Jiang then shifted his gaze to the injured Lin Feng, a hypothesis forming in his mind.
His hands flicked through the manuals one by one, until his gaze finally settled on an ancient book titled Divine Demon Transformation. Having selected his cultivation technique, Su Jiang looked at the others and spoke calmly.
5 minutes. Chapter 195, Divine Demon Transformation.
The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present for Su Jiang's investigation was stunned. They never imagined Su Jiang would actually choose a cultivation technique and announce a 5-minute time limit with such composure. Could it be that this kid planned to master these cultivation techniques in just 5 minutes? This absurd notion flashed through everyone's minds. Yet as S-rank powerhouses who had personally attempted these ancient martial arts techniques, they were equally aware of just how incredibly difficult cultivating them truly was. If Su Jiang could truly master them within 5 minutes, it might indeed be that his spirit sea had shattered. Coupled with the rare opportunity to cultivate ancient techniques, it could very well be the defining moment of Su Jiang's extraordinary life. Not a word was spoken by anyone present.
They simply watched Su Jiang in utter silence.
They waited to see what kind of surprise Su Jiang would deliver. Luo Wuti, meanwhile, felt his heart pounding in his chest. Though he was the closest to Su Jiang among them and knew the boy was extraordinary, he didn't know much about Su Jiang's secrets and didn't particularly want to pry.
His role was simply to protect Su Jiang.
To ensure that this young seedling he had chosen for the future of the human race could grow strong, sprout healthily, and become the hope that would protect humanity's future.
Su Jiang, you better not mess this up. Otherwise, even I, the headmaster, won't be able to cover for you. Glancing at the S-rank powerhouses whose eyes were practically glued to Su Jiang, Luo Wuti couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease.
If Su Jiang knew what they were thinking, he would have sighed deeply. Their hopes would be dashed. For while Su Jiang possessed absolute confidence in himself and formidable strength, he was far from a reckless brute. Instead, he understood precisely when and how to act. This very volume of Divine Demon Transformation was a cultivation technique Su Jiang had deliberately selected. After reviewing these cultivation methods, Su Jiang noticed none specified any attribute requirements. Su Jiang, however, used his system to discern the unique cultivation requirements of each technique. The Divine Demon Transformation was the cultivation technique most closely aligned with Su Jiang's own attributes, and likewise, it was the most suitable technique for him. This was precisely why Su Jiang could confidently declare he needed only 5 minutes to master this cultivation technique.
Divine Demon Transformation.
The energies contained within heaven and earth dissipate into one's being, nurtured within the body on a daily basis. This allows the physical body to slowly grow and strengthen, ready to unleash all its power when needed. This dramatically enhances one's combat prowess, bringing terrifying increases in speed, strength, and every other aspect. Simultaneously, the body undergoes slight changes. Please do not panic. Cultivation requirements: spiritual power must exceed 350 points. Special note, for those with exceptionally formidable physiques, practicing the Divine Demon Transformation will be remarkably easy, though unexpected changes may occur. Indeed, the Divine Demon Transformation demands exceptionally simple yet stringent requirements. It can be said that within the entire human federation, aside from Su Jiang, absolutely no one else could possibly meet them. Its effects can be inferred from these very requirements. It just so happens that Su Jiang's attributes align perfectly with these requirements. It could be said that the Divine Demon Transformation was tailor-made for Su Jiang. Following the roadmap within the Divine Demon Transformation, Su Jiang began to slowly circulate the energy stored within his body. Puff, puff. Su Jiang's breathing was steady and even, yet the others sensed an inexplicable shift within his body. For though he sat right before them, they could no longer sense his presence. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Could this kid actually succeed? Simultaneously, they sensed something in the air flowing toward Su Jiang. Yet they could detect nothing tangible. As time ticked by, a palpable tension grew within each of them. They all wanted to know, would Su Jiang finally succeed in mastering this ancient martial arts technique? 5 minutes later, the inexplicable wind in the air began to cease. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, Su Jiang slowly opened his eyes. Finally, an uncontrollable smile curved his lips as he looked at the people before him. Mission accomplished. I did not fail you. Hearing Su Jiang's words, the group stared at him with wide eyes. What? You succeeded? How is that possible? I practiced this Divine Demon Transformation technique before, but it never triggered any reaction. Doesn't that make it a fake technique? Exactly. I tried it too. How can you claim you succeeded?
The entire group looked at Su Jiang with intense skepticism.
After all, they had exchanged information about these techniques to some extent, yet not a single person had ever succeeded. Lin Feng stepped forward slowly. Truth be told, these injuries I bear are the very result of practicing the divine demon transformation.
And what proof do you have that your cultivation has succeeded?
His words jolted everyone into realization.
Right.
This kid just claims success out of thin air, let him show us some proof. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the divine demon transformation and spoke slowly. I don't know whether to call you clever or say your cleverness is misplaced. Of all the cultivation techniques available, you specifically chose this divine demon transformation.
It's because once you complete its cultivation, no one would notice anything unusual about you in daily life, right? Even if your physical prowess has increased, with your constitution, we wouldn't notice anything unusual, right? After finishing his reasoning, many S-rank powerhouses shot Su Jiang extremely peculiar looks.
They found Lin Feng's reasoning utterly compelling.
Otherwise, why would Su Jiang choose the divine demon transformation?
At that moment, Su Jiang slowly rose from his seat and approached the group, fixing his gaze particularly on Lin Feng's face. Surveying the assembled crowd, he spoke slowly. Gentlemen, you are all formidable figures among our human race. Yet your perspectives truly strike me as tedious and uninspiring. After all, not everyone is a useless piece of trash like you. The crowd was stunned into silence, utterly shocked to be labeled as useless. But the next moment, Su Jiang made a move that shocked them even more. He placed his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and spoke slowly.
Nothing unusual was apparent before, but what about now?
Suddenly, Su Jiang's form began to rapidly grow larger.
Chapter 196, Beast Transformation.
Su Jiang's original height had already reached 1.9 meters, and his entire body was covered in muscles, making him exceptionally strong. Under normal circumstances, his physique wasn't particularly striking beneath his clothing. But the moment he placed his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, Su Jiang's form began to surge dramatically. His entire body began growing taller and broader at a visible pace. Simultaneously, his already formidable muscles began to contract. Not only was his physique transforming, but when Su Jiang opened his eyes again, they had turned a deep crimson. His hair slowly began to grow longer, transforming into a snow-white hue under the stunned gazes of everyone present.
But that wasn't all. As these transformations unfolded, Su Jiang's height surged to nearly 4 meters. His teeth sharpened into fangs, resembling those of a ferocious beast. Behind Su Jiang, 3 enormous tails, resembling those of a fox, suddenly sprouted, fluttering in the air without a breeze. By the time his transformation was complete, the entire room had fallen into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Su Jiang, speechless. From a 1.9-meter tall burly man, he had transformed into a monstrous creature over 3 meters tall. And this transformation had unfolded before their very eyes, without a hint of deception. Finally, Su Jiang, now towering over 3 meters tall, lowered his head and spoke slowly. Well, do you believe me now?
Though it was just an ordinary question, seemingly due to the effects of the divine demon transformation, the moment Su Jiang spoke, it felt as if everyone's minds were affected, plunging them into waves of uncontrollable stupor and dazed reverie.
Simultaneously, the aura emanating from his body began to grow abnormally unstable.
A faint yet overwhelming killing intent slowly began to surface from his body. Anyone who dared to approach felt a chill run down their spine. Where Su Jiang had previously merely appeared monstrous, now, after activating the divine demon transformation, he retained his humanly handsome features. Yet his body was truly monstrous. Luo Wudi stood beside him, utterly dumbfounded. He had even resolved that if Su Jiang failed to master this ancient technique within 5 minutes, he would forcibly take him away. Unexpectedly, the kid had delivered such a surprise. But now, gazing at Su Jiang, who radiated an inexplicable aura of sinister charm and allure, he sighed. Kid, you sure know how to get me into trouble. He never imagined Su Jiang would not only break through the stalemate but also leave everyone utterly stunned. Luo Wudi's reaction was already telling enough, let alone the other S-rank powerhouses. They exchanged glances, then nodded solemnly. So ancient martial arts techniques could actually be cultivated to success. Su Jiang was the perfect example. Moreover, these ancient techniques were truly this powerful and monstrous. From Su Jiang's body after completing the divine demon transformation, they even sensed a threat that straddled the line between life and death. This was absolutely impossible for an S-rank powerhouse. Su Jiang observed the reactions of those around him while sensing the power surging within his own body. He too was now utterly stunned. The divine demon transformation had amplified his strength and speed nearly 5-fold. Though Su Jiang's muscles appeared smaller after activating the divine demon transformation, they were actually compressed, making his explosive power and strength far more formidable. A slender yet unusually tall figure stood there, white hair flowing in the wind, 3 tails behind him constantly undulating with the breeze. The crimson glow in his eyes sent a chill down anyone's spine at a single glance. The divine demon transformation was truly tailor-made for Su Jiang. I believe it. I truly believe it. Lin Feng was the first to speak. Gazing at Su Jiang before him, his eyes betrayed profound awe and envy. As someone who had once practiced the divine demon transformation himself, he knew all too well the immense difficulty involved in mastering it.
Yet Su Jiang had actually succeeded in mastering it.
The moment Su Jiang succeeded, all his doubts vanished.
For if he could truly master ancient martial arts, then everything else made perfect sense. The question mark beside Su Jiang's name was now erased.
The group of S-rank experts now offered him somewhat apologetic smiles as they said, "Su, we apologize for doubting your words earlier. Please forgive us." Hearing their apologies, Su Jiang merely smiled without responding. Truthfully, if he had truly been wronged, resentment would surely fill his heart. But the problem was precisely that Su Jiang hadn't been wronged at all. His actions only served to highlight his magnanimity. Seeing this, the group of S-rank powerhouses reflected on how Su Jiang had revealed the truth and secrets to them from the very beginning. Yet they hadn't believed him, instead relentlessly tormenting a mere student. Now, as they looked at Su Jiang, a single thought formed in each of their minds.
Damn it, I deserve to die. How could we have harbored such malicious thoughts towards such a good classmate? We owe Su Jiang an apology.
After the divine demon transformation was lifted, Su Jiang chatted with this group of S-rank powerhouses for quite some time. He also agreed to undergo a comprehensive physical examination after military training concluded before being released.
Luo Wudi emerged alongside him.
Throughout the journey, the two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, avoiding any mention of the recent incident.
Luo Wudi only instructed Su Jiang on matters concerning his return to District 13.
It wasn't until they were about to step into the teleportation array that Luo Wudi finally spoke up. "You've managed to get through today's ordeal.
I know you're a good kid.
I don't care how many secrets you carry, but I hope you'll always listen to the deepest voice within you and make your truest choices."
Listening to Luo Wudi's sincere words, Su Jiang nodded solemnly in response. Only then did Luo Wudi continue.
"Actually, I noticed your battle with Yang Xiu from the very beginning. You were smart not to reveal your ability to use spirit beast skills in public.
Fighting solely with your physical strength was truly impressive." Su Jiang felt no surprise at Luo Wudi's words, he knew him too well. Luo Wudi continued.
"But I want to warn you, don't let this opportunistic victory over Yang Xiu make you arrogant.
His strength is already the weakest among S-rank powerhouses.
Setting aside the unfavorable conditions and environment that hindered his performance.
More crucially, you happened to seize the weapon wielded by his spirit beast." Chapter 197, Acquiring the Energy Purple Crystal. Accompanied by a brilliant blue light, Su Jiang landed within District 13.
Surveying the starkly different scenery from District 1, his mind remained somewhat dazed. For just moments before stepping into the teleportation array, Luo Wudi had revealed an earth-shattering secret to him. A secret so profound that, beyond S-rank powerhouses, almost no one in the entire world knew of it. It was that S-rank powerhouses seemed entirely different from what Su Jiang had imagined. These S-rank powerhouses were absolutely not like the A-rank powerhouses Su Jiang had encountered before, whom he had a certain chance of executing his decapitation plan against. It seemed that after breaking through to S-rank, not only did their physical bodies undergo a massive enhancement, but they also gained some kind of ability to communicate with spirit beasts. In short, Luo Wudi's message was clear. With Su Jiang's current abilities, the notion of defeating an S-rank spirit beast by killing its summoner was nothing short of a pipe dream. This secret was known only to S-rank powerhouses, even the top A rankers remained ignorant of it. Luo Wudi revealed this to Su Jiang precisely because he feared Su Jiang might become arrogant and overconfident after defeating Yang Xiu, potentially leading to unexpected disasters and a premature demise. This earth-shattering revelation instantly sobered Su Jiang. In truth, Luo Wudi was correct. After defeating Yang Xiu, Su Jiang had indeed become abnormally arrogant and overconfident. He reasoned that if even Yang Xiu couldn't stand against him, who else could possibly be his match? He even thought he could skip college altogether. Having defeated even an S-rank opponent like Yang Xiu, he was convinced that becoming the strongest among humanity was merely a matter of time. But now he finally came to his senses. Su Jiang gazed at the familiar 13th district before him, and a faint smile once again touched his lips. "No matter. This game has only just begun, and my life ahead is still very long." He returned to his familiar spirit beast shop. Su Jiang hadn't told anyone about this trip. No one in the entire 13th district knew of his whereabouts. The moment he stepped back into the shop, he heard the little spirit beast's voice. "You're finally back. I thought you'd abandoned us." This was the telepathic connection granted by Su Jiang's soul bond. Su Jiang glanced at the little spirit beast, picked it up, and spoke slowly. "I came back specifically for you. Do you remember that energy source you mentioned, the purple crystal?" The little spirit beast nodded its head and replied. "It's the most crucial material for building that altar you mentioned, though it's extremely hard to obtain." "What's up?" A faint smile touched Su Jiang's lips upon hearing this. "Our goal this time is to obtain that energy crystal. Of course, after obtaining this energy crystal and upgrading the altar, we'll probably need to relocate." Su Jiang delivered these two sentences in one breath. Upon hearing his words, the hallucinogenic poison butterfly flew to his side and began speaking anxiously.
But alas, without a soul link between them, Su Jiang couldn't understand a word it was saying. The little spirit beast stood by, acting as the translator. It says you want to find the energy amethyst, but that's impossible. The spirit beasts there are incredibly powerful, you won't be able to get it. Why not send it back? It can bring you some energy purple crystals. Su Jiang sneered at the mesmerizing poisonous butterfly fluttering before him. What? A mere spirit beast, thinking it can tell me what to do? Seeing the poisonous butterfly's disdainful expression, Su Jiang remained silent. He simply forced it and the little spirit beast into the dungeon. With Su Jiang's current attributes alone, he was slaughtering enemies left and right in this mere level 13 beginner dungeon. When a void mantis suddenly appeared beside him, Su Jiang casually delivered a punch that instantly shattered its body into pieces. This scene struck fear into the eyes of the hallucinogenic poison butterfly, which had harbored lingering resentment toward Su Jiang. It shuddered violently. Good heavens! This human is utterly brutal. It never imagined Su Jiang possessed such power now. It had clearly underestimated this human before. Though it was far stronger than the void mantis, Su Jiang had killed it with a single punch. 3 punches would surely finish it off. The hallucinogenic poison disc never imagined this human could be fiercer than their own spirit beasts. Thus, their group entered a peculiar equilibrium. The silent, hallucinogenic poison butterfly, Su Jiang, who fought relentlessly from start to finish, and of course, the little spirit beast that helped Su Jiang locate various treasures. After 3 consecutive days of intense work, Su Jiang gazed at the 10 energy purple crystals before him, his tone tinged with emotion. Damn, I finally found them. He never imagined the quest for these energy purple crystals would prove so arduous. But now that they were found, the next task was to construct the altar. Before returning this time, Su Jiang had already gathered all the necessary materials. In an instant, an altar materialized within the void. Then he turned his gaze toward the little spirit beast and spoke to it slowly. Do you remember how it felt the last time you entered the altar? The little spirit beast nodded eagerly at the question. After all, the last time it had entered the altar, its power had surged dramatically, a sensation it found deeply satisfying. Su Jiang then nodded at the little spirit beast with a smile. In that case, let's have you experience it once more. When Su Jiang reappeared at the teleportation array in Zone 1, a small spirit beast now accompanied him, along with a motley assortment of other items. Clearly, Su Jiang had brought over quite a few items from the spirit beast shop in District 13. His brand new spirit beast shop was about to open. His thoughts drifted involuntarily to Yang Ruoyun. He wondered how she was faring now. Little did he know, Yang Ruoyun was currently in a state of utter bewilderment. She had just received a call from her father, Yang Xiu. She had expected the same old demand to hurry home for the arranged marriage. Instead, the voice on the other end was filled with endless tenderness and care. He even told her she could do whatever she wanted. He especially emphasized that she must cultivate a good relationship with that Su Jiang. If possible, he urged them to marry as soon as this year. This unexpected turn of events left Yang Ruoyun utterly stunned. But what troubled Yang Ruoyun most was that Yang Xiu specifically mentioned he would personally pay a visit. The date was set for next Tuesday. Just 2 days from now. Chapter 198, Is the battlefield approaching? Heaven only knew how delighted Yang Xiu was after that brutal beating. Although videos of him being brutally beaten by Su Jiang were now flooding the internet, Yang Xiu showed no signs of anger or resentment. Instead, he watched them repeatedly as if they were precious treasures. In fact, within just 3 days, he had already watched the footage of his beating by Su Jiang over 100 times. Around him, a crowd of sarcastic and mocking voices began to gather. Wow, Yang Xiu sure is talented, getting beaten by a college student and still can't hold his own. This is hilarious, what a disgrace for an S-tier powerhouse. Faced with these remarks, along with the strange looks and disdain from others, Yang Xiu didn't get angry. Instead, he was overjoyed. Especially when he learned Su Jiang's identity, this year's top college entrance exam scorer, backed by the formidable Luo Wudi, and only 18 years old with limitless potential. Moreover, when he learned that Su Jiang carried a secret affecting the entire world and was also his daughter's girlfriend, Yang Xiu felt it was all worth it. Within 2 days, he had decisively cancelled the arranged marriage originally set for his daughter. The intended match for Yang Ruoyun was Zhang Jiajie, the eldest son of the Jiang family. He was considered a promising young talent, possessing great strength at such a young age. One could even say he was on the verge of becoming a great goalkeeper, with great potential seemingly within reach. But such brilliance depended on the comparison. Compared to ordinary people, he certainly qualified as a rising star. But compared to Su Jiang? He was nothing. As for the young man who had beaten him up, Yang Xiu harbored nothing but admiration in his heart. He was even eager to pay him a visit. He now fervently wished Su Jiang would marry his daughter on the spot and produce a healthy grandson for him. This would bind the boundless potential of the future of the human federation to the Yang family's ship of war. This would guarantee the Yang family's prosperity for the next century. When his subordinates informed him that Su Jiang ran a spirit beast shop, he immediately declared with great fanfare that he would boost his future son-in-law's sales by any means necessary. What were a few spirit beasts? His young family might lack many things, but money was no object. He'd buy them all outright. Su Jiang was still organizing items in his spirit beast shop at that moment. He had no idea that even before his spirit beasts had arrived at the shop, someone was already preparing to snap them up. He only noticed that Yang Ruoyun, who was working alongside him, seemed unusually distracted today, her mind clearly elsewhere. This piqued his curiosity. Could it be that Yang Xiu had returned? Sis Ruoyun, what's up? You seem off today. Yang Ruoyun was currently arranging the temperature-controlled storage units inside the spirit beast shop. Hearing Su Jiang's words, she shook her head before hurriedly responding. Su Jiang, can I talk to you about something? Sure, but I'm warning you, no matter what happens, you can't yell at me. What? Scold you? Su Jiang was a bit bewildered. Why would he scold this Yang Ruoyun? Had she done something wrong? Under Su Jiang's astonished gaze, Yang Ruoyun hesitated before speaking. Well, last time my father came looking for me to come home, I needed a plausible excuse. So I said you were my boyfriend. Holy crap. Su Jiang felt as if struck by lightning. He never imagined the story would unfold this way. Sis Ruoyun, you. Struggling to suppress a mix of laughter and tears, Su Jiang looked up at Yang Ruoyun before waving his hand dismissively. It's fine, Sister Ruoyun. After all, last time was an emergency. You had no choice but to improvise. What's the big deal? Seeing Su Jiang's nonchalant demeanor, Yang Ruoyun realized he still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. She quietly added. But now it's not just my dad who thinks we're a couple, it seems we've been trending on hot searches for days now. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang even doubted whether his ears were playing tricks on him. Had he misheard? How could things get this absurd? He immediately abandoned the spirit beast shop, pulling out his phone and diving into the relevant forums. To his surprise, the top post read. Yang Ruoyun, one of the 4 beauties of District 1, is dating Su Jiang, the newly crowned top scholar, a relationship spanning nearly a decade in age difference. Su Jiang clicked on it with a trembling heart. The moment Su Jiang saw the discussion threads, his vision went black. Not only was there no one defending him, but everyone was offering congratulations. Holy crap, I was there that day. So Su Jiang and Yang Xiu fought over Yang Ruoyun? Having a boyfriend like that is totally worth it. I agree. For a freshman to go toe-to-toe with an S-rank powerhouse and actually injure one, it's safe to say Yang Ruoyun hit the jackpot. Bull. My Ruoyun is so beautiful, she deserves anyone. Damn Su Jiang, I'll get him for stealing my wife. Reading these comments, Su Jiang's vision went black again, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He never imagined things could spiral into such absurdity and madness. Worst of all, his reputation seemed truly beyond salvage. But the damn thing wasn't even true, it was pure fabrication. Su Jiang felt utterly shattered. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he shifted his gaze toward Yang Ruoyun and spoke slowly. Tell me this is only trending in District 1. Hearing this, Yang Ruoyun's expression grew even more awkward. It seems like the entire Human Federation knows about this already. Hearing this, even Su Jiang's physical constitution nearly caused him to collapse on the spot. After 10 minutes of silence, Su Jiang finally rose to his feet. Sis Ruoyun, you're really putting me in a tough spot here. But there's no helping it. Once the dust settles, we'll just clarify things together. He had expected Yang Ruoyun to nod in agreement immediately, but instead, her expression grew even more hesitant. A sense of foreboding grew within Su Jiang. But Su Jiang, my father said he acted impulsively last time. He'll be visiting your shop the day after tomorrow to apologize. And he'll ask when we're getting married. Could you please help me cover up the lie? Just pretend to be my boyfriend for a day, please? Honestly, with Yang Ruoyun's looks, when she acted coy like this, no one could refuse her. But Su Jiang was numb to it all now. He stared at the stunningly beautiful woman before him in disbelief, never expecting her to betray him like this. Could she really be the mole? Sis Ruoyun, about this matter. Just as Su Jiang was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. After answering, he heard Leng Xi voice on the other end. Su Jiang, are you and Leng Xi at school? I just happened to be in Zone 1 handling some business with a friend and thought I'd swing by to see you guys. Chapter 199, The Battlefield of the Day After Tomorrow. Su Jiang slowly typed out a question mark. Honestly, he never imagined things could spiral this absurdly out of control. For some reason, Su Jiang, who had felt no guilt whatsoever, suddenly sent a message to Leng Xi. Uncle, we have military training coming up soon, so it's a bit inconvenient. Only after instinctively declining Leng Xi's offer to visit did Su Jiang realize what he'd done. Wait a minute, what exactly was he afraid of? But the message was already sent, there was no taking it back now. Moments later, a message arrived on Su Jiang's phone that left him utterly disheartened. In that case, I'll come find you guys the day after tomorrow. After seeing you, I'll use the teleportation array to return directly to District 13. Just as Su Jiang was about to refuse, Leng Xi added another sentence with an unexpectedly firm tone. Alright, it's settled then. After putting his phone down, Su Jiang stared at Yang Ruoyun beside him with a heart as cold as ashes.
He never imagined that while Yang Ruoyun was causing trouble for him, Leng Shuangtian wasn't sitting idle either. While his relationship with Yang Ruoyun was indeed above board, and while his relationship with Leng Xi was indeed delicate and complicated, it too could be considered above board. Yet why did Su Jiang suddenly feel a wave of unease wash over him? Su Jiang, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Yang Ruoyun asked in surprise, noticing Su Jiang's face suddenly fall. After all, even when she had just told him his father was coming to find him, he hadn't reacted this way. Seeing this, Su Jiang could only shake his head helplessly. Ah, never mind. Could you see if your father could reschedule? Hearing Su Jiang's words, Yang Ruoyun shook her head bitterly. No, he was originally planning to come today. Only after I repeatedly persuaded him did he agree to come the day after tomorrow. Su Jiang slowly formed another question mark with his fingers before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Well, you really are my dear sister, going to such lengths to help me." Though Su Jiang wasn't physically present at the school, legends about him still circulated within its halls. Amidst the void of military training for the freshmen, neither the teachers nor the students had access to phones or other means of obtaining information. They still had no idea just how outrageous Su Jiang's actions had been. They only sensed that Su Jiang had violated a tradition dating back centuries. These students might have thought Su Jiang was powerful enough to get away with it. But to the teachers, it was nothing short of sacrilege. A desecration of the very essence of martial god Beastmaster University. Already, a balding dean of discipline had stormed into Luo Wudi's office, loudly lodging his complaint. "Principal, how could you possibly approve Su Jiang's leave of absence? I thought he had something important to attend to, but it turns out he hasn't shown up for military training for 3 days straight." Facing the furious bald-headed dean, Luo Wudi tried to calm him down. "I granted him a week's leave. He can take the assessment together with everyone else after the training concludes. But rest assured, if his results are unsatisfactory then, he'll still be expelled if necessary. We'll handle it accordingly." Hearing Luo Wudi's explanation, the bald principal's expression softened slightly. Yet he remained stubbornly insistent. "Principal, I admit this year's top scholar, Su Jiang, does possess some skill. He's certainly one of the more talented students I've encountered. But our Wuxing Beastmaster University has never lacked for gifted students. Principal, isn't it inappropriate to grant such special favors to that freshman?" Luo Wudi's expression turned awkward. He never imagined the day would come when the dean of students would reprimand him. But the next moment, an amusing thought struck him. He couldn't control his expression and let out a nervous chuckle. Looking at the stern-faced dean of students before him, he nodded and continued. "In that case, as director, how do you suggest we handle this?" Seeing Luo Wudi finally come to his senses, the dean's face lit up with a look of genuine delight. "Principal, this is my opinion. Although Su Jiang shows some talent, how high can his ceiling truly be? He may seem formidable now, but his future is far from certain. Forget S rank, he might not even break through to a rank. Therefore, I believe." As the dean continued his eloquent speech, Luo Wudi immediately raised his hand to interrupt him. "Director, hold on a moment. I've got something interesting to show you." Luo Wudi's words instantly captured the principal's attention. Behind him stood dozens of teachers who had come to appeal to Luo Wudi. He certainly wouldn't dare confront Luo Wudi one-on-one alone. Instead, he had gathered other faculty members within the academy who shared grievances about Su Jiang's conduct, uniting them to confront Principal Luo Wudi. And so, in full view of everyone, Luo Wudi casually opened the most viewed video online. The video's title read, "Shocking. S-class powerhouse brutally beaten in front of his daughter. Is this a twist of human nature or moral decay?" Everyone was curious who could possibly be this mysterious figure capable of beating an S-class powerhouse. They couldn't help but exchange glances. Some even suspected Luo Wudi himself. But the next moment, they all lost their composure. The footage revealed Su Jiang's one-on-one battle against the War Clan in full. It wasn't exactly a back-and-forth fight, it was more like Su Jiang single-handedly beating the war cavalry to a pulp. Finally, Su Jiang delivered a stunning blow that left the war machine severely wounded. The video slowly came to an end. At that moment, Luo Wudi lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of all the teachers present. "What are your thoughts on this video, everyone? Perhaps we should recall that student who took leave? With such poor talent, he might not even break through to Class A in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, the teachers exchanged glances. Finally, they offered a bitter smile. "No need, Principal. We were blind to his potential." They never imagined Su Jiang's strength could be so monstrously powerful. He was an S-rank powerhouse. Even they themselves were no match for an S-rank powerhouse. Yet Su Jiang was actually chasing down and beating that S-rank powerhouse. What kind of monster is this kid? Does he even need to go to college? When Morong Shui received this news, she began questioning the very reality of the world. Watching the large group of teachers depart, Luo Wudi knew Su Jiang's reputation was about to spread far and wide. But he had no time to dwell on that now. Because a mysterious guest was coming to the school. And this guest demanded caution even from Luo Wudi.
More importantly, the visitor had come specifically for Su Jiang. Chapter 200, The System's New Features. Inside the cute beast house, Su Jiang lay sprawled on his newly purchased sofa. He appeared to be zoning out and letting his mind go blank, but in reality, he was completely immersed in his system. Because the system had completely baffled him. The story began yesterday. Su Jiang had instructed the little spirit beast to use the energy purple crystal and activate the altar. But he never imagined that the instant the energy crystal activated the altar's operation, his system would suddenly emit a notification. Ding! The system has detected a significant advancement in the host's strength. Consequently, an internal upgrade will be initiated. Please wait. Upgrade remaining time 36 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. At that moment, Su Jiang realized his system had become inaccessible. It wasn't until just now that his system finally returned to normal. But after the system upgrade, Su Jiang was utterly dumbfounded. While he could still spend money to draw entries, this time after drawing entries, the green and blue entries could be actively chosen for decomposition, turning into entry fragments. Accumulating enough fragment points allowed him to exchange them for higher-tier entries. This feature completely eliminated Su Jiang's lingering concerns. Before, he had always worried about needing duplicate entries to fuse into higher-level ones. Now, he could convert them into entry fragments and save up enough to exchange for higher-level entries. This allowed Su Jiang to draw with complete peace of mind. Meanwhile, the cost of draws had also increased. What used to cost 5 million credits per draw now required 20 million credits per attempt. However, the system also stated that the probability of obtaining higher-level entries after a draw would increase significantly. Reading this, Su Jiang couldn't help but mutter to himself. This is fantastic. Suddenly, life has something to look forward to again. Truth be told, while Su Jiang could draw numerous entries before, he was constantly in a state of intense struggle. Those low-quality entries, even if he managed to draw them, were useless. They offered little benefit, yet felt wasteful to discard. They could only yield low-level spirit beasts. And to be honest, Su Jiang wasn't particularly interested in the skills of those low-level spirit beasts. After all, the fireball spell of the fire squirrel and the scorching blaze of the fire phoenix were both fire elemental skills, yet their power differed like heaven and earth. A bunch of ordinary skills couldn't compare to a single powerful skill from a high-level spirit beast. So despite Su Jiang's current inventory being packed with entries, few were actually compatible. The system's new feature directly solved Su Jiang's pressing problem. He disassembled all the useless entries into entry fragments. Now, whenever he spotted a desired skill entry, he could instantly choose to exchange for it. As for the third upgrade feature, skill fusion was what Su Jiang valued most. While Su Jiang could indeed grant multiple entries to a single target, most spirit beasts, even S-rank ones, could only carry about 5 entries at most. If all 5 were white or green entries, the beast might be significantly stronger than average, but its power would still be limited. However, with the new feature of term fusion, Su Jiang could now merge a term with others while preserving its inherent properties. If the fusion succeeds, a higher level entry will be obtained. Su Jiang immediately thought of the fire squirrel he had given Leng Xi. It only carried 2 green entries, seemingly a perfect match. Yet if it could absorb other entries, Leng Xi's strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. However, this fusion process was akin to the enhanced toxic milk powder from his previous life. The more powerful the entry, the greater the risk of failure when attempting fusion. If there were truly 2 golden entries and Su Jiang were greedy enough to attempt fusion, failure would leave him with nowhere to cry. Moreover, this system upgrade held its greatest reward. Su Jiang suddenly noticed an unnamed golden attribute had appeared on the right panel of the system interface. When he clicked into it, he was truly stunned. Special item note. This entry is system generated, a unique special entry that can be bound to any living being, including but not limited to spirit beasts. Puff, puff. Su Jiang sat up on the sofa and paced back and forth in his shop. Including but not limited to spirit beasts? What does that mean? Does that mean any living thing can be bound? So what about humans? The system responded immediately. Humans can certainly be bound as well. Host, you may select a suitable target for it. Boom. The sound reverberated in Su Jiang's ears like thunder. Though he was alone in the shop, his mind felt utterly chaotic. The ability to bind entries to himself, could it be that he was truly becoming a spirit beast? Yet the unknown attributes of this entry still made Su Jiang hesitate. But staring at the system interface before him, Su Jiang closed his eyes, gritted his teeth. He immediately addressed the system. Bind entry, select target, Su Jiang. The next moment, Su Jiang felt a chill run through his body. The golden, unnamed entry slowly faded away. Su Jiang heard the system's cold voice in his ear. Entry binding in progress. Please wait, host. Then, Su Jiang noticed a progress bar appear on his system panel. Its progress advanced at an astonishingly rapid pace. If Su Jiang's senses were correct, the binding process would be complete in under 10 minutes. Suddenly, Su Jiang felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of entry would he end up binding to?
Just as Su Jiang waited anxiously, a furious voice suddenly echoed from outside the shop door.
Thump thump thump. Is anyone there? Open up. Open the door for me. Thump 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 thump.
The urgent knocking made Su Jiang narrow his eyes.
He was somewhat curious who could be coming.
Just as he rose to his feet, Yang Ruoyun beside him spoke up with a grim expression.
Su Jiang, I know the person outside. He's the fiancé father arranged for me earlier. Zhang Jiajie. Fiancé? Su Jiang looked Yang Ruoyun up and down.
He finally understood why the man outside had reacted so strongly. After all, if a girlfriend as beautiful as a fairy ran away, anyone would be beside themselves.
He let out a cold laugh. Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun walked to the shop entrance.
He was determined to see what Yang Ruoyun's fiancé had come for. When Su Jiang opened the door, he saw a man with disheveled hair.
The man, upon seeing Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun emerge together, couldn't contain his rage and shouted. Just as I suspected. You two adulterous scum. Chapter 201, The Divine Yang Xiu. I knew it. You two bastards. This outburst instantly drew the attention of everyone on the street. After all, gossip is something ingrained in everyone's DNA. Especially a love triangle, it got people excited just hearing about it. But when they looked over, they realized Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun looked strangely familiar. Wait a minute, isn't that the top college entrance exam scorer? And isn't that one of the 4 beauties of District 1? Yeah, how did we get to gossip about them again? Didn't we just see the top college entrance exam scorer beating up his father-in-law a couple days ago? Exactly. What's going on? Could this guy be the other man? As people whispered among themselves, their murmurs reached Zhang Jiajie's ears. This only made Zhang Jiajie feel even more devastated. Hold on, guys. Why does everyone just assume Yang Ruoyun is this guy's girlfriend? She's my fiancée. This is an arranged marriage by our parents. Why is she suddenly this guy's girlfriend? Does that make me the other woman?
Overwhelmed by injustice, he bellowed.
I'm not the other woman, he is.
Su Jiang had just opened the shop door when he witnessed this explosive scene. His face instantly fell into utter speechlessness. To be honest, Su Jiang could handle someone coming to his shop to cause trouble. After all, if a stunning fiancé suddenly had rumors about an affair with another man, any self-respecting man would come demanding answers. Whether it was a misunderstanding or something else, action had to be taken. So initially, Su Jiang hadn't planned to confront the other party. But then the guy showed up, first with such an arrogant attitude, and then publicly accused him of being the other man. How could Su Jiang possibly tolerate that? Seeing the neighbors pointing fingers at him and the onlookers gathering, he immediately stepped forward and declared loudly. That's not true. This person is spreading pure lies. Don't believe a word of it. Yang Ruoyun beside him was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Truth be told, she was genuinely delighted to have escaped Zhang Jiajie. She'd long had enough of this good-for-nothing, lazy, spoiled second-generation heir. And to think her father had forced her into this marriage with him for the sake of the family's interests. Now that Su Jiang had finally agreed to help her deal with her father, preventing him from seeking other marriage prospects for her. Only for him to show up at her doorstep. The thought that Su Jiang might dislike her because of him sent a chill down Yang Ruoyun's spine. Don't go saying things like that. I have nothing to do with him. Seeing Su Jiang's reaction and hearing Yang Ruoyun's words, everyone pointed fingers at Zhang Jiajie. Seriously, what's wrong with this guy? They're such a perfect match, handsome and talented together. Why is he butting in? Exactly. The girl herself said she has nothing to do with him, yet he keeps pushing himself on her day after day. Look at Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun, one handsome, one beautiful. And he looks like a frog, yet he dares to jump around everywhere. If Yang Ruoyun and Su Jiang's words were a fatal blow to him, then the whispered murmurs of the onlookers dealt him the final blow. He immediately lifted his gaze, fixing Su Jiang with an icy stare. Kid, you're that Su Jiang, this year's top college entrance exam scorer? Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this. It's me. What's the matter? Hearing Su Jiang's admission, Zhang Jiajie, who had been standing calmly before him, once again lost control of his emotions. No way. You bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. It's all your fault. Watching the other man lunge forward, clawing wildly, Su Jiang paused briefly before raising his hand and delivering a light slap. His main concern was that one slap might kill the man before him. Though it felt like a light tap to Su Jiang, to Zhang Jiajie it was like being punched in the face. Staggering back 2 steps, he clutched his face and glared at the unmoved Yang Ruoyun. You two are utterly despicable. Truly despicable. With that, he prepared to summon his spirit beast. But just then, Su Jiang, who'd been completely baffled throughout, called a halt. Hold on, buddy. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Su Jiang wasn't worried about being unable to defeat the man before him. After all, even Yang Xiu had been thoroughly dealt with by Su Jiang, though there was indeed suspicion of underhanded tactics involved. But when it came to Zhang Jiajie, Su Jiang wasn't just taking advantage, he was doing Zhang Jiajie a solid by not reducing him to dust outright. He simply suspected that someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes, given how hot-headed the other guy was right off the bat. Puff, puff. Jiang Jiajie stood in place, taking 2 deep breaths. In the end, he held back and did not summon his spirit beast. He lifted his gaze to meet Su Jiang's eyes. What? Do you have something to explain? Su Jiang looked back at him with a puzzled and bewildered expression, his tone brimming with surprise. No, dude, Sister Ruoyun and I are completely innocent. Some marketing account spread this baseless rumor and now you're all worked up over it? Su Jiang was genuinely curious why was this guy threatening violence right off the bat. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he realized his words hadn't calmed the situation at all. Instead, the man's expression grew even more grim. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're right about that. At first, I didn't take this rumor seriously either. Though I don't know what kind of person you are, I'm certain Ruoyun could never have anything to do with you." Su Jiang nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Exactly. It's no big deal, right? Just go over and clear up the misunderstanding. What's the big deal? Just as he thought the matter was resolved, Jiang Jiajie's voice, filled with helplessness, reached him. But just yesterday, Ruoyun's father, Yang Xiu, suddenly called my dad. He said he wanted to dissolve our engagement and return all the betrothal gifts in full. Do you think this could be fake? Is that even possible? Su Jiang. Yang Ruoyun. Such heartfelt words of grief and indignation couldn't be faked. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun exchanged a glance, both falling into silence. Su Jiang's resentment toward Yang Xiu deepened within him. Though he appeared as the patriarch of a prominent family, his actions were worse than those of a reckless youth. Arbitrarily dictating his daughter's marriage without regard for her wishes, driving her to run away from home. Then he was beaten senseless by Su Jiang in the street. Then, upon realizing Su Jiang's potential far surpassed that of the intended marriage partner, he promptly annulled the engagement, alienating the allied family. Good heavens, in a twisted sense, Yang Xiu was quite the talent. Chapter 202, The Beating of Jiang Jiajie. But what Su Jiang found most unbearable was that Yang Xiu pulled off such an outrageous series of moves, yet he was the one left to bear all the consequences? Now he understood why Jiang Jiajie had adopted such an attitude from the very start. After all, it had started as mere rumors, something neither Su Jiang nor Yang Ruoyun had taken seriously. Who could have imagined that Yang Xiu's actions would lead to an immediate annulment of the engagement? Even if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they had to be now. Su Jiang shot a glance at Yang Ruoyun beside him, winking repeatedly at her. What do you suggest we do about the mess your father created? I don't know either. I never imagined he'd call off the engagement so decisively, so swiftly. Please, you have to handle this. I don't know how to handle this either. After all, he's your fiancé. But to Jiang Jiajie, their exchanged glances looked like flirting. Oh, you two love birds. And you two have the nerve to exchange glances like that right in front of me? Jiang Jiajie gritted his teeth in fury. He never imagined Su Jiang and that woman would be so brazen as to pull this stunt right in front of him. Clearly, they didn't hold him in any regard. He turned his gaze to Yang Ruoyun, his face twisted with scorn. Who would have thought you'd be like this? So aloof and distant with me, yet so eager and forward in front of this pretty boy. Seems I never knew you at all. Who knew you played so dirty behind closed doors? Alike you, who knows how many men you've been with? As he grew more animated, he failed to notice Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun's faces darkening. To be honest, Su Jiang had actually felt some sympathy for Jiang Jiajie. After all, his situation was arguably the most innocent in this whole affair. But judging by his current behavior and reactions, he was clearly no saint. Huan Yao didn't mince words. Shut up. Su Jiang snapped, cutting him off. Then he said coldly. Leave my shop immediately, and I'll pretend nothing happened. As for whatever business you have with Yang Xiu, you can sort that out with him yourself. Whether it's breaking off the engagement or getting engaged, it has nothing to do with me or Sister Ruoyun. This was Su Jiang's absolute limit. But Jiang Jiajie, far from appreciating it, began to push his luck. Oh? What's this? You actually think being the top scorer on the college entrance exam makes you so great, huh? Let me tell you, this is the first district. If you're a dragon, you'd better curl up for me. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie low. He then shot the pair a contemptuous glance. Seriously, you two are a pair of scoundrels, aren't you? No wonder you're a perfect match. One's a shameless woman with a fiancé who still goes around keeping other male college students as lovers. The other a lowly scoundrel from the sticks. He grew more animated with each word. Su Jiang, however, had already burst out laughing. He had no intention of reasoning with this Jiang Jiajie anymore. If reason couldn't change someone's mind, then fists would have to do. What? Still not convinced? Jiang Jiajie noticed Su Jiang's expression had grown completely calm, realizing Su Jiang was likely furious. But recalling the caliber of the bodyguards his father had assigned him, he chose to continue taunting. The next moment, with a wave of his hand, 4 men in black suits appeared beside him. After the 4 summoning circles materialized, 4 identical flaming lions appeared before Su Jiang.
Their positioning and coordination subtly conveyed an aura of seamless combat synergy.
Evidently, they had undergone specialized training.
Su Jiang raised his eyebrows slightly. This is interesting. He never imagined he'd encounter such formidable opponents here. This would lay a solid foundation for his future college career.
But what intrigued him more was why Zhang Jiajie dared to challenge him so boldly.
Didn't he know that even Yang Xiu had fallen to him?
He cut straight to the chase with his question.
Don't you know that even Yang Xiu's entire army nearly fell to my blade? How dare you? Su Jiang expected Zhang Jiajie to at least show surprise or fear after hearing this.
But to his surprise, Zhang Jiajie burst into laughter instead.
Ha ha ha. Who are you trying to scare? You think I don't know? That old fox Yang Xiu told us everything.
Back then, it was because Luo Wudi was nearby, at your martial god Beastmaster University. Yang Xiu only unleashed less than 1/20th of his true power, which is why you managed to snatch a lucky victory over him. He shot Su Jiang a contemptuous glance as he spoke with smug satisfaction.
What? You think this will scare us off? Let me tell you, that old fart Yang Xiu? He probably couldn't even beat me.
Su Jiang's mouth twitched. His vision went pitch black.
He never imagined Yang Ruoyun's father, Yang Xiu, would be such an eccentric.
Not only were his actions absurd and incomprehensible, but even his words were like this.
As for the excuse he offered, Su Jiang would give it 99 points. He held back 1 point just to keep Yang Xiu from getting too cocky. The reasoning was utterly flawless.
It gave the impression that he hadn't lost to Su Jiang, but rather to Luo Wudi.
And as a beastmaster among the human race who didn't know Luo Wudi's strength, was losing to Luo Wudi really something to be ashamed of? Yang Xiu's words might fool ordinary people. But if he tried to deceive those beast tamers who possessed even a shred of genuine skill?
They could tell just from the battle footage that Yang Xiu was absolutely not operating at less than 10% of his true strength.
And his defeat to Su Jiang certainly wasn't due to Luo Wudi's influence.
Only a fool like Zhang Jiajie would be taken in so completely. In a way, Yang Xiu had actually done Su Jiang a huge favor. Just as Su Jiang gazed at the 4 identical flame lions before him, preparing to savor the thrill of team combat, he suddenly heard the system prompt.
Ding! New entry module loaded. Display now? Su Jiang's expression instantly changed. He glanced at the people before him and waved his hand. You guys go ahead. I'm in a hurry.
The words left everyone around him momentarily stunned.
After all, these flame lions were all B-rank, immensely powerful spirit beasts.
If they fought as a team, even an A-rank beastmaster might not stand a chance.
How dare this kid? Moments later. Gazing
at the 4 flaming lions sprawled on the ground and Zhang Jiajie, who had long since wet himself in terror,
Su Jiang clapped his hands in disbelief.
Ignoring the horrified stares around him, he turned and walked back into the shop.
He was now curious about one thing. What exactly was his entry? Chapter 203, Ultimate Creature, Darwin. Golden Entry, Darwin. Entry Effect, Adaptation. Entry Binding, Target Human Su Jiang.
Su Jiang stared at the simple lines of text in the system. Suddenly, he sensed this entry could never be as simple or even weak as he imagined. After all, generally speaking, the fewer words used, the higher the prestige. The more powerful something is, the less it needs lengthy descriptions. This entry was likely far more mysterious than he had imagined.
For Su Jiang now noticed that this golden entry actually had a faint background.
It seemed not fully revealed. In other words, this entry isn't merely golden, it's something even more advanced than gold. But for now, he simply couldn't unlock it. Once fully unlocked, perhaps Su Jiang would discover a far broader realm. Adaptation? What exactly is adaptation? Su Jiang sat there, murmuring to himself. Not far away, Yang Ruoyun overheard him and responded with an expression of utter certainty. Adaptation, it means adjusting to your environment and your circumstances. Su Jiang looked up at Yang Ruoyun before him. Truth be told, sometimes those in the thick of things can't see clearly. It's the bystanders who offer the sharpest perspective. He needed someone else to provide an answer. Yang Ruoyun glanced at her shop and her small room as she spoke. Adapting actually involves many aspects. Before I came here, I didn't have to sell anything every day. I could lie on my big bed with more money than I could spend, doing whatever I wanted. But since arriving here, I have to work every day. Sometimes I even go hungry, feel exhausted, and don't have such a comfortable environment. That's what adapting means. But once I adapt, I'll find this environment more relaxed and I'll grow accustomed to it. Su Jiang narrowed his eyes at this, saying nothing. He felt like he was on the verge of grasping the crux of the matter, yet it always slipped just out of reach. What exactly did this adaptation mean? Su Jiang couldn't help but recall Darwin from his biology classes in a past life. It was about biological evolution and inheritance. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash through Su Jiang's mind, his eyes filling with disbelief. Could this be what I'd been thinking all along? Pant. Su Jiang steadied his racing breath. Finally, staring at the gleaming entry on his body, he resolved to take the plunge.
He addressed Yang Ruoyun. Sis Ruoyun, could you please prepare a basin of boiling water and another of ice water? I'd really appreciate it. Seeing Su Jiang's state, Yang Ruoyun sensed something was about to happen and hurried off to fetch the water. Then she looked at Su Jiang with a tense expression. What on earth was this prodigy, nearly a decade her junior, planning to do? Adapt organisms, adapt environments. Then evolve into stronger individuals, more capable of survival. If that's the case, then perhaps this adaptation means exactly that. With that, Su Jiang gritted his teeth. He plunged his hand directly into the boiling water. Instantly, his arms, which had only been tanned from training, turned bright red, the entire surface a vivid crimson. A grimace of pain twisted his face. After all, no matter how strong his body was, it remained flesh and blood. As mentioned earlier, certain methods could still kill him. For instance, a dagger thrust into his throat. Therefore, Su Jiang could also be scalded by boiling water. Su Jiang was now testing his own hypothesis. Though his arm throbbed with excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure. After a moment of excruciating pain, he lowered his head and stared blankly at his arm. The temperature of the boiling water in the basin, though not quite reaching a full boil, was still at least 90 degrees Celsius. For ordinary flesh and blood, this was an unbearably high temperature. Yet now, Su Jiang's arm submerged in the water was slowly beginning to feel comfortable. Even the skin on his arm, which had been scorched red and blistered, was gradually calming down. Good heavens, could this truly be what I suspect? Su Jiang's heart raced with excitement. If his suspicions were confirmed, then this entry called Darwin, this entry that had attached itself to him, might truly transform him into an ultimate being surpassing all other creatures. Glancing at the heating device beside him, Su Jiang gritted his teeth and flipped the switch. The water, already at 90 degrees, instantly began to boil again. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The bubbling water swirled relentlessly around Su Jiang's arm. Yet Su Jiang felt as though his arm had been placed in ordinary water. Not only did he feel no pain, but he experienced an unusual sense of comfort. He withdrew his arm from the water. Su Jiang examined both arms closely. At this moment, they appeared unchanged, indistinguishable from before. Yet he knew his arms had evolved a new trait. That was heat resistance, a trait absent in most carbon-based lifeforms, even capable of withstanding temperatures up to 100 degrees Celsius. 100 degrees Celsius was humanity's deadliest weapon. 99% of viruses and organisms would be utterly destroyed by temperatures of 100 degrees Celsius. Yet Su Jiang, standing before this boiling water, felt utterly at ease, as if returning home. Driven by astonishment and excitement, Su Jiang proceeded to conduct a series of experiments. These included, but were not limited to, testing cold tolerance by exposing his skin to ice water, and assessing his night vision capabilities in darkness. He tested his body's recovery capabilities after injury and overall coordination. Or rather, the enhanced capabilities of other sensory organs after the loss of certain sensory organs. Ultimately, through testing, the Darwin within him proved exactly as he had surmised. It granted him limitless potential for evolution and enhancement. As long as Su Jiang could adapt to the current environment, or rather, state. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, his body would immediately react at the speed of light and complete the evolution. Su Jiang now possessed the rudiments of an ultimate life form. Anything that failed to kill him only made him stronger. Though not a stat that directly boosts combat power, Su Jiang now truly grasped the terrifying implications of this ability. This new body, combined with his spirit beast skills and the newly acquired divine demon transformation. Su Jiang's heart now burned with fierce battle intent. Even when facing an A-rank powerhouse head-on, defeating Su Jiang would no longer be a simple task. The most human-suited talent, Darwin. Chapter 204 Ladder Tournament, enter the fray. Did you see? Su Jiang's trending again. Our school's top college entrance exam scorer sure is restless, trending every other day. Who can argue with that? So, what are your thoughts on this year's ladder rankings? Many sophomores and juniors at Martial God Beast-Taming University were discussing Su Jiang. Ever since he beat up Zhang Jiajie and tossed him out of the shop yesterday, Su Jiang had become famous once more. And this time, it was all because of Yang Ruoyun. Rumors swirled that the clash erupted over jealousy between him and Zhang Jiajie, both vying for Yang Ruoyun's attention. Su Jiang was now in a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away the stain. After giving it some thought, he simply gave up on trying to clear his name. Sigh, he was exhausted. The innocent will be proven innocent. But what truly affected these students wasn't that Yang Ruoyun was that guy's girlfriend. Of course. Yang Ruoyun might also affect them. After all, she's one of the 4 beauties of District 1. What normal man wouldn't be moved? What truly shocked them, however, was Su Jiang's performance over the past 2 days. First, he nearly killed the S-rank powerhouse Yang Xiu in a direct confrontation. Then, he crushed the 4 brothers of the Blazing Lion with overwhelming force. As for Yang Xiu, he had spun a web of lies to save face. But at the Martial God Beastmaster University, who among them wasn't a top-tier genius? Except for the rare few who entered through ancestral connections, everyone else could see it. Su Jiang's strength was truly terrifying.
To call the martial god Beastmaster University a wild jungle disguised as a university would be absolutely accurate. The only law that prevails here is survival of the fittest, where the winner takes all. After all, these were the geniuses of the entire human federation. Though the martial god Beastmaster University possessed substantial resources, they couldn't be stretched thin enough to satisfy everyone. Thus, the concept of the ladder emerged.
The ladder functions as the academy's ranking system.
The higher one's position on the ladder, the better the cultivation resources and privileges they receive.
Nothing influences the ladder rankings. The sole determinant is raw strength. Whether it's age or physical condition, if you lose in a ladder match, you lose. Therefore, despite Su Jiang being only a freshman, he too had already earned his qualification for the ladder tournament. The sophomores and juniors exchanged glances.
They saw a hint of envy and jealousy in each other's eyes. After all, one was Su Jiang, a name that had exploded across the human federation in recent days. The other was Yang Ruoyun, one of the 4 beauties of the first district, who was now his girlfriend. This made everyone grind their teeth in frustration. Then there was the fact that both had qualified for the ladder tournament as freshmen. So the group of upperclassmen exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in silent agreement. No way. When this kid finishes his military training assessment, I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget.
Me too.
We'll team up and knock him out of the competition first thing.
Heh, even though he might be stronger than me someday. But right now?
I'll show him that experience counts.
Those 2 extra years of training weren't for nothing.
Little did Su Jiang know that even before stepping foot on campus, a whole bunch of people already saw him as a potential enemy.
Great, finally everything's done. After 2 days of hard work, Su Jiang had finally gotten his spirit beast shop looking presentable. Though small, it has everything it needs. There was a designated area for spirit beasts, as well as a rest zone, exhibition area, storage room, and more. Meanwhile, Yang Ruoyun's beautiful face broke into a smile. All day, Yang Ruoyun and Su Jiang had worked together on the setup and preparations. I'm all set for the spirit beast shop's grand opening. Yang Ruoyun cherished it as if it were a creation born from her and Su Jiang's collaboration.
She then turned to Su Jiang and casually asked,
"How much do you plan to price the spirit beasts in your shop? That way I can help you sell them."
Yang Ruoyun had already begun fulfilling her duties as a shop assistant. Su Jiang glanced at her upon hearing this before replying. For pricing, F-grade spirit beasts will start at 30 million each. Prices for other spirit beasts will increase accordingly. You can message me when you're ready. Yang Ruoyun nodded instinctively upon hearing this. Oh, so it's 30 million.
Huh? What? 30 million each?
Yang Ruoyun whipped her head around, staring at Su Jiang in disbelief. Even her voice cracked slightly when she asked that question, though she didn't notice it herself. But she didn't care about that now. Because she had just heard something utterly absurd. 30 million each. Though Yang Ruoyun was the pampered heiress of the Yang family, raised in luxury with money flowing freely, she wasn't the type to be lazy and ignorant about the world. She still had a grasp on the value of money.
30 million for one? That's not just an F-grade spirit beast. Even some A-grade spirit beasts could be bought for that price. If you were lucky enough to snag a bargain, you could even afford an S-grade spirit beast. Just who gave Su Jiang the nerve? At 30 million each, will they even sell?
Seeing Yang Ruoyun looking a bit unsure, Su Jiang casually waved his hand.
Don't worry, there'll definitely be more demand than supply. But if we do sell them, you must thoroughly vet every customer's background and details before proceeding. Seeing Su Jiang's confident demeanor, Yang Ruoyun even doubted whether she was still half asleep.
After all, these were spirit beasts priced at 30 million each, and Su Jiang was claiming they'd be in short supply.
Were there really that many suckers out there for Su Jiang to fleece? Would anyone actually buy at this price?
As Yang Ruoyun hesitated, Su Jiang heard the doorbell ring outside.
Ding dong! Ding dong! Is the owner home? Hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow at Yang Ruoyun. Well, here they come. Yang Ruoyun hurried to answer the door.
She was curious to see how Su Jiang planned to sell this spirit beast priced at 30 million each. But when Yang Ruoyun reached the doorway, her footsteps abruptly halted.
Su Jiang was equally curious. Who could she possibly be seeing to react this way?
Then he saw Yang Ruoyun staring at the woman before her teeth clenched as she spat out.
Li Mengyao, what are you doing here? Behind Li Mengyao stood several young men and women, all vibrant and attractive. Among them was Zhang Jiajia, the very man Su Jiang had beaten up earlier.
Li Mengyao turned to Yang Ruoyun, feigning innocence as she spoke. I just wanted to see what kind of spirit beast shop could make Miss Yang work with her own hands. Turns out it's just this level.
Chapter 205, The Troublemaker. I never imagined it would be this mediocre. The woman's dismissive words echoed, paired with the look of disappointment on her face. Though Su Jiang hadn't reacted yet, Yang Ruoyun was already seething with rage. But the woman and the few people behind her refused to let it go. Glaring at Yang Ruoyun still standing at the shop entrance, they demanded arrogantly. What? Still won't let us in? Don't you know the customer is always right? Or is your spirit beast shop not welcoming to guests? Hearing this, Yang Ruoyun gritted her teeth and let them in. Su Jiang stood to the side, observing the scene. He was curious to see what these people were up to today. If it turned out to be another incident like the Zhang Jiajie affair last time, he wouldn't hold back. Last time, he'd been preoccupied with his newfound talent and hadn't bothered to confront Zhang Jiajie. But if they dared to come back without knowing their place, it wouldn't end with just a beating. Besides, did these trash think his spirit beast shop was something they could insult? Seeing the dangerous glint in Su Jiang's eyes, Zhang Jiajie, trailing behind the group, shuddered. He called out to the girl leading the group. Wang Jia, why don't we call it a day and come back another time? The woman named Wang Jia was indeed the leader of the group. She possessed a certain charm in her appearance. Her figure was also quite impressive, and her outfit was undeniably revealing. But Su Jiang couldn't be bothered to spare such a woman a second glance. He glanced at the timid Zhang Jiajie behind him and spoke slowly. If you're chicken, then just get out. After all, your fiancé ran off with someone else, and you didn't even dare to make a sound. It's understandable if you chicken out. This statement appeared to offer Zhang Jiajie an escape route, but in reality, it was a deliberate provocation, constantly testing his nerves. No normal man could tolerate such provocation. Zhang Jiajie was no exception. He lifted his head to look at Wang Jia before speaking. What do you mean chicken out? I just happen to not want to buy it anymore. Just browsing is fine. Observing the group's expressions, Su Jiang shot Yang Ruoyun a reassuring glance, signaling her not to take it to heart. Then he watched as the group made a scene in the store. From their actions alone, he'd already concluded these people were here specifically to cause trouble. But it seemed that because Zhang Jiajie had been beaten last time and Yang Xiu had suffered a loss at his hands, they clearly didn't dare provoke him directly. All they could manage was a few arrogant remarks. Su Jiang took note of this as well. The shop wasn't large and they finished browsing quickly. These individuals were all scions of families with some influence in the first district. Naturally, they possessed their own discernment and perspective. As they surveyed the shop's displays, Wang Jia turned to Su Jiang, her tone tinged with disappointment. Who would have thought? The top scorer of the college entrance exam, Su Jiang, has actually fallen to the point of needing to open a shop. And the items sold here are so shoddy and low grade. As she spoke, she watched Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun's reactions with her eyes. But she was disappointed. Su Jiang remained utterly unruffled, his expression as still as a pond throughout. But Yang Ruoyun was getting a little annoyed. Seeing Su Jiang hadn't reacted, Wang Jia's curiosity was piqued too. Today, she was determined to break through Su Jiang's defenses at least once. Since Su Jiang was the owner of the spirit beast shop, she decided to approach him from that angle. She shifted her gaze to the shop's only 3 spirit beasts, her voice dripping with pity. TSK TSK TSK, how pitiful. If you're going to open a shop, why sell F-grade spirit beasts? Who would want to buy such low-grade spirit beasts that aren't fit for public display? With that, she reached out to touch the spirit beast inside the cage. Admittedly, these few spirit beasts were deliberately placed here by Su Jiang. He had also deliberately saved a few blue and green entries. He hadn't converted them into fragment shards, keeping them for future use. These spirit beasts were the carriers of those ordinary attributes. Get out. Take your hands off it. Su Jiang finally spoke. After speaking, he stood up abruptly. His towering frame and powerfully built muscles loomed like a colossal tree, casting a shadow that obscured the sky. By the time he reached the group, his shadow nearly engulfed them entirely. He then glanced at Wang Jia, who was reaching for the spirit beast, and spoke coldly. Either buy something or get out of my shop. To Su Jiang's surprise, Wang Jia showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, she examined Su Jiang's physique with keen interest. Such robust muscles and physique, if she could have him for one night, it would surely be incredibly pleasurable. Lifting her gaze, she looked at Su Jiang, her eyes brimming with defiance. What? Can't handle a little truth? How about this? I'll take pity on you. Today, I'll be generous and buy one of the spirit beasts from your shop. But here's the catch: after you sell it, you have to take me out to dinner. What do you say? After speaking, her fiery gaze lingered on Su Jiang, almost without a hint of restraint. Zhang Jiajie and the others standing nearby were completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that the accomplice he'd worked so hard to find seemed to have feelings for Su Jiang. Of course, he had heard of Wang Jia's reputation. Her looks and figure were equally striking and outstanding. But then again, she was rumored to be particularly fond of handsome men. So it wasn't surprising that Su Jiang's looks caught her eye. Su Jiang shot a glance at Wang Jia, who was spouting off. Her beautiful face and voluptuous figure. Her ample bosom strained against her clothes, nearly bursting them open. Faced with this situation, Su Jiang looked at her with obvious discomfort and said, I'm afraid some STDs can be transmitted through the air. The moment those words fell, the air froze in deathly silence. Everyone stared at Su Jiang in utter shock. Even Yang Ruoyun was dumbfounded. She never imagined Su Jiang would dare utter such words.
Wang Jai, standing nearby, stared at Su Jiang as if he were dead. She despised anyone bringing up that subject, and now Su Jiang had the nerve to mention it. The last person who'd even hinted at this topic ended up with both legs broken and was thrown out onto the streets to beg for food, right? Just as everyone thought a confrontation was about to erupt, a dark-faced Wang Jai suddenly forced a bright, yet somewhat sickly smile. Well then, weren't you worried I might infect you? Well then, since that's the case, I'll spend a little more time with you and see if it spreads to you. How much are these spirit beasts? I'll buy them all. I'll be inspecting each one in the store shortly. Watching Wang Jai put on an air of being a big spender, Su Jiang's eyes flickered with disdain. He then spoke slowly. 30 million each. No haggling. The spirit beast shop once again fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 206, 30 million each the bet. 30 million each? Everyone present knew exactly what grade of spirit beast 30 million could buy. Among them, Yang Ruoyun was the first to crack. Just moments ago, she had been wondering if a spirit beast priced at 30 million could actually sell. Would some sucker actually buy it? Little did she expect that Wang Jai would come knocking so soon. Yang Ruoyun found herself both amused and exasperated. While casting an admiring glance at Su Jiang, Yang Ruoyun chimed in to assist. What? Could it be that Miss Wang spent all her money on men and has none left for spirit beasts? Could she not even scrape together 30 million? Her sarcastic remarks snapped the stunned crowd back to reality. They glanced at Su Jiang, their eyes twitching, but none spoke. Even Wang Jai herself remained silent. Because even now, they still believed Su Jiang's 30 million was merely a bluff to refuse them, not the actual asking price. Ha! That's hilarious. Could it be he's too scared to even do business just to get rid of me? Who'd have thought someone so rugged-looking could be as timid as a little girl? Watching Wang Jai spouting off, Su Jiang's expression turned intensely serious and focused. There was no other reason. He simply sensed that this woman before him would likely become his biggest client this time around barring any unforeseen circumstances. He had just finished a major spirit beast lottery, selling off a pile of useless items. So he didn't have much money left. And now he desperately needed a large sum of income. His gaze lingered with ill intent over Wang Jai's curvaceous figure. Su Jiang wasn't lusting after her beauty. Rather, he was certain she was a wealthy woman. With utmost seriousness, Su Jiang adjusted his demeanor and tone before stating earnestly. I'm not joking. The price is 30 million each. If you want to purchase a higher grade spirit beast, the price will only be higher, no upper limit. Earlier, when Su Jiang casually mentioned 30 million, everyone dismissed it as a passing remark and paid no heed. But now, his utterly serious expression froze them for 3 seconds. Then, laughter erupted like the clang of barbells. Ha 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 ha. Kid, do you even know what you're saying? I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. This kid's probably never even seen 30 million before, right? Kid, you know what? 30 million would buy this whole shop. You're trying to sell a single spirit beast for 30 million? An F-grade one at that? Have you never seen a spirit beast before? Everyone who had followed Wang Jai and Zhang Jiajie here was now mocking Su Jiang relentlessly. Su Jiang, however, remained expressionless, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Jai before him. Clearly, the choice was left to the other party. Enough! Shut up! Wang Jai's commands silenced the group instantly. After all, she was the undisputed leader among them, and almost no one dared defy her orders. Wang Jai now stepped before Su Jiang, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Ha ha ha, interesting. I thought you were trying to drive me away by offering 30 million. But it turns out you actually dared to sell it for 30 million. Today, I'll see for myself what kind of F-grade spirit beast is worth 30 million each. Facing her words, Su Jiang didn't back down an inch. Instead, he stepped forward, nearly pressing his body against Wang Jai's. He could even feel the slight push from her breasts against him. If I say this F-grade spirit beast truly deserves 30 million, would you buy it? Truthfully, Wang Jai felt utterly flustered. She lowered her head and caught a glimpse of her breasts pressed tightly against Su Jiang's broad chest. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Her voice stuttered slightly. Well, it's only 30 million, right? If it's truly worth that price, what's wrong with me buying it? Among the crowd, the most astonished was Yang Ruoyun, the one who usually clashed most fiercely with Wang Jai. Truth be told, Wang Jai was the same age as her. Both were 10 years older than Su Jiang. She had been a model child since childhood, while Wang Jai had always been a bit of a rebel. She had always been the model child everyone admired, so she hadn't interacted much with Wang Jai. Yet for some reason, the two just didn't get along. From birth until now, the other had never once displayed such a girlishly bashful expression as she did at that moment. This sudden change made Yang Ruoyun sense something different. Simultaneously, a phrase her father had once told her flashed through her mind. Could it be that the rumors about Wang Jai were false? After all, Miss Wang was notorious for her promiscuity, having bedded countless men. She kept dozens of male college students as kept men. Could she actually be shy?
After the wager was made, Jiang Jiajie and his entourage began mocking Su Jiang. What? You actually took us seriously? You can't seriously be that delusional, thinking an F-grade spirit beast could fetch 30 million? Let me tell you, if your F-grade spirit beast actually has some special ability today, I'll eat your shop door right here on the spot. I'm different. I can show you a live stream of me peeing while doing a handstand. While Yang Ruoyan watched Su Jiang with concern, the others all looked at him with mocking eyes, their excitement palpable. They were all waiting to see the spectacle unfold. Ignoring their skeptical stares, Su Jiang strolled over to Wang Jia's side. He calmly addressed her. Excuse me. He then brushed past her arm, opened a cage, and retrieved a void mantis from within. This was the spirit beast hatched from the void mantis spirit beast egg he had specially purchased in District 13. Within this creature, he had infused a crucial trait that matched the opponent exceptionally well. Seeing Su Jiang pull out the void mantis, the others couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha, a void mantis. No wonder it's only in your backwater place that you can find such trash spirit beasts. Yeah, you won't even find these in the void of our District 1. They're practically a rare species of spirit beast. Ha ha ha, an F-grade void mantis for 30 million? Are you out of your mind? Su Jiang ignored their mockery. Instead, he placed the void mantis on the ground. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, the void mantis vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, the crowd's laughter only grew louder. So what if it can turn invisible? Every void mantis can do that. I've never seen it myself, but the books say so. And for this, 30 million? That's laughable. Su Jiang paid no heed to their words, merely smiling indifferently. Then he lifted his gaze, fixing it firmly on them. He spoke slowly. Is that so? And what about now? Chapter 207, the crowd rushes in. Swish! A sharp foreleg, bristling with fangs, pressed against the mocker's throat. Seeing the cockroach's foreleg mere inches from his carotid artery, the man's laughter abruptly froze. Gulp! After swallowing hard, he looked around in astonishment. How is this possible? When did he get here? How did I not sense him? Hearing this, the people around him also looked astonished, whispering among themselves. This. Did any of you hear him coming? How did he suddenly appear? Did any of you notice? At that moment, only Yang Ruoyan and Wang Jia showed a fleeting look of contemplation in their eyes. The next moment, Su Jiang lifted his head and looked at Jiang Jiajie and the others. What? Do you have anything to say now? At his words, the others snorted coldly. Oomph. What's the big deal? We were simply caught off guard earlier, and our laughter drew attention, allowing it to ambush us. Otherwise, what use is this void mantis that can only hide? Exactly. Who doesn't know these void mantis are useless? They're completely worthless. Su Jiang chuckled. Fine. Since that's the case, I hope you idiots get another look. This time, you'd better watch closely. Hearing this, the others shot Su Jiang indignant glances. Then, under their watchful eyes, the void mantis vanished once more. They all shouted in unison. Everyone stay still. Not a sound. This void mantis may be able to cloak itself, but that's all it can do. Its movements and footsteps create significant noise, and the air carries distinct sounds. We can easily detect them. This person was absolutely correct. This was precisely why the void mantis, despite its stealth ability, was classified as merely an F-grade spirit beast. Beyond its inherently low stats, its camouflage, a trait that's neither particularly useful nor entirely useless, is its greatest weakness. You hide for ages, yet your footsteps are louder than anyone else's. Then what's the point of hiding? But at that moment, Su Jiang looked at the void mantis, which appeared invisible to their eyes, yet a blue text label flashed prominently above its head. Silent lurking. Silent stealth eliminates all sounds produced by the user's movements, making concealment and evasion remarkably easy. Moreover, if they appear within an opponent's field of vision, they are often instinctively overlooked. At first, Su Jiang didn't understand why this skill had been classified as a blue-tier skill. Logically, such a useless skill should be green-tier at best. But when he saw the void mantis, he understood. Seeing that these people still hadn't responded, Su Jiang began to lose patience and spoke up. Gentlemen, have you found any trace of that worthless F-grade spirit beast, the void mantis, you keep mentioning? It nearly killed one of your companions just now. Su Jiang's words were laced with provocation, or at least, they came across as such to this group. The group exchanged glances, each eyeing the others. Though they hadn't found any trace of the void hall, they snorted defiantly. Oomph, what's so difficult about that? That void mantis is just in. After uttering those two words, the speaker, utterly clueless about the direction, pointed randomly. The others exchanged glances before declaring confidently. Do you think I don't know? Since it hasn't made a sound or stirred, it proves that aside from making it invisible, it hasn't moved from its original spot at all. Otherwise, the void mantis makes a lot of noise, we definitely know. Then it must still be here. With that, he confidently lunged forward with his arm, aiming straight for the spot where the void mantis had just been. But the next moment, he crashed face first into the dirt. Wang Jia, who had been leading the group, now fixed her gaze on Su Jiang. Her ample breasts trembled with each gasping breath.
She looked at Su Jiang, murmuring to herself.
How could that be? Could it really be gone? Enough.
I'm done playing with you idiots.
Click. Su Jiang snapped his fingers in the air. The mantis placed its 2 front legs on the necks of the other 2 people. Then it slowly revealed its form. Whoosh. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, staring at the void mantis. If it truly intended to kill them, then before the fight even began, they would instantly lose 3 teammates. Was this really the same useless, invisible void mantis they remembered? Yang Ruoyong now stared at Su Jiang in utter shock.
She had thought Su Jiang was exaggerating when he claimed one could fetch 30 million. But now she realized Su Jiang might genuinely be able to sell a spirit beast for 30 million. Though these individuals weren't as sharp as Wang Jiayi and Yang Ruoyong, they hailed from powerful families in the first district. They weren't fools either. Recalling the commotion caused by the void mantis and their own actions moments ago, they exchanged glances. They saw astonishment and delight in each other's eyes. Could it be that this void mantis was different from ordinary ones? Could it be one of those extremely rare and special mutant varieties? Could that be why it could remain invisible without making a sound or any other noise? At this thought, they all eyed the void mantis before Su Jiang with greedy gazes. After all, such an exceptionally rare mutant species was seldom seen even in the first district. And whenever one did appear, it became the object of everyone's scramble. Especially when it possessed advantageous mutations. When it compensated for a species' inherent weaknesses, it could elevate its own tier by several levels. This void mantis clearly fit that description. Hey, Su Jiang, I'll take this spirit beast. 30 million, right? I'll transfer the funds immediately. One of the men looked at Su Jiang and spoke with immediate urgency. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Jiajia instantly set aside his personal grudge against Su Jiang. After all, his wife had already run off. If he lost the spirit beast too, wouldn't that be a huge loss? He immediately declared. I'll give you 31 million. Sell it to me. I'll give 32 million. Don't let those 2 have it. Watching the crowd begin to compete, Su Jiang made no move to stop them, merely smiling as he observed them. He wanted to see just how high these people would drive the price. As the bidding raced on, Wang Jai, their leader, shed her usual flippant and carefree demeanor. Instead, her expression turned serious. Enough. Shut up, all of you. Su Jiang, I'll pay 50 million, sell it to me. Chapter 208, Beg Me. To be honest, Wang Jai hadn't planned on coming here today. Even though she and Yang Ruoyan hadn't gotten along well as children, the other was still her childhood friend who had grown up alongside her. She naturally felt deep sympathy for her fate and circumstances. Especially since her arranged marriage partner was Jiang Jiajia, a good-for-nothing rich kid who was beyond redemption. If Wang Jai had been forced into such a marriage, she might have personally performed a castration on him. But when she heard that Su Jiang, the newly crowned top scorer of the college entrance exam, would also be present today, she reconsidered and decided to come. Yet she never imagined encountering such a bizarre scene here or this spirit beast. Considering her family's predicament, Wang Jai almost felt this spirit beast was a gift from heaven bestowed upon the Wang family. Today's meeting with Su Jiang felt like fate itself. If they could obtain this void mantis, which could remain invisible and even move without making a sound, then perhaps the treasure she had always sought might finally be within reach, and at the same time, the Wang family could be saved. Wang Jia's breathing grew slightly ragged. After all, she appeared to be promiscuous, branded with the name of a loose woman, a woman despised by many from the bottom of their hearts. Yet who could know that this persona was merely a desperate measure adopted years ago to prevent her family from forcing her into an arranged marriage? As for reputation, once it's tarnished, it stays tarnished. What mattered was that she herself remained pure. Yes, over the years, Wang Jai had often engaged in outrageous behavior, frequenting various host clubs. But not only had nothing truly happened, she hadn't even held hands with any of them. She herself considered them filthy. Now that she was no longer marriageable, the family affairs had fallen almost entirely into her hands, and her father was growing old. Wang Jai felt she should shoulder the family responsibilities. As a member of the Wang family, she has both the obligation and the duty to forge a brighter future for the clan. The key to that future now lay before her, this F-grade void mantis. Hearing Wang Jai's bid, those around her turned to look in astonishment. Big sis, 500 million? That's way too expensive. It's not worth it at all. The other men and women whispered in Wang Jai's ear. Clearly, they believed she had been swept away by the peculiarity of this spirit beast, leading her to bid so recklessly. But Su Jiang had been observing every flicker of emotion on Wang Jai's face throughout the entire exchange. A flicker of interest immediately crossed his eyes. Oh my goodness. Wasn't she acting all cocky and tough when she first arrived? Or was she deliberately trying to toy with me? Well then, I won't hold back. Although he didn't know exactly what Wang Jai meant or what she was thinking, Su Jiang knew Wang Jai now needed his help. She desperately needed the void mantis he held in his hands. So Su Jiang wasn't about to be polite. Wang Jai, you wouldn't want me to sell this void mantis to someone else, would you? He summoned the void mantis back to his side.
Su Jiang looked at the earnest Wang Jia before him.
He deliberately eyed her body with a greedy, lustful gaze.
What? You really want this void mantis? Hearing this, Wang Jia immediately nodded earnestly. Yes, I'm willing to pay 50 million for this void mantis.
I truly didn't recognize its value earlier. Hearing Wang Jia's words, the crowd grew even more astonished. Su Jiang's ability to produce such a precious spirit beast had already left them deeply impressed. It truly gave these young masters and ladies of the first district a minor shock.
But Wang Jia's sudden capitulation left them even more stunned.
The Wang Jia they knew was the type to admit her mistakes and correct them, never to deny them.
Yet now she was saying this. Could it be that Su Jiang and this spirit beast truly possessed some extraordinary quality?
Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Jiang not only hesitated to agree to the deal but continued sweeping his burning gaze up and down Wang Jia's slender form. Feeling Su Jiang's gaze upon her and seeing his muscular physique, Wang Jia shuddered involuntarily.
If he really asked me to do that. No. I'd probably die, right?
She looked at the stark difference in their physiques and swallowed hard. At that moment, she regretted why she had sought such a reputation. After all, it gave Su Jiang the impression that he could ask for anything and she'd agree. Yang Ruoyun beside her was also dumbfounded. Seeing the look in Su Jiang's eyes, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ah! At the end of the day, he was still a young man in the prime of his life. A college freshman, faced with the allure of a woman like Wang Jia, it was understandable that he couldn't resist. Just then, Su Jiang spoke slowly. In that case, you must beg me. If you beg me, I'll sell you this spirit beast. What? You want the boss lady to beg you? Are you out of your mind? You should know the boss is from the Wang family. How dare you? Everyone Wang Jia had brought along was rallying to her defense. After all, Wang Jia had always been their leader. Zhang Jiajie glared at Su Jiang with intense fury while addressing Wang Jia. Boss, should we team up and teach him a lesson? Even if this kid is tough, we can call in a few A-level bodyguards and give him a proper beating. Then dealing with him would be as easy as saying the word, right? Everyone expected Wang Jia to erupt in fury and thoroughly deal with Su Jiang. But unexpectedly, Wang Jia looked at Su Jiang, bit her lower lip with her pearly upper teeth, and wore an expression of extreme distress. Finally, she took a deep breath. Amidst the astonished, shocked, and bewildered stares of the crowd, she slowly spoke. Su Jiang, Mr. Su, I beg you. I implore you to sell this spirit beast to me. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Not just her own crew, but even Yang Ruoyun, who'd always been at odds with her, was stunned. She had never seen Wang Jia act this way in her entire life. Even when her father had her pinned down and beaten for 3 days straight, she never once backed down. But what was this now? Her entourage stared at Wang Jia with utter shock. They never imagined Wang Jia would actually rescue Su Jiang from District 13. They even began to doubt whether their boss was an imposter. The only one not shocked was Su Jiang. But now, Su Jiang looked at the woman before him, who was humbling herself to the extreme. Who had even proactively exposed her chest to him, allowing him to admire the view within. He slowly spoke. Sorry, I was just joking. I'm not selling. Chapter 209, Yang Ruoyun of Dihua. Wang Jia and Zhang Jiajie, along with the crowd that had originally stormed into Su Jiang's shop full of bravado looking for trouble, slunk away. Unlike their boisterous arrival, the entire group now carried an unusually low atmosphere as they departed. They exchanged glances, each unable to utter a word. Earlier, despite Wang Jia's repeated pleas and offers to raise the price, Su Jiang had coldly refused each time. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Faced with Wang Jia's dejected state, none of them could find words of comfort. They could only follow silently behind her as she left. Yang Ruoyun and Su Jiang stood at the shop entrance, watching their retreating figures. Yang Ruoyun felt a pang of curiosity. Su Jiang, why didn't you sell it when Wang Jia offered you 100 million just now? Hearing this, Su Jiang turned his gaze toward Yang Ruoyun. Sis Ruoyun, based on their attitude and the things they said when they first came into the shop, there was no way I could have sold it to them so easily. Likewise, since she was ultimately willing to raise her offer to 100 million, it proves she truly needs this spirit beast. So she'll definitely pay a much higher price for it later. Why don't we wait and see? Su Jiang spoke with utmost sincerity, considering every angle. But what he didn't anticipate was that Yang Ruoyun misinterpreted his words. His first point referred to the attitude and tone Wang Jia and her group displayed upon entering the shop. His original meaning was that upon entering the shop, they not only showed no respect for the staff and owner, but also looked down on the entire shop with their constant criticism and ridicule. Customers like that, no one would sell to them. Yet when it reached Yang Ruoyun, it took on a different meaning. She interpreted it as Su Jiang rejecting a 100 million yuan offer solely because he felt humiliated by Wang Jia. He even rejected a certain suggestive hint from Wang Jia. Instantly, Yang Ruoyun's cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head, then timidly lifted her eyes to glance at Su Jiang. Her expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Ah, Su Jiang, this.
This isn't quite appropriate, is it? After all, it's 100 million. What do you mean 100 million? Don't worry, there are always things more expensive than 100 million.
Su Jiang said this with absolute conviction. He knew that the next time Wang Jia came, she would definitely bring more bargaining chips. By then, Su Jiang would gain far more than 100 million. But Yang Ruoyun, whose mind had already begun to wander, nearly fainted on the spot upon hearing this.
Ah!
Only one thought filled her mind at that moment. Su Jiang had said she was more important than 100 million yuan. Even Wang Jia and 100 million yuan combined couldn't compare to her, Yang Ruoyun, in Su Jiang's eyes. Yang Ruoyun's heart was pounding so hard she nearly fainted on the spot. Su Jiang glanced at Yang Ruoyun beside him, who was reacting strangely. After a moment's thought, he walked straight into the shop.
The Wang residence.
The Wang family resided in a standalone estate within the 4th ring of District 1.
As one of the District 1's established families, their foundations were naturally deep. Yet now, a dark cloud hung over the entire Wang household. After all, the Wang family was currently facing a major crisis. In the Wang family's reception hall, Wang Jia's father and several other men from the family stood together, their faces dark with worry. How do you propose we acquire that Elda heart? I don't know.
If it weren't for the power restrictions, I'd send my spirit beast over. It could snatch it up in no time.
Exactly.
But that place actually imposes power restrictions. Only spirit beasts below Earth grade can enter.
Isn't that just making things difficult? Given its conditions, how could any spirit beast below Earth grade possibly meet them? So it's a real catch-22. There's just no way around it.
As the crowd murmured among themselves, Wang Jia's figure passed right by them. Seeing Wang Jia, a flicker of contempt crossed their eyes.
To the Wang family, a century-old clan, Wang Jia's actions were nothing short of nailing their family to the pillar of shame.
Such a loose woman, they no longer expected her to bring any value to the Wang family. They only hoped she would stop bringing further disgrace upon the Wang name.
Silent and unresponsive, Wang Jia paid no heed to these thoughts.
She approached the Wang family's ancestral hall and slowly pushed open the door. Gazing at the elderly man meditating before her, she spoke softly.
Grandfather Iron Spear, I've found a way to obtain the Eldar Star. Give me 3 days. Within 3 days, no matter the cost, I will bring you the Eldar heart. After speaking, Wang Jia said nothing more. She quietly closed the door and turned to leave. Gazing back at the ancestral hall behind her, her mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. Seated within this shrine was the Wang family's sole top-tier S-rank powerhouse, the very foundation upon which the Wang lineage stood. Wang Tietjiang, one of the former pillars of humanity. Yet, just as heroes inevitably grow old, no one could defy the passage of time. Wang Tietjiang was no exception. In his youth, he was unstoppable, sweeping across the land. In his old age, he too clung to life. Now, he had reached the end of his lifespan. What was even more critical was that not a single member of the second generation of the entire Wang family could shoulder the responsibility. The strongest among them was merely an A-rank powerhouse, not even among the elite within that tier. Thus, when Wang Tietjiang fell, the Wang family would follow. The only thing that could prolong Wang Tietjiang's life or even grant him a second spring was the Eldar Star, yet its acquisition conditions were exceedingly stringent. At this realization, a resolute gleam flashed in Wang Jia's eyes as she began walking toward her room. Early the next morning, the moment Su Jiang opened his shop door, he saw a figure that made his vision go dark. Instantly, he knew this day was not auspicious. He promptly decided to close the shop for the day. Clatter. Just as he was about to close the door, the person before him hurriedly stopped him. What's this, Su Jiang? So unwelcoming to the headmaster? This man was none other than Luo Wudi, a renowned powerhouse among the human race. Wherever he went, he was treated as an honored guest. Yet only here, with Su Jiang, was he treated with such disdain. Principal, as a pillar of the human race, you have so many responsibilities and are so busy day after day. Why waste your time at my humble spirit beast shop? At the mention of the spirit beast shop, a flicker of light danced in Luo Wudi's eyes. He recalled the words spoken to him yesterday. Su Jiang was far from the simple man he had imagined. Nor was he as straightforward as he claimed to be. Chapter 210, Did they come together? Luo Wudi entered the spirit beast shop, casually wandering up and down. Su Jiang paid him no mind. Not only did he fail to offer proper hospitality, but after casually brewing a cup of tea and placing it on the table, he went back to his own business. Luo Wudi, meanwhile, recalled the intelligence delivered to his desk yesterday. He approached a cage, scrutinizing the ordinary-looking void mantis before him. A void mantis capable of complete invisibility, moving without the slightest sound or disturbance. It could be said to have overcome the greatest flaw of its kind, truly becoming the most perfect assassin. Interesting. Truly fascinating. As Luo Wudi murmured to himself, Yang Ruoyun, who worked at this spirit beast shop, returned after buying breakfast. Su Jiang, I brought back the steamed buns and soy milk you wanted. The rest of her words caught dead in her throat. For there, among the ordinary customers, stood Luo Wudi. If it were anyone else, she might not even have recognized him.
But Luo Wudy, a name reverberating throughout the human federation, was instantly recognizable to Yang Ruoyan, whose own family harbored S-rank powerhouses. In an instant, her usual lively and outgoing demeanor vanished, leaving her as quiet as a little girl. She approached Luo Wudy obediently and addressed him respectfully.
"Hello, Principal Luo." Facing Yang Ruoyan in this manner, Luo Wudy studied her carefully.
Though he was no longer young, he had to admit that Yang Ruoyan was truly stunning.
Moreover, her beauty wasn't the kind defined by ordinary standards. Instead, she possessed an air of noble grace. Her features were bold, thick brows, large eyes, a striking, commanding presence that radiated strength and confidence. Compared to delicate, petite beauties, she surpassed them by a wide margin. Luo Wudy had long heard of Yang Ruoyan's reputation as one of the 4 beauties of District 1. He couldn't help but glance at Su Jiang with a mix of envy and curiosity.
Envy because he hadn't expected that besides Leng Xi, the stunning ice queen, he actually had a connection with Yang Ruoyan. And judging by their intimate demeanor, it seemed there might be something developing between them.
As for the spectacle,
he just felt that neither woman was ordinary. If they ever crossed paths in the future, Su Jiang would likely be in for trouble.
You too. No worries. Get back to work. Luo Wudy gave Yang Ruoyan a friendly nod, chatted briefly, then dismissed her to attend to her duties.
Seeing her attitude toward him, Luo Wudy felt a bit more at ease inside.
Look at that. Look at that.
He desperately wanted Su Jiang to come out and learn a thing or two. This was how a normal student, a normal young person, behaved.
Compared to his own attitude, how could anyone be like Su Jiang?
I can't stand looking at myself most days. When I'm just chilling, I call myself old dang.
When something's up, I call myself Principal Luo. No one in the world has ever dared to treat Luo Wudy this way. Only Su Jiang dared. Even though Luo Wudy said that, Yang Ruoyan still couldn't bring herself to take his words seriously.
She hurried to attend to the guest, bringing numerous items to Luo Wudy's side.
Principal Luo, look. Just then, Su Jiang emerged from behind and saw Yang Ruoyan in this state. He then shot Luo Wudy a look brimming with disdain. Oh my goodness, old dang, why haven't you left yet? You shameless man, aren't you embarrassed to be acting like this in public?
Luo Wudy's blood pressure shot up the moment he heard those words.
But all he could say was, "I'm a customer. Can't I just look around?" Little did the two realize that their everyday, familiar exchange nearly gave Yang Ruoyan a heart attack. Heaven only knew that this was Luo Wudy, the man vaguely referred to as the strongest among the human race. Su Jiang actually dared to speak to him like that. At that moment, Yang Ruoyan felt a surge of relief for Yang Xiu.
If Yang Xiu had truly defeated Su Jiang that day and intended to finish him off, his warhorse would have suffered far worse than just a deep wound from a single blow.
Yang Ruoyan watched the two bickering like father and son with a look of horror and astonishment, murmuring to herself, "Good heavens, Su Jiang, how many secrets do you have hidden up your sleeve? What an interesting little man."
After the playfighting ended, Luo Wudy casually browsed around the shop. Pointing at the cage holding the void mantis, he asked, "Is this shop filled with nothing but F-grade spirit beasts? An F-grade beast selling for 30 million spirit coins?"
Noticing Luo Wudy's astonishment, Su Jiang nodded.
"That's right, all these F-grade spirit beasts sell for 30 million. A flicker of understanding and astonishment crossed Luo Wudy's eyes at this. After exchanging a few more polite words, he turned and left without delay. Luo Wudy had come to Su Jiang's shop specifically to verify the words and suspicions that the old man had shared with him yesterday. Su Jiang's abilities now likely extended far beyond merely possessing extraordinary talent in the 5 paths. Yet as Su Jiang's principal, Luo Wudy's first instinct upon stepping outside the shop. His first instinct was to erase and conceal all related information and any other traces. There was no other reason, he was simply protecting his own. He simply wanted to protect Su Jiang. After Luo Wudy left, Su Jiang saw Yang Ruoyan holding 2 large bags and quickly took them from her. After all, those bags were meant for his breakfast. Moments later, as she watched Su Jiang devour his meal with gusto, a hint of curiosity and envy flickered in Yang Ruoyan's eyes. Truth be told, Su Jiang's appetite genuinely astonished her. By now, Su Jiang had devoured nearly 100 steamed buns and showed no signs of stopping. Yet strangely, Yang Ruoyan, who usually despised gluttons, couldn't help but feel that such a muscular build deserved to consume this much. It felt incredibly manly. Yang Ruoyan couldn't figure out what was happening to her. It seemed she had genuinely developed some unusual feelings for this fake boyfriend 10 years her junior. Yes, just as Su Jiang was about to finish, Yang Ruoyan slowly spoke up. "Su Jiang, my father said he'll be coming to our shop soon with a gift to apologize to you. Would that time be convenient for you?" Cough 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 cough. Hearing Yang Ruoyan's words, Su Jiang coughed several times before nodding dryly. "Sure, of course I can." But the strain on his face was all too obvious. Time passed all too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Leng Xi and Yang Xiu to arrive. Su Jiang dared not imagine what the scene would be like shortly. And so, with a heavy heart, Su Jiang began his wait for the day. He had even prepared different responses for each of Leng Xi and Yang Xiu.
As long as there was a time gap between their arrivals, Su Jiang could react accordingly.
But fate had other plans.
Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
The moment Su Jiang opened the door, he saw Leng Xuangtian and Yang Xiu standing side by side. They stood before his door, gazing at him with an indescribable look in their eyes.
Su Jiang's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Chapter 211. The battlefield begins.
Inside the spirit beast shop,
Su Jiang, Yang Ruoyan, Yang Xiu, Leng Xuangtian.
The four sat on separate couches, staring at each other. Not a single word was spoken. Su Jiang felt the most agonized. Next was Yang Ruoyun.
She never imagined things would turn out this way.
Originally, she had thought her father's visit to Su Jiang would provide the perfect opportunity for Su Jiang to cover up her lie. That way, she could refuse these useless arranged marriages. After all, compared to those others, she did prefer Su Jiang a little more. Even if their relationship was nothing but a facade, it would still serve as a decent cover.
But she never imagined that the father of Su Jiang's supposed official girlfriend would come knocking. Suddenly, Yang Ruoyun, renowned as one of the four beauties of District 1, felt utterly guilty, as if she were the other woman.
And she shot Su Jiang a reproachful look. Her large, round eyes seemed to plead her innocence. "You're such a jerk." Faced with that gaze, Su Jiang shook his head in anguish. He was truly innocent. When Yang Ruoyan had asked him if he had a girlfriend, he genuinely didn't. As for Leng Xi, he didn't know how to explain it. After all, with Leng Xi, he couldn't quite pin down whether she liked him romantically or if they were just extremely close friends. Although Su Jiang was much stronger in this life compared to his previous one, he still constantly feared falling prey to the foremost of humanity's three great illusions.
He likes me. Once that delusion took hold, things would get awkward. It might even ruin their friendship in the future.
Therefore, Su Jiang always maintained a proper distance from Leng Xi. After a long silence, it seemed both Leng Xuangtian and Yang Xiu were growing restless.
They lifted their eyes to look directly at Su Jiang.
Simultaneously, they spoke in unison.
Who is he? Who is he? This question caught Su Jiang completely off guard. How was he supposed to answer that?
Seeing Su Jiang's silence, the two exchanged a cold glance. Then they both snorted in unison. Then two of them spoke up at the same time.
My daughter is Su Jiang's girlfriend. Who do you think I am? After uttering these words in perfect unison, they glared at each other intensely. Their eyes brimmed with shock. Finally, they shifted their gaze back to Su Jiang. Su Jiang, explain yourself. What the hell is going on here?
The first to speak was Leng Xuangtian. He had come to see Su Jiang today in a rather cheerful mood. But outside the shop, he had spotted Yang Xiu, an S-rank powerhouse who seemed vaguely familiar. To his surprise, the man was also here to see Su Jiang. And to hear that his daughter was Su Jiang's girlfriend? This news instantly ignited Leng Xuangtian's fury. He grabbed the man and dragged him straight into the shop. Uncle Leng, it's just that, it's... Su Jiang opened his mouth, awkwardly unsure how to explain. After all, he had promised Yang Ruoyan he'd help specifically to shield her from things causing her distress. But he also understood that if he truly accepted this responsibility, it might not be the best way to handle things. Thus, he could only stand there awkwardly frozen in place. For the first time since his transmigration, Su Jiang felt such profound awkwardness and embarrassment. Yet he couldn't bring himself to speak up. Su Jiang's response only made Yang Xiu and Yang Ruoyan, watching from the sidelines, appear even more guilty. Yang Ruoyan, however, had never been particularly close to Su Jiang. This was merely a favor she was doing. Yang Ruoyan nearly felt a pang of regret that her plan to deceive her father today would likely fail. To spare Su Jiang further awkwardness, Yang Ruoyan spoke up. Dad, today was actually a plan between Su Jiang and me. The goal was to get you to stop arranging all those messy arranged marriages for me. Truthfully, we're not actually dating. Hearing Yang Ruoyan's words, Yang Xiu froze for a moment. Then, his peculiar train of thought inexplicably drifted toward Leng Xuangtian. A thought immediately formed in his mind. Could it be that Su Jiang was playing the field, leaving his daughter disappointed, which is why she said this? Observing Su Jiang's awkward expression and his daughter's demeanor as she spoke, he felt this possibility was extremely likely. Yang Xiu grew anxious. But his concern wasn't for his daughter's happiness, it was for the future of the Yang family. They had worked so hard to secure an alliance with Su Jiang, a young man with powerful connections and exceptional talent. They couldn't let him slip away now. Su Jiang, let me make this clear, since you and my daughter are now boyfriend and girlfriend, you must take full responsibility. If you try to have your cake and eat it too, don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if Luo Wudi steps in to stop me, I'll teach you a lesson. Watching Yang Xiu, whose thoughts had somehow veered off course again, Su Jiang fell silent. He couldn't fathom where the other man's thoughts had come from, but he noticed something even more alarming. Cold Xuangtian, whose gaze had softened slightly toward him after Yang Ruoyan's explanation, now turned hostile once more. Well, Su Jiang. I'd thought it was all a misunderstanding before. But now it seems you think my daughter isn't good enough for you, so you've gone and found yourself another girlfriend. Leng Xuangtian's voice dripped with sarcasm, yet his expression remained impassive. But Su Jiang detected a chill of anger beneath his words. And judging by the looks of it, she must be from one of the prominent families in District 1.
Su Jiang, I really underestimated you. Beads of sweat instantly broke out on Su Jiang's forehead.
Yet a thought formed in his mind. Since Yang Ruoyun had already revealed the truth, he might as well come clean himself.
Uncle Leng, it really is like that.
Sister Ruoyun and I made a deal I'd pretend to be her boyfriend for a while. Before Su Jiang could finish, Yang Xiu's voice cut him off. He looked at Leng Xi, his eyes brimming with arrogance and contempt.
What kind of person do you think you are? Where did you get the nerve to compete with me, Yang Xiu, for someone?
Leng Xi, who had been seething but still clinging to a thread of composure, could no longer hold back. He no longer cared about the peculiarities of the situation. Facing the insolent Yang Xiu before him, he fired back immediately.
What am I? I'd like to ask you the same question. What exactly are you?
My daughter, Leng Xi, knew Su Jiang before the college entrance exams.
I'd like to ask, when exactly did your daughter meet Su Jiang? What exactly is the nature of their relationship? Faced with Leng Xuantian's relentless questioning, Yang Xiu was rendered speechless.
But by now, he had already pinned his suspicions squarely on Su Jiang. He also felt that the one standing between Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun was none other than Leng Xuantian himself.
Without hesitation, he declared. Enough talk. Let's settle this with our fists. If you lose today, you'd better pack your bags and get out. Don't ever interfere with my daughter and Su Jiang again. Witnessing this, Leng Xuantian responded with icy detachment. Fine. Since that's how you want it, so be it. Chapter 212, Fighting Over a Man? Tensions were running high between the two sides. The atmosphere in Su Jiang's small spirit beast shop was thick with tension.
Both sides had subconsciously ignored Su Jiang standing nearby, convinced that their true adversary was the other party. Thus, their demeanor was entirely different from when they had previously clashed with Su Jiang. Leng Xuantian held nothing back and Yang Xiu fought with all his might. Faced with two powerhouses unleashing their full might, Su Jiang's modest spirit beast shop seemed poised to be crushed by the very shockwaves of their battle at any moment. A top-tier A-rank powerhouse and an S-rank powerhouse even within the first district, these were names that commanded respect. If they were to clash now, it would be quite the spectacle. Su Jiang's expression instantly darkened. He glanced at young Ruoyun beside him, unable to suppress a bitter smile.
Oh no! This is bad. He never imagined things would escalate to this point.
If two powerhouses of this caliber truly lost their temper and clashed, it would be nothing like the last time he fought Su Jiang, something to watch for amusement. He stepped between them, hoping to mediate.
Uncle Leng and Sister Ruoyun's father, you too. Kid, shut your mouth. This isn't your business. Once I'm done with him, I'll deal with you properly.
Yang Xiu spoke first.
The second was Leng Xuantian.
Though they were speaking to Su Jiang, neither of them was paying him any attention. For they knew their true adversary was the man standing before them. Likewise, they were fully focused on their own confrontation. As masters of their craft, they could sense without doubt that the man before them possessed formidable strength.
What? If you really want to fight, come out and do it. Fine. Bring it on. Leng Xuantian first glanced at Su Jiang's spirit beast shop before finally uttering these words with an icy expression. His main concern was that Su Jiang might genuinely be an innocent party in this incident. If it affected the kid Su Jiang's spirit beast shop, that would be truly unjustifiable. Yang Xiu, naturally, was delighted by this turn of events. However, the moment the two stepped out, the attention of everyone on the street was drawn to them. After all, in this world, an A-rank powerhouse was already considered a true pillar and upper-class figure, let alone an S-rank powerhouse. Look! Yang Xiu is at that spirit beast shop in trance again. Who's that man beside him?
Judging by his aura, he seems like a formidable figure too.
No idea. Why do they both look so grim? Could they be about to fight right here in the street? People whispered among themselves. Behind them, Su Jiang and Yang Ruoyun followed closely, their expressions equally grim. Today's turn of events had completely caught them off guard, leaving them struggling to cope. Sis Ruoyun, what should we do? Could you try to persuade your father?
He turned to Yang Ruoyun, whose expression was equally grim, seeking her help.
Yang Ruoyun first shot Su Jiang a look reserved for scumbags before sighing.
Sigh, I can't persuade him either.
If I could truly persuade him, do you think I'd still need to run away to avoid this arranged marriage? Hearing this, Su Jiang lifted his eyes to meet theirs. He knew this confrontation might be unavoidable. A mere Class A beast master dares to oppose me? Let me tell you this, if you want your daughter to stay away from Su Jiang,
and sever all ties with him henceforth.
If you do, I might be in a generous mood and let you off.
Yang Xiu was the first to speak harshly. Surveying the crowd gathered around him today, he vowed to avenge his humiliation. After all, it was under everyone's gaze last time that Su Jiang had beaten him soundly. Hearing Yang Xiu's words, Leng Xuantian's already icy expression grew even colder. It seemed as though he could freeze the very air around him.
Oof. My daughter staying away from Su Jiang? Do you even realize what you're saying? It's your daughter who's been scheming against Su Jiang, okay? Enough. Words are useless. You're the weakest among the S-rank beast masters. You might not be my match after all.
As their words flew back and forth, neither had anticipated the shock their exchange would unleash upon the crowd. The surrounding spectators stared at them in stunned silence.
Good heavens. This is an A-rank powerhouse and an S-rank powerhouse. They're actually going to fight? What on earth is this? Didn't you hear them? They're fighting over Su Jiang. I wonder what kind of woman could possibly compete with the goddess Yang Ruoyun for a man. This is huge news, absolutely huge. Every person present wore an expression of intense excitement. They stared toward the two figures, seemingly anticipating the unfolding drama.
Then, the two exchanged a glance.
Then, two massive summoning arrays appeared in an instant. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as Leng Xi frost dragon made its entrance.
Its towering form, stretching dozens of meters high, covered in crystalline ice and radiating bitter cold, made it clear at a glance that its power was far from ordinary. On Yang Xiu's side, the warhorse was still recovering from its severe injuries sustained last time. As an S-rank powerhouse, he remained a formidable force when unleashing his full might.
A deathly silence fell over the battlefield.
All eyes were fixed on this spot with tense anticipation.
They never imagined that a single Su Jiang could provoke an A-rank and an S-rank powerhouse into clashing right here in the street. Su Jiang was truly terrifying.
An inexplicable pressure radiated from this street, from this post station.
Even many nearby residents could feel it.
This time, both combatants unleashed their full might, a stark departure from their previous encounters.
Ha!
The Frost Dragon has some skill, but that's all it is.
A woman from District 13 daring to compete with my daughter Ruoyun for a boyfriend? As Yang Xiu's voice faded, the war machine instantly launched a devastating charge toward the Frost Dragon.
The Frost Dragon, seeing the charging figures, instantly covered its entire body in hardened ice armor,
blocking his attack. Boom!
This collision between the warhorse and the dragon surpassed any damage or commotion Su Jiang had caused before. Even the surrounding buildings began to sway precariously. Nearly everyone was knocked off their feet, even Su Jiang himself. But this was far from over.
Amidst the swirling dust, Leng Xi icy voice cut through the air. Absolute zero. With a dragon's roar, the surrounding buildings and everything else were visibly covered in a layer of frost.
In an instant, the street transformed into a world of ice and snow. Ice and snow filled the sky, showcasing the sharp edge of an A-rank powerhouse.
Chapter 213, each displaying their divine powers. Achoo!
Su Jiang, of course, wasn't frozen solid, but the temperature still made him shiver.
The ordinary onlookers felt it too. This wasn't due to Leng Xuantian's lack of power, but rather his deliberate restraint to avoid harming the innocent. The people around them stared blankly at the world now blanketed in ice and snow. They exchanged glances, utterly speechless. Awe-inspiring. Truly awe-inspiring. Now, this entire street seemed to be formed from ice and snow. The warhorse before the Frost Dragon had been completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone stared blankly ahead. Good heavens! That Frost Dragon's Beastmaster is incredibly powerful. An A-rank powerhouse managed to freeze an S-rank war centaur solid. Well, if you ask me, the war centaur is just too weak. It's practically a disgrace among S-rank beings. But just as everyone thought the battle was lost, crackle, crackle, the sound of ice shattering echoed from the war centaur's body. The next moment, arg! A furious roar erupted from the warhorse's mouth. Gripping his spear tighter once more, he fixed his gaze upon the Frost Dragon before him, a savage grin spreading across his face. One after another, spells erupted from his hands, all hurtling toward the Frost Dragon's body. The Frost Dragon refused to be outdone. The two sides clashed fiercely. The street shook violently, sending tremors through the earth and panic through the hearts of onlookers. Naturally, this spectacle was uploaded to forums and posts by netizens. Everyone learned that near Martial God Beastmaster University, the daughters of two top-tier powerhouses had clashed over Su Jiang, sparking their confrontation. Rumors soon spread wildly, twisting the story into one where two powerful figures, captivated by Su Jiang's striking appearance, had erupted into a fierce brawl right in the street, vying relentlessly for his attention. Netizens were stunned in an instant. After all, Su Jiang trending on hot searches every other day was simply too much to handle. At the same time, they grew increasingly envious of Su Jiang. After all, everyone knew the other one even if they weren't personally acquainted. Yang Xiu and the others certainly did. His daughter was one of the 4 goddesses of the first district. And yet, Su Jiang could still pick and choose? It was simply outrageous. Amidst the crowd, Su Jiang watched the two combatants before him. Their clash was earth-shattering, dizzying. Only now did he realize that perhaps both of them had held back when fighting him. Had they unleashed this level of power and damage from the start, he doubted he could have even stood before them. He glanced at Yang Ruoyun, shivering beside him. He stripped off his own coat and draped it over her. Only now did he truly grasp the immense power of that golden talent, Darwin. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, his body temperature felt exactly like the most comfortable 23 degrees Celsius. He felt no burden whatsoever, nor any discomfort in his body. Yet when Su Jiang offered her his coat, Yang Ruoyun unexpectedly pushed it away. Su Jiang, I can't possibly accept this.
Otherwise, if your girlfriend finds out, I'll never be able to explain myself.
Hearing Yang Ruoyun's words, Su Jiang let out a bitter laugh.
Then he began to explain the whole situation seriously.
Sis Ruoyun, it's like this. After hearing everything, Yang Ruoyun fell silent too.
Then, watching the two big shots beating each other up with gusto, she didn't know how to break up the fight.
The first district authorities were already in complete disarray.
They had installed monitoring devices throughout District 1. They detected two exceptionally powerful energy sources fluctuating violently, locked in a massive clash.
Simultaneously, they saw the trending topics online.
Gazing at the streets blanketed in snow and ice, and the buildings shattered by the battle's aftershocks, their eyes widened in disbelief.
What on earth were these two doing? As powerhouses of this caliber, did they not know combat was forbidden within the safety zone? What on earth were they thinking? Inside the official office, a bald man was berating his subordinates in a furious tone. He never imagined anyone would dare to fight within the safety zone.
Usually, it was just minor skirmishes. Today, however, involved two top-tier powerhouses. This matter must be handled properly.
Otherwise, if civilians get hurt, it won't be good. Upon hearing his words, the subordinate immediately checked his phone.
Then, they slowly spoke up.
Boss, I've investigated. It seems they started this fight over Su Jiang. Their daughters both appear to be Su Jiang's girlfriends.
But the two of them believed there was only one Su Jiang, and whoever won would get him, that's why they fought. This single sentence left the bald man speechless. Recalling Su Jiang's performance and talent last time, he ultimately sighed. Damn it, that kid just keeps getting me into trouble day after day.
Fine.
After all, I wasn't exactly fair when I investigated him last time.
This time, I'll wipe his ass clean. Next time, I'll drag him in and give him a proper beating.
With that, the burly man personally left the office and hurried toward the battlefield where the two were fighting. Had Su Jiang been present, he would have recognized the bald man as none other than Lin Feng, the same individual who had interrogated him alongside other top-tier officials from the human authorities last time.
His identity? The district chief of District 1. Ice Age. Nether Power.
Clashes between top-tier powerhouses were always far more spectacular than those involving ordinary individuals. Especially now that they were unleashing their full power. Both sides were now utterly consumed by the heat of battle, having completely forgotten why they had started fighting in the first place. The aftershocks of their clash grew ever more intense. Ice and fire clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. The sheer ferocity of their battle sent shivers down everyone's spine. As they unleashed their divine powers, their formidable strength and uncontrollable destructive force were laid bare. A sky filled with frost, carrying a powerful shockwave, surged toward the crowd. Su Jiang, witnessing this, swiftly scooped up Yang Ruoyun beside him and retreated backward. Yang Ruoyun, suddenly lifted by Su Jiang, felt her head go blank at first, then a wave of bashful shyness washed over her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Su Jiang a sidelong glance. Feeling the battle's aftershocks swirling around them, she buried her face deep into Su Jiang's chest, finding a profound sense of security. While Su Jiang could still dodge, the ordinary bystanders weren't so fortunate. As the shockwaves closed in before their eyes, their expressions instantly turned grim.
We're done for.
Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky.
Enough. Stop. Chapter 214, District Chief of Sector 1, Lin Feng.
The voice fell instantly, and the chaos filling the sky was instantly suppressed. The lingering effects of the battle, which had nearly harmed nearby civilians, vanished in an instant. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they felt an overwhelming aura descend directly from the heavens. It pressed down so heavily that everyone struggled to breathe.
Not even Yang Xiu and Leng Xi were spared.
This person is undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse.
Under Su Jiang's gaze, a figure descended from the sky, silhouetted against the sunlight. Bathed in the radiant sunlight, he appeared like a deity.
That single roar alone had made Su Jiang acutely aware of the opponent's overwhelming power, which utterly crushed everyone present.
Including Leng Xi and Yang Xiu. Who could this person be? Amidst the curious stares of the crowd, an airship descended.
A large group of individuals clad in official uniforms emerged.
The jet-black official coats draped over their shoulders made their presence feel even more formidable.
And then, stepping out from among them was
a bald man.
The moment Su Jiang saw that massive bald head, all the admiration and reverence he had harbored instantly shattered. Because he recognized this bald man.
Wasn't this the very same Lin Feng he had toyed with earlier? Judging by his appearance, he seemed to possess considerable strength and held a high status?
Even though he knew the man was undoubtedly a renowned powerhouse.
But whenever Su Jiang recalled that fool's earlier actions, he couldn't help but cringe. He simply couldn't bear to look at that bald-headed Lin Feng.
Yet the next moment, Lin Feng used his prowess to force Su Jiang to raise his gaze once more.
Do you two realize what crime you've committed by fighting within the safety zone?
Stepping out from the crowd, Lin Feng glared directly at Yang Xiu and Leng Xi. His face flushed with anger as he let out a cold snort.
Oomph. Su Jiang watched in horror as a colossal spirit beast appeared behind Lin Feng, its shadowy form flickering into existence before vanishing in an instant. In the next instant, the frost covering the sky and all the traces of destruction began rapidly fading and repairing themselves. If the difficulty of destruction was rated as 1, then the difficulty of restoration was 100. Yet before Lin Feng, it seemed to be nothing more than a matter of a single word. It was power akin to that of a god. Su Jiang now looked at Lin Feng with a look of lingering fear. Only now did he realize just how incredibly lucky he was to still be alive after what he had done to Lin Feng last time. The onlookers gathered along the street to witness the battle all recognized Lin Feng's figure. Whispers of admiration filled the air. My goodness, it's District Chief Lin. His strength is truly formidable. He smoothed out all that frost and the massive battle ripples with just one hand, truly worthy of being the District Chief of District 1. I heard he's only a hair's breadth away from becoming a pillar-level powerhouse among the human race. Hearing these remarks, Su Jiang finally realized that Lin Feng had only appeared somewhat clumsy in his presence. Now, Leng Xi and Yang Xiu exchanged glances, seeing lingering fear in each other's eyes. Clearly, they were well aware of what they had just done. In the heat of the moment, they'd forgotten exactly where they were. Now that they'd come to their senses, endless dread filled their hearts. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong. Otherwise, even sacrificing their lives wouldn't have been enough to atone for it. Moments later, inside Su Jiang's spirit beast shop, Leng Xi and Yang Xiu now bore the marks of a brutal beating, black eyes and swollen faces. After giving up resistance and admitting their mistakes, Lin Feng brought them here. Lin Feng proceeded to beat them soundly. Nearly every blow landed with brutal force, aimed squarely at their faces. Though they understood personal grudges played a role, they couldn't help but inwardly lament their plight. Yet now, a hint of bewilderment clouded both their eyes. They had assumed that violating the Human Federation's prohibitions, especially within Sector 1. In a place like this, violating prohibitions meant at the very least being brought before the authorities for a proper reception. They'd expect to pay a heavy price before being allowed to leave. Instead, they found themselves in Su Jiang's spirit beast shop. Now they exchanged wary glances. They all suspected Lin Feng was someone the other had summoned, someone connected to them. Otherwise, how could they have received such lenient punishment? A collective gasp of dread filled the air. Whoa! Could this old guy be targeting me? Lin Feng stood with his arms crossed, his massive muscles prominently displayed. He looked as robust as a silverback gorilla. Glaring at Yang Xiu and Leng Xi before him, his anger flared. But when he finally turned his head to see Su Jiang's obsequious expression, he couldn't help but snort coldly. It's all because of you, kid. If I hadn't arrived in time today, and if these two fools had any sense of proportion left in their heads. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of civilian casualties today. Even sacrificing these two fools' lives wouldn't be enough to make up for it. Lin Feng opened his mouth with these words, brimming with overwhelming pressure. But this single sentence left the two men utterly dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Lin Feng and at Su Jiang, who stood nearby with a forced smile. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom that Lin Feng actually knew Su Jiang. Good heavens! This was the district chief of the first district among humans. His status was roughly equivalent to the mayor of Beijing before the catastrophe. How could Su Jiang possibly know someone like that? Even for the two of them to try to get acquainted with each other would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Now, as they looked at Su Jiang, their eyes were filled with bewilderment and confusion. Su Jiang, however, had no time to spare for their feelings. He hurried forward and approached Lin Feng. District Chief Lin, I'm truly innocent here. There's a misunderstanding at play. Since you're here, District Chief Lin, I'll explain it right away. Here's what really happened. Because of Sister Ruoyun's family alliance, she and I discussed. After Su Jiang finished speaking, Lin Feng remained silent. Leng Xi and Yang Xiu exchanged glances. So it really was a misunderstanding. They never imagined that Su Jiang wasn't just playing both sides, he hadn't even boarded either ship. He had no connection whatsoever to either of their daughters. So all that excitement today was for nothing? And they'd even taken a brutal beating from Lin Feng for nothing? As the two pondered this, Yang Xiu suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. Smack! Lin Feng stood up abruptly and slapped Yang Xiu across the face. His eyes brimmed with contempt and disdain. After glancing at Yang Xiu, Lin Feng spoke slowly. Damn it, you coward! What I hate most in this world are men who only bully women. You bully your own daughter? You're a ing piece of. Chapter 215, the matter settled. After being slapped, Yang Xiu not only showed no sign of resentment but turned his head and forced a smile. What could he do? The one who struck him was Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng were to slap him again after this one, Yang Xiu would willingly offer his cheek and cheer, well done. After all, if that slap had landed, it would have been better than nothing. But if it hadn't, then the Yang family would have been in real trouble. After the slap landed, Lin Feng turned to him and spoke coldly. I don't give a damn what problems your Yang family runs into.
But if you, as a man, can only use women to take the fall for your messes, especially your own daughter, then you'd better be ready. If I ever catch you arranging another ill-suited marriage for your daughter, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Yes, Lord Lin is absolutely right. Yang Xiu now stood humbly before Lin Feng, nodding incessantly.
His face was plastered with a fawning expression.
Su Jiang watched the scene in stunned disbelief. He never imagined that after recounting the events, such an unexpected turn of events would unfold. As he cast his gaze toward Yang Ruoyan, Su Jiang noticed she was looking at him too. Her beautiful eyes were now brimming with tears. The gratitude in her eyes was palpable to Su Jiang. Finally, reading her lips, Su Jiang deciphered a single phrase. Thank you.
At that moment, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Su Jiang.
Kid, while today's incident has nothing to do with you,
but as a party involved, you didn't clarify things immediately, causing the problem to escalate and creating such a serious situation. Besides the punishment they'll face, you won't escape unscathed either. After your military training ends and school starts, there's an official operation you'll be participating in. You must atone for your sins through your actions. Watching Lin Feng speak to him with such righteous indignation, Su Jiang broke into a smile. He shouted at Lin Feng before him.
Aye, sir. Regardless of anything else, Su Jiang knew Lin Feng couldn't be a bad person simply because he'd stood up for Yang Ruoyan today.
His previous hostility had been nothing more than a matter of duty.
Given that, Su Jiang was quite willing to cultivate some connection and rapport with him.
After Lin Feng left, the shop returned to a gathering of 4 people.
But the atmosphere was now completely different from before. Yang Xiu and Leng Xi both looked at Su Jiang in bewilderment.
They never imagined Su Jiang not only had a close relationship with Luo Wudi, but also with Lin Feng, the district chief of District 1.
Wasn't this kid born in District 13? How could his connections among the top brass in District 1 be even stronger than mine? Yang Xiu began to doubt his own ears.
Yet when he looked at his daughter, his eyes burned with intense passion. She had just started college and already knew so many powerful figures, maintaining connections with them. The possibilities for the future were almost too incredible to contemplate. Though his daughter currently had no connection to them, he must seize this opportunity firmly.
Leng Xuantian's heart was also trembling with shock. But now, sporting a pair of panda eyes, he looked at Su Jiang with a hint of awkwardness. Today's incident could be said to have been entirely caused by his and Yang Xiu's stubbornness.
Both of them would face punishment. Beyond the enormous monetary compensation, they would also have to venture into the void to battle those formidable spirit beasts. Yet Leng Xuantian harbored no aversion to this. His entire life had been forged in the crucible of blood and fire.
So you really have no connection to my daughter?
Yang Xiu, thinking of Su Jiang's potential and future, asked him one last time, unwilling to give up.
Su Jiang shot him a dismissive glance before nodding in silence. Of course not. Didn't I just explain it clearly to you and Uncle Leng? Why won't you believe me?
Yang Xiu looked at his daughter, Yang Ruoyan, his eyes filled with disbelief. From childhood onward, the stunningly beautiful daughter had been pursued by countless suitors. The line of suitors could stretch from District 1 all the way to District 13.
And this kid here wasn't even remotely interested?
Witnessing this scene, Leng Xuantian, who had been suppressing his anger, could no longer hold back. He spat out through gritted teeth, his voice thick with indignation.
What? Do you think everyone is as morally bankrupt and lustful as you? And let me tell you, my daughter is no less than yours. If Su Jiang were truly choosing a girlfriend, it would definitely be mine. As Leng Xuantian spoke these words, the outside world simultaneously uncovered his identity and that of his daughter, Leng Xi. When the crowd saw Leng Xi's photo, they all burst into loud sobs. Good heavens, that scoundrel! What a scoundrel!
Su Jiang, that bastard, actually won the affection of 2 such beautiful women. Her beauty rivals Yang Ruoyan's in every way a true ice queen.
She looks utterly irresistible.
Thus, the newly crowned top scholar Su Jiang found himself pursued by 2 stunning beauties. And the news of 2 supreme masters openly clashing on the street began to spread rapidly throughout the first district. As for Leng Xi, without even realizing it herself, she too had become quite the sensation at Martial God Beastmaster University.
After seeing Leng Xi's photo alongside Yang Ruoyan's, many students felt even more anger and resentment toward Su Jiang.
What gave this kid the right to win the favor of 2 beauties of such caliber? Before even stepping foot on campus, Su Jiang had already become the enemy of the entire school. Truth be told, among all the events of the day, Yang Ruoyan experienced the most profound shift in perspective. She had believed Su Jiang was lying when he claimed he had no girlfriend, convinced he was a complete scumbag. That's why her heart, which had begun to flutter, hesitated. But when Su Jiang finally cleared up the misunderstanding, Yang Ruoyan realized she had misjudged him all along. It was her own distrust that had caused the rift. Instantly, a wave of guilt washed over her. After all, even amidst the chaos of battle, Su Jiang hadn't forgotten to protect her. Yet she had thought such things of him. When Lin Feng finally told her father never to arrange marriages for her recklessly again, Yang Ruoyan shed silent tears. She understood clearly that the resolution of this issue wasn't due to her father, nor even to herself. It was because of Su Jiang.
Yang Ruoyan's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Su Jiang with eyes brimming with affection.
This, she thought, was the peerless hero of her dreams. Su Jiang sensed the moment had arrived to send these two old fools on their way. Before leaving, Yang Xiu and Leng Xi still clung to a sliver of hope.
Su Jiang, you really don't have a girlfriend? Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded painfully once more. Why didn't anyone believe him when he told the truth?
Behind him, Yang Ruoyan heard Su Jiang's affirmative answer once more, and her heart swelled with delight. She vowed that even if she was 10 years older than Su Jiang, she would seize this opportunity. Just as everyone was about to leave, a voice filled with coquettish charm drifted from the entrance of Su Jiang's shop.
Master, I'm here. Chapter 216, Master? Playing so wildly?
This simple phrase, delivered in a voice naturally enchanting, instantly captured everyone's attention. Su Jiang's face twisted in terror as he turned to look.
No, please no. Not today. Su Jiang felt certain today was not going to be a good day. Otherwise, why would trouble keep finding him?
But within that tearful, helpless gaze of Su Jiang's, he suddenly saw Wang Jiayi's face. Her already exquisite features were now accentuated by beautiful makeup, making her appear even more alluring and captivating. Paired with the outfit she'd chosen for the day.
Whether intentionally or not, Wang Jiayi's black lace-trimmed outfit seemed even more seductive and alluring than usual.
It perfectly accentuated her flawless figure, leaving nothing to the imagination. Her astonishing curves, particularly her waist and hips, along with her ample bust, kept drawing Su Jiang's gaze.
There was nothing he could do about it.
Even though Su Jiang had traveled through time, he was still a man at heart.
Who could resist taking a second look?
As she observed the bewildered quartet inside the room, a faint, bashful smile slowly spread across Wang Jiayi's face. She looked at Su Jiang. Wang Jiayi greets the master. All four of them were utterly shocked. In the end, Yang Xiu and Leng Xi both turned their heads, forming an unexpected alliance as they fixed Su Jiang with strange and hostile stares. As if they were about to tear this kid to shreds at any moment.
Fine.
They still thought Su Jiang was a pure-hearted youth, or perhaps someone who lived in a world of his own, unconcerned with family matters. That's why they refused to give him their daughters. Little did they know, Su Jiang secretly indulged in such perverse behavior. He even went so far as to toy with his own master. Suddenly, no matter how outstanding Su Jiang might be, they felt an urgent need to whisk their daughters away from this menace. Yang Ruoyan, who had previously interacted with both Su Jiang and Wang Jiayi, was utterly bewildered. Wang Jiayi had indeed mentioned before that if Su Jiang could sell her these spirit beasts, she would be willing to acknowledge him as her master. But at the time, she had dismissed it as mere idle talk. Besides, Su Jiang hadn't ended up selling that void mantis to Wang Jiayi after all. How had things turned out like this today? Ah, Su Jiang, I truly misjudged you. Leng Xi shook his head, his expression filled with sorrow. In the end, he said, I won't interfere with your personal life. But you should try to limit your contact with Leng Xi from now on. With that, Leng Xi turned to leave. Su Jiang could only chase after him, his voice tinged with bewilderment. Uncle Leng, I. In the end, he failed to stop Leng Xuantian's departing figure. When he turned back, Yang Xiu had also shot him a couple of contemptuous glances. After exchanging a few whispered words with Yang Ruoyan, Yang Xiu forcefully took her arm and swept away. Su Jiang never imagined that just a moment ago, he had been the coveted prize everyone was vying for. The next moment, he was someone everyone avoided like the plague. How could the change be so drastic? Lifting his gaze, he looked at Wang Jiayi, who seemed like a heavenly beauty, yet his eyes held not a trace of desire or greed. Instead, they burned with fury. Hey, what are you doing here, woman? Master is so fierce. I saw a fight break out on the street and was worried about your safety, so I rushed over right away. With that, she boldly stepped in front of Su Jiang and wrapped her arms around his arm. Feeling the friction of her ample bosom against his arm, and seeing Wang Jiayi's daring outfit today, Su Jiang froze in surprise. Then, he was furious beyond words. Damn it! What master? I never said I'd sell you my spirit beast, and we have no connection whatsoever. Now please leave immediately. I still have misunderstandings to clear up. He hadn't noticed that despite her seemingly bold actions, a hint of bashfulness had flashed across Wang Jiayi's beautiful face. After all, even though her clothing style had always been daring and revealing, she understood there were boundaries and limits. While seemingly revealing, she never exposed any private areas. People perceived her as daring solely because her figure was simply too stunning. But today, to obtain Su Jiang's void mantis, she had truly thrown caution to the wind. After learning of the Wang family's dire straits and mounting crises, Wang Jiayi had made her decision last night. That choice was to obtain that void mantis at all costs. No matter the stakes or cost. Even if that stake and cost were her own, Wang Jiayi would accept it willingly. After all, this was the only way to help the Wang family escape their predicament. She wasn't doing it for her father, nor for anyone else but for the entire Wang family. Seeing Leng Xi and Yang Xiu already far ahead, he knew chasing them was futile. Su Jiang, who had been seething with rage and impatience moments ago, suddenly changed his expression. Glancing at Wang Jai, who was still trying to seduce him, Su Jiang curled his lips in exasperation. He never imagined that yesterday, when he'd merely acted on a whim to tease this woman before him, only to receive a fatal blow today at the very moment he thought everything was settled. What kind of mess was this? Sigh. After letting out a long sigh, Su Jiang abruptly pulled away from Wang Jai's grasp and sank into a sofa inside the shop. Slowly, he poured himself a cup of tea. He poured one for Wang Jai as well. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes no longer flickered with impatience, but instead held a trace of composure and calm. Beside him, Wang Jai was still striving to showcase her allure. Her long legs, encased in stockings, resembled works of art, radiating an alluring charm. Yet all Su Jiang noticed beyond those black stockinged legs was the awkwardness and unnaturalness of her movements. Finally, Su Jiang spoke slowly. Enough with the act. What exactly are you here for today? Wang Jai, who had been mimicking suggestive poses from online videos, froze as if struck by lightning at his words. Her eyes widened as she stared at Su Jiang. She never imagined he would see through her intentions. You actually figured it out? Watching the stunned Wang Jai, Su Jiang nodded helplessly. What? Do I look that much like a fool or an idiot? Couldn't you tell it all, huh? But if you saw through me, why did you treat me so lightly last time? The moment she recalled Su Jiang's greedy gaze last time, freely appraising her body, she felt her legs go weak. But what overwhelmed her more was a mix of shame and anger. Su Jiang spoke casually. Of course I was acting. Just wanted to tease you a bit. After all, you were acting too, weren't you? Chapter 217, Wang Jai's Purpose. Inside the spirit beast shop, Su Jiang was struggling to hold back. So you orchestrated this whole thing just for that void mantis? Su Jiang's voice cracked slightly at the end. Looking at Wang Jai before him, now wearing his own shirt, he found this image somehow more pleasing to the eye. After all, deep down, she wasn't the kind of loose woman, it was all just a facade. Though her earlier attire had certainly been a feast for the eyes. After all, that deep cleavage and those alluring peach-shaped hips weren't something everyone possessed. Paired with those long, shapely legs, Su Jiang had certainly gotten his money's worth. Even watching thousands of borderline videos online couldn't compare to those few minutes just now. But Su Jiang still had his limits. He urged Wang Jai to put her clothes back on. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Wang Jai nodded firmly and explained to him with an unusually serious expression. Yes, I truly need that void mantis of yours. My Wang family is facing an extremely grave situation. Only that void mantis can resolve it. I beg you. Seeing Wang Jai's unusually solemn expression, Su Jiang could only sigh inwardly. Truly, one reaps what one sows. His impulsive boast last time had backfired spectacularly. That had led to today's predicament. He also hadn't anticipated that for the Wang family, one of the major clans of District 1, that single F-grade void mantis would hold such immense value. Though it bore the traits Su Jiang had imbued it with, it still paled in comparison to those top-tier S-rank spirit beasts and S-rank powerhouses. Why did the Wang family covet it so desperately? But since the other party had gone to such lengths, Su Jiang naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, his decision stemmed from the fact that the Wang Jai before him did not appear to be a woman capable of such wickedness. Otherwise, he would never have sold it to them. Glancing at the void mantis confined within its cage, Su Jiang concluded that rather than leaving it here indefinitely awaiting sale, it would be better to sell it promptly. That way, he could save up for his next lottery chance sooner. Alright, since that's the case, I'll sell it to you as you suggested. After speaking, Su Jiang looked at Wang Jai before him. He instinctively flashed a seductive smile. Miss Wang, would you prefer to pay by card, cash, or virtual currency? I accept all forms of payment. When Wang Jai heard Su Jiang say he would sell her the void mantis, her heart swelled with delight. But when she heard the latter part of his sentence, her beautiful face instantly fell. Watching Su Jiang stammer through his explanation. Su Jiang, I might not have that much cash on me. Su Jiang, thinking she was referring to the 200 million she'd shouted at him in anger the previous day. He immediately waved it off. Don't worry. I know you spoke out of anger yesterday, and now I understand your circumstances. How could I really take 200 million from you? Just buy it at the base price of 30 million. Truthfully, if he hadn't sensed something unique about this woman and the innocence hidden beneath her wild exterior, Su Jiang would have extorted a hefty sum from her. But considering she was doing this for her family, he relented. What he hadn't anticipated was that even 30 million yuan still left Wang Jai looking troubled. Su Jiang, about that 30 million. Could we make it in installments? The moment those words reached Su Jiang's ears, he was utterly dumbfounded. He approached Wang Jai in disbelief and demanded loudly. Wait, Wang Jai, according to Yang Ruoyan, you're the eldest daughter of the Wang family. You can't even come up with 30 million? It's only 30 million. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Wang Jai felt even more embarrassed. In the end, she buried her entire head in her chest, curling up into a ball. She muttered quietly. Su Jiang, I swear I'm not lying. I genuinely don't have 30 million on me.
I'm not trying to dodge this debt on purpose. Besides, I'm actually just like Yang Ruoyun. Although I'm the eldest daughter of the Wang family, I'm only the eldest daughter, not the eldest son. Father started searching for a marriage partner for me when I was 10, which is why I've become this way. Now, though father no longer plans to arrange a marriage for me. But because I've brought such shame upon the Wang family, I won't receive a single penny from them. Every penny I spend is my own. Ha! Su Jiang stared at Wang Jiayi in utter disbelief. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom that Wang Jiayi's background and story could be so tumultuous. It was no less dramatic than Yang Ruoyun's story. But then he recalled how awkward and self-conscious she'd looked back then, wearing that revealing outfit and trying to charm him. Su Jiang sighed. He knew she wasn't exaggerating. From this perspective, District 1 seemed inferior to his own District 13 in certain aspects. Su Jiang first let out a cold laugh, then lifted his head, his eyes filled with melancholy as he looked at Wang Jiayi before him. He could choose not to make a profit, or even sell it to Wang Jiayi at the rock-bottom price of 20 million. But he was equally aware that she likely couldn't even scrape together that 20 million. Moments later, Wang Jiayi looked at Su Jiang before her, her expression shifting repeatedly. Finally, she stood up and slowly slipped off the garment Su Jiang had draped over her shoulders, revealing the seductive lingerie she had deliberately worn today to entice Su Jiang. The sight was infuriatingly provocative. Under Su Jiang's gaze, she slowly approached him. Finally, she spoke to Su Jiang with deliberate emphasis. Su Jiang, I'm running low on money. I've been buying other things, and my Wang family needs a lot of funds right now. Since that's the case, I don't want to owe you anymore. So, as you suggested, I'll pay you back with myself. With that, Wang Jiayi made a move to untie the strap at the back of her neck. She wore a strapless mini dress today, her long legs encased in black stockings. If the straps were to come undone, then in the next instant, her entire body would be completely exposed to Su Jiang's gaze. Her movements were deliberate, though slow, yet filled with unwavering resolve. She had prepared herself for this moment before coming today. In others' eyes, she was already branded a shameless, loose woman. If that was the case, then perhaps her virtue no longer mattered so much. As she pondered this, she felt her hand enveloped by a warm, large palm. Su Jiang's voice reached her ear. Alright, don't move. Chapter 218, The Woman's Breakdown. Su Jiang stood up and quickly grabbed Wang Jiayi's small hand, which had been reaching to unbutton his shirt. To be honest, if anyone else had done this, he wouldn't have believed it. But this Wang Jiayi was different. She de-risked her reputation, something women cherished above all else, to avoid being used as a pawn in an arranged marriage. She had even deliberately cultivated the image of a promiscuous woman. Su Jiang found this kind of resolve deeply admirable. A woman capable of such actions, if she said she'd pay Su Jiang with her body today, she'd truly strip down completely. She might even throw herself on top of him. That was precisely why Su Jiang was so flustered and frantic. Because of this, Su Jiang had rushed too quickly. Simultaneously, his right hand, reaching to grasp Wang Jiayi's hand, nearly pulled her entirely into his embrace. In this moment, through a series of unfortunate coincidences, the two ended up in an embrace. Even with her tall stature and striking figure, Wang Jiayi seemed dwarfed by Su Jiang's imposing frame. Yet compared to Su Jiang, she seemed like a beauty next to a beast. She felt the warmth of his broad chest and the solid, muscular arms and body wrapped around her. Her breathing gradually grew heavier. Pant, pant. After a moment to compose herself, she lifted her gaze. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Why? Why did you stop me? Her voice trembled with tears and a hint of hysteria. She couldn't understand why Su Jiang had stopped her. Even if Su Jiang was the most upright man, the most principled and uncompromising, she was equally aware of the irresistible allure her body held for these men. Su Jiang knew she was pure, even a virgin, let alone that. Those who claimed to have emotional purity or all sorts of inexplicable hang-ups in the past couldn't help but breathe heavily when they saw Wang Jiayi. Some even took the initiative to ask Wang Jiayi out. Their intentions, of course, needed no further elaboration. Yet now, Su Jiang had rejected her, fully aware of his own purity and innocence. This plunged Wang Jiayi into waves of confusion. Could such a man truly exist in this world? She thought back to all the criticism she'd endured over the years, the mockery from others, and the damage to her reputation. The complex gaze others cast upon her, brimming with desire and disgust. Wang Jiayi looked at Su Jiang's handsome face, her emotions beginning to unravel. Why did she have to run into Su Jiang now? She had endured this for over a decade, constantly treated like trash. She never imagined Su Jiang would cherish her so deeply, treating her with such tender affection. She had truly prepared herself to offer her body just moments ago. No matter how Su Jiang treated her today, she belonged to him. As long as Su Jiang allowed her to take the void mantis with her when she left. She had even prepared for every possible scenario. She had even thought through what to do if she were to become pregnant. Yet Su Jiang rejected her. Instead, he held her so tenderly in his arms. This left Wang Jiayi, who had never known such feelings or experienced love before, feeling utterly shattered. Thinking of all the injustices she had endured, all the indifference she had feigned on the surface. She turned away, no longer bothering to untie her sash. Instead, she wrapped her arms completely around Su Jiang. Her soft body pressed against his. Su Jiang could distinctly feel a dampness spreading across his chest. Wang Jie was crying. Why? Why? She repeated the question over and over as she wept. Finally, she could hold it in no longer. Her quiet sobs turned into loud wails. Why did you reject me? Don't you all crave me? I have no money. I can't afford to buy your spirit beast. I'll pay with my body. I'll pay you back with myself. Do whatever you want with me today, just spare my life. Why stop me? As she finished speaking, she lifted her chin and looked up at Su Jiang. Those exquisite eyes were now slightly red and swollen from crying. Yet beneath them, a hidden longing for love still compelled her to look at Su Jiang and utter her final words. My reputation outside is already ruined anyway. Anyway, in the eyes of outsiders, I'm no longer a good woman. So what if we just let that be confirmed? Su Jiang remained silent throughout. He knew from the start that it took immense willpower for someone so young to make such a choice and stick to it. And despite such a stifling environment, she still managed to put on an optimistic facade. She seemed so cheerful, but her spirit had likely already collapsed. So this reaction seemed entirely predictable to Su Jiang. Facing the woman embracing him, Su Jiang could do nothing. He could only wait until her emotions gradually calmed before wrapping his own solid, muscular arms around her in return. With his other hand, he stroked the smooth, delicate curve of her back. He murmured softly. I refused you not for any other reason. It's because no matter what others say about you, you're a truly wonderful girl. You're a girl who deserves to be loved. You shouldn't have done this. Hearing Su Jiang's words, Wang Jie, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, froze in shock. She never imagined that amidst all the rumors calling her depraved and promiscuous, Su Jiang would speak of her this way. Could she truly be worthy of love? Even her father didn't love her, he'd only ever used her as a tool. Perhaps the only one who believed she could be loved was the man standing before her. If that's the case, then She said nothing, only slowly ceasing her tears. When she lifted her head again, only tear stains remained on her face, no other trace of her distress. She looked at Su Jiang, her expression slightly bewildered as she asked. But if that's the case, then I have no other way to pay you back. Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Su Jiang didn't bring up any of his earlier remarks again. It was as if Wang Jie's earlier actions had never occurred. He simply took Wang Jie's hand and walked toward the void mantis. Finally, he released the void mantis. He turned to glance at Wang Jie. Even though you can't afford to buy it, would you mind if I lent it to you? Hearing this, Wang Jie's eyes widened instantly as she stared intently at Su Jiang. She nodded repeatedly. Chapter 219, Departure, Wang Family. Inside a high-speed flying vehicle. Su Jiang glanced at the void mantis beside him and Wang Jie piloting the aircraft. A wry smile touched his lips. Earlier, he and Wang Jie had agreed, if she could promise to cherish it properly, Su Jiang would lend her the void mantis for free this time. But then it hit him. If he merely lent the void mantis to Wang Jie, she wouldn't be able to form a contract with this spirit beast. And the only one who could command these spirit beasts was himself. Thus, Su Jiang proposed the idea of working together with Wang Jie to resolve the Wang family's issues. He expected her to refuse outright. But unexpectedly, Wang Jie's beautiful eyes rested on Su Jiang, and she finally nodded earnestly. And so, matters unfolded as they did now. Su Jiang watched Wang Jie, now dressed in her usual attire, and felt a slow wave of relief wash over him. Truthfully, her ordeal had filled him with heartache. He never imagined that such a story lay behind Wang Jie. But now he knew this was a secret between just the two of them, one Su Jiang would never casually bring up. He studied the aircraft, which clearly cost a fortune. Finally, his tone carried a hint of confusion. Wang Jie. Hearing Su Jiang call her name, Wang Jie, who had been watching him through the rearview mirror, shuddered. She thought he'd caught her peeking. Su Jiang, his face darkening, looked at Wang Jie with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Hey, why are you so jumpy? I just wanted to ask you, this aircraft looks incredibly valuable. And from what I understand, it could easily fetch tens of millions on the market. Why not sell it? Huff. Wang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, she'd been completely focused on Su Jiang, convinced he'd spotted her. It turned out to be about the aircraft after all. A look of helplessness immediately flashed across her face. It's not that I don't want to sell it. This thing is registered under my father's name in the Wang family household, it's not in my own name. I simply can't sell it. Damn it, damn it. Su Jiang fell silent. He truly hadn't expected Wang Jie's father to be this stingy. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him. Her resolute and decisive features, coupled with the deeply buried words she had confided to Su Jiang during her moment of collapse. All this made Su Jiang curious about the Wang family, whom he had never met. Just how rotten did the Wang family have to be to create this situation today? At the entrance to the Wang family estate,
Su Jiang surveyed the Wang family estate, which covered nearly 10,000 acres and was lavishly decorated like an imperial palace. His lips twitched. He never imagined that as the daughter of such a super wealthy clan, Wang Jie couldn't even come up with 30 million. How utterly ridiculous. Su Jiang's contempt for the Wang family grew deeper within him. At the same time, he noticed that since stepping off the aircraft, he and Wang Jie had been walking side by side toward the entrance. The strange stares and whispers along the way were relentless. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jie felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Though she knew Su Jiang didn't misunderstand her or think she was a bad woman, she couldn't shake a deep-seated worry that Su Jiang might think poorly of her. She hurried forward to explain. Su Jiang, these are my Wang family relatives. It's just that because of some things I did in the past, they think I'm exactly like the rumors say. Please don't misunderstand. Seeing Wang Jie's nervousness, Su Jiang nodded with understanding. Though he didn't know why she was so nervous, he understood all too well the pure, unblemished soul and body hidden beneath her disguised exterior. After walking a long distance, Su Jiang finally caught sight of the Wang family building, constructed like an ancient castle. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man. The moment he spotted Wang Jie and Su Jiang from afar, a flash of uncontrollable fury flickered in his eyes. Wang Jie, you have the nerve to come back. This time you even brought your wild man from outside back with you. What a disgrace to the Wang family. You wanton woman. His furious shout seemed to drain him of all strength. Not only did Su Jiang and Wang Jie hear it, but numerous Wang family members in the distance caught the commotion as well. They pointed this way, whispering among themselves. Did you see that? Wang Jie actually brought her man back. Who knows which college boy she's keeping this time? Honestly, with her figure and looks, it's such a waste for the young miss to be keeping someone like that. Honestly, if she weren't part of the Wang family, I'd be tempted to give it a shot myself. As they spoke, the group truly did as Wang Jie had described. Their eyes, brimming with greed and desire, fixated on Wang Jie's body. Yet outwardly, they feigned an air of haughty disdain. It was truly nauseatingly laughable. Wang Jie paid no heed to their words. Seeing that Su Jiang nearby remained unaffected, she walked straight up to the middle-aged man. After a brief 2-second pause, she spoke directly. Dad, he's smack. Before Wang Jie could finish her sentence, the middle-aged man delivered a hard slap across her face. Her flawlessly beautiful face instantly swelled. One could only imagine the sheer force behind that blow. After the blow landed, the middle-aged man looked at Wang Jie, his voice dripping with disgust. You dare talk back? Day by day, you just keep embarrassing yourself more and more. Now you're even bringing some random guy home? You're a shameless woman. Get out, both of you. Next time I catch you doing this, it won't end with just a slap. Hearing this, Wang Jie suddenly panicked. She wasn't afraid of being hit herself. As long as she could save grandfather and the Wang family, nothing else mattered. But if Su Jiang were driven away now, obtaining the eldest star would truly become an impossible dream for her lifetime. No, I won't leave. He is the hope of our Wang family, sent specifically to help our Wang family obtain the eldest star. I personally invited him. Hearing Wang Jie's words, the man merely lifted his gaze and glanced at Su Jiang. Upon seeing Su Jiang's sturdy frame and handsome features, a cold smile touched the corners of his mouth. Ha! Who are you trying to fool? Using that excuse to deceive me? Judging by this pretty boy's looks, I bet you're quite pleased with him, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought him home like this. How dare you lie to me? With that, he raised his hand as if to slap Wang Jie across the face. Just as Wang Jie closed her eyes to brace for the blow, she suddenly sensed someone beside her. Opening her eyes, she saw Su Jiang standing before her. He firmly caught the slap her father had aimed at her. Chapter 220, An Unfit Couple. Who the hell do you think you are? Boy, how dare you stop me? Wang Chang lifted his head to stare at the towering figure before him, a man as imposing as a beast. His tone, however, was filled with contempt. He believed this man was nothing more than one of his daughter's many boyfriends. How could he possibly lay a hand on him? After all, even Wang Jie, he could hit her whenever he wanted. How could he possibly threaten one of her kept pretty boys? Wang Jie realized the attack she had anticipated never came. Lifting her head, she saw Su Jiang blocking her father, who was about to strike her again. A flicker of warmth passed through her eyes. Then she turned to Su Jiang and said, Su Jiang, let me talk to him. If another fight breaks out, there's no way we'll get in today. Wang Jie never imagined that her words, meant to defuse the situation, would instead strike a nerve with Su Jiang. To be honest, his initial impression of Wang Jie hadn't been favorable. After all, she was the one who had brought people to cause trouble at his shop. It wasn't until he saw her true character and they opened their hearts to each other. He realized the woman before him seemed to be a pitiable soul herself. But now, recalling the smile she always wore on her face and the life where she was slapped the moment she stepped through her own door.
Su Jiang's eyes grew icy. He glanced at the worried Wang Jia beside him and finally spoke slowly.
You don't need to concern yourself with this matter.
I'll give him a satisfactory resolution.
After uttering these words, he lifted his gaze to Wang Chang before him and finally said through gritted teeth, "Who would have thought? You really do live long enough to see everything.
Even a beast can be someone's father."
The room fell silent at his words. After all, many clan members had witnessed the scene that had just unfolded at the Wang family's front gate. They were naturally eager to witness the spectacle of the young Miss
Wang Jia.
I wonder how Wang Jia will be dealt with by her father this time. But before the spectacle could unfold, a truly chilling scene unfolded. Many clan members quietly distanced themselves from the scene.
Good heavens! That pretty boy Wang Jia pick really has some nerve. He actually dared to say that. He's done for. Not only is he finished, but Wang Jia will suffer too. I'd say this pretty boy's got some guts. Everyone looked at Wang Jia and Su Jiang with pity. After all, Wang Chang's temper and reputation were notorious throughout the Wang family.
Kid, what the hell do you mean by that?
Who the are you calling names? Wang Chang couldn't hold back any longer. Even after leaving the Wang family,
many prominent figures in the first district treated him with utmost respect.
But now, being insulted by a pretty boy who looked like a college student? Did he, Wang Chang, have no pride? His expression instantly turned icy as he retorted. Fine, let me tell you this, you're dead today. If you manage to walk out of the Wang family estate alive, I'll take your surname. Feeling Wang Chang's fury and the murderous intent in his words, Su Jiang paid it no mind. Instead, he replied with solemn earnestness, "Farewell, you worthless son, I have no use for you. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Wang Jia, oh Wang Jia, who would have thought? You have no shame. Fooling around with men left and right. You've already disgraced the Wang family name, but to actually date a lunatic? I truly don't know what's wrong with your brain." After a burst of laughter, Wang Chang snapped his fingers, instantly summoning over a dozen security guards. In an instant, they surrounded Su Jiang in the center. Standing at the outer edge, Wang Chang's voice was icy cold. "Kid, let me make this clear, your only claim to prestige is that worthless daughter of mine. Now you've even dared to cross me? Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson today. Get him." With that command, he flashed a vicious grin, fixing his gaze on Su Jiang. He wanted to see what kind of look this arrogant brat would have on his face when he got beaten up by his own security guards. Facing the guards' assault, Su Jiang didn't panic as others expected. Instead, he turned his head toward Wang Jia, who stood there in a daze, and finally asked, "Hey, if I give your dad a good beating, you won't get mad, right?" Hearing Su Jiang's words, Wang Jia snapped back to her senses. She looked up at Su Jiang before shaking her head. "No, I wouldn't. He may be my father in name, but beyond that title, there's not a shred of father-daughter affection between us." "Great!" Su Jiang clapped his hands in delight. If Wang Jia truly still shared any father-daughter bond with this Wang Chang, he wouldn't have been able to act so decisively. But since that was the case, he wouldn't be held responsible for being ruthless. A group of security guards charged forward, brandishing various weapons, and judging by the way they were moving, they intended to take down Wang Jia along with him. How could that be right? Facing the baton already striking his face, Su Jiang shielded Wang Jia behind him and charged forward. Like a tiger among sheep, he unleashed a one-sided onslaught. Su Jiang didn't even attempt to dodge any blows throughout the entire confrontation. Yet every weapon that struck his body, even the alloy baton, shattered clean in two. Moments later, the ground around Su Jiang was littered with fallen security guards. Clutching their wounded limbs, they began wailing in agony. "Ouch! My arm hurts so bad. This kid isn't human. How can he be harder than my baton? Monster! He's a monster!" Seeing this scene, the Wang family members were all somewhat surprised, yet they remained unconvinced. After all, in their eyes, Su Jiang's robust physique meant it was only natural for him to possess greater speed and strength. But what difference did it make? This world belonged to the beast masters. Sure enough, after the ordinary security guard was knocked down, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chang's eyes, yet the savage expression on his face only grew more intense. "You wild kid. I never expected you to have any skill at all, but this charade ends here." Wang Chang shot a glance at Wang Jia, who was hiding behind Su Jiang. Seeing the involuntary look of worry on his daughter's face, he let out a vicious grin. Simultaneously, a massive summoning array materialized behind him. Swish! A flash of blue light erupted. Su Jiang instantly felt the temperature throughout the entire estate drop significantly. It must be due to Wang Chang's spirit beast. When he looked again, he suddenly saw a massive phoenix composed of transparent ice crystals circling beside Wang Chang. Great as spirit beast, the Frost Phoenix. Chapter 221 The Ice Phoenix. The phoenix's massive form bore a slight resemblance to that of the frost dragon. Both were covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. However, beneath the frost dragon's ice crystals lay a powerful, muscular physique. Yet with this frost phoenix, one could see right through its entire transparent body. It seemed as though its entire being was composed of transparent ice. This instantly piqued Su Jiang's curiosity. What a truly wondrous creature. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Su Jiang, equipped with the system, immediately chose to examine the attributes of the frost phoenix before him. However, after reviewing the data, a look of excitement flashed across Su Jiang's face. He discovered that although this ice phoenix, like Leng Xi frost dragon, belonged to the top tier of Class A spirit beasts, the gap between them was as vast as a chasm. If Leng Xi represented the pinnacle of A-rank combat power, even capable of briefly clashing with weaker S-rank spirit beasts, then this ice phoenix could only be considered the floor of A-rank power. Wang Chang's standing among A-rank summoners was likely comparable to Yang Xiu's among S-rank summoners. Both belonged to the very lowest tier. Of course, this doesn't mean the ice phoenix is inferior to the frost dragon. Both are top-tier A-rank frost elemental spirit beasts, and the ice phoenix might even be marginally stronger than the frost dragon. It's just that this Wang Chang before us is simply not up to par. An ice-type spirit beast? I never expected to encounter one again, but since we're here, let's see just how good you really are. Facing the spirit beast summoned by Wang Chang, everyone noticed that Su Jiang did not panic as they had expected. Instead, he wore a slightly excited smile. This left them utterly perplexed. Could this kid have some hidden card? He's not even running away from a clan spirit beast? I suspect he must be a summoner too. Otherwise, why would the young lady hold him in such high regard and bring him home? But even if he is a summoner, so what? Our family boasts a powerful A-rank summoner. Everyone was waiting for Su Jiang to summon his own spirit beast to battle Wang Chang. Even Wang Chang himself was expecting it. Yet before their eyes, Su Jiang not only failed to summon a spirit beast, instead, he walked over to Wang Jia and led her away from the battlefield. Only then did he stroll back leisurely. By this point, Wang Chang had grown impatient waiting. Kid, judging by your demeanor, you must be a beastmaster too. Come on, summon your spirit beast and witness its demise. Witness my spirit beast's death? Su Jiang suddenly couldn't hold back. To be honest, he was actually quite eager to witness his spirit beast's demise, mainly because he didn't even have a spirit beast. He hadn't even experienced what it felt like to summon a spirit beast. No, I'm not a beastmaster. It seems like the one who's supposed to face the death of a spirit beast is you. Su Jiang's words left everyone stunned at first, then overwhelmed by a wave of absurdity. If this kid wasn't a beastmaster, how could he remain so calm in the presence of an A-grade spirit beast? Was he brave? Or just plain stupid? Damn it, kid, you're messing with me. Wang Chang was furious. He'd assumed this kid's composure meant he must have some skill, but he wasn't even a beastmaster. But the next moment, his gaze shifted to Wang Jia, who stood nervously nearby. Who'd have thought your little mistress would be so useless? Well then, prepare to collect his body. Hearing Wang Chang's words, Wang Jia instantly turned pale with shock and instinctively cried out, "No, father, I was wrong. Don't kill him." Faced with his daughter's pleas, Wang Chang not only ignored her but felt an even greater surge of excitement. He immediately commanded his frost phoenix, "Go kill that reckless brat before you." Kill! The ice phoenix let out a piercing cry before charging straight toward Su Jiang. Its speed was so blindingly fast that almost no one could react in time. Before its massive, icy form, the diminutive Su Jiang seemed destined to be crushed into dust in the next instant. TSK TSK TSK, what a pitiful sight. Looks like our young miss is about to lose her little boyfriend. No big deal. She's got hundreds of men anyway. One more won't make a difference. This kid, I actually thought he was pretty impressive before. Now it seems he's nothing but a joke. The Wang family scions whispered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they watched Su Jiang. They wanted to see if Wang Jia would feel any sorrow if this kid died. Just when everyone thought Su Jiang was doomed, instead of dodging, but instead charged straight toward the ice phoenix's face, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. A frozen little pheasant, frozen for days, dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Su Jiang's icy words sent a chill through everyone present. They all thought Su Jiang had lost his mind, daring to confront a spirit beast with his flesh and blood. But Su Jiang's next action made everyone realize that perhaps it wasn't Su Jiang who had lost his mind, but them. For when he stood before the colossal ice phoenix, Su Jiang raised his right fist high. He slammed it hard against the ice phoenix's massive beak. Boom! This time, the ice phoenix's cry was filled with pain and rage. Its massive form was actually forced back 2 steps by Su Jiang's single blow. Su Jiang, with his flesh and blood body,
had defeated an A-class spirit beast in direct combat.
Witnessing this, Wang Chang's eyes blazed with fury. He shouted at the ice phoenix, "Hurry up! You worthless bird! Use your ice array!" Getting pushed back by a human? How embarrassing. Following this command, the crowd watched as snow and ice slowly coalesced in the sky, as if it would swallow Su Jiang whole in the next instant. But suddenly, the air rippled like waves spreading outward. The next instant,
a fierce wind surged forth.
Su Jiang, standing at the eye of the storm, clasped his hands together before the terrified gazes of the crowd. Simultaneously, he shouted aloud, "Fire release, great fire extinguishing."
A torrent of blazing flames erupted from Su Jiang's mouth,
shooting forward with overwhelming force. A wall of fire dozens of meters high instantly engulfed the ice formation condensed by the ice phoenix. It even engulfed the ice phoenix itself within the raging flames. Watching the ice phoenix struggle desperately within the sea of fire, and feeling the scorching heat waves in the air, everyone was momentarily stunned. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Su Jiang finally shifted. Their once arrogant eyes now held profound astonishment, tinged with a deep-seated fear lurking beneath the surface. Is this kid even human? Chapter 222, Another Fight? Identity exposed. Within the Wang family estate,
all the Wang family members witnessed their clan leader,
Wang Chang's spirit beast,
struggling desperately within the sea of flames created by Su Jiang's human power, emitting piercing screams of agony as it burned.
Utterly helpless. This scene was seared into the minds of every Wang family member. It even became their nightmare. They never imagined that Su Jiang,
whom they had initially dismissed as a pretty boy, possessed such terrifying combat prowess.
More importantly, who exactly was this man?
He hadn't even summoned a spirit beast, he'd accomplished all this with his bare hands.
Li.
Amidst the sea of flames, the icy phoenix's piercing screams grew ever louder.
Everyone could sense it as if,
before this towering sea of flames,
the ice phoenix was about to be roasted alive. Wang Chang was now panicking.
As the ice phoenix's beast master,
he could naturally sense his spirit beast's physical condition.
He turned to Su Jiang,
his tone commanding. "Kid, I order you to put out this fire immediately. If anything happens to my precious phoenix, I won't let you off the hook." Seeing Su Jiang remain unmoved, he even raised his voice further. "Did you hear me? Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance later."
"Put."
Su Jiang burst out laughing. "You're giving me a chance? You can't even beat me. What gives you the right to offer me a chance? Because of that little ice bird of yours that's about to become roast chicken?" Roast chicken ice bird.
At the very words Su Jiang used, every member of the Wang family twitched their lips, but they realized that, judging by Su Jiang's strength, the ice phoenix might truly be nothing more than a little ice bird. Truth be told, Su Jiang hadn't expected to defeat the ice phoenix so decisively either. After all, Wang Chang was different from other beast tamers. Perhaps his entire strength was fake, built solely on resources. Wang Chang never regarded Su Jiang as a worthy opponent from the start, underestimating him completely. After Su Jiang seized the opportunity to unleash a combo, he realized it wasn't just the ice phoenix's attributes and combat power that were A-grade floor level, but Wang Chang himself was equally pathetic, a disgrace to the A rank. Compounded by fire's inherent advantage over ice, Su Jiang nearly obliterated the ice phoenix the moment they clashed.
"Kid, you're still not holding back your fire. Fine, if that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wang Chang,
sensing the ice phoenix's vitality rapidly fading,
lost his temper. Behind him, over a dozen powerful figures from the Wang family appeared in an instant.
They were the elders of the Wang family.
According to Wang Jia's account,
these individuals rarely showed her any kindness in their daily interactions. They seemed to be extremely close to Wang Chang. However, their strength far surpassed Wang Chang's. Upon arriving and witnessing the ice phoenix struggling desperately within the sea of flames, they all shot Su Jiang glances tinged with a hint of apprehension.
Good lad, but this time,
they had come in a group of over a dozen.
No matter how powerful Su Jiang was, he was powerless against them. In an instant, over a dozen A-class spirit beasts materialized behind them. The terrifying aura radiating from them rivaled the imposing presence of some S-class spirit beasts. Many members of the royal family trembled in fear. Su Jiang alone remained utterly unfazed by the overwhelming aura emanating from these formidable spirit beasts. He even idly scratched his ear with a hint of boredom. TSK. Who would have thought that the elders of the esteemed Wang family would be nothing more than a bunch of A-rankers? Not a single S-rank among them? What a disappointment.
Seeing Su Jiang still so relaxed at this critical moment, the Wang family disciples in the manor were utterly stunned. The elders themselves were enraged.
"Boy, you dare to show such contempt for the Wang family and even injure our family head? Then don't blame me for being impolite." Glancing at the speaker,
Su Jiang cast a sideways look at Wang Jia behind him, her face still bearing the imprint of a slap. His tone turned icy.
"Injured your family head?
I was merely stopping a beast from beating his own daughter. Wang Jie froze in shock. She never imagined that Su Jiang's confrontation with her father stemmed from him hitting her. And since childhood, she had endured such beatings far too many times. This was the first time anyone had ever stepped forward to protect and show compassion for her. Instantly, tears welled up in Wang Jie's eyes once more. Her nose stung with unsuppressed emotion. The Wang family elders glanced at Wang Jie, their eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. After all, in their minds, Wang Chang's daughter had always been idle, incapable of contributing anything to the family, and fond of flirting with men. Rumor had it she'd slept with hundreds, if not thousands, of men. Yet now, unexpectedly, she had found such an outstanding man. After observing Su Jiang, they concluded that since he was Wang Jie's boyfriend, then this matter could be considered, to some extent, an internal affair. There was no need to make such a scene. If Su Jiang were to marry Wang Jie in the future, he might even become part of the Wang family. This would represent a significant leap in the Wang family's influence. One of the elders composed himself and addressed Su Jiang calmly. Regardless of anything else, you nearly caused the death of the family head's spirit beast. You should release his spirit beast immediately. Seeing the old man speak with such self-righteousness, Su Jiang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Releasing it is fine, Su Jiang retorted, but he must beg me. He must beg his daughter. If both of us agree, then I'll release his little ice bird. Su Jiang's blunt words instantly made the elders' faces darken with anger. They never imagined this young upstart would dare speak to them this way today. These elders, revered as powerful figures, were treated with utmost respect wherever they went. Now this brat dared to be so insolent. They glared at Su Jiang with fury. Boy, you're courting death. A dozen powerful spirit beasts stood before Su Jiang. Their overwhelming aura made breathing feel difficult. It felt as though at their command, Su Jiang would be swallowed whole by this pack of spirit beasts. Just then, Su Jiang suddenly felt someone grasp his hand. He turned his head and saw it was Wang Jie. Her body trembled, yet she walked resolutely to his side and clasped his hand. She nodded at him. Thank you, Su Jiang. Looking at the woman beside him, terrified yet resolutely holding his hand, Su Jiang couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Just as everyone thought the tension was about to boil over, as if a fight would erupt any second, one of the Wang family scions suddenly cried out in alarm. Elder, stop, don't touch him. I know who he is, he's this year's top college entrance exam scorer. Su Jiang. Only he possesses such monstrous combat prowess, he's a human monster. Chapter 223, there really is a second one. Su Jiang? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire arena fell silent. They all turned their heads, staring at Su Jiang in disbelief. Simultaneously, they began recalling online reports about Su Jiang. 6 feet tall, muscular build, handsome features. Right, every detail matched perfectly. The more they thought about it, the more unsettled they felt. After all, Su Jiang wasn't just the top scorer in the college entrance exams, he was hailed as a human prodigy. But the most crucial detail was the rumor that Su Jiang had close ties with Luo Wuti, the president of martial god beast-taming university. Rumors even swirled that the two might be father and son. Once, when an S-rank powerhouse named Yang Xiu tried to take action against Su Jiang, Luo Wuti personally intervened to stop him. Such an intimate relationship if the Wang family were to move against Su Jiang. The mere thought sent a chill down everyone's spine, as if their eyes had suddenly cleared. Su Jiang stood there, hands tucked into his pockets, accepting their scrutiny. He was eager to see what new trouble this insignificant Wang family had in store for him. Wang Chang, meanwhile, was utterly dumbfounded. If this kid really is Su Jiang, then maybe I've truly hit a brick wall today. He was about to step forward to beg for mercy, but upon seeing his daughter, Wang Jie, standing behind Su Jiang, he forced himself to halt. After staring for a long while, the elder with the fiercest temper, the one who had been the first to attack Su Jiang, suddenly changed his expression. He approached Su Jiang with a fawning smile, asking with a forced grin, Young man, are you really that Su Jiang? Seeing the other man's sudden shift from obsequiousness to arrogance, he almost laughed. He shook his head and replied calmly, No, I am not Su Jiang. If you have anything you want to do or say, do it now. Say it now. Better yet, beat me up while you're at it. Hearing this, the elder felt an instant wave of relief wash over him. The man's calm composure, combined with the images from the battle moments ago, only strengthened his conviction that this person before him was undoubtedly Su Jiang. Thankfully, he hadn't had time to do anything earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be him who ended up ruined. The entire Wang family would have been dragged down with him. After a brief moment of silence, the elder chuckled awkwardly. He then turned to the Wang family members gathered around and bellowed, What are all of you doing just standing around? Get moving!
Distinguished guests have arrived. Bring forth the Wang family's highest honors. Ha! All the Wang family members were utterly bewildered. Seeing Su Jiang arrive with Wang Jiayi today, they had assumed he was Wang Jiayi's lover. Not only did he clash with Wang Chang, but after beating him up, he was now being treated as an honored guest. So you beat up the head of the Wang family, and they still treat you like a guest of honor? Did the Wang family have any dignity left? If that elder knew what the Wang family members were thinking, he'd probably grind his teeth to dust. Face? How much is face worth? How many lives does it hold? You must understand. This Su Jiang not only possesses boundless potential and the makings of a prodigy. Behind him now stands Luo Wuti, a pillar-level powerhouse of the human race. How dare the insignificant Wang family offend Su Jiang? Huddled trembling behind Su Jiang yet refusing to retreat, Wang Jiayi felt utterly bewildered. Her bewildered little head scanned the surroundings, utterly unable to comprehend what had transpired. After all, whenever she returned home before, even if people didn't point fingers at her, she was still met with looks of contempt. So why, upon Su Jiang's arrival, were those looks absent? Why had he beaten her father soundly, yet still been welcomed as an honored guest? Though puzzled, all members of the Wang family obeyed the elder's command and sprang into action. The elder approached Su Jiang, his smile thick with flattery. Mr. Su, young Master Su, now that this has been cleared up, it was all a misunderstanding. Would you consider accepting our family's spirit beast as? At this point, his gaze shifted toward the ice phoenix still struggling desperately within the sea of flames. His expression grew even more obsequious as he faced Su Jiang. The other party's reaction was exactly what Su Jiang had anticipated. But still, Su Jiang had no intention of letting Wang Chang off so easily. How could he possibly forgive such an incompetent father? Thinking of Wang Jiayi's ordeal over the past few years, Su Jiang felt genuine pity for the girl. Enduring misunderstandings and gossip from others was one thing, but even her own father showed her no mercy whatsoever. He even used words that were painful to hear when describing his own daughter. Was this man even human? Without much enthusiasm, he spoke slowly. No rush. We'll take it slow. Take it slow? You can take your sweet time, but the ice phoenix can't hold out much longer. Wang Chang and the elder were both seething inside, but neither dared utter a word at that moment. The elder hurried over to Su Jiang's side, bending down. His face was all smiles as he said, Su student, after all, Wang Chang is Jiayi's father, and I am Jiayi's uncle, Wang Zidong. I humbly ask that you, Su, show mercy for my sake and spare him. You two call yourselves a father and an uncle? Su Jiang, hearing their words, spoke directly to the two with contempt. The words stung like fire on their faces. They never imagined that even after humbling themselves so completely, Su Jiang would show them not the slightest bit of respect. Wang Zidong could still hold back his anger, but Wang Chang couldn't. First, his precious spirit beast had been consumed by flames, and now this brat dared to show him such utter disrespect. So what if Luo Wuti stood behind him? He refused to believe it. He slammed his fist on the table, leaped to his feet, and roared at Su Jiang. Kid, let me tell you this. Even though you have Luo Wuti backing you, my Wang family also has an S-rank powerhouse who is a pillar of the human race. My Wang family isn't afraid of him. If you've got the guts, go ahead and find another Luo Wuti. After speaking, he felt a surge of relief wash over him, as refreshing as downing a cold beer on a sweltering summer day. Su Jiang stared at him in astonishment, then slowly drew a bronze-colored token from his robe. His tone held a hint of confusion. Well, what a coincidence. How did you know I know another S-rank powerhouse? WH. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned. All eyes turned to the bronze-colored token in Su Jiang's hand. The token bore no other markings, only a single, simple character. Upon seeing that character, everyone felt as if darkness descended upon them again and again. For this token was known to every soul in District 1. It belonged to the strongest individual in the first district, District Chief Lin Feng's personal token. Anyone possessing such a token must have an exceptionally close relationship with Lin Feng. Heaven forbid. How did this kid get his hands on this? Chapter 224, Guest of Honor. Did everyone see that clearly? Su Jiang surveyed the Wang family's elite warriors surrounding him. Saying nothing more, he slowly tucked the token into his pocket. He strode directly before Wang Chang, extended his right hand, and delivered 3 humiliating slaps across his face. Smack! 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 Though Su Jiang exerted no physical force in these blows, the psychological damage inflicted was nothing short of devastating. The aura of the Wang family head truly intimidates me. I wonder if the head of the Wang family has any other trump cards up his sleeve, or perhaps some influential connections? If not, then this bird of yours might need a little more roasting. You! Feeling Su Jiang's humiliating slap across his face, then hearing those contemptuous words, Wang Chang's blood boiled, ready to explode.
but then he saw the unmasked ferocity in Su Jiang's eyes. Yes, if he dared to strike back, this brat wouldn't just beat him senseless. His ice phoenix might actually be roasted alive. The most critical issue was that against this kid's unparalleled connections, a mere Wang family couldn't possibly make waves. Earlier, in a moment of reckless bravado, he'd boasted that even someone like Luo Wudi wouldn't intimidate the Wang family. But the reality was that a single Luo Wudi could crush the Wang family beyond redemption. After all, the pillar-level powerhouse of the Wang family was already on the brink of collapse, and now this kid had gone and dragged Lin Feng into it. Both of them were formidable fighters, each more powerful than the last, and both were closely connected to this kid. How could one afford to offend such individuals? After forcing down the rage in his heart, he glanced at Su Jiang once more, then cast a sideways look at Wang Jie standing behind him. He sighed deeply inside. He never imagined his naturally vulgar daughter would climb so high, to have captured the attention of a genius of Su Jiang's caliber. The thought struck him, if this useless daughter, a daughter who could contribute nothing to the Wang family, could truly become Su Jiang's wife and form a bond with him, wouldn't everything Su Jiang possessed then belong to the Wang family? With that thought, he forced down his anger. He bowed respectfully to Su Jiang and apologized. I was a bit impulsive earlier. I hope you'll forgive me. Mr. Su. Wang Jie, who lived with Su Jiang, had long since been dumbfounded. Ever since the Wang family had treated Su Jiang like a VIP guest earlier, she had been bewildered. And now, seeing her father apologize to Su Jiang, she was even more bewildered. Her father had never treated her kindly since childhood, especially after she'd rebelled against being forced into a marriage with that spoiled rich kid. Her actions had only deepened his disgraceful view of her. He would even publicly berate her with vulgar insults in front of others. Yet now, her father had apologized so readily, so he could apologize after all. That was the only thought that flashed through Wang Jie's mind. Yet the next moment brought a change even more unexpected to Wang Jie. Su Jiang looked at Wang Chang, who was now humbling himself before him, yet felt no stirrings of emotion. Instead, he spoke up. You shouldn't be apologizing to me, because the person you hit wasn't me. Hearing the first part of the sentence, Wang Chang's heart still leapt with joy. After all, he was Wang Jie's father. After all, this Su Jiang was now Wang Jie's boyfriend. Though he couldn't fathom how Su Jiang had managed to win Wang Jie over, the fact remained that he held that position. But when the second half came out, Wang Chang was dumbfounded. A crowd of Wang family members now surrounded them, all inviting Su Jiang to take his seat in the main hall. Su Jiang spoke slowly before them all. Not only did you fail to hit me, but I gave you a thorough beating instead. So perhaps it's actually me who should apologize to you. Except, he added, you're not worthy. Hearing Su Jiang's words, the veins on Wang Chang's forehead bulged once more. But remembering Su Jiang's background and terrifying combat prowess, he took a deep breath and forced a smile. You're absolutely right, Su. I stand by what I said. Therefore, the apology I demand is not for me, but for Wang Jie. With that, he grabbed Wang Jie, who had been standing behind him ready to leave, and pulled her forward. He addressed Wang Chang with an extremely serious tone. Apologize now, and keep apologizing until Wang Jie forgives you. Otherwise, this matter won't be settled today. The Wang family members were all dumbfounded. Witnessing this scene, they all began to doubt whether they were experiencing some kind of hallucination. Wang Chang was actually being told to apologize to Wang Jie. This was turning the world upside down. But seeing Su Jiang standing there with his head held high, and Wang Chang groveling before him, they realized this outcome might actually come to pass. Meanwhile, many women cast envious glances at Wang Jie. They never imagined Wang Jie could end up with a man like Su Jiang. They murmured complaints among themselves. I just can't figure it out. How did Su Jiang, the top scholar, end up with her? Yeah, with her reputation being so bad, how could Su Jiang even be interested? I bet it's just a fling. He'll dump her once he gets bored. Su Jiang ignored the surrounding gossip. He merely lifted his gaze, his fierce eyes sweeping across the crowd. No one dared meet his gaze. Fixing his gaze on the motionless Wang Chang, his voice dripped with contempt. What? Clan Chief Wang has the guts to hit someone but not the guts to apologize? If you don't apologize today, I'll have no choice but to have a serious talk with Principal Luo. Wang Chang's head was about to explode with rage. He never imagined Su Jiang would dare humiliate him like this. But circumstances were beyond his control. He could only look at his daughter and finally spoke slowly. Jie, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jie's mind went blank. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the Wang family's reception hall, all members of the Wang family had been dismissed. Su Jiang was the most honored guest of the Wang household. They were to extend the utmost courtesy, ensuring not the slightest hint of disrespect. Seated in the position of honor, Su Jiang observed the Wang family members seated with impeccable posture. He glanced at Wang Chang seated below him with a hint of confusion.
Mr. Wang, I'm afraid this seating arrangement is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Inappropriate? You finally realize it's inappropriate. You little brat.
Wang Chang cursed inwardly. Now you realize sitting here is inappropriate.
But earlier, humiliating me like that in front of everyone, didn't you think that was inappropriate? Su, you're too polite. After all, your status is so exalted, and your talents so formidable. Your presence at the Wang residence is a great honor for our family.
Such words must not be spoken again.
Wang Zidong, seated nearby,
heard Wang Chang's words and turned his gaze toward Wang Jai. His tone carried a hint of probing as he inquired.
May I ask what brings both Su and Jai back to the Wang family today? Chapter 225, Playing Boyfriend Again. Indeed,
this question voiced the curiosity shared by all present.
What exactly was the relationship between Su Jiang and this Wang Jai? Why had he returned to the Wang residence with Wang Jai? Everyone had witnessed Su Jiang's defense of Wang Jai just now, in full public view.
He forced the patriarch of a prominent family to apologize to his own biological daughter, and there was not a shred of respect or consideration in his words. The importance of Wang Jai to Su Jiang seemed self-evident.
Observing the curious crowd,
Su Jiang slowly smiled and spoke directly.
My visit to the Wang family today was merely fulfilling a request and doing what was asked of me. If there's anything, you can talk to Jai. Su Jiang avoided answering the question directly. Though he wasn't privy to the Wang family's internal affairs, he knew such prominent clans inevitably had their share of rules and protocols. When he didn't know the full story, it was best to keep quiet and avoid mistakes. All questions were directed to Wang Jai. Hearing this, the crowd's intense gaze shifted back to Wang Jai. They never imagined that Wang Jai, often called the family's disgrace and looked down upon by everyone, could have befriended someone as exceptional as Su Jiang. Jai, tell your great-uncle, when did this relationship with Su begin? Did you come to our Wang family today to propose marriage? Wang Zidong was probing Wang Jai through indirect questioning. He wouldn't dare use such tactics on Su Jiang, yet he dared to use them on Wang Jai? Uncle, I.
Sitting to Su Jiang's left, Wang Jai stammered slightly.
She glanced at Su Jiang,
her expression betraying hesitation.
Seeing this, Su Jiang began to ponder.
It seemed this matter still required some discussion.
Glancing at the crowd filled with curiosity, he waved his hand dismissively and declared without further ado, all right,
we'll discuss these matters later.
I'm hungry.
The interrupted crowd froze for a moment. Then, upon hearing Su Jiang's words, they all forced a smile. They hurriedly replied,
ha ha ha, how thoughtless of us. We completely forgot that Su classmate has been traveling all day and hasn't eaten yet.
Exactly. Come taste this, Su. It's the meat of a C-rank spirit beast, the flame porcupine.
And this is the root stem of an earth-grade plant-type spirit beast. The hall instantly became lively.
Su Jiang paid no attention to the others,
focusing instead on the meal before him.
When he was nearly finished, he noticed Wang Jai had also stopped eating.
Jai, come with me outside for a moment.
A man and woman suddenly leaving the banquet table together naturally drew all eyes.
Many members of the Wang family whispered among themselves. The elders of the Wang family, however, watched Wang Jai's retreating figure with gleaming eyes. Inwardly, they silently marveled. Who would have thought Wang Jai possessed such destiny? To find such a young prodigy?
After confirming no one was nearby and no one was eavesdropping,
Su Jiang glanced at Wang Jai.
His tone held a hint of confusion.
When your family elders questioned you at the banquet earlier, why didn't you respond? Hearing this, Wang Jai's expression flickered with hesitation. Finally,
she closed her eyes and spoke as if accepting her fate.
Su, I forgot to tell you before we came.
The place where the Eldar Star is obtained is my Wang family's ancestral trial ground.
Legend has it that it holds secrets vital to the prosperity of our entire Wang family. Only members of the Wang family are permitted to enter. Outsiders are strictly forbidden. Hearing this, Su Jiang felt a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. He seemed to already anticipate what the other person was about to say next. My grandfather, Wang Tianqiang, was a stubborn man, quite inflexible in his ways. If he were to discover that you, Su Jiang, are not of the Wang family, he would refuse to use the Eldar Star even if he obtained it. Therefore, I'd like to ask you, Su, to do me a favor, to pretend to be my boyfriend this time. By the end of her plea, Wang Jai's face betrayed traces of panic and self-doubt.
She regretted her reputation and past actions.
After all, in this era, even though Su Jiang knew the truth,
many men would still feel repulsed.
She quickly added, if you're unwilling, Su, then never mind. Thank you for today. I accept. Su Jiang responded before Wang Jai could finish her sentence. Wang Jai looked up at him with surprise and delight. Su Jiang then took her back to the banquet. By then,
Most guests had finished eating and were waiting for Su Jiang and Wang Jiayi's return.
Amidst their eager anticipation, Su Jiang and Wang Jiayi walked back hand in hand. This was Su Jiang's deliberate choice. After all, if they were to be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, it wouldn't be quite fitting without some displays of affection. Upon witnessing this scene, the Wang family elders all wore delighted expressions. Once everyone had taken their seats, Wang Jiayi finally addressed the gathering. Actually, Su Jiang and I have already started dating. This time, I brought him back to the family. Just as Wang Jiayi hesitated over how to explain, her words instantly sent ripples through the entire Wang family. Many elders who had previously looked at Wang Jiayi with disgust now wore undisguised admiration in their eyes. Well done, Wang Jiayi. I always knew you would be the hope of our Wang family. Truly worthy of being the Wang family's young miss, so impressive. Ha ha ha. Su and Jiayi are truly a perfect match, a heavenly pairing. Su, let me tell you, Jiayi has always held the title of the most beautiful woman in our Wang family. Everyone in the banquet hall rejoiced and celebrated this occasion. But having witnessed their attitude toward Wang Jiayi on the way here, Su Jiang could only sneer inwardly at all these insincere words and congratulations. Wang Zidong exclaimed excellent, 3 times in succession, his face beaming as he looked at Wang Jiayi. So, since Su has returned with Jiayi this time, could it be for marriage? The thought that Wang Jiayi could land such a wealthy suitor for the Wang family filled Wang Zidong with delight. Just then, Su Jiang spoke up. Everyone seems to have misunderstood. While it's true that Jiayi and I are dating, but my purpose in coming to the Wang family this time is to help you weather the great crisis you face. After uttering these words, Su Jiang remained utterly composed. Yet many members of the Wang family paled visibly, for this was a closely guarded secret within the Wang family. Yet now Su Jiang had somehow learned of it. Considering his identity and the potential he possessed, the elders found it difficult to say anything. Instead, they sighed. Since Jiayi has already told Su, we can't keep it hidden either. Though Su Jiang possesses exceptional talent, this matter is beyond your ability to resolve. Su Jiang, however, remained unhurried as he clapped his hands. The next moment, a void mantis materialized beside Su Jiang. Chapter 226, Casual Humiliation. Buzz. The instant its invisibility lifted, the void mantis's purple carapace and razor-sharp forelimbs were fully exposed before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this void mantis before them, all members of the Wang family were momentarily stunned. When did a void mantis spirit beast appear here? Why would our Wang family possess such a thing? Every member of the Wang family was utterly horrified. They never imagined such a spirit beast could exist within their own family. But upon realizing this spirit beast belonged to Su Jiang, they gradually calmed down. Having discerned Su Jiang's true intentions, their gazes toward him now carried a hint of contempt. Could it be that the Wang family hadn't considered the possibility of the void mantis using invisibility? But the ancestral trial was far from something that mere invisibility could overcome. Seems this top scholar isn't all that impressive after all. Prince Dong now turned his gaze to the void mantis beside Su Jiang and sighed. Mr. Su may be unaware, but the Eldar star within our Wang family is not so easily obtained. Merely being invisible serves no purpose whatsoever. Wang Chang's face now flashed a look of contempt. He had finally found his chance to strike back. Su, though your talent is exceptional, it seems your knowledge and experience still need some polishing. If anyone wore the most triumphant expression at that moment, it was undoubtedly Wang Jiayi's. Her enchanting face now unconsciously bore a look of pride for Su Jiang. It was as if a wife had witnessed her husband's triumphant return. This reaction was precisely what Su Jiang had anticipated. He turned his gaze toward the Wang family members and spoke slowly. I never imagined that in a family as prominent as the Wang family, there wouldn't be a single person who could recognize talent. How utterly ridiculous. This remark was like a drop of water into a boiling oil pot. Though the Wang family members had been warned that Su Jiang was a distinguished guest not to be offended, but upon hearing this, they couldn't hold back. What do you know, kid? You clearly have no clue about the trials. Exactly. Let me tell you straight, we've already tested your little invisibility trick. Ignorant brat. Seeing the enraged Wang family members before him, Su Jiang finally sighed. In that case, I'll let you see for yourselves. Hada. With a snap of his fingers, the void mantis beside Su Jiang vanished instantly. Just as the Wang family members prepared to smugly point out the void hall's location, they discovered the void mantis had materialized right before Wang Chang's eyes. Its hideous head and form sent a shiver down Wang Chang's spine. Whoa! What the hell is it doing here? Though Wang Chang sat sprawled on the ground in a rather pitiful posture, everyone else quickly grasped the situation. They weren't spoiled brats who'd never seen the world. Despite being completely focused moments ago, none of them had heard the slightest sound or movement. Not even a whisper of wind had disturbed the air before this void mantis appeared before Wang Chang. This void mantis was nothing like what they had imagined. It seemed born solely to pass the Wang family's trial. Holy crap! This spirit beast made absolutely no sound. I swear, not even the airflow changed a bit just now. Top tier. This void mantis is absolutely top tier. Many elders and clan members murmured in astonishment, their eyes burning with intensity as they fixed their gaze upon Su Jiang before them. Finally, Prince Dong, leading the other elders, addressed Su Jiang. Young Su, we failed to recognize your true worth and offended you. Please forgive us. The favor you have bestowed upon our Wang family today by gifting us this spirit beast and helping us through this crisis is something we shall never forget. We shall surely repay you handsomely in the future. Many members of the Wang family fantasized about what it would be like to contract such an extraordinary spirit beast. Not only could they unleash immense combat power and become formidable beast tamers, it might even save the clan's elder, elevating them to a position of immense power and influence within the Wang family. Then, wouldn't wealth and beauty be theirs for the taking? As many indulged in these fantasies, Su Jiang shattered them with his utterly astonished tone. What on earth are you talking about? Giving away spirit beasts? Are you all still asleep? At these words, the Wang family elders flushed crimson and pale with embarrassment. They had assumed that as Wang Jia's boyfriend, Su Jiang would come bearing a spirit beast as a gift. But they never expected Su Jiang to respond like this. But what could they do? Not only did they dare not offend someone of his standing, but now he possessed a spirit beast that held the Wang family's very lifeline in its grasp. They could only grit their teeth and put on a forced smile. Mr. Su is quite right. We were rash to assume such a precious spirit beast would be given away so easily. May we inquire about the value of this spirit beast? Mr. Su, the Wang family is willing to purchase it. They waved their hands generously, projecting an air of immense wealth. It seemed no matter what price Su Jiang demanded, they could afford it. To their astonishment, Su Jiang didn't name a price at all. Instead, his gaze toward them was filled with utter contempt. Well, I never expected the Wang family to actually have the money to spare. When Jiang came to ask me to buy this spirit beast, as the eldest daughter of the Wang family, not only did they refuse to give her a single penny, but they also demanded she find a way to earn it herself. She wanted to buy a spirit beast from me for the Wang family, yet couldn't even scrape together 30 million. Now look at you guys, pulling out your money so freely. A bunch of grown men. Not only are you slower than Jiang at finding spirit beasts, yet you squandered your family's wealth with reckless abandon, while Jiang couldn't even scrape together 30 million. You really have some nerve. After taking his seat, Su Jiang wasted no time in berating the Wang family elders without holding back. He knew whatever he said, they'd have to swallow their pride and accept it. This 30 million. Well, the elders exchanged awkward glances, utterly embarrassed. But just then, Wang Zidong's eyes darted toward Wang Chang. I told you before to be kinder to Jiang. I never imagined you'd even skimp on her pocket money and daily expenses. You're a disgrace as a father. After shifting the blame onto a bewildered Wang Chang, Wang Zidong turned to Su Jiang with respectful deference. Young Su, we elders failed in our oversight earlier. After all, there's been lingering resentment between father and daughter. Perhaps the patriarch merely intended a minor punishment as a stern warning, never anticipating it would escalate to this situation. Rest assured, Su and Jiang, as long as the Wang family stands, Jiang will never lack for money. Su Jiang was well aware of these people's insincere niceties. He didn't indulge them, cutting straight to the point. Hypocrites! All this fake concern now? Where the hell were you before? With that, he ignored the awkward expressions on their faces and continued speaking. Rest assured, I won't sell this spirit beast to you either. I'm only here to help resolve your issues. Now take me to it. Chapter 227, Energy Amethyst. Wang Haiyang courting death. If anyone else had spoken like this, no matter how powerful their background, the Wang family would have put up some resistance, or at the very least, they would have taught him a lesson. After all, this insult was directed at the entire Wang family. Even Su Jiang before this, had he dared insult a large group of Wang family elders, including the clan itself, would have faced some consequences. While not severe, a beating would have been inevitable. After all, you weren't just insulting members of the Wang family, you were insulting a group of A rank or higher beast masters. If you could get away with casually insulting them, what would become of their reputation? Had Su Jiang had no other cards to play, his rant would have amounted to nothing. Even if he later complained to Luo Wuti, the matter would have been swept under the rug. But now, Su Jiang held the very void mantis that controlled the Wang family's lifeline, the very creature that could save them from ruin. They dared not breathe easy under any circumstances. Su, young Master Su, you're absolutely right. It was our negligence. But young Master Su, this is a spirit beast. The elders exchanged glances. Then their greedy gazes settled on the void mantis beside Su Jiang. Not only was this void mantis visibly larger than its counterparts,
but it had also erased all traces of its presence despite possessing the ability to cloak itself.
In this world, many possessed similar abilities, yet they invariably left some trace of their presence. Such concealment was termed false invisibility. Where there is pseudo-invisibility, true invisibility naturally exists.
Yet even this true form of invisibility pales in comparison to the thoroughness of the void mantis before them. The potential it displayed now suggested that even if its ultimate strength could only reach Earthgrade in the future, yet if this trait were applied to assassination or the role of an assassin, it would be utterly unstoppable.
After all, it could approach you without the slightest sound or movement, its presence undetected until the very moment of your death. Wouldn't that make it the perfect assassin? A spirit beast of this caliber is something no one would willingly pass up. Outside, it's priceless, no amount of money could ever buy one. Yet here, before their very eyes, stood one. But young Master Su, if this spirit beast isn't contracted by someone, it can't unleash its full power, and it won't be able to communicate with us telepathically. It could lead to failure in the trial. How about my Wang family offers a hefty price to persuade young Master Su to part with it reluctantly? What do you say? The speaker was Wang Yo, the second elder of the Wang family.
His words dripped with endless greed. His young grandson had only recently awakened. His innate talent was only C-grade. He had been deeply troubled by this.
But now, seeing the boundlessly potent void mantis beside Su Jiang,
he felt it was a gift from heaven bestowed upon his grandson. If his grandson could obtain this spirit beast, his future prospects would surely be limitless.
Exactly. Young Su, I feel the same way. Please consider it. The Wang family can offer a substantial price.
Seeing the crowd still eager to acquire his void mantis,
Su Jiang pondered for a moment before nodding. In that case, Jia Yi and I had already agreed before coming.
If the price is right, this spirit beast may be commanded by members of the Wang family.
Allowed to be commanded by the Wang family?
The crowd froze upon hearing this.
Then, blinded by greed, they failed to notice anything amiss. They immediately responded. 300 million. I'll pay 300 million. Please sell it to me, young Master Su.
Wang Yo glared at the bidding elder, his voice thick with resentment.
Seventh brother, don't compete with me, my grandson needs this spirit beast. Young Master Feng, how about 1,000 million? 1,000 million?
What a display of wealth. I never imagined the young lady couldn't even come up with 30 million.
Yet the elder offers 10 billion outright. I'm truly impressed. After a barrage of mockery, Su Jiang slowly spoke, watching Wang Yo's face flush red and pale in turn. I don't want money. Money holds no meaning for me. If you have an energy amethyst, then give one. This time, let your grandson use the spirit beast first. Energy purple crystal?
The group exchanged glances. They were well aware of the preciousness of energy purple crystals.
Even the Wang family's reserves held only a limited quantity.
But considering Su Jiang's extraordinary spirit beast, they felt this might be a worthwhile investment after all.
Wang Yo stepped forward before Wang Chang. Master, I, Wang Yo, am willing to trade all my personal possessions,
plus the contribution points accumulated by my family over the years,
for one energy amethyst. Upon hearing this,
the other elders all stepped back.
First, it was simply not worth it, this was far too expensive.
A mere F-grade void mantis was hardly worth much.
Second, Wang Yo's offer was simply too generous. If it came to bidding,
they would undoubtedly offer more than Wang Yo. It was already expensive enough, bidding higher would be even less worthwhile.
Moreover,
doing so would inevitably antagonize Wang Yo, there was no need for that.
Wang Chang finally nodded in agreement.
Watching the Wang family's actions, Su Jiang felt ecstatic inside. After using the energy purple crystal on the little spirit beast last time, the strange changes it underwent and its feedback to Su Jiang had caused his own strength to surge almost exponentially. This made Su Jiang crave more energy purple crystals. The more, the better. He had been pondering how to find more energy purple crystals next time, but now the Wang family had practically delivered them to his doorstep. It was truly like getting a pillow when you were sleepy. There was no way he was going to let this opportunity slip away. It was also a way to collect some interest for all the mistreatment Wang Jai,
that foolish woman,
had endured over the years.
Su Jiang had no intention of selling this void mantis, even though the Wang family offered far above market value. How could Su Jiang possibly sell it when his mind was so clouded? Besides, the Wang family members were clearly treacherous and deceitful. Selling this void mantis to them? What if they turned around and attacked him later? Wouldn't that be like raising a tiger only to be devoured? Young Su, please take this energy purple crystal. Wang Yo approached Su Jiang and handed him the energy purple crystal. Then, leading a young man behind him, he approached Su Jiang. This is my grandson, Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang was a few years younger than Su Jiang. He looked at Su Jiang and Wang Jai behind him, his eyes showing no trace of respect, only a look of arrogance.
Oh,
So you're Su Jiang, the top scorer on the college entrance exam? Besides being a bit handsome, I don't see anything extraordinary about you. He didn't stop at Su Jiang. He turned his head toward Wang Jai, his tone dripping with contempt. Who'd have thought my big sister, whose reputation is already in the gutter, has gotten even better at snagging men? She's actually managed to snag a top-scoring student, but I suppose you're somewhat useful after all, bringing me such a fine spirit beast. Ha ha ha. Chapter 228, Whoever said I sold you? Wang Yo was drenched in sweat. He never imagined his spoiled grandson could be so clueless, and so bold. After all, even Wang Chang might not be a match for Su Jiang, let alone Wang Haiyang, a complete waste of talent with only a C-grade aptitude. He hadn't yet reached Su Jiang's level of achievement, so he had no idea just how formidable Su Jiang's reputation as the top college entrance exam scorer truly was. He hadn't even reached the college entrance exam stage yet. Right now, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the moon. If he were to reach the college entrance exam stage and broaden his horizons, then seeing Su Jiang would be like a mayfly gazing upon the vast blue sky. One can only imagine just how formidable Su Jiang truly is. Yet here he was, a mere child, daring to speak so arrogantly to Su Jiang. Su Jiang's smile remained unchanged, yet the chill in his eyes made everyone present realize this matter had escalated. Wang Yo slapped Wang Haiyang across the face. The once most cherished grandson stared at his grandfather in disbelief. Grandpa, why did you hit me? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Smack! Another slap. But this time, Wang Haiyang didn't stay put and roar like he did after the first slap. Instead, he was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. He lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long while. A thin trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and a row of teeth fell out. Su Jiang had already been holding back his strength. Otherwise, that single blow would have shattered his skull. He glared at Su Jiang, his eyes filled with hatred. How dare you? How dare you hit me? You're nothing but that Wang Jiai's boyfriend. She wouldn't dare hit me. But you do? Though Wang Jiai and Su Jiang had no real connection or history. But seeing this girl like this, Su Jiang truly felt a pang of heartache. Hearing such insolence from this little thing now, Su Jiang's expression abruptly turned icy. She doesn't dare hit you because she treats you like a little brother. That's her way of protecting you. But I've never shown mercy to animals. Hearing Su Jiang speak to him like this, Wang Haiyang refused to back down. He was about to shout back. Let me tell you. Shut up. Wang Yo immediately cut his grandson off. He stepped forward to stand before Su Jiang, glancing at his grandson's pitiful state behind him. A flash of resentment flickered in his eyes. Though Wang Yo had failed to discipline his grandson properly, and Wang Haiyang had spoken harshly, but setting aside the facts, he was still just a child. Wasn't Su Jiang at fault for striking him? Yet now, to obtain Su Jiang's spirit beast, he had no choice but to put on a facade. Young Master Su, please calm your anger. It is my fault for failing to discipline my grandson properly. He's been spoiled and pampered, which led him to speak without thinking. For offending young Master Su and the young lady, this old man humbly apologizes to both of you. Wang Jiai, this woman, she was quite peculiar. Outside the home, she was fiercely assertive and opinionated. Yet once she returned home, she seemed like a completely different person. She didn't even get angry in this situation. Su Jiang understood this stemmed from a childhood deprived of affection. She desperately tried to prove her worth, to make others love her. Yet sometimes, the more you strive for something, the more elusive it becomes. Some people are just like that. The more you care for them, the less they love you back. Su Jiang looked at Wang Yo before him, choosing not to dwell on the earlier topic. Instead, he said, "It's fine. I wouldn't stoop to arguing with him anyway." Hearing this, Wang Yo's face lit up. He then addressed Su Jiang. "In that case, I humbly request that you, young Su, hand over that void mantis to my grandson. Let him swiftly contract it. Retrieve the Eldar star our ancestor requires from that trial." As he finished speaking, Wang Yo's eyes flashed with excitement he could barely contain. After all, if his grandson obtained such a spirit beast, his grandson, who had previously been just another ordinary youth, could leap to become an exceptionally powerful spirit beast tamer. Moreover, he could save the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Tietjiang. Perhaps he would even become the most revered figure in the Wang family. As for Su Jiang, he was brought back by Wang Jiai, and the spirit beast was indeed found by Wang Jiai first. It was truly her achievement. But what did that have to do with him? Wang Niu? In the end, all the credit would go to his grandson. What the hell did those two have to do with it? Wang Haiyang, standing nearby, clearly had the same thought. First, a foolish grin spread across his face. Then he hurriedly urged Su Jiang. "That's right, quickly bring out your spirit beast." The Wang family members watched the scene unfold from a distance. Truth be told, although Wang Haiyang had just offended Su Jiang, but judging by Su Jiang's reaction, he didn't seem to hold it against him. They all thought that with Su Jiang being so magnanimous, nothing bad should happen. If Su Jiang knew what they were thinking, he'd surely say, "Truly, kindness invites abuse, you're just asking for trouble." Faced with the urgent pleas of the grandfather and grandson, Su Jiang responded calmly and deliberately, "Let him make a contract? When did I ever say he should be contracted?" At these words, every member of the Wang family paled. They stared at Su Jiang in disbelief. "But didn't you just say so? As long as he can afford the energy purple crystal, let my grandson command this spirit beast?" Hearing this, Su Jiang's expression grew even more puzzled. He didn't even bother to hide it. "Yes, I only said your grandson could command it, borrow it for use. When did I ever say I was selling this spirit beast to him? Or that he could contract it as his own? Could it be that one energy amethyst merely buys him the chance to borrow your spirit beast? Is this opportunity really that precious?" Wang Yo was furious beyond belief. He never imagined Su Jiang's driving would mean this, but at the time, he'd been so blinded by the promise of a bright future that he'd completely forgotten these details. "I never once mentioned the word sell, I only used terms like use and command. What Wang Jiayi and I agreed upon was a loan. I absolutely will not sell this spirit beast to you. If you wish to borrow it, then present sufficient compensation and take it." Wang Jiayi nodded quickly upon hearing this. "Yes, that's exactly what I discussed with Su Jiang. I've always wanted to borrow it. Because I don't even have 30 million, I can't afford to buy it." By the end of her statement, Wang Jiayi lowered her head. The Wang family members were speechless at first, then an overwhelming wave of regret washed over them. They regretted it so much they could have kicked themselves. They never imagined that spending 30 million could have secured a spirit beast with limitless potential. Yet because they'd routinely skimped on the money given to Wang Jiayi, she didn't even have 30 million. Now they had to pay with an energy purple crystal. An energy purple crystal worth hundreds of millions. And all they got in return was a single chance to use it. Where is justice? Every member of the Wang family was filled with bitter regret. If only they had treated Wang Jiayi better in their daily lives. If they had given her more money. Then perhaps. Chapter 229, Disabling Wang Haiyang. Su Jiang remained standing calmly in place, his expression unruffled as he observed the shifting expressions on the Wang family members' faces. The myriad expressions of the crowd reflected in Su Jiang's eyes, causing him to let out a faint, mocking smile. He knew the Wang family and others regretted it. They regretted not giving Wang Jiayi more money, but it wasn't because they felt guilty or thought they'd done something wrong. It was simply because they felt they had wasted their money. The Wang family members exchanged glances, seeing regret in each other's eyes, and a hint of anger, too. Wasn't Su Jiang's move blatantly toying with the Wang family? Were they, the Wang family, to be treated like monkeys in a zoo, to be toyed with at Su Jiang's whim? The Wang Chang, too, struggled to suppress his own regret. He rose to his feet and addressed Su Jiang. "Young Su, we heard what you said earlier, but you didn't elaborate further. Besides, how could there possibly be such a high price for renting a spirit beast? We humbly request that young Master Su consider selling this spirit beast to our Wang family." Wang Chang spoke up, and other elders of the Wang family chimed in as well. "Indeed, Su Jiang, while this spirit beast is precious, you did obtain an energy purple crystal. Why not just let it go? Aren't you just playing word games here? How can one energy purple crystal not even be worth a spirit beast? That's outrageous." Su Jiang looked at the Wang family members rallying to his defense, yet remained completely unfazed. Instead, he spoke with an unusually calm expression. "What? Wasn't I clear enough from the start? When did I ever use the word sell? If you can find one, then I'll give you this spirit beast. What's the harm in that?" Everyone exchanged glances, seeing only awkwardness reflected in each other's eyes. Don't be fooled by their righteous indignation and fierce demeanor now, but precisely because they lacked evidence and held no moral high ground, they resorted to this. Had they held the moral high ground, they would have seized the void mantis by force long ago. This void mantis matter concerned the life and death of the Wang family's sole pillar-level human expert. No wonder the Wang family members were on edge. Among them all, the most bewildered and utterly dumbfounded was undoubtedly Wang Niu. He had sacrificed his entire life savings and accumulated merits to secure his grandson a chance to defy fate. He had expected his grandson to directly steal the credit from Wang Jiayi and Su Jiang, earning the favor of the ancestral patriarch. He even envisioned him becoming the next head of the Wang family, but he never imagined that Su Jiang would be even more ruthless than he had anticipated. At most, he intended to see Su Jiang and Wang Jiayi's contributions, claiming all the credit for himself. But he never imagined Su Jiang had planned from the start to get something for nothing. What nonsense about usage rights and borrowing? How could one possibly borrow a spirit beast? Setting aside how you even borrowed it, just consider this: manipulating a spirit beast without a contract is practically impossible, right? Su, young friend, this joke has gone too far, hasn't it? Wang Yo glared at the Wang family members behind him. His teeth clenched. He spoke coldly to Su Jiang.
If young friend Su were to hand this void mantis over to my grandson now and allow him to form a contract with it,
then I, Wang Yo, will certainly remember your kindness. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our ties.
He had assumed his threat would intimidate the greenhorn Su Jiang.
After all, to his knowledge, Su Jiang was merely an ordinary freshman. But unexpectedly,
upon hearing his words, Su Jiang looked at him with utter contempt.
Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can threaten me?
Let me tell you this, if we weren't in the Wang family compound right now, I'd have punched you bloody already.
You old fart. Su Jiang was clearly in the wrong about this matter. After all,
he just freeloaded off someone else's energy purple crystal for no reason.
But he knew full well how crucial this Wang family elder was to the entire clan. That silly girl Wang Jia didn't know, but Su Jiang did.
He understood that a single energy amethyst could extend the patriarch's life, something the Wang family would gladly support. So even if Wang Jia paid no price herself, he would still make the Wang family bleed.
Expecting Su Jiang's help for nothing?
There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world.
Nowadays, not only is his grandson a scoundrel, but the old man himself is no better. Such brazen audacity. With his level of ability, he dared to threaten Su Jiang? Truth be told, after checking his stats,
Su Jiang realized he was even weaker than Wang Chang earlier.
If it came down to a fight to the death, he wouldn't even last 10 minutes against Su Jiang. The Wang family truly is a bunch of useless trash.
The clan chief was hailed as an A-rank powerhouse.
Yet these elders are weaker than the next. Even among B-rankers, Wang Chang wasn't considered top tier.
How could such a weak clan exist in the first district? These words sent a brief silence rippling through the crowd. They turned to Su Jiang, whose face had been filled with murderous intent and solemnity as he spoke. Knowing his words were no empty boast, not only was he unfazed by this Wang Niu, but he had begun to threaten the other party. What kind of temperament and courage was this?
He was definitely someone to be reckoned with in the future. Wang Chang, standing at a distance, could no longer hold his ground.
Being mocked by Su Jiang had already been a huge blow to his pride.
Now Su Jiang was threatening members of his Wang family right here in their own domain.
Su Jiang, don't think that just because you have Luo Wudi and Lin Feng backing you,
the Wang family will be intimidated. Let me tell you.
Before he could finish, Su Jiang activated the token and communicator in his hand.
Go on.
I'll call them both right now to get in touch.
If you have any issues, why not discuss them directly with them? Aye.
Seeing the contempt in Su Jiang's eyes, coupled with his calm tone and the two devices in his hands, Wang Chang forced the words back down his throat. He knew he couldn't afford to provoke this man.
Finally, he glanced at Wang Niu,
signaling him to step forward and try to salvage the situation.
Wang Niu stepped forward before Su Jiang and began playing the victim.
Su,
young friend, you can't do this to me. My grandson's innate awakening level is already quite low.
It's a rare blessing for him to encounter a spirit beast so perfectly suited to him.
This spirit beast was born for my grandson.
Please grant us your blessing.
Young Su, oh dear, now he's resorting to moral blackmail?
Su Jiang lowered his head, casting a surprised glance at the man.
Born for your grandson? How amusing. Su Jiang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation.
Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Jiang approached Wang Haiyang, who lay sprawled on the ground.
A heavy stomp crushed his spirit sea. Snap. The sound echoed distinctly in the silent banquet hall.
After finishing all this, Su Jiang casually clapped his hands and looked at the numb Wang family members.
Alright, he's no longer related to your grandson. Chapter 230, another face-changing act? Stunned, completely dumbfounded, everyone present, except Su Jiang, was dumbfounded. Even Wang Jia, who was closest to Su Jiang and considered herself his best confidant, was dumbfounded. She never imagined Su Jiang would do something so outrageous. To actually crush the spiritual sea of a Wang family disciple right before the eyes of the entire Wang clan?
The sheer shock was comparable to strutting into Martial Godbeast Master University,
slapping Luo Wudi 10 times across the face, then defecating on his head before walking away. Yet after a momentary freeze, overwhelming fury erupted. By now, the Wang family members had all snapped out of their shock.
Whether clan chief or elder, they all glared at Su Jiang with eyes ablaze.
Su Jiang,
we respected you as a rising star among our human race and treated you with courtesy, yet you dare cripple a disciple of our Wang family right before our eyes.
What on earth is your motive? Indeed, if you know what's good for you, you'd better come up with a solution and compensation right now. Otherwise,
you'll pay dearly for this. Their rage was now boiling over. Su Jiang's actions struck not only Wang Haiyang, but also the face of the Wang family elders and the entire Wang clan.
Wang Niu froze in shock. He never imagined his carefully laid plans would be shattered in an instant by Su Jiang's single move.
He had fantasized about his grandson stealing the credit from Wang Jie and Su Jiang, earning the patriarch's favor alone. He envisioned his grandson becoming the future head of the Wang clan, but now it was all gone. Everything was gone. His eyes widened, bloodshot as he glared at Su Jiang before him. "You bastard! You dared to destroy my grandson's spirit sea! I'll make you pay with your life." With that, he raised his hand to activate his summoning array, but as mentioned earlier, judging by his attributes and advanced age, his strength wasn't even top tier among B-rank cultivators. In other major clans, he wouldn't even be considered an elder, he wouldn't hold a position of any real standing. Yet here in the Wang family, he was still an elder. Before the summoning array could solidify, Su Jiang stepped forward and delivered a kick straight to his stomach. He sent the man tumbling 4 or 5 times. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Su Jiang's move was inspired by General Duanmu from Armor Warriors, always solving problems with the simplest and most direct approach. General Duanmu could interrupt your transformation mid-process and kick you flying. Su Jiang could do the same. Do you really think summoning a spirit beast is some kind of invincible frame? Kicking you flying doesn't solve the problem just as well? But this tactic only works against weaker beast masters whose summoning speed isn't fast enough. Other powerful beast tamers either have their spirit beasts summoned in advance or possess blazingly fast summoning speeds. Su Jiang simply wouldn't have time to interrupt them. Cough cough cough. Gazing at Wang Niu sprawled on the ground, the Wang family members were now utterly consumed by rage. They never imagined Su Jiang would not only cripple their Wang family disciple in public, but also brutally beat their Wang family elder. That crushing kick earlier had likely cost Wang Niu half his life. "Su Jiang, what exactly do you think you're doing? Yeah, kid. You really think we won't touch you? Listen up. Hand over the void mantis and pay us back with enough money. Hand over the energy amethyst too. Then get the hell out of here." The Wang family members glared at Su Jiang, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. The earlier scene of harmonious coexistence had been nothing but an illusion. Facing this scene, Su Jiang walked over to Wang Jie's side and took her small hand. Ignoring those shouting at him, he walked leisurely toward Wang Niu. Seeing Wang Niu's hand reaching to push himself up, Su Jiang stomped down hard on it. "Ah!" Wang Niu let out a piercing scream. He never imagined that the moment he tried to rise, he would be met with such a brutal blow. At his age, how could he possibly endure such an injury? Only then did Su Jiang speak coldly. "Let's be honest, old man. Do you think I don't know what you're scheming? And your grandson, he doesn't treat Jia like his own sister. Yet he wants to take advantage of her. Nothing in this world comes that easily. Do all the good things in life just fall into the laps of beasts like you?" His words were utterly blunt. But by now, the Wang family members had been consumed by rage, their reason long swallowed by fury. Naturally, such words held no sway over them. In the next instant, summoning arrays materialized one after another, as if intent on crushing Su Jiang into dust. Everything returned to the moment when Su Jiang had fought before the Wang family estate. Su Jiang knew full well that even invoking Luo Wudi and Lin Feng would be futile now. While they might avenge him afterward, he himself could well meet his end right here. As for Wang Jie standing nearby, he didn't believe this girl had any way to protect him. Even now, Su Jiang remained unflustered. He looked at the angry crowd and spoke slowly. "What? Do you think I'm wrong to teach these two beasts a lesson today? Kid, shut your mouth. How dare you insult a member of the Wang family like this?" "Exactly. That man is an elder of the Wang family, our own flesh and blood. Our cherished kin." Wang Chang and the other Wang family elders immediately rebuked Su Jiang. The next moment, Su Jiang simply snapped his fingers. Snap! Before the stunned eyes of the crowd, a scene unfolded that left them speechless yet compelled them to halt. The void mantis stood before Su Jiang, shielding him. That tiny figure, facing over a dozen powerful spirit beasts charging toward them, was clearly like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Yet everyone was forced to halt their advance. Anyone could get hurt today, but this void mantis absolutely could not. After all, it was the crucial spirit beast that had saved the Wang family's ancient ancestor. "Do you really think blocking it in front of you will stop us from killing you? After we kill you, will this spirit beast still belong to us?" Listening to the Wang family's fury, Su Jiang did nothing. The next moment, the Wang family members were utterly dumbfounded, for the void mantis had placed its 2 sharp forelimbs upon its own neck. A single flick of its arms would send the mantis's scythe blades slicing clean through its own skull. It was threatening the Wang family with its own life. This move shattered the Wang family's plans. This. Wang Chang and the other elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. This was an untamed spirit beast. After all, how could it obey human commands so readily? Why would it obey Su Jiang's commands, even to the point of sacrificing its own life? Such a scene had never been witnessed in human history. What extraordinary qualities does this Su Jiang possess? At that moment, a voice suddenly erupted among the Wang family elders.
Young Su speaks wisely. These two beasts deserve a proper lesson. Chapter 231, Finally Meeting Wang Tietjiang. In that case, Jia Yi and I will go see the patriarch to discuss this matter. I trust none of you have any objections or further remarks? Su Jiang held Wang Jiayi's hand as he stood before the Wang family members.
The earlier tension had vanished.
It felt like today was stuck in an endless loop. One moment they were at each other's throats, the next they were all lovey-dovey. As he spoke, Su Jiang shot a peculiar glance at Wang Zidong, who stood among the crowd. It was Wang Zidong who had uttered the final words, minimizing the conflict between the two sides. He saw the situation was going south, they had no way to control Su Jiang. Yet Su Jiang could casually threaten the very lifeline of the Wang family. At that moment, he made his choice. What elder Wang Yo? Unfamiliar. Truly unfamiliar. Su Jiang was truly struggling to hold it together. This ability to shift allegiances with the wind was indeed quite formidable. Seems the Wang family may lack other talents, but their ability to turn on a dime is faster than flipping a page. They've no shame whatsoever. What a bunch of scoundrels. It truly fits that saying, he's my dearest friend, my brother as close as kin. You'll have to pay extra for that. The Wang family members were now seething with frustration. Today, when Su Jiang publicly beat Wang Chang for the first time, they had already forced themselves to abandon their dignity and welcome Su Jiang back into the Wang family. They'd already lost face once. Unexpectedly, just moments ago, under the gaze of all the younger generations of the families, they suffered another humiliating defeat. Led by Wang Zidong, they instantly abandoned their original stances and alliances, groveling at Su Jiang's feet once more. Many of the younger Wang family members now looked at Su Jiang and Wang Jiayi with eyes brimming with admiration. Meanwhile, their gazes toward the elders were filled with contempt. After all, the elders who had towered above them moments ago were now being toyed with like dogs in front of Su Jiang. They dared not show the slightest hint of defiance. The hierarchy was crystal clear. Wang Yo and Wang Haiyang, lying nearby, were naturally ignored by the younger generation. They might help you get revenge when things are calm, but when real trouble hits, who cares about your status? Through Wang Chang's few words, the two had already been branded as traitors who had driven a wedge between the Wang family and Su Jiang. Not only would they get no justice, but they'd also lose their current status and face trial under the family code. Their situation was utterly dire, but Su Jiang found their fate utterly unsurprising. If anything, it was what they deserved. After all, this grandfather and grandson were truly worse than beasts. Su Jiang and his group now needed to first communicate with old man Wang Tietjiang. Then they would enter the trial, retrieve the Eldar star, and hand it over to old man Wang Tietjiang. Rumor had it that the star might trigger some peculiar reaction with old man Wang Tietjiang's spirit beast, ultimately leading to extraordinary transformations. This transformation could prolong one's lifespan. It might even lead to a breakthrough in one's power. The process shouldn't be like this. There are a whole bunch of miscellaneous procedures and processes. Only after approval and supervision by various elders and group leaders could it proceed. But now that Su Jiang held their fate in his hands, whatever he said went. Watching Su Jiang take Wang Jiayi's hand and walk toward the ancestral hall, Wang Chang's expression shifted repeatedly. He felt both furious and elated. His rage stemmed from the fact that Su Jiang had now utterly alienated the entire Wang family. Every clan member and elder had lost face because of Su Jiang's actions. His delight stemmed from the fact that his daughter had captured Su Jiang's heart. Wouldn't that make him his future son-in-law? He truly didn't know whether to rejoice or worry at this moment. The other members of the Wang family turned their gaze to Wang Yo and Wang Haiyang lying on the ground, their expressions complex. Finally, they sighed deeply and said nothing. They sensed it as if Su Jiang's arrival had ushered in a new era for the Wang family. The young lady who had once been bullied and looked down upon by everyone now seemed to have truly become a lady in every sense of the word. Truly, it was a case of a wife's status rising with her husband's. Walking toward the ancestral hall, once Su Jiang confirmed no one was following them, he immediately released the small hand he had been holding tightly. He addressed Wang Jiayi beside him. Miss Wang, I apologize for my presumption earlier. Please forgive me. Hearing this, Wang Jiayi paused in surprise. Then, all the events of the day flashed through her mind. That delicate, smooth little hand reached out and grasped Su Jiang's large hand. Though vastly disproportionate in size, Wang Jiayi held on tightly and resolutely. Su Jiang felt puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed Wang Jiayi lift her head and flash him a beautiful smile. Only then did she explain. Su Jiang, my grandfather is very powerful. He can sense things over here, so we'd better not give ourselves away. Hearing this, Su Jiang's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding, but he didn't notice the fleeting, uncontrollable spark of joy and affection that had flashed in Wang Jiayi's eyes when she had just grabbed him. Today truly was the happiest day of Wang Jiayi's life. She realized she didn't have to endure everything silently anymore. She didn't need to curry favor, didn't need to sacrifice herself,
to earn others' respect, to be needed, or to be loved. Today was the first time her father had ever apologized to her. It was also the first time those within the family had looked at her with respect and even a hint of fear. And all of this was because of the man beside her. Stealing a glance at Su Jiang, Wang Jie felt her resolve strengthen. She resolved to shed her former self entirely. For now, there was someone in this world who truly understood her. Though she didn't care what others thought of her, she knew that even if she didn't care, she had to care for Su Jiang's sake. Su Jiang was destined to become a great hero of the human race. Could he be disgraced because of her? Besides, now that Su Jiang held her small hand, her father wouldn't dare force her into an arranged marriage. Would he? Because her boyfriend now was Su Jiang. Lost in thought, she suddenly realized she had already reached the entrance of the ancestral hall. Su Jiang tilted his head, motioning for Wang Jie to step forward. Jie, her face flushed with embarrassment, slowly stepped forward. Grandfather, Jie pays her respects. Today I have come to. Before he could finish, Wang Tietjiang's voice echoed from within the hall, hoarse with age yet thick with astonishment. He didn't address Wang Jie, but asked directly, "Young man, who are you?" Such formidable strength, radiating with vibrant life force. This ceaseless vitality shone as brilliantly as the sun. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying.